the black mist descends. The world's water resources are contaminated by unknown bacteria, while others can only quench their thirst with sewage. I can obtain a bottle of mineral water in an instant. Thus, I posted messages in various school groups looking to shelter beautiful women. This led me to awaken an infinite resource system. As long as I shelter a beautiful woman who meets the system's criteria, I can unlock new supplies. When I thought this was just a doomsday survival game, I suddenly discovered that the plants shrouded in black mist were undergoing changes. At this moment, everyone in the group chat was discussing, what the hell? Zhang Yifeng was eaten by the cactus he raised. That cactus is a monster, even scarier than in the movies. Who can come to save me? Then, Wang Yuan from the foreign language department shared a video in the group. The video showed strange, bulbous vines creeping out of a potted plant, nearly filling the entire dorm room. A lifeless body was being dragged into a gaping maw by the vines, barely visible. It was a cactus, and after that, Wang Yuan never spoke again. A heavy feeling settled in my heart. He was likely in trouble too. At that moment, another video appeared in the group, showing a boy with blue lightning flickering in his hand. He pierced through a soda can, sparking a heated discussion in the chat. In response to many doubts, he insisted it wasn't special effects and then shared another video. The lightning in his palm surged robustly. A hint of envy flashed in my eyes. I thought I could at least eat and drink without worry thanks to the infinite resources. But now I realized I had no self-defense capability. If others found out, I would instead become a target. I pondered how that boy obtained his powers. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps due to the lack of rescue, when I posted ads in various group chats again, a few girls started to contact me, but none met the criteria. On the 5th day of the Black Mist's arrival, my snacks and stored food were nearly gone, leaving only countless bottles of mineral water. As I contemplated how to find a suitable girl to quickly unlock the next type of supplies, I heard shouting outside the window. I recognized the voice. It was Lu Ruyan, the beauty of our foreign language department. The system detected a girl who met the criteria and began scanning her details. Name, Lu Ruyan, age, 20, appearance, 89, figure, 95, inner qualities, 100, total score, 95. The evaluation indicated that sheltering her would unlock a random supply. I was pleasantly surprised. I finally had a chance to unlock new supplies. When Lu Ruyan saw me, she continued to shout. Although we didn't have much interaction, we recognized each other as classmates. She said she hadn't had any water for hours and asked if I had any. She wanted to pay 1,000 yuan for it. When she saw me actually pull out a bottle of water from behind me, her eyes lit up. Earlier, she had seen my posts in the group about sheltering girls and thought I was just trying to scam them, but she didn't expect I actually had water. I shook my head and said I didn't want money. If she wanted water, she could come to the boys' dormitory. Lu Ruyan was instantly infuriated. She could easily tell what I meant. It was obvious what I wanted by asking a girl to come to the boys' dormitory. I'm not lying, just come over. As I said this, I pulled out 3 more bottles of mineral water, opened one, gulped down a big mouthful, and then poured the remaining half bottle out from the balcony. Lu Ruyan was stunned by this scene. No matter how much mineral water I had, it shouldn't be wasted like that, especially in front of her. Wasn't that just to provoke her? After leaving my dorm number, I directly closed the window. Although I really wanted to unlock new supplies, I couldn't risk going to the girls' dormitory. Who knows what monsters like cacti are hiding in the black mist? So it was safest to let Lu Ruyan come over. Even if something happened to her, it wouldn't be my concern. The opportunity was hers. She could either die of thirst or take a chance. At least there was hope. On the 6th day of the Black Mist's arrival, Lu Ruyan had completely given up. She hadn't had a drop of water since yesterday and had called for rescue countless times with no response. If this continued, she would really die of thirst. After much hesitation, she finally decided to go to the boys' dormitory. She looked at the fruit knife on the table, hesitated for a moment, then tucked it into her pocket. After that, she found me in the group and added me as a friend. But after waiting for a long time, I still hadn't accepted her request. Meanwhile, under my wide net strategy, at least 200 girls had actively added me. The system detected a goddess who met the criteria and began scanning her details. Name, Joair, age, 18, appearance, 90, figure, 92, inner qualities, 100, total score, 93. The evaluation indicated that sheltering her would unlock a random supply. At that moment, my phone displayed a photo of a girl dressed in a Lolita outfit. She was messaging me in a typical lowly voice. Does my brother have to come find you? Is there no other way? I have a roommate who accidentally went into the black room yesterday and hasn't returned. Please, brother. I typed back calmly. So you want me to risk going to find you, to bring you food and water? Do you also want me to deliver it to your door? She quickly replied, No, I absolutely didn't mean for you to take risks. Brother, please don't be angry, brother, I'm sorry, please don't be mad, okay? I directly said, come to the boys' dormitory on this campus. If you can make it, you'll be provided food and lodging. If not, then forget it. After replying to this message, I ignored this little green tea. I wouldn't let myself be swayed just because she called me brother a few times. In a doomsday scenario, I couldn't let my lower head control my upper head, otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. As the black mist lingered longer, people's demand for water grew higher. Just a couple of days ago, I was still being criticized and scolded for posting ads. I was even kicked out of groups. But in the past 2 days, things have completely reversed. People in the group occasionally tagged me asking for water. Even the group admin started to plead humbly. In short, I wasn't worried about sheltering girls. My stockpile of mineral water had accumulated hundreds of thousands of bottles in the past few days. Even using it to wash my face and feet daily wouldn't deplete it. Just as I was reviewing my friend requests, I was surprised to find Lu Ruyan among them. At that moment, in the girls' dormitory of B campus, Jo Air was holding her phone, discussing the chat content with 2 roommates. This guy is such a straight man, one of the short-haired girls harshly criticized. However, Jo Warner furrowed her brows. A classmate who had offered to bring her water seemed to have entered the black room and never returned. By chance, Jo Warner saw the message I posted in the group and thought to entice me into bringing her water and supplies, but little did she know, I wasn't falling for it at all. Now their water and snacks are running low, and they're about to go hungry. At that moment, the short-haired girl made an excuse to go to the upper bunk to get her phone, claiming she was going to try calling the police again. While the others weren't paying attention, she stealthily stuffed a bottle of drink into her bedding. Meanwhile, the other girl with long hair said she needed to go to the bathroom. Laughing, she left the dorm, switching her hidden snacks and half a bottle of water to a more concealed spot. Seeing that her 2 roommates weren't paying attention, Jo Warner kicked a bottle of drink under the bed while putting on a facade of being on the brink of despair. Wow, these girls aren't simple at all. At the same time, I received a distress message from Lu Ruyan, along with a video. In the video, a massive yellow mutt with muscular limbs and bloodshot eyes was staring menacingly at the direction of the screen. I've seen that dog, it's the one that's often fed around campus. It glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was filming, then picked up a mangled human body from the ground and turned to walk into the black mist. My expression darkened. Indeed, both plants and animals were mutating. Is it because of the black mist? As I speculated wildly in my mind, I didn't forget to send a message. Get upstairs quickly while that dog isn't attacking you. Don't waste time. Lu Ruyan only knew about this. I never even considered going downstairs to meet her. Just now, Zhao Tao, who had awakened his powers, added me as a friend. He saw my messages in the group and believed I had some supplies, so he kept urging me to join them. But I knew they just wanted my supplies, so I had no intention of going over. At this moment, I received another message from Lu Ruyan. She sent several messages in a row. She was asking which dorm I was in. After replying to the message, I moved to the door, picked up a broom, and waited quietly. A crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. That despicable guy doesn't even know to come downstairs to meet me. No wonder no girl likes you. There's no elevator in the dorm building. Lu Ruyan climbed 6 flights of stairs in one go, feeling like her throat was on fire, and inhaled a lot of black mist. She carefully observed the hallway while knocking hard on the door of dorm 606. Before Lu Ruyan could react, I opened the door, pulled her in, and immediately locked the dorm door. Don't move, I pressed Lu Ruyan firmly against the wall, pinning her arms above her head with one hand. Lu Ruyan was startled and instinctively struggled. What are you doing? Let me go. I coldly admonished her to stay still, then reached toward Lu Ruyan's body. As she continued to struggle, I found a folding fruit knife on her, then looked at the pink backpack behind her and said, hand it over. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan panicked. She regretted coming over so rashly and actually trusting a guy she barely interacted with. The more she thought about it, the more scared and angry she became. Struggling, she said, you pathetic loser, let me go quickly, or I'll report you. I ignored her struggles and forcibly checked the backpack. After confirming there were no sharp weapons that could threaten me, I finally let Lu Ruyan go. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan slapped me. I quickly stepped back, dodging while returning a slap. Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. It was the first time in her life she had been treated so roughly by a man, and her eyes were nearly overflowing with anger. I coldly reminded her, don't forget why you're here. If you don't want to cooperate, get out. I won't take in ungrateful people. Then I pushed her out of the dorm. I couldn't keep a ticking time bomb by my side. This was nothing like what I imagined. Lu Ruyan looked at the dark hallway, and her anger vanished in an instant. Now she didn't even dare to go down the stairs, let alone return to the girls' dorm. Wang, hurry, and open the door. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Hearing Lu Ruyan's shouts, my expression changed. If she attracted any monsters, it would be disastrous. I coldly called out to the door, "If you want to come in, think carefully first. If you're not willing to compromise, go back. Otherwise, if you attract monsters, you'll be the first to get eaten." Lu Ruyan became even more frightened, pleading softly, but I still didn't open the door. I wanted her to calm down. The apocalypse isn't like normal times, throwing tantrums can get you killed. Just when Lu Ruyan was about to break down from fear, I opened the door and let her into the dorm. Once inside, Lu Ruyan sat on the bed, quietly sobbing, not just because I slapped her or kicked her out, but because she remembered the scene of the big dog dragging away a person and the occasional screams coming from downstairs. Now in a relatively safe environment, her nerves finally gave way. I didn't comfort her. This is the apocalypse, and many more dangers await. If she can't get past this hurdle, she's destined for a short life. Right now, my goal is to quickly gather supplies. If I can get weapons like guns, I'll be confident enough to venture outside. Could you give me a bottle of water? Lu Ruyan seemed to have calmed down a bit from her fear and quietly asked me. I tossed her a bottle of water while seriously taking in Lu Ruyan. Standing over 1.7 meters tall with long legs, she truly is the most stunning beauty in the foreign language department. Just when I felt a bit stirred, I suddenly remembered that it seemed like she hadn't brushed her teeth in days. Lu Ruyan understood what I meant. She didn't expect to be looked down upon, but seeing the 2 remaining bottles of mineral water on the table, she hesitated. The 2 bottles on the table could last 2 people for at most 3 days. How could they be used for brushing teeth? I should have saved a little from that last bottle. At that moment, I waved my hand, and 2 bottles of mineral water appeared out of thin air. Go ahead and drink. I told you there's plenty of water. Lu Ruyan was stunned. Wow, is this a superpower? I didn't explain. It was the system's ability. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's gaze toward me changed slightly. Her face flushed as she said, "Then I'll go brush my teeth and rinse my mouth first. You probably won't want to see what happens next, so I'll check it out for you." Ding detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, starting to randomly unlock a type of supply. Ding unlock successful. Congratulations, you have unlocked supplies, freshly roasted chicken. 1 roasted chicken has been stored in the system space. Before long, there were already dozens of roasted chickens in the space. Having just gone through a mental and physical battle, I decided to reward myself. Soon, a delightful aroma filled the entire dorm. Lu Ruyan, who was pretending to sleep, opened her eyes and looked over. Is this the power of delusions? How amazing that you can conjure up chicken that's still steaming. I tore off a steaming chicken leg and handed it to Lu Ruyan. Unexpectedly, after finishing, Lu Ruyan gazed longingly at the leftover bones on the table, which I hadn't cleaned properly. If you want to eat it, go ahead. With my permission, Lu Ruyan quickly picked up the uneaten bone and began gnawing on it. At this point, I received a message from Mutating from the sports department. He said he knew how Jiao Tao's powers came about, and as long as I could provide water and food, he would tell me. I was somewhat skeptical of what he said, but I wanted to survive better in the apocalypse. I had to give it a try, no matter what. However, he was at the sports field, which was quite a distance from the dorm. The black mist below was thick, posing certain dangers. In the end, Ma Tianming told me that his dorm was in room 509, which contained a high-endurance drone. It could perfectly facilitate this transaction. Additionally, in my conversation with Ma Tianming, I indirectly learned that Jiao Tao's lightning powers weren't as strong as imagined. Otherwise, he could simply grab water from the school's convenience store instead of asking me to bring supplies and report to him. I turned to Lu Ruyan, who was dressed, and asked if the events of last night had affected her body. If she could still walk, I suggested we go out together. Although she was a bit scared, she didn't want to appear too weak in front of me, saying that while it still hurt, it was bearable. So, after some exploration, we made our way to the 5th floor shrouded in black mist. I found that the black mist entering my body didn't seem to cause any abnormalities, and the effects of thirst didn't manifest so quickly. Finally, Lu Ruyan and I found dorm 509. Although the dorm door was locked, it wasn't a big deal. I had developed a skill in high school. As long as I had a meal card, I could unlock all the doors on the floor. Within seconds, we were inside the room, quickly searching, and finally spotted the drone under the bed near the door. After not finding anything else, we decided to retreat. However, just as we reached the stairwell, loud banging sounds echoed from downstairs. I suppressed my curiosity and pulled Lu Ruyan to quickly head back upstairs. As we passed by 2 dorm doors, I faintly heard subtle noises inside, and I silently noted down the room numbers. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was watching me fiddle with the drone, wondering if I wanted to play with it. But I wondered if this drone could drop 3 bottles of water. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan's answer surprised me. This drone could carry up to about 5 kilograms. I had experience filming short videos and landscapes before, so I stopped struggling to read the manual and handed her the remote control, asking her to help operate the drone to deliver water to a classmate. Although Lu Ruyan was very curious about this, she didn't dare to ask too many questions, knowing I hadn't volunteered any information. I simply didn't want to tell her. I took out my phone and sent a message to Ma Tianming, saying the drone was ready. I only had 3 bottles of water, but before setting off, I needed to ensure his words were true. 3 minutes later, Ma Tianming replied that the way to gain powers was to eat a specific item, but he would only reveal the details after seeing the water. Little did I know, this action would bring him deadly consequences. Shen frowned. What could it be? Shen, it's ready. The drone still has more than half of its battery left, it should be enough. Suwanting's voice came through. But it's very dark and foggy outside now, visibility is low. I don't know if I can deliver the water if it's too far. Just try your best. It's okay if you can't get it there. Shen wasn't particularly concerned about whether the water could reach Ma Tianming. After all, he had already received the general information. Fly towards the gym. Okay. Suwanting walked to the balcony and launched the drone, which was carrying 3 bottles of water suspended by a towel. Shen took out his phone, snapped a picture, and sent it to Ma Tianming. Foreign Language Department. Shen, it'll take a few minutes at most to deliver the water. You can tell me the answer now. Physical Education Department. Ma Tianming, wait a bit longer, at least until I can see the drone. Shen glanced at Suwanting, who was controlling the drone with a remote. She frowned slightly, pursed her lips, and wore a serious expression. How is it? Can it reach the gym? Yes, but I didn't expect the fog to be this thick. Shen leaned closer to look at the screen of the remote, which displayed the image from the drone's camera. From the drone's perspective, the entire world was covered in layers of rolling black fog. The fog was at least 14 or 15 meters high, shrouding most of the low buildings. What a stunning sight, Suwanting sighed softly. If this weren't a disaster, it would be quite artistic and capturing. It would be a delight. However, beneath this thick fog, who knows how many mutated monsters were hiding? Shen looked at Suwanting's delicate profile and serious expression, unable to resist giving her a kiss. All right. He admitted that he also liked beautiful things. Especially when he could have his way with them. Like this exquisite face. A beauty he could never have approached before. Now he could play with her however he wanted. In a sense, the apocalypse was really great. Suwanting's face turned red. She glanced at Shen, then continued to control the drone. Seriously. Shen's hands were not idle. While making Suwanting blush and unable to suppress her sounds, he also sent a message to Ma Tianming. 11. The death of Ma Tianming. Foreign Language Department's Shen, it's already here. If you're outside the gym, you should be able to hear the drone. Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming, I can hear it. It's right above me, bring it down quickly. Foreign Language Department's Shen, don't rush, first tell me the answer. While sending the message, Shen looked at Suwanting in his arms and said, lower the drone a bit, but not too low, just enough for the people under the black mist to see it. Okay. Suwanting's cheeks flushed slightly, her red lips breathing softly as she adjusted her position and began to control the drone's descent. In the black mist, a burly young man licked his cracked lips while staring intently at the thick black mist above. He was Ma Tianming. This transaction was arranged privately with Shen, without informing Zhao Tao. Otherwise, he would have to share the water with Zhao Tao. Moreover, Zhao Tao was also unwilling to share the method of gaining abilities with others. He didn't want anyone else to gain powers. But Ma Tianming didn't care about that. He was almost dying of thirst. Who would help him keep secrets? He had nothing to gain. Faster. Hurry up. Ma Tianming murmured, glancing back at the gym from time to time. If he was discovered by others, it would be troublesome. Besides, Zhao Tao said there were monsters in the black mist. If a monster targeted him, it would be a problem. He needed to get water quickly. Soon, the outline of a drone appeared in the sky. Below it hung several bottles of mineral water. Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming, I see it. Lower it a bit more. Lower it a bit more. Foreign Language Department's Shen, the answer. The more anxious Ma Tianming became, the calmer Shen was. Throughout this transaction, Shen had always held the upper hand. He didn't lack water. Even if he lost a few bottles, it wouldn't matter. Most of what he said earlier was to make Ma Tianming think he was in a hurry, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to extract information. Now was the perfect time to control him. A person who was desperately thirsty would only become more frantic upon seeing water, even losing the ability to think clearly. Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming, let me get the water first. What if you go back on your word? Foreign Language Department's Shani, I can say the same to you. If I give you the water, what if you go back on your word? Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming, you bastard. Ma Tianming licked his cracked lips, angrily gripping his phone, hesitating. He was genuinely afraid this guy would go back on his word. But he was really thirsty. Looking up at the life-saving water source that was almost within reach, he gritted his teeth and began to type. Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming, I can tell you the answer first, but you absolutely cannot go back on your word. Otherwise, I'll tell Zhao Tao and have him bring people to trouble you. Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming, most of us here are athletes. Even if you somehow gained abilities, you couldn't possibly take on dozens of students. Foreign Language Department's Shani, don't worry, I don't want to make an enemy of you. Though he said this, a killing intent had already risen in Xin Yi's heart. To dare threaten him was to truly seek trouble. Such a person could not be left alive. Fortunately, he hadn't revealed his dorm number to Ma Tianming. The dorm building was so large that even if he came in, it wouldn't be easy to find him. But just to be safe, he would change dorms later. If he had the ability for long-range sniping, Xin Yi would have wanted to kill Ma Tianming directly to eliminate future troubles. Although he had never killed anyone, if someone truly threatened his life, Xin Yi would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. This was the determination necessary for survival in the apocalypse. Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming, it's a colorful fruit that grows on non-mutated plants. Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming, I'm not lying to you, Zhao Tao ate one of those fruits, and after a few seconds, he suddenly gained lightning abilities. Shani, alright, I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise, I'll tell Zhao Tao about our deal. I believe Zhao Tao wouldn't keep a roommate who betrays him, right? Sports Department's Ma Tianming. He could threaten, and so could Shani. Moreover, it was a piercing threat. Shani looked at Su Wanting and said, lower the drone. Give him the bottled water. As for the drone, if we can retrieve it, great, if not, then so be it. He had considered breaching the contract. But then he thought, if Ma Tianming told Zhao Tao about the deal, Zhao Tao would surely come looking for trouble to uncover the secret of the abilities. From Zhao Tao's secretive behavior, it was clear he didn't want others to know how to obtain abilities. Such a greedy guy. Okay. Su Wanting began to slowly lower the drone. Before the drone even touched the ground, the thirsty Ma Tianming yanked the bottled water down. Then, he immediately twisted open a bottle and gulped it down. He looked as desperate as if he were dying of thirst. No wonder he had been on guard for so long, only to let his guard down at the last moment of the deal. He was too thirsty to care about Shani. Seeing this scene, Su Wanting couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. This might be the daily life of most survivors. There were too few people like Shani who didn't lack food or water. Thinking of this, Su Wanting felt a bit fortunate. Now that she was with Shani, she didn't have to worry about food and drink, she just needed to wait for rescue. Although Shani liked to touch her legs and chest, the feeling of being touched was actually quite pleasant. Ah! Su Wanting suddenly screamed, startling Shani, who was immersed in studying her body. Shani, you have to look. Shen. He immediately turned to the drone's screen. Suddenly, several thick vines emerged from the black mist, wrapping around Ma Tianming tightly like wrapping Zhangzi, and began to drag him into the black mist. What's going on? 2 minutes earlier, Ma Tianming had finished a bottle of water in one go, feeling so refreshed he almost shouted. Glancing at the 2 remaining bottles, he thought about hiding them so Zhao Tao and the others wouldn't find them. Besides that, he needed to figure out a way to get more water from Shen Yi. He didn't believe Shen Yi only had a few bottles of water. After all, if he only had 3 bottles, he would never give any to others. He was sure Shen Yi had plenty of water. But how could he get the water from Shen Yi? Perhaps he could discuss it with Zhao Tao, subtly hinting at some information. With Zhao Tao's personality, he might not be able to resist the temptation and would cause trouble for Shen Yi. Then he could pretend to stand on Shen Yi's side, coercing him to give him water, and then take the opportunity to deal with Shen Yi to prevent him from revealing their transaction. Yes, that's it. A complete win. I'm such a genius. Ma Tianming was excitedly thinking when he didn't notice that behind him in the black mist, vines were creeping out as if they were alive, silently approaching him from behind. When he felt a chill at his back, he instinctively turned around, and his pupils suddenly constricted. In the reflection of Ma Tianming's pupils, countless vines lunged at him, wrapping around his body. It was too late to escape. Help! Help! It hurts! It hurts! Ah! Ma Tianming screamed, struggling violently. But the vines were incredibly strong. The more he struggled, the tighter they gripped, causing the skin on his body to turn purple, his face to flush, and his breathing to become labored. Although he was still struggling hard, it seemed to be of no use. His body was being constricted tighter and tighter by the vines, and it seemed that due to the lack of blood circulation, his entire face began to swell red and purple. The flesh on his body was also being cut open by the sharp vines, and bright red blood flowed out, staining his clothes and dripping onto the vines. Even more terrifying was that as soon as his blood dripped onto the vines, it was directly absorbed into them, disappearing without a trace. The vines seemed to become excited from the blood they had absorbed, tightening their grip on Ma Tianming's body even more, gradually tearing his entire body apart, splattering various colors of flesh and bone everywhere. 12. The monstrous creature that blocked out the sun heard Ma Tianming scream, and several people rushed out of the gymnasium. Leading the group was Zhao Tao, wearing a red short-sleeve shirt. When they saw Ma Tianming bound by vines, their faces changed dramatically, and they turned back into the gym without hesitation, abandoning Ma Tianming. In extreme despair and pain, Ma Tianming ended his life. Through drone footage, Shenyi and Su Wanting, witnessing this bloody scene, felt nauseous and nearly vomited. Damn Zhao Tao! Shenyi cursed darkly. He wasn't angry because Zhao Tao didn't save him. Whether Ma Tianming lived or died was irrelevant to him. Dying was even better. His anger stemmed from Zhao Tao's scheming against him. That's right, Zhao Tao had previously tried to set Shenyi up. Knowing there were such terrifying mutated plants outside the gym, he still wanted to trick Shenyi into coming over, claiming it was to protect him. Damn it, Zhao Tao is truly heartless. Don't let me catch you, or I'll make you pay. As Shenyi thought this, he said, bring the drone back, it might be useful later. Just as his words fell, when the drone ascended and left the black mist, a sharp bird call suddenly echoed from the remote control screen, as if it could shatter eardrums. In the footage, a giant bird dove down from the sky, its sharp claws snatching the drone from the air and carrying it away. Soon, the drone completely lost its image and signal. Ah! What was that bird just now? So big. Su Wanting couldn't help but swallow hard, her face filled with terror. Although she only caught a glimpse of the scene through the drone's camera, the feeling of it blocking out the sun, was that really a bird? Even the largest eagle on Earth now is nowhere near the size of that giant bird's wing. That was definitely a mutated monster. There are even more terrifying mutated monsters in the sky. That dreadful giant bird instilled more fear and oppression than the mutated dogs and vines. Just thinking about such a terrifying giant bird in the sky made Su Wanting hurriedly retreat back to the dormitory, not daring to approach the balcony again. Although the giant bird flew very high, what if it suddenly swooped down? There would be no time to hide. Its speed was too fast, the drone was snatched away in an instant. It seems that even birds flying in the sky can mutate. Shen Yi's expression was grave. He had thought only the plants and animals on the ground shrouded in black mist would mutate, but he didn't expect even birds to be affected. Suppressing his complex emotions, Shen Yi looked again at the chat content with Ma Tianming. Colorful fruits growing on non-mutated plants? Shen Yi opened Douyin, trying to search for related information. He didn't believe that only Zhao Tao and the entire Xia country had gained abilities. He wanted to see what others were saying. As expected, there were indeed videos being posted. Guys, I awakened superpowers. From now on, I won't eat beef. In the video, a boy around 15 or 16 years old boasted arrogantly, raising his hand as many iron objects around him flew up and hovered in the air. With another wave of his hand, all the iron objects shot out, firmly embedding themselves into the wall. If that had hit a person, they would either be dead or severely injured. What kind of ability is this? Telekinesis? Or Magneto? It feels stronger than Zhao Tao's lightning ability. Shen Yi continued to scroll through other videos. But there weren't many people showing off their superpowers so openly. As for the keywords colorful fruits, they were even harder to find. It was unclear whether those who had gained abilities were hiding it or if the platform had blocked the keywords. It's a pity the drone is gone, otherwise I could have used it to find the colorful fruits. Shen Yi lamented inwardly. For now, he needed to change to another dormitory. Although his dormitory number had not been exposed, he still needed to let other women find him in the future. What if a woman brought a group of people over? Wouldn't that put him in danger? Therefore, he decided to give women a false address first, and only reveal himself after confirming that the other person was alone. He had been too naive and not cautious enough before. But after being threatened by Ma Tianming, Shen Yi's vigilance had increased several times. From now on, whatever he did, he had to be careful. Cautious. Wary. He must remember the 6-word principle. Suwanting, pack your things, we're changing dorms. Ha? Why? Suwanting, who had just finished drinking water, was a bit confused and instinctively asked. Don't ask, just pack your things. Okay, I'll pack right away. Suwanting saw Shinyi's expression change and didn't dare to ask further. Sometimes she would still unconsciously revert to her previous identity. If a boy had dared to speak to her like this before, casually ordering her around, Suwanting would have been very angry and would have retorted. Growing up in a wealthy family, she had never experienced hardship and was quite outstanding herself. In a normal society, she indeed had the capital to be arrogant. But unfortunately, this was not the past. Shinyi was certainly not the type to please others. If it weren't for Suwanting helping him unlock new resources and being relatively obedient today, he would have unhesitatingly abandoned her. In the apocalypse, having a woman around was mostly a burden. After packing up, Shinyi took Suwanting to dormitory 610, which was 3 dorms away from 606. This place conveniently avoided the 2 dorms that might have people in them and was close to the stairwell, allowing for a quick escape from the 6th floor in case of danger. As Shinyi was prying the door open, a voice suddenly came from behind him, and he turned to look. He noticed that the door of dormitory 601 at the end of the corridor had suddenly opened. He immediately became alert, gripping the fruit knife and staring at the open door. Dormitory 601 was one of the suspected occupied dorms. Hey, don't be impulsive. I'm a person. A short boy wearing glasses came out of dormitory 601. Seeing Shinyi holding a knife, he quickly spoke up, afraid of being mistakenly harmed. Is there something? Shinyi still held the knife warily. Although they lived on the same floor, Shinyi did not know this boy. He usually had to go out to work part-time and naturally had no time to make friends. Classmate, do you have any water left? I can trade you food for it, the boy said hurriedly. If it weren't for the fact that he was running out of water, he wouldn't want to risk coming out to talk to a stranger. In this situation, people could be more dangerous than monsters. He was also a bit of a homebody who had watched plenty of apocalypse novels and movies, so he was experienced. Are you alone? Shinyi scrutinized the door of dormitory 601 and asked cautiously. Yeah, just me, and I don't have any weapons, so you don't need to worry. Although the boy had seen many apocalypse novels and movies, he clearly hadn't learned anything useful. He had revealed his vulnerability in one sentence. If Shinyi were to think darkly, he could easily threaten him into handing over food or even kill him right then. Just then, the door of dormitory 603 suddenly creaked open. 13. Discovering the ability fruit. Hello, classmates. Don't be afraid, I mean no harm. The door to dorm 603 opened. It was a boy about the same height as Shinyi, but a bit chubbier with dyed yellow hair. I just heard you chatting and saw that you're not bad people, so I came out to see if we could team up. The yellow-haired student wore a smile, seemingly trying to bridge the gap. After all, it's the apocalypse now, it's safer with more people. So, what do you think? Shall we team up, brothers? Shinyi and the bespectacled boy remained silent. The bespectacled boy stood at the door, more vigilant, ready to run back into the dorm at the first sign of danger. In this situation, who would trust a stranger and team up with them? What a joke. Come on. We're all classmates from the same school, you can't be that distrustful, right? Do you think I would dare to kill? I can't even kill a chicken, I believe you wouldn't dare to kill either, right? Otherwise, you'd end up in jail. The yellow-haired boy said helplessly. It was hard to tell if he was just overly familiar by nature or had ulterior motives. In any case, Shinyi wouldn't trust him. Anyone who does is a fool. But the bespectacled boy was clearly swayed. Well, it was only the 5th day of the apocalypse, most people still had their limits and wouldn't go so far as to kill. Do you have any water? I'd like to trade some food for water, the bespectacled boy cautiously asked a yellow-haired student. Currently, the situation was that Shinyi had a knife, and with 2 people, they held the greatest advantage. The bespectacled boy was more afraid of him. If possible, he preferred to trade with the yellow-haired boy. At least the yellow-haired student didn't have a knife. I've run out of water too, which is why I wanted to team up with you to leave the dorm together. The yellow-haired boy scratched his head, embarrassed. I see. The bespectacled boy could only look back at Shinyi. The tall beauty beside this classmate was carrying a bag, she might have water. Speaking of which, why was there a girl in the boys' dorm? Could she be this classmate's girlfriend? So beautiful. That figure, those legs, paired with those mid-calf white stockings, it was simply too two-dimensional. The Bespectacled boy restrained himself, managing not to stare at Suwanting's long legs. The yellow-haired boy also stole a few glances. There was no helping it, that figure was too attractive to men's eyes. Shinee naturally noticed the gazes of the two, and his vigilance heightened. Weighing the situation in his mind, he felt that with just a knife, even if he could kill both of them, he might also get hurt. In the apocalypse, getting injured without any medicine would likely lead to death. So there was no need to risk it. Moreover, they currently held no hostility towards him. It might be a good opportunity to develop a bit. Initially, he wanted to refuse the bespectacled boy's trade offer, but then he reconsidered and decided to agree. If he didn't trade, when the bespectacled boy became unbearably thirsty, he might just team up with the yellow-haired boy to come after him. But if they traded, as long as the bespectacled boy wasn't in a desperate situation, he definitely wouldn't team up with the yellow-haired student. First, he needed to divide the enemy, then defeat them one by one. With that thought, Shinee looked at the bespectacled boy and said, "My girlfriend and I don't have much water left, just a bottle and a half, but I can give you half a bottle." Okay. Thank you, big brother." The bespectacled boy nodded excitedly. Half a bottle of water if he conserved it, plus his own urine, could last several more days. If luck was on his side, he might even last until rescue arrived. Shinee held the knife and walked over. Suwanting quickly followed. The yellow-haired boy wisely stepped aside. However, watching Suwanting's tall figure, he couldn't help but lick his lips, a hint of desire hidden in his eyes. Damn, she's really beautiful. Those legs, I could play with them for a year. Of course, these were just thoughts in his mind. He wouldn't be foolish enough to cause trouble after seeing the knife in Shingee's hand. Entering dorm 601, an unusual smell hit him. Suwanting couldn't help but cover her nose with her hand, frowning and wanting to complain. How could this guy make it so stinky? Did he really do his business in the dorm? In comparison, Shinyee's dorm could be considered clean and hygienic. Seriously, not only is he ugly, but he's also so messy. It's disgusting. Suwanting secretly complained. Fortunately, Shinee was clean. Otherwise, she really didn't know if she could stand it. Cough, the dorm isn't really tidy, so don't mind it, the bespectacled boy said with an awkward smile. He knew the smell in the dorm wasn't great. There was nothing he could do, after all, there had been a water shortage these past few days, so he hadn't washed his feet or brushed his teeth or face, and with the added business, it was all a bit embarrassing. Especially since such a beautiful girl had seen his awkward side, he felt like he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes from the embarrassment. Shinee didn't speak because he was immediately drawn to the several potted plants on the windowsill. He didn't even know what kind of plants were in those pots, but they had already bloomed and looked beautiful. However, what caught Shinyee's attention was the center of one pink flower, which surprisingly had a colorful fruit. The fruit was small, about the size of a pinky finger, and was inconspicuous nestled in the center of the flower. Shinee secretly withdrew his gaze, pretending to examine the dorm, not revealing his excited heart, and said, "What food do you want to trade?" "I have self-heating hot pot, various flavors of instant noodles and bread, spicy strips." "What do you need?" The bespectacled boy took out all his stock and laid it on the bed for Shinee to choose. "Let me see." Shinee appeared to be seriously selecting. But in reality, he was thinking about how to get that colorful fruit. If Ma Tianming wasn't lying, eating that fruit would likely grant him supernatural abilities. Suwanting frowned deeply, covering her nose. She really didn't understand why Shinee wanted to trade for food. After all, with superpowers, couldn't he just transform into whatever he wanted to eat? Why trade? Moreover, this guy was so smelly, who knew if eating his stuff would give her diarrhea? Suwanting, who had just started enjoying a good life, was already looking down on junk food. "I'll take 2 packs of spicy instant noodles." Shinee finally picked 2 packs of noodles after a long selection. "Wanting, get a bottle of water." Suwanting obediently took out half a bottle of water from her backpack. The bespectacled boy casually glanced over and noticed that the beauty's bag indeed only had 1 bottle of water left, but she still had plenty of snacks, so it seemed this big guy was lying to him. What a genuine person. Even though he didn't have much water, he was willing to trade with him, clearly helping him out. The bespectacled boy's fondness for Shinee instantly skyrocketed. "By the way, classmate, your potted plants look quite nice. Can you give me 2? My girlfriend likes potted plants," Shinee suddenly said. "Sure, no problem. Anyway, they're all taken care of by my roommate, he probably doesn't want them anymore." The bespectacled boy didn't think much and generously let Shinee take whatever he wanted. After all, He couldn't keep them alive in the dorm anyway, since he didn't have extra water to care for useless flowers. Wanting, don't you really like potted plants? Go pick 2, we'll take them back to the dorm to take care of. Ha? Oh. Okay. I love potted plants. Su Wanting was a bit confused, not understanding why Shani suddenly said he liked potted plants. But her mind was quick, and she realized this was Shin-Yi wanting the potted plants. So she cooperatively agreed and stepped forward to pick some. 14. Gaining supernatural powers. And becoming handsome too. Su Wanting picked out 2 potted plants that were already in bloom after a while. At least they were pleasing to the eye. Then she turned to look at Shin-Yi, and seeing him nod slightly, she understood she had made the right choice. Although she didn't know why Shin-Yi wanted the potted plants, today's experience told her that if she could avoid asking, she should, and just obediently follow his lead. This way, Shin-Yi would like her even more. It's getting late, so let's head back, Shin-Yi said, suppressing his excitement and speaking calmly. Although he knew this boy probably couldn't tell anything, what if something went wrong? He wouldn't have time to regret it. Okay. Big brother, if you need anything in the future, just call me. The bespectacled boy addressed Shin-Yi as Big Brother, clearly showing his high regard for him. After all, he was the one who shared the life-saving water with him. Shin-Yi nodded and was just about to turn and leave with Su Wanting when suddenly, he heard the boy calling from behind. Big brother, wait. The bespectacled boy scratched his head and smiled shyly. Big brother, my name is Wang Bingbing, how about we exchange contact information? Sure. Shin-Yi didn't refuse and opened his WeChat to scan. The bespectacled boy quickly opened his WeChat and handed over his code. Scanning it, the addition was successful. My name is Shin-Yi, contact me on WeChat if anything comes up. Okay. Brother Shen. Finally. Shin-Yi and Su Wanting walked out of the stinky 601 dormitory. Hey, bro, do you have any extra water? Can you give me half a bottle too? The blonde boy asked with a smile. No, there's only 1 bottle left, and we need it for the 2 of us, Shin-Yi replied lightly, then left with Su Wanting. He just wanted to hurry back and study whether this colorful fruit could grant him supernatural powers. As for the blonde classmate, it didn't matter. As long as Wang Bingbing didn't team up with him, and with a knife in hand, he believed the blonde classmate wouldn't be foolish enough to see death. Instead, he could take the initiative. Arriving at the door of the 610 dormitory, Shin-Yi quickly pried it open. Since the students hadn't returned, the dormitory was relatively clean and didn't have any unpleasant odors. However, Shin-Yi still said to Su Wanting, go to the 606 dormitory and bring my bedding over. Su Wanting didn't want to sleep on someone else's bedding. Who knew if it was clean? She had a cleanliness obsession. Seeing Su Wanting leave, Shin-Yi immediately approached the potted plants, carefully observing for a while, confirming that the 2 plants had not mutated. Then, he plucked the fruit from the center of the flowers. The colorful little fruit felt slightly cool in his hand, sending a chill through his fingers into his body. This was truly remarkable. Just this chill alone made Shin-Yi certain that this colorful little fruit was definitely not an ordinary fruit. Should I eat it? Shin-Yi hesitated. What if Ma Tianming was lying to him? What if this fruit was poisonous? But with only this one fruit, it wasn't good to let Su Wanting test it for poison. What if Su Wanting awakened her powers and turned the tables? That would be a huge loss for him. Shin-Yi pondered for a moment, then took a photo of the colorful fruit with his phone and began searching for it online. After a round of searching, he found no relevant content. This proved that such a fruit might not have existed before, or it might not have been recorded. But the latter possibility was very small. After all, a plant raised by an ordinary college student couldn't possibly be a world rarity, right? Thinking this way, the colorful fruit was most likely something that appeared after the apocalypse. As for whether it was a poisonous fruit or a supernatural fruit, he could only try it. Shin-Yi was cautious, but being cautious without strength was merely hoarding food for others. He needed power. He needed immense power. If he had power, he wouldn't have to deal with Wang Bingbing and the blonde classmate today. Because there is no absolute power, one must resort to schemes and calculations of the human heart. Thinking of Huang Mao's lewd gaze, Shin-Yi decided to take a chance. If he could truly awaken a powerful ability, he could go back to save his grandmother and little sister. After much contemplation, Shin-Yi ultimately consumed the fruit. Ma Tianming, you better not be lying to me, or I'll draw a circle and curse you to the 18th level of hell. He silently prayed. As the colorful fruit entered his mouth, it almost instantly melted away. He didn't even taste anything. Immediately after, Shin-Yi felt a warmth within him, as if a strange energy was flowing through his body, making him feel warm all over, as if he were immersed in legendary spiritual water. Suddenly, his waist no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt, and his previously frail body was filled with vitality. As this warm current flowed through his limbs and bones, Shini felt increasingly comfortable, as if his strength was growing, and all the muscles in his body were pulsating. After about a few dozen seconds, Shini was completely immersed in the pleasure of his increasing power, especially as a crisp sound rang out, causing his muscles and bones to tremble, his pores to open, and a layer of dark red filth, like grease, to be expelled. In the next moment, Shini felt as if he had suddenly broken through a barrier. His entire being seemed to have shed some kind of restraint, filled with boundless strength and energy. When he opened his eyes and looked down at his body again, he was instantly shocked. He saw that the once relatively weak him now had muscles, abs, a standard six-pack. Moreover, he was filled with strength, feeling as if he could punch through a wall. Soon after, Shini felt a slight itch on his face. He instinctively wiped it, only to find his hand covered in red impurities, which smelled terrible. Frowning, Shini took out a makeup mirror from Su Waning's bag and looked at his face. His face was covered in many impurities, but after wiping them away, his previously ordinary features appeared much more three-dimensional, even handsome. His looks had actually improved. What kind of ability fruit is this? Shini was somewhat surprised. Increased strength, increased looks, increased abs. It was hard to say what kind of fruit it was. But if he ate a few more, could he continue to evolve? Could he even significantly enhance his strength? As for looks, although Shini thought it wasn't important, he would certainly be happy to become more handsome. However, compared to the improvement in looks, he valued strength more. In the apocalypse, strength is the most important thing. As long as he had strength, even if he was ugly, beautiful women would still throw themselves at him. What? If they didn't throw themselves at him? Then he would just take it. Otherwise, what was the point of having strength? Shini couldn't help but smile wickedly, wanting to show a charming grin. Ma Tianming really didn't lie to him. This colorful fruit was indeed an ability fruit. However, the ability he gained seemed to enhance his physicality, completely different from Zhao Tao. Just as Shini was thinking this, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. 15. Body Evolution. Su Waning's little thoughts detected that the host has a qualified combat power value. Personal panel has been opened, the host can view it by themselves. Shini raised an eyebrow. Personal panel? It actually requires a certain combat power value to unlock. Open the panel. He silently thought. Then, a virtual screen appeared before his eyes. Host, Shini age, 20 combat power value, 10 unlocked supplies, Master Schweiss. Mineral water, freshly roasted chicken acquired ability, body evolution LV1 body evolution, LV1 your body has completed an evolution for some reason, greatly enhancing your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. Body evolution. It really is a physical ability. Although it's not as flashy as Zhao Tao's lightning ability, Shini could feel that his strength was definitely not inferior to Zhao Tao's lightning that could pierce a can. Moreover, judging from the level symbol of body evolution, the ability should be upgradable. The higher the level, the stronger it must be. As for how to upgrade the level, Shini was not clear for now. Perhaps he needed to continue eating ability fruits? Or maybe he needed to train himself? In any case, no matter what, he now at least had a clear goal. Collect ability fruits. He would never let them go when he saw them in the future. As long as he had enough abilities in a high enough level, he could take down anything that ran on the ground or flew in the sky. However, after evolving his body once, he only had a combat power value of 10? He clearly felt his strength was overwhelming. Was this combat power value too low? Thinking of this, Shini looked at the bedboard of an empty bed. Then, he wrapped his hand with a pillowcase, raised his fist, and slammed it down hard. Bang! A crisp sound echoed, and the bedboard was actually smashed through by him. And Shinyi's hand only felt a little numb, not even painful. The thickness of the bedboard was about 4 to 5 centimeters. Even someone who practiced boxing for years could not easily break through it. This was enough to prove that Shinyi's strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. With this strength, the system actually only gave him a rating of 10 combat power. It seemed that the scoring of combat power was quite valuable. By the way, I wonder if ability fruits count as a type of supplies. Shin-Yi murmured softly. If ability fruits also counted as supplies, that would be amazing. Unlimited stacking of ability fruits, simply invincible. Shin-Yi? Just as Shin-Yi was thinking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Su Wanting, holding a blanket, looked at the dirt-covered Shin-Yi in surprise, then couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. A foul smell wafted from him. What was going on? He had only been gone for a few minutes. How did Shin-Yi become so smelly? Moreover, he seemed to have grown taller and become a bit more handsome. At first, Su Wanting almost thought she was mistaken, which was why she called out uncertainly. Just in time, I need to take a shower, come help me scrub my back. Shinee did not explain the ability to Su Wanting. Although he could easily handle Su Wanting now, the method of obtaining the ability should not be easily revealed, otherwise, it was hard to ensure that Su Wanting wouldn't have ulterior motives. The dirt expelled from the body evolution was quite smelly, it needed a good wash. Shower? How do we wash? Su Wanting hesitated for a moment. Shinee didn't speak but first locked the dormitory door, then waved his hand, and nearly 100 bottles of mineral water appeared out of thin air on a bed. Su Wanting's eyes widened in shock. Although she knew Shinee could conjure food and water, producing so much water at once astonished her. At first, she thought Shinee's ability had some limitations, like being able to conjure only a few bottles of water or one roasted chicken a day. But now it seemed that was not the case. That being said, Shinee's abilities are even more powerful than I imagined. Moreover, he not only has the ability to conjure food. This sudden height increase and becoming handsome must also be an ability? Shinee might have more than one ability. What are you thinking about? Come over and scrub my back. Shinee, who had taken off his clothes, called out. Oh, coming. Su Wanting's cheeks flushed, feeling a bit shy, but she still took the towel and approached. After all, they had already been intimate, and they had seen everything. However, when she wiped away the dirt on Shinee's body and got a good look at his physique, she was stunned. The originally somewhat frail Shinee actually had abs. 6 perfectly defined ones, looking exceptionally attractive. No, not just abs. He even had a V-shaped waist. What a fantastic body. Even better than those fitness trainers. Shinee's physique, evolved from his physical body, wasn't the kind of bulky muscle build, but rather a beautifully contoured body, pleasing in every aspect. The more she scrubbed Shinee's back, the redder Su Wanting's face became, but she was also more excited. Shinee becoming handsome and strong was still for her enjoyment. Originally somewhat dissatisfied with Shinee's looks and physique, Su Wanting was now incredibly thrilled. He couldn't help but start fantasizing about what would happen next. Shinee, meanwhile, was holding his phone, rapidly accepting friend requests and copying and sending the same message to each one, send photos, as long as they meet the standards, food and drinks are on me. Experiencing the thrill of physical evolution, he was now very excited, wanting to unlock more resources, preferably the ability fruit. If not, having some firearms would be fine. 2. This feeling of becoming stronger was really exhilarating, even more so than being intimate with Su Wanting. Speaking of which, Shinee suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, I remember you have a few friends who are also quite good looking? They're okay, but none of them are as good looking as me. Su Wanting realized something was off. Then contact your pretty friends and ask if they need food and water. Shun-Yi had some impression that Su Wanting had a few friends who looked decent. One of them was even more beautiful than Su Wanting. But he didn't know that girl's name, he had only seen her once when she came to find Su Wanting, and she was stunning. It seemed that girl should also meet the system's standards. Alright, I'll ask. Su Wanting hesitated, she didn't want to share food with others. Even less did she want to share her boyfriend with other women. But Su Wanting didn't dare to refuse Shinee, so while sending the message, she secretly cursed him. She already had someone, yet he was still thinking about other women. How shameless could he be? And the ones he was thinking about were her close friends. If her friend ended up sharing a boyfriend with her, wouldn't that be incredibly awkward? Damn, the heartless scumbag. Stinky man. Do you think the apocalypse means you can do whatever you want? How despicable. Just wait, I won't let you off tonight. I'll make sure you don't dare think about other women again. Su Wanting secretly cursed, putting more strength into scrubbing his back. If she could take Shinee on, she definitely wouldn't hold back. 16. Beautiful bestie time flows. Another night has passed. Today is the 6th day of the apocalypse. Rescue has still not arrived. Social order is on the brink of collapse. Many survivors are fighting fiercely for a bite to eat, a bottle of water. Burning, killing, looting, and raping, these acts that would never openly appear in Xia country are now almost everywhere. Around 11 o'clock in Dorm 610. Shinee was naked, gnawing on a roast chicken, while Su Wanting looked on eagerly, like a child who had made a mistake. Let me see your phone. After finishing the chicken leg, Shinee took a sip of mineral water, wiped his hands with a few tissues, and looked at Su Wanting. What do you want to see? Open WeChat, I want to see how your bestie replied to you. Shin-Yi wanted to check if Su Wanting had obediently messaged her friend. If she didn't listen, it would prove she had ulterior motives. Having Ulterior motives would mean she might betray him. Shin-hee wouldn't keep a woman who wanted to betray him, even if she served him. Well, now that he was in a rational state of mind, it was just like that. Only one person replied, the others didn't. Su Wanting unlocked her phone, clicked into WeChat, and handed it over. Although she felt uncomfortable and jealous, she didn't dare to refuse. Again. Shin-hee took the phone and said, "Come over and eat, remember, don't have the same thoughts as last night." I absolutely won't make you angry again. Su Wanting nodded excitedly, then ran over to rummage through Shin-hee's leftover bones, finding meat to gnaw on. She looked like she had been hungry all morning. Shin-hee browsed through Su Wanting's WeChat. She had obediently messaged over a dozen friends, but only one girl with the nickname Jiang Nanyan replied. Shin-hee clicked into Jiang Nanyan's moments, flipped through a few pages, and found a photo of the girl. His eyes brightened slightly. Very beautiful. From her face, there was a mature and alluring vibe. Moreover, the photo showed no signs of PS whitening. As for why the system didn't trigger a prompt, it was because Shin-hee had tested it before. The system wouldn't trigger a prompt just from a photo unless the photo was sent to Shin-hee by the person herself, and it had to be her real photo. If there was any PS editing or beautification, it wouldn't trigger a prompt. This also saved Shin-hee from being deceived by fake photos. After thinking for a moment, Shin-hee replied to Jiang Nanyan, using Su Wanting's account. Little bunny Guai Guai, I have water and food here, come find me. Little bunny Guai Guai was Su Wanting's online name. Su Wanting peeked over, feeling quite frustrated. Her boyfriend was flirting with her bestie, and she still had to help. Isn't this self-sabotage? Jiang Nanyan, really? Wanting, where are you? I haven't eaten for almost 2 days. Little bunny Guai Guai, I'm in the boys' dormitory at a campus with a friend, it's very safe here, come find me. While Shin-hee was replying to messages, he deliberately took a few photos of the mineral water and roast chicken and sent them to the girl. Jiang Nan Yen, wow. You actually have so much water and cooked chicken. Little bunny Guai Guai, do you wanna come over? Give an hour. Past relationship, I can take care of you. Jiang Nanyan, the boys' dormitory, it's a bit far from me. Jiang Nanyan, Wanting, if I come to find you, can I bring 2 friends along? Little bunny Guai Guai, boys or girls? We only have girls here. If you bring a boyfriend, I'm afraid my friend might mind. Su Wanting saw the message Shin-hee sent and couldn't help but secretly disdain him. Clearly, he was the one with ulterior motives, yet he pretended to be innocent. Disgusting. But these words she only dared to complain about in her heart. Because she was jealous and acted petulantly last night, Shin-hee punished her by not allowing her to eat or drink anything this morning. If she angered Shin-hee again, she might really be kicked out. Just thinking about the monsters outside the building and the lewd gazes of those 2 boys on the 6th floor made her very scared. Although Shin-hee was a playboy, at least he had superpowers that ensured she wouldn't have to worry about food or water. Moreover, he had become more handsome and enduring. His abs and chest muscles felt very nice to touch. In comparison, she didn't want to interact with those 2 smelly boys at all, just seeing them made her feel disgusted. Su Wanting was still as arrogant as ever, her personality, formed since childhood, was not so easily changed. However, her target of arrogance was no longer Shin-hee. Jiang Nanyan, all my friends are girls, how could I possibly have a boyfriend? I'm also worried that boys might have ulterior motives towards us, especially since there are no legal constraints now. Jiang Nanyan, Wanting, why would you ask such a question? Such a question? Shin-hee was taken aback and looked at Su Wanting. Could there be some little secret or code between them? What does that mean? Jiang Nanyan is a bit of a light lesbian and dislikes men, so she definitely wouldn't look for a boyfriend. Your question just made her suspicious. If it were me, I wouldn't ask that question, since I used to tease her about her sexual orientation, Su Wanting explained. Shin-hee understood and continued to type and coax. Regardless of whether she was a lesbian or disliked men, Shin-hee was just trying to unlock resources. He wasn't pursuing any feelings or affection. In the apocalypse, who still played the innocent card? Little bunny, I certainly know your orientation, but my friend is worried you'll be with boys, so I asked a bit more. Little bunny, since your friends aren't boys, bring them over, it's very safe here. Jiang Nanyan, okay, we'll pack up and head out. Shin-hee slowly revealed a smile. As expected. Using Su Wanting's account to trick her friend was much more efficient than searching for a needle in a haystack. The reason was simple, beautiful girls likely had beautiful friends too. Plus, since they had a good relationship, it would definitely be easier to fool them than strangers. As for the friends Jiang Nanyan brought, it depended on how they looked. If they met the system's standards, Shinyi would hit the jackpot. It would be like buying one and getting two free. If they didn't meet the standards, then they could be kicked out. After all, they were just two female college students, and with Shinyi's current strength, dealing with two adult men was no problem, let alone women. The enhancement from physical evolution was enormous. After a night of adaptation, he felt that he could handle 4 or 5 adults without any issue. Meanwhile, on the other side, in an office of a teaching building, 3 girls were chatting while packing their belongings. Nanyan, how's your friend's character? She wouldn't trick us, would Sheila? A chubby girl asked with some doubt. No, she might have a bad personality, sometimes arrogant and selfish. But she wouldn't deceive her friends. Besides, what do I have that she would want to trick me for? A very beautiful girl with delicate features sighed. To be honest, I didn't expect her to contact me actively and be willing to share food with us. Maybe I misjudged her before. She's not that selfish. Disasters reveal people's true hearts. I see, that's good. I'm starving. Let's hurry up and leave. The chubby girl nodded excitedly and couldn't help but complain. I just don't understand why your friend went to such a disgusting place like the boys' dorm. Just thinking about all those boys living there makes me feel nauseous. I don't know. Maybe there's something dangerous in the girls' dormitory? Jiang Nanyan was also a bit puzzled, faintly feeling that Su Wanting was acting strangely. But she was too hungry, too weak to think about those details. Their food had long been finished, and they had been enduring hunger for the past 2 days. If it weren't for the message Su Wanting sent last night, Jiang Nanyan would have been ready to risk going out to find food. One should not have malicious intentions, but one should also be cautious of others. Given the current situation outside, we need to be a bit more careful. At that moment, a mature woman wearing glasses spoke up. 17. Punishment for Su Wanting. Jiang Nanyan looked at the mature woman who was speaking and nodded seriously. Yes, teacher Bai is right. Although Su Wanting and I are very good friends, we still need to be cautious. And besides, it's quite a long way from the teaching building to the dormitory. There might be mutated monsters in the black mist downstairs, so we have to be careful. We can find some weapons to take with us, just in case we encounter danger. Yes. Yes. We girls are inherently weak, unlike those stinky men who are so strong. The over 160-pound chubby girl agreed with a frown and angrily said, those stinky men always talk about ladies first, saying they will protect us women and children in times of disaster, but when the apocalypse really comes, not a single man comes to protect us. A bunch of scummy men. I think there shouldn't be men in this world. That way, we girls would definitely be happier. Listening to the chubby girl's incessant chatter, Jiang Nanyan and teacher Bai exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly, but they didn't say anything. Although they also disliked men, they never thought about a world without them. Disliking was just based on their own preferences, unrelated to existence. The 3 of them packed their things and cautiously opened the door, stepping outside. There were also quite a few survivors hiding in other classrooms. Upon hearing footsteps in the corridor, many of them peeked out. When they saw beautiful women, many male survivors' eyes lit up. Rescue had not yet arrived, the emergency call lines were down, and food and water had long been consumed. At this point, most survivors were on the brink of collapse. Now they faced a moral dilemma, either go out to find food or steal from others. But clearly, most people were too afraid to go out. Because in the past 2 days, most of those who left the building had died in the black mist. Those who occasionally returned were also terrified, as if they had seen some horrific monster. And those who managed to bring back food and water were even fewer. When food and water could no longer meet everyone's basic needs, chaos began. Moreover, because the officials had not shown up for a long time, some people's malicious thoughts began to fester. Since no one cared when people died, then surely no one would care if I did something bad. Thus, some students with ulterior motives began to take notice of the girls, even starting to use force. Without the constraints of morality and law, people had no limits. Just like Shin. He took in girls with supplies. But compared to those who killed and raped, he still had some bottom line. However, some survivors with no bottom line secretly followed Jiang Nanyan and the others. Jiang Nanyan, we are going out. Heading towards the dormitory. Jiang Nanyan, I want to ask, there shouldn't be any danger near the dormitory building, right? Little bunny, no, I've gone in and out a few times. There's no danger in the dormitory building, but I don't know about the distance. Jiang Nanyan, okay. Little bunny, I'm on the 6th floor, just come up directly when you arrive. Jiang Nanyan, okay. After Su Wanting replied to Jiang Nanyan's message, she felt a bit guilty. How? Could there be no danger outside the dormitory building? She had seen a man-eating mutated dog with her own eyes. But to lure Jiang Nanyan over, she could only continue to follow Xinyi's previous words and speak carelessly. If Jiang Nanyan had bad luck and encountered that mutated dog, she couldn't be blamed. She only said there was no danger in the dormitory building, but she never said there was no danger outside the dormitory building. Well, you keep communicating with your friends. If you can get a friend to come over, I'll reward you with 2 roasted chickens, but it must be a female friend, and she can't be ugly, Xinyi said with satisfaction. Okay. Su Wanting's eyes immediately brightened. The smell of roast chicken is really fragrant. But every time I can only eat the leftovers that Xinyi leaves behind, it's simply not enough, and I can't even get full. If I could call a friend over, I could trade for 2 delicious roast chickens, that would definitely be worth it. Anyway, I can't refuse Xinyi's requests, so why not fight for a little benefit for myself? 2 roast chickens would be enough for me to eat comfortably for 2 or 3 days. Just like that, Su Wanting immediately picked up her phone and started calling other friends who hadn't replied to her messages on WeChat. Xinyi watched Su Wanting bustling around and was not surprised. This is one of the reasons. He controls the supplies. Only by making Su Wanting go hungry would she have the motivation to work and be obedient. If food were abundant, she definitely wouldn't be as motivated as she is now. In fact, she might even pull tricks. Like she did last night. Trying to squeeze me dry, not allowing me to chat with other women, not even letting me come into contact with other women. What a joke. Do you think we're in a relationship? You want to restrict my personal freedom? You really think too highly of yourself. How could Xinyi give up unlocking system supplies for a single tree? Thus, Xinyi punished the overstepping Su Wanting, making her eat only the bones she had gnawed on this morning. Want to eat meat and other food? No way. Xinyi added quite a few friends today. He wanted to quickly filter out some girls that met the system's standards before the internet and electricity were cut off. Given the current situation, it wouldn't be long before the network and power would be interrupted. After all, in a post-apocalyptic disaster, no one is maintaining the power-generating equipment, and it's highly likely to malfunction. Moreover, with various mutated plants and animals causing trouble, the chances of problems occurring are even higher. To be honest, Xinyi was already quite surprised that the internet and power had lasted for 6 days without interruption. This might also be the reason survivors believe that the authorities will still come to rescue them. Counselor Wang Jiaxing, at Xinyi, is Xin here? Can you reply to the message? Counselor Wang Jiaxing, Xin, I know you can see my message. All the students in our class need your help now. I see you've posted some messages in many groups, which proves you should have plenty of water and food, right? So, could you spare some to help your classmates and teachers? Counselor Wang Jiaxing, of course, we won't let you help for free. I can personally offer 500 yuan, consider it a purchase from you. Since you have plenty of food and water, just sell some to the teachers. While making money, you're also doing a good deed that benefits social unity. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu, at Xinyi, what Counselor Wang said is right. Xinyi, please help us, we're all classmates. It's understandable if you don't help others, but not helping your own classmates is too stingy. Xin Haoran, +1, I'm also willing to put out 500 yuan. Xinyi, if you have extra water, sell us a few bottles. Jin Rui, at Xinyi, speak up. I know you're online. Wang Lily, I also saw Shen Yi's messages in the group next door. Since you're willing to take in girls, you should be a kind-hearted person. Can you help us? Mahon, I remember Xinyi used to have a good personality. He shouldn't just stand by and watch. Teacher Qi, Associate Professor Xinyi, although you usually say little, you are indeed a good kid. This was the message in the class group. Xinyi only clicked in to take a look because he saw someone constantly tagging him. As a result, he found the counselor inexplicably tagging him to buy water and food, and then all the students started tagging him, reaching out for water and food, as if they had all agreed on it. Xinyi was amused by the moral coercion from this group of classmates. 18. Power outage. Another beauty has arrived. Xinyi, you don't need to pay attention to these messages in the class group, ignore them. They're all just a bunch of bastards trying to take advantage of you. Su Wanting also saw the messages in the group. How could she let Xinyi take the risk of delivering water and food to others? It's so dangerous outside. What if something happened to Xinyi? What would she do? Although Su Wanting was essentially thinking of herself, her words weren't wrong. A bunch of bastards. Of course, I can't give them food and water, Xinyi sneered. When he was bullied by Jin Rui and a few roommates before, he sought help from the counselor, but the counselor said that everyone is classmates and there's no need to fall out over such trivial matters, even saying, why does your roommate only bully you and not others? Such outrageous statements might be jokes online, but they really exist in reality, and there are quite a few. Shin-hee encountered this. So he had no good feelings for this self-righteous counselor. On the contrary, if he had the chance, he would definitely let the counselor experience the feeling of being bullied by him instead of others. With that thought, Shin-hee took out a few bottles of water and a roast chicken from the system space, then laid out some snacks on the table, took a photo, and posted it in the group. Shin-hee, indeed, I still have plenty of water and food, but I'm just bad and don't want to give it to you. Are you angry? Jin Rue, at Shin-hee, are you sick? What are you pretending for? Just wait. Group member Jin Rue has been muted by the administrator for 29 days, 23 hours. And 59 minutes, Counselor Wang Jiaxing, Student Shin, don't pay attention to Jin Rue, I've muted him. How about this, I'll offer you 1,000 yuan if you bring us the chicken and those bottles of water. I guarantee I won't deduct your credits anymore. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu, wow. There's actually chicken? And it's still steaming, did it just come out of the pot? Shin-hee, brother Shin. Give me some. I haven't offended you, I've always regarded you as my big brother. Wang Lily, Jin Rue is really bad. Student Shin-hee, don't listen to her. Wang Lily, can I have a bit of that chicken? I can come find you. Shin Haoran, Shin-hee, I believe you're different from that loser Jin Rue. If you help me now, when my dad comes, I'll pay you back tenfold. My dad is the director, I'm not lying to you. Su Wanting, everyone shut up, Shin-hee won't give you food. Wan Lily, Su Wanting, what does it have to do with you? You should be the one to shut up. Student Shin-hee wouldn't be as selfish as you. Mahon, Su Wanting, no matter how good looking you are, being this selfish is useless. Without morals, you won't live long. Shin Haoran, exactly. Su Wanting was furious. Seeing that Shin-hee didn't oppose her, she posted their intimate photos in the group to prove their close relationship. A bunch of outsiders actually dared to insult her. She couldn't stand it. Wang Lily? Su Wanting, you and Shin-hee are together? Mahong, in this photo, are you two dating? Sun Bowen, hee, I didn't expect Shin-hee to actually sleep with our class's big beauty for just a few bottles of water, that's quite a bargain, he must have been played out these days. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu, at Sun Bowen, stop barking. Who Shin-hee wants to be with is none of your business. Sun Bowen, you pathetic sycophant. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu, damn. Don't think I don't know you're with Jin Rue, are you trying to help Jin Rue annoy my brother Shin? Hee, who's the sycophant? I see you're the one who's Jin Rue's sycophant. Group member Sun Bowen has been muted by the administrator for 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu, at Shin-hee, brother Shin, don't take that idiot Sun Bowen's words seriously. If you encounter any trouble in the future, I will definitely be the first to help you. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu, at Su Wanting, sister-in-law. Say a few words to brother Shen and let him help us students. Shin Haoran, +1, brother Shin, please take us alone. Teacher Chi, Associate Professor Student Shin, for the sake of an old teacher like me, please help out, I still have children at home to take care of. Shin-hee ignored this group of fence-sitters and directly left the group. Especially Shin Haoran and Lin Yu, these two fools had previously stood on a moral high ground in other groups criticizing themselves, and now they had changed their faces. So cheap. Instead of wasting time with this group of trash, it would be better to quickly add a few more friends, maybe he could unlock 2 more types of resources. However, judging by the drastic change in these classmates' attitudes, the current survivors were not having an easy time. For a sip of water and a bite to eat, they had started to lower themselves and beg, almost to the point of kneeling. Even the usually serious and unsmiling teacher Chi was in this state. One can only say that in the face of disaster, everyone is equal. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. During this time, Shin-hee added dozens of friends, but either it was men using female accounts to deceive him or miniature tanks, with none meeting the system's standards. The most outrageous was a guy dressed as a woman who even sent his cross-dressing photos, saying that if he wasn't picky, he could bring his own lubricant. Damn! Shin-hee cursed and directly blocked him. The world is going downhill. All sorts of weirdos are coming out. There were even quite a few people openly and secretly inquiring about his address. Shin-hee was certainly not stupid and didn't engage in deep conversations with them, he just blocked and deleted them in one go. What a bunch of idiots, what's the point of prying into my words? Just for a few bottles of water? With this time, can't they just go to the supermarket themselves? Shin-hee cursed again and deleted another guy who was trying to get his address. He just couldn't understand, did these people have no brains? Even if they got his address, what good would it do? If they Had the time to come find him for trouble, they might as well go to the supermarket or convenience store, where there were definitely still unpolluted drinks and snacks. But these guys just didn't know how to think and insisted on prying into his address. It was evident that on the 6th day of the apocalypse, people's IQ had really dropped. It's been so long, why hasn't your friend come yet? Shinny looked at Su Wanting and asked in confusion. Even in another campus. It should take about an hour to get here, something couldn't have happened, right? I'll call her and ask, Su Wanting said, starting to dial. Shuni continued to accept friend requests. However, just as they were busy, the lights that had been on suddenly went out with a pop. The phone that had been charging also suddenly stopped charging. This is a power outage? Shini and Su Wanting exchanged glances, both looking rather grim. A power outage. This meant they would lose light at night from now on. Moreover, the more frustrating part was that once the phone's battery ran out, it would no longer be able to charge. No, there were ways, but it would be much more troublesome. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Suddenly, a phone rang outside the door. Su Wanting glanced at her phone, then looked at Shini and said, "It seems they have arrived." Hang up the phone first. Shini walked to the dormitory door and quietly opened a crack to look outside. 19, fighting? This is fighting. In the pitch-black corridor, 3 figures huddled together, carefully walking down the hallway by the faint light of their phones. Since Shini didn't let Su Wanting tell Jiang Nanyan the exact dormitory number, they were trying to contact Su Wanting while searching for the dormitory. This also gave Shini time to observe them secretly. There should be 3 girls. But why is one of them so fat? Does that even meet the system's standards? Shini silently complained. Although it was dark in the corridor due to the power outage, the outlines were still vaguely visible. There were indeed 3 women, but one of them was just too fat. The other 2 were quite good, especially one of them, whose figure was curvy, like a ripe peach. Confirming their gender, Shini then said to Su Wanting, "Tell them the dormitory number and let them come over." Su Wanting responded and began messaging Jiang Nanyan back. At the same time, she secretly thought that it would be best if Shini wasn't interested in Jiang Nanyan, or else they might be driven away. She didn't want to share a man with anyone, let alone share food and water. Not even if that person was her best friend. Jiang Nanyan had actually not been wrong before. Su Wanting was indeed that selfish. Especially in the apocalypse, her selfishness became even more apparent. Of course, in reality, when faced with a disaster, most people wouldn't be willing to share food and water with others, which is quite normal. If someone shares without compensation, that would be strange. What Jiang Nanyan found odd before was this. Why was Su Wanting so good to her, willing to share food and water, and even offer them a safe shelter? In fact, if she thought about it a little more, she could detect the loopholes in Su Wanting's words, and at the very least, realize that Su Wanting's invitation wasn't that simple. In 6:10, Jiang Nanyan received Su Wanting's message. At this moment, she had already sensed something was off. But she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. However, they had already taken the risk to come here, so they couldn't go back now, right? They had almost died outside just moments ago. As soon as they left the teaching building, a few boys had followed them, trying to do something bad to them. Luckily, they had hidden in the black mist just in time, otherwise, if that group of boys had caught them, Jiang Nanyan didn't dare to think further. After that, they had barely escaped those wolf-like boys, only to encounter mutated plants, which scared them into running around in a panic. If they hadn't run around in the black mist and lost their direction, it wouldn't have taken them over 2 hours to find their way here. The 3 of them followed the dormitory number and found dorm 610. The door to 610 was actually open. Moreover, a rich aroma of meat wafted out. It was the smell of chicken. The 3 girls instinctively swallowed, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Jiang Nanyan cautiously reached out and gently pushed the door open. What appeared before her was her good friend, Su Wanting. This made Jiang Nanyan secretly breathe a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that when she opened the door, some monster would jump out at her. Xiao Yan, welcome. Su Wanting greeted her with a smile, very warmly. Wanting, long time no see. Jiang Nanyan forced a friendly smile, her dry lips barely moving. Already hungry and thirsty, after spending over 2 hours in the black mist, her body was extremely dehydrated. Thankfully, she finally saw her good friend and could replenish her fluids soon. It seemed her good friend really wasn't lacking in food and water. Her face was as smooth as before, clearly having eaten and drunk well these past 2 days. Ah, why is there a disgusting man here? Suddenly, the fat girl frowned and spoke up. Jiang, Nanyan was taken aback and only then noticed Shani sitting on the bed. There really was a boy. How could there be a boy? Su Wanting said she and her friends are all girls, right? What did you say? Shani frowned, his cold gaze directed at the chubby girl. The chubby girl was startled and instinctively took a step back, but then she remembered there were 3 of them, and she was a woman. So her confidence returned. She glared at Shani and shouted, "What's wrong? I just said a few words to you, and you, a big man, want to hit a little girl? Don't you have any grace? Is this how easily you get triggered? Seriously, disgusting." Before the chubby girl could finish her sentence, Shinyi's fist had already landed on her fat face. With a loud bang, the chubby girl flew out of the dormitory, crashing heavily against the wall with a wail. In the hallway, hearing the footsteps, Huang Mao and Wang Bingbing, who had secretly opened the dormitory door to observe, were stunned by the scene. One punch sent her flying. What kind of strength was that? Forget about hitting a girl. Even if it were them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hiss, why does it feel like this guy has grown a lot? Taller and seems to have become a bit more handsome after just one night. Huang Mao thought to himself. Is this a second growth spurt? What's going on, developing so fast? And why are 3 girls coming to the boys' dormitory? Who are they looking for? Oh, 2 of the girls are really pretty. It seems like I could try to win them over, then I could find a girlfriend and have more help. That mature-looking one is quite nice, and the mature woman is also very appealing. I'll see how it goes later. Maybe I can take the opportunity to win one over. Wang Bingbing didn't think as much as Huang Mao. When he saw Shani make a move, he immediately closed the door and hid in the dormitory, not curious about what was happening outside. Staying alive is the most important thing. How can you just hit someone like that? Zhang Nanyan looked at Shani in disbelief. The mature woman quickly went to check on the chubby girl's condition. Seeing her face covered in blood and unconscious, her expression turned anxious as she hurriedly tried to help stop the bleeding. This fat pig said I was triggered, right? No doubt, I am triggered. Shani casually twisted his fist, having held back some of his strength. Otherwise, he could have killed this foul-mouthed fat woman with one punch. It's the apocalypse, and she still dares to throw punches. Now you'll know what real fighting is. Although the 2 girls in front of him met the system's standards, it didn't mean Shani had to compromise. If it came to a falling out, Shani wouldn't mind kicking all 3 of them out. Ding! Detected. A goddess meeting system standards. Beginning detailed information scan. Name Zhang Nanyan, age 20, appearance 92 points, figure 94 points, inner self 100 points, untouched, total score 96 points, evaluation. Taking her in can unlock a random resource. Ding! Detected a goddess meeting system standards. Beginning detailed information scan. Name by Cindy, age 29, appearance 90 points, figure 96 points, inner self 100 points, untouched, total score 96 points, evaluation. Taking her in can unlock a random resource. That's right, the other mature woman also meets the system's standards. Her appearance is not much worse than Zhang Nanyan's, and her figure is quite impressive, exceptionally mature, like a ripe peach. If it weren't for triggering the system panel, Shani would have thought this woman was a young married woman. But unexpectedly, she turned out to be a 29-year-old old virgin. You are too much. How can you be so heavy-handed with a girl? The mature woman by Cindy looked at Shani, though somewhat afraid of this violent man, she still bravely spoke up for her student. I'm too much? This dead fat pig came in and insulted me. Why? Didn't you stop her? Don't you think she's gone too far? Instead, you think I'm the one who's gone too far as a victim? Shani sneered. But even so, you can't beat her up like this. Bicini felt a bit awkward being called out, but Shani claiming to be the victim was simply absurd. How can a victim punch the perpetrator so hard that they fly away? This has knocked someone out cold. Wenting, is he your boyfriend? Didn't you say your friend was a girl? Zhang Nanyan couldn't help but question Su Wenting. She realized she had been deceived. Moreover, this man was so vicious and violent right from the start, which made her very scared. 20, she had fallen. Xiaoyan, don't you want food and water? My boyfriend has plenty here. As long as you're willing to stay, he'll take care of all your meals and drinks. Su Wanting was not embarrassed at all. Instead, she picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table and a whole steaming roast chicken, inviting Zhang Nanyan. If she could keep this best friend around, she would get 2 roast chickens. Although Su Wanting didn't want to share her boyfriend with other women, she knew she couldn't change Shinyi's mind. Shun Yi would definitely not have only one woman in the future. Since she knew she couldn't stop it, Su Wanting decided not to interfere, otherwise if she angered Shani, she might end up starving or even getting kicked out. It was better to be accommodating. So, she changed her mindset and began to help Shani deceive her best friend. This way, at least she could get a reward, and if Shani was happy, she might even get more rewards. Most importantly, even if Shani had other women in the future, as long as she was the most favored, she could be the main wife. Water? And meat? Jiang Nanyan's throat moved, and she instinctively swallowed. But her mouth was so dry that she couldn't produce any saliva. Horror. Body's instincts made her want to rush over and grab the water to drink and the meat to eat, but her rationality held her back. If she really rushed over, she might get punched out. Or even killed. She was very thin and couldn't take a hit. Nan Yen. Don't fall for it. We should go. Let's leave right now. Bai Sini quickly spoke up to stop her. Although she was also very hungry and thirsty, she would never sell her body and soul for a bite to eat. This woman in front of them had clearly deceived them to find a mistress for her boyfriend. How shameless. How could there be such a brazen woman? Jiang Nanyan also thought Su Wanting was shameless. She even wanted to scold her fiercely. How could you deceive your best friend? I treat you as a friend, and what do you treat me as? You actually want me to be a mistress for your boyfriend? But that chicken smelled so good. Just smelling it was so fragrant. If she could take a bite, wouldn't she be soaring? The more she thought about it, the more Jiang Nanyan's resolve wavered. It seemed that compared to starving to death or dying of thirst, she would rather sell her body and soul. If someone had asked Jiang Nanyan 2 days ago whether she would choose to starve to death or sell her body, she would have humiliated them fiercely and then showcased her noble soul and body. But after being hungry for 2 days and thirsty for one, her noble soul had been completely corroded. Especially when she saw the liquid flowing in that water bottle, she felt all her cells craving food. She had fallen. Teacher Bai, I'm sorry, I can't move anymore. After saying this, Jiang Nanyan's delicate cheeks flushed slightly, and then she ran to Su Wanting, wanting to drink water and eat meat. Su Wanting didn't immediately give her the water. Instead, she smiled and asked, Xiaoyan, you should understand what it means to drink this bottle of water, right? Humiliation, absolute humiliation. I understand. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Shani. Although being humiliated in front of the teacher made her feel extremely embarrassed, the hunger and thirst in her body overwhelmed that shame, and she still answered Su Wanting. Even if she had to do that kind of thing, it didn't matter anymore. At worst, it would just be like being bitten by a dog. And this dog looked quite handsome, not unpleasant at all. Alright, since you understand, then go ahead and drink it, my good sister. Su Wanting smiled as she handed a bottle of water to Jiang Nanyan, as if it were charity. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Nanyan excitedly took the mineral water, her hands trembling as she twisted the cap. She had been hungry for too long and thirsty for too long, she had hardly any strength left. Even twisting the cap was very strenuous. What young lady? She's just like a dog. Looking at Jiang Nanyan, who compromised so easily, Su Wanting secretly despised her while feeling a bit pleased. She had always been annoyed by Jiang Nanyan, who always pretended to be aloof. Always looking so cold, as if she were so noble. The key was that there were particularly many boys pursuing Jiang Nanyan, even more than those pursuing her, which made Su Wanting even more jealous. But since Jiang Nanyan's family background was not worse than her own, she couldn't afford to offend her. But now, seeing the woman she once envied kneeling before her, submitting to her boyfriend, felt really satisfying. Su Wanting suddenly thought that helping Shani deceive her best friend was actually quite enjoyable. In the future, she would be the main wife and could make Jiang Nanyan, the mistress, run errands for her. It was simply too delightful. Anyway, it was already the end of the world, and no one would dare to mock her. In fact, many women would definitely envy her for having food and drink. If she had known it would be this enjoyable, why did she throw a tantrum last night? Su Wanting suddenly felt a bit regretful. Because of her tantrum last night, not only did she not eat enough today, but she also caused Shani to have a rift with her. I need to change my mindset. I can't be like before, or I definitely won't live a good life. I might even be surpassed by newcomers. Su Wanting thought to herself. If she were really surpassed by newcomers and became the second wife, that would be too ridiculous. She was the one who had been with Shen Yi the longest. Moreover, Shen Yi's first time was with her. She should be the main wife. And to become the main wife, she must first win Shen Yi's affection. Then, she also had to suppress the other women. Shen Yi had no idea that after Su Wanting saw Jiang Nanyan's compromise, her thoughts had completely changed. Of course, this change was a good thing for him. He would be able to enjoy better service in the future. Nanyan, how can you compromise? Bai Sini looked at Jiang Nanyan, who was drinking water, with disappointment in her eyes, scolding her for her downfall. The knowledge and morals you learned before, do they allow you to do such things? Don't forget what your dream is. How can you be like this? Bai Sini's tone sounded quite angry. But Jiang Nanyan was too busy drinking water to respond. Until she finished a whole bottle, she seemed to come back to life like a fish returning to the sea. Licking her lips and looking at Bai Sini, Jiang Nanyan felt a bit hesitant and embarrassed. After all, she was the one who brought the teacher and friends over, only to be deceived by Su Wanting. She bore a great responsibility. But she really didn't want to die. Just as Jiang Nanyan felt guilty and didn't know how to speak, Shani suddenly walked over, wrapped his arm around her slim waist, and gave it a squeeze. Jiang Nanyan's face turned red, and she instinctively wanted to struggle. But then she thought of something, and her struggling gradually slowed down, becoming quiet. Don't worry, as long as you're with me, you won't go hungry in the future. After Shani finished speaking, he looked at the obedient Jiang Nanyan and nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Bai Sini, who was supporting the fat pig, and said, "This beautiful teacher, if you are willing to stay, I can guarantee your 3 meals a day and your safety. Of course, the premise is that you take this fat pig who insulted me away, otherwise I can't guarantee I won't kill her." Shani had already been very restrained. This fat pig insulted him as soon as she entered. He didn't directly kill her because he had never killed anyone and couldn't bring himself to make that decision. Otherwise, that punch just now would have smashed the fat pig's head. You wish I, Bai Sini, would rather starve to death or die of thirst than sell my body. I will never abandon my students. You shameless man, you are the one I despise the most in my life. Bai Sini scolded coldly. Then, she looked at Jiang Nanyan. Nanyan, are you really not coming with me? Teacher Bai, I'm sorry. 21. Shani was reborn before the apocalypse? Teacher Bai, I'm sorry, I can't go with you. Jiang Nanyan turned her head in guilt, lacking the courage to face Bai Sini's disappointed expression. In fact, Bai Sini was not only her teacher, but also her ambiguous partner. Yes, ambiguous partner. The two of them actually had a tendency towards Yuri, so they naturally got close. However, due to age and identity issues, they had not confirmed their relationship for a long time. But if they continued to spend time together, it wouldn't be long before they would be together. However, a catastrophic disaster struck. Everything changed. There was no time for romance anymore. The main issue now was how to survive. Compared to survival, issues like hating men were simply trivial. Just like now, being held in the arms of a man, Shani, Jiang Nanyan, who usually despised men, felt no disgust at all. On the contrary, the scent of meat from Shani made her feel safer. In the apocalypse, being well-fed and hydrated was the greatest sense of security. All human emotions, joys and sorrows were insignificant compared to survival. Hee, I understand, Bai Sini smiled, but that smile was very pale and weak. Yet she still did not say anything to blame Jiang Nanyan, instead supporting the chubby pig and leaving. Shani naturally did not stop her. He had made his offer. If the other party did not accept, he would not force it. There was no need. He wasn't lacking a woman. After all, he had already gained something today. Moreover, Jiang Nanyan in his arms was much more sensible than Su Wanting. After making her choice, she showed no rebellious heart, at least not on the surface. Unlike Su Wanting, who had been full of little schemes from the very beginning. Even today, she had many little thoughts. She had locked the dormitory door. Shani released Jiang Nanyan and said, "Let's go eat first. After we're full, we can do other things." Thank you. Jiang Nanyan's cheeks flushed. Such straightforward words made her extremely shy. After all, this was the first time she had met Shani. With her high expectations and having never been in a relationship, just thinking about what was to come made her heart race. But no matter what, they had to eat first. At this moment, Shani was also sizing up Jiang Nanyan. This woman's looks were even a bit higher than Su Wanting's. Her features were exquisite, her skin smooth and tender, radiating a natural glow. Although she might have a bit of dust from not washing her face in the past few days, she still looked very beautiful overall, especially her straight and delicate nose, which made one unable to resist wanting to kiss her. Jiang Nanyan's figure was also good. She was slim where she should be. However, she wasn't particularly plump where she should be, barely a B cup, quite flat. Nevertheless, her exquisite face made up for her figure's shortcomings. Moreover, Jiang Nanyan had a very good temperament. It's hard to describe temperament, just a glance made one feel she had a different kind of aura. Shani did not feel this way when looking at Su Wanting. Although Su Wanting was Also a rich and beautiful woman, her bad and arrogant personality made her lack any temperament. Temperament is nothing more than a wealthy person eating well, dressing well, receiving good education, and even having their sitting and walking postures trained from a young age. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to have it. In summary, Shini was quite satisfied with Jiang Nanyan. He was not stingy with rewards, giving Su Wanting 2 roasted chickens. Only by saying and doing could he motivate his subordinates to work for him. In Shini's eyes, women also belonged to a kind of subordinate. Hubby, thank you. Su Wanting happily kissed Shini. Moreover, she even called him hubby for the first time. She probably wanted to show off in front of Jiang Nanyan. The battlefield had quietly unfolded. Shini naturally didn't mind. As long as the harem doesn't catch fire, a little bit of chaos is still acceptable. Where did you get the chicken from just now? Jiang Nanyan, with grease all over her mouth, looked at Shini in shock. She only saw Shini's arm move, and 2 roasted chickens appeared on the table. What kind of magic is this? While being shocked, Jiang Nanyan didn't forget to keep stuffing her mouth with meat. It was really delicious. She didn't know if it was because she had been hungry for too long, but the taste of this chicken made her feel like it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. This is our husband's superpower, he can conjure food in water. Impressive, right? You mustn't tell anyone else casually, or my husband and I won't spare you. Su Wanting warned seriously, exuding the aura of the main wife. Fox pretending to be a tiger. Shun Yi didn't mind. Jiang Nanyan exclaimed, superpower? There's actually such a superpower? Of course. Do you think my husband can provide for us without worry? As long as you obey, he can conjure whatever you want to eat in the future. So that's how it is. Jiang Nanyan pondered. Now that she was full and had enough to drink, her intelligence returned. Is this really a superpower? Conjuring food out of thin air should count. After all, magic isn't that powerful. But she always felt that this superpower was a bit strange. Conjuring chicken out of thin air was understandable, but how could the chicken be cooked and steaming? This didn't seem like a superpower, it felt more like storing cooked food and taking it out when needed. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She remembered a doomsday novel she had read before. Could it be that this man, like the protagonist in that novel, was reborn? And he had an infinitely large space for his powers, where he stored a lot of food and water before the apocalypse arrived. Since there was no concept of time in the power space, the things stored wouldn't rot. If that's the case, it would explain why the chicken was cooked. But this guess was just a guess. Jiang Nanyan didn't dare to say it out loud. What if she was right, and he wanted to kill her to silence her? Seeing Jiang Nanyan finish eating, her mouth and hands covered in grease, Shini said, go brush your teeth. Rinse your mouth, and wash your face. Isn't the tap water polluted? Jiang Nanyan was taken aback. Could it be that the water in the boys' dormitory wasn't polluted? You're really dumb, just use mineral water to wash. Su Wanting took out a few bottles of mineral water from under the bed. Ha! Using mineral water to wash my face, that's too wasteful. Jiang Nanyan was shocked. If it were before, it wouldn't matter, but this is the apocalypse. How precious is mineral water? How can it be used to wash the face? It's fine, with my husband around, we won't run out of water. Su Wanting smiled lightly. Seeing that there wasn't much mineral water, Shini waved his hand and took out a dozen more bottles from the space, saying to Jiang Nanyan, you might as well wash your hair, I don't want to get greasy. What an amazing superpower. You can even conjure mineral water. While Jiang Nanyan was shocked, she felt more and more that her previous guess might be true. This man might really be the kind of character who was reborn in a novel. But this is even better. Following a powerful man who has been reborn, at least she wouldn't have to worry about starving to death. Moreover, maybe she would have the chance to find her parents and family. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyan looked at Shini with eyes that no longer held disgust. No matter what, she wasn't losing out in this deal. Unless the apocalypse ends right now. 22. Unlock new supplies, Type 54 pistol. Ding. Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, starting to randomly unlock a type of supply. Ding. Unlock successful, congratulations on unlocking supply, Type 54 pistol. Type 54 pistol +1, stored in system space. Type 54 pistol +1, stored in system space. Type 54. Hearing the system prompt, Shini was first taken aback, then overjoyed. Type 54 pistol. A gun. A hot weapon. This is exhilarating. Now it really feels great. With a gun in hand, where can't he go? Although Shini had never used a gun, it wasn't too late to practice now. Moreover, sometimes there's no need to fire, just showing the gun is enough to make others afraid. This is the deterrent power of hot weapons. With this in mind, Shinee glanced at Jiang Nanyan, who was pretending to sleep shyly beside him, and felt exceptionally good. He didn't expect this woman to help him unlock such an important supply as a pistol. However, there was still one thing to confirm. That is whether the gun is loaded with bullets. If there are no compatible bullets and he has to unlock bullet supplies separately, that would be too troublesome. Shinee's heart stirred as he took out a Type 54 pistol from the system space. The gun indeed had some weight. Weighing it a few times, Shinee confirmed that the safety was on, so there was no risk of accidental discharge. And then he took out the magazine to check. Fortunately, it was loaded. And it was a full magazine of bullets. Shinee took them all out and counted. There were a total of 8 bullets. A gun holds 8 bullets, and he has countless guns, so he doesn't need to worry about bullets at all. He doesn't even need to change the magazine. Once this one is used up, he can just throw it away. At a critical moment, switching guns is much faster than changing magazines. It's a pity there's no rating function, otherwise, I give this system a 5-star review. Shinee happily played with the pistol. This system is very considerate and on point. That is, a gun. Jiang Nanyan, who had secretly opened her eyes, accidentally saw Shinee conjuring a gun out of thin air, and her heart raced, almost crying out. A gun! Although she had seen her father play with a pistol, she had little exposure to it, and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The lethality and deterrent power of hot weapons are indeed chilling. His ability is definitely not just conjuring food. Jiang Nanyan became more certain of her suspicions. If it were just conjuring food, why could Shin-yi also conjure a gun? That simply doesn't make sense. Either Shinee really has an infinitely large ability space and has pre-stored these supplies, or his power is probably even more terrifying than Su Wanting knows. Su Wanting. Oh Su Wanting, you really are quite foolish, just as easy to deceive as before. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Su Wanting, who was sleeping soundly in the next bed, and secretly laughed. How could she not see that Su Wanting was trying to use Shin-yi's identity to intimidate her? She was just new to this place and not very familiar with Shin-yi, so she didn't know how good their relationship was, which made her hesitant to offend Su Wanting easily. But now it seemed that their relationship shouldn't be particularly close. Otherwise, Su Wanting wouldn't only know that Shin-yi's ability is to conjure food. Since Shin-yi didn't fully trust Su Wanting, it proved that she still had a chance. A chance to surpass Su Wanting. Jiang Nanyan, who was proud and very clever, was unwilling to play second fiddle. She secretly thought that starting tomorrow, she would also work to get closer to Shin-yi, making him trust her more than he trusts Su Wanting. First, she needed to figure out what Shin-yi liked. Starting from preferences is the fastest way. He should probably like women, right? Jiang Nanyan glanced at the marks on her body, her face slightly flushed. Almost without thinking, she confirmed that Shin-yi liked women, especially beautiful women. So, since Su Wanting could deceive herself, why couldn't she deceive others? Teacher Bai. Jiang Nanyan's mind suddenly flashed with the image of Teacher Bai. Although Teacher Bai was a bit older, her figure was quite good. Shin-yi should like her, right? Teacher Bai, I'm sorry. Time flowed. A night passed. The next day, the sun slowly rose. And in the boys' dormitory 606, the unconscious fat girl gradually lost her breath and died. Although Shin-yi had held back some strength in that punch, hitting her head was enough to be fatal. Bai Shin-yi looked at her student's corpse and couldn't help but cry. Guilt, sadness, fear, and various emotions intertwined, causing this well-educated teacher to break down emotionally. Yes, Bai Shin-yi did not leave the boys' dormitory. She was both tired and hungry, and with an unconscious student in tow, she had no strength to leave. Then, Bai Shin-yi discovered that the door to room 606 was unlocked, so she moved in with her student. However, she never expected that her student would actually die. If she had known this would happen, she would have used all her strength to take the student to the hospital. Teacher Bai, why are you crying? Who bullied you? At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the doorway. Jiang Nanyan walked in holding half a bottle of water and a chicken leg. Why are you here? Bai Shin-yi looked up at Jiang Nanyan, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, not wanting to show a weak side in front of her student. I came to bring you some food and to ask if you want to leave the dormitory today. My husband and I are leaving together. Jiang Nanyan handed over the chicken leg in water. Husband? Bai Shin-yi was taken aback. It had only been one night, how had she become so intimate? Moreover, she seemed completely unbothered by it. Bai Shin-yi then carefully examined Jiang Nanyan and found that not only was she unbothered, but she also seemed to be glowing, her face had color, and she appeared more feminine and attractive than before. Most importantly, Jiang Nanyan had even washed her hair and put on makeup. Where did she get the water and cosmetics? Yeah, actually my husband is a really nice person, Jiang Nanyan smiled, her eyes showing not a hint of shyness. Baisini couldn't believe it. It had only been one night. With Jiang Nanyan's rational personality, how could she have changed so much? Little did she know, it was precisely because Jiang Nanyan was rational that she could quickly weigh the pros and cons and make the most advantageous choice. And her choice, of course, was to cling to Shin-Yi. Now Shin-Yi had a gun. Even with mutated animals and plants outside, a gun was enough to handle them. He's nice? He killed someone. How can you say he's nice? Baisini asked incredulously. Jiang Nanyan glanced at the now cold corpse of the fat girl, frowned, feeling a bit scared of the dead, but still said, if it weren't for Wang Mimi not being able to control her mouth, how would my husband have acted? Besides, he held back, otherwise if he really wanted to kill Wang Mimi, she would have died long ago. After all, Shin-Yi hadn't used the gun. Otherwise, with one shot, how could Wang Mimi have lived another night? It's not Shin-Yi's fault, it's all Wang Mimi's fault. If she hadn't been so loose-lipped, she wouldn't have been killed. 23. Humiliation of Baisini crazy. Jiang Nanyan, you are simply insane. Baisini looked incredulous. She couldn't believe that the usually smart and rational Jiang Nanyan would say such things. To actually excuse a murderer. Jiang Nanyan smiled fatally and said, Teacher Bai, I know you are a good teacher, but you should understand Wang Mimi's character. It was one thing when she used to throw tantrums, but what era are we in now? She's still acting like before, isn't that just asking for trouble? This is the apocalypse. So many people have died outside, and there are no police to manage it. Even when we left the teaching building yesterday, we were followed by a few boys. Teacher Bai, can't you see their lewd gazes? If they catch us, our fate will definitely be worse than Wang Mimi's. In this era, do you still want to use the old morals and laws to restrain my husband? Even if my husband didn't kill Wang Mimi, she would eventually be killed by someone else or starve to death. Moreover, my husband only punched Wang Mimi, her real cause of death was not receiving timely medical attention, and that can't be blamed on my husband. It's all the apocalypse's fault, it's the world's fault. Listening to Jiang Nanyan's logical analysis, Baisini's pale, cracked lips moved, but she couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. Wang Mimi's character was indeed very poor. Even in peacetime, she often posted online cursing men, but back then, there were laws to protect her. But now, sigh. Although she didn't want to admit it, Baisini also lost the courage to refute. At most, she could say that Wang Mimi didn't deserve to die. But she was already dead, what was the use of saying that? Baisini felt that the man had been right yesterday, everything was her fault. She had caused her own student's death. If she could have controlled Wang Mimi, she wouldn't have spoken so disrespectfully and she wouldn't have died. Jiang Nanyan looked at the dejected Baisini and sighed softly, forget it, no need to say so much. Teacher Bai, would you like to have this chicken leg? I asked my husband for it because you took good care of me before. If it were someone else, I wouldn't waste my time like this. Thank you. Baisini pressed her lips together and took the chicken leg. Although Jiang Nanyan had sold her body, she still had a good heart deep down. In fact, selling her body to survive didn't seem like such a big deal. Chewing on the chicken leg, Baisini's mindset was slowly changing. Mineral water. Jiang Nanyan placed half a bottle of water in front of Baisini, watching her eat quickly, and continued, Teacher Bai, we are about to leave. Would you like to come with us? The boys' dormitory isn't safe. I just heard that there might be someone in other dorms in the hallway. If you stay alone, you might get targeted. Baisini swallowed the meat in her mouth and couldn't help but ask, can I go with you? She had offended that man yesterday, and given his brutal and selfish nature, he might not be willing to take her along. Of course. As long as Teacher Bai is willing, I can speak well of you to my husband. He actually has a good character. And won't mind you, after all, you are also trying to protect your students. Jiang Nanyan noticed Baisini's interest and immediately said. Before she went out, she had promised Shin-Yi that she would definitely trick Baisini back and make her obedient. If she could do that, she would get an extra reward. Otherwise, with Shin-Yi's character, he definitely wouldn't take Baisini. Even if she starved to death, Shin-Yi wouldn't care. A disobedient woman would only be a burden. Okay, then thank you. Baisini felt something was off. But that chicken leg was really delicious. Teacher Bai, you should come with me. When you meet my husband, please don't make him angry, or I will be punished too, Jiang Nanyan advised. Okay, I won't drag you down. Baisini nodded seriously. The two returned to dorm 610, where Shin-Yi and Su Wanning had also packed snacks and chargers, ready to leave. The system space had nearly 100,000 handguns, and with the strength gained from physical evolution, Shin-Yi had some means of self-protection. Even if he encountered that mutated dog, he could rely on firepower to take it down. Teacher Bai, aren't you supposed to be so noble? Didn't you say you wouldn't sell your body? Why are you following like a dog now? Su Wanting began to mock as she saw Jiang Nanyan bring back Bai Sini. She felt a sense of crisis. This woman with the surname Bai had such a good figure and was on good terms with Jiang Nanyan. If she stayed, her position as the main wife would be at risk. Why you? What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Sini's face turned red, both embarrassed and angry. But she had no way to refute it. Just yesterday, she had made bold claims, and now she was following along. She felt awkward and ashamed. I'm talking nonsense? I wonder who stood at the door yesterday saying they would rather starve than sell their body, wouldn't abandon their students, and now has abandoned their students? Su Wanting was sharp-tongued and aggressive. She was only afraid to show a bad attitude toward Shin-Yi, but was hostile towards everyone else. Bai Sini's face flushed from her retorts, and for a moment, she felt an impulse to crash into something. Su Wanting, don't go too far. Teacher Bai just wants to take care of her students, she doesn't want to go against her husband. Jiang Nanyan interrupted Su Wanting's attack and said, as for Teacher Bai coming over now, it's because she has come to terms with it and is willing to be a concubine for her husband. Are you going to refuse on behalf of her husband? Are you going to make decisions for him? Don't talk nonsense. I never said I would make decisions for her husband, I just can't stand this shameless woman. Su Wanting quickly retorted, fearing to upset Shin-Yi. Then don't say so many cold words, after all, we will all be one family in the future. We need to coexist peacefully and not create conflicts, Jiang Nanyan said calmly, as if she had prepared her words in advance. Humph. Su Wanting snorted coldly but had no reason to speak further. In this confrontation, it was clear that Jiang Nanyan had crushed Su Wanting. At this moment, the most confused one was Bai Sini. When did I say I would be a concubine for Shin-Yi? When did we become one family? She couldn't understand a word of what Jiang Nanyan was saying. She tried to speak up several times, but the argument between Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting left her unable to interject. Alright, it's time to set off. At this moment, as the head of the family and the biggest beneficiary after the women's quarrel, Shin-Yi spoke up. He had deliberately allowed Su Wanting to belittle and insult Bai Sini. This woman had made Shin-Yi very unhappy yesterday, so he let Su Wanting scold her to vent his anger. Moreover, a woman with a strong sense of self-esteem needed to have her pride shattered first, to be humiliated, so that she could be better accepted. If Bai Sini couldn't stand the humiliation and chose to leave, Shin-Yi wouldn't care. After all, he didn't lack one woman. On the contrary, Jiang Nanyan made Shin-Yi look at her with a higher regard. This woman was indeed clever. With just a few words, she had manipulated Bai Sini and even put Su Wanting in her place. Since the morning, Jiang Nanyan had started calling him husband, and she did it so naturally, without any awkwardness, just like a long-married couple. Moreover, she had taken the initiative to help him win over Bai Sini, ensuring that Bai Sini would obediently listen and not have any ulterior motives. Hearing this, Shin-Yi naturally did not refuse. He wanted to see Jiang Nanyan's capabilities. 24. Leaving the school, the terrifying mutated plants. As Shin-Yi spoke, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan dared not argue any longer. Bai Sini's words of explanation were stuck in her throat. She wanted to say that she had no intention of being small. No, she should say that she didn't want to be Shin-Yi's woman at all. But in the end, she didn't say it. Because she was afraid of implicating Jiang Nanyan. Jiang Nanyan had said before that if she made Shin-Yi unhappy, she would also be punished. Jiang Nanyan had kindly helped her, giving her food and water. If she caused Jiang Nanyan to be punished, would she still be human? Thus, Bai Sini could only endure in silence. Had she known it would be like this, she would rather starve in the dormitory than come alone. But having received help and not giving any return to Jiang Nanyan was not her character. So, Bai Sini silently followed behind Shin-Yi and the others. To avoid letting the kind Jiang Nanyan be punished, she didn't even refute Su Wanting's derogatory remarks about her being lowly. Little did she know, the naive Bai teacher had long been schemed by Jiang Nanyan into becoming a pawn in her competition for favor. Hubby, someone is following us, Jiang Nanyan whispered to Shin-Yi. I see. Let him follow. If we encounter danger later, he can serve as a human shield, he replied, patting the gun at his waist and continued down the stairs. Even without the gun, Shin-Yi's physical strength was enough to deal with the person following them, the yellow-haired classmate. The yellow-haired student's food and water had run out yesterday, and he was hesitating whether to risk going out to find supplies. Then, he happened to see Shin-Yi and the others leaving. He felt a spark of opportunity. If they encountered any danger, having these people in front would allow him to escape safely. Who knows, if Shani died unexpectedly, he might even get a chance to get a woman. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, the yellow-haired student's mindset had changed drastically. After all, no one was watching him and no police would come to catch him. He could do whatever he wanted. If he could kill Shani, wouldn't these 3 women be his? At that time, he could play however he wanted, maybe even have a 3-way. Just thinking about it made the yellow-haired student extremely excited. But he didn't dare to act himself. After all, the scene of Shani knocking someone away with one punch was still fresh in his mind. If only there were some monsters that could eat him. The yellow-haired student thought darkly as he stared at Shani's back. Where are you guys going? Shani hesitated for a long time before cautiously asking. She wanted to go back to her home. But she didn't know how to say it directly. First, let's go to my house. It's a high-end community, safer and more comfortable to stay in, Jiang Nanyan replied. This was what they had discussed in the morning. Shani's main goal was to return to the countryside to find his grandmother and younger sister, but the countryside was 70 to 80 kilometers away from the city, and walking back directly was definitely unrealistic. So they needed to find a place to stay first and then figure out how to get home. Shani hesitated and said, can I? Hubby, it seems like there's a sound outside. Before Shani could finish her sentence, SEWAGE suddenly spoke up. At this point, they had already reached the first floor of the dormitory. The black mist had engulfed this level, and visibility was only a few meters. Everyone stopped and listened carefully. There was indeed a sound, as if something was writhing against the wall outside. Very strange. The sound is a bit far from the door. Let's go out first and try not to make too much noise. After his body evolved, Shani's hearing had also improved. After listening for a while, he decisively made a decision. He took out the handgun from his waist and led the way outside. Shani's eyes slightly widened when she saw the gun. He actually had a gun. What on earth had this student done before? In the gun-restricted country of Xia, ordinary people simply cannot buy guns. Jiang Nanyan and SEWAGE were not too surprised, as Shani had already shown them the gun that morning. Thus, the few of them cautiously walked out of the dormitory building. During this time, the faint sound still existed, but they did not attack them. Instead, it seemed to be writhing upwards. Shani and the others instinctively turned back to take a look, only to see that the dormitory building shrouded in black mist was crawling with dense vines of climbing ivy. Those vines were exceptionally thick, the thinnest ones as thick as an adult's thumb, and they seemed to have a life of their own, constantly climbing in all directions. The group was shocked. The once small climbing ivy had now become so dense. Moreover, its growth speed was astonishing. If they had delayed leaving the dormitory for a few more days, perhaps these ivies would have climbed to the 6th floor, covering the entire building. By then, they might not even be able to escape. This completely violates the conservation of energy. Without any food or water, how can the climbing ivy grow so fast? Shani murmured, very shocked. Shani looked for a while and said, Jiang Nanyan, set the navigation, let's head to your house first. If we pass a supermarket on the way, let's go in and scavenge for supplies. Jiang Nanyan quickly set the navigation. There was no time to be surprised or study the mutated climbing ivy. They had to hurry while it was still light. Although visibility during the day was poor due to the black mist, at least there was some visibility. At night, it would be nearly impossible to see the road. The group quickened their pace, being cautious all the way. During this time, they vaguely heard that there were other people moving in the black mist. Unsure if they were students out looking for supplies or students trying to escape the school. However, as they walked, Shani and the others suddenly heard cries for help and screams coming from the black mist. Those sounds were clearly not from a monster attack, but rather from someone attacking people. They could even hear the unbearable sounds of men and women in copulation. Someone was actually doing that in the black mist. Moreover, it sounded like several men were forcing girls. This world had completely fallen apart. Jiang Nanyan and SEWAGE, hearing the screams and pleas of the girls in the black mist, were frightened and huddled closer to Shani, afraid of being abducted as well. They suddenly felt a bit fortunate that they had found a man who could protect them. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be any better off than the girls being forced in the black mist. Shani bit her lip tightly, seemingly wanting to help the helpless girl, but seeing that Shani was completely unconcerned, she held back her good intentions. She couldn't drag Jiang Nanyan down. But she still couldn't understand. It had only been a few days. How could these law-abiding students turn into this? Forcing girls in broad daylight was simply like animals and beasts. Shinee only listened for a few more sounds and did not intervene. The law of the jungle, that was. The survival rule now. After spending more than 10 minutes, Shinee and the others exited the school, and when they saw the scene outside, they were also taken aback. Outside, on the main road, many abandoned vehicles were parked, all entangled by dense mutated plants, and the entire road was covered with vegetation. On both sides of the road, the rows of trees that were originally only a few meters high had now grown to over 10 meters, lush and leafy, blocking out the sun. Ah, there's a monster! SEWAGE suddenly shouted. They saw a mutated giant orange cat appear not far away. It bared its mouth full of sharp teeth and emitted a dangerous sound, seemingly regarding Shinee and the others as prey. Without hesitation, Shinee immediately raised his gun, aimed at the orange cat, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! The gunfire was exceptionally loud. Although Shinee's marksmanship was poor, the sheer number of shots meant that some bullets would hit. After several gunshots, a bullet struck the orange cat's front leg, causing it to let out a piercing scream and immediately leap onto a nearby tree trunk. Although it had mutated, it still retained its instinct to seek higher ground when faced with danger. Shinee switched to another gun from the system space, aimed again, and prepared to cover fire. But at that moment, several branches suddenly shot out, piercing the mutated orange cat's body, making it scream in agony as various fluids and entrails spilled onto the ground. The orange cat struggled with its limbs, trying to run, but soon lost the ability to move due to being impaled. Seeing this scene, Shinee couldn't help but swallow hard. These mutated plants seemed to have a life of their own, even fiercer than the mutated animals. Shinee looked up and noticed that some branches were still hanging with the long dead bodies of mutated cats and dogs. Vaguely, he seemed to see human corpses as well. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Deep and terrifying. Shinee observed for a while, and seeing that these plants had no intention of attacking them, he took a bottle of water from his space and threw it out to test the path. The mineral water bottle hit the ground with a sound, but the mutated trees on either side showed no reaction. He threw another bottle of water at the tree trunk, and as soon as it touched the branch, several thick branches pierced through the bottle. Just as he thought. The mutated trees, like the mutated ivy outside the dormitory, had no desire to attack unless provoked. Understanding this, Shinee secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't stray too far from me, keep moving." The three women followed closely, their faces tense. The earlier encounter with the mutated orange cat had frightened them greatly. The tree that killed the orange cat had made them tremble with fear. If Shinee hadn't been in front with his gun, the three women would have already been running around screaming. Now they deeply understood the dangers lurking in the black mist, no longer harboring any thoughts of escape. They clung tightly to Shinee, not daring to lag behind. Shinee was especially reluctant to mention going home again. If she left Shinee, she might not even last 10 minutes. However, they hadn't gone far when Shinee, leading the way, suddenly stopped and grabbed SEWAGE, who almost fell into a pit. Below them on the road was a pitch-black crack, over 10 meters wide, with no visible end and unfathomably deep. From this crack, a thick black mist was slowly spewing out. 25. Obtaining the second superpower, teleportation. What is this? How can there be such a wide crack in the road? Could the black mist be coming out of this crack? SEWAGE exclaimed in shock. This deep crack seemed bottomless, who knows how deep it is. Pitch black, endless, terrifying. Shinee stared at the crack for a while and said, "Be careful. Where you step, don't fall, keep moving." Even though he knew the black mist was coming from the crack, and the apocalypse might be caused by it, he had no ability to explore the reason. If the country couldn't solve the problem, how could an individual? Compared to studying the cause of the apocalypse, finding a safe shelter was more important. After all, if the sky fell, there would be tall people to hold it up, it wouldn't crush him in the short term. On the way to the Jiang Nanyan family's place, Shinee was surprised to find that this crack on the ground actually stretched for hundreds of meters. Moreover, one crack followed another, with long segments of cracks every so often. All the cracks were bottomless and spewing black mist outward. But one amazing thing was that all the cracks only existed on the road or in relatively open spaces, and did not spread into places like houses. No buildings had been damaged by the cracks. This was very strange. If these cracks appeared naturally, why would they deliberately avoid houses and mutated plants? But if they didn't appear naturally, who was controlling them? To manipulate terrain changes, that was no longer the work of mere mortals. If a certain country possessed such a perverse weapon, it would have probably unified the world long ago. The community up ahead is here. Jiang Nanyan glanced at the navigation and said. Because the black mist was too thick, they had to rely on navigation, otherwise, it was easy to go the wrong way. Keep going, move faster. Shinny glanced back and suddenly spoke up. The girls were taken aback, then immediately quickened their pace. Because they also heard the sounds coming from behind. It was the sound of many chaotic footsteps. Without caring about anything else, they quickly ran into the community and under Jiang Nanyan's lead soon arrived at the entrance of a tall building. This tall building was also covered in plants but showed no signs of hostility. Jiang Nanyan hurriedly stepped forward for facial recognition. Shinyi tightened his grip on the gun, scanning the surroundings warily. The community might be more dangerous than the outside. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a garden not far away. All the way here it was lush and green, with all the plants mutated, becoming tall and robust, or aggressive. Even the weeds that could be seen by the roadside had grown several times larger and thicker. But in this small garden, all the weeds and flowers had not mutated at all, they were still the same normal size and color as before the apocalypse. These flowers seemed to be roses, and in the center of one of the rose flowers, Shinyi saw a colorful fruit. To confirm he wasn't mistaken, he deliberately approached the garden to take a look. Sure enough, it was a colorful fruit. Exactly like the superpower fruit he had eaten before. Shinyi was instantly excited. He didn't know if it was his good luck or because most people didn't know the function of the colorful fruit, but he had encountered a second superpower fruit so quickly. Taking advantage of the others not paying attention, he stepped into the garden and picked the colorful fruit. So it turns out that only plants that bear superpower fruits do not mutate, but why is that? Shinyi pondered. There must be some reason behind this. Knowing this reason, perhaps he could also cultivate superpower fruits. Husband? Jiang Nanyan called out cautiously. She had already opened the unit door, but Shinyi had not come in for a long time, making her a bit worried. Coming. Shinyi came back to his senses, put away the fruit, and entered the building. Then he locked the unit door from the inside. As a result, the classmate with the yellow hair, who had been quietly following behind, was locked outside. In this upscale community, every unit required a password or facial recognition to enter, so outsiders clearly couldn't get in. Open the door. Please, open the door. The yellow-haired boy knocked on the door with all his might, nearly crying, as if someone was chasing him from behind. Shinyi peeked through the glass window, flashed him a friendly smile, and then went upstairs with Jiang Nanyan. Want to take advantage of me? I won't let you off that easily. Killing the yellow-haired boy doesn't even require me to lift a finger. From the black mist, 7 or 8 men armed with various weapons emerged, grinning menacingly. Their weapons were stained with dark red blood, clearly indicating they were not good people. Kid, if you have any food, hand it over quickly. Tell me, are you one of the rich residents living here? Hurry up and open the unit door for me. I want to have some fun with a few wealthy women today. Damn it, I've only been playing with old hags these past few days. It's too easy. Ha ha ha. Brother Wang is right, wealthy women take good care of themselves, and it's much more enjoyable to play with them. When I came to fix the toilet before, I saw a few young housewives in this building. I must taste them today. Big brother. Spare me. I'm not a resident here. I'm just a college student. The yellow-haired boy cried. In fear, quickly kneeling down to beg for mercy. These men were spewing foul language and wielding knives and clubs, clearly not to be trifled with. Damn Shinyi, why did you lock me out? Why won't you let me in? Not a resident, huh? Heh, then you better find a way to open this door for me, or I'll chop you to death right now, the burly leader threatened viciously. Their goal today was to thoroughly rob this wealthy community. The houses they couldn't afford before, the women they couldn't play with, they were going to have their fill today. Due to a power outage, Shinyi and the others could only take the stairs. On the 20th floor, the few girls were panting and their legs were trembling. Shin Yi, however, felt no fatigue at all, he was just warming up. Level 1 physical evolution is surprisingly strong. Shin Yi thought with delight. His current stamina was completely inhuman. Climbing 20 flights of stairs without even getting winded. If he leveled up a few more times, wouldn't he evolve into Captain America? Or even into a superhuman? Of course, the greater the power, the greater the corresponding consumption. Shin Yi's appetite had increased by 3 or 4 times compared to before. But that was a minor issue, as he had an infinite supply of resources and could never run out of food. The potential of my abilities is much higher than I thought, the question is how to level up. Shin Yi pondered. He couldn't help but glance at the fruit he had just picked. He wondered if eating another ability fruit would grant him a new ability? Or could it level up his physical evolution? Ding! With the sound of the password lock unlocking, the door opened. The group entered Jiang Nanyan's home. Shinyi surveyed the spacious flat. Since the black mist had not yet spread to the 20th floor, he could still enjoy the long-lost sunlight by the window. The room was at least 200 square meters, with a simple yet stylish decor that exuded a sense of luxury and sophistication. Shinee remembered that the price per square meter in this upscale community was around 30 to 40,000. This meant that this flat, along with its decoration, was worth over 6 million. If it were before the apocalypse, Shinee would never have dared to dream of being able to afford such a place. The gap between people is greater than that between humans and dogs. But now, all of this is mine. Shinee comfortably sat on the sofa like the owner of the house, enjoying this possibly $100,000 luxury sofa. This was the level a shelter should have. The dormitory building was simply far behind. Ah, what a pity, the cake in the fridge has gone bad, but these fruits wrapped in cling film seem to still be edible. Jiang Nanyan stood in front of the fridge, taking things out. Su Wanting pretended to help. Meanwhile, Bai Sini curiously surveyed the apartment, feeling the impact of wealth. Although she knew Jiang Nanyan's family was rich, today she truly saw it with her own eyes. This apartment, she could never afford even if she worked her whole life. She sighed inexplicably. However, this wasn't the time to think about such things. Would it be inappropriate for an outsider like me to stay any longer? Bai Sini felt a bit restless. Honey, you eat some oranges first, I'll go wash the other fruits. Jiang Nanyan placed a plate of oranges on the table. Shinee replied absent-mindedly while responding to a WeChat message. It was a message from the little green tea Zhou Wanner. She couldn't hold on any longer today and wanted to eat. Shinee didn't waste time chatting with her and gave her Jiang Nanyan's address, telling her to come over herself. Zhou Wanner, aren't you in the boys' dormitory at a campus? Why did you change locations? It's so far. Shinee, come or not, it's up to you. I might not be in the city in a few days. Shinee, by the way, if you're coming over, remember not to get close to the trees by the roadside. Zhou Wanner, huh? Not in the city? Where are you going? Is there some kind of shelter? Shen Yi didn't answer Zhou Wanner's question. The first two sentences gave her enough of a sense of urgency to make her come over quickly. If she still couldn't make up her mind, Shen Yi would have to give up on her. Right now, Shen Yi had more important things to do. Eat the ability fruit. He was looking forward to whether eating the new fruit would grant him a new ability. So, while pretending to eat the oranges, he also ate the ability fruit. As the fruit went down, he felt a refreshing sensation in his mind. Then, it was gone. Compared to the changes he felt when he ate the first ability fruit, this one was simply lacking in flair. What kind of ability is this? Is it weak? Shen Yi immediately opened his personal panel to check. Teleportation, LV1. You can instantly move a distance of 20 meters. Since your teleportation is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain and any control and binding skills during the move. As long as your stamina is sufficient, you can continuously activate teleportation without any restrictions. Holy shit! Shen Yi was stunned when he saw this ability. Teleportation. And it can ignore terrain, ignore any control and binding. This is definitely a god-level ability. And the most invincible part is that teleportation can be activated continuously. As long as his stamina is good enough, he can teleport all the way. Coincidentally, Shen Yi's first ability was physical evolution, which just happened to enhance his stamina. And stamina is just physical strength. So, with physical evolution paired with teleportation, he was simply invincible. Awesome. So freaking awesome. With this teleportation ability, even if he encounters enemies in the future and can't win, no one will be able to stop him if he wants to run. 26. The crazy mob has gained new abilities, and Shen Yi is in a great mood. Now, in this apocalypse, he finally has real self-defense power. The maximum distance for teleportation is 20 meters, and no one can catch up to him. As long as he reacts quickly enough, he can dodge bullets. Moreover, teleportation can continue to upgrade. Honey, didn't a lot of people follow us into the community just now? Jiang Nanyan asked, sitting next to Shen Yi after washing the fruit, peeling an apple for him, looking a bit worried. Yeah, they followed us all the way. Shen Yi's hearing is much stronger than Jiang Nanyan's, so he had already noticed someone was tailing them. Of course, the ones following them weren't the yellow-haired classmate, but others. Perhaps it can't even be called following. They suddenly appeared, and their original intention might have been this community, but they just happened to run into Shen Yi and the others and had ill intentions. There is no order anymore. The school is in chaos. The outside world is even more chaotic. Will they hide downstairs waiting for us? Waiting for us to go downstairs and then attack us? Jiang Nanyan fed the peeled orange to Xinyi's mouth. Xinyi leaned back on the sofa, opened his mouth to eat the orange, and said if they weren't good people, they wouldn't be waiting for us downstairs, they would find a way to break in. Then, aren't we in great danger now? Although the unit door of this community has some protective capabilities, it definitely can't stop a group of madmen. Xinyi couldn't help but worry. When she came out of the school earlier, she saw students killing each other and realized that social order had collapsed. If a group of madmen really rushed into the building, everyone would suffer. She wanted to call the police, but the emergency number couldn't get through at all. Suwaning's focus was different. Seeing Jiang Nanyan serving Xinyi, she immediately reacted, cursing under her breath, then put down the half-eaten orange and came over to massage Xinyi's shoulders. With the two women competing, it was naturally Xinyi who benefited. This was also why he didn't stop the chaos. Honey, just as you said, they're breaking the door. Jiang Nanyan looked at her phone, her expression serious. The screen displayed a group chat from the community. A resident on the first floor had sent a video. In the video, a group of men armed with various weapons was violently attacking the unit door. The glass windows had been smashed, and the door was deformed. This group was making such a huge noise, seemingly unafraid of attracting monsters. Jiang Nanyan noticed this and couldn't help but wonder, is there no mutated animals in our community? Or do these people have the ability to deal with mutated animals? I think they're just plain crazy, a bunch of lunatics definitely don't know fear. Suwaning snorted coldly while massaging Xinyi's shoulders. She wasn't worried about these madmen breaking in. After all, Xinyi had a gun, and even if they rushed in, they couldn't possibly deal with a gun using knives and sticks, right? Lunatics aren't fools, they fear death too. Otherwise, they would have committed suicide long ago instead of wasting time living. Jiang Nanyan retorted, then frowned slightly, feeling that something was off about this group. Their audacity to make such a loud noise without fearing mutated monsters likely meant they had some confidence. Why has it been so long without any rescue? There isn't even a police officer on the road. Xinyi was very scared, terrified. She longed to return to the peaceful times of the past. She couldn't adapt to or accept this lawless, rule-less apocalyptic world. Xinyi's gaze turned to Xinyi, this mature woman. Today, he aimed to unlock her reward as well. Thinking of this, Xinyi spoke, I'm hungry, let's eat first. After eating, I need to go out for a bit. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 5 bottles of mineral water appeared on the table, along with 3 steaming, fragrant roasted chickens. His physique was strong now, although he wouldn't tire easily, he needed to consume a lot to replenish his energy. You two should eat as well. Upon receiving the order, Suwanting and Jiang Nanyan dared to eat. As for Xinyi, she was in a state of shock. What just happened? Xinyi merely raised his hand, and how did food and water appear out of thin air? Is this some kind of magic? Why are Jiang Nanyan and Suwanting not surprised at all? Am I the only one in shock? Xinyi was very shocked but didn't dare to ask, so she could only sit quietly at a distance, pretending to look in another direction to distract herself. Her stomach was growling. In the past 2 days, she had only eaten a chicken leg and was far from full. Especially now, smelling the aroma of the chicken, she felt her stomach roaring, urging her to eat. However, Xinyi felt too embarrassed to ask for food. After all, she wasn't Xinyi's woman. She wasn't even friends with Xinyi. Honey, what are you going out for? Are you going downstairs to deal with those thugs? Jiang Nanyan swallowed the meat in her mouth and asked with concern. No, why would I go deal with them? They can't threaten me. Xinyi's expression was indifferent. He was just that cold. When he was bullied in the past, no one helped him. So now, he wouldn't help others either. Of course, there was another, more important reason. He could use these thugs to create a crisis for the survivors, making it easier for him to act later. Jiang Nanyan thought it made sense. They were on the 20th floor, and even if the thugs broke in, the first to suffer would be the residents downstairs. Moreover, even if the thugs came to the 20th floor, there were guns to deal with them. Then what are you going out for, honey? Is there going to be danger? Suwanting was a bit worried about Xinyi getting into trouble. If Xinyi died, this group of women would be utterly powerless, likely ending up like those girls bullied at school. She didn't want to become like that. Rather than being insulted by so many people, she would rather commit suicide. It has nothing to do with you, don't talk so much while eating. Xinyi continued to focus on eating meat, too lazy to explain. Oh. Suwanting felt a bit unhappy, sensing that Xinyi's attitude towards Jiang Nanyan was better than towards her. Then, she glanced at Xinyi, who was standing by the window pretending not to be hungry, and felt a bit better. That pretentious bitch should go hungry. It would be best if she couldn't stand it and died. Suwanting wished she could vent all her negative emotions onto Baisini. After eating and drinking enough, Shani was about to go out. When I'm not home, remember to lock the door and don't open it for anyone. If those thugs break into the building, contact me immediately, I'll rush back. They won't be able to break this security door in a short time. Shani instructed. As for why he didn't leave a gun behind, it was mainly because he didn't fully trust Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting. What if the two women had ulterior motives? Faced with a handgun, Shani couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be caught off guard. 27. Crazy shopping. Shared power banks. Watching Shani leave, Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting exchanged a glance, neither showing any intention to chat. Once good friends, now they were enemies. Jiang Nanyan felt a bit of resentment in her heart. After all, Su Wanting had deceived her. Although she gained protection because of it, she also lost her innocence. To say there was no hatred would be a lie. But in truth, it wasn't particularly hatred. The main reason she ignored Su Wanting was that they were in competition. Su Wanting wanted to be the main wife, and so did she. And now, her chances were greater. Because she had Bai Laoshi as her helper. As long as Bai Laoshi also became Xinyi's woman, it would be 2 against 1. With Su Wanting's foolish personality, wouldn't she be easy to manipulate? Bai Laoshi, what are you thinking about? Jiang Nanyan approached Bai Sini and asked with concern. My father is home alone, I don't know how he is doing now. Bai Sini looked down at the world shrouded in black mist, very worried. Bai Laoshi, do you want to save uncle? Jiang Nanyan suddenly said. Bai Sini looked at her in confusion. Jiang Nanyan smiled and said, the outside world is so dangerous now, you definitely can't go back alone, Bai Laoshi. But if you are willing to serve my husband and become his woman, then he definitely won't ignore your family. With his help, you can save uncle. Bai Sini's face turned slightly red, and she bit her lip. She wanted to refuse, but then thought about it, it did seem to make sense. Shani had a strong physique, and he had a gun, along with magical-like superpowers. If he really was willing to protect her, there was a good chance she could go home and save her father. Otherwise, with her own strength, she couldn't even deal with the thugs downstairs, let alone go home. And, Bai Laoshi, do you really want to keep starving yourself? As long as you follow my husband, the meat we just ate and the water we drank, you can have it all in the future. Jiang Nanyan moved closer to Bai Sini's ear, whispering softly. Her voice seemed to have a magical quality, full of temptation. This was the whisper of a devil. The originally resolute Bai Sini began to waver. She instinctively glanced at the chicken bones on the table that had been picked clean. She couldn't help but swallow. When Shani went downstairs, many people were hurriedly going upstairs. Some of them were carrying large bags, as if they were moving. Hurry, hurry. If that group of thugs breaks in, who knows if they'll rob us? I'm afraid it's not just robbery, I saw bloodstains on the weapons those people were holding, they might have killed. What? Quick, quick, let's go upstairs and let the neighbors up there take us in. First, the residents going upstairs saw the thugs breaking down doors and were scared, wanting to hide upstairs. Some saw Shin going downstairs, their expressions puzzled, but they just rushed past each other without any interaction. The residents in this building surprisingly hadn't lost their bottom line, there was still kindness among people. Perhaps it was because there weren't many residents in this building and the food supplies were sufficient, allowing them to maintain such a situation. During this time, Shani also took a look at other floors. Not everyone was running upstairs, most residents still chose to hide in their rooms. Of course, Shani didn't care whether these people were going up or down, he was looking for beautiful women that met the system's standards. But unfortunately, he didn't find any. There weren't many residents showing themselves, and he was too lazy to knock on every door to check. Anyway, once the thugs broke in, these scattered residents would definitely be forced to unite, and it would be easier to find people then. There was no need to waste time now. Shani thought, glancing at the floor number. This was the 14th floor. He was just about to continue climbing the stairs when he suddenly paused. Wait, since my teleportation can ignore terrain, can I go straight through the floor below? With this thought, Shani began his test. He focused on the corridor beneath his feet, and with a thought, his entire body instantly vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the corridor on the 13th floor. It really works. Wow, I'm a genius. Shani immediately started using teleportation to get around. His speed increased significantly. In just a few seconds, he reached the first floor. This is teleportation. Awesome. Experiencing the feeling of coming and going without a trace, Shani was thrilled. Of course, there was some consumption involved. After using teleportation more than 10 times in a row, and having to control the distance each time to avoid getting stuck in a wall, he felt that he had consumed at least 1/5 of his stamina. This meant that with his current stamina, he could teleport at least 70 times in a day. 70 teleports would allow him to escape from even the most formidable monsters. Moreover, the stamina he used would gradually recover, so in reality, it wasn't that he could teleport 70 times in a day, but rather that he could teleport 70 times in one go. If he counted the recovering stamina, he could teleport over 100 times in a day. Awesome! Shinny glanced at the rioters frantically smashing the unit door, ignored them, and walked to the back wall, teleporting directly outside. In the blink of an eye, he was outside the building, then took out his phone, searched for the nearest supermarket, and started navigation. Shinny didn't rely solely on teleportation to get around. Most of the time, he still walked. Teleportation was quicker for overcoming obstacles, but if he used it continuously to travel, his stamina recovery wouldn't keep up with the consumption. If he encountered a monster, he wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Thus, Shinny made his way in a straight line to the supermarket he was navigating to. Whenever he encountered obstacles or mutated plants, he used teleportation to dodge them. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of a medium-sized supermarket. The supermarket's main door was tightly shut. He had no idea if there were people inside. But Shinny didn't waste time observing, he teleported straight in. No matter if there were people or not, he needed to grab supplies first, especially since there were no police around now. The black mist inside the room was somewhat lighter, and the visibility was broader. However, due to the power outage, it was still quite dark. Shinny took out a fully loaded handgun from the system space and cautiously scanned the first floor. He saw no one and heard no sounds. Confirming it was safe, he approached the shelves and began to loot. Various well-packaged instant noodles, spicy strips, bread, sausages, and other snacks were mostly uncontaminated. Shinny directly stored everything in the system space. He also collected shampoo, shower gel, and so on. He checked and collected all the way through. Even various pots, bowls, slippers, towels, and other utensils were all taken. Given the current social situation, these were non-renewable resources, and they would become scarcer with use, so it was necessary to stock up. Unfortunately, this supermarket was too small, and there weren't many items. Moreover, some of the food and drinks were contaminated. So Shinny's haul wasn't very substantial, and he felt a bit dissatisfied. After collecting everything, just as he was about to leave, he spotted something he urgently needed. Shared power banks. Without hesitation, he unplugged the power source and collected all the shared power banks into the system space. Dozens of power banks, most likely charged, would be enough for a while. Just as Shinny finished packing up and was about to leave, a sound suddenly came from behind him. It was the sound of a heavy object crashing down. Shinny reacted quickly. The moment he heard the sound, he used teleportation to dodge the ambush. 28. Kill to silence, ability user. Shinny dodged the sneak attack with teleportation and saw clearly the person who had ambushed him. It was a man in his 30s. He held a baseball bat in both hands, looking at Shinny with a face full of terror. How is this possible? You actually have superpowers too. Shinny, who was originally prepared to shoot the man dead, paused for a second upon hearing this. Also has superpowers? This person actually knows about superpowers? Does he know about the colored fruits? Shinny aimed his gun at the man and coldly asked, "Have you seen other people with superpowers?" I have. I've seen. Don't kill me. The man gulped in fear, nodding vigorously. He didn't know if the gun in front of him was real. But seeing the other person had abilities, he knew he couldn't win. Who is she? What ability does she have? Shinny continued to interrogate. Perhaps he could get information about the ability fruits from other ability users. She is a female police officer. The man answered, somewhat scared. Police officer? You've seen police? Shinny frowned. This was the first time he had heard of the existence of police since the apocalypse. Logically, the authorities should have launched a rescue long ago, but until now, he hadn't seen a single police officer. He even doubted the reality of this apocalypse. Otherwise, how could the police and military ignore the lives of ordinary citizens? I've seen many police officers a few days ago. The man quickly nodded and then explained, on the first day the black mist appeared, there was a fight next door, and I called the police. At that time, some police came to handle it, but it seemed like many people were calling the police that day, and they left after a while. In the following days, I often heard police sirens on the street, and even the sound of helicopters. I was curious and went out to see. There were 2 police helicopters, equipped with machine guns. They seemed to be shooting at Something, but it was too far away for me to see clearly. Really, I'm not lying to you. Later, one of the helicopters suddenly exploded in the sky, and its wreckage fell near the Wangfujing department store. If you don't believe me, you can go see. I'm definitely not lying. As the man explained, he slowly retreated towards the stairs to the second floor. Shin-Yi frowned. So, it wasn't that the authorities didn't rescue, but that they had mobilized immediately and then were wiped out? Helicopters were shot down. What kind of monster did they encounter? Even machine guns couldn't kill the opponent. Shin-Yi couldn't help but think of the giant bird he had seen at school a couple of days ago. If it was that terrifying monster bird, it really could shoot down helicopters. As for whether it could withstand machine gun bullets, Shin-Yi wasn't sure. Logically, a mere mortal body shouldn't be that tough. But thinking about his own physical evolution ability, just at level 1, it was already so abnormal. If it reached level 10 or 100, perhaps it could also withstand bullets. It seemed the apocalypse world was even more dangerous than he had thought. He needed to be more cautious in the future. Shin-Yi didn't think he could deal with that giant bird or mutated monsters as strong as it, so he couldn't be too arrogant just because he had a handgun. The female police officer with superpowers you mentioned, where is she now? Is she still alive? Shin-Yi asked again, not paying attention to the man's small retreating movements. Well, I don't know. She just came here the day before yesterday to buy some food and water. The man said, his eyes darting around, seemingly looking towards the second floor, conveying some kind of signal. Shin-Yi approached the man and asked, what is her ability? She can turn her hands into steel, and her strength is very great. The man said, staring at Shin-Yi as he stepped closer, seemingly anticipating his approach. However, after taking a few steps, Shin-Yi suddenly stopped and looked at the man, saying, so, the last question, have you ever seen a colored fruit? Colored fruit? What is that? I've never seen it. The man's eyes clearly showed some panic. He had definitely seen it. Understood. Shin-Yi nodded, and in the next moment, he pulled the trigger. With a clear sound of bang, a blood hole appeared on the man's forehead, and he fell down with an expression of disbelief, dead. His eyes remained wide open. He never expected that the gun in Shin-Yi's hand was real. Even less did he expect Shin-Yi would shoot directly. After killing the man, Shin-Yi's body instantly vanished from the spot. Time passed. After about 10 minutes, another man peeked his head out from the staircase, cautiously surveying the first floor. Is he gone? The man instantly breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the body with a blown head on the first floor. Damn, who is this guy? He actually has a gun. Could he be a cop? Or someone from the military? But it seems there are no military station near our mountain city. And this guy actually has abilities. Boss, you didn't die in vain. While muttering to himself, the man turned his head and was immediately terrified, his eyes widening in shock. There was actually a person standing in the shadow behind him. Holy shit! He instinctively swung his fist at the figure. His fist, at the moment of swinging, transformed into an iron fist. His body was also rapidly turning to steel. This was clearly an ability. But it was too slow. Bang! Shin-Yi pulled the trigger. At such a close distance, there was no suspense, a single shot to the head. Before the man's head had fully turned to steel, it was pierced through. To ensure the man was dead, Shin-Yi fired 6 more shots, each one hitting the head, emptying the bullets in the gun, and smashing the man's face. Dealing with ability users must be done cautiously. This was Shin-Yi's first encounter with an ability user, and he was very nervous. Earlier, when he was on the first floor, Shin-Yi sensed that the middle-aged man was acting strangely. He had been trying to lead Shin-Yi towards the staircase to the second floor. So Shin-Yi suspected there might be an ambush on the second floor. Therefore, he took the initiative, preferring to mistakenly kill than to let go. After killing the middle-aged man, Shin-Yi immediately teleported to another location, quietly waiting for the person on the second floor to appear. He waited for more than 10 minutes. When the man on the second floor couldn't help but show his head, Shin-Yi teleported behind him, listened to the man muttering to himself for a long time, and then shot him dead. If it weren't for wanting to hear if this man would say anything useful, Shin-Yi wouldn't have wasted time. As for the man being an ability user, Shin-Yi was not surprised. From the very beginning of his conversation with the man on the first floor, he had sensed that the middle-aged man was very knowledgeable about abilities. Shin-Yi had thought the middle-aged man was an ability user himself, so he deliberately got close to ensure a one-shot kill. After all, Shin-Yi hadn't used a gun much. Beyond 10 meters, he might miss. Handguns are not that easy to control. Ha! For the first time killing someone, Shin-Yi only felt his heart racing, adrenaline surging. But he felt no fear, only excitement. Perhaps, deep down, he was not the kind of obedient and honest person glancing at the man's corpse on the ground. With death, the steel on him also disappeared, and his ability was nullified. After confirming the man was completely dead, he switched to a fully loaded gun and began to check the rooms on the second floor. Since he had taken action, he would finish the job, leaving no future troubles. Shin heard sounds coming from a room at the end of the corridor, so he walked over with his gun in hand. Cautiously, he pushed the door open. However, the scene in the room made him frown and put down his gun. 29. The poor young woman, the female police officer, carefully pushed open the door to the room on the second floor. Only then did Shin see it. Inside was a male corpse and a middle-aged woman, completely naked and covered in wounds, chained to the bed with a dog leash. The woman had clearly been tortured severely, her breath very weak. Those two guys are definitely not the supermarket owners. Shin had actually suspected this for a while. Because a normal shop owner with plenty of food available would never immediately resort to killing a stranger. Even if that stranger stole something from his store, he wouldn't kill them. Just like Shin didn't kill the fat pig that insulted him. How could an ordinary person just kill someone? Only those who have killed or committed evil deeds would be so ruthless. For example, now that Shin had officially killed someone, if he were to face that fat pig who insulted him again, he would definitely eliminate her without mercy. Once the shackles of morality are removed, it becomes very difficult to be restrained again. These two guys must be criminals or fugitives, without any bottom line. He didn't know how they got into the supermarket, but in any case, they had killed the Real owner, taken over, and even occupied the owner's wife. Shin stepped forward to take a look at the still unconscious owner's wife, unlocked her chains, left some snacks and water, and then left. Even if this poor woman could wake up, she probably wouldn't live long. Her body was covered in cigarette burns, bruises from clubs, and one arm was broken. Unless she was taken to the hospital for emergency treatment, there was little chance of saving her. But Shin kindness was limited to helping her unlock her shackles. As for the rest, he couldn't be bothered. He felt pity for the woman, but that wouldn't make him overly benevolent. He wasn't a good person. After all, at the beginning, when he wasn't sure if the middle-aged man was the supermarket owner, Shin had been prepared to kill him after stealing everything. He just didn't expect that he happened to kill two bad guys. As for whether the information the bad guy gave him was accurate, Shin wasn't sure. But he could trust it to some extent. For example, when the black mist first appeared, the police came out to maintain order and even dispatched helicopters to deal with some monsters. That was probably true. As for confirming the truth of that statement, he could take some time to visit Wangfujing department store to see if there were any helicopter wreckage that had fallen, but it was likely true. After all, he had no reason to make up so many things to deceive himself. As for the female police officer with special abilities, she might be fictional. Because the ability to turn one's body into steel belonged to the man on the second floor. However, anyway, this information didn't have much to do with him. The truth or falsehood didn't matter, just consider it as collecting information. Just as he walked out of the supermarket, Shin Yi's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw it was a call from Jiang Nanyan. After answering, Jiang Nanyan's voice came through. Honey, that group of thugs has broken in. They are breaking down the doors of other residents. I know. Is there anything else? Shin didn't care about the safety of others. Yes, I've convinced Teacher Bai. She is now willing to serve you, honey. When will you come back? I'll have her clean up and wait for you in bed? Jiang Nanyan's tone was lively, as if she wanted to be praised. I'm on my way home. Let her wash up first. Don't save water. Make sure she cleans up well. Okay, honey, you be careful. After hanging up, Shin thought about Bai Sini and couldn't help but feel a surge of heat. He could unlock new resources again. Plus, with Joe Warner about to be delivered to him, he could unlock two types of resources at once. However, this speed was still a bit slow. Shin pondered, now that he had the ability to teleport, could he go out and take in beautiful girls? The internet is indeed a mixed bag, and with a recent power outage, most people's phones probably have no place to charge, making it quite difficult to continue searching for information online. Let's see what supplies Bai Sini and Joe Warner can unlock. If there are any ability fruits or other firearms, then I'll take a bit of risk and go out to take in the girls, Shin thought to himself, quickening his pace to head back. Along the way, he also saw some survivors teaming up to go out in search of supplies. Unfortunately, they didn't have any decent weapons, and soon they were targeted by a mutated domestic cat, with almost no chance of survival. Home and supermarket. The supermarket that Shin had just looted. At this moment, several figures appeared at the entrance of the supermarket. They were all holding weapons. Especially the two leading figures, a man and a woman, both had guns and were wearing police uniforms. They were police officers. Behind the two officers were several men holding clubs and similar weapons, but these men clearly had no combat experience, their faces showing signs of fear. Wait, there's a smell of blood. Everyone be careful. As soon as they reached the supermarket entrance, the female officer immediately spoke up, unlocking her handgun and aiming it at the supermarket door. The other male officer quickly positioned himself in front of the civilians, alert for any potential attacks from the surroundings, while asking the female officer, Captain Qin, what should we do? Should we retreat? Female officer Qin Xiang slightly moved her nose, sniffing the air, and observed inside the supermarket through the glass window for a while, frowning as she said, we don't have much food left, we must take the risk to go in and take a look. Wang Jiqiang, you stay outside with the others. I'll go into the supermarket to check. Once it's confirmed safe, you can come in. Captain Qin, I can go in to help you. I can't let you take the risk alone. Male officer Wang Jiqiang quickly pleaded. No, you need to stay. Your responsibility is to protect the safety of the civilians. Qin Xiang firmly refused, then softened her tone slightly. Don't worry, with my abilities, I won't encounter danger. Besides, I've been to this supermarket once before, the owner is very reliable. Perhaps this smell of blood isn't a dangerous signal. All right. Wang Jiqiang nodded in agreement. He knew that the task of protecting the civilians was the most important. Then, Qin Xiang walked to the supermarket entrance and knocked on the door. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. She frowned slightly. Could something really have happened? Thinking of this, she no longer cared about damaging civilian property. Looking at the tightly locked supermarket door, Qin Xiang took a deep breath and punched it. To everyone's astonishment, the locked door was smashed through. The onlookers were all shocked by this scene. What terrifying strength! She looked like just a pretty and slender woman, yet she possessed a terrifying power that was completely mismatched with her physique. Qin Xiang gripped her gun and walked into the supermarket. Soon, she saw a corpse on the first floor. Moreover, it was a corpse with a blown head, eyes wide open in death. It was the body of the supermarket owner. Is this a gunshot wound? How could someone have a gun? Could it be another surviving colleague? No, it can't be a colleague. Qin Xiang frowned, her expression serious. Because if it were her own colleagues, they would absolutely never shoot at civilians. Even if they had to shoot, they wouldn't aim for the head but rather other parts of the body. This was the rule they learned after becoming police officers. Only a thug or a villain would shoot someone in the head. 30, come here, help me take off my clothes. Damn it! Could it be that some dangerous element picked up a colleague's gun? Qin Xiang frowned deeply. A black mist enveloped the area, with plants and animals mutating. Many colleagues lost contact on the day of the call, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Later, the remaining police and special forces received orders from their superiors, stating that a huge mutated plant had appeared in the city, causing widespread destruction and growing at an alarming rate, having already toppled several buildings, and needed to be stopped quickly. Thus, all police forces participated in the eradication of the mutated plants. But then, the mission failed. The entire city, a radius of several dozen kilometers, and over a dozen neighborhoods fell into chaos. Most of the police who went to participate in the rescue also died during the operation, and to this day, not even their bodies have been found. If any civilians happened to encounter the bodies of their deceased colleagues, it was indeed possible for them to take the colleagues' guns, which would be troublesome. While thinking about this, she walked towards the second floor, where the smell of blood was even stronger. As soon as she went upstairs, she saw another corpse. This was a body with its head completely blown apart. Another gunshot wound. He actually had so many bullets. Qin Xiang's face turned grim. It was not hard to tell from the scene that the assailant had fired at least 7 or 8 shots. Every shot was a headshot. It was just unknown whether there were still bullets left in the assailant's gun. Hopefully, there were no bullets left. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous for someone who casually shoots to be wandering around outside. The city was already in chaos. If more firearms were to circulate, it would only exacerbate the disorder. Qin Xiang understood deeply how terrifying it was for people without legal constraints to obtain firearms. Help me! Suddenly, a faint voice came from a room at the end of the corridor. Qin Xiang was taken aback. She quickly walked over. Pushing the door open, she immediately saw a corpse and a severely injured woman on the verge of death. Hang in there. Don't close your eyes. I'm a police officer, I will find a way to save you. Qin Xiang rushed forward to check the woman's injuries. Severe, very severe. Moreover, most of the wounds were clearly inflicted from abuse. Damn it! Who could it be? Xin Xiang clenched her fists. In anger. In a flash, she suddenly caught sight of a photo on the bedside table. The photo clearly showed the woman in front of her and a man who had already been dead for a day or two. In other words, the supermarket owner she saw the day before yesterday was not the owner of this supermarket. This poor woman and the deceased man were the real owners. Understanding everything, she felt a surge of clarity. Damn it! Xin Xiang slammed her fist into the ground, creating a pit. Her anger had nowhere to go. She quickly pieced everything together. It was those two bastards pretending to be the owners who had imprisoned the woman and killed the innocent owner. They were the real villains. No wonder her colleague was shot dead on the spot, even blowing the other bastard's head off. Even she would have acted the same way upon witnessing such a scene. These two beasts did not deserve to live. Perhaps the one who killed those two beasts was not necessarily her colleague, but he must have been a good person, otherwise he wouldn't have spared this innocent woman. But now, Xin Xiang had no time to think about that. She covered the woman with a blanket and quickly carried her downstairs. No matter if she could save her or not, she had to try. As long as there was still a breath left, it proved she did not want to die. Wang Jiqiang, you take people inside to get supplies. I'll take the injured back to the shelter. Remember to be extra careful. Xin Xiang hurriedly threw down a sentence and quickly left. She wasn't sure how much longer the woman could hold on. Their temporary shelter had a doctor they rescued a couple of days ago, perhaps he could save this woman. Wang Jiqiang received the order and quickly led the others to sweep through the supermarket. However, after sweeping through the area, they found that the remaining snacks and items were almost all contaminated. It was as if someone had already looted the place beforehand. Only a few bags of instant noodles and a couple of sausages were still barely edible. How could this happen? Wang Jiqiang frowned and then looked towards the second floor, saying, "Everyone, go check the second floor. Be careful, don't touch the corpses on the ground." Shani returned to the building, ignoring the rioters who were smashing doors one by one, and directly teleported upstairs. Let them cause some destruction and scare the residents of this building. It would be best if they could gather everyone together, saving him some trouble. In just a few breaths, Shani arrived at the 20th floor. There was no need to knock, he teleported directly into the apartment. Jiang Nanyan, who was playing on her phone, suddenly heard a sound and instinctively looked up, startled to see Shani appearing out of thin air, almost dropping her phone. "Honey? How did you get in?" She looked shocked. At the same time, hearing the noise, Su Wanting came running out of the bedroom. "Honey, you're back." "Yeah, that was my new superpower I just acquired," Shani nodded, explaining a bit more to Jiang Nanyan. He was quite satisfied with her practical attitude, so he was a bit nicer to her. "A new superpower?" Su Wanting was surprised. "You can actually gain superpowers? In the future, if there's a chance, I can help you all gain abilities too," Shani casually promised. He had this idea in mind. He wanted his women to have the power to protect themselves. However, his own strength wasn't strong enough yet, so he needed to prioritize improving his own abilities. Once he was strong enough, he could help the women become stronger too. "Really? I can also gain superpowers." Su Wanting was instantly excited. Jiang Nanyan couldn't help but feel thrilled as well. Abilities. Superpowers. If she could have superpowers too, wouldn't that mean she wouldn't have to fear the monsters outside? "Yes, I already know how to gain abilities. Ordinary people can do it too, but it's quite difficult, so it will take some time." Upon hearing this, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan were even more excited. Ordinary people can gain abilities. Honey, Teacher Bai is in the bedroom," Jiang Nanyan snapped back to reality and quickly said. This was her opportunity. "Well done, I'll give you a merit point for that." Shani nodded and walked towards the bedroom. Hearing that she was getting a merit point, Jiang Nanyan smiled with excitement. She felt one step closer to gaining abilities. Su Wanting, seeing this, cursed silently at the shamelessness and immediately took out her phone to contact her friend, whom she had finally managed to reach earlier. She absolutely couldn't fall behind Jiang Nanyan. Shani walked into the bedroom and saw Bai Sini sitting on the edge of the bed, her face flushed and shy. "Come here, help me take off my clothes." Meanwhile, downstairs, atrocities were also occurring. 31. Unlock new supplies. Brother Wang, this anti-theft door is too damn hard, I can't open it at all. The student with yellow hair cursed angrily. He had already joined this gang of thugs. Although he had taken a beating, after a round of crying and begging for mercy, he had gained the protection of this small group. He had Also drunk half a bottle of water and eaten a small piece of jerky that he didn't know what animal it came from. Although the half bottle of water was a bit dark and the jerky had a strange smell, at least he had something to eat. Many people would love to have such meat right now. Keep smashing. I don't believe we can't break this damn door. Whoever breaks it first will be rewarded with 2 extra pieces of meat, and he can be the first to have fun with the women in the room. Brother. Wang, whose arms were covered in tattoos, said fiercely. Upon hearing this, the thugs immediately cheered excitedly and smashed the door even harder. Although the quality of the anti-theft door in this community was very good, it couldn't withstand a group of armed, crazed thugs. At this moment, the yellow-haired student's eyes darted around, and he suddenly leaned closer to the burly man. Big brother. Don't get so damn close to me. The burly man slapped him backhanded, making the yellow-haired student dizzy. Why yes, sorry big brother, I forgot. It took a while for the yellow-haired student to recover, but he didn't dare to retort. He knew how brutal this big brother was. He was not someone he could provoke. What do you want to say? Brother Wang glanced at him. It's like this, big brother, I came out with a few students from our dormitory, and among those students, there are several female college students. And each one is more beautiful than the last. Those long legs, so slender and long, and their butts are especially perky. Their faces are also incredibly pretty. The yellow-haired student described excitedly. He had already begun to fantasize about being with those beauties. Smack! The burly man slapped him again, making the yellow-haired student see stars and directly interrupting his fantasy. Why did you hit me again, big brother? Why did I hit you? Didn't you say you came out of the boys' dormitory? How could there be female students in the boys' dormitory? Are you bullying me because I didn't go to college? The burly man glared at the yellow-haired student, seemingly about to hit him again. No. Big brother, I really didn't lie. Those female college students are not from our boys' dormitory, they came from outside. They are another boys' girlfriends. The yellow-haired student, with a swollen face, hurriedly explained. This big brother's mood was extremely unstable. He was like someone with a mental illness. He hit people at the drop of a hat. And his IQ was so low, no wonder he didn't go to college. But he didn't dare to say that out loud, or he would really be beaten to death. Smack! Suddenly, the burly man raised his hand and slapped him again. The yellow-haired student was completely dazed, almost losing a tooth. Big brother, why did you hit me again? Your damn eyes are not right. Are you cursing me in your heart? Are you unhappy that I hit you? And no. Big brother. I'm wronged. Smack. The burly man slapped him again without hesitation. Dare to talk back to me. I can hit you whenever I want. Do you have a problem with that? I submit. The yellow-haired student's face was so swollen that he could hardly speak. Tell me in detail about those female college students. I haven't been with a female college student yet. If what you say is true, I'll reward you with a piece of meat. The burly man patted the yellow-haired student's shoulder roughly, almost knocking him over. It's. The yellow-haired student, with a swollen mouth and darkening vision, stammered intermittently. Are you dumb? I told you to speak. The burly man, furious, slapped him hard again, knocking the yellow-haired student unconscious. Damn! Is he out already? College students really can't take a hit. The strong man spat fiercely. Someone, wake him up for me, don't waste water, use urine. And everyone else, hurry up and smash the door. I remember there's a newlywed wife in this house, whoever breaks the door first gets to have her. The group of thugs didn't care about why the blonde was being beaten, they continued to smash the door with all their might. Especially when they heard the words newlywed wife, it filled them with energy. Other people's newlywed wives are irresistible. At that moment, inside the room being smashed, a husband and wife were trembling in fear. The man tightly gripped a kitchen knife, while the other hand held a phone, repeatedly dialing the police. The young woman was anxiously sending messages for help in the community group. However, while there were those who expressed concern, no one actually offered help. This newlywed couple could only watch in despair and fear as the door was being violently attacked. Finally, after enduring for several hours, the lock was broken and the door was forced open. 6 or 7 men grinned as they walked in. Ding! Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, beginning to randomly unlock a type of resource. Ding! Unlock successful, congratulations on unlocking resource, 5A grade steak. 5A grade steak plus 1, stored in system space 5A grade steak plus 1, stored in system space 5A. 5A grade steak? Shinny took out his phone to search for related information. 5A grade steak, the highest rated steak, costs About 1500 to 1600 yuan per kilogram, depending on the region. The fat-to-meat ratio of 5A-grade steak is high, and it is evenly distributed, with tender meat that tastes great even with just salt. A few thousand yuan per kilogram? That's really expensive. Shinyi couldn't help but feel emotional. He used to work part-time and only made a little over 2,000 yuan a month. He couldn't even afford a kilogram of steak with a month's salary. It was absurd. I really want to see how good this few thousand yuan steak tastes. Shinyi's heart stirred as he took a piece of steak from the system space. The beef had clear marbling, a good balance of fat and lean meat, and was very fresh. But it was raw. Shinyi was speechless for a moment. He still had to cook it himself. That was too much trouble. However, raw meat was also more convenient to handle. If he didn't want to eat steak, he could stir-fry or boil it. Currently, his meals only consisted of chicken, which was delicious, but eating too much would still get boring. Having an extra steak resource was great. As for cooking the steak, of course, that would be left to the women. Now, he had 3 women in his harem. He couldn't possibly make himself cook. Can I have a bottle of water wrapped in a blanket? The blushing Baisini asked softly. Shinny glanced at Baisini and casually took a bottle of mineral water from the system space and tossed it to her. Thank you. Baisini quickly caught the water and started drinking. We'll eat in a bit, Shinny said as he got dressed and walked out of the bedroom. Hubby, the door of a house on the first floor has been broken. Those thugs not only defiled the woman in that house but also filmed it and posted it in the group. Seeing Shinny come out, Jiang Nanyan quickly reported the situation. She had been keeping an eye on the news about this building, as instructed by Shinny. 32. The United Residents, let me take a look. Shinny took Jiang Nanyan's phone and scrolled through the chat records in the group. Then he opened the video. The content of the video showed several naked men tormenting a young woman. Insults, screams, pleas, unbearable to hear. In the video, there was also a young man with a bruised face, several chunks of flesh cut off his body, forced to watch his wife being humiliated while tied to a chair. Even more beastly, this group of thugs placed the wedding photo of the newlywed couple in front of the woman, making her watch her wedding photo being desecrated. After watching the video, the residents in the group were filled with righteous indignation, and some even cursed the thugs for their inhumanity. But the thugs were indifferent, instead threatening all the residents. They warned the others to hurry downstairs, or when they broke down the door, all the women would meet the same fate. Arrogant and tyrannical. Lawless. But this is the apocalypse. The group fell silent. All the residents were afraid of these thugs. They were just ordinary people, at most a little wealthier than average, but they had never witnessed such bloody and cruel scenes. It wasn't until the account used by the thugs was kicked out of the group chat that someone began to send messages. Resident 0501, these madmen. Absolutely insane. They have no bottom line at all. Resident 0501. Where are the police? Where have the police gone? Why is no one answering the emergency calls? Can you even get through to the police? Resident 0201, I can't get through. I haven't been able to for the past few days. Resident 0901, what should we do? Everyone, think of a way. If this group of thugs really rushes in, we're done for. Resident 1001, where's the property management? Property management, come out. And the security guards, where have they gone? Come out and protect us. They earn 4,000 to 5,000 a month, and this is how they handle things? Resident 0901, if I'm not mistaken, there are 2 security guards among those thugs. They are still wearing their uniforms. Resident 1001, these bastards, taking my money but wanting to harm me. Damn it, when the police come, I will definitely complain about these dogs. Resident 1001, and these bandits, they're all a bunch of poor people. It's true that the most uncultured are the poor, they either steal or rob. So disgusting. Resident 1402, the property management disappeared long ago. They delivered supplies to us once the day before yesterday and then we couldn't contact them. Resident 0902, huh? How can the property management be unreachable? My food and water have run out, what should I do now? Where can I get supplies? Resident 0801, upstairs, how did you eat so fast? The property management gave each household 3 days worth of supplies the day before yesterday. Resident 0902, I have a lot of people in my family, and didn't the property management say they would deliver supplies every 3 days? Who knew they would say one thing and do another? What should we do now that we have no food? Resident 0801, what else can we do? Just starve, it's the apocalypse. If you don't save some food, you still expect to rely on others. Resident 0902, are you sick? 801? Did I offend you? What's wrong with me eating my own food? You're really overstepping. Resident 0501, can everyone please stop arguing? Let's think of a way to block the thugs downstairs. Resident 1402, I have a suggestion. Each household in our building can send one person and then unite to fight against the thugs. More people means more strength. Those bandits won't dare to confront us head on. What does everyone think? Resident 1501, huh? But I'm the only one in my family, and I'm a woman. Resident 1502, what's wrong with being a woman? Men and women are equal. Every household must send at least one person. Otherwise, when the thugs break in, we won't be able to protect your family. Then we won't protect other families that haven't contributed. Resident 1502, if you want to be protected, then unite. Don't make any excuses, don't think about taking advantage. Resident 1001, agreed. Resident 0801, then my family will send a man. 2. Resident 1402, since everyone is willing to contribute, let's gather on the 18th floor. Remember to bring weapons, baseball bats, or golf clubs are fine, anything that can be used as a weapon. Resident 1402, can the residents of our entire building really be bullied by just 6 or 7 people? We must intimidate them. Resident 0501, alright. I'm fired up. We have to take them down. Let these guys know our strength. The residents of Building 6 began to organize a counterattack. To protect their families and ensure their own safety, even the timid had to stand up. The thugs were too crazy, especially the bloody videos they released, which scared everyone. Originally, the purpose of the thugs releasing the videos was to threaten the other residents, hoping to force them to surrender. But little did they know, even the most timid person would fight desperately when their family and personal safety were threatened. Thus, the thugs' bloody videos had the opposite effect. No wonder there are no disturbances in this community. It turns out the property management actually distributed supplies to every household 3 days ago. What a good property management, great service. Sue Wanting murmured. She remembered that the school had run out of food the next day, which led to the riots. In this community, people still retained a moral baseline and even helped each other. But that was before. Now the property management had disappeared, and the 3 days' worth of food was about to run out, coupled with the thugs' attacks. The last line of defense would likely collapse. Not to mention the other residents. Even Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan, who were protected by Shinyi, were frightened by the thugs' brutal actions. That woman, how tragic. Fortunately, they made the right choice to follow Shinyi. Looking at the plight of the other women, both of them clearly changed the way they looked at Shinyi, their eyes filled with a bit more reliance. Although Shinyi had threatened them with supplies, he was not bad to them and had never abused them. Moreover, he provided them with food and drink every day and ensured their safety. He even promised to help them gain abilities. Thinking about it this way, Shinyi was not just good to them, he was simply too good to them. With this thought, the two women couldn't help but come to Shinyi's side, actively massaging his legs and feet, serving him. Serving Shinyi was what they should do, not scheming against each other every day. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting exchanged a glance instinctively, and in their hearts, they felt a sense of relief. Su Wanting no longer wanted to harbor hatred towards Jiang Nanyan. After all, they were now considered a family. If Shinyi were not home, they would still need to help each other. Compared to the group of ruthless thugs outside, their hatred for each other really didn't mean much. Jiang Nanyan also felt it was unnecessary to hate Su Wanting anymore. Although she had been deceived by Su Wanting, it now seemed like a good thing. Otherwise, she would have starved to death long ago. Or been bullied by those boys in the teaching building. With that thought, her resentment towards Su Wanting gradually faded. Does anyone know how to fry steak? Shinyi, enjoying the massage from two delicate hands, suddenly asked. The two women were taken aback, exchanged glances, and then both stammered. Clearly, neither of them knew how. After all, before the apocalypse, they were both young ladies who had never touched a drop of water. I can fry steak, a soft voice suddenly came from the direction of the bedroom. It was by Shinyi, who had a slightly flushed face and was walking a bit awkwardly. Now she was also considered part of this big family. Well, then let's fry a few pieces for dinner, Shin. He said, taking out 7 or 8 pieces of steak from the system space. Each piece weighed about half a pound. If the power is out, can we still fry them? Su Wanting said uncertainly. It's fine, I just checked, we have gas to use, Shinyi said. She didn't have much hostility towards Su Wanting. After all, she had, in a way, overshadowed Su Wanting. Bai Sini felt a bit embarrassed instead. Okay, Su Wanting said awkwardly. She completely didn't understand anything about the kitchen. She felt embarrassed in front of Shani. Would this make Shani like her even less? No, it can't be like this. Seeing Bai Sini walk into the kitchen, Su Wanting immediately followed her in. She wanted to learn how to cook. Zhang Nanyan was kneeling on the sofa massaging Shenyi's thighs. The family was harmonious, and Shenyi was very satisfied. The pressure outside was great, and at home, he wanted to relax completely. Especially after just having killed someone today. 33. A crushing defeat following the network cable to you. This so-called 5A top-grade steak really tastes good. Shenyi felt it was better than any beef he had eaten before. Perhaps the quality of the beef produced by the system was superior. Also, Bai Sini's cooking skills were quite impressive. Each steak was seared to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, very well done and fragrant. During this dinner, Shenyi ate a full 5 steaks. Perhaps it was because he had been using teleportation all day, consuming too much stamina, so he needed to replenish more energy. But it didn't matter, what we have the most is supplies. Plenty of steak. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Shenyi replied to Zhou Wanner's message. Yes, Zhou Wanner had sent a message. She had finally made up her mind to come over. She also said she would bring 2 roommates with her. Shenyi naturally did not refuse. The more women that came, the better. This way, he could unlock more supplies. After replying to the message, Shenyi took out several power banks to distribute to the 3 women, asking them to charge their phones fully. And not to use them recklessly, so they could contact him later. Otherwise, sometimes when he left home, he wouldn't know if something happened at home. After finishing these trivial matters, it was getting late. Due to the power outage, Shenyi and the others went to bed early to prepare for sleep. Before sleeping, Shenyi took a look at the messages in the group of Building 6. The residents had gathered and were aggressively assembling on the 18th floor. Well, with this group of people around, he could sleep more soundly tonight. Tomorrow would be the time to deal with the rioters. Hubby, good night. Su Wanning snuggled into Shenyi's arms and sleepily said. Good night. That night, Shenyi slept very comfortably. Even before the apocalypse, he had never slept this well. Perhaps, a person like him was really suited for the apocalypse. However, correspondingly, the other residents in this building were not doing well at all. A group of residents had gathered on the 18th floor, with more than 20 people, most of whom were men, with only a few women. Each of them held various weapons such as golf clubs, baseball bats, and kitchen knives. For a moment, everyone felt emboldened. Although the rioters were brutal, there were only 6 or 7 of them, while they had a full 2 times the number of people. This time, the advantage was on their side. Thus, under the leadership of a middle-aged boss in a suit, they aggressively went downstairs to negotiate with the rioters. That's right, negotiate. If possible, of course, no one wanted to fight to the death. If a fight broke out, people would die. But unfortunately, this group of rioters had no bottom line. Taking advantage of the negotiation, they suddenly launched an attack. Caught off guard, more than 20 people were beaten to the point of crying out in despair. And they directly became a rout. More than 20 people were chased and hacked at by 6 or 7. The final outcome was that 3 residents were killed, 2 were seriously injured, 2 were captured, and nearly 10 were lightly injured. Meanwhile, none of the rioters died, and not even one was seriously injured, they only sustained some minor injuries. A crushing defeat. This group of men in suits and ties, who had spent years in the office, were no match for the desperate criminals. Just one encounter, and they completely lost their ability to resist. As for this news, Shenyi learned about it through the chat records in the group. There were residents who had lost family members crying in the group, and there were residents whose family members had been captured, pleading for others to save their loved ones. But this time, no one dared to speak up anymore. Last night, the rioters had already extinguished their morale. Now everyone just wanted to protect themselves, no one dared to fight, not even to step outside. Ordinary people were simply no match for those desperate criminals. Those rioters, they were unreasonable and truly dared to kill. Resident 1501, does anyone have gauze and medicine? My leg hurts so much. The wound from last night keeps bleeding intermittently. Please help me. I'm begging you. Resident 1501 sent a picture. Shenyi opened the image and found that the injured resident was actually a woman. Of course, Shenyi clicked on the photo because the first thing he saw was her fair, tender leg. Although it was mostly stained with blood from the cut, the shape of her leg was still quite nice. He just didn't know what her face looked like and whether it met the system's standards. Seeing that no one was responding to Resident 1501's plea for help, Shani replied in the group using Jiang Nanyan's account. Resident 2001, I have medicine. If you need it, message me privately, but you have to send a full body photo first, no filters. Resident 1501, send a photo? What do you want my photo for? Resident 0901, what else could it be? Isn't it obvious? Resident 0901, wait, this resident from the 20th floor, didn't you not show up at the gathering last night? Resident 1401, the 20th floor really didn't contribute last night. Everyone remember Resident 2001, this selfish person doesn't deserve anyone's help. Resident 0501, at Resident 2001, get out. It's all your fault. You killed my man. What right do you have to be in this group? Resident 0501, bastard. Trash. Uncultured. Trash. Get out of this group. You don't deserve to live. You should die. You selfish trash. Resident 0501, you should die along with your whole family. Resident 1401, well said, this selfish guy shouldn't be allowed to stay in the group. Resident 1602, wah, my husband died when he went out with you guys yesterday. You all need to protect us widows and orphans? For a moment, Shani, who had not contributed, became the public enemy of the entire building. It was as if everything that had happened was his fault for not being there. Some people are like that, too afraid to face the strong but willing to bully the weak. However, Shani was not the weakling they thought he was. Shani directly teleported to room 501. At that moment in the room, a middle-aged woman in pajamas was sitting on the sofa, constantly tapping on her phone, cursing Shani in the group. It seemed that only by venting like this could she relieve the pain of losing her man? She was so engrossed in her outburst that she didn't even notice Shani's arrival until he deliberately made a sound. The woman turned to look at him, her face instantly filled with terror. Why you? Who are you? How did you get into my house? Shani glanced at her phone screen and confirmed that she was the one cursing him. I admit that losing your man is painful, after all, he was your only support. But, Shani said lightly, raising his hand, and a gun appeared in his palm. The middle-aged woman was instantly terrified at the sight. A gun appeared out of nowhere. Is this even human? But what does that have to do with me? You dare to curse my family, I'll kill you. Shani pulled the trigger directly, shooting her in the head. Even in death, the woman did not understand how she had provoked a monster. After killing the one who insulted his family, Shun, he felt relaxed and teleported back to his room. As for the others in the group who were cursing him for being selfish, he chose to ignore them for now. After dealing with the thugs, he would slowly take care of them. Don't think I'm easy to talk to. If you make me angry, I'll come for you through the internet. Just then, Resident 1501 added him as a friend. Resident 1501, my phone only has 1% battery left, I can't take a photo. Resident 1501, if you have medicine, could you please bring it to me? I have photos at home. After saying these two sentences, the other party suddenly disappeared. It seems that the phone ran out of battery. Shani thought for a moment and felt that it was worth a trip. After all, he had nothing else to do, and if the resident of 1501 met the system standards, he could unlock some new supplies. Even if they didn't meet the standards, it would just be a bit of effort, nothing serious. With this in mind, Shani directly used teleportation to disappear from the room. Ah! Shen-Yi. He just vanished into thin air. Bai Sini, who had just come out of the bedroom, exclaimed in shock upon seeing this scene. Then, disregarding the danger, she hurried to the spot where Shani had disappeared, anxiously searching through the gaps in the sofa. How could a living person just disappear into thin air? Especially right in front of her. Teacher Bai. Don't panic. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanning couldn't help but laugh at Bai Sini's comical behavior. How could such a big person like Shani possibly hide in the sofa's crevice? They knew this was Xinyi's new superpower, so they weren't too surprised. They also took the time to explain it to Bai Sini. After hearing the explanation, Bai Sini's face turned red, and she couldn't help but think to herself that she really couldn't adapt to the apocalyptic world. 34. He must be my Prince Charming. Shani used teleportation and arrived at the 15th floor in just a few seconds. Since this high-end community has 2 households per elevator, finding 1501 wasn't difficult. He arrived at the door and politely knocked. He needed to take a look at the appearance of the resident in 1501 first. If they didn't meet the system standards, Shani would turn around and leave. After waiting for a while, the electronic lock beeped and the door opened. A girl wearing a mint green short-sleeved shirt and light blue high-waisted denim shorts appeared at the door, looking pale. The girl was very beautiful, with smooth chestnut long hair styled in soft waves, one side tucked behind her ear revealing a small pearl earring, while the other side naturally fell to frame her face. Her legs were long and straight, with smooth muscle lines, exuding a healthy and vibrant aura, clearly someone who exercised regularly. However, her attractive left leg was almost dyed red, and even with a cloth tied around it, the bleeding couldn't be stopped. Or rather, it was because the girl didn't know how to treat wounds that led to this situation. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, her face was very pale, even her lips had turned a bit white. Just then, the system was triggered. Ding! Detected a goddess that meets the system standards, starting to scan detailed information. Name, Chu Xiaoxiao, age 24, appearance 91 points, figure 95 points, inner self 100 points, rich self-defense experience, no combat experience, total score 96 points, evaluation can unlock a random resource after being taken in. Xin Yi's gaze shifted to the inner self-evaluation. This was the first time such an evaluation had appeared. Rich self-defense experience. So she's a film sister? But in any case, she did meet the system standards. Are you the resident of 2001? Chu Xiaoxiao asked cautiously. She had confirmed through the peephole that Xin Yi was not the thug from downstairs, which was why she opened the door. Yes, your leg is bleeding again, let's stop the bleeding first, Xin Yi said, directly picking her up and walking into the room. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned. In that moment, she actually forgot to resist. It was just that Xin Yi's actions were so natural, as if they were a couple. But it was only for a moment. Chu Xiaoxiao quickly reacted, blushing and struggling. Repeatedly refusing, why you can't do this? We just met. And I'm still injured, I can't be like this. If you really want to, at least wait until my injury is healed. In fact, Chu Xiaoxiao thought Xin Yi was quite handsome at first glance, tall and fitting her criteria for a partner. In this apocalypse, finding a man to rely on wasn't bad. But to jump into action right after meeting was something Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't accept. At the very least, they should exchange names first, right? Xin Yi didn't explain but placed the flustered Chu Xiaoxiao on the sofa, then took out the gauze and white liquor he had obtained during his shopping spree at the supermarket, starting to disinfect and bandage her. The reason Xin Yi didn't explain was that Chu Xiaoxiao was already acting a bit off due to excessive blood loss. There were no good medical conditions in the apocalypse. If complications arose from blood loss, it would be troublesome. Xin Yi was counting on her to unlock resources. He couldn't just make a trip for nothing and waste a roll of gauze and white liquor, right? Especially the white liquor. Xin Yi had searched the supermarket and only found 2 bottles of high purity white liquor that hadn't been contaminated, originally planning to save them for his own disinfection in case he got injured. After all, the apocalypse was not like before, there were no doctors when one got hurt. Xin Yi was also thinking of going to the hospital in the next few days to stock up on some medicines, just in case he got sick in the future. Chu Xiaoxiao winced in pain, instinctively gripping Xin Yi's thigh tightly, letting out a cry. Even Xin Yi's thigh was hurt from her grip. The pain from the white wine disinfection was not something an ordinary person could endure. However, although Xin Yi's actions were rough, they were quick. After disinfecting, he tightly bandaged her wound, finally stopping the bleeding. Alright, you rest well now. I'll come back tomorrow to help you. With the disinfection and change the bandage, Xin Yi said, preparing to leave. This woman had suffered such a serious injury, she definitely couldn't unlock the rewards now. So, she would need to recuperate for a couple of days. After all, it wouldn't consume much in terms of resources. Xin Yi left behind a roasted chicken and directly used teleportation to leave. He made no demands and asked for nothing, because he had already determined that Chu Xiaoxiao was his possession. Naturally, there was no need for explanations. What? What if Chu Xiaoxiao refused? Then her life would be forfeit. If Xin Yi hadn't saved her, she would have undoubtedly died today. Moreover, Chu Xiaoxiao had seen her own abilities. If she was unwilling to submit, then she had to be silenced. Xin Yi did not want his teleportation to be leaked, otherwise it would be troublesome if he became a target in the future. This is what is called, every gift of fate is marked with a price in the dark. The moment Xin Yi intervened to save Chu Xiaoxiao, she had only 2 choices. Either submit or die. Is he the Prince Charming sent by heaven to save me? Chu Xiaoxiao lay weakly on the sofa, dazedly recalling the scene of Xin Yi treating her wound and leaving food behind. As she thought about it, her face gradually turned red. She had seen Xin Yi wave his hand, and the bandages, white wine, and food appeared. Moreover, this man helped her and asked for nothing, just left directly. If he wasn't a Prince Charming, then what was he? A deity? Chu Xiaoxiao thought she would have to offer herself to repay the life-saving grace. But the other party asked for nothing. This made Chu Xiaoxiao feel a bit disappointed. But he said he would come back tomorrow to help me change the medicine, which means we will meet again, right? Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel excited again. Weak and powerless, she even thought about tidying herself up to welcome her Prince Charming in the best condition. It smells so good. Chu Xiaoxiao gently turned over, looking at the roasted chicken on the table that was still steaming. She remembered that this chicken was conjured up by her. Prince Charming, almost like a divine act. He really is the Prince Charming from my dreams. While thinking, Chu Xiaoxiao happily started eating the chicken. After leaving Chu Xiaoxiao's home, Xin Yi headed straight to the first floor. It was time to deal with this group of thugs. Their usefulness had come to an end. When Xin Yi appeared on the first floor, he saw several thugs roasting meat. The meat they were roasting was actually cut from a corpse. No wonder this group of people hadn't starved to death. Instead, they were full of energy, even having the strength to smash doors. Who is it? Brother Wang, there's a pretty boy. Suddenly, the thugs noticed Xin Yi. Immediately, someone picked up a knife, glaring at him fiercely, their eyes filled with the ferocity of a beast. Xin Yi. It's actually you. Suddenly, from the corner, a swollen-faced classmate with yellow hair stepped out, looking at Xin Yi with a face full of resentment. It was because Xin Yi had abandoned him that he had become like this. Everything was because of Xin Yi. Xin Yi had harmed him. 35 slaughtering thugs, mutated black spiders. Big brother, it's him. He's the bastard I told you about who was with several female college students. The yellow-haired man immediately said to the tattooed muscular man. After suffering so much, he wanted Xin Yi to experience it all. Hearing this, the tattooed muscular man looked at Xin Yi with great interest, his eyes scanning him up and down. Who do you think I am, just this? The muscular man spat and then said fiercely, Tiger, break one of his legs and force him to tell us which floor he lives on. Then we can go to his house and have fun with his women. Okay. A tall, thin man in a security uniform responded, walking over with a baseball bat. The other thugs didn't take Xin Yi seriously at all. Just an ordinary person who couldn't even fight back. They had killed several people last night. But in the next second, a deafening gunshot suddenly rang out. The man in the security uniform froze in place, his body collapsing straight down, a blood hole in his forehead. Xin Yi didn't hesitate, raising his gun and firing at the other thugs who hadn't reacted yet. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the first floor. After emptying one gun, Xin Yi immediately switched to another. In just a moment, 4 thugs were shot dead. No words were wasted. He came to kill. So, after confirming the number of thugs, he opened fire directly. Damn it! How does he have a gun? Run! Run fast! The surviving thugs were filled with fear at this moment. The reason they were so arrogant and ruthless was that they had never encountered someone stronger than them. This was just the beginning of the apocalypse. Most people hadn't yet become desperate enough to fight back against thugs. This led the thugs to think they were invincible. But now, being slaughtered unilaterally by Xin Yi, they finally experienced what true fear was. The fear of death. No matter how ruthless they were, how daring they were, a single bullet was enough to take their lives. Damn it! You bastard, Huang Mao. Didn't you say he was just a student? How the hell does he have a gun? The tattooed muscular man immediately hid in a room, furiously venting his anger at Huang Mao. A gun! This was a damn gun! They had been so reckless in killing because they knew guns were banned in Xia country. If they had known someone had a gun, only a fool would have sought trouble. With the few broken knives in their hands, what use were they? Huang Mao was already scared out of his wits, trembling behind the wardrobe. Xin Yi actually had a gun. And he shot without hesitation. Was he really just an ordinary college student? Huang Mao was terrified. Nearly wetting himself. What to do? What to do? He had already offended Xin Yi, and if he waited for the others to be killed, he would definitely die too. Soon, the gunfire outside stopped. There was not a sound. Not even a scream. It seemed everyone had been killed. The tattooed muscular man gripped his knife tightly, hiding behind the door, sweat beading on his forehead from the tension. Only one chance. Only when the other party entered the door, unprepared, could he deliver a fatal blow. The tattooed muscular man held his breath, staring intently at the doorway. But he didn't notice that someone had suddenly appeared behind him. Huang Mao saw Xin Yi appear. Out of nowhere, his eyes widening in disbelief, trembling as he pointed at him, Big brother. He's come in. The tattooed muscular man was taken aback, instinctively wanting to turn his head, but Xin Yi's gun had already fired a bullet, hitting him directly in the back of the head. Then, Xin Yi fired several more shots, killing the muscular man whose eyes were filled with fear. Spare me! Big brother, spare me! Please! Let me go! Please let me go! We are classmates from the same school. The student with yellow hair knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. Shin-hee, however, was unhurried as he switched to a gun from the system space and shot him dead with one bullet. Inside the room, there was a man bound to a chair, already lifeless. There was also a woman huddled in the corner, completely naked and trembling. Her mental state had completely collapsed. Even upon witnessing Shin-hee kill, she remained lost in her own fear, showing no reaction. Shin-hee raised his hand and shot her, ending her suffering. As he walked out of the room, Shin-hee saw a bandit who had been hit by 4 or 5 bullets but was still alive, struggling to crawl outside. Shin-hee was not in a hurry. He stood still, aimed his gun at him, and fired. The first shot missed. "TSK, it seems my shooting skills are indeed poor. I can't even hit such a large target," Shin-hee said, continuing to pull the trigger. He treated the struggling thug, desperate to survive, as a target for practice. Shin-hee's shooting had always been lacking, which was why he always approached enemies within 10 meters before firing. But he had plenty of bullets and guns, so he could improve slowly. Thus, from a distance of 30 to 40 meters, Shin-hee kept shooting at the crawling thug. It took him 4 or 5 shots to hit once. Really pathetic. This thug had a truly tenacious will to live, desperately crawling outside despite his gunshot wounds. As Shin-hee changed guns and slowly approached, he aimed again. This time, he aimed for the head. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, suddenly, a thick white line shot over, directly sticking to the thug's body and lifting him into the air. Shin-hee was momentarily stunned and immediately looked up warily. What was that? He observed for a while, but due to the plants covering the upper floors and the thick black mist, he couldn't see anything. Still on guard, Shin-hee casually picked up a thug's corpse and threw it outside. As soon as the body hit the ground, a thick white line identical to the previous one shot down, snatching the corpse away. What the hell is that? Shin-hee was shocked. He had always thought this building was safe, but clearly, it was not. There was a monster upstairs. He didn't know if it was attracted by the gunfire or the corpse. No, he had to figure out what it was. Otherwise, going out would be dangerous. Shin-hee picked up another corpse and threw it outside. At the same time, he immediately used teleportation to get outside, keeping a close watch on the building. In the black mist, a giant black spider, 2 to 3 meters in size, covered in black hair and with multiple legs, crawled down from the building. Its claw-like mouth sprayed a white line as thick as an arm, instantly sticking to the corpse and dragging it up. Seizing the opportunity, Shin-hee raised his gun and fired 7 or 8 shots at the mutated black spider. This monster had to be eliminated. Otherwise, going out would be very dangerous. However, to his shock, the bullets that hit the black spider only penetrated slightly, causing little damage, and instead, it became enraged. The mutated black spider dropped the corpse and suddenly opened its mouth wide, spraying a thick white silk towards Shin-hee. 36. A female police officer who meets the system standards. Shin-hee was already prepared and directly used teleportation to dodge 20 meters away, avoiding the attack of the black spider. Damn, I can't even kill it with a handgun. Shin-hee cursed inwardly. His strongest attack method at the moment couldn't do anything to this mutated spider. At this moment, the black spider locked onto Shin-hee's position again, seemingly holding a grudge against him for being shot by the handgun earlier. Several hairy legs moved quickly, jumping down from the building and pouncing towards Shin-hee. The giant spider, 2 to 3 meters in size, made Shin-hee's heart race. He quickly used teleportation to lead the black spider away. But the black spider only chased for a few dozen meters before suddenly stopping. Its pile of pitch-black eyes stared at Shin-hee, making strange sounds, spinning in circles on the spot, and then turned back. Why isn't this beast chasing anymore? Shin-hee frowned. He thought for a moment and then cautiously followed, discovering that the black spider had actually crawled back upstairs. It even took the corpse of the thug on the ground with it. Shin-hee's expression darkened. This black spider clearly intended to stay here. Shin-hee had just wanted to use teleportation to lure the black spider away, but it didn't fall for it at all. Damn it, I finally found a satisfactory shelter, and now I encounter this thing. Shin-hee wanted to curse. If he didn't deal with this black spider, not only his woman but even he could accidentally fall victim. But dealing with it was not easy. After all, even a gun couldn't kill it. How could a spider mutate to be so terrifying? Shin-hee frowned deeply and thought for a while. He took out his phone to contact Jo Warner. If Jo Warner had just left the campus, he could go pick her up. Otherwise, even if she miraculously made it into the community alive, she would be killed by this black spider. Shin-hee, where are you? Jo Warner, we just left the campus. It's so dangerous outside, brother. Shin-hee, how much battery do you have left on your phone? Joe Warner, almost full. I have a power bank. Shani, share your current location. Joe Warner has initiated location sharing with you. Shani joined the location sharing and saw the distance between him and Joe Warner was over 800 meters, which wasn't too far. Without the ability to teleport, Shani definitely wouldn't go pick up Joe Warner, it was too risky. But with teleportation, even if he encountered some mutated monster, he could ensure his own safety. With his safety assured, Shani naturally didn't mind doing some things beneficial to himself, like searching for supplies or looking for women who met the system's standards. Walking on the street shrouded in black mist, Shani remained vigilant of his surroundings. The mutated black spider had greatly heightened his alertness. Some mutated animals could not be killed by handguns. The trees by the roadside seemed to have grown quite a bit taller and thicker. At this growth rate, in a while, the area for human activities will probably be squeezed down to a very small space. Although plants wouldn't actively attack humans if they grew too large, they would eventually pose a threat. And the cracks on the ground, although they hadn't continued to expand, were still continuously spewing black mist. From within, he didn't know where all this black mist was coming from underground. Shani really wanted to jump down to investigate, but it was just a thought. If he really jumped down, he would definitely be dead. When my strength is sufficient, I can go down to explore, Shani thought to himself. Then, he continued to follow the navigation towards Joe Warner's direction. But from the location sharing, Shani found that Joe Warner had actually been staying in the same place. This made him frown. This little green tea knew he was coming and just started waiting there? Not even moving an inch. Shani walked a few hundred meters more and found that Joe Warner's position still hadn't changed. His complexion was not good. This kind of woman who takes advantage of others is infuriating. If he hadn't already walked a few hundred meters, Shani would have wanted to turn back home immediately. Forget it, let's unlock the reward first. If Joe Warner is really this scheming, I'll take the reward and then kill her. Shani continued walking forward, and the surroundings gradually quieted down. He glanced at the navigation and found that Joe Warner's location was right in front at a convenience store, completely still. Shani took out his gun and walked over slowly. Although the convenience store was small, it had quite a bit of supplies, so it wasn't a wasted trip to loot it. Just as he approached the convenience store, Shani sensed something was off. He caught a whiff of the strong smell of blood in the air. Due to frequently killing people these past few days, he immediately recognized it as the smell of human blood. Moreover, not far away on the ground, he could see a lot of dragging marks, and a woman's shoe was also left behind. From the scene, it seemed that someone had just died here. Shani instantly reacted. He immediately became alert to his surroundings. However, he didn't see any mutated monsters. What he couldn't see was even more dangerous. So, Shani no longer hesitated and directly used teleportation to arrive at the convenience store entrance, then teleported inside. He looked at the map and saw that Joe Warner was very close to him. Joe Warner? Shani called out tentatively into the dark convenience store. He didn't know if she was still alive. If she was dead, then he really would have made a wasted trip. Shani? Is that you, brother Shani? A voice came from a small room at the back of the convenience store. Then, the door opened, and three figures cautiously walked out. They were three women, and the tallest among them was wearing a police uniform and holding a gun. The female officer walked in front. And when she saw that the person had a gun, she immediately raised her own in caution. But Shani was even more alert. This female officer actually had a gun. He immediately prepared to teleport away. Damn it, Joe Warner didn't say she was with the police. She didn't mention the police had guns. Otherwise, no matter what, Shani wouldn't have come to pick her up. After all, a gun could threaten his safety. Brother Shani? Is it really you? You actually came to pick me up, woo. Woo, Warner is so touched. The petite and cute Joe Warner looked excited and even pretended to cry. But she didn't approach Shani right away, instead, she hid behind the female officer. Saying she was touched, but her body didn't trust Shani, this little green tea. Shani couldn't be bothered with her. Comrade, are you a police officer? Or a soldier? The pretty female officer looked at Shani, pointing her gun cautiously. Neither. Then where did you get your gun? Found. It's. Alright, can you put the gun away first? I mean no harm. Seeing that Shani didn't seem like a bad person, the female officer put her gun away, indicating her goodwill. Seeing this, Shani also lowered his gun but didn't disengage the safety. Even if the other party was a police officer, he didn't relax in the slightest. In this apocalypse, who knows if the police are good or bad? There could even be bad people disguised as police. In short, as long as there was a threat to His safety from a person or monster, Shin-Yi would never trust them completely unless he had an ability to detect the other person's thoughts. However, what Shin-Yi didn't expect was that this female officer actually met the system's standards. 37. A youthful face with a giant chest, the terrifying tree in the city center. Ding! Detected a goddess that meets the system standards. Beginning detailed scan. Name Su-Yun. Age 27 years. Appearance 88 points. Figure 94 points. Inner self 100 points. Pure and flawless. Total score 90 points. Evaluation can unlock a random resource after being taken in. 90 points is the lowest score for women that meets the system's current triggering standards. But even at the lowest score, this female police officer's looks are at the level of a great beauty among ordinary people. It's a level that Shin-Yi had never encountered before. Especially her spirited and heroic demeanor, which is very different from other girls. As for the long-haired girl beside Jo Wanner, although Shin-Yi thought she was not ugly, even quite delicate and pleasant to look at, she did not trigger the system prompt. It seems she does not meet the requirements to unlock resources. Hello, comrade, my name is Su-Yun. I am from the city police department. I don't know how you got in here. After introducing herself, Su-Yun asked seriously. In her view, although Shin-Yi might not be a police officer, he should not be a bad person, otherwise, he wouldn't risk going out to save people during such a special time. My name is Shin-Yi. Shin-Yi paused, then glanced towards the door and said, I just walked in like this, what's wrong? Hearing this, the female police officer was taken aback. Jo Wanner and the long-haired girl were also surprised, even involuntarily exclaiming, Brother Shin-Yi, you just walked in like that. What's wrong? Shin-Yi naturally wouldn't reveal his cards to a stranger who had not yet become his woman, so he pretended to say he just walked in. Brother Shin-Yi, you are really lucky. There's a snake outside that can become invisible, and it didn't attack you. Jo Wanner patted her chest, as if relieved, but her trembling movements were quite alluring. A youthful face with a giant chest, that's what this is about. Jo Wanner also knew how to use her advantages. Seeing Shin-Yi looking at her, she secretly thought she was right. If she could win over Shin-Yi and have him protect her, she would be much safer in the future. Moreover, she could have Shin-Yi go out to find food and water. An invisible snake? Shin-Yi's heart suddenly raced. No wonder he only saw dragging marks and blood but no people. Now even mutated animals have abilities. It can actually become invisible. What the hell is humanity doing? That should not be a snake, I saw it has 4 legs, it should be a gecko, the long-haired girl explained. Police officer Su-Yun nodded in agreement. Yes, that's a gecko, but its size is over a meter long, longer than an ordinary snake, and its invisibility is not true invisibility, it simply changes the color of its body to match the surrounding environment, plus the presence of black mist makes it hard to detect. The few survivors I saved were all ambushed and killed by this color-changing gecko, so I know it well. Color-changing? Isn't that the ability of a chameleon? Shin-Yi's expression was strange. A hybrid? Or is it simply because of mutation that the gecko gained this ability? I also suspected it might be a mutated chameleon, but from what I've seen, it feels more like a gecko, Su-Yun said. This female police officer has some skills to survive in the apocalypse. Shin-Yi pondered. Regardless of whether it is a chameleon or a gecko, being able to change color is quite troublesome. If he hadn't used teleportation to come in, he might have been caught off guard and truly ambushed by it. No wonder these 3 women were scared and hiding in the convenience store's small room, it was simply because they couldn't handle this gecko. Comrade, if you weren't attacked when you came in just now, it might have already left. You should take this opportunity to leave quickly, lest it turn back, this gecko is very cunning. Su-Yun suggested. Jo Wanner and the long-haired girl quickly nodded. Their roommate had been killed by that treacherous gecko. If it weren't for Su-Yun, who happened to pass by and shot to scare the gecko away, they might have died too. Later, through conversation, they learned that the female police officer Su-Yun wasn't just passing by but had been hunting the gecko all along. This gecko had eaten several people, including a child that Su-Yun had managed to save, which was why she was risking her own safety to fight it. Let's wait a bit longer. I heard a strange sound when I came in, it might still be lurking nearby. Shin-Yi fabricated a reason. He could leave any time he wanted, but taking Jo Wanner with him wouldn't be easy. As for the female police officer Su-Yun, Shin-Yi hadn't considered taking her for now. Unless Su-Yun was willing to hand over her weapon to him. Or he could ensure her absolute loyalty. Otherwise, having a ticking time bomb by his side would prevent Shin-Yi from sleeping soundly. I see. Su-Yun frowned. After thinking for a while, she said, how about this? I'll go out first and try to lure it away, and then you all can leave. Sister Su-Yun, what if you encounter danger? Jo Wanner asked worriedly. I'm a police officer, it's my duty to protect. You, Su-yun replied seriously, then a flash of hatred crossed her eyes as she coldly said, moreover, I must kill it. Even if it costs me my life, I absolutely cannot let it harm innocent people any longer. Saying this, she began checking the bullets in her gun, preparing for action. She was a decisive woman. Sister Su-yun, you really are a good police officer. Jo Wonner and the long-haired girl looked at Su-yun with admiration. But they were only moved, they had no intention of stopping her. Shinee was also a bit surprised, he hadn't expected this female officer to have such noble character. But this was a good thing. With a female officer distracting the gecko, he could safely take Jo Wonner away. After pondering for a few seconds, Shin-ee looked at Su-yun and asked, Officer Su, is there still any rescue in the city? Hearing this question, Su-yun's expression darkened and her voice became low, although I shouldn't say this, there should be no rescue left. A few days ago, all my colleagues at the city police station sacrificed themselves. I don't know the situation in other police stations, but I imagine it's similar. There may be some surviving police officers, but it shouldn't be many. Relying on them alone, it's impossible to combat such a disaster, nor can they rescue the citizens of this city. As Su-yun spoke, her mood gradually sank. Hearing this, Shinee felt a sigh of relief while also being curious, what exactly happened? How could so many people have died? Logically, ordinary people could survive, so how could trained police officers with firearms die so quickly? It didn't seem reasonable. Sigh. Su-yun sighed deeply, frowning as if hesitating for a moment before explaining, this matter is highly confidential and shouldn't have been leaked, but now it doesn't matter whether it leaks or not. On the first day of the apocalypse, a huge strange tree appeared in the city center. That tree seemed to be alive, growing at an astonishing speed. In just a few hours, it reached dozens of meters in height. And it kept encroaching on the surrounding land. Moreover, during its growth, it knocked down 2 high-rise buildings in the city center, causing thousands of citizens to perish. Dozens of meters? Jo Wonner and the long-haired girl exclaimed simultaneously. Shinee also showed a look of surprise. Growing to dozens of meters in just a few hours was far more terrifying than the mutated trees on the streets. Moreover, it had been almost 10 days since the apocalypse began. If it was still growing at this speed, what terrifying extent had it reached by now? If it continued to grow unchecked, what would happen next? Could the entire mountain city be engulfed by it, or even turned upside down? 38. It has wisdom, the thoughts of little green tea. Su-yun looked at the shocked expressions of the few people and felt exactly the same as when she first heard the news. She couldn't help but sigh. Experts speculate that this tree, growing at that speed, could cover half the city in at most 3 months. So, to protect the mountain city, most of the police force has been mobilized to deal with that tree. As a result, this tree is alive, it fights back. Anyone and any animal that gets close will be killed by it. Even helicopters have been knocked down by its branches. Then, why not use fire attacks? Trees should be afraid of fire, right? Jo Wonner asked curiously. Well, indeed some experts suggested fire attacks, Su-yun nodded, but then said, however, the place where that tree is rooted is in a densely populated area of the city center. If fire is used, the innocent casualties would be enormous. So, the higher-ups have been slow to give orders, only allowing fire attacks after evacuating the crowd. But it was already too late. Its growth speed is too fast. In just one day, its size has increased many times compared to before. By the time we started using fire attacks, no one expected that the tree would actually break off part of its branches to extinguish the fire and that it would extend its branches to attack weapons that posed a threat to it first. Su-yun said this with a look of helplessness. Only by witnessing that battle could one understand the terror of that tree. It actually has wisdom. Jo Wonner and the long-haired girl were shocked. Breaking branches to survive. Distinguishing enemies. Is this the kind of intelligence a tree can have? Su-yun sighed and nodded, her eyes filled with sorrow. By then, it was too late to think of other methods because most of the police force had sacrificed in that operation. After hearing this, Shinee's eyes revealed an unprecedented tension. If this giant tree is still growing wildly, it could cover the entire mountain city in at most 6 months. By then, everything in this city would become nutrients for the tree, including humans. Shinee thought seriously for a moment and continued to ask, is there no army coming to rescue? If we use missiles or similar weapons, it should be able to deal with it, right? I don't know. I only know that someone above has contacted the army, but it seems the army is also dealing with some mutated creatures. Su-yun gently shook her head. After all, she is not a high official and doesn't know much. But even just this information made Shinee feel a huge crisis. Currently, the most dangerous thing in the entire mountain city is that constantly growing tree in the city center. If it is not dealt with, no matter how well he hides, he will eventually be devoured by it and become its nutrients. But solving it seems almost impossible. The police have used an unknown amount of manpower, even helicopters and armored vehicles, and still couldn't resolve it. What use is a small handgun? It seems he needs to plan early and leave the mountain city as soon as possible, heading to other cities. Although this apocalypse is shrouding the entire world, other cities should not have such a terrifying tree, right? Otherwise, humanity would truly be exterminated. Moreover, since the army has not come to rescue the mountain city, they must have rescued closer or more important cities. For example, the Magic City and the Imperial Capital, these two economic and political capitals of the Summer Kingdom would definitely be prioritized for protection. With the army's firepower, they should be able to protect a few cities and establish safe zones, right? If none of this happens, Shinee really doesn't know how to protect himself. Unless he can unlock more resources, and those resources must include ability fruits, and then he can obtain a few powerful abilities. By then, he might be able to deal with that constantly growing tree. Thinking of this, Shinee couldn't help but look at Su-yun. It seems he also needs to take her reward now. Previously, Shinee only wanted to survive, not worry about food and drink, and just lie down. But now, the fire had truly reached him, and he felt the urgency. Even if he couldn't gain the power to deal with the big tree, at least he needed to have the ability to protect himself. Although teleportation was powerful, a distance of only 20 meters was still too close. Are you all ready? I'm going to open the door now. After I lure the gecko away, you all leave as quickly as possible. Don't waste any time. Su-yun pulled out her gun, ready for battle. Sister Su-yun, you have to be careful too. Jo Wanner and the long-haired girl felt a bit reluctant. Although they had their selfish thoughts, they were genuinely grateful for Su-yun's efforts. Su-yun knew she was unlikely to survive, but she still nodded in response to the two girls, then turned to Shinee and said seriously, Comrade Shinee, I hope you can take care of them. In this world, we humans can only survive by helping each other. I know. Then you all get ready. As soon as you hear a sound, hurry and leave. Don't waste any time. After Su-yun finished speaking, she walked towards the door and carefully opened the convenience store's entrance. Outside was only thick black fog and the sound of wind, with no visible danger. Su-yun took a deep breath, cautiously stepped outside, and observed her surroundings. She found no trace of the gecko. This color-changing monster was hard to spot once it hid in the black fog. Su-yun glanced back at the convenience store, then stepped into the black fog, deliberately making noise under her feet to try to lure out the gecko. Brother Shinee, should we go out now? Jo Wanner hurriedly asked. The long-haired girl also tightened her grip on her backpack, ready to run at any moment. Shinee glanced at her and said, You two continue to hide in the back room. Wait until I call you before you come out. Ha! W.Y. Sister Su-yun is luring that monster away, isn't it better for us to leave quickly? Jo Wanner said anxiously. Shut up. If you don't want to listen, you can leave now, but don't follow me. Shinee was too lazy to argue, and after saying that, he walked out of the convenience store. If Jo Wanner listened, he might save her life. If she didn't, it would be a path to death. Jo Wanner was scolded into silence, and only after Shinee left did she stomp her foot in anger. Damn it! That stupid straight guy. After venting a few curses, Jo Wanner exchanged glances with the long-haired girl, and in the end, they closed the door and obediently hid in the storage room. Without someone to protect them, they would never survive in such a dangerous world. Although they didn't understand Shinee's intentions, they could only obediently listen now. After all, Shinee had a gun, and only by following him did they have a chance of survival. Jo Wanner might be naive, but she wasn't stupid. Tap. 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 In the black fog, Su-yun held her gun with both hands, slowly walking with her long legs, deliberately making noise under her feet, and vigilantly watching her surroundings, not daring to breathe. She knew very well that the mutated gecko could ambush her at any moment. She had to react immediately. Even if she was attacked, she had to kill this monster. Su-yun walked slowly, making loud sounds. This undoubtedly fueled the mutated gecko's desire to hunt her. At that moment, in the black fog, a pair of cold vertical pupils quietly stared at Su-yun. The owner of the vertical pupils blended almost seamlessly with the black fog. It remained still, not moving at all. It was waiting for its prey to come to it. The slowly approaching Su-yun was its target. Silence. Soundless. Just as the prey came within about 2 meters of it, it moved. The color that had blended with the surroundings was revealed in an instant. It was a gigantic gecko. Its speed was extremely fast. Even if the prey had reacted at this distance, it would have been too late to mount an effective resistance. Not to mention, Su-yun was facing sideways, completely unaware at first. By the time she noticed, it was already too late. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, several gunshots rang out in the black mist. Su-yun was startled and turned around sharply. She saw a huge gecko lying just a few dozen centimeters away from her. The gecko had several bullet holes in its body, bleeding profusely, and its breath was extremely weak. Without hesitation, she fired 2 more shots at the gecko's head, completely killing the mutated gecko. Only then did she let out a deep breath, gasping for air. Her back was already covered in beads of sweat. The hand holding the gun was also trembling slightly. She had almost died just now. To say she wasn't scared or afraid would be a lie. She was human. However, wearing this uniform meant she had to live up to the responsibility it represented. She had no way to back down, nor could she. If she could avoid death, she didn't want to die, really didn't want to die. Thank you. Su-yun looked at the man with the gun who had emerged from the black mist, her eyes shining with gratitude. 39. Unlock new resources, ability fruit. The one who saved Su-yun at a critical moment was naturally Shin-hee. Shin-hee followed Su-yun out of the convenience store. For Su-yun, the female police officer who could unlock resources, Shin-hee thought that if he could save her, he might as well do it. He could unlock another type of resource for himself. Of course, if this gecko could really become invisible, Shin-hee wouldn't waste time, he would have directly used teleportation to escape. However, since this gecko exposed such a big flaw when attacking its prey, Shin-hee naturally wouldn't hold back. He teleported behind it, shot it a few times, and killed it instantly. The mutated gecko seemed dangerous, but in reality, it couldn't stop bullets at all. Without the black mist, this gecko would just be a larger animal. The thick black mist greatly reduced visibility, which was why this color-changing gecko was so troublesome. Comrade Shin-hee, thank you. Su-yun looked at Shin-hee with gratitude. She didn't expect Shin-hee to take the risk to save her. She knew that if she couldn't lure out the mutated gecko, Shin-hee would likely become the gecko's primary target. So, Shin-hee was risking his life to help her. Su-yun was truly grateful and moved. Compared to the people she had saved a while ago, Shin-hee was simply much better. Some of those people abandoned her at critical moments, some sneaked away because they didn't want to share food, and some even coveted her body. In short, in just a few days since the apocalypse began, Su-yun had seen the wickedness of human nature. Because of this, she was so touched to see Shin-hee come out to save her without regard for his own safety. The gap between people was really vast. Is just verbal gratitude all you want? Shin-hee asked Su-yun. Ha? Su-yun was taken aback. She didn't understand what Shin-hee meant. Did he want money? Shin-hee looked at Su-yun's dazed expression and was quite speechless. He didn't expect this female police officer to not understand such an obvious hint. No wonder. She was still so innocent at over 20. I mean, do you want to repay my life-saving grace with your body? Shin-hee said directly. Ha! This. Su-yun's cheeks instantly turned bright red, and she stammered, unable to say a complete sentence. Even though she usually had an open personality, she suddenly felt too shy to look at Shin-hee. How old are you? I'm almost 30, how can I? As Su-yun said this, she felt her face burning hot. It was too embarrassing. Discussing such matters with a boy so much younger than herself was too degrading. We're only a few years apart, and besides, in this world, does age really matter? Shin, he said as he stepped in front of Su-yun. He reached out his hand, wanting to hold Su-yun's hand. Who knows, we might have an accident and die tomorrow. Don't think so much, living in the moment is the most important. Su-yun's face turned even redder, and she instinctively dodged Shin-hee's hand, then turned her head and said, No. No way. We just met, how can it be like this? Although she was very grateful that Shin-hee saved her and had a certain fondness for him, that fondness was not love, it was based on a comparison with the other heartless people in the apocalypse. But to suddenly let her date Shin-hee, she still felt it was too fast. The age difference was one reason, but the main reason was that it was just too quick. They had only known each other for less than an hour. The inherently conservative Su-yun found it hard to accept such a rapid progression in their relationship. But Shin-hee didn't care about that. He was solely focused on unlocking new resources. Besides, he couldn't let himself waste a few bullets for nothing, right? Seeing that Su-yun's resistance didn't seem that strong, he stepped forward, took the initiative to hug Su-yun and kissed her forcefully. Su-yun was instantly stunned. Suddenly. Too sudden. So much so that she momentarily forgot to resist. My first kiss. As Shinee kissed her, he quietly took the gun from Soo-yeon's waist to prevent this woman from shooting him in a fit of rage. However, it seemed he was overthinking. Soo-yeon had no intention of resisting, only struggling symbolically a few times before actually wrapping her arms around him. Indeed, the more conservative a woman is, the more passionate she becomes once she lets go. This must be the sense of contrast. However, she definitely hadn't brushed her teeth in a long time. The smell was quite unpleasant. So Shinee was not polite, holding Soo-yeon and using teleportation to arrive at an empty shop, directly starting to unlock supplies on the spot. Soo-yeon was dazed from the kiss and felt her whole body heating up. By the time she came to her senses, she was already completely bare. Her face turned crimson as she tried to resist, but with Shen Yi's evolved physique, she couldn't muster any strength to fight back. And so it went. New supplies were unlocked. Ding! Detected. That you have successfully taken in a goddess, beginning to randomly unlock a type of supply. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking supply, ability, sensory fruit. Ability sensory fruit +1 stored in system space, ability, sensory fruit +1 stored in system space, ability, damn. Immersed in the world of women, Shinee sat up excitedly the moment he heard the system prompt. Ability fruit. He actually unlocked the ability fruit. What's wrong? Soo-yeon covered her body with her hands, blushing as she looked at the excited Shinee. Why was he suddenly so happy? Could it be because he knew it was her first time? Thinking of this, Soo-yeon's face turned even redder. She never expected that after preserving it for so many years, she would end up with a boy so much younger than herself, on the floor of an unrenovated shop. She felt utterly embarrassed. Does this count as an old cow eating young grass? It must count. Although she had half-heartedly gone along with it, Soo-yeon didn't actually mind that much. Otherwise, even if it was half-hearted, Shinee wouldn't have been able to get her so easily. After all, Soo-yeon was a female police officer, professionally trained. If she really fought for her life, she wouldn't be weak. It's nothing, just happy. Shinee happily kissed Soo-yeon fiercely. It seemed his adventurous idea was right. Soo-yeon actually unlocked the ability fruit. And it could be stacked infinitely. Damn, with so many fruits, it was simply invincible. Moreover, this also proved that the ability fruit indeed counted as a type of supply. As long as the types of supplies unlocked were sufficient, he could definitely unlock other ability fruits. You're really bad. Although Soo-yeon was shy, the ship had already sailed, and she no longer resisted too much. Shinee was right about one thing. In today's world, don't think too much, don't think about the future. Perhaps tomorrow they might die in an accident. Living in the moment was the most important. She leaned against Shinyee's embrace, her fingers slowly drawing circles on his body, softly asking, "What is your relationship with those two girls?" "The one who called you brother Shinee seems to have a special relationship with you." A woman who had just been intimate was very sensitive, even if she was a spirited female police officer. Shinee hesitated a bit on how to respond. He hadn't originally planned to take in Soo-yeon. Given the current situation, he can only say it was a moment of impulse. Although the outcome was good. If not handled well, with Soo-yeon's character of daring to fight mutated geckos, he might have to resort to ruthless measures. To be honest, he was somewhat reluctant to take such ruthless measures. If he hadn't been intimate with her, Shinee would have unhesitatingly abandoned Soo-yeon, even killed her. But now, given the situation, he was a bit hesitant. Of course, if Soo-yeon really followed him, everything would have to be under his control. Otherwise, even if a relationship had occurred, he would act without mercy. This is the apocalypse. So, let's see how Soo-yeon chooses next. What will you do if I say I have other women? 40. Obtaining the third superpower, telepathy. What would you do if I said I had other women? After Shinee said this, he quietly looked at Soo-yeon. To his surprise, Soo-yeon was not at all shocked. She merely sighed softly. "I knew it. You, a young boy, are so skilled even when kissing. It's clear you've had many girlfriends and are quite experienced. If it were before, if you dared to force me, I definitely wouldn't let you succeed. No, I would break your third leg." As Soo-yeon said this, she deliberately bared her teeth at Shinee in a ferocious manner. But it wasn't scary, rather, it was a bit cute. Then, Soo-yeon sighed and said helplessly, "But in this world now, there are no laws. Let alone morals. You've survived this long and still dare to go out and save people, which proves you have some strength. If you want women, there are definitely many willing to follow you. So, when you say you have other women, I'm actually not surprised at all, just a bit uncomfortable. After all, I thought you belonged to me alone." At this point, Suyun still looked at Shini with a hint of reluctance and asked, "From your candid attitude, you probably wouldn't want to abandon the other women and just be with me, right?" Shini didn't lie, nor was there any need to. He not only wouldn't abandon the other women, but he would also take in more women in the future. It was unavoidable. To unlock more resources and survive in the apocalypse, he had to do it. Of course, Shini didn't think this way just to shift the blame to the system. He himself had such thoughts. Who wouldn't like a beautiful life with many wives and concubines? However, the current world was too dangerous. Not to mention the mutated giant tree in the city center that could destroy the entire city. Even the mutated black spider in the neighborhood was something he couldn't deal with right now. Damn it! Getting stronger was the most important issue at the moment. So, he was destined not to abandon a forest for Suyun. I knew it. Suyun lay helplessly in Shini's arms, then closed her eyes and whispered, "But if you really abandoned other women for me, I would look down on you even more. Because if that's the case, you might also casually abandon me for other women." Shini said nothing, just gently patted Suyun's shoulder. The benefit of a mature woman is that she doesn't need many explanations. She understands many things. Even if she doesn't understand, she can figure it out. The two enjoyed a moment of tenderness before getting dressed and preparing to return to the convenience store to pick up Zhou Wanner and the other girl. As for the instant teleportation earlier, Shini naturally explained it to Suyun. One reason Suyun didn't resist immediately was that Shini had teleported her into the shop, which startled her. And this is superpower. When Suyun learned that humans could still gain superpowers, her eyes lit up. If everyone could obtain such a magical superpower, the chances of survival would greatly increase. Meanwhile, Shini thought to himself that fortunately, the first superpower he obtained was physical evolution. Otherwise, after unlocking for these few days, he would have been drained long ago, and where would he have the strength to fight mutated monsters? Back at the convenience store, Shini first scanned the goods. Unfortunately, this was just a small convenience store, and there were originally few items, most of which had been contaminated, leaving not much edible. Better than nothing. The biggest gain from this trip was still Suyun. Because of Suyun, Shini was able to unlock the superpower fruit. Is this another one of your superpowers? Suyun looked at Shini in amazement as she saw him wave his hand to collect many resources. Shini responded with an affirmative sound. Then, he called out Zhou Wanner and the other girl who were hiding in the storage room. These two girls were really hiding. Even when Shini and Suyun returned and made some noise, they did not come out immediately. It was the same before. When Suyun said she would lure away the gecko, the two girls appeared very moved, but in reality, they couldn't wait for Suyun to make a sacrifice. They only thought about preserving themselves. How selfish. Comparable to Shini. Great. Brother Shini, Sister Suyun, I'm so glad you're okay. Zhou Wanner patted her chest, her face full of relief. The long-haired girl, however, was not very talkative and did not have as many thoughts as the little green tea Zhou Wanner. Let's go, Shini said. Then, he suddenly thought of something and took out two guns filled with bullets from the system space, giving them to Suyun for her self-defense. Suyun's character was trustworthy. Even more so than Su Wanting and Zhang Nanyan. There are significant differences in people's personalities. Although Shini had known Su Wanting and the others longer, he did not trust them half as much as he did Suyun. He actually has guns. Zhou Wanner was shocked to see Shini conjure two handguns out of thin air, her mind racing as she thought she must win over Shini, make him like her, love her, so she could survive in the apocalypse. Suyun held the two brand new Type 54 handguns, feeling warm inside. She knew this was Shini's way of showing trust in her. The four of them cautiously exited the convenience store and moved forward carefully. After experiencing the color-changing gecko's ambush, Shini had to be more cautious. Some mutated animals had very strange abilities, and even a small mistake could lead to trouble. Thinking this, Shini quietly took out a supernatural fruit from the system space and popped it into his mouth. First, he would gain a new ability, perhaps it would enhance his combat power. As the fruit entered his mouth, a faint coolness spread throughout his body. But it was only for a moment. Aside from the first time he ate the body evolution fruit, which made him feel a significant change, the effects of the other two supernatural fruits were minimal. He didn't know if it was because the body evolution was stronger or because it was his first time eating the fruit. But it was likely the latter, after all. In Shun Yi's view, the teleportation ability was definitely not inferior to body evolution. With this thought, the fruit in his mouth was digested. He immediately opened the panel to check. Host, Shini, age, 20, combat power, 30, not including any external enhancements, unlocked supplies, Master Schwei's mineral water, freshly baked roast chicken, Type 54 handgun, 5A grade steak, supernatural fruit, telepathy, acquired abilities, body evolution LV1, teleportation. LV1 inch, telepathy LV1, body evolution, LV1 your body has completed an evolution for some reason, greatly enhancing your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. Teleportation LV1 you can instantly move a distance of 20 meters. Since your teleportation is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain and any control and binding skills during the move. As long as your stamina is sufficient, you can continuously activate teleportation without any restrictions. Telepathy, LV1 you can sense all hostility and goodwill within a 20-meter radius around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 20 meters without using your eyes, unaffected by any obstacles. 41. Infinite fruit, continuous upgrades, going home. Is this telepathy? Truly amazing. As soon as Shini finished reading the skill introduction, he immediately began to experiment with it himself. In the state of telepathy, even with his eyes closed, he could clearly see everything within a 20-meter radius, including buildings, various plants, and so on. And he viewed it from a 360 degrees overhead perspective. Even the black mist could not obstruct it. This was simply like having X-ray vision. Moreover, in this state, Shini could see that the three women beside him had white auras flowing around them. Although there were no textual explanations, Shini understood the meaning of the white aura the moment he saw it. White represents trust and loyalty. The whiter it is, the more loyal it proves to be. Su Yun's aura was as flawless and white as jade. In contrast, Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl had a faint white aura, mixed with nearly half gray. Gray represents neutrality, indicating a lack of trust. Within Xinyi's 20-meter radius, there were quite a few pure gray objects. For example, the mutated trees on both sides of the road, the grass, and plants on the ground, all exhibited a gray quality. This meant that as long as Shini did not actively provoke these plants, they would absolutely not attack him, as they held no hostility towards him. As for black, there was none for now. Black represents absolute hostility. If a person had a black aura, it meant they were prepared to attack Shini. As long as there was someone with hostile intent within Xinyi's 20-meter radius, he would be able to sense it immediately, no matter how well they tried to hide. This was truly a cheat. Furthermore, Shini discovered that combining telepathy with instant movement was simply the ultimate cheat. Telepathy allows for 360 degrees overhead viewing plus X-ray vision plus precise targeting of enemies' locations, and then instant movement can directly approach the enemy. The combination of these two abilities could produce an effect greater than the sum of its parts. It was simply incredible. With this ability, even if I encounter enemies like the color-changing gecko who like to ambush, I can sense them immediately. Shen Yi was very excited. This ability was fantastic. He would no longer have to worry about being ambushed by people or monsters. Additionally, if the women around him developed hostile intent, Shen Yi could also sense it immediately, preventing him from being stabbed in bed. Although the distance he could sense for now was only 20 meters, it was more than enough. Moreover, there were plenty of perception fruits in the system space. If eating the fruits could enhance his ability level, he would soon max out his telepathy. The overhead perspective is an active skill that requires me to actively release it, while sensing goodwill and hostility is a passive skill that activates automatically. Nice. So convenient. Shen Yi was very satisfied. This way, as long as an enemy approached him and displayed hostility, he could sense it instantly without needing to maintain a god's eye view at all times. Otherwise, it would consume stamina. Yes, releasing active skills consumes stamina. If Shen Yi's physical body wasn't strong enough, he really couldn't handle the simultaneous consumption of these two skills. Physical evolution is very important. It seems that most abilities consume stamina when released, just like a blue bar? Shen Yi pondered. He finally understood the versatility of the physical evolution ability. Physical evolution can improve one's constitution and increase stamina limits, while other abilities consume stamina. If stamina is insufficient, even the strongest abilities would be limited. Just like the bug-level ability of instant movement, if Shen Yi's body hadn't been enhanced, being able to use instant movement 10 times in a row would be impressive. Not to mention using instant movement in conjunction with telepathy, the stamina consumption would be even greater, and he might not be able to manage more than 7 or 8 times. From this, we can see the importance of the ability of physical evolution. So, Zhao Tao's lightning ability is not strong enough, not only because his ability level is relatively low, but also because his physical strength is insufficient to support continuous release. With this thought, Shen Yi understood the reason. This reason, others might take years to figure out. My combat power has increased from 10 to 30, a full twofold increase, not bad. It seems that teleportation combined with telepathy can indeed greatly enhance combat power. Shinny looked at the panel and found that this combat power does not account for any external factors. In other words, if he used a gun, his combat power could increase significantly, just not counted. Next, it was time to test whether the ability fruits could be upgraded. Shinny closed his eyes, activated his telepathy to guide him, and took out a large handful of ability fruits from the space, stuffing them into his mouth one by one. Like eating beans. Whether the abilities could be upgraded was one thing, but once the fruits entered his stomach, his entire internal organs and limbs felt cool, like an electric shock, which was truly exhilarating. Even if eating the ability fruits couldn't upgrade his abilities, Shinny wouldn't mind treating them as medicine. After all, this medicine had no side effects, just pure pleasure. Especially when several ability fruits entered his stomach at once, it felt even better than the moment they were released, making him feel completely euphoric. Ding! Your telepathy has upgraded to LV2. Telepathy. LV2. You can sense all hostility and goodwill within a radius of 40 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 40 meters without using your eyes, unaffected by any obstacles. Shinny didn't know how many ability fruits he had eaten in one go, but he suddenly leveled up. The range of telepathy doubled to 40 meters. At that moment, the environment he could see became richer and his field of vision wider. It turned out that the number of fruits could indeed upgrade abilities. With this answer, Shinny was even more generous with the ability fruits, continuously feeding them into his mouth, experiencing the dual pleasure of his body and upgrades. After all, increasing one ability fruit per second was simply endless. Ding! Your telepathy has upgraded to LV3. Ding! Your telepathy has upgraded to LV4. Ding! Your telepathy has upgraded to LV5. When Shinny returned to the community with the 3 girls, he had already reached level 5. But it seemed that because he had eaten too many in one go, he felt his internal organs were quite cool. His limbs were even icy cold. Damn, it seems I need to take a break before eating more. Although eating fruits is exhilarating, I can't eat too many at once. With his hands and feet feeling cold, Shinny thought this and temporarily stored the fruits in the system. Space. Telepathy, LV5. You can sense all hostility and goodwill within a radius of 250 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 250 meters. Without using your eyes, unaffected by any obstacles. A super long perspective distance of 250 meters. It felt just like cheating. Moreover, because he had reached level 5, Shinny found that the physical strength consumed when actively using the skill had slightly decreased. Logically, the higher the skill level, the higher the consumption should be, right? But unexpectedly, its consumption had decreased. This was very pleasant, proving that Shinny could use it more freely without worrying about excessive physical consumption. With this thought, Shinny stopped, using telepathy to scan the front of Building 6. Soon, he found a dangerous mutated black spider. 42. Breathless from exhaustion, the thick black mist permeating the air was completely transparent from the perspective of mental perception without any obstruction. Through an aerial view, Shinny quickly locked onto the position of the mutated black spider. It was on the middle floor of Building 6, weaving a large web under the cover of various mutated plants, as if it had made its home there. Surrounding the web were several elongated objects wrapped in white silk. From their elongated shapes, it was clear that they were human corpses. Why does it feel like this black spider has grown a bit since I left? Is it just an illusion from my mental perception being too clear? Shinny frowned slightly. He couldn't be sure if it was due to his line of sight. After all, there had been black mist obstructing it before. Brother Shinny, what's wrong? Jo Wonner cautiously spoke from behind Su Yun. Shinny had just entered the community when he suddenly stopped. The area was filled with eerie black mist, and the occasional chirping of animals in the darkness made the 3 women very tense. It's nothing, let's go. After observing the black spider for a while and seeing it feeding, and since it was in the middle of the building, he decided to test it out. At a distance of more than 10 meters, as long as they didn't make too much noise, the black spider shouldn't hear them. The reason Shinny didn't use teleportation was that he wanted to test the black spider's attack range to prepare for a response. Move quickly, and don't make too much noise, Shinny reminded the 3 women as he turned back. If someone foolishly attracted the mutated black spider, Shinny wouldn't be afraid, he could teleport away instantly. But they would be in trouble. Shinny's teleportation could only take 1 person at most. Perhaps his teleportation level was too low. Moreover, bringing 1 more person would triple his stamina consumption, far more than if he teleported alone. Although Shinee had plenty of stamina, he generally preferred not to take others with him. Su-yun and the other two nodded. Seriously, not daring to be careless. They even tried to breathe as quietly as possible. Thus, the four of them safely entered the building without attracting the black spider's attention. Shinee also got his answer: the mutated black spider wouldn't attack people entering or exiting the building when it was in the web, provided they didn't make too much noise. However, when they walked into the building and saw blood everywhere, along with several corpses, Su-yun was so frightened that she immediately raised her gun in alert and directly disengaged the safety. Shinee, there has been a conflict here. These corpses all have gunshot wounds, and there are many bullet holes in the walls. At least 3 or more shooters have fired. Su-yun made a judgment based on her rich criminal investigation experience. The bullet holes on the first floor were everywhere, without any pattern. Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl, upon hearing this, hugged each other's arms tightly in fear, closely following Su-yun. "Don't mind it, let's go upstairs," Shin Yi said calmly, walking towards the stairs. Su-yun was taken aback, her expression slightly changing. She vaguely sensed something from Shin Yi's attitude but didn't speak up. "Did you kill those people on the first floor?" Su-yun couldn't help but ask this question while climbing the stairs. "Yes." Su-yun fell silent. Clearly, she felt that Shin Yi was not a bloodthirsty person. But that bloody scene just now. Su-yun bit her lip, her feelings at that moment extremely complex. Hearing Shin Yi admit to killing without hesitation, Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl trembled in fear, their gazes toward Shin Yi changing, now tinged with a hint of fear and respect. From the bloody scene on the first floor, Shin Yi had actually killed several people alone without sustaining any injuries, and he didn't even flinch at the sight of the dead. What kind of psychological quality was that? Was he really just a college student? Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl felt an overwhelming tension in their hearts. But as they descended the 20 floors, all their thoughts were drowned in fatigue. Tired, so tired they could hardly catch their breath. The elevator was out of service. Living on a high floor was simply torture. Just as they reached the 20th floor, Shin Yi frowned. He saw 2 men lurking suspiciously in front of his door. Moreover, the aura surrounding these 2 men was predominantly dark, neutral yet filled with hostility. Their gazes were immediately drawn to Su-yun, who was dressed in a police uniform, and their faces lit up with surprise as they hurried over. "Police! Finally, a police officer has come to save us. Officer! I want to report a crime. There's a murderer downstairs. Officer, you need to handle this. Hurry and arrest those thugs." The 2 men excitedly complained to Su-yun. "Thugs? What's going on?" Su-yun asked, puzzled. "It's those cannibal thugs on the first floor. Didn't you encounter them when you came up? They're worse than beasts." The 2 immediately began recounting the atrocities committed by that group of thugs. Rape, murder, kidnapping, cannibalism, they were simply demons. Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl turned pale as they listened. Su-yun's expression grew serious. She never expected that less than 10 days into the apocalypse such thugs would emerge. Suddenly, she reacted, instinctively looking at Shin Yi. So this was the reason Shin Yi killed those people? Because they were thugs? Indeed. Shin Yi was not the kind of person who killed indiscriminately without a bottom line. As Su-yun let out a long sigh of relief, her gaze towards Shin Yi held a bit more affection. If there weren't outsiders present, she would have wanted to hug Shin Yi and give him a passionate kiss. "Are you done? If you're done, get lost, don't block my door," Shin Yi said, indifferent to Su-yun's expression, glancing at the 2 men. "Why should we leave? We need police assistance too. You can't monopolize the rescue resources. This officer should serve all of us. You have no right to be so domineering." The man with gold-rimmed glasses showed no fear of Shin Yi, thinking that Shin Yi wanted to drive them away to monopolize the rescue resources. Yes, in the eyes of the 2 men, Su-yun, the police officer, was there to rescue their community. "The thugs downstairs have all been eliminated, you are safe now. Also, I am not here to serve you. I am not the one who eliminated the thugs. You need to leave here immediately." Su-yun's tone turned cold, and her attitude towards the man with glasses shifted instantly. Not to mention whether she should serve everyone, just the man's attitude towards Shin Yi made her very displeased. Shin Yi was her man, he was just an outsider. If she weren't a police officer, she would have scolded the man mercilessly for his tone towards Shin Yi. Su-yun, who had finally found a little boyfriend, was very protective. She was afraid that Shin Yi would suffer because he was too young. Little did she know, if she hadn't spoken up, Shinee would have drawn his gun just now. Suffer? He would never suffer. From the way these two strange men were lurking at his door, with a hint of hostility, it was clear they had no good intentions. So killing them would not make Shinee feel the slightest guilt. In this apocalypse, there was no such thing as a crime that didn't deserve death in Shinee's eyes. If you dare to covet my home, I would dare to kill you. How can you, as a police officer, say such things? Are you and him in a relationship? How ridiculous. As a police officer, you actually refuse to help us ordinary citizens and instead protect your man. How can you justify wearing that uniform? Through Soo-yeon's attitude, the man with glasses seemed to sense the relationship between her and Shinee, and he immediately became furious, standing on a moral high ground to condemn her. Yes. Officer, you can't ignore us. We are all taxpayers, and your salary is paid by us taxpayers. How can you abandon us ordinary citizens when something happens? Another man in a suit also stood up to speak. You should protect us. You should be responsible for our safety, and you should provide us with food and water. This is your duty as police officers. 43. The angry Soo-yeon, the path to death. The two men dared not speak loudly in front of the thugs, but they had the courage to confront the police, even aggressively forcing Soo-yeon to serve them. Bad people are to be feared, but good people can be confronted. Because good people won't shoot at them. Soo-yeon's expression suddenly turned cold. After experiencing this apocalyptic period, her personality had already changed. Especially after she chose to sacrifice herself to save Jo Wonner and others, and was then rescued by Shinee. Her mindset underwent an even greater transformation. She had already given enough. From the first day of the apocalypse, she had been helping the stranded civilians, and over the past few days, she had saved no less than 100 people. But what about herself? She barely had enough to eat every day, no water to drink, and had almost been eaten by monsters several times. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable Soo-yeon felt. She didn't want to care about any damn responsibilities anymore. Even less did she want to sacrifice herself for the sake of responsibility. She had already sacrificed enough. She now had family, she didn't want to die. Soo-yeon had grown up in an orphanage, without parents or relatives, always alone. She had never had a sense of security or reliance. This was also the reason she was unwilling to find a boyfriend. She feared that after finally finding a boyfriend, they would part ways for various reasons. She couldn't bear the pain of separation. Rather than parting, it was better not to be together from the start. If it weren't for the apocalypse, it would have been nearly impossible for Shinee to pursue a woman like Soo-yeon, let alone to win her over in just 1 or 2 hours. But Soo-yeon's seemingly cold personality was actually warm inside. Once she recognized someone, she would treat them like family, a family she would never harm, no matter what. Otherwise, with Soo-yeon's sense of responsibility, how could she have reacted so calmly upon learning that Shinee had killed someone? The old her would have arrested Shinee without hesitation. But she clearly didn't do that, nor did she ask Shinee why he killed. It was only when the two men mentioned that those killed on the first floor were unforgivable thugs that she finally breathed a sigh of relief, even wanting to kiss Shinee fiercely. Because Shinee hadn't killed innocents, even if she had gone against the justice she had always upheld, she hadn't done anything wrong. Her man was not a bad person. Even if his methods were ruthless, he was killing those who deserved to die. Based on all this, when Soo-yeon heard the two men's moral coercion, she directly raised her gun, aimed at their heads, and coldly shouted, "Shut up! You're right, he and I are in a relationship, he is my man, and I will protect him, so what? As for taxpayer money, I earned my money with my own ability, what does it have to do with you? If you dare to say another word, don't blame me for shooting." Soo-yeon was not just a simple flower. With her aura fully unleashed, she frightened the two men to the point of trembling. Only when the gun was pointed at their heads did they realize that this female officer was no longer the obedient little cop from before the apocalypse. If they dared to retort again, she might really pull the trigger. Although they felt aggrieved and angry, the two men no longer dared to morally coerce her. I understand. We'll leave now," the bespectacled man said, hurriedly pulling the man beside him away. Soo-yeon snorted coldly, not bothering to argue with them. Of course, she was just scaring those two men. Although she was very displeased, her basic moral principles still prevented her from casually killing people, especially ordinary individuals who couldn't be considered bad. Soo-yeon was still too naive. In Shinee's eyes, the aura of those two men had clearly darkened a few shades. Although they fled in fear, the seeds of resentment had already been sown in their hearts. The path to death. When did they get together? Jo Wonner secretly observed Su Yun and Shen. Hadn't they only known each other for a few hours? How did they become a couple? Moreover, wasn't Shen here to find me? How could he end up with the female police officer? For some reason, I felt a bit uncomfortable. It was like being cheated on. At that moment, Shen knocked on the door. Su Wanting opened it. Honey, you're back. Honey? Hearing that term, Su Yun was taken aback, and her expression immediately became awkward. She had just confidently declared that Shen was her man, and now a beautiful woman was calling him honey. This was too embarrassing. Although she had long known that Shen had other women and had prepared herself for the meeting, it was still awkward when it actually happened. She didn't know who had cheated on whom. Su Wanting didn't care about the thoughts of the three women outside. Instead, she placed the slippers at Shen's feet, ready to help him change shoes. Gentle and gracious, she embodied the ideal wife and mother. She knew that being jealous was useless, so she tried her best to show her virtuous side instead of arguing with the newcomer, as that would only make her look bad. Su Wanting's approach was indeed effective. Her generosity made Su Yun feel even more embarrassed. For a moment, she felt like a rat in a gutter. Clearly, she was the third party, yet she had come to Shen's place. Moreover, before coming, she had been thinking that when she met Shen's woman, she must not show any weakness. If the other party insulted her or disagreed with her being with Shen, she must not lose ground and should fight back at the critical moment. Su Yun had thought of many scenarios, but she never expected that. During their first meeting, Su Wanting didn't put her in a difficult position at all, and even her gaze towards her held no hostility. Everything was just her overthinking. Jo Wonner also felt embarrassed. However, since she hadn't had anything with Shen, she didn't feel particularly awkward. You all go in first, I have some matters to attend to, Shen said, turning around and teleporting downstairs. He needed to deal with those two guys. How dare they covet his home and harbor such strong hostility towards him? They definitely couldn't be let off. Ladies, please come in, don't be too restrained. Just treat it like your own home. Seeing Shen leave, Su Wanting still graciously invited the three women inside. Her gentle and generous attitude would even surprise Shen. In just a few days, Su Wanting had transformed from an arrogant young lady who loved to compete for attention into a gentle wife. Thank you. Although the three women felt a bit awkward, they still changed their shoes and walked into the room. As soon as they entered, they saw two beautiful women sitting on the sofa, eating fruit and playing on their phones. These two women, no, it should be said these three women, were all impeccably clean, not a speck of dust on their bodies or faces. How could they look like this after experiencing the apocalypse? In contrast, the three women, due to a lack of water, hadn't washed their faces or hands in a long time, and after being chased by a gecko, they were in a sorry state, having fallen down and gotten dirty all over. Even their hair was stuck together. They felt like three village girls coming to the city to meet a young lady. And an overwhelming sense of inferiority surged within them. You three should go take a shower, my husband prefers cleanliness, Zhang Nanyan said after sizing them up for a moment. Hearing the term husband, Jo Wonner and the long-haired girl felt a jolt in their hearts. This beautiful woman was also Shen Yi's partner. What about the other mature woman sitting on the sofa? In other words, all the women in this room were Shen Yi's partners. He actually had so many women. Moreover, he could take such good care of three women. To be honest, aside from being shocked, Jo Wonner found herself feeling more envious. Envious of this carefree life, without worries about food or drink, and being able to stay clean. Take a shower? How much water would that require? Su Yun couldn't help but frown. This was such a waste of water. Even if Shen had special abilities, it was still dangerous to go out looking for supplies. It was better to save whenever possible. It's fine, there are plenty of bottled water in the bathroom. You can wash up there, and if it's not enough, I'll just tell my husband, Zhang Nanyan said. As one of the first arrivals, she certainly had to show some authority. She couldn't let these later women stand above her, nor could she be looked down upon. Using bottled water to take a shower? The three women, Su Yun included, were instantly incredulous. This was such a waste. No matter how much bottled water there was, it couldn't justify such extravagance. Shocked as they were, they still followed Su Wanting's lead and went to the bathroom to clean up. As women, they naturally liked to be clean and wanted to shower every day. But with water resources so precious now, and barely enough to drink, who would be willing to use it for bathing? It wasn't until the three women entered the bathroom and saw the shelves filled to the brim with bottled water that they were stunned. So much. Did Shen empty out a large supermarket stock of bottled water? No wonder that woman had them use bottled water for showers. With this much, there was no fear of running out in a short time. These bottled water should be drinkable, right? The long-haired girl said cautiously. However, Jo Warner had already opened a bottle and was gulping it down. 44. The system carefully selects renovated houses. Shani used teleportation to catch up with the two men. Without saying a word, he shot them dead and then threw the bodies out of the building. After his mind connected, he teleported back to the room. Husband Jiang Nanyan and Bai Sini were startled by Shani's sudden appearance, but quickly turned to joy. Su Wanting also hurried out of the kitchen to greet him. Shani's gaze swept over the three women, noticing their auras were all very pure, and he nodded in satisfaction. As long as there was no ill intent, that was good. After a brief greeting, Shani sat on the sofa, took out his phone, opened Gaudamap, and searched for his hometown. Now that he had the ability of telepathy, he no longer feared the dangers hidden in the dark mist and could go home to pick up his little sister and grandmother. His little sister's phone might be dead, he hadn't been able to contact her for several days. But Shani wasn't particularly worried. His little sister was very smart, and his grandmother wasn't an old-fashioned person. Given their personalities, as long as they didn't encounter any irresistible dangers, they definitely wouldn't run into trouble in a short time. 73 kilometers isn't too far, but I need to find a car first and fill it up. Shani looked at the distance displayed on the navigation and made plans. This time out, he could also search for some ability fruits. Husband, are you going here? Jiang Nanyan asked curiously when she saw the navigation on Shani's phone. Husband, ordinary cars probably can't make it on the road right now. At least a high-powered off-road vehicle is needed, Jiang Nanyan analyzed. Do you have any ideas? Shani looked at Jiang Nanyan. It seemed she had something to say. While massaging Shani's shoulders, Jiang Nanyan said, well, husband, I have a friend who plays with modified cars. She also has a place in our community, and there are several modified cars parked in her garage. We can take her car out. She said we, not I. She wanted to go too. This woman was indeed very smart, knowing that following Shani was the safest option. Shani didn't mind Jiang Nanyan's little thoughts, as long as it helped him, that was enough. He continued to ask, can you contact your friend now? Jiang Nanyan shook her head, I can't reach her, her phone might be dead, or she might have. But it's okay, I know her house is in building number a few, we can just go there and get the keys to drive. Alright then. Xin Yi's intention in asking the previous question was to see if Jiang Nanyan's friend was pretty, to see if he could unlock some resources along the way. However, since he couldn't contact her, it was more important to get the car and go home first. As long as there was a car, 70 kilometers would only take a few hours for a round trip. Once he picked up his grandmother and little sister, he could find a safer place to build a shelter. Yes, Shani had the idea of establishing a shelter. Otherwise, he couldn't just wander around like a homeless person, changing residences every day, right? Moreover, having a shelter would make it easier to find beautiful women and unlock more system resources. Just as Shin Yi thought of this, the bathroom door suddenly opened. 3 women, freshly changed and in pajamas, walked out. Shin Yi glanced at them and couldn't help but nod. No wonder the system was so selective, their looks and figures were outstanding. If this were before the apocalypse, whether it was Jo Warner or Su Yun, they would be considered goddess-level beauties. Even the long-haired girl who didn't meet the system's standards could be called a little beauty. Let's eat first. Shani had been out for several hours and was a bit hungry. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out 10 steaks and several buckets of instant noodles from the system space. It had been a long time since he had eaten instant noodles. Today, he would have instant noodles with steak. Sister Bai and I will fry the steaks. Su Wanting was very considerate today, even taking the initiative to find something to do. Shani glanced at her, feeling satisfied. Su Wanting, who has no hidden thoughts, is still very cute. The steak is cooked, the instant noodles are ready, and Shani takes out 3 roasted chickens and 2 large bottles of cola. It's time to eat. With more women around, the resources consumed during a meal have increased. Of course, for Shani, it's still just a drop in the bucket. Steak, chicken, how rich. Looking at the fragrant food on the table, Su Yun and Jo Warner, the 3 new women, couldn't help but swallow. Since the apocalypse began, they haven't eaten fresh food, let alone fresh meat. Shani is so generous to bring out so much fresh food, is this a special welcome for them? However, looking at the expressions of others, why are they not excited at all? This is all meat. The 3 women, of course, do not know that this meal is precious to them, but for Su Wanting and the others, it is just a normal meal. Although Shani does not provide unlimited resources, he will not let his women go hungry. Whatever he eats, the women eat too. So, meat has become something Su Wanning and Jiang Nanyan have gotten used to in the past 2 days. After a delicious and hearty lunch, Shen Yi takes Jiang Nanyan out. They arrive at building 13. Jiang Nanyan looks at the tall building in front of her and says, "Honey, my friend's house is on the 15th floor. Shen Yi immediately activates his mental perception, scanning the entire building to eliminate any potential hidden dangers. This is? Shen Yi suddenly raises an eyebrow. During his layer-by-layer scan, he unexpectedly finds something off about the 18th floor. The 18th floor actually has lights on. This means that there is electricity in this household on the 18th floor. A generator? Or some other power-generating device. Moreover, the glass on the 18th floor is opaque from the outside, making it impossible to see inside, as if specially replaced with privacy glass. Additionally, its outer wall has been reinforced with special materials, looking like a steel fortress. Most likely, it's a doomsday shelter built by some doomsday enthusiasts. Just happened to be used. Shen Yi is not too surprised. He has seen quite a few related videos before, even coming across a rich second generation who spent billions to transform a doomsday villa. Shen Yi has also fantasized about building a doomsday safe house, but unfortunately, that's something only the wealthy can afford, so he just thinks about it. However, now there is a ready-made safe house right in front of him. It has electricity, strong privacy, and high defense, a perfect house. I like it. It's mine now. Honey, I forgot the password. Jiang Nanyan tries a few passwords at the entrance, but none are correct. Shen Yi didn't expect her to open the door, so he steps forward, wraps his arms around Jiang Nanyan, and uses teleportation to enter the building. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor, behind the excellent privacy glass, there is a tall and capable figure holding a snow-white fox, staring down at the building. Her red eyes seem to penetrate the black mist, fixating on the spot where Shen Yi disappeared. After watching for a long time, her expression is serious, her eyes flickering, and her red lips move slightly, a space-type ability user. 45. Morong Shui, the Reborn One. At this time, how could a space ability user appear outside my building? How is that possible? I remember in my last life, there were no ability users in our community at all. The fastest one I encountered appeared more than half a month later. Could it be that my rebirth has caused some butterfly effect around me? On the 18th floor, in the only brightly lit spacious apartment, a curvaceous and stunningly beautiful woman was murmuring to herself with a serious expression. Her name is Morong Shui, a reborn one. That's right, she's the kind of reborn character from apocalyptic novels. In her previous life, the apocalypse suddenly descended, and Morong Shui was completely unprepared. At first, she didn't even believe in the so-called apocalypse, thinking that rescue would come quickly. The result was that there was no rescue at all. Because she had made no preparations, she suffered from hunger for 3 days and had to constantly guard against the male neighbors in her building. After that, she struggled to survive for more than half a year in the apocalypse, managing to live a relatively stable life, only for a massive tree to suddenly engulf the entire mountain city. Morong Shui was consumed in that disaster, filled with unwillingness and anger. As a result, she unexpectedly opened her eyes again and found herself reborn a month before the apocalypse. At first, Morong Shui thought she had just had a nightmare about the apocalypse until later, through some events, she confirmed that it was not a dream. Thus, she began to prepare in advance. She sold off her company assets, sold all her real estate, and then spent a fortune to renovate her house, installing solar panels, generators, and stockpiling large amounts of food and water. She also hoarded various weapons. Initially, when she did these things, her close friends and family did not understand, and even thought she was crazy. Her parents, in anger, severed ties with her, and several close friends stopped associating with her. But none of that mattered, because Morong Shui was well aware of the disgusting side of those friends. In her previous life, she had kindly taken them in, only for them to betray her and nearly get her killed. So, in this life, she would no longer be a saint. On the very first day of the apocalypse, she lured her friends over and then killed them directly. Killing was nothing to her. After struggling for more than half a year in the apocalypse in her last life, she had long since become accustomed to killing. Thus, in this life, Morong Shui hoarded supplies, killed enemies, and lived an extremely comfortable life after the apocalypse began. Moreover, due to her experiences in her previous life, she knew many opportunities and had secured them in advance. For example, this beautiful white fox in her arms, which possessed a special ability to help her at critical moments. Also, the ability fruit. From the very beginning of the apocalypse, Morong Shui had obtained the abilities she had in her previous life and had also stockpiled some plants that had not mutated and were likely to bear ability fruits. These plants were all transplanted based on her memories from her previous life, she just didn't know when they would bear ability. Fruits. The maturation time of ability fruits varies. According to Morong Shue's plan, her home had water, electricity, food, and various entertainment facilities, so there was no need to venture out for adventures. She just needed to wait patiently for the ability fruits to mature, gain more abilities, enhance her strength, and escape the mountain city before that terrifying tree covered it. She had even determined the city she wanted to go to. However, her current strength was insufficient, and she couldn't go out yet, or she might die on the way. But all these plans were disrupted when this space ability user suddenly appeared and started watching her. Yes, Morong Shui had already discovered that she was being spied on by Shani. Because her ability allows her to see through the black mist, and due to the amplification of her mental strength, her perception has greatly increased. If someone is spying, she can easily sense it. This is also why she wanted to acquire this ability at the first opportunity. In the apocalypse, this ability is extremely life-saving. The reason she survived so long in her previous life was also because of this ability as a safety net. I hope he doesn't come to my house. I really don't want to face a space-type ability user, even if it's just someone who has recently gained space abilities, they can be quite troublesome. However, if you really dare to come, I won't be afraid of you. Morong Shui sat on the sofa, the crimson color in her eyes fading. She gently stroked the head of the white fox in her arms and said softly, Xiaobai, you need to be ready too. If that person dares to come in, let them know your power. The white fox's tail twitched. It wasn't clear if it understood, but it obediently let out a sound. Although Morong Shui felt a bit nervous, she wasn't particularly anxious because space-type ability users can be tricky, but the apocalypse has just begun. She was certain that this space ability user was definitely not strong. How strong could someone who just gained their abilities be? They might not even know what their own abilities do. As a reborn person with combat experience, weapons, and having set traps, how could he fight? As for whether this space ability user had other abilities, Morong Shui felt certain that they did not. Because even she, as a reborn person with memories of her past life, had only gained one ability so far. How could others possibly surpass her? Currently, most people don't even know what the ability fruits are. Furthermore, even if this person was lucky enough to gain two abilities, they couldn't use them freely. Morong Shui was very clear that the stronger the ability, the greater the consumption when used. For instance, with a space ability like teleportation, an ordinary person would be out of breath after teleporting a few times, exhausting most of their stamina. If they then used other abilities, they might not even harm the enemy before exhausting themselves. Based on her comprehensive judgment and various experiences, along with the several powerful traps she had set up in the room, Morong Shui was not at all flustered. Instead, she felt very confident. Because the advantage is mine. This woman's white fox in her arms hasn't mutated. It seems not all animals will mutate. Oh, she actually has so much rice, flour, oil, and various canned fruits, drinks, and red wine stored in her room. Nice, all of this is mine now. And a dedicated entertainment room? TSK, no wonder she's a heavy apocalypse enthusiast. This house is well renovated. Oh, she even set up so many traps? There are crossbow traps at the entrance. An ordinary person would definitely fall for it. In the room on the 15th floor, while Jiang Nanyan went to find the car keys, Shani was using mental sensing to observe everything arranged in the room on the 18th floor. It must be said that this woman is definitely a professional apocalypse enthusiast. With the way she renovated this house and the various food supplies, it would be enough to comfortably survive for more than half a year, or even longer, in the apocalypse. Shani particularly liked it. At this moment, the system was also triggered as he expected. 46, strong pervert, beep. Detected a goddess that meets the system standards, beginning detailed scan, name, Morong Shui, age 32, appearance, 98 points, figure, 97 points, inner self, 100 points, pure and flawless, total score, 98 points, evaluation. Can unlock a random resource after taking in, indeed meets the system standards. Shani was not surprised, because this woman was truly beautiful, with a top-notch figure and exceptional temperament. What great luck today. Not only did he find a top-level shelter, but he also got a stunning beauty who could unlock rewards. Damn, this is too satisfying. Must take her down. Honey, I found the car keys. At that moment, Jiang Nanyan walked out of the bedroom. Then let's go home. Shun-Yi retracted his mental connection. It was getting late today, no rush to find this woman. First, he would go home to unlock Zhou Wanner's reward. Then, after picking up his little sister and grandmother tomorrow, he would come back to take down this woman. After all, with this carefully modified house, Morong Shui definitely wouldn't leave the community. Honey, Jiang Nanyan leaned into Xinyi's embrace, and he wrapped his arms around her, teleporting away from the building. At the same time, on the 18th floor, Morong Shui suddenly felt the sensation of being spied on disappear. Did they leave? Morong Shui let out a faint sigh of relief, but remained vigilant. Is this feeling of being spied on that girl's ability? How strange, it's only been a few days since the apocalypse, and I've already encountered 2 ability users. The butterfly effect is truly terrifying. It seems I need to be more careful in the future. It's best to disguise myself as an ordinary person, otherwise if too many things change, I might lose the advantage of my past life's memories. Morong Shui seemed to be talking to herself, or perhaps speaking to the white fox in her arms. But the white fox was too lazy to respond. However, Morong Shui was not angry. Instead, she picked up the notebook on the table, opened it, and began to read. The notebook contained records of significant events that would happen in the future, as well as the most dangerous mutated animals and plants in various regions. To prevent forgetting over time, she would review the notebook periodically to reinforce her memory. The most eye-catching part of the notebook was a row of names. These names belonged to powerful ability users who were well known in her past life. Each of them had unique abilities or strong personal strength. Of course, Morong Shui had not seen all of them in person. Most were hearsay, and their authenticity was yet to be confirmed. Among them, the name at the top, specially marked with red ink, was of a powerful ability user she had seen with her own eyes. No, it couldn't be said to be powerful, it should be called perverse. Morong Shui even speculated that even if that terrifying giant tree destroyed the entire mountain city, it would be impossible to kill her, because her ability was extremely perverse. It's a pity that after reincarnating and investigating for a month, I found that this person is not in the city. I won't be able to find her in the short term. Otherwise, if I had established a good relationship with her in advance, I wouldn't have to worry about the giant tree issue. Morong Shui lamented. However, the impact wasn't too great. As long as she didn't change too many things, in another 2 months, she would arrive at Mountain City University. By then, she would have the opportunity to get close to her. Using the memories from her past life, she could become friends with her. Thinking this way, Morong Shui took another serious look at this name and memorized it deeply. Shen Su, Shen Yi and Jiang Nanyan returned home and briefly mentioned the plans for tomorrow. The women were somewhat worried. Especially Su Wanting, Bai Sini, and Su Yun. They all wanted to accompany Shen. But Shen refused them all. He came home to pick up family members, and it would be inconvenient to bring a group of women. If they encountered any danger on the way, they would be a burden. In the end, Shen decided to take Jiang Nanyan alone. Because Jiang Nanyan was relatively smart, and on top of that, she could drive, she would be somewhat useful to take along. As for Su Yun, she was the strongest among the women and could use a gun, so naturally, she stayed behind to protect the home. From the 2 men lingering at their doorstep yesterday, Shen suspected that the residents in the building might have developed some ill intentions towards his home, so it was wise to be cautious. Honey, you must be careful on the road tomorrow, it's over 70 kilometers away, Su Wanting said with concern. The other women also expressed their worries accordingly, except for Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl. After all, they were not Shen women, so it was inappropriate for them to casually involve themselves in his family matters. Shen simply responded to the women, and then looked at Zhou Wanner, saying, "Tonight, we will sleep in the same room. As for the others, you can arrange yourselves, but leave one room empty, I have plans for tomorrow." Zhou Wanner was taken aback, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, unable to speak. She didn't expect Shen to be so direct, saying in front of so many women that he wanted to share a room with her. This was too embarrassing. However, the other women were not angry or disgusted. Perhaps they thought of something and felt a bit shy and envious. After all, they all understood Shen purpose in bringing Zhou Wanner back. It certainly couldn't be just to play a board game. On the contrary, if Shen were merely being kind and saving Zhou Wanner without expecting anything in return, the women would actually feel a bit unhappy. Because they all had to pay a price to receive protection. If Zhou Wanner could receive the same treatment without having to give anything, it would create an imbalance in their hearts. It is human nature to be more concerned about fairness than scarcity. Nanyan, let's share a room. I want to talk to you about something. Seeing Shen and Zhou Wanner enter a room, Su Wanting also called Jiang Nanyan over, saying they would go have a private chat. They had been good friends before, and their relationship had recently warmed, so naturally, they were closer than the others. Bai Sini looked at the remaining 2 women, hesitated for a moment, and said to Su Yun, "Officer Su, if you don't mind, let's share a room tonight?" "Sister Bai, you don't need to call me Officer Su, just call me Su Yun." Suyun quickly shook her head, feeling that the title was too strange. It wasn't just about the title, it was because of their current relationship that calling her that would seem odd. Just like when Shinee called her Officer Sue in bed, it was for the sake of intimacy. By Shinee and Suyun entered a room together, and they had topics to discuss. The room had 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which meant there was now only one empty room left, along with Lu Ruyan, the long-haired girl. Lu Ruyan was the girl who did not meet the system's standards. The reason Shinee hadn't chased her away was that he was temporarily considering Jo Wanner and Suyun's feelings, and since he didn't lack food, he decided to shelter her for a few days. After all, she was someone Suyun had risked her life to save, and if he kicked her out directly, it would hurt Suyun's feelings. Although Shinee had a cold personality, as long as it didn't touch his bottom line, he would take care of the feelings of his women. Especially for someone like Suyun, who was very loyal and obedient to him. Lu Ruyan also knew she hadn't joined this family yet and remembered Shinee's earlier words about leaving one room empty, so she sensibly slept on the sofa for the night. Although it was a sofa, compared to the dangerous world outside, it was already a very safe and comfortable place. 47. The fall of the rich young lady. The next day, after waking up, Shinee had breakfast with the girls, leaving half a day's rations behind, and then set off with Jiang Nanyan. Before leaving, he specifically reminded the girls not to go out, no matter what. Especially not outside the building, where there were mutated monsters that even he couldn't handle at the moment. The girls were startled but obediently listened. Afterward, Shinee activated his telepathy and used teleportation to avoid hidden dangers, bringing Jiang Nanyan to the underground garage. After a few minutes, he quickly found the garage location of Jiang Nanyan's friend. There, Shinee saw 3 cars, 2 modified SUVs and a modified red sports car. One had to admit, Jiang Nanyan's friend was really wealthy. Just in a random garage, there were 3 luxury cars worth over 10 million. Fortunately, they were mine now. Shinee chose the higher performance Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This G-Class was clearly heavily modified, with an overall aluminum alloy exterior, and even the seats seemed to have been replaced, not to mention the engine and other hardware. In short, after a few minutes in the car, Shinee was quite satisfied. He had a driver's license, although he had only gotten it a few months ago and his skills weren't that great. But given the current state of the outside world, as long as he didn't drive into a wall, he could drive however he wanted. After all, there was no fear of being caught on camera or chased by traffic police. The tank is full, let's go. After confirming everything, Shinee stepped on the gas and drove out. He sped out of the community and onto the main road. The roads were filled with black cracks and various mutated plants. But with his 360 degrees perspective from telepathy, he avoided them all. With a perspective comparable to that of a god, he wasn't worried about getting into an accident at all. This is so exhilarating. Shinee directly increased the speed to over 100 miles per hour, swerving left and right, crashing through. Jiang Nanyan's face turned pale. She even regretted coming out with Shinee. Who knew that such a steady and cautious person would drive so recklessly? Driving in such thick fog, with cracks appearing on the road from time to time, what would happen if they fell in while going this fast? But in reality, Jiang Nanyan was overthinking it. She just didn't realize that Shinee had a godlike perspective, which made her think he had suddenly become reckless. In fact, Shinee was clearly aware of the road conditions. He would never risk his life. As Jiang Nanyan was scared yet amazed, she gradually felt surprised. No matter how fast Shinee drove, he could accurately avoid obstacles and cracks on the road, and even when a few abandoned cars suddenly appeared, he seemed to predict them in advance and swerved away. Jiang Nanyan's heart gradually calmed down. See? Shinee shouldn't be this reckless. While she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, she looked at Shinee, who was focused on driving. It shouldn't be my imagination, Shinee might really be able to see through the fog. Otherwise, dodging obstacles once or twice could be considered luck, but if he can avoid them every time, that's not coincidence, it's preparation. Seeing through the fog, is this a new superpower he has gained? As Jiang Nanyan thought about this, her heart couldn't help but flutter. If she was right, it meant Shinee had likely mastered the method to gain superpowers. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyan's heart raced. Excitement. Anticipation. If Shinee had fully mastered the method to gain superpowers, then she would have a greater chance of obtaining one too. After all, she was currently the only woman who had earned Shinyee's recognition. Jiang Nanyan exhaled softly, suppressing her excited emotions, and then looked at Shinee, her beautiful eyes flashing as she suddenly lowered her head and burrowed in. This was a new trick she had learned online with Su Wanning last night to please her boyfriend. Shinee, who was driving, suddenly felt his belt loosen and he gasped. Looking down at Jiang Nanyan, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression, which gradually turned into joy. Good, good, good. He didn't expect Jiang Nanyan to have learned this set of skills. As Shinny felt satisfied, a sense of accomplishment rose within him. From a high and mighty rich girl who knew nothing to now being able to speak sweetly. Her experience had gone from 0 to 1, all unlocked step by herself. This feeling was undoubtedly very fulfilling. In his excitement, Shinny almost had an accident. Fortunately, he had a god's perspective, and even with his eyes closed, he could clearly see the situation outside. Bringing Jiang Nanyan alone on this trip was truly a wise choice. In his contemplation, Shinny unconsciously pressed harder on the accelerator. 3 hours later, the off-road vehicle slowly drove to a relatively remote village entrance. Shinny slowed down. Although he hadn't encountered major troubles on the way, there were still quite a few minor issues that affected his speed. For example, the loud noise of the vehicle attracted many mutated animals chasing from behind, and even blocking the front. But Shinny didn't indulge them, he simply pressed the accelerator and crashed through. Stopping was out of the question. In the wild, even with his telepathic abilities, he feared encountering terrifying monsters like mutated black spiders. Anyway, it was a modified car, and as long as he didn't run into particularly fierce mutated monsters, he could break through without needing to stop. So, after spending more than 3 hours, he finally arrived at his destination. His hometown, Xinjia Village. However, the originally lively Xinjia Village was now eerily silent. There was not a soul in sight. Apart from the occasional chirping of insects, the entire village felt like a deserted ghost town. The grass and trees around the village were also quite lush, with some grass even growing 2 to 3 meters high. Shinny drove slowly towards the east end of the village, which was the direction of his home. Once inside the village, he could occasionally hear some sounds coming from the homes of the villagers. Perhaps the surviving residents were hiding inside. But Shinny didn't pay attention to these, he drove straight to his doorstep. Then, he used his telepathy to scan the surroundings. After a quick look around, the only threat he could identify was a mutated big yellow dog lying in the neighbor's yard. You stay in the car, and unless I call you, don't come out, Shinny instructed. Jiang Nanyan licked her lips and nodded seriously. Then, Shinny directly used teleportation to leave the car and hurried to his backyard. The cellar was in the backyard, and if his little sister and grandmother were still alive, they would definitely be hiding in the cellar. At the same time, taking advantage of Shinny's absence, Jiang Nanyan quickly opened the window for ventilation and kept rinsing her mouth with mineral water. Her face was slightly flushed, and she secretly thought that what she learned online was indeed very useful. Shinny didn't know how excited he was about her service in the car just now. According to the current progress, the first person to gain supernatural powers would definitely be herself. However, her primary task now was to tidy up her clothes and adjust her state to the best. Because she was about to meet Shinyi's family. She felt a mix of anticipation, anxiety, and nervousness. She didn't know if Shinyi's family would approve of her or if they would dislike her. This was Jiang Nanyan's first experience of the anxiety of meeting her boyfriend's parents. Meanwhile, Shinyi teleported into the cellar and sought his younger sister Shinsu, who was roasting potatoes over a fire, and his grandmother, who was over 60. 48. Unlocked new supplies. Grandma, I think I saw my brother come back. Am I hallucinating from the smoke? No, I must be seeing things. My brother isn't that handsome. Shinsu stared blankly at Shinyi, blinking in disbelief. Although she said she didn't believe it, her eyes were already red. Grandma heard the voice and instinctively wanted to comfort her, but when she turned around, she also saw her grandson, who had appeared out of nowhere. At first glance, she thought she was hallucinating too. Because, compared to before, Shinyi had grown quite a bit taller, his skin was much fairer, and he had become more handsome. Xiaoyi? Is that you, Xiaoyi? Grandma stood up, somewhat in disbelief. Grandma, it's me. Shinyi smiled and walked over. Grandma had lost weight. They must not have been eating well or sleeping properly these days. Big brother, you finally came back. The petite Shun Su suddenly pounced over, crashing into Shinyi's arms, holding him tightly, her voice trembling slightly. She cried. Out of excitement. Shinsu could no longer remember how many days had passed since the black mist appeared. Because her phone was dead, she couldn't contact her brother, and she had been worried about him. If it weren't for Grandma being by her side, she would have left the village to look for Shinyi long ago. It's good that you're back, good that you're back. Grandma kept repeating this phrase, a kind smile on her aged face. Brother, tell me quickly, how did you come back? Didn't the buses stop running? And, brother, how did you suddenly become so handsome? And it seems like you have abs now. Let me touch. After a moment of warmth, Shinsu couldn't help but be curious and even started to touch Shinee all over. I drove back. Shinee patted his little sister's head and explained with a smile, as for the abs, it might be because I often work out at school. I guess I went through a second growth spurt. Drove? Brother, you actually bought a car? What kind of car? Shinsu's eyes lit up. She had always thought it would be great if their family could buy a car. It would be so convenient to go out. As for the second growth spurt, Shinsu completely ignored that. As long as her big brother was safely back, those things didn't matter. Yes, I bought one, an off-road vehicle. Shinee casually replied, wondering why this girl, who was clearly not stupid, would ask such a question. Well, thinking about it, his little sister had been staying in the cellar and hadn't been outside, so she didn't know about the huge changes in the outside world and naturally still held on to her pre-apocalypse views. If you need something, you have to spend money to buy it. Little did she know, now you didn't need to buy a car, you could get one for free, as cars were everywhere. But he didn't need to tell his family about this, as it would only add to their worries. Xiaoyi, you must be hungry after the long journey, come sit down and eat something. Grandma said, already peeling the roasted potatoes in her hand, revealing their golden insides. The golden potatoes were steaming and smelled delicious. Shinee took the roasted potato and took a bite. Wow! Grandma, you're biased. That was my roasted potato. You gave my roasted potato to brother and even peeled it for him. I haven't been taken care of like this by grandma these past few days. Humph. I'm jealous. Shinsu puffed up her cheeks, looking aggrieved. But in reality, she wasn't jealous at all, she just liked to act cute and playful with grandma. She had always been like this since she was little, loving to show off. Susu, be good, grandma will roast you 2 more, okay? Then I want grandma to peel them for me too. Okay, after roasting, grandma will peel them for you. Grandma smiled kindly, very accommodating to her granddaughter's antics. Seemingly satisfied with the answer, Shinsu flashed a proud smile at Shinee, as if to say, see, grandma still dotes on me more. Shinee smiled helplessly, seeing that grandma was about to roast more potatoes. He opened his mouth to stop her. Grandma, don't roast anymore, I have other food here. Speaking of which, he took out 2 self-heating hot pots, a steaming roast chicken, and a few bottles of mineral water from the system space. The self-heating hot pot was a resource unlocked from Joe Warner last night. Ding! Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, starting to randomly unlock a type of resource. Ding! Unlock successful, congratulations on unlocking the resource, luxurious self-heating hot pot. Luxurious self-heating hot pot +1 stored in system space. Luxurious self-heating hot pot +1 stored in system space. Luxurious. The self-heating hot pot unlocked by the system was quite different from those sold in stores, because this self-heating hot pot was rich in ingredients, with several types of fresh meat rolls, fresh seafood, and various fresh vegetables, as if they had just been picked. If this self-heating hot pot were sold outside, it would easily fetch several $100s. Wow! Brother, when did you learn magic? That's amazing. You can actually conjure food out of thin air. Shinsu looked shocked, sizing up Shinee as if trying to find where he could hide so much food. Grandma was also very surprised. Having lived for so many years, it was her first time witnessing such a magical method. Then, Shinee briefly explained about the supernatural abilities. Of course, most of it was made up. The gist was that he was lucky enough to gain the ability to conjure food right at the end of the world, so their family would no longer have to worry about food and drink. Grandma felt very comforted after hearing this. Shinsu was very excited, calling her brother awesome. Then, Shinee heated the self-heating hot pot and let grandma and his little sister eat first. He himself took the opportunity to step out, killing the mutated yellow dog from the neighbor's house in advance, and then throwing the body far away to avoid scaring grandma when she came out later. After eating and drinking enough, Shinee took grandma and his little sister out and explained that he would take them to the city. In Shinyee's view, living in the city was more convenient. Due to the mutations of various plants and animals, the countryside was now more dangerous than the city. Naturally, grandma and his little sister did not resist, as family being together was what made a home. Xiaoyi, wait a moment, grandma needs to go in and tidy up the bedding and clothes. Grandma thought about bringing the bedding from home so they wouldn't have to spend money on it once they got to the city. Shinee quickly stopped her, saying, Grandma, you don't need to take the bedding and clothes, I've already bought new ones. If you have any valuable jewelry, you can wear it, but really, you don't need anything else. Otherwise, the new ones I bought will go to waste. Well, Grandma hesitated for a moment. In the end, she agreed. Although Grandma came from that era, she was not at all stubborn and could listen to the opinions and thoughts of her children. Seeing Grandma go into the house, Shinsu suddenly looked around and, like a thief, leaned close to Shinyi's ear and whispered, "Brother, actually, I also gained superpowers, just like you." What? Shinyi was taken aback. He looked at his sister in surprise. He never expected that the second supernatural being he encountered would actually be his sister? Here's what happened. A couple of days ago, while Grandma was sleeping, I sneaked out of the cellar to go back to my room to charge my phone. Then, as I passed the yard, I saw a colorful fruit growing on a grass blade, and it was glowing, looking very beautiful. When I got closer, I found that not only was it beautiful, but it also smelled really good. So, I couldn't help but pick it and eat it, and then I gained superpowers. Listening to Shinsu's explanation, Shin-Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A glowing colorful fruit? And it also emitted a fragrance? This seemed quite different from the 3 supernatural fruits he had eaten. So, Su, what superpower did you gain? 49. My sister Shinsu's superpower. My superpower is that I can run really fast. I feel like I'm several times faster than the 100-meter sprint champion at our school. And I can sense that this isn't even my top speed. If I run with all my might, I feel like I could be just like the Flash in the movies. With me around, big brother, you can just lie back and relax. Shinsu proudly lifted her little head like a child waiting for praise. Clearly, she was very proud of her ability. As for being like the Flash, that was obviously an exaggeration, otherwise her power would be too overpowered. A speed-enhancing ability, huh? That's not bad, Shinyi said, patting his little sister's head in affirmation. Indeed, it was another new ability. Could it be that different abilities also yield slightly different fruits? For example, ones that glow and emit an enticing fragrance? Yeah. But, I don't know what's wrong with my superpower. Every time I run for a while, I get really tired and thirsty, so I don't dare to use this superpower casually, and I can't run at full speed. I'm afraid I'll exhaust myself. Shinsu said, pouting a bit, looking troubled. It was like having a mountain of gold but being unable to spend it. Clearly having a superpower but unable to use it freely. Shinyi understood that this was because his little sister's stamina was too poor, so even the newly acquired speed ability couldn't be fully utilized. In this case, either she would be lucky enough to eat a physical evolution fruit to enhance her limits, or she could level up her ability. Perhaps with a higher ability level, the stamina consumption would decrease. Don't tell anyone about your superpower, Shinyi advised. Of course not. I'm not stupid, and most of the time, I'm quite clever. Shinsu chuckled. If you weren't my big brother, I wouldn't even tell you. After all, this is a superpower, just like in the movies. If a bad guy finds out, I'd definitely be captured for experiments. Alright, you're the smartest. Shinyi ruffled the girls. Heron said, when the opportunity arises, I'll see if I can help you solve the problem of getting too tired when using your ability. Can that be solved? Shinsu, who had been enjoying the head pat, suddenly brightened her eyes and stared at Shin-Yi. Shin-Yi nodded, yes, but it requires a bit of luck. To find a physical evolution fruit to solve it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It really needed luck. Alternatively, finding a similar type of speed ability fruit that Shinsu had eaten to level up her ability. But based on Shinyi's estimation, she would need to eat at least 7 or 8 fruits to possibly level up once. That made it even harder. Not to mention finding 7 or 8 of the same type of fruit. Even finding 7 or 8 of different types would be quite a challenge. Yay! I believe you can do it, big brother. Shinsu happily hugged Shinyi's arm. This girl. Shinyi shook his head. At that moment, Grandma also finished packing and came out. She didn't bring much luggage, just a small bag, and it was unclear what was inside. Shinyi didn't ask and led Grandma and his little sister toward the car. However, just as they stepped out of the small courtyard, he saw several elderly people gathered around his car, looking like thieves or just curious. When they saw Shinyi and the others come out, the elderly people quickly greeted them with smiles. Grandma Shin, is this your relative's car? It's really nice. Did your relative come from the city? Grandma also kindly replied, after all, they were neighbors and often saw each other. However, Grandma emphasized that this was her grandson's car, bought by her grandson. She even specifically pulled Shinyi over to introduce him a bit. For the elderly, having capable descendants was something worth praising and showing off. Due to Shinyi's drastic changes, several neighbors, both aunties and uncles, did not recognize him at first. It wasn't until Grandma introduced him that they realized who he was, and they immediately greeted Shinee. In a good mood from his grandmother and little sister, Shinee responded gently. Thus, a few neighbors continued, "Hey, Shin kid, are you going back to the city? If you're going back, could you take my grandson with you? I heard it's safer in the city now. And my grandson too. His parents are in the city, could you please help take him?" The neighbors were chattering away, all asking for favors. Shinsu frowned slightly, feeling a bit unhappy. These neighbors liked to take advantage of small things on ordinary days, and now they wanted to take advantage again. What time is it now, and they still want her brother to risk helping them take their children. There were even some overly demanding neighbors who wanted Shinee to take their whole family to the city. What kind of people are these? Their relationships aren't that good. Even if they were relatives, it wouldn't be so excessive, let alone just neighbors. Grandma's expression was also clearly not good. At this moment, Shinee said lightly, "There's no room in the car, I can't take anyone." After saying that, he pushed through the crowd, opened the back door, and let Grandma and his little sister get in first. But some sharp-eyed villagers noticed there was still a lot of space in the back of the car, so they squeezed over. With their 10-year-old child saying, "Shin kid, there's still space in the back, just take uncle and your nephew along, we can squeeze in. We're all from the same village, now that there's trouble, we should help each other. Your dad was good friends with uncle when he was alive, and I even held you when you were little, you can't forget your roots. Get lost, don't block the way." Shinee coldly glanced at the person, pushed him away, and got directly into the car, starting the engine. The villager who was scolded was stunned, then immediately began to curse at Shinee. Knowing they couldn't gain anything, they stopped pretending. A few sensible villagers realized they couldn't catch a ride and went home early. But more villagers were cursing Shinyee's family for being ungrateful, saying how good they had been to Shinyee's family in the past, and now that his family had a car to escape to the city, they wouldn't help their neighbors. In the apocalypse, the ugliness of human nature was fully revealed. Shinyee's gaze turned cold, and he was about to draw his gun. Suddenly, he sensed a strong hostility. With his psychic ability activated, Shinee instantly saw a thick black aura in the grass about 200 meters away. It was a mutated long snake over 10 meters long. And it was approaching quickly. Shinee immediately shifted into reverse, stepped on the gas, and quickly backed away. If anyone dared to block the car, he would run them over. As Shinee accelerated away, several villagers were still berating him. They completely failed to notice that a large snake had already emerged from the grass. When someone finally noticed, the mutated snake had already launched a deadly attack on the crowd. The man who was cursing the loudest while holding his son was the first to be targeted by the snake. The mutated snake opened its mouth, larger than a person, and swallowed 2 living people in one bite, chewing forcefully and quickly swallowing them down. "Ah! A big long worm! There's a big long worm!" The villagers screamed in terror as they ran home. But the mutated snake was faster than them, its mouth spewing out clouds of green toxic mist, instantly engulfing all the villagers, accompanied by cries of agony. Shinee could no longer see the horrific scene. But he could roughly guess. That mutated long snake, just its size alone was astonishing, was definitely not something ordinary people could fight against. Even he wasn't sure he could contend with it. Indeed, the mutated animals in the mountain village were far more dangerous than in the city. However, if we're talking about danger, the atmosphere inside the car is actually the most dangerous. Because, after the little sister got in the car and saw a beautiful woman in the passenger seat, the smile disappeared from her lovely face. "You're a brother complex, it's quite normal." "Grandma, little sister, hello, my name is Jiang Nanyan, and I am Shinyee's girlfriend." Jiang Nanyan instinctively tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, introducing herself very nervously. She was anxious, worried that Shinyee's family would not like her. Shinee had many women, if his family didn't like her, it would definitely affect her relationship with Shinee in the future. When Jiang Nanyan greeted them, her palms were sweating from nervousness. "So you are Xiaoyi's girlfriend, what a beautiful girl." Grandma was a bit surprised. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Grandma also showed a kind and gentle smile to Jiang Nanyan. "Thank you for the compliment, Grandma." Jiang Nanyan breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a smile. "That's great. Grandma likes me, and has recognized me as her granddaughter-in-law. So, from now on, I am officially acknowledged by Shinyee's family as the main wife? So happy." Immediately, Jiang Nanyan looked at Shinsu, whose delicate features resembled a doll. A flash of amazement crossed her eyes, Shinyee's sister was so cute. Even without much grooming, her beauty was still hard to conceal. Although she was still young, her face had a bit of childishness. But when she grows up, she will definitely be a great beauty. However, what puzzled Jiang Nanyan was why Xinyi's sister had been expressionless since getting in the car. Was it her natural personality? It was completely different from Shun Yi. The personalities of these siblings were really vastly different. Not only their personalities, but even their appearances felt completely unlike siblings. While thinking, she smiled and greeted, "Sister, hello, may I ask what your name is?" "Humph." Shinsu let out a soft huff, turning her head to look out the window, completely ignoring Jiang Nanyan's attempt to converse. This distant attitude made Jiang Nanyan feel a bit awkward. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Why didn't Xinyi's sister like her? Grandma shook her head inside, but said nothing. Xinyi naturally didn't bother to speak for Jiang Nanyan. In his eyes, his sister was far more important than Jiang Nanyan. As for the reason his sister was unhappy, he knew it well. It's a brother complex, that's how it is. She would be fine when she grew up. The SUV was driving on the way home. While driving, Xinyi was munching on some fruit and using his mental perception to scan the plants along the road, looking for any supernatural fruits. Unfortunately, after driving for dozens of kilometers, Xinyi didn't find a single supernatural fruit. Of course, it was mainly because most of his attention was on driving, and he wasn't observing his surroundings closely enough. Perhaps there were some that slipped through the cracks. After another half an hour, Xinyi felt the urge to urinate, so he found a safe place to park and went to the bathroom. If you also need to go to the bathroom, don't stray too far from the car. There might be danger in the black mist, Xinyi reminded them before getting out of the car. Wait for me, big brother, I'm going too. Shinsu opened the car door and followed Xinyi. Inside the car, Jiang Nanyan was awkwardly chatting with Grandma. Although Jiang Nanyan was intelligent, her emotional intelligence was lacking. Especially since she had never been in a relationship and had never interacted with her boyfriend's elders, she didn't know how to start a conversation. Grandma, however, indirectly asked a lot about Jiang Nanyan's family matters. Stinky big brother, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me? Just as Xinyi started to relieve himself, he heard his sister's unhappy mumbling not far behind. Su. What are you doing? Xinyi hurriedly finished, shook a couple of times, and pulled up his pants. At that moment, Shinsu also walked out from the black mist, puffing her cheeks. Her cute face was filled with unhappiness and grievance, almost on the verge of tears. Xinyi sighed helplessly, wanting to reach out and rub Shinsu's head, but then remembered he had just finished urinating and hadn't washed his hands, so he withdrew his hand. But this scene made Shinsu's eyes turn red instantly. She felt that her brother had completely betrayed her. Ignoring Xinyi's objections, she stubbornly pressed her head into Xinyi's palm, rubbing against it several times. Brother, can you break up with her? Shinsu raised her head, pouting, her eyes red, and looking pitifully at Xinyi. Su, don't throw a tantrum. Xinyi frowned, his tone serious. Shinsu's face puffed up in grievance, seeing no smile on Xinyi's face, she dared not act out anymore. Although her brother had always spoiled her. This expression meant he was serious. I understand. I still have a few women at home, Su, you need to help me keep it from Grandma. Xinyi reminded her again. It was also a way to let his little sister know in advance to avoid her throwing a tantrum later. What? Shinsu was instantly stunned. She looked at her brother in disbelief. What did he mean by having a few women? Starting a harem. Her brother, he was actually starting a harem in real life. Shinsu thought such mind-blowing things only happened in novels. Yet it was happening right beside her, and it was her own brother. Until they got back in the car, Shinsu remained in shock and disbelief. She glanced at Jiang Nanyan in the passenger seat, her expression becoming strange. Although she didn't want to admit it, this woman was indeed very beautiful and well-dressed, clearly a rich young lady from the city. But why would such a rich young lady be with her ordinary brother? And she didn't mind her brother starting a harem. Could it be because of the black mist outside? Shinsu's feelings were complicated, her young heart was greatly impacted. She found it hard to accept. And it felt very uncomfortable. However, when Xinyi's car drove into the city, Shinsu was once again struck hard by the tragic scenes in the city. The once bustling mountain city now had almost no one on the streets. Only the occasional piercing screams could be heard from the black mist. As the SUV drove, mutated animals occasionally tried to pounce on the car. Strange, absurd, terrifying. Shinsu couldn't help but swallow. Is this the end of the world? Why aren't the police and soldiers rescuing people? During this time, Shinsu had been hiding in the basement. With her grandmother having almost no understanding of the outside situation, thinking this disaster would be resolved by the country after a while, just like an earthquake or flood. But now it seemed impossible to resolve in a short time. Even the Mountain City, a new first-tier city with a population of over 30 million, had fallen. It was just like the end of the world. In the movies. Most likely, there won't be any rescue. Jiang Nanyan softly replied to Shinsu's question. She had already lost hope for national rescue. After all, even the female police officer who had joined their family yesterday said there would be no rescue. Fantasizing about rescue now was completely meaningless. Fortunately, she was currently safe and didn't have to worry about food and drink. Aside from some concern for her parents' safety, Jiang Nanyan didn't think there was anything wrong with her current life. It was just that there were fewer entertainment activities. During their conversation, Shin also drove back to the community. Along the way, he sensed through telepathy that there were still quite a few survivors on the road. After all, the mountain city was a large city with a population of tens of millions, even if more than two-thirds of the people had died in these days, there were still at least over 10 million survivors. After driving into the community, Shin parked the car in the parking space of Building 13. This was the building where the doomsday enthusiast Morong Shui lived. 51. Telepathy upgraded to LV7. Nervous, Morong Shui parked the car. Shin asked his sister and Jiang Nanyan to stay in the car for now, while he used teleportation to take his grandmother upstairs first. After all, it was the 15th floor, and it would be impossible for his 70-year-old grandmother to climb the stairs. Yes, Shin did not take his grandmother back to his own home but arranged for her to stay at Jiang Nanyan's friend's house. Since her friend was currently unaccounted for, the house was empty anyway, so it was better for his grandmother and younger sister to stay there. Once he dealt with the woman on the 18th floor in the next couple of days, he would have his grandmother move up there. Thus, Shin made 2 trips back and forth, settling both his grandmother and younger sister on the 15th floor. He explained to his grandmother that he lived in the building next door, not far away, and would come by often to check on her. If anything happened, she could call him any time. But, big brother, my phone is out of battery, Shinsu said, wanting to live with Shin. But thinking about not leaving their grandmother alone, she didn't bring it up. Shin took a few power banks from the system space for his sister to use. He also left some bottled water and food, enough for his grandmother and sister for 3 to 4 days. This was to avoid situations where he might be out for a day or two without time to deliver supplies. As for bedding and other items, the apartment was already equipped with new ones. He then reminded his sister not to go out casually, the neighbors in the building might not be safe. Even if she needed to throw out the trash, she could just toss it from the balcony and shouldn't go outside, let alone downstairs. Most residents in the community had already run out of water and food, and for the sake of food, they would definitely not hold their ground anymore. As he was leaving, his grandmother also reminded Shin to pay attention to his safety. Although she knew her grandson had abilities she couldn't understand, the old lady was always worried. Shin smiled and assured her to not worry, then used teleportation to leave, returning to the car in the underground garage a few seconds later. Honey, what's wrong? Shin noticed Jiang Nanyan seemed to be in a bad mood. The internet is gone. The phone can't get through either? Jiang Nanyan's voice was somewhat low. Disconnected? Shin was slightly taken aback. Although it was expected, it still felt a bit sudden. It might have been disconnected a few hours ago, but I didn't check my phone and didn't notice, Jiang Nanyan said, a hint of gloom in her expression. Without the internet, the only way to contact her parents was also cut off. Well, let's go home first, Shin said, taking Jiang Nanyan back to the house. It was already afternoon by this time. Just a few minutes after sitting down, Shin suddenly remembered something. Xiao Xiaoxiao from 1501. Her leg was injured, and Shin had promised to help her change the dressing this morning, but he had been busy all day and forgot. Thinking of this, he used teleportation again to head to 1501. After using teleportation continuously on this trip and bringing 3 people with him, Shin began to breathe slightly heavier. I need to find a way to upgrade the teleportation level to reduce stamina consumption, or enhance the physical evolution level. Shin thought while munching on a few ability fruits. The only method he currently knew to upgrade ability levels was to consume the same type of fruit. Besides that, there might be other ways to upgrade abilities, but he wasn't clear on those yet. As for the telepathy fruit, Shin had been eating it for the past 2 days. Since consuming too many at once could cause his internal organs to feel cold, Shin took a few whenever he had the chance, slowly upgrading. There was no rush anyway. After he had eaten over 100 fruits today, the system notifications sounded again. Your telepathy has been upgraded to LV7, that's right, it's already level 7. Level 6 was upgraded just yesterday. Telepathy, LV7. You can sense all hostility and goodwill within a radius of 1,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 1,000 meters without using your eyes, unaffected by any obstacles 1,000 meters. A full kilometer distance. Shinny activated his level 7 telepathy and immediately felt his perspective elevated significantly. It was as if he stood in the sky, overlooking the entire community and even the scenes outside it. Everything within a kilometer was clearly visible. Moreover, as long as Shinny concentrated, he could check any individual within that kilometer. From a building to a person, even a bug. For example, the doomsday enthusiast Morong Shui in Building 13. For example, the women living in Building 6. And again, several survivors cautiously walking in the black mist outside the community. Everything was within sight. This feeling of seeing everything was simply exhilarating. With telepathy retracted, Shinny couldn't help but excitedly murmur, at level 7, I have a kilometer of vision. If I continue to upgrade, can it expand to 10 kilometers? 100 kilometers? If that's the case, then I would be invincible. With this kind of all-seeing ability, he would no longer be in the dark regarding information. Whether someone wanted to plot against him or he wanted to scheme against others, this ability was truly unbeatable. As for the ability fruits needed for future upgrades, Shinny was not lacking at all. There were already over 200,000 in the warehouse. Prince Charming? You're here. Just as Shinny was lost in thought, a surprised voice came from behind him. It was Chu Xiaoxiao limping out of the bedroom. Take off your pants, I'll change your medicine. Meanwhile, in room 1801 on the 18th floor, Morong Shui was warily holding a crossbow, scanning her house. Just now. Just a moment ago. She was about to take a shower when she suddenly felt someone spying on her. Morong Shui immediately guessed that it might be that space ability user from yesterday, accompanied by another female ability user, coming to ambush her. So, she quickly grabbed her weapon and searched the house for traces of the intruder. After a thorough search and finding no signs of an intruder, Morong Shui slowly lowered her weapon. Her expression was grim. Because the feeling of being spied on had already vanished. What do these two guys mean? Why did they suddenly spy on me? Did they discover that I have electricity at home, so they targeted me? Morong Shui's expression kept changing. She had actually been prepared for being targeted. After all, in the apocalypse, everyone else had lost power, and only her house had lights on, which was extremely conspicuous at night and likely to attract the attention of those with ill intentions. It wasn't that Morong Shui was recklessly turning on the lights, but according to her memories from her past life, there shouldn't have been any ability users in the community at this time. Therefore, as the only ability user in the community, even if she used electricity, she wasn't worried about being targeted by ordinary people, as her weapons and equipment were sufficient to deal with greedy ordinary individuals. Who would have thought it would attract the attention of an ability user? Moreover, this ability user had spied on her twice, clearly fixating on her. No, just in case, I must set up more traps. And I need to hurry and upgrade my ability level to level 2. Even if it involves some risks, I must upgrade. Having been reborn with great difficulty, Morong Shui did not want to die again. So, she hurriedly began to set up new traps in her room. As long as there were enough traps, even an ability user could be killed. After all, it was still the early days of the apocalypse, and ability users were not that strong yet. 52. Rewarding Su wanting with an ability fruit. Shinny had no idea that a casual glance at Morong Shui would lead this sensitive woman to start making grand plans. Again. In fact, even the original plan to upgrade abilities was moved up. Of course, even if he knew, Shinny wouldn't care. At this moment, he had just finished changing the bandages for Chu Xiaoxiao. After a brief conversation, Shinny learned that Chu Xiaoxiao was actually a big streamer in the Bilibili ACG community. She had bought this spacious apartment with her own loan. However, now she didn't have to pay back the loan. This was the only benefit the apocalypse had brought her. Although Chu Xiaoxiao earned 7 to 800,000 a year, supporting a house worth 6 to 7 million was still quite a burden. After chatting about some trivial matters, Shinny left food and water before departing. He had originally intended to unlock supplies, but seeing Chu Xiaoxiao's leg injury was still severe, he held back for the time being. He didn't want to risk reopening the wound that had just begun to heal when unlocking supplies. I still need to go to the hospital to get some medicine. If there are medicines, the wound will definitely heal faster. It would be best to bring back a doctor. That way, it would be more convenient for treatment if anyone gets sick or injured in the future. On the way home, Shin-Yi pondered deeply. He decided to visit the affiliated hospital of Mountain City University tomorrow. The affiliated hospital was not far from this community, although it wasn't a top-tier hospital. It wasn't small either, and it had all the necessary medicines, even capable of performing many surgeries. So, Shin-Yi decided to scour the affiliated hospital for supplies tomorrow. Along the way, he would also look for ability fruits. As the apocalypse dragged on, the number of ability users would surely increase. By then, more people would know about the ability fruits. If he didn't collect the fruits now, it would only become harder later. With a level 7 telepathy and a full kilometer of divine perspective, the area Shin-Yi could search had greatly increased. If he could find a highly aggressive ability fruit, he might be able to deal with that mutated black spider. Although the black spider posed no real threat to him, one cannot allow monsters to sleep soundly beside their bed. There's a saying, a thief can steal for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Back home. After dinner. Due to the power and internet outage, everyone was preparing to sleep early. Shin-Yi chose to have Su Wanting accompany him today. Su Wanting's personality had changed significantly. Over the past 2 days, whether it was an act or not, her performance had pleased Shin-Yi greatly. Thus, after a battle, Shin-Yi rewarded her with an ability fruit. Eat this, and you'll gain an ability. Okay. Su Wanting, who had been somewhat tired, instantly perked up, excitedly taking the colorful fruit and eating it right away. Without a hint of doubt. This attitude made Shin-Yi even more satisfied. Su Wanting had gone from being arrogant and proud to now obediently listening to him. She had finally become sensible. Her loyalty to him was as high as Su Yun's. Her entire aura was as pure as jade, whiter than the mist of Jiannan. This was also the reason Shin-Yi rewarded her with the ability fruit. Ability was one thing, but Shin-Yi valued loyalty even more. As long as she didn't betray him, even if this woman was just a pretty face, he wouldn't mind supporting her. Moreover, he had the ability to enhance the value of a pretty face. Is this the ability? How amazing! After digesting the ability fruit, Su Wanting looked at Shin-Yi in surprise, noticing a white aura flowing around him. Through her natural perception, she understood that this was Shin-Yi showing her kindness and affection. She felt a surge of joy in her heart, her fondness for Shin-Yi growing even stronger. Su Wanting had always thought Shin-Yi disliked her, but she never expected him to have such a high regard for her. Little did she know, Shin-Yi hadn't really liked her before. At most, he didn't dislike her. However, in recent days, her performance had significantly increased Shin-Yi's fondness for her. Su Wanting had recently been following by Shin-Yi to learn cooking, and she even instilled ideas in other women on how to serve Shin-Yi. It was as if she had become a different person. It was unclear how she had come to this realization. In any case, the current Su Wanting was quite impressive. Close your eyes again and try to concentrate. Shin-Yi slightly guided Su Wanting on how to use her abilities. Su Wanting obediently tested it. Then, she discovered that she could actually see around the room in a 360 degrees perspective, even able to see through objects. However, activating the X-ray vision was quite exhausting. Wow! How amazing! Su Wanting exclaimed, both excited and surprised. She never expected her abilities could be used this way. For an ordinary person who just gained such powers, it would take time to fully develop them without guidance. But Shin-Yi was different. He could understand the full range of abilities through the system and easily develop them. Of course, he also observed this through Su Wanting's performance with her newfound powers. This was another reason he rewarded Su Wanting with the fruit of her abilities. He wanted to see the entire process of how others gained their powers. Thus, just after gaining her abilities, a delighted Su Wanting began to serve Shin-Yi in various ways. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lu Ruyan couldn't sleep at all that night. She had thought it would be her turn tonight. After all, last night was Joe Wanner, so logically it should be her turn today. Lu Ruyan even dressed up specially for this, putting on bold lingerie she had never worn before. Yet, Shin-Yi didn't choose her. Why was that? Did Shin-Yi not find her attractive? Lu Ruyan felt anxious and couldn't sleep at all. She feared that if she didn't become Shin-Yi's woman, she would be kicked out. Once she lost this safe haven, she wouldn't have the ability to survive. Anxious and tense, the night passed. The next day, Shin-Yi unusually slept until after 9 o'clock. Normally, he would wake up around 6 or 7, full of energy. But recently, he had been waking up later and later. I must improve the level of my physical evolution, otherwise, I really can't keep up. Shin-Yi rubbed his waist and casually tossed a fruit of ability into his mouth. Eating these fruits felt great, instantly refreshing him. Moreover, eating more could also enhance his ability level, which was truly killing two birds with one stone. After washing up and having breakfast, Shin-Yi greeted the women and then left. First, he would change the bandages for Chu Xiao, and then he would scavenge the affiliated hospital. That was his plan for the day. At home, Su Wanting was happily playing with her abilities and even showing off to the other women. Su Yun and the others were shocked that Shin-Yi could allow ordinary people to gain abilities, and they curiously asked Su Wanting about her process of gaining powers. Jiang Nanyan felt a bit envious, even a little jealous. She had thought she would be the first woman to gain abilities from Shin-Yi, but it turned out to be that foolish Su Wanting. How could someone so silly and arrogant surpass her? While feeling uncomfortable, Jiang Nanyan also asked Su Wanting why she was able to gain abilities, wondering if it was because she had been bold last night and won Shin-Yi's favor? Thus, the women at home, due to the reward of an ability fruit from Shin-Yi, began to have various little thoughts. Especially the little green Tizhou Wanner, whose eyes were darting around, not knowing what scheme she was plotting. Meanwhile, outside the affiliated hospital, a tall female police officer in uniform was confronting a mutated golden retriever, accompanied by a male officer. The originally docile golden retriever now had eyes filled with rage, its blood-stained teeth bared, emitting a dangerous growl. This mutated golden retriever was 3 meters long, its weight several times that of a normal dog, comparable to an adult tiger. Wang Jiqiang, you go to the hospital to find the medicine, I'll hold off this mutated dog. The female officer Qin Xiang immediately made the most reasonable arrangement. Yes. The male officer executed the order without hesitation. He knew that staying behind would only drag the captain down. The mutated golden retriever saw a prey trying to escape and immediately pounced towards him. But Qin Xiang reacted even faster, throwing a punch at the mutated golden retriever. Her fist struck the golden retriever, sending the 3-meter-long mutated dog flying several meters away. However, the mutated golden retriever, tough-skinned and strong, quickly got back up, shook its head vigorously, and glared at Qin Xiang with a fierce expression, barking menacingly twice before charging at her again. Qin Xiang's expression remained unchanged. At the moment the mutated golden retriever lunged at her, she drew her pistol from her waist, aimed at its head, and pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang! Several bullets pierced through the mutated golden retriever's head, causing it to crash heavily to the ground, its eyes wide open in disbelief. As its intake of air decreased, this mutated golden retriever soon ceased to exist. It never expected that the human in front of it would actually use a gun. It was simply against the rules. It had thought that the next would be a thrilling hand-to-hand combat. While Qin Xiang changed the magazine, she stepped forward, kicked the golden retriever's head to confirm its complete death, and then let out a sigh of relief. The vitality of mutated animals was truly formidable. It had taken several shots to the head and still had the strength to struggle. Just as Qin Xiang put away her gun and walked towards the hospital entrance, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from the black mist behind her. 53. Female officer Qin Xiang, 2 supernatural fruit rustle. The eerie sound immediately made Qin Xiang turn her head. She saw a mutated cockroach flying out of the black mist, about the size of an adult's palm. No, not just one. There were many. Countless. It was impossible to count how many in such a short time. At least over 100. These mutated cockroaches vibrated their wings, producing a piercing rustle sound. They had clear divisions of labor. Some went to devour the corpse of a mutated golden retriever on the ground, while others flew towards Qin Xiang, emitting sharp sounds. The moment Qin Xiang saw the mutated cockroaches, her face changed dramatically. She never expected that the cockroaches she had hated the most would also mutate, and all at once. So disgusting. Qin Xiang immediately raised her gun, aiming while quickly retreating and shooting. Bang! 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 Qin Xiang's marksmanship was extremely accurate, almost every shot hitting the cockroach's head. But to her shock, the mutated cockroach that was shot dead oozed yellow liquid after falling, and then its entire body split open, with dozens of small cockroaches swarming out from inside. Although these newborn cockroaches were smaller in size, their numbers were astonishing, quickly gathering together and charging towards Qin Xiang again. At this rate, the cockroaches would only multiply more and more. Qin Xiang's expression turned grim. She dared not waste bullets by shooting anymore and turned to run into the hospital, immediately locking the door behind her. But the cockroaches outside showed no signs of leaving, crazily banging against the glass door. Even more small cockroaches attempted to squeeze in through the gaps of the door. Qin Xiang's face was serious as she stepped on the small cockroaches that got in while anxiously thinking of a solution. If she didn't get rid of these mutated cockroaches, she and her subordinates would definitely die in the hospital today. Moreover, it might even endanger the survivors in the hospital. Although she didn't even know if there were any survivors left in the hospital. Such disgusting cockroaches. Shin-hee, using his telepathy, hadn't even entered the hospital when he saw, from a god's perspective, a dashing female officer single-handedly battling a mutated golden retriever and then fighting against a swarm of mutated cockroaches. It must be said that these mutated cockroaches were quite troublesome. After being killed, they would instantly hatch a bunch of small cockroaches, which was really disgusting. Shin-hee didn't want to encounter these mutated cockroaches, so he chose to take a detour into the building. If it weren't for the medicine being in this building, Shin-hee wouldn't even want to come here. It wasn't that he was afraid of the mutated cockroaches, he just felt purely disgusted. However, he watched the female officer outsmarting and battling the cockroach army with a thoughtful expression. This female officer is surprisingly strong. She can actually punch a mutated golden retriever over 3 meters away. Could this also be a supernatural ability? Shin-hee speculated reasonably. After all, with this female officer's weight of 115 pounds, it was impossible for her to have such terrifying explosive power. The reason Shin-hee endured the disgust of watching the mutated cockroaches for so long was also because of this female officer's uniqueness. Moreover, she triggered a system prompt. Ding! Detected a goddess that meets the system standards. Starting to scan detailed information, name Jin Xiang, age 29, appearance 93 points, figure 96 points, inner self 100 points. Untouched, total score 95 points, evaluation random supplies can be unlocked after acceptance, a 29-year-old female officer. If it weren't for the system prompt, Shin-hee wouldn't have noticed that this female officer actually met the system standards. Because her face was very dirty, and her hair was messy, she hardly had any attractiveness. On the surface, she only had a good figure and strong combat ability. Who would have thought her appearance score would reach 93, already at goddess level? If she can survive, I'll meet her again. Shin-hee murmured, no longer spending her energy on the female police officer. First, she needed to scavenge for medicine. She didn't know if the black mist affected the medicine. Using her psychic ability, she scanned the entire building and quickly found the warehouse where the medicine was stored, teleporting directly there to start collecting. Whether it was familiar medicine or unfamiliar, as long as it hadn't mutated, she took it all. During the collection, Shin-hee also used her psychic ability to sweep through the building, hoping to find a doctor to bring back. But for some unknown reason, there wasn't a single doctor or nurse in the entire building, only dozens of patients who might be hospitalized, trapped in the wards on the top floor. This made Shin-hee feel regretful. Without a doctor in her team, it would be troublesome if someone got sick or injured. I'll go to the city hospital in a couple of days, maybe there are still doctors there, Shin-hee thought as she collected the medicine. After scavenging an entire warehouse of medicine, Shin-hee teleported away. Arriving on the 3rd floor, she also took some medical equipment. Although these devices required electricity, they could function normally as long as there was a generator. After thoroughly scavenging, almost cleaning out the hospital, Shin-hee finally left the building satisfied. Next, she expanded her psychic ability to locate the earlier female police officer. The police officer and another male officer had already left the hospital and were running through the black mist. Behind them, over 100 mutated cockroaches were in pursuit. They had actually led the mutated cockroaches away. Were they worried about implicating the people in the hospital? That was overly kind. They were struggling themselves yet still had the energy to care for unrelated people. Shin-hee munched on some fruit while following the two from a distance. With her psychic ability, as long as she stayed within a kilometer, she could lock onto the female officer's position. While tracking the female officer, Shin-hee was also observing the plants within a kilometer, searching for ability fruits. She found that the quantity of ability fruits was indeed very rare. It was difficult to find even one. If a large number of ability fruits are required to upgrade ability levels, then it's almost impossible for others to level up. After all, it took nearly 10 fruits for my psychic ability to go from level 1 to level 2. Leveling up to level 3 requires even more. The higher the ability level, the more fruits are needed. Given the rarity of ability fruits, it's already impressive for an ordinary person to level up to 2, let alone 7 or 8. Shin-hee felt speechless just thinking about it. If it weren't for her system, which could unlock ability fruits, she would be just like an ordinary person. Perhaps Besides eating ability fruits to level up, there were other methods, but none would be as convenient as directly consuming the fruits. Because leveling up by eating ability fruits has almost no side effects. For example, the only side effect of the psychic ability fruit is to eat slowly. As long as you don't eat too much at once and take your time, you can continue eating without any impact on your body. What is? After following the female officer for 2 kilometers, Shinee suddenly discovered from her god's eye view that on the female officer's path, there were a dozen ordinary people armed with weapons, attacking 2 mutated domestic cats. Among them, the leading man even had a handgun. Why are these people taking the risk to fight mutated animals? Are they trying to eat the meat? Shin-Yi wondered. Can the meat of mutated animals be eaten? She wasn't sure. Perhaps it could be. But as she got closer, Shin-Yi realized she might have guessed wrong. Because, from her god's eye view, she saw a few normal plants behind the 2 mutated domestic cats. And on the roots of those normal plants, there were 2 colorful fruits. They were ability fruits. And there were actually 2 of them. While Shin-Yi was surprised, she immediately sensed that the purpose of this group of people was not simple. 54 Flame ability user. Do these people also know about the ability fruit? Shin-Yi pondered. Through a god's eye view, he discovered that these more than 10 people did not all seem to be ordinary. Among them was a young woman who could conjure flames out of thin air and control them. An ability user. Indeed, this made sense. They must know the effects of the ability fruit, which is why they were fighting the mutated farm cat. However, since I have seen them, the fruit is mine. Shin-Yi immediately concealed his figure and quietly approached. Meanwhile, police officer Qin Xiang and male officer Wang Jicheng had finally shaken off the mutated cockroach and cautiously walked for a while, faintly hearing sounds from the black mist ahead. And a faint smell of blood. Someone, be careful. Qin Xiang immediately drew her gun and disengaged the safety. Encountering people in the apocalypse is not necessarily safe. Especially with sounds that carry a bloody scent. Captain Qin, I think I heard sounds of fighting. The people ahead aren't fighting among themselves, are they? Should we intervene? Wang Jicheng's sense of justice made him want to step in and stop the conflict. After all, in the apocalypse, humans must help each other to survive. Infighting would only waste strength. No, they shouldn't be fighting each other. I heard the sound of cats. It might be mutated animals. Qin Xiang listened carefully for a moment. Her hearing was strong, picking up many sounds that Wang Jicheng could not hear. What? If it's mutated animals, then Captain Qin, we should definitely help. Wang Jicheng said immediately. Qin Xiang nodded and said, let's quietly sneak over and see what the situation is. If needed, we will step in to help. Yes. Even in the apocalypse, Qin Xiang and Wang Jicheng still upheld their duties as police officers to rescue ordinary citizens and protect them. They had already saved quite a few people during this time. Today, they came to the hospital to find anti-inflammatory medication to treat the severely injured woman they rescued a couple of days ago. Bang! Just as Qin Xiang and the others were moving forward, they suddenly heard a loud gunshot. A gun! They actually have guns. Qin Xiang and Wang Jicheng instinctively exchanged glances, their eyes filled with heightened vigilance. Gunfire represents danger. But aside from being alert, Wang Jicheng also felt a bit of anticipation. Could it be that other surviving colleagues were nearby? Be careful, no matter who it is, anyone with a gun is very dangerous, Qin Xiang said seriously. Yes. Wang Jicheng tightened his grip on his handgun. The two slowly approached the source of the sound. The closer they got, the clearer the sounds of fighting became, mixed with the cries of cats. There were many stray cats and dogs in the city, so after the apocalypse, mutated cats and dogs became the most common mutated animals. However, for some unknown reason, the mutated cats and dogs were no longer docile. Instead, they began to attack people and eat them. Even mutated pets would attack their owners at the first opportunity. Who are you? Come out. Suddenly, someone spotted Qin Xiang and Wang Jicheng. Instantly, several armed individuals turned to look at them. Due to the influence of the black mist, the two were only discovered when they were very close. Why you are police officers? The crowd, initially aggressive, changed their expressions upon seeing the police uniforms on Qin Xiang and Wang Jicheng. Wang Jicheng relaxed his guard upon seeing just a group of ordinary citizens and smiled as he spoke. That's right, we are from the Xiaosha criminal police team. We are here to rescue you. But upon hearing the words criminal police, the expressions of the crowd changed drastically. A few individuals even inexplicably began to tremble, panic evident in their eyes. These people are not right. Qin Xiang, experienced, noticed the change in the crowd's expressions and realized that this group definitely had issues. If it were an ordinary person, the first reaction upon seeing a police officer at the end of the world would definitely be to seek help, rather than to tremble in fear. Qin Xiang quietly disengaged the safety on her pistol, ready to confront the enemy. Wang Jiqiang, however, relaxed his guard a bit, even smiling as he asked the others if they needed help. Bang! A sharp gunshot suddenly pierced the air. The enthusiastic Wang Jiqiang had not yet reacted when a bullet ruthlessly pierced through his chest. He looked down at his uniform. Quickly soaked in blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. As his strength waned, his body slowly fell, as if time had been stretched. At that moment, everything around him becoming blurry and distant. Bastard! Qin Xiang cursed angrily, continuously pulling the trigger in the direction of the black mist where the ambusher had shot Wang Jiqiang. Bang bang bang! Bullets kept firing, but not a single shot hit the target. The shooter in the black mist was very cunning. After firing a shot, he hid away. By the time Qin Xiang emptied a magazine and quickly reloaded, a loud shout suddenly came from the black mist. Damn it! What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and kill this bitch. If she escapes, we're all dead. Don't forget, you all have lives on your hands too. With the encouragement and threat of this voice, the originally terrified people suddenly focused their murderous intent on Qin Xiang. Everyone, let's go together. At this close range, a gun is definitely not faster than a knife. Someone shouted, raising a kitchen knife and charging forward. Others were inspired as well, attacking Qin Xiang with various weapons from several directions. During this time, Qin Xiang had already reloaded her magazine. She immediately raised her hand and fired. Bang! The first man to charge in aggressively was shot through the cheek, struggling a few times before collapsing, lifeless. The others were instantly frightened. However, Qin Xiang did not continue shooting. Instead, she quickly hid behind a wall. Because there was a shooter in the black mist watching her. If she hesitated for even a second, she could be ambushed. Damn bastard! Qin Xiang glanced at Wang Jiqiang, who was continuously spitting blood in the distance, her fists clenched in anger. These beasts! They actually killed someone over a disagreement. They were simply desperate criminals. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang had underestimated the treachery of human hearts in the apocalypse. They had come to help with good intentions, aware that they might encounter danger, and had maintained enough vigilance. But they never expected the other side would suddenly open fire from the shadows. Without a word of communication, the sudden gunshot had rendered the upright police officer Wang Jiqiang powerless to resist. Everyone, get in there, don't be cowardly. I have a gun too. If that bitch dares to show her face again, I can kill her. The man's voice came again from the black mist. He was the one who had shot and ambushed, clearly the leader of these desperate criminals. Qin Xiang tightened her grip on the pistol, surveying the surrounding terrain. She only had 4 bullets left. If she couldn't take out the shooter in the black mist, she wouldn't be able to unleash her full strength. She had to kill him first. Wang Jiqiang, you must hold on. Qin Xiang silently said, then quickly retreated, disappearing into the black mist. When the other desperate criminals finally mustered the courage to charge in, there was no one left behind the wall. Boss, she's gone. Boss, that female cop actually ran away. Boss, should we chase her? The desperate criminals chattered among themselves, reporting back into the black mist. Not far from them, a middle-aged man and a young woman exchanged glances. Li Gu, we must chase. We must kill this female police officer to be safe. Otherwise, if she goes back to find help, we'll be in danger. The woman suggested with a sinister look in her eyes. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, saying, that's right, since we've started, we must see it through to the end. Then, he shouted to the younger brothers in front. Chase after them. Don't be cowardly. I'm right behind you, and as long as that bitch dares to show her face, I can kill her. 55. This woman is simply not human. The younger brothers did not dare to defy the boss's orders and cautiously began to search the surroundings. At this moment, hidden in the black mist, Qin Xiang locked onto the direction of the gunman through sound. She lowered her footsteps, took a wide detour, avoiding the other bandits, and circled around to the gunman's position. Lily, do you think this bitch is hiding in the black mist, waiting to ambush us? A middle-aged man suddenly stopped, analyzing the situation with the young woman beside him. The woman paused, frowning, and said, she shouldn't dare, right? Besides, as long as we follow behind these younger brothers, we can sense any danger immediately. That's true, as long as we keep our distance, she won't notice us. The man nodded in agreement. Just like that, he had ambushed a police officer earlier. Moreover, after the ambush, he immediately hid behind a building, making it impossible for the other side to hit him. Even if they fired with the cover of the black mist, doing bad things was safe. Glancing at the male police officer on the ground, who was still breathing and glaring at him fiercely, the middle-aged man raised his gun and shot, completely sending Wang Jiqiang away. Damn it, you bunch of stinking cops chased me every day. You even dared to arrest my big brother. After killing, the man spat heavily, seemingly filled with resentment. The young woman looked at the police officer's corpse, frowned, and said, "Li Gu, you're wasting bullets, a knife would have sufficed." "It's fine, I still have more than 10 bullets left, it's enough." The middle-aged man was unconcerned. What he didn't know was that because of the shot he just fired, Qin Xiang had completely locked onto his position. From a distance of more than 10 meters, Qin Xiang raised her gun, listened for the sound to determine the location, and then shot without hesitation. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive shots. All hit the target, followed by screams from both a man and a woman. Even without visibility, with her rich experience, Qin Xiang could determine the direction of the people through sound at a distance of more than 10 meters. Seeing that there were no more footsteps in the black mist, Qin Xiang slowly walked over, her footsteps light, making almost no sound, until she saw the 2 bodies lying on the ground. It was indeed a man and a woman. The man had been shot twice in the chest, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, and he was barely breathing, unable to even lift his hand. He had a gun in his hand, clearly the gunman who had ambushed Wang Jiqiang in the black mist. "Li Batian? Damn, it's you, the murderer." Upon recognizing the middle-aged man's appearance, Qin Xiang angrily stepped forward and kicked him hard, directly killing the man. This Li Batian was a wanted criminal who had been on the run. Before the apocalypse, he was suspected of robbery and murder. But he was very cunning and had never been caught. Moreover, he was not the only one committing crimes with Li Batian. His gang had at least 3 members, all of whom were desperate criminals who had killed. After confirming Li Batian's death, Qin Xiang turned to the woman who had also been shot, her breath weak, pretending to be dead. She drew the dagger from her waist, ready to deliver the final blow. Because there was only 1 bullet left, it couldn't be wasted. However, at this critical moment, the young woman, who had been pretending to be dead, suddenly flipped over, and a ball of intense flame suddenly formed in her hand, rushing towards Qin Xiang's face. Although Qin Xiang remained highly vigilant, this sudden flame attack caught her off guard. She quickly sidestepped to avoid most of the flame's impact, but a few tongues of fire still grazed her body, leaving behind burning scars. Ability user. Qin Xiang's eyes narrowed. She didn't expect this young woman to be an ability user. At the same time, due to the gunfire earlier, other desperate criminals had already surrounded them. "Big brother? Are you still back there? Big brother, was that you who fired just now?" The young woman heard the voices of her little brothers and quickly called out, "I'm here. Come quickly." Qin Xiang's eyes sharpened, and she threw her dagger like lightning, accurately piercing the woman's neck. Blood gushed out in torrents. The woman widened her eyes, struggled in pain a few times, and then collapsed weakly, the flame she had just gathered dissipating. At the same time, the surrounding outlaws, armed with various weapons, quickly closed in. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiang raised her gun and shot dead the leading thug. Immediately after, she took a swift step forward and kicked another thug in the chest. With a crisp crack, the man's chest caved in instantly, and he flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. 1 kick, and a living person was dead. Is this even human? The other thugs were instantly frozen in place, their faces filled with terror. The boss is dead. Even the older sister with special abilities was killed. This female cop is terrifying. She is not human. Absolutely not human. Without hesitation, as Qin Xiang was about to strike again, the thugs turned and fled into the black mist. Qin Xiang frowned. If it weren't for the gun being out of bullets, she would have killed them all. Allowing such a group of ruthless outlaws to live would only lead to more ordinary people being harmed. She quickly walked to the shot Wang Jiqiang, only to find that he had been shot in the head and was completely lifeless. Qin Xiang's face showed pain. Another colleague had died. A young colleague who was very just and kind. Now, the entire criminal investigation team might only have her as the sole survivor. But she couldn't die yet, as many survivors were still waiting for her. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, suppressing her grief, and removed Wang Jiqiang's service pistol and bullets. Then she went to Li Batian's corpse and searched for the gun and bullets he had on him. This is actually a police handgun. Qin Xiang frowned. Could it be that other colleagues were also killed by Li Batian? But such questions were bound to lead nowhere. She could only gather her thoughts, pull her dagger from the neck of the female ability user, and prepare to bury Wang Jiqian's body quickly before leaving. There were many corpses around, and the smell of blood would surely attract mutated animals. That would be troublesome. Just as Qin Xiang was about to dig a pit, suddenly she heard faint footsteps coming from the black mist ahead. Who is it? Qin Xiang immediately became alert, holding her dagger defensively. The footsteps appeared very abruptly, as if they had suddenly materialized out of thin air. Relax, I'm not with them, a magnetic voice said. Then, a handsome man stepped out. Shani had just arrived not long ago. He hadn't used teleportation the entire way, as it would consume too much energy, which was dangerous in such a situation. But he had watched everything that had just happened from a god's eye view. Qin Xiang and her colleagues were ambushed by the group of outlaws, and then Qin Xiang turned the tables, executing a perfect counterattack. It must be said that Qin Xiang's strength was indeed formidable. And with her suspected special abilities even barehanded, as long as the enemy had no guns, a group of outlaws was no match for her. Shani weighed his options and felt that even without ambushing, he might not necessarily be a match for Qin Xiang. Therefore, he could only reveal himself. Because the two ability fruits were in the young woman's pocket. Yes, the fruits had already been picked by that woman. However, she hadn't had the chance to eat them before Qin Xiang killed her. 56. Gained a new ability, Shadow Binding. Who are you? Qin Xiang frowned, not relaxing her guard at all. In fact, the safety on the gun in her hand was already off. My name is Shani. I had something taken from me by her, so I specifically came to find her, Shani casually fabricated, pointing at the corpse of the young woman on the ground. Qin Xiang's frown deepened, clearly skeptical. After all, this was too coincidental. She had just killed a woman, and this man appeared claiming to be looking for her. But after sizing him up, she noticed that he wasn't holding a gun or any other weapon, posing no significant threat to her. You can go get it yourself, Qin Xiang said, stepping back a few paces to create a safe distance. Thank you, Shani nodded, then stepped forward and took two ability fruits from the dead woman's pocket. He didn't hide it from Qin Xiang, deliberately letting her see. He wanted to test whether Qin Xiang was indeed an ability user. If she was, she would definitely recognize the ability fruits. Of course, while performing this risky action, Shani was also ready to use teleportation to escape. If this female officer developed greed for the ability fruits and tried to attack him, he could ensure he would be the first to leave the battlefield. Fortunately, Qin Xiang was a very upright police officer. After seeing the ability fruits, although her expression changed significantly, she showed no intention of killing him for the treasure. Are these yours? Qin Xiang hesitated and asked. Yes, these are ability fruits I discovered long ago, but this woman took my things because she had her group, so I came to find her. By the way, I should thank you, officer, for helping me kill her, Shani said, taking out 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot from his system space and placing them on the ground. Consider this supply as a token of gratitude for your righteous intervention, officer. After saying this, he directly used teleportation to leave the scene. With the items in hand, there was no need to take risks. As for recruiting this female officer, it was currently impossible, because he might not be able to defeat her. If he were to recruit a woman stronger than himself, it wasn't just about whether she would agree, Shani himself wouldn't feel at ease. So, it was better to leave a good impression first and talk about it later when he became stronger. If by then this female officer was still alive, he could come back to find her. If she didn't have the ability to survive, Shani wouldn't feel it was a great loss. After all, he had only paid a small price in supplies. Qin Xiang looked at the place where Shani had disappeared, her eyes unable to hide her shock. This man was also an ability user. Moreover, his ability was so powerful. If he had had ill intentions towards her just now, she might not have been able to react in time. Qin Xiang couldn't help but swallow hard. For the first time, she felt a cold sweat. She never expected that there were such elusive abilities in the world. Fortunately, this person was a good man. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to return today. From the very beginning, Qin Xiang had been wary of this suddenly appearing young man. Especially when she saw how calm he was upon seeing the corpse, showing no fear or disgust, she knew he was definitely not simple. Until she saw him take out 2 ability fruits from the woman's pocket. Because Qin Xiang had also eaten ability fruits. She recognized that fruit. It was the kind that could grant ordinary people abilities. No wonder this man would take the risk to appear As for whether what he said was true, Jin Xiang wasn't sure, but she felt it was likely true. Otherwise, how could he have precisely pulled the fruits from the corpse's pocket? Moreover, if this man were a bad person, he could have easily used his elusive ability to ambush her and kill her without needing to reason with her. Thinking of this, Jin Xiang also looked at the two supplies left by Shani. Especially the large, packaged self-heating hot pot. This box is enough for 2 or 3 people to have a meal. This man named Shani is indeed quite good. Jin Xiang didn't hold back and packed everything into her backpack. Recently, there has been a shortage of supplies. After that, she dug a pit to cover Wang Jiqian's body, made a simple mark, and quickly left. Because she had already heard the sounds of several mutated animals approaching. Shani found a safe place and watched Jin Xiang leave from a god's eye view. It was only when she disappeared from sight that he withdrew his gaze. Then, he took out the 2 ability fruits he had just obtained. This was truly an unexpected joy. Shini's original intention was just to see if there was a chance to unlock Jin Xiang's supplies, but he unexpectedly gained 2 ability fruits. Without hesitation, Shini immediately ate one. As the fruit entered his stomach, a warm feeling rose within him. But it quickly faded away. Shini promptly opened the panel to check the newly acquired ability. Shadow Binding, LV1. Within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets, binding them. As long as the target's shadow is under your control, the target cannot take any action. The stronger the target, the more stamina you consume, the weaker the target, the less stamina you consume. Damn! This ability is a bit overpowered. Shini read the description carefully. Twice, revealing a look of surprise. Controlling the shadows of any 2 targets. As long as he controlled the target's shadow, he could restrict all of the target's actions. Isn't this a low-level version of time stop ability? A bit excited, Shini immediately used his mental sensing to find the nearest mutated animal, then teleported over. This was an ordinary person's house. In the living room, there was a mutated teddy dog, 6 or 7 times larger than a normal teddy. Its mouth was stained with blood, and the room was filled with a bloody smell, with a dismembered female corpse on the floor. The mutated teddy dog lunged at Shini with a fierce bark the moment it saw him, extremely aggressive. Shini did not move but looked at the shadow of the teddy dog illuminated by the light from the window. Then, with just a thought in his mind, he froze its shadow. Instantly, the mutated teddy dog that was about to charge was held in place, like a statue. No matter how it barked or struggled, it could not move. Indeed, it's a very powerful control skill. Shini was very satisfied. With this shadow binding ability, even if he encountered someone like Jin Xiang, who had rich combat experience, he could take them down. Next, Shini continued to test this ability. He found that the shadow binding had no significant limitations. For example, even if the target's shadow was incomplete, only an arm or a leg, Shini could still bind them. Moreover, during the binding period, Shini could move freely and take out weapons to attack the target without any impact on himself, at most just consuming some stamina. Binding a mutated teddy dog did not cost him much. Thus, he concluded that he could easily bind ordinary mutated animals. Satisfied with the strength of the shadow binding, Shini used teleportation to return to the safe rooftop. Then, he took out another ability fruit and ate it. 57. A fully armed army, another fruit consumed. Shini felt his internal organs and limbs warm and cozy. It was as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Vaguely, he sensed that his physical strength had increased somewhat. This comfortable feeling is like the first time I consumed a body evolution fruit, Shini murmured softly. He opened the panel to check. To his surprise, there were no new abilities added. Host, Shini, age, 20, combat power, 45, not including any external enhancements. Unlocked resources, Master Shuai's mineral water, freshly baked roast chicken, Type 54 pistol, 5 a grade steak, ability fruit, telepathy, luxury self-heating hot pot. Acquired abilities, body evolution LV1, teleportation LV1. Telepathy LV7, shadow binding LV1, body evolution LV1. Your body has completed an evolution for some reason, significantly enhancing your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. Teleportation LV1. You can instantly move a distance of 20 meters. Since your teleportation is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain and any control or binding skills during the move. As long as your stamina is sufficient, you can continuously activate teleportation without any restrictions. Telepathy LV7. You can sense all hostility and goodwill within a radius of 1,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 1,000 meters without using your eyes, unaffected by any obstacles. Shadow binding LV1 within a Distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. As long as the target's shadow is under your control, the target cannot take any action. The stronger the target, the more stamina you consume, the weaker the target, the less stamina you consume. No new abilities. However, Shinhee could feel a significant increase in his strength. This meant that the second ability fruit he consumed was the body evolution fruit he had been searching for. It felt a bit wasteful. If this fruit had been given to his younger sister, it could have solved her stamina issues. Although it was effective for him, even increasing his stamina by about 1/10, allowing him to use teleportation and other abilities a few more times, he would need to consume at least 8 or 9 more of the same type of fruit to upgrade body evolution to level 2. So he felt it was somewhat regrettable. Mainly, before consuming it, Shinhee couldn't distinguish what abilities the fruit had, making it impossible to save it intentionally. However, overall, the result was good. Shinhee's combat power had increased by a full 15 points. That's enough, today's harvest is already quite good. Shinhee was very satisfied. Thus, he activated telepathy, searching for any ability fruits that might be on the road while heading home. He deliberately took a route he hadn't traveled before, just to look for ability fruits along the way. But after walking a few kilometers, he found no ability fruits, yet he saw a group of soldiers resting inside a building. Indeed, soldiers. There were about a dozen of them, all dressed in dark military uniforms, wielding rifles and submachine guns, along with sidearms and grenades at their waists. This was definitely an elite unit. Although few in number, their firepower was absurdly strong. Besides this group of soldiers, Shinhee also saw several elderly men, a few young people, and a few women. These non-combat personnel were being protected by the soldiers, appearing to be quite important. Where did these soldiers come from? Wasn't it said that there were no rescue teams? Shinhee raised an eyebrow, curiously observing. After all, with nearly a kilometer of distance between them and himself hidden in the shadows, these people would never discover him. It's a pity that telepathy can only see the visuals and can't hear what they're saying. Shinhee observed the group engaged in conversation, faintly sensing that these elders were not simple figures. Otherwise, how could there be such a fully armed squad of soldiers protecting them in a situation where the mountain city was nearly falling? There was something wrong. After observing for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to leave. This squad seemed to be planning to spend the night here and check on their situation tomorrow. As for why they would come back tomorrow, the first reason was curiosity about the identities and purposes of these people. The second reason was that among them was a knowledgeable woman in a white lab coat and glasses who triggered a system prompt. Ding! Detected a goddess that meets system standards, beginning detailed information. Scan, name, Lin Jiwei, age, 31, appearance, 91 points, figure, 92 points, inner self, 100 points, pure and frigid, total score, 93 points, evaluation, unlock a random resource after taking her in, 31 years old, and still pure. However, seeing the additional description of her being frigid, Shinhee could understand why this woman was considered pure. After roughly scanning the area and noting the nearby locations, he left. Meanwhile, inside the building, the soldiers were setting up defenses. A soldier who seemed to be an officer was talking with several elders, his face slightly flushed. Old Wang. Old Zhou. The mission I received is to ensure your safe departure from the mountain city. Nothing is more important than your safety. The middle-aged captain's expression was serious, showing no room for negotiation. No. I'm not leaving. The precious research materials and samples in the lab are very important. They were preserved at the cost of many lives, and they must be brought out. Otherwise, I won't go with you. You can leave me here, I'll stay in the Mountain City lab. An obstinate old man was throwing a tantrum. Old Wang, as long as you survive, the research can continue, but if you die, no amount of data will matter. Captain Zhao tried to persuade him earnestly. Humph. You don't understand the importance of those research samples at all. Old Wang stood his ground. At this moment, another elder spoke gently. Captain Zhao, we understand your good intentions. Professor Wang is not angry with you, it's just that those research materials are truly vital. If we don't bring those research materials and samples out, even if you save us so-called experts and professors, it won't matter. We need those samples, the country needs those samples. They are the genetic samples of the earliest mutated animals and plants from the mountain city, including the most important genetic sample of the 001 mutated entity. Only by bringing back these samples can we continue our research. Otherwise, once the 001 mutated entity fully matures, the millions of people in this entire mountain city will be killed by it. We cannot let this happen. This is the lives of tens of millions of people. Listening to old Zhou's almost pleading words, Captain Zhao furrowed his brow. The order he received was to ensure the rescue of these scientists and virus gene experts. However, if he risked going to the research institute now, it would undoubtedly involve great danger. Captain Zhao hesitated. How to choose between the lives of tens of millions and the lives of a dozen professors and experts? If it were before, he would have undoubtedly chosen the former without hesitation. But now, in the apocalypse, these dozen outstanding individuals in their respective fields were clearly more important for the future of humanity. We must return to the research institute. I want to go too. At this moment, a rational voice, almost devoid of emotional fluctuation, spoke up. Everyone instinctively looked at the speaker. A knowledgeable woman in a white coat and glasses. But your safety. Captain Zhao hesitated. I said, we must go back. The woman's tone was unequivocal. 58. The idea of establishing a shelter. Dr. Lin, the order I received is to ensure your safety. Nothing is more important than your safety. Captain Zhao still wanted to stop it. He also wanted the old professors to help persuade her. After all, Dr. Lin was one of those specifically ordered by the higher-ups to be safely brought back. To his surprise, the old professors all seemed to agree with Dr. Lin's words. In fact, Captain Zhao had a vague feeling that these old professors seemed to respect Dr. Lin, as if she were their student. But how could that be? Although Dr. Lin had a good resume, it was certainly far inferior to that of the other old professors. For instance, Professors Wang and Zhou had considerable renown worldwide. Yet at this moment, these two esteemed professors were surprisingly obedient. Even the stubborn Professor Wang silently nodded. Captain Zhao couldn't help but recall when he received the mission, the higher-ups had issued a strict order stating that the safety of Dr. Lin Ji Wei was very important, and it was imperative to protect her without using any coercive means. If necessary, they could request air support. In short, they had to rescue Dr. Lin. It seemed that Dr. Lin's identity was quite extraordinary. Thus, under pressure, Captain Zhao could only agree to go to the research institute once more. However, he refused to take all the experts and professors with him, otherwise, if they were wiped out, it would be a loss for all of Xia country and even for all humanity. Therefore, they split into two teams. One team, led by Captain Zhao, would go to the research institute to collect genetic samples and research data. The other team would stay behind to ensure the safety of the old professors. However, Lin Jiwei insisted on taking the risk to go to the research institute. Even after Captain Zhao tried to persuade her several times, it was of no use. This strong-willed Dr. Lin left Captain Zhao feeling helpless. The key was that the other old professors were also on Lin Jiwei's side. Whenever he said a word of refusal, before Dr. Lin could react, the other old professors would already be anxious. I really didn't see it wrong yesterday. This mutated black spider is indeed growing, and today it is even bigger than yesterday. After returning to the community, Shinny instinctively used his telepathy to look at the black spider lurking on the 6th floor and found that its size had increased. Again. Yesterday, he thought he might have been mistaken. But it was clearly not the case. The mutated black spider was growing, and it was growing very quickly, having increased in size in just one day. The growth rate of this black spider is terrifying. Is it because it keeps feeding? Or is it due to the mutation? Shinny frowned. It seemed he needed to find a way to deal with it quickly. Otherwise, if this black spider continued to grow, it might truly threaten his safety. Retracting his gaze, Shinny used teleportation to go to Building 13, checked on his grandmother and younger sister, and left some food and water. After that, Shinny returned to the 6th floor, first going to 1501 to help Chu Xiaoxiao change her bandages and apply medicine. He had found quite a few medications from the hospital today, just enough to treat external injuries. During the bandage change, Shinny casually inquired if Chu Xiaoxiao knew any other residents in the building. But Chu Xiaoxiao said she had just moved in not long ago, and since she usually stayed at home live streaming, she rarely went out, so she naturally didn't know her neighbors. She didn't even know the name of the neighbor next door. Thus, Shinny stopped asking and used teleportation to return home. Honey, you're back. The several women in the living room, upon seeing Shinny appear out of nowhere, were no longer surprised as they had been before. Instead, they greeted him warmly one by one. Their enthusiasm today even exceeded the usual. Because Shinny had given Su wanting superpowers. They all wanted to gain superpowers, so naturally, they began to find various ways to please Shinny. This was also what Shinny wanted to see. However, after running around outside all day, he was a bit tired, and since he had to get up early tomorrow to find those soldiers, Shinny planned to get a good night's sleep. If we could get those soldiers submachine guns and grenades, maybe we could take down the mutated black spider. Originally, Shini was just curious about what those soldiers were doing, but after feeling the threat of the black spider again today, he started to think about the soldiers' weapons. A handgun couldn't break through the mutated black spider's defenses, surely a grenade would work, right? Lying on the bed, Shini contemplated his plans for tomorrow when suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Hubby, are you asleep?" It was Zhang Nanyan's voice. "Not yet, come in if you have something to say." Zhang Nanyan pushed the door open and walked in, deliberately closing the door behind her. "Hubby, I have a friend who also wants to seek refuge, so could you take her in?" Zhang Nanyan said. "A woman?" Shini frowned. "Yes. And she's very beautiful, with a great figure." Zhang Nanyan emphasized her friend's appearance. Shini relaxed his brow, understanding Zhang Nanyan's intention. It wasn't a case of maternal instinct, she was looking to find a woman for herself. As expected. Because SEWAGE had gained abilities other women couldn't sit still. It was somewhat anticipated. After all, Zhang Nanyan had betrayed her teacher from the very beginning to win his favor. This kind of healthy competition among the harem was naturally a good thing for Shini. He thought for a moment and asked, "Isn't the internet down now? How can you still contact your friend?" "I chatted with her before, so I know her current location," Zhang Nanyan replied. If possible, she didn't want to take the risk of picking up her friend. But thinking about how SEWAGE had gained abilities, she felt a bit unwilling. "Hubby, I can drive to pick her up, it should be fine," Zhang Nanyan added. Shini pondered for a moment. Letting Zhang Nanyan go pick her up was a bit risky. He wasn't sure if the supplies unlocked after a woman's death would stop being distributed, so he didn't want Zhang Nanyan to take the risk. The outside world was becoming increasingly dangerous, even Shini needed to keep his perception ability active when going out, let alone ordinary people. Moreover, as a married couple, there was no need to let Zhang Nanyan die for no reason. As long as she wasn't a woman who betrayed him, even if she was just a pretty face, Shini didn't want to casually let her die. After all, he wasn't lacking in resources to support women, and there was a bit of emotional foundation. Unfortunately, aside from his own women, Shini had no other subordinates he could command without feeling heartbroken if they died. Wait. Why couldn't he have such subordinates? He absolutely could. Even those ordinary people had a bunch of little brothers willing to serve them, he just needed to offer a little bit of resources to take in a bunch of people to work and fight for him, right? And he wasn't lacking in resources. The water and food in the warehouse added up to millions of portions. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Moreover, now that Shini had the ability to see through hostility, if any subordinates he needed had ulterior motives, he could just eliminate them. Without the fear of betrayal, he could completely recruit some people to help him. He couldn't do everything himself, could he? Even if such subordinates died, he wouldn't feel too heartbroken. After all, it was just a normal transaction. I give you food and water, you fight for me. Thinking of this, Shini looked at Zhang Nanyan and said, I actually have an idea to set up a shelter to accommodate survivors. Given the current situation, the national rescue won't be able to come, we can take in some survivors, especially female survivors, to help us. Yes, setting up a shelter had another benefit, it would accommodate female survivors. Let the female survivors come to him. Otherwise, it would be too slow for Shini to find female survivors that met the system standards. One by one. But if he had a shelter, and everyone worked for him, helping him find women that met the system's standards, then the speed would increase dramatically. The assembly line project is definitely faster than one person. Honey, if you've made up your mind, I'll start preparing tomorrow, Zhang Nanyan immediately said. She really wanted to do something for Shini, and in return, received the reward of the ability fruit. Okay, you can start preparing tomorrow. First, tally the residents in this community. We'll use this community as our initial base to establish a shelter, Shini said. This community has enough houses, and they are all spacious, with a wide view, making it very suitable for a base. However, the mutated black spider must be dealt with first. With this in mind, Shini took out a few ability fruits from the system space. 59. After investing for so long, it's time to reap the rewards. Eat this, and you can gain special abilities, Shini said, taking out the ability fruit. If Zhang Nanyan is to do the work, she must be given a certain reward. Plus, since Zhang Nanyan tricked by Shini before, it's only fair to give her a few more ability fruits as compensation. For those who have already gained abilities, eating a few more fruits doesn't have much effect. Abilities only transform with each upgrade. Thank you, husband. Zhang Nanyan's eyes lit up when she saw the 5 ability fruits, and she quickly took them. She didn't expect her husband to give her so many ability fruits. For more than Su wanting. Indeed, collecting women for her husband would make him happy. Thinking she had found the trick, Jiang Nanyan was determined to do a good job in building the shelter, to take in more female survivors, and then select the beautiful ones for her husband. This way she could earn more rewards. With such thoughts, she had already eaten a few ability fruits. Suddenly, a cool sensation flowed through her body, like an electric shock, so comfortable. Is this the feeling of gaining abilities? Afterward, Shini also taught Jiang Nanyan how to use her abilities. He told her that abilities could be upgraded. For example, if she ate 5 more ability fruits after the 5 she just consumed, her ability level would increase, making her abilities stronger. Jiang Nanyan's face lit up with surprise. No wonder she felt like her abilities slightly increased with each fruit, it just wasn't obvious. It turned out she needed to upgrade. At that moment, her determination to work hard became even stronger. Only by working hard could she earn more ability fruits and raise her ability level. As long as my ability level is higher than Su Wanting and the other women, I will have the most say. Moreover, the higher my ability level, the more valuable I am to Shini, and he will be less likely to abandon me. With such thoughts, Jiang Nanyan had a clear goal. It didn't matter who gained abilities first, what mattered was whose ability level was higher. After all, as Shini said, each level of ability doubles in effect. Level 2 abilities far surpass level 1. Seeing Jiang Nanyan eager to try, Shini was very satisfied. Using ability levels to motivate the women to strive would also allow him to enjoy better service. After all, mind reading wasn't a combat type ability. Even if he let all his women reach level 7 or 8, it wouldn't threaten him. Instead, it could help him. For example, when recruiting survivors, mind reading could help identify those with hostility or ill intentions. In short, as long as Jiang Nanyan worked diligently, Shini was prepared to make her the first person to upgrade to level 2 abilities besides himself. Jiang Nanyan's ability to get things done was very reliable, and her loyalty was now catching up to Su Wanting, making her worth cultivating. Husband, I will serve you. After mastering her abilities, Jiang Nanyan's face flushed as she slowly unbuttoned her pink pajamas. Shini initially wanted to refuse. But seeing the purple inside her pajamas, he fell silent. Purple has a certain charm. Well, it's only human nature. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan was having a hard time. Her mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, and she couldn't sleep again tonight. Shini, why didn't he want her again tonight? Why? Did he really dislike her that much? Although she knew she couldn't compare to Shini's other women in looks, she wouldn't admit to being ugly. From middle school to university, she had plenty of admirers. If she hadn't focused solely on her studies, Lu Ruyan felt she could easily date 10 or 8 handsome boyfriends. She was definitely not ugly, she was beautiful. However, the girls around Shini were all goddess level, and compared to them, she was quite lacking. In fact, the main reason was that sleeping with Lu Ruyan did not unlock any resources. So Shini naturally had no interest. Otherwise, he would have made a move long ago. As for why he kept Lu Ruyan around, it was because Shini had long thought about establishing a shelter and felt he might need someone to help with chores, so he kept her. After all, he couldn't do everything himself. The next day, after waking up, Shini had breakfast with the girls and shared his idea of establishing a shelter. This idea immediately received everyone's support. Since following Shini, the girls no longer worried about food or safety. Every day was just eating and sleeping, which was incredibly boring, so they wanted to find something to do. Moreover, by establishing a shelter, they could mobilize the shelter's manpower to search for their families. As for asking Shini to help them find their families, none of the women had thought of that. If they upset Shini, they would be in trouble. Of course, aside from the thought of finding their families, what was more important was that they heard Jiang Nanyan had received 5 ability fruits as a reward at once and learned that abilities could actually be upgraded. Thus, the enthusiasm of the girls was ignited. They also wanted to work hard to obtain ability fruits. As for how many people to recruit for the shelter, and issues like food and accommodation, you all discuss and come up with a reasonable plan, then show it to me, Shini said. He didn't want to worry about these trivial matters. Moreover, he didn't understand management. In comparison, Jiang Nanyan, who ran a company at home, should have experience. At least more than he did. Professional matters should be left to professionals, he just needed to be a hands-off manager. After all, the final decision-making power was still in his hands, and if he was not satisfied, he could directly veto it. After roughly arranging the trivial matters, Shini left home. Before leaving, he left 5 guns behind and assigned Su Yun to manage and distribute the weapons. Since they were going to establish a shelter, it was necessary for his women to be armed, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to handle any bad people they encountered. Honey, don't worry, I'll take care of the safety issues at home. Soo-yeon nodded seriously. Although she still felt uncomfortable about Shin-hee taking in more women, her loyalty to him had not wavered in the slightest. Shin-hee also trusted her very much. He even rewarded Soo-yeon with an additional ability fruit. The ability fruit was unlocked from Soo-yeon, so rewarding her was not unfair to the other women. Moreover, Shin-hee didn't care about fairness. He would reward whoever he wanted. If any woman resented him over such matters, then she deserved it. After leaving home, Shin-hee first went to 1501 to change the bandages for the two-dimensional streamer Chu Xiao. After a few days of care, her wounds had healed somewhat. It seemed she should be able to do some simple exercises now. After investing for so long, it was time to see some returns. 60 Superpower upgrade. Mutated giant dog, don't sleep too early tonight, I'll come find you. Remember to wash up a bit. After he finished changing Chu Xiaoxiao's bandages, he left behind dozens of bottles of mineral water and some food, then used teleportation to leave. He still needed to hurry to find the soldiers he saw yesterday, otherwise, it would be difficult to get high lethality weapons like grenades once the soldiers left. As for Chu Xiaoxiao, if she could recover for another day, it would be time to recoup the investment tonight. If it weren't for Shin-hee not worrying about food and drink, he would have fought bloodily long ago, not caring whether Chu Xiaoxiao would get hurt. But after all, it hadn't reached the point of running out of ammunition and food, so Shin-hee still maintained his bottom line. What does it mean that you're coming to find me tonight? Chu Xiaoxiao lay on the sofa, seemingly oblivious. But her cute face gradually turned red. She certainly understood Shin-yee's meaning. Finally, it was going to that step. In fact, Chu Xiaoxiao had been feeling anxious these past 2 days. She was both looking forward to it and excited, yet a bit scared and worried. What if the Prince Charming didn't care about her after they took the final step? What if he abandoned her? But with the Prince Charming's kindness, he shouldn't be the kind of heartless man, right? Yet no matter how she imagined, it seemed she had no reason to refuse, nor the strength to do so. Sigh, it has come to this, I should at least wash myself clean first. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the dozens of bottles of mineral water left by the Prince Charming, enough for her to carefully clean her body. Shin-hee quickly arrived at the location where the soldiers had stayed yesterday, following his memory. He was munching on the superfruit while observing in the dark, thinking about how to obtain grenades and submachine guns. Killing and looting? Not very stable. Although he had teleportation, catching them off guard could allow him to ambush and take out a few soldiers. But there were more than 10 of them. If they all had combat experience, he might also get killed. The risks and rewards were not proportional, so Shin-hee decisively abandoned this risky idea. Then, it could only be a trade, using food and water to exchange for submachine guns and grenades. As long as these soldiers were short on water and food, they would definitely be willing to trade. Of course, even in a trade, there were risks. What if this group of soldiers saw that he had plenty of supplies and tried to rob him? In the apocalypse, soldiers couldn't always be trusted. Shin-hee felt it was a bit tricky. If only there was a monster to take them all out, he could reap the benefits. He thought so. Unfortunately, after searching around, there were no particularly ferocious mutated monsters within a kilometer. Are they leaving? Just as Shin-hee was silently contemplating his plan, he suddenly noticed 7 or 8 soldiers, accompanied by 2 men and 1 woman in white lab coats, leaving the building. Splitting up? Although he didn't understand what these soldiers meant, Shin-hee realized this was his opportunity. He munched on the fruit, hesitated for a moment, and chose to follow the soldiers leaving the building. The first reason was to observe their purpose and see if there was a chance to get their weapons. The second reason was that Shin-hee saw the intellectual mature woman who triggered the system prompt was also in this group of soldiers leaving the building. If he was lucky, he might be able to get both the weapons and the person. Your telepathy has upgraded to LV8. Telepathy, LV8. You can sense all hostility and goodwill within 3,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 3,000 meters without using your eyes, unaffected by any obstacles. Finally leveled up again. Just as Shin-hee finished munching on a fruit, the system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. The higher the superpower level, the harder it was to level up. From level 7 to level 8, he felt he had eaten 200 or 300 fruits. Even more. If it were an ordinary person, they might not find so many ability fruits in their lifetime, right? So Shin-hee was really curious whether other ability users could upgrade their powers. Or rather, if there were other ways to upgrade? Level 8, 3 kilometers of vision, awesome. Shinny sensed it, and his field of vision had expanded by 2 times. But there was a downside if he wanted to see targets at the farthest distance, it would consume a bit more stamina. But it wasn't a big deal with Shin Yi's current stamina. It was still enough to handle. As long as he didn't extravagantly use teleportation to travel, even if he kept his telepathy on, the stamina he consumed could be replenished. The direction they're heading, wait. The city center. Shin Yi suddenly frowned. Through his god's perspective, he discovered that this group of soldiers was actually heading towards the city center. The city center. Shin Yi remembered Su Yun saying that there was a terrifying mutated tree there, and that tree seemed to possess intelligence. Shin Yi did not want to encounter it. His current strength was simply not enough. Let's follow them for a bit longer if they really intend to cause trouble for that big tree. I'll just watch from a distance and leave if things go wrong. Shin Yi thought to himself. Now that he had 3 kilometers of vision, he could maintain a significant safety distance. There was no need to worry about being implicated. And so, keeping the maximum distance for telepathy, Shin Yi followed this group of soldiers for another 7 or 8 kilometers. The combat power of this group of soldiers was indeed fierce. All the mutated animals they encountered along the way were shot dead by them. Moreover, some of the mutated animal corpses were collected by them. It was unclear whether they intended to eat them or what. Shin Yi watched all the actions of this group of soldiers as if he were watching a movie. Until the soldiers arrived outside the door of a virus research institute. Shin Yi raised an eyebrow. So these people in white coats aren't doctors but virus researchers? No wonder there are so many fully armed soldiers protecting it. Shin Yi understood. From observing along the way, Shin Yi knew that this group of soldiers was definitely not ordinary soldiers. Their reaction time and speed were very strong. They were probably elite troops, special forces, or something similar. Fortunately, he hadn't taken the risk to ambush them earlier, otherwise it could have really caused trouble. But what's going on in this research institute? There are so many mutated animals and plants. Could it be that since the apocalypse began, they have been researching these mutated creatures? Shin Yi casually glanced around and saw many mutated plants and animals in the research institute, as well as many incomplete corpses of researchers and security personnel. This meant that as soon as this group of soldiers entered, they would soon face attacks from mutated plants and animals. Although they should be able to handle it with their weapons and equipment in the short term, if it dragged on, something big would definitely happen. Because Shin Yi saw through his X-ray vision that in a certain room underground in this research institute, there was a 5 or 6 meter tall, very robust mutated green dog lying down. That's right, a green dog. Its fur was as green as leaves, and if one didn't look closely, they would think this mutated dog was covered in leaves. Something was off. This mutated dog was very strange. Other animals, even if mutated, would at most just have a larger size, a more robust and fierce appearance. But this mutated dog had even its fur and appearance mutated. Moreover, its size was absurdly large. Just as Shin Yi was watching closely again, suddenly, the mutated green dog opened its eyes. Its pupils were also green. It seemed to sense something, looking around and making a dangerous sound. Shin Yi's heart skipped a beat. No way? Could this mutated green dog actually sense me watching it from several kilometers away? If that's the case, then it's too dangerous. Meanwhile, the soldiers had already entered the research institute. They were killing the mutated plants and animals. As they quickly made their way to the elevator, taking it down to the underground. Their target seemed to be this mutated green dog. 61. Crisis. Because the Virus Research Institute has its own independent power supply system. So even if the entire city loses power, it still has electricity. All the lights are on, and the elevators are functioning normally. At this moment, inside an elevator, Lin Jiwei, who had been quiet all the way, suddenly spoke to the soldiers, "Put away your weapons." Her tone remained assertive. The soldiers were taken aback, instinctively frowning. It was so dangerous in the research institute, and yet they were being asked to put away their weapons. Wasn't that asking for death? Even Captain Zhao, who had been cooperative all along, was reluctant to heed Lin Jiwei's words at this moment. After all, this was about everyone's safety. Putting away their weapons would slow their reaction time against any enemies. Most of the time, a few seconds could determine a person's life or death. So, Captain Zhao said to the soldiers, "Everyone stay focused, don't accidentally fire your weapons, there might be something important in the Underground laboratory. Yes. The soldiers complied, their discomfort slightly easing. They could be careful not to fire accidentally. But putting away their weapons was out of the question. Otherwise, they would feel unsafe. Dr. Lin, you can rest assured about my men, absolutely no one will accidentally fire their weapons. Captain Zhao explained to Lin Jiwei. Since Lin Jiwei hadn't said anything, he thought it might be because there were precious genetic samples in the underground laboratory that required them to put away their guns to avoid damage. But Captain Zhao trusted his men. They were all professionally trained and wouldn't accidentally fire their weapons in such a situation. Captain Zhao's solution was a middle ground, not siding with his soldiers or with Lin Jiwei. No, I'm not worried about the genetic samples. Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses, looking at the soldiers with no emotional fluctuation, and said, I'm worried about you. The soldiers were confused. Worried about us, who are fully armed. Many even felt like laughing. If it weren't for the insufficient ammunition, they could easily push through this virus research institute. Who could withstand rifle fire or grenade explosions from ordinary mutated plants and animals? The reason they were being cautious was mainly due to a lack of firepower, not fear. Ding! At that moment, the elevator stopped at the third underground floor and the doors opened. What came into view was a long corridor. This corridor was tall and wide, with bright white lights that were somewhat blinding. The soldiers immediately raised their guns, scanning the surroundings. They saw dark red blood everywhere on the walls. There were also large drag marks of blood on the ground. But there were no corpses or mutated monsters in sight. All the soldiers immediately heightened their vigilance. Such situations often indicated a high level of danger. 2 soldiers were the first to step out of the elevator to investigate. Then, before they could report back, Lin Jiwei followed closely behind. She remained unafraid and fearless, as if everything was under control. Dr. Lin. Captain Zhao's expression changed, and he hurriedly followed her out. Lin Jiwei said nothing but walked toward the laboratory at the end of the corridor. Seeing this, the soldiers had no choice but to quickly follow. Captain Zhao's expression was not good. This Dr. Lin was too reckless. She completely disregarded their arrangements. If mutated animals really appeared, they wouldn't have time to rescue Lin Jiwei. Arriving at the laboratory door. At the end, Lin Jiwei stood in front of the password door, looking back at the soldiers, and said again, put away your guns, don't show hostility, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety. Her words were few, but the information was substantial. However, to the soldiers it didn't sound pleasant. Putting away their guns and not showing hostility to ensure safety? Sorry, they only trusted the guns in their hands. So, not a single soldier listened to her. Captain Zhao, please have them put away their guns, or it will really be dangerous. Inside is a very powerful mutated creature, ordinary weapons can't hurt it at all, and they will only provoke it. A male researcher in a white lab coat hurriedly advised. Dr. Lin is just quiet and not good at expressing herself. Actually, she is doing this for our own good, another male researcher explained. They understood Lin Jiwei's personality and knew how intelligent she was. Just because Lin Jiwei was a woman and relatively young, they thought she was incapable. But Dr. Lin was a genius who was highly respected even by other senior professors. When they first came to the research institute, they also underestimated Dr. Lin because she was a woman. As a result, they paid a considerable price for it. Hearing the words of the 2 male researchers, Captain Zhao frowned. Like his soldiers, he believed in the sense of security that the gun in his hand provided. But he didn't want to upset Dr. Lin and the others, so he ordered the soldiers to lower their guns, stating that they absolutely could not fire unless it was absolutely necessary. Although he didn't directly put away the guns, it was still a concession to Dr. Lin. That should be enough. However, Lin Jiwei didn't care about Captain Zhao's careful thoughts. After reminding everyone for the second time, she began to input the password and proceed with a series of unlocking procedures for the laboratory door, including facial recognition and iris recognition. As for what would happen next, she had already given a warning. Click. With a crisp sound, the heavy laboratory door slowly opened. A foul smell wafted out, causing everyone to instinctively frown and become alert. Woof! Suddenly, a deep and powerful dog bark echoed from the laboratory. The sound was extremely jarring, causing the soldiers to instinctively raise their guns and prepare for battle. Lin Jiwei frowned. Something's wrong. How could it wake up? Clearly, this door hasn't been opened, and no one should have come in. Lin Jiwei murmured, then immediately closed the laboratory door. That had just opened and turned back to say, "You all need to leave. Get out of here." Everyone was taken aback, not understanding. "Dr. Lin, what's wrong?" "The experimental subject has a problem, only I can handle it from here. You all need to evacuate the laboratory immediately." Lin Jiwei's voice was urgent for the first time. But Captain Zhao tightened his grip on his gun, staring at the laboratory door, showing no intention of retreating. He wanted to cover Dr. Lin and the two researchers escape first. "Dr. Lin, you can't take risks. You take the two researchers and evacuate first. The rest of you prepare for battle." Captain Zhao stood in front of Lin Jiwei, methodically issuing orders. The soldiers readied their weapons, keeping a close watch on the already closed door. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, intense gasping sounds continued to come from within. Following that was a vibration that seemed to shake the entire laboratory. Something was rising and moving toward the door. The soldiers' expressions turned serious. This commotion was likely not from an ordinary mutated creature. Bang! Suddenly, the heavy iron door of the laboratory was struck hard, deforming under the impact. The soldiers' pupils instantly contracted. Such a thick iron door was actually deformed by a single blow. What kind of power was this? Bang! Bang! Two more heavy strikes followed, and the heavy iron door looked like it could barely hold up. The soldiers gripped their guns tightly, feeling increasingly tense. What kind of monster had such terrifying strength? And what was the use of this iron door? It couldn't stop this monster at all. Bang! Another heavy blow. The iron door could not bear the weight and was smashed open. Immediately, a huge green monster appeared before everyone. "Open fire!" Without a moment's hesitation, Captain Zhao gave the order and pulled the trigger of his submachine gun. Lin Jiwei, who was blocked in the back, wanted to speak up, but it was already too late. Countless bullets quickly struck the green monster. 62. Has all of humanity entered a new era? Bang 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 bang. The bullets from submachine guns and assault rifles poured out at a rate of 20 to 30 rounds per second, the dense rain of bullets fiercely shooting into the body of the green monster. Blood erupted from the monster, splattering against the walls and the floor. The bullets could hurt it. Instantly, all the soldiers felt a surge of energy, hope igniting in their eyes. As long as the guns could hurt this monster, it proved that it could be killed. A monster that could be killed was nothing to be afraid of. The soldiers quickly split into two groups, firing in a crossfire, a barrage of firepower almost uninterrupted. They skillfully reloaded while steadily advancing, trying to force the monster back to the laboratory or directly kill it. At the same time, with the sound of gunfire, several laboratories on both sides of the corridor also emitted crackling sounds, as if something was struggling, seemingly startled by the gunfire, wanting to break through the doors. "Dr. Lin, you all hurry and leave." Captain Zhao shouted back while pulling the trigger. However, he saw that Lin Jiwei's expression was unusually complex. Her face was a mix of surprise, confusion, and even a hint of joy. This was the first time Captain Zhao had seen such a rich array of emotions on Lin Jiwei's face, which was always calm and composed, as if she controlled everything. How could she show such an expression upon seeing this giant monster? Before Captain Zhao could think further, a piercing scream suddenly came from ahead. He turned sharply, his pupils constricting. He saw the huge green monster charging out, defying the dense rain of bullets, swatting away the two soldiers at the front with one claw, blood instantly staining the ground. The other soldiers were also stunned by this scene, their guns momentarily faltering. So many bullets had shot into this monster's body, and it could still counterattack. Even more terrifying was that its speed seemed to be faster than before. At this moment, the green monster's eyes glowed with a bloody red light, as if it had fallen into a bloodthirsty frenzy, killing anyone in sight without mercy. "This damned beast, everyone, retreat immediately." Captain Zhao, seeing his soldiers being killed, was filled with rage and immediately issued the retreat order. At the same time, he quickly pulled a grenade from his waist, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. The surviving soldiers and researchers heard the order and immediately turned to rush toward the elevator, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Captain Zhao seized the opportunity, pulled the pin from the grenade, and hurled it at the green monster with all his might before turning and running. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, shaking the entire laboratory violently. The corridor was instantly filled with dust, several lights were blown out, and visibility became blurred. "This grenade is more powerful than those in the movies, could it be specially made?" Outside the research institute, watching from A distance, Shinny couldn't help but show a look of surprise at this scene. The power of this explosion was simply too fierce. If he had this grenade, he could easily kill the mutated black spider. This mutated green dog is still alive? How is that possible? Shinny frowned, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Due to the blown-out lights and the dust filling the air, he couldn't see the specific state of the mutated green dog, but he could vaguely see a dark mass in the dust exuding a strong hostile aura. Such intense hostility was undoubtedly from that mutated green dog. Only living creatures would emit such an aura. But after being blown up like that, it was still alive. Shinny found it hard to believe. First, there was the dense barrage from submachine guns and rifles, followed by the violent explosion of the grenade. How could it still be alive? What kind of incredible vitality was this? If the whole world is filled with such mutated creatures, it seems understandable why the country cannot provide rescue in a short time. Shinny found a hidden spot and continued to conceal himself, silently observing the battle. He wanted to see just how resilient this mutated green dog really was. At this moment, Captain Zhao, back on the ground floor, clenched his fists, his face dark and terrifying. Although the mutated green dog had been killed in the explosion, his squad had also lost 4 brothers. The other surviving soldiers were equally heartbroken, their eyes filled with anger and resentment. Their gazes towards Lin Jiwei and the other 2 researchers became complicated, even tinged with blame. If they hadn't insisted on returning to take risks, perhaps such great sacrifices wouldn't have occurred. Although rationally, as soldiers, sacrifice is inevitable, emotionally, they still found it hard to accept. Dr. Lin, we've obtained the other data, but it seems we can't retrieve the underground data. Can we leave now? Captain Zhao asked, suppressing his emotions and trying to speak as calmly as possible. You can go back, Lin Jiwei replied without looking up, her pen swiftly recording notes in her notebook, her tone calm as if nothing had happened. Instantly, Captain Zhao almost lost his composure. What does "you can go back" mean? We sacrificed so many to protect you, and now you're not leaving? What was the point of our sacrifice? Dr. Lin, what do you mean by that? Captain Zhao couldn't help but raise his voice, his tone laced with suppressed anger. Lin Jiwei remained focused on her notebook, replying without looking up, my research has made significant progress, and I need to further refine it. If I can complete it, I can prove that my previous research direction was correct. No, perhaps it can already be proven, because the husky has come back to life and retains a strong vitality. This is a relatively benign evolution. Experiment? Evolution? Captain Zhao was stunned. He seemed to have caught some key information. Could it be that the huge, mutated monster on the 3rd floor is an experimental subject? Is this woman responsible for creating the experimental subject? Captain Zhao, you should take the data back first. I will stay to help Dr. Lin. If Dr. Lin's research direction is correct, then all of humanity will welcome a brand new era, a male researcher said excitedly, his eyes shining with fervor. Captain Zhao looked at the 3 scientists immersed in their research, feeling a mix of emotions. They seemed to completely overlook the recent tragedy, their eyes only on the so-called research progress. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Dr. Lin, we can't joke with your life. I hope you can leave with us. The helicopter to pick us up will arrive in at most 5 hours. If we miss this flight, you may never have the chance to leave the mountain city again. Captain Zhao's tone was heavy, trying to persuade her. Lin Jiwei finally looked up, her gaze calm and unperturbed. Science has never been smooth sailing. Death is indeed painful, but if my research can bring enough value, then all the deaths are worth it. So, I will not leave the mountain city, and you shouldn't waste time trying to persuade me. Instead of trying to convince me, you should take the others and leave as soon as possible. Captain Zhao fell silent. He looked at the surviving soldiers around him, then at Lin Jiwei and the 2 fervent researchers, and finally gritted his teeth. Our mission is to protect you. Since you are unwilling to leave, we will not retreat. We will stay to protect you, even if it means dying in battle. Lin Jiwei, however, paid no attention to Captain Zhao's righteous words, still immersed in her notebook, her expression changing from time to time, lost in thought. It's like a robot without emotions. Captain Zhao sighed silently, turned around, and directed the soldiers to start setting up the defense line. His mood was extremely complicated. On one hand, he understood the scientist's obsession, on the other hand, he could not accept this nearly mad risk. However, calming down, he seriously thought about the male researcher's words and felt something unusual. What does it mean to lead all humanity into a new era? Captain Zhao frowned. If the monster in the basement was created by Lin Jiwei, what did that prove? Did it prove she had the ability to cause trouble? Or did it prove she had the power to change the world? Another male researcher, seeing Captain Zhao's confused expression, explained, "The mutated monster you saw on the third basement level is actually a husky, that is, a dog." "A husky?" Captain Zhao and the other soldiers recalled that the monster had indeed made dog-like sounds, but its size and shape were nothing like an ordinary dog. That's right, it was originally a pet dog raised by Dr. Lin, but it mutated after the apocalypse. The male researcher paused and continued, "Dr. Lin injected this mutated pet dog with a special gene extracted from the 001 gene sample, causing it to undergo a secondary mutation on top of the original mutation. No, it should be called evolution. Thus, it evolved into the form you see. However, logically, it should be in a dormant state. After all, the dosage of the sedative injected at that time was 5 times the usual amount. But strangely, it woke up early." As the male researcher spoke, he also felt confused and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why did it wake up early? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that a new mutation occurred, making it immune to the sedative? Or was it that someone woke it up? But the laboratory door was locked, who could get in? Strange." After hearing the explanation, Captain Zhao's doubts deepened, but he was more concerned about another question. "What did you mean by if the research direction is correct, all humanity will enter a new era?" 63. The line between genius and madness is thin. I don't know the specific research details, only Professor Wang, Professor Zhou, and Dr. Lin, who is in charge of this research, know. But I can assure you that Dr. Lin's research can change part of the human genome, allowing humans to gain strength and speed comparable to that of mutated animals, as well as vitality. The male researcher said, his gaze turning to Lin Jiwei, who was recording data, his eyes filled with reverence and admiration, as if he were gazing at a deity. If Dr. Lin really succeeds, she will undoubtedly become a god who changes the fate of humanity. Captain Zhao and the surrounding soldiers were left bewildered. Change the human genome? How could such a conclusion be drawn from an experiment with a mutated dog? Can the genes of dogs and humans be the same? But at least they understood the literal meaning. If this research succeeds, ordinary people will gain strength comparable to that of mutated animals. If that's the case, it would indeed usher all of humanity into a brand new era. Suddenly, all the soldiers looked at Lin Jiwei with changed expressions. This doctor is simply a prodigy. Just imagine if they too could possess the strength and speed of mutated animals combined with modern firearms, then mutated plants and animals would pose no threat at all. Moreover, if they could have the robust vitality of that mutated monster in the underground laboratory, able to withstand submachine gun and rifle bullets without dying, that would be invincible. Superhumans would be nothing compared to that. Bang bang! Suddenly, a violent knocking sound came from below. It was as if something wanted to come up from underground. The soldiers were taken aback and instinctively looked towards the elevator. What's going on? It's still alive. The genes of the 001 mutated specimen can indeed merge with living beings. Lin Jiwei suddenly stood up, excitedly staring at the elevator. Captain Zhao was stunned, then suddenly reacted. "Dr. Lin, you mean the sound is coming from that mutated dog in the basement?" His tone was filled with disbelief. How could it still be alive after that explosion? Even if it were alive, it couldn't possibly have such terrifying strength. Lin Jiwei closed her eyes, sensed for a moment, then slowly said, "That's right, it's it. Its injuries have mostly healed." What a robust vitality! Lin Jiwei's expression showed no fear or dread, only excitement. But the other soldiers looked grim. That monster not only didn't die but actually recovered? Does that mean they have to start all over again? Facing such a monster, it would be a lie to say they weren't afraid. But even if they were scared, the soldiers did not retreat. "Dr. Lin, what should we do now?" Captain Zhao quickly asked for Lin Jiwei's opinion. In the past, he only trusted the weapons in his hands. But after the battle in the underground laboratory, where his erroneous command led to the deaths of 4 soldiers, he realized his mistake. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. "You all leave the research institute, I will tame it alone," Lin Jiwei said without explaining her reasons. Or rather, she was too lazy to explain. Just like before in the basement, she had advised everyone to put away their guns, but she only said a couple of words. If they didn't listen, then they would die. "Dr. Lin, how do you plan to tame that monster?" Captain Zhao felt incredulous. Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses and calmly said, "It is my pet. But it has mutated now. What if it doesn't recognize you? Then I will end up like everyone else, getting killed." Lin Jiwei replied. There was no fear of death in her eyes, only an almost mad desire. This Captain Zhao hesitated. Dr. Lin herself didn't even have complete confidence. The risk was too great. If Dr. Lin dies, then they really would have suffered a huge loss on this trip. Bang! Suddenly, a violent crashing sound echoed from below. The mutated dog seemed to have arrived at the bottom of the elevator shaft. Lin Jiwei turned to look at the others and said, "Leave quickly. You can't help me here. Instead, you'll provoke it into a frenzy." Captain Zhao fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. "Dr. Lin, we'll wait for you outside the research institute. If anything happens, you must call us immediately." Lin Jiwei did not respond but walked toward the elevator. Captain Zhao took a deep look at Dr. Lin's back, then turned and said, "Retreat. Take them with you." "Yes." The soldiers received the order and forcibly dragged the two unwilling male researchers away. At the same time, a deafening roar erupted. The mutated green giant dog, using brute force, broke through the elevator shaft, creating a passage. The entire elevator was completely destroyed, debris scattered everywhere. The group that had just exited the research institute heard the tremendous noise and couldn't help but show concern on their faces. Huff! Huff! The mutated giant dog let out heavy gasps, its body covered in wounds of various sizes, but these wounds were visibly healing at a slow pace. Its eyes were blood red, radiating a fierce light, and despite limping, it still approached Lin Jiwei. One of its front legs had been blown off, blood and flesh a mess, but new tissue could be faintly seen slowly growing. The mutated giant dog panted heavily, finally stopping in front of Lin Jiwei, lowering its head to stare at her. "Xiao Ha!" Lin Jiwei stood her ground, showing no fear and not retreating, simply gazing quietly into the giant dog's eyes. After a few seconds, the mutated giant dog slowly raised its paw, pressing down toward Lin Jiwei. "Still not working." Lin Jiwei sighed softly. In the next second, the giant paw that was about to come down suddenly stopped. In midair, hovering above Lin Jiwei's head, as if firmly controlled by some invisible force. Is this a supernatural ability? Through telepathy, Shinyi observed this scene thoughtfully. It seemed this woman's secret was not small. To dare face the mutated giant dog alone, she must have some confidence, right? However, just as Shinyi thought this, the mutated giant dog seemed to be provoked, opening its massive mouth and lunging at Lin Jiwei. Lin Jiwei's expression changed. She realized that the husky was still in a state of rage. Is it only possible to detonate the bomb and kill it? No, no way. This is the only successful experimental subject, it cannot die. In a flash, Lin Jiwei had made her choice. She would rather die herself than allow her experimental subject to perish. Because she saw a certain possibility in this subject. To put it bluntly, not for the country, not for humanity, and no grand ideals, Lin Jiwei simply did not want her research results to vanish. The line between genius and madness is thin. Lin Jiwei was clearly mad now. She abandoned the idea of detonating the bombs in the laboratory, giving up on eliminating the mutated monster she had created. She closed her eyes, quietly waiting for death to come. She believed her research direction was not wrong. Even if the monster she created lacked stable thinking, she still felt she was right. Even if given another chance, she would still do the same. Moreover, she would integrate several more genes into the mutated giant dog, allowing it to evolve even stronger. Lin Jiwei waited for several seconds but found she was still alive, so she opened her eyes. She saw a huge dog head hovering above her. The dog's mouth was wide open, looking as if it were about to eat her, but it was suddenly frozen in midair, motionless. Lin Jiwei was taken aback for a moment, then looked towards a figure that had appeared several meters away. A man. Did he do this? 64. Shinyi's request. Do you have abilities too? Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Shinyi. Although she was asking, her tone was very certain. Shinyi raised an eyebrow. This woman seemed to have something. She was almost bitten to death, yet she was not afraid and could calmly engage in conversation with him. Lin Jiwei stepped closer to Shinyi and asked, "What kind of ability do you have?" "You can actually control mutated animals. Besides mutated animals, can you control other things? Like vehicles, airplanes?" Shinyi was taken aback. He hadn't really thought about that question. He furrowed his brow in contemplation and said, "I haven't tried, but it should be possible." He remembered that the introduction to the shadow binding ability stated it could bind any two targets, but it didn't emphasize whether the targets were limited to living beings. In other words, as long as there is a shadow, could even an airplane be bound? Thinking about it this way, the effect of shadow binding was even more impressive than he had imagined. Wait, what am I here for? Why am I discussing my abilities with this woman? He realized he had been sidetracked. Shinyi looked at Lin Jiwei, whose face was full of curiosity, feeling a bit speechless. This woman has too strong a curiosity. Feeling the rapid depletion of his stamina, Shinyi directly asked, "Do you want to live?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Jiwei was not surprised, but instead countered, "What price do I need to pay?" Shinny raised an eyebrow. A very clever woman. No wonder she is into research. She has strong comprehension. She knows there is no free lunch in the world. He replied directly, your body. Only the body? Lin Jiwei frowned and countered, seeming to think the price was too low. And your loyalty. Don't betray me. If you want to leave, you can tell me, I won't keep you against your will, but if you betray me, I will kill you. Shen Yi continued. Okay, I can agree to that. I can guarantee I will never betray you and will provide you with all the help I can, but I hope you can agree to 2 conditions of mine. Lin Jiwei agreed almost without hesitation. This surprised Shen Yi a bit. This woman didn't seem to be afraid of death, why would she exchange her body for her life? But he didn't have time to think too much. Using shadow binding on this mutated giant dog consumed a lot of stamina and he couldn't waste too much time. What are your conditions? Shen Yi asked. If it was something like food and drink, he could naturally agree. But if the conditions were difficult, he would simply let go of the mutated giant dog. First, I have never done that kind of thing and am not interested in it, so I hope for once a month. I don't want to waste time on that, Lin Jiwei stated her requirement. No problem. Shen Yi had no reason to refuse this condition. Not to mention once a month, as long as he unlocked the rewards, he wouldn't have to do it at all. After all, he had many women and didn't lack Lin Jiwei. Moreover, Shen Yi had long known through system prompts that Lin Jiwei was frigid, so he could understand. Second, I want to study your genes, and I want to continue my own research and experiments. You cannot stop me, and if necessary, I hope you can provide me with certain help. Lin Jiwei added immediately, as compensation, you will have the first right to know and use all the gene drugs I develop. Without your consent, I won't give it to anyone. In other words, as long as you provide me with research samples, my people and research results will all be yours in the future. Shen Yi thought for a moment and felt this condition was not too difficult, so he agreed. The reason he came forward to save Lin Jiwei was partly to unlock resources and partly because he was quite interested in the gene research she was doing. Shen Yi wanted to establish a shelter and naturally, he needed to recruit talents in the field of research. He just didn't know if the woman in front of him had that capability. Shen Yi was unaware that the mutated giant dog before him was created by Lin Jiwei, otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have had this doubt. In fact, he wouldn't even agree to support Lin Jiwei in her genetic research. If a monster were to be created in his own home, wouldn't that be disastrous? One could only say that the telepathy he relied on was not clear enough, leaving him with insufficient information. He thought Lin Jiwei was just a simple researcher, at most a bit clever. But Lin Jiwei was not only clever, she was also a madwoman. Then let's go, Shen Yi said, preparing to use teleportation to leave. He didn't want to encounter the soldiers outside. As for why he believed Lin Jiwei's words were true, it was naturally because through telepathy he sensed no hostility from her aura. That proved she was smart but not scheming. Otherwise, Shen Yi wouldn't have wasted so much time and energy. Wait, I need to grab some documents first, Lin Jiwei said, turning to pick up the files from the table. If she could avoid death, she certainly didn't want to die. The reason she hadn't run earlier was simply because she couldn't escape under the gaze of the mutated giant dog. Besides that, the reason she agreed to trade with Shen Yi was that she was interested in this man's abilities and body. Lin Jiwei observed that this man's body possessed a powerful strength, completely different from that of normal humans. It was even stronger than that of those special forces soldiers. This was a very valuable sample for research. Alright, how are we going to leave? Lin Jiwei, holding a large stack of documents and a notebook, approached Shen Yi. She wanted to know how Shen Yi planned to avoid the soldiers outside and take her away. If Shen Yi didn't have that capability, then the soldiers could control him and study him thoroughly. Shen Yi didn't use teleportation immediately, instead, he suddenly asked, why aren't you running now, or calling the soldiers outside to come save you? You wouldn't let me run, Lin Jiwei said quietly. Looking at Shen Yi, her gaze steady and calm. If I hadn't agreed to your terms just now, you might have killed me directly, or you might have let the dog kill me. I'm glad you understand, don't have any ulterior motives, Shen Yi said with a faint smile. She was a very clever woman. Therefore, Shen Yi was also very direct with her. Either obey, or die. Shen Yi was not skilled at playing schemes. Is the dog its name? Before leaving, Shen Yi glanced at the mutated giant dog. Yes. It's my pet dog, Lin Jiwei looked at the mutated giant dog, her eyes filled with pride. Shen Yi frowned, feeling he might have misjudged. What was there to be proud of in raising a pet dog to look like that? He then stepped forward, embraced Lin Jiwei, and used teleportation repeatedly to leave the research facility. As for the mutated giant dog, Shen Yi didn't deal with it, nor could he. Lin Jiwei had no intention of dealing with it either. She deliberately let the mutated giant dog live. She planned to come back and study it later. Of course, she wouldn't tell anyone else about this. When Shinny left, the shadow binding lost its effect, and the mutated giant dog instantly regained its ability to move. It let out a wild howl, rampaging through the shelter as if venting its emotions. The soldiers waiting outside the shelter heard the sound of the mutated giant dog losing control and realized something might have gone wrong. 2 fervent male researchers wanted to rush in to save Lin Jiwei, but they were forcibly held back by the soldiers. Captain Zhao's expression changed, and in the end, he could only issue a retreat order. He knew that Dr. Lin had failed and had paid the price with her life. Is this teleportation? What a fascinating ability. What does it feel like when you use this power? Do you enter another dimension while teleporting? Or a wormhole? And how many abilities do you actually have? As soon as they left the shelter, Lin Jiwei bombarded him with a flurry of questions. Her thirst for knowledge was even stronger than her will to survive. Moreover, her insight was sharp. She immediately recognized that Shinyi was using teleportation. Shinyi looked at the intellectual beauty who was clinging to him as if he were her research subject and suddenly felt a bit regretful. Should he have saved her just now? She was too chatty. And she had to dig deep into every question, which was annoying. Was this a common trait among scientists? He could only hope that Lin Jiwei had some skills and could produce some research results. Otherwise, it would truly be a waste of his time. Shinyi paused and said, "Before I answer your questions, let me ask you one." "What question?" "We can exchange." Lin Jiwei replied without hesitation. 65. The influence of the black mist. Limits of abilities. Looking at Lin Jiwei, who had a certain level of research skills and was quite intelligent, Shinyi asked a question that had long puzzled him. "Since the apocalypse began, I've been curious about one thing. And you're just the professional to answer it for me." The black mist appeared, and both animals and plants underwent varying degrees of mutation. But why haven't we humans mutated? Humans also inhale the black mist, yet we only feel hunger and thirst. Aside from that, there seem to be no other symptoms. At least, among the humans I've seen, none have mutated. Lin Jiwei, upon hearing this question, answered almost without hesitation, "It's because humans and animals have different genes. The black mist may have been modified to be effective only on animal genes, with a very low effect on human genes. Of course, a low effect doesn't mean no effect. What can be confirmed is that the black mist does have an impact on our human bodies, but it's very slight, and as long as we drink more water, it can be alleviated." "I see." Shinyi's long-standing question finally received an answer. He then continued with curiosity, "Why do mutated animals attack humans? Even loyal pets will eat their own owners?" "That's the second question." Lin Jiwei first reminded him, then continued to answer. "Firstly, mutated animals don't just attack humans, they also attack each other. This is why we rarely see groups of mutated animals living together. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of social animals or insects mutating collectively without preying on each other. But I haven't researched that yet, so I can't comment. As for why mutated animals lose their rationality, it's because they're hungry." "Hungry?" Shinyi was taken aback. He hadn't expected this answer. Because it was too simple. So simple that he dismissed it without a second thought. "Yes, it's because they're hungry." Lin Jiwei nodded and continued, "After mutation, animals grow larger, their cells divide faster, and they consume more energy. And now, most of the food and water sources are contaminated and inedible, so in extreme hunger, mutated animals will attack their owners and each other. For mutated animals to survive, they need to replenish the energy they rapidly consume due to mutation, otherwise, they will starve to death. And the way to replenish is by eating. Of course, aside from hunger, the thinking of mutated animals also changes. They may not even recognize their owners or may not acknowledge them. For example, my pet dog sometimes recognizes me, and sometimes it doesn't. So that's how it is." Shinyi realized again. Having an expert around is indeed convenient. Although he had thought about these questions before, he had no clues at all. Now he felt he understood. Lin Jiwei might not be telling the whole truth, but at least it sounded plausible. It seems that the faster mutated animals evolve, the better. Because as long as there isn't enough food for them, they will eventually turn on each other or starve to death. Who would have thought that the way for humans to win could be so simple? Just survive and wait for the mutated animals to die off. After all, animals can't farm or grow crops, and they certainly can't produce food. Eventually, the food will run out. As for mutated plants, from what Shani has encountered so far, it seems that most of them won't actively attack humans, except for a few. Of course, it sounds simple, but waiting for all the mutated animals to die off might not be so easy. What if the mutated animals undergo a second mutation, adapting to hunger or the environment? Then humans would face even greater trouble. Can you answer my question now? How many abilities do you have? How did you acquire so many abilities? Lin Jiwei stared at Shani, her eyes filled with desire, a thirst for knowledge. If Captain Zhao saw this scene, he would surely be dumbfounded. When with them, Dr. Lin didn't want to say a word. Yet at this moment, she could answer a barrage of questions from Shani, even clinging to him like a chatterbox. In fact, it was mainly because the questions Shani asked were all related to scientific research. Coincidentally, Lin Jiwei was interested in these topics, in areas she was passionate about. She was indeed a chatterbox. But if it was something she wasn't interested in, she was concise and hardly spoke. Those who didn't know her might think she was a socially anxious genius. In reality, she was just simply too lazy to engage. I currently have 5 superpowers, Shani said. This could be considered a lie, but not entirely. There were 4 superpowers. But if the system counted as a superpower, then it was 5. 5. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Jiwei immediately showed an expression of disbelief. How could a normal person's body possibly accommodate 5 superpowers? What do you mean? Am I not a normal person? Shani frowned. He didn't understand Lin Jiwei's incredulous expression and tone. What was wrong with having 5 superpowers? Let me confirm, you also ate a kind of colorful fruit to gain your superpowers? Lin Jiwei asked, answering a question with another question. That's right. Shin Yi nodded. At the same time, he thought to himself that this woman really knew about the superpower fruit. After all, being a researcher at a gene research institute that imprisoned mutated animals proved she understood the apocalypse better than ordinary people and naturally knew about the existence of superpower fruits. Then how many of those fruits did you eat? In total? Lin Jiwei asked, staring at him. 6 or 7 fruits, among which there were repeated superpower fruits, so I only gained 5 superpowers, Shani lied effortlessly. After all, he wasn't familiar with Lin Jiwei, so he could make up whatever he wanted. Impossible. According to my personal experiments, a normal person's genes can accommodate at most 3 different superpowers. If there is one more superpower, the body will not be able to bear it and will collapse directly. In other words, when you eat the 4th fruit, your body will have a rejection reaction, instinctively making you not want to eat it. Lin Jiwei murmured, her beautiful eyes constantly assessing Shani. She began to doubt whether her research direction was wrong. Or perhaps her genes were problematic. No, it definitely wasn't my fault. My research has been validated multiple times. It's this man in front of me who has the problem. His body and genes are problematic. What did you say? Shani was slightly startled. A normal person could only gain 3 superpowers at most? Eating a 4th would cause the body to collapse? He thought that as long as one ate the fruit, a person's superpowers could continuously stack without limit. At most, it would just consume more stamina. Perhaps it's because everyone's genes are different. Some people's genes may have mutated due to the black mist, allowing them to accommodate more superpowers. Like you, Lin Jiwei said, her gaze fixed intensely on Shani. That fiery look clearly indicated she wanted to dissect Shani for research. This woman was indeed an unstable element. You promised me before that I could study your genes. Don't worry, I only need your blood and hair, and just a little bit of flesh. Lin Jiwei noticed Shini's resistance and immediately emphasized. Shen. He raised an eyebrow but did not refuse. He had a vague suspicion in his heart. Perhaps the reason he could accommodate so many superpowers was not due to the black mist mutation, but because of that fruit that evolved the flesh. The ability to evolve the flesh might have even changed Shini's genes, allowing him to possess 4 superpowers while still being completely at ease, without any discomfort. If his guess is correct, then physical evolution is the superpower that humanity must acquire. The two chatted as they walked home. As for the matter of robbing soldiers of their weapons, let's set that aside for now. There are several resources yet to be unlocked, and Sheni plans to return and unlock them first. Perhaps he can find some useful weapons. First, he will start with the intelligent beauty Lin Jiwei, who is interested in his body. Let's see what this clever female researcher can unlock for him. 66. Unlocking new abilities, a mental connection on the way home. Lin Jiwei kept asking Shani what his 5 abilities were. Shani was getting a bit impatient with her questions. He really wanted to put this overly curious woman in her place. In the end, he only replied, "We'll talk after you finish sleeping." Then Lin Jiwei fell silent. Shani thought this woman was just shy. Who knew she actually said, "Can you sleep faster?" Shani was left speechless. So when they returned to the community, Shani took Lin Jiwei directly to Chu Xiaoxiao's house. Bye. Shani, how did you get here so quickly? Chu Xiaoxiao was lying on the sofa, imagining what might happen tonight. As she was lost in thought, 2 people suddenly appeared in the room, startling her and giving her the shameful feeling of being caught watching a private movie. However, when she saw that Shani had brought a beautiful woman with him, Chu Xiaoxiao instinctively swallowed hard, her face turning even redder. Could it be the legendary 3? No, this can't be. How could my first time be so extravagant? As she thought about it, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned as red as a ripe cherry. Yet, she showed no intention of refusing. You keep sleeping, don't mind us. Shani said to Chu Xiaoxiao, then took Lin Jiwei into the bedroom. It was as if they were returning to their own home. This level of shamelessness left Chu Xiaoxiao dumbfounded. Ha? What do you mean? You're not taking me with you? She was stunned. So it wasn't what she thought? But soon Chu Xiaoxiao realized something was off. Why was her Prince Charming bringing a strange woman into her bedroom? Am I being cheated on? Cheated on in my own home? In an instant, all her fantasies about Shani as her Prince Charming collapsed. This was no Prince Charming, this was a black-hearted merchant. No, he was even worse than a black-hearted merchant. Even if I'm not your girlfriend, you can't bring a strange woman to my house and use my bedroom, can you? Why? Does this scene remind me so much of some movies I've seen before? Chu Xiaoxiao never expected that the plot from those movies would one day happen to her. I'm being cheated on. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Lin Jiwei sat on the edge of the bed looking at Shani and asking, "Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will be angry?" "She's not my girlfriend." In that case, Lin Jiwei stopped asking further and began to loosen her clothes. In her view, her relationship with Shani was merely a transaction, with no feelings involved, so she had no intention of meddling. On the contrary, she was more curious about Shani's body and genes. She wanted to study Shani's body thoroughly. She wanted to know what kind of mutations had occurred in Shani's genes. Thus, a ritual full of exploration began. In the living room, Chu Xiaoxiao went from gritting her teeth at the beginning to blushing and even secretly eavesdropping. She increasingly felt that this scene was exactly like the ones in the movies. Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't have watched so many movies, at least my thoughts wouldn't be so lewd. Chu Xiaoxiao was frustrated and angry. She didn't understand why Shani had to do this. Why bring other women to her home and let her see it? Even if you want to find a mistress or have an affair, can't you at least act a little? Can't you come secretly? Chu Xiaoxiao pouted angrily, constantly berating Shani. But listening to the sounds, she couldn't help herself, slowly took out her phone, opened the downloader, and clicked on the movie she had downloaded. Ding! Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, starting to randomly unlock a type of resource. Ding! Unlock successful, congratulations on unlocking resources. Ability fruit mental connection fruit +1 stored in system space ability mental connection fruit +1 stored in system space ability. Damn, another ability fruit. Shani sat up excitedly. He didn't expect the second ability fruit to unlock so quickly. Immediately, he took out a mental connection ability fruit from the system space and put it in his mouth. The fruit entered and was instantly digested. A faint coolness spread through his brain, giving him a refreshing thrill. Awesome. So damn awesome. The peak experience in his skull, this must be what they mean. Shani immediately opened the panel to check a new ability. Mental connection LV1 You can establish a mental connection with others, convey messages through the connection and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of people for mental connection is 3, with a maximum distance of 50 meters. If you connect with a target that has the mental connection ability, the maximum distance doubles, and it does not count towards the number of connections, conveying information, sharing vision. Isn't that just like the internet? Shani murmured. Although he felt this ability wasn't too strong, its practicality was very high. Because now, with the internet and power out, Shani couldn't contact the women at home every time he went out. What if the house was robbed? He might not even know. So having such an ability to convey messages and share vision is very convenient. It's like carrying a mobile phone with him. And it doesn't need charging, nor does it require a phone bill. The practicality is undeniable. As for the current maximum distance of only 50 meters, that doesn't matter. As long as the level increases, the distance will definitely improve. Moreover, this ability's distance can double. As long as he gets his women to also obtain the mental connection ability, it will be fine. He had to say, the timing of this ability is very appropriate. Just when Shani was about to establish a shelter, he was still pondering what contact method would be better. He couldn't rely solely on human messengers, right? That would be too exhausting. So, the mental connection is very practical. Even if the internet is restored later, this ability will still be useful. Because using the mental connection to convey messages, there's no fear of eavesdropping. Just this point is enough to satisfy Shani. In short, he definitely wants to level up this ability. As long as the level is high, the connection distance will be far, and even if he's not at home later, he can still grasp everything. Not to mention, consuming this fruit can also give him a peak experience in his skull, very exhilarating. While thinking, Shani took out about 10 more fruits and started cracking them one by one. He remembered the lesson from last time, not to crack too many at once, lest he hurt his brain. You actually have so many ability fruits. Lin Jiwei, who had just recovered, was stunned to see Shani continuously stuffing the precious ability fruits into his mouth. Even in their research institute, there were only a few ability fruits. Lin Jiwei had always wanted to study the ability fruits in detail but never had the chance. Because these things are too rare. But Shen, he actually treats the ability fruits like candy. Lin Jiwei couldn't understand. Where did Shani get so many ability fruits? Could this also be his ability? It was obvious. Shani must have lied to her before. He definitely couldn't have only eaten 6 or 7 ability fruits, because he was casually eating more than that. Now, by this reasoning, his abilities must be more than 5. He has hidden quite a few secrets from me. Lin Jiwei stared intently at Shani, as if she wished to dig out all the secrets he held. Do you want to eat one? Shani took a fruit and handed it to Lin Jiwei. Although this woman is very talkative and has always wanted to dissect him, she doesn't underestimate his goodwill. Especially after just taking her first one, Lin Jiwei's kindness inexplicably grew by a large margin. It seems that even the smartest woman has her weaknesses. I already have 3 abilities, I can't accommodate anymore. Lin Jiwei said she couldn't take in other abilities, yet she unceremoniously accepted the ability fruit and curiously flipped it over. You have 3 abilities? Shani raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. An ordinary person without any powers, and you're telling me that in just over 10 days you've gained 3 abilities? How can I, a person with powers, feel about this? Well, after our research institute discovered the existence of ability fruits, they sent all the officers to search, almost scouring 2 districts, and only found 5 ability fruits. Lin Jiwei said, looking at Shani, who was still munching on the ability fruit. He was eating so many ability fruits, yet his body showed no signs of rejection. Just how many abilities does he have? I see. Then Shani could understand. They had mobilized an entire department, possibly tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people to search for ability fruits. Meanwhile, he was just one person and hadn't really searched seriously, yet he had 5 abilities. In comparison, his luck was indeed quite good. After a pause, Shani suddenly looked at Lin Jiwei and asked, "What are your 3 abilities?" 67. Gravity manipulation. Although Lin Jiwei did not perceive any hostility from him, her 3 abilities still made Shani slightly vigilant. With 3 abilities, if one of them was highly aggressive, he needed to be cautious to avoid any mishaps. However, while being vigilant, Shani also felt a bit surprised. If the entire research institute had only found 5 ability fruits, and this woman had consumed 3 of them, it proved that her status in the institute was not low. She alone occupied 3/5 of the resources. Could it be that he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a treasure? Originally, Shani had little hope for Lin Jiwei's research. As long as she didn't cause him trouble, that would be enough. But now it seemed that this woman might actually have something. In his thoughts, while munching on the fruit, Shani's mental connection ability had already reached level 3. Your mental connection has upgraded to LV3. Mental connection. LV3. You can establish a mental connection with others, conveying messages and sharing perspectives through this connection. The maximum number of connections is currently 9, with a maximum distance of 300 meters. If you connect with a target that has a mental connection, the maximum distance doubles, and it does not count towards the number of connections. 300 meters, and if doubled, that would be 600 meters. A few more levels, and he could match the range of a typical walkie-talkie. I'll tell you my abilities, and you tell me yours, how about that? Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses, looking calmly at Shani, proposing an exchange of information. She was probably the only woman who did not feel awe or fear towards Shani. Because Lin Jiwei was not a dependent and she was not afraid of death. Even if Shani tried to chase her away, she wouldn't leave. It wasn't that Lin Jiwei was afraid of death, it was that she wanted to uncover the secrets within Shani. She wanted to study Shani. In just a few hours of contact, Lin Jiwei discovered that the secrets Shani held were far more than she had imagined. Just the number and strength of his abilities left her in shock. In comparison, the mutated giant dog she had created seemed insignificant. The research value of this man surpassed that of the mutated giant dog. Sure, you go first, Shani said. He certainly didn't mind exchanging secrets, after all, he had plenty of abilities to share. As for what would happen if Lin Jiwei found out he had deceived her, that was of no concern to him. Did Lin Jiwei dare to harbor murderous intent? If so, Shani would deal with her first. Alright, to verify that what we say is true, we need to use each ability at least once, Lin Jiwei emphasized. She clearly guessed that Shani might deceive her again. Shani did not refuse. Then, Lin Jiwei closed her eyes and said, my first ability allows me to see the environment within 100 meters without using my eyes. Even without light, I can see very clearly. Probably similar to an animal's night vision, but clearer than that. At this moment, on the sofa in the living room, your girlfriend is watching that kind of movie, and her pants are already off. Lin Jiwei spoke about what she saw through her ability. Without any shame. Shani raised an eyebrow and instinctively activated his mental sensing to take a look. Sure enough, this girl was indeed a film enthusiast. She could even defend herself in such a situation. However, back to the main topic. Lin Jiwei's ability was somewhat like mental sensing, but different. Mental sensing lacked night vision capabilities, but it had the added function of perceiving the target's hostility and goodwill. Shani still felt that mental sensing was more practical for him. Of course, night vision was also quite good, especially when paired with X-ray vision. It was very useful even in the dark. Don't you need to go outside and take a look to verify my ability? Lin Jiwei opened her eyes and looked at Shen. I don't need to. I just used my other ability, which is also clairvoyance, like yours. However, my clairvoyance doesn't have night vision, but correspondingly, I can see the hostility and goodwill of my targets. Shani roughly explained her ability. There was no need to hide it, as she would gradually reward other women with this ability, so it was impossible to keep it a secret. You can see hostility and goodwill? What is the principle behind that? Is it based on certain substances secreted by the body? Lin Jiwei pondered after hearing this. Continue with your second ability, Shuni interrupted her. Communicating with someone who likes to dig deep is really exhausting. As soon as she catches a hint, she becomes curious and wants to find out more. The key is that Shani doesn't understand the principles behind it and can't explain it clearly. When she is with Lin Jiwei, Shani always feels like she is in class. Various complex knowledge flows from Lin Jiwei's mouth. Even Shani, who usually does well in her studies, feels like an illiterate. One can only say that there are differences even among geniuses. My second ability is gravity manipulation, Lin Jiwei said, pointing at the ability fruit in Shani's hand. Then, that fruit slowly floated up, as if unbound by gravity, drifting in the air. Moreover, with Lin Jiwei's finger control, the fruit actually flew into her hand. Wait. Your gravity manipulation even stole my fruit? Shani raised an eyebrow and said, is that it? The area and weight I can manipulate are currently limited. If it weren't for what you did to it earlier, I should be able to make you float like in outer space. But right now, I don't have enough stamina, Lin Jiwei explained, yet she had no intention of returning the stolen fruit. Shin-Yi understood. This ability is still quite impressive. The upper limit of gravity manipulation is definitely not just this. As for the stolen fruit, it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of a second, it will be back. In a second. Lin Jiwei's purpose for the ability fruit is also for research, and if she can discover something, Shin-Yi will benefit as well. As for my third ability, I can't demonstrate this one. It increases my mental power, while also granting me insight and an IQ boost. Lin Jiwei paused and explained in detail, I can now remember everything I see, my memory is excellent. Even things that happened when I was 1 year old, I can recall clearly. At the same time, my observation skills have also improved. The simplest and most direct manifestation is that I can tell whether you want to kill me, as well as the various emotions others have towards me, such as dislike, affection, admiration, infatuation, and so on. Shin-Yi raised an eyebrow. Although this ability is auxiliary, it is still quite impressive. Its practicality is very high. Moreover, Shini also really wants to enhance her mental power. She always feels that her mental power seems to be weak. Because physical evolution mainly manifests in the physical aspect, although there is also improvement in the mental aspect, it is not as strong as in the physical aspect. At most, it just exceeds that of ordinary people. When encountering some ability users who have enhanced their mental power, Shini is really not sure if she can compete with them. In summary, Lin Jiwei's 3 abilities are all good. Especially with her work and hobbies, the 3rd ability is simply a perfect match. So, can you now tell me about your other abilities? Lin Jiwei stared at Xinyi's face, seemingly trying to see if he was lying to her again. No rush, let's take care of business first, Xinyi said, pressing down on Lin Jiwei. Lin Jiwei was taken aback for a moment but did not resist, even cooperating very well. She originally thought that doing such things was a waste of time, but after doing it, she unexpectedly found it very comfortable. Although this comfort is a waste of time and energy, it's still okay to relax a bit occasionally. 68. Unlocking supplies again. Gene Evolution Potion. The sky was approaching dusk. Xinyi had just come out of the bedroom. Lin Jiwei had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. She was so tired that she didn't even have the energy to pester Xinyi with questions about abilities. The originally aloof Lin Jiwei was clearly enjoying herself. When they were together earlier, she had been quite proactive, even clinging to Xinyi for more. Women, so contradictory. Xinyi chuckled. What was supposed to be once a month, she had directly used up several months' worth today. Then, Xinyi looked at the sofa, where Chu Xiaoxiao was blushing and secretly watching a video. The video-watching sister clearly hadn't noticed that Xinyi had come up behind her. Xinyi walked over and hugged her from behind. Ah! Why you, how did you come out? Chu Xiaoxiao was startled, and upon seeing Xinyi, her face turned red as she hurriedly turned off the screen. But the video still played on her phone, producing quite an embarrassing sound. It's fine, let's watch together. Xinyi was also interested. Chu Xiaoxiao, blushing, wanted to firmly refuse Xinyi. But for some reason, in the end, she didn't say anything. Just like that, a new reward was unlocked. Ding! Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, starting to randomly unlock a type of supply. Ding! Unlock successful, congratulations on unlocking. Supply, mature black-skinned watermelon. Black-skinned watermelon +1 stored in system space. Black-skinned watermelon +1 stored in system space. Black-skinned. Xinyi lay on the sofa, looking at the reward, feeling it was decent. The supplies he had obtained before were all meat, so having a fruit was a good balance of nutrition. Moreover, he remembered seeing news online about black-skinned watermelons, which seemed to only produce a few dozen worldwide each year, and one watermelon had once sold for thousands of dollars. Based on the system's rewards being of the highest quality, this black-skinned watermelon must also be a top-notch fruit. Creak! The bedroom door opened, and Lin Jiwei, barefoot and yawning, walked out. She glanced at the girl on the sofa who was still pretending to be asleep and said directly, "You should go rest in the bedroom, I have something to discuss with Xinyi." Chu Xiaoxiao, who had originally wanted to pretend to be asleep to avoid the awkward scene, could only wake up at that moment. She looked at Lin Jiwei, her face instantly flushed, feeling that this woman had no sense of shame at all. They had just been intimate, and with her as an outsider, how could she be so unashamed? Chu Xiaoxiao didn't have Lin Jiwei's thick skin, she couldn't stay in the same room after just sharing the same experience. She immediately shyly covered her clothes and hurried into the bedroom. Lin Jiwei, however, didn't care about that, sitting beside Xinyi in her thin underwear, seriously saying, "I was just thinking about something, your genes must have undergone some kind of beneficial mutation, which is why you can accommodate more abilities. Weren't you just overwhelmed and passed out? How could you think?" Xinyi immediately caught the key point. Lin Jiwei glanced at him, her expression clearly a bit speechless, but she still replied, "Even in my sleep, I can ensure my thoughts are clear and can think normally, so I won't waste time resting. My body needs rest, but my mind doesn't. As long as my body rests well, I can continue working." Innate strong constitution. Those words instantly popped into Xinyi's mind. However, is it really possible for someone to stay awake during sleep? That's impressive, right? Once or twice is fine, but if it's like this every time, wouldn't it drive one crazy? Back to the point, if your genes really have undergone a beneficial mutation, then you might be able to use a gene evolution potion I researched earlier, Lin Jiwei said seriously. The gene evolution potion you researched? What kind of gene evolution serum? Xinyi immediately became interested. It had only been a short time since the apocalypse began, and this woman was already able to create a gene evolution serum. Was she really that impressive? Could it be because of her third ability? Did her intelligence increase, giving her this capability? Or perhaps this woman was just inherently smart. In any case, Shini was very interested in the gene serum. If Lin Jiwei could really produce some amazing gene evolution serum, her value would greatly increase. Yes, but the serum is still in the research institute. We need to go get it, Lin Jiwei nodded. What I mean is, you should first tell me what effects your gene serum has and what side effects it might cause. You're not planning to use me as a guinea pig, are you? Shini stared at Lin Jiwei. Of course not. My gene serum has already undergone multiple live tests and has shown preliminary results. Live tests? Elaborate. What you've seen is my mutated pet dog. It is a very successful test subject. Lin Jiwei's expression was serious, and her eyes even sparkled with pride. Shini? You're telling me that's a successful test subject? What's so successful about that thing? It's a monster. Wait. So that monster was created by you? Shini's gaze towards Lin Jiwei suddenly changed. This woman was actually that dangerous? At first, Shini thought she was just an unstable element, possibly just very interested in research. But it turns out she really had the ability to create monsters. Shini recalled many sci-fi movies he had watched before, where most disasters were caused by such mad scientists. This made him feel the need to be cautious. My pet dog, after evolution, has a physique stronger than when it first mutated, greater strength, and powerful recovery ability and vitality. Now, even if it is shot at with a submachine gun or severely injured by a grenade, it can recover to its original state in a very short time. Don't you want to gain such power? Lin Jiwei, noticing the change in Shini's expression, immediately spoke passionately. Shini pondered. Indeed, that mutated giant dog was far stronger than ordinary mutated animals, both in size and strength. Especially that abnormal vitality and recovery ability, it was practically immortal. However, while he envied such powerful recovery, what if injecting Lin Jiwei's serum turned his body into a green monster? Who could stand that? Shini wasn't particularly concerned about his appearance, but he couldn't be turned into a monster. The current situation wasn't dire enough to gamble everything. I'll ask you 2 questions. Shini stared at Lin Jiwei and slowly spoke. The first question, if I inject your gene serum, will my appearance change too? Look like your pet dog? Of course not. Lin Jiwei immediately replied, emphasizing, you are human, how could you turn into a dog? But if your genes are influenced by the 001 gene, your appearance will definitely undergo some minor changes, like becoming larger or growing green fur that looks like leaves, etc. You really are meticulous. Shini suppressed the urge to punch Lin Jiwei and continued to ask, the second question, what is the success rate of injecting your gene evolution serum? At least 30%. No, now at least 45%. Lin Jiwei said confidently, as if this probability was very high. Given the short research time from the beginning of the apocalypse to now, achieving a 45% success rate was indeed not low. But who was Shini? The cautious king. Cautious as a rat. There is no 100% probability, and he doesn't need to gamble with his life. However, this gene evolution potion still sparked a strong interest in him. 69, it's just the genes at work. Although Shini wouldn't gamble with his life, he also didn't want to inject gene serum and turn into a monster. However, the effects of this gene serum were indeed very tempting. After injection, one's vitality and strength would become monstrous. For an ordinary person without any abilities or powers, such a serum could be considered a miracle drug. Of course, if Lin Jiwei could optimize the gene serum and eliminate these side effects, Shini would also want to inject it himself. With such an extraordinary recovery and vitality, he wouldn't have to fear injuries in the future. It would be like having an extra ability out of thin air. One must admit, Lin Jiwei is quite capable. Although what she ultimately created was a monster, it also proved her ability in this area. If properly nurtured, she might really be able to produce some powerful gene serums. Of course, while nurturing her, he also had to keep a close eye on her. With someone so smart, capable, and with strong practical skills, if not monitored closely, she might turn around and create a few mutated monsters in his own home. That would be a real disaster. Shen. He looked at Lin Jiwei, feeling both love and hate. He loved her for her capability and intelligence, worth nurturing. He hated her for always wanting to dissect him, study him, and make him test drugs. Even before, in the bedroom, when she had stripped him, she actually spent half a day feeling his body for research, which made Shen-Yi very angry. This woman was filled with a thirst for knowledge, which was quite dangerous. So, how about it? Want to give it a try? Lin Jiwei's gaze was intense. as she continued to ask. Shinyi replied expressionlessly, "Don't you have the ability to read minds? Read me now and see if I want to?" Lin Jiwei glanced a few times, then instinctively took a step back, saying, "I see you want to hit me. You're really accurate." Shinyi twisted his wrist but held back. It was fortunate that this woman didn't act on her own and directly use the drug on him, but instead discussed it with him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be about wanting to hit her, but rather about taking her out. As long as she continued to cooperate like this, Shinyi didn't mind keeping her around, even providing some materials to nurture her. "My gene evolution serum is really quite good. Given your physical condition, the success rate is still quite high." Lin Jiwei was still a bit unwilling to give up. It seemed she couldn't resist a beating. Shinyi glanced at her and said, "The success rate is too low. I can provide you with what you need. You continue your research. As long as the success rate can reach over 80, I can find someone to test it. As for who to find, it definitely wouldn't be someone from his side. He would inject it only when the serum had 100% no side effects." Reasonable. He believed many people in the apocalypse would be eager for such an opportunity for evolution. Although failing could lead to death, without power, one would only die more miserably. All right. Lin Jiwei felt a bit regretful. After their previous in-depth conversation, she believed only Shinyi's body could withstand her gene evolution serum. An ordinary person's body definitely wouldn't work. Even without testing, she could be sure of that. By the way, do you know that abilities can be leveled up? Shinyi suddenly changed the subject and asked. Level up? Are you saying it can enhance the effects of abilities? Similar to leveling up in a game by defeating monsters? Lin Jiwei's comprehension ability was indeed strong, and she understood immediately. That's about the gist of it. This is the first time I've heard of it, but I did have such a guess before. Abilities might be able to level up through certain means. For example, eating similar types of fruits, stacking the number of abilities, or constantly honing the limits of abilities to break through one's own limits, and so on. Lin Jiwei shared her guesses and reasoning. I'm just saying, I was busy researching gene potions before and didn't have time to test my hypothesis. After hearing Lin Jiwei's words, Shinyi couldn't help but feel emotional. What a clever woman. Your speculation is correct, abilities can be upgraded, and as long as you consume the same type of fruit, you can level up. As Shinyi spoke, he bit into another fruit that connected his mind. Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up. No wonder she saw Shinyi constantly eating ability fruits. So that's it. Does that mean Shinyi's ability level far exceeds that of ordinary people? This man truly has research value. Lin Jiwei stared at Shinyi, her intense gaze almost unhidden. Shinyi ignored her look, continued eating the fruit, and said, as for the limits of honing abilities and breaking through one's own limits, I don't know how to practice, so I haven't tested it. Alright, it's getting late. You should rest for the night. Tomorrow, once your body has recovered, we'll go to your lab to retrieve the gene potion. Shinyi said, leaving some food and water behind before decisively leaving. He didn't give Lin Jiwei a chance to ask anything. The room instantly fell silent. Lin Jiwei looked at the steaming roast chicken and fruit on the table, and for some reason, she suddenly felt a bit bored. In the past, when she was bored, she would research problems she couldn't solve. But now, for some reason, she kept thinking about her time with Shinyi in the bedroom, remembering their experiences together. Although it seemed there were no deeply memorable experiences, she just couldn't forget Shinyi's body. The genes of women are truly strange. Because he is my first man, my body must instinctively remember him. Lin Jiwei seriously used a scientific method to explain this phenomenon, to prove that she had no feelings for Shinyi. It was just the genes at work. Shinyi used teleportation to return to Building 6. In the room, the women were busy. Su Yun was teaching Su Wanting and Bai Sini how to use a gun. Zhang Nanyan was with Zhou Wanner and Lu Yaya in the study, gathered around looking at something. Honey, you're back. The first to see Shinyi were Su Yun and the other two girls playing with guns in the living room, who all came over to greet him. Wanting, go cut us a watermelon to eat. Shinyi said as he sat on the sofa, casually taking out 2 black-skinned watermelons from the system space. Su Wanting responded and went to the kitchen to cut it. Soon, she brought over a plate of cut watermelon. Shinyi picked up a piece and took a bite, chewing. The taste was indeed good, very delicious. The hardness and crispness were perfect, and its sweetness was simply unparalleled. A product of the system is indeed a premium item. You all eat too, Shinyi said to Su Yun and Bai Sini, who were standing nearby. The 2 girls then reached out to grab some watermelon. Su wanting naturally didn't hold back either. This watermelon is so sweet, so crisp, really delicious. Suyun quickly finished one piece and took another. If you like it, eat more. Today we have plenty of watermelon. Today, having unlocked a new type of ability fruit, Shinyi was in a good mood and naturally wouldn't mind sharing. Honey, you're so nice. Su Yun smiled and gave Shinyi a kiss. While others were still struggling to get enough to eat, she could enjoy her meals without worry and even have the freedom of watermelon. This sense of comfort was truly wonderful. At this moment, the three girls in the study heard the noise and also came out. Honey, I've finished the preliminary plan for the shelter. Take a look and see if there are any areas that need modification. Zhang Nanyan walked over with a gray notebook. Shinyi continued eating watermelon with one hand while taking the notebook with the other, flipping through it. Zhang Nanyan's plan was indeed well done and very detailed. First, the first batch of people to be accommodated in the shelter will be around 50. No elderly, weak, sick, or disabled individuals. We need young people, especially young and beautiful women. This is specifically set up to cater to Shinyi's preferences. After that, there's the issue of work for these 50 people. Since we've recruited them, they must work, otherwise, it's impossible to provide them with food for free. Therefore, these 50 people can be divided into 5 teams. 2 of the teams will be responsible for patrolling and security, and each day, they can receive 3 bottles of water and 1 meal. As for why they get 3 bottles of water, it's because they will be patrolling in the black mist, which can easily lead to thirst. Water is a necessity. The remaining 3 teams can be assigned tasks at any time, such as going out to search for supplies or doing things that Shinyi doesn't want to do, and so on. In short, the entire shelter and all the survivors exist to serve Shinyi. If anyone is unwilling, they can be kicked out immediately. This is sheer tyrannical dictatorship. But the reason is simple: Shinyi needs to provide supplies for everyone. If they don't serve him, why should he provide supplies? It must be said that Zhang Nanyan is very clever and can understand this point. Therefore, her entire plan is written around Shinyi, even stating that the whole shelter was established to serve Shinyi. After reading this section, Shinyi was very satisfied. This is also why he chose Zhang Nanyan to write the plan. If he had let someone like Su Yun or Bai Sini or kinder women write the plan, they might consider the life and death of other survivors. But Zhang Nanyan is colder, or rather, she is an extreme egoist. As long as she can benefit, the lives of others are irrelevant. We can increase the number a bit, for example, start with 100 people. Don't worry about the supplies, I can provide them. As for accommodation, any floor below the 20th is fine. Shinyi put down the finished watermelon rind and added 2 more points. Zhang Nanyan immediately nodded and took note. Bai Sini, beside them, took out a tissue and wiped the watermelon juice from Shinyi's mouth. Then, Shinyi specifically reminded, remember, everyone we accommodate in the shelter is not allowed to go above the 20th floor. Anyone who disobeys and dares to go to the 20th floor can be shot dead on the spot. By the way, clear out all the residents on the 20th floor and the few floors above us. From now on, the area above the 20th floor is where we will live. Below the 20th floor is for others. 70. The shelter plan began to be implemented, and Shinyi's decision was very domineering. But no one opposed it. In this family, he had the final say. Moreover, Shen Yi required that the upper floors be reserved for his people to live in, not allowing others to come up. The women were not resistant at all, instead, they were quite happy. They had originally worried that if there were survivors with ulterior motives, it would be very dangerous for them. But with this direct isolation, the risk factor was greatly reduced. Strangers lived on the lower floors, while his people lived on the upper floors, which was very reasonable. Even Su Yun, a former police officer, agreed with Shinyi's decision. In the apocalypse, human hearts are treacherous, and this way of living is much safer. Su Yun had also been seriously teaching Shinyi's women how to use handguns these past few days, just in case. They didn't need to shoot perfectly, as long as they could hit a person. That was enough. When the time came, with a gun in hand and coupled with their abilities, they could easily subdue any criminals they encountered. Okay, husband. I've noted everything down, Zhang Nanyan said, nodding earnestly. Then she paused for a moment and pointed to the content at the back of her notebook, saying, Husband, what do you think about this arrangement for the compensation? Shinyi continued to read on. The so-called compensation was essentially a certain amount of material compensation for any members of the shelter who were injured or killed while patrolling or on a mission. Of course, the recipients of the compensation would naturally be the families of the sacrifice team members. According to Jiang Nanyan's plan, the first batch of survivors recruited by the shelter must have at least one relative. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about the other party easily betraying them. With family ties, they would work harder. If it were a single person without family or loved ones, especially a man, they absolutely could not recruit. Because such people have no ties or constraints. They might be loyal one second and decisively betray the next. Moreover, those who only care about themselves are bound to slack off and cut corners at work. They are the most unstable type of people. After reading Jiang Nanyan's analysis, Shin-Yi couldn't help but look up at her. This woman really has the makings of a capitalist. She understands it so well. No, she seems to be a little capitalist. Jiang Nanyan's parents run a company, and it seems to be a large one, so it's not wrong to say she is a little capitalist. When it comes to exploiting people, Shin-Yi really can't match Jiang Nanyan's ruthlessness. But he had to admit that Jiang Nanyan's plan was beautifully crafted and quite perfect. The survivors recruited according to this plan would basically not be desperate criminals. They would work hard to protect their families and earn food for them. They might even sacrifice themselves. In this way, the order within the shelter would be relatively stable and internal strife would be hard to occur. After all survivors had family members living in the shelter. Even if someone wanted to cause trouble, they would have to consider their family. Moreover, if the shelter encountered any danger, these survivors would fight to protect the shelter for the sake of their families. This way of managing people is much more effective than simply using threats of violence. There are no issues with the compensation. Let's finalize it like this. As for the details, you can continue to improve them, Shin-Yi concluded. The so-called details mainly concerned the punishment and reward mechanisms. For example, how to punish someone who takes leave or slacks off, and how to reward someone who finds supplies or completes dangerous tasks. Clear punishments would encourage the survivors to work harder. In short, establishing a shelter is easy, but managing a shelter well and ensuring its healthy development is not easy at all. This is also why Shin-Yi was unwilling to manage it and didn't want to put in the effort. After all, he had many women, and there were those who understood management, so he could just leave it to them. As long as I master absolute military power, even if someone really wants to make small moves, I can directly suppress them. The rest is to enjoy the conveniences brought by the shelter. As long as the shelter can develop positively and the population continues to increase, it will be easier for me to find women that meet the system's standards in the future. Otherwise, as the world's population decreases, it won't be easy for Shin-Yi to find women who meet all the standards. In the end, everyone enjoyed fresh watermelon and chatted for more than an hour, and Shin-Yi went back to his room to rest. Today, he held the female police officer Su Yun and quietly had a peaceful sleep. The next day, after having breakfast at home as usual, Shin-Yi took another look at Jiang Nanyan's overnight improved plan and gave a satisfactory response. Then, amidst the envious gazes of the women, he rewarded Jiang Nanyan with 2 telepathic fruits, allowing her to proceed freely. The first step was to recruit all the survivors in this building. If someone is unwilling to join, it doesn't matter. No coercion. No pressure. Just tempt them with supplies. Of course, if someone tries to make a move on the supplies, let Suyun shoot them dead. No need to hold back. Shin-Yi specifically kept a few guns for the women to protect themselves and handle trouble. As for Shin-Yi himself, he wouldn't participate in these matters. If Jiang Nanyan, with the help of Su Yun and 6 or 7 guns, cannot control the survivors in this building, it can only be said that she is too useless and not suitable for managing the shelter. Shin-Yi would then have to consider training other women. Of course, he arranged this because he knew that the residents in this building were very timid, which is why he let Jiang Nanyan practice. A few days ago, 6 or 7 armed thugs could control this building. Now Jiang Nanyan has a gun and supernatural assistance which is not weaker than those thugs. It mainly depends on whether she dares to kill to establish her authority. First, establish authority. Then promise material temptations. I believe most of the hungry and thirsty residents will choose to compromise, even feeling grateful. After arranging everything, Shin-Yi also gave each woman a fruit of mental connection. This ability belongs to the communication category, so there is no need to use it as a reward. Any woman who is loyal and does not betray will directly receive it. The mental connection ability is very simple to use, as long as Shin-Yi leaves a mental link similar to an interface in the target's mind. They can communicate without barriers and share vision as long as they are within the distance of the mental connection. Of course, this interface can be left without the other party's consent. In other words, Shin-Yi can forcibly connect to anyone unless the other party's mental Strength is stronger than his, allowing them to break free from control. This ability is unexpectedly very domineering. After finishing everything, Shinyi went to Xu Xiaoxiao's house and took Lin Jiwei to the Virus Research Institute again. Today, there are two purposes. One is to obtain the gene evolution potion, and the second is to retrieve the guns and bullets from the soldiers who died earlier. Then, he would return to deal with the mutated black spider. Since the shelter plan has already started, the black spider must be eliminated, otherwise everyone's activity area will be limited to this building. That would be too foolish. Shen Yi's goal is not just one building. At least he needs to control a neighborhood first. Then slowly expand outward. Watching Shinyi leave, Jiang Nanyan tightened the telepathic fruit in her hand and took a deep breath. Excitement, thrill, and anxiety, various emotions intertwined in her heart. She knew this was her husband's test for her. If she couldn't achieve something, it would be difficult to earn rewards in the future. Although she definitely wouldn't be kicked out, she would absolutely lose favor. Therefore, she not only had to do this well but also do it beautifully. If she succeeded, her status would definitely be higher than that of other women. Moreover, she could receive more rewards in the form of supernatural fruits. Jiang Nanyan could feel that her ability was not far from upgrading. Sister Suyun, I'll be relying on you next. Jiang Nanyan turned to look at Suyun. Her husband had specifically asked Suyun, who used to be a police officer, to assist her, which meant he tacitly allowed her to use a certain level of force. In this apocalypse, one must have power. Suyun nodded, saying nothing more. She thought it was quite good that Shinyi was establishing a shelter. Although the initial motivation might be for his own enjoyment, at least it could protect some survivors, which could be considered a good deed. Therefore, with a sense of justice, Suyun was willing to contribute. As long as it wasn't indiscriminate killing, looting, or raping, she would stand firmly behind Shinyi without hesitation. In fact, even if Shinyi did commit some wrongdoings, Suyun felt she might not be able to take action against him. At this point, she had completely taken on Shinyi's shape. Nanyan, let me help you too. I've learned to shoot recently. Su Wanting volunteered. Watching Jiang Nanyan become increasingly favored and rewarded with the ability fruit, it would be a lie to say she wasn't envious. So, she wanted to contribute as well. She might not understand managing survivors, but assisting Jiang Nanyan was still within her capabilities. After all, she was a graduate of a prestigious university, not completely foolish. Jiang Nanyan naturally did not refuse Su Wanting. No matter how much they competed for favor, Su Wanting would always be family. The survivors recruited by the shelter in the future would be outsiders. Comparatively, it was definitely more trustworthy to rely on someone from her own side. At the very least, Su Wanting would not harm her and wouldn't dare sabotage her work. Otherwise, her husband would not let her off easily. 71. Lin Jiwei, do you want to kill me? Shinyi, if possible, could you bring Xiaoha back home as well? If Xiaoha is here, my research progress could be even faster. After all, Xiaoha is the only successful experimental subject, and there are many aspects to learn from. On the way to the Virus Research Institute, Lin Jiwei tried to communicate with Shinyi. Impossible unless you can make it obedient and not attack people. Shinyi rejected her outright without a second thought. How could he possibly keep such a dangerous mutated monster by his side? It even wanted to eat its owner, let alone other people. Unless Lin Jiwei could completely control the mutated giant dog, Shinyi might consider taking it in. Perhaps it could even add some combat power to his shelter. But clearly, she did not have that ability. Lin Jiwei fell silent, seemingly deep in thought, as if she was genuinely considering the feasibility of Shinyi's request. Soon, they arrived near the research institute. Shinyi first used his telepathy to scan the area, and upon not seeing the soldiers from yesterday, he felt relieved. However, the mutated giant dog was still inside the research institute. It seemed to have eaten all the other mutated animals in the institute. Shinyi scanned the entire place and surprisingly did not see a second mutated animal. He remembered there were about 20 or 30 mutated animals he had seen yesterday. Is this mutated giant dog such a big eater? Shinyi couldn't help but murmur. Could it be that after its second mutation, its appetite had greatly increased? Lin Jiwei explained, its appetite isn't particularly large, of course, it's bigger than that of an ordinary mutated animal, but the reason for the increased food intake is due to injury. Recovering from injuries requires consuming its own energy, and this energy needs to be obtained through eating. Got it. While chatting, Shinyi used teleportation to bring Lin Jiwei to the underground. Laboratory, collecting all the weapons and ammunition from the bodies of the soldiers who died in the corridor yesterday into the system space. He also unexpectedly found 2 grenades, which he stored in the space as well. Shin-Yi, can your spatial ability bring back some equipment and generators from the research institute? I will need them for my research in the future, Lin Jiwei said. Yes. Shin-Yi had originally planned to thoroughly scrape the research institute. Anything usable would be taken away. After all, the system space was large, and putting things in it wouldn't affect anything. Thus, starting from the 3rd floor of the underground laboratory. Under Lin Jiwei's guidance, Shin-Yi collected various experimental equipment room by room. During this time, he also obtained the gene evolution serum that Lin Jiwei mentioned. It was a pure green liquid, seemingly full of vitality, gently swaying in the special test tube. According to Lin Jiwei's explanation, the main component of this gene serum was extracted from the mutated entity No. 001, which is why it had such strong vitality. What is the mutated entity number 001? Shin-Yi asked, puzzled. It is a mutated plant with extremely strong vitality, a constantly growing tree, and it appeared in the mountain city even before the apocalypse, so we named it mutated entity number 001. Unfortunately, its growth rate is too fast, and now it is very difficult to obtain its genetic sample. Lin Jiwei spoke of mutated entity number 001 with a look of regret. Shin-Yi paused for a moment, suddenly realizing something. The mutated giant tree? Is it the tree in the city center? You've seen it too? No, I've just heard others mention it. Shin-Yi shook his head slightly. He was just surprised. He hadn't expected that a genetic sample extracted from that mutated giant tree could create such a powerful mutated monster as the mutated giant dog. If it were the main body of the mutated giant tree, how terrifying would its recovery ability and vitality be? No wonder the police force couldn't eliminate it. Of course, from the current situation it seems that the country didn't intend to destroy that tree right away, but rather wanted to conduct research. As a result, it ultimately got out of control. Otherwise, if they had concentrated their firepower to destroy it from the moment it began to grow, they might have succeeded. If you can help me get some gene samples from the mutated specimen number 001, perhaps my research can progress further. Lin Jiwei said seriously. Shin-Yi couldn't be bothered to respond to her and focused on collecting the generator in the system space. With the generator, he would be able to use electricity in the future. Speaking of electricity, it was about time to deal with that doomsday enthusiast living in Building 13. As for asking Shin-Yi to get gene samples from the mutated giant tree, that was simply impossible. According to Shin-Yi's speculation, gene samples couldn't just be taken from a random branch of a big tree, it would likely require close contact with the core of the mutated giant tree, or even extracting something from the core. The risk was considerable. He would wait and see in half a year. If he could obtain enough abilities and become strong enough in half a year, he could attempt to deal with the mutated giant tree. If he could eliminate the mutated giant tree, Shin-Yi didn't want to leave the mountain city. But if he wasn't strong enough in half a year, he would have no choice but to leave the mountain city. In short, Shin-Yi's plan was to take advantage of the current time, focus on developing himself, and never push himself too hard. Bang bang bang. Just as Shin-Yi and Lin Jiwei were busy in the underground laboratory, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from above. It was clearly automatic gunfire. Is it them? Why are they back again? Shin-Yi used his mental perception to scan and found that the ones exchanging fire with the mutated giant dogs in the research institute were actually the same soldiers from yesterday. However, there were more of them today, seemingly prepared to force their way into the research institute. What was going on? Were they also here for the gene evolution serum? Shin-Yi turned to look at Lin Jiwei, who was sensing with her eyes closed. Lin Jiwei had the ability to see through and had already witnessed this scene. This woman, could she be turning against him at the last minute? However, even if she did turn against him now, it wouldn't matter much. After all, the rewards had already been unlocked, and the gene evolution serum was in his hands. If she dared to betray him, Shin-Yi would eliminate her. After all, this woman knew too many of his secrets. If she were to meet up with the military and bring them to capture him, it would be quite troublesome. Shin-Yi always speculated about people's hearts with the most sordid assumptions. Even if the possibility was low, he wouldn't leave any hidden dangers. They are here for me. Lin Jiwei opened her eyes and looked at Shin-Yi. They just came to find you today? Are they here to collect corpses for you? Shin-Yi raised an eyebrow. Captain Zhao must have received a mandatory order from above after returning yesterday, which is why he came back. He doesn't know my importance. Lin Jiwei said thoughtfully, continuing, there might be more than just Captain Zhao coming today, there should be other reinforcements like fighter jets or helicopters and other powerful weapons. Damn! Shen Yi was taken aback. Was this woman really that important? They even deployed fighter jets. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse until now, it had been almost half a month, and Shen Yi had never seen any military rescue aircraft, which showed that even if there were still intact planes, they were likely very few or couldn't take off freely. But now, not only had a fully armed special forces team been dispatched to rescue Lin Jiwei, but they had also deployed fighter jets. If they found out that I was the one who took the person they were looking for, wouldn't they kill me? Shen Yi stared at Lin Jiwei. He realized that this woman, besides her own talents, likely had an impressive background and an extraordinary identity. It was surprising that such a large operation was drawn to her. Do you want to kill me? Lin Jiwei met Shen Yi's gaze, her red lips moving, her tone calm. However, there was a hint of inexplicable emotion swirling in her eyes. 72. Nuclear threat. Yes, Shen Yi just had the intent to kill. He directly killed Lin Jiwei in the underground laboratory and disposed of the body. Even if the military really found him through some channel, he wouldn't be the least bit worried. But if the military discovered that Lin Jiwei was in his hands, it was unclear what means they would use to take her back. What Shen Yi was most worried about was not that Lin Jiwei would be retrieved, but that after returning, she would expose his secrets. For example, his body could accommodate more than 3 abilities. This would definitely attract the covetous eyes of many. Although Shen Yi had a system and several decent abilities, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could match the military. However, he quickly abandoned the idea of silencing her. Compared to the value Lin Jiwei could bring while alive, her death would be a loss. So, Shen Yi said, let's not think about it for now. Lin Jiwei glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to tidy up her materials. Shen Yi knew Lin Jiwei might be unhappy, but he didn't care. They had only known each other for a day and didn't have deep feelings yet. In fact, because Lin Jiwei always wanted him to be the test subject, Shen Yi didn't have a very good impression of her. If Lin Jiwei didn't value her own life, he naturally wouldn't value hers either. If it weren't for Lin Jiwei's high personal value and her audacity to have so many chaotic thoughts, Shen Yi would have driven her away long ago. Cold-hearted as he was in this apocalypse, who had time for slow romance? Being rational, they were bound together as a community of interests. Just like Shen Yi didn't require women to have deep feelings for him, as long as they didn't betray or stab him in the back, they could still enjoy abundant resources and safe shelters. If they were to talk about feelings, that could wait until they had absolute power. After they finished packing up the basement, the gunfire upstairs also stopped. Through telepathy, Shen Yi saw that the mutated giant dog was forced into the black mist by the soldiers' powerful firepower and fled to another place. It seemed that no matter how strong the recovery ability, it was not enough against the firepower of a special forces unit. Then, the soldiers entered the research institute and began searching. Shen Yi used teleportation to take Lin Jiwei out of the research institute just in time. With the black mist as cover, even if there were planes in the sky, Shen Yi wouldn't be worried. Speaking of which, did the military encounter some issues? That's why they couldn't launch a rescue? Shen Yi, hiding with Lin Jiwei in a shopping mall, took out a bottle of mineral water to drink and asked her. Given Lin Jiwei's possibly complex identity, she must know more than Su Yun, the low-level female police officer. Yes. Lin Jiwei nodded and continued. Before the black mist appeared, the ground first cracked open, causing many roads and bridges to collapse, and the military couldn't launch a rescue in time. Later, many birds mutated, and those mutated birds could easily shoot down planes, making it difficult for aircraft to take off for combat. Of course, the main issue was that the military encountered many powerful mutated monsters during their mobilization, resulting in significant losses of weapons and soldiers. The strength of those mutated monsters was not weaker than that of the 001 mutated entity, and some powerful mutated monsters had already caused some small cities to fall, with the military sent for rescue losing all contact. As a result, the number of existing military forces is at least 2/3 less than before. And the remaining mobilizable troops are basically scattered across the country, making effective nationwide rescue nearly impossible. At this point, she glanced at Shen Yi and continued. Moreover, the remaining military forces are not all united. In the apocalypse, it's inevitable to have dissent. Besides that, there is also a part of the army that needs to prevent other countries from executing rescue missions. Although this disaster is global, no one can be sure whether other countries will take the opportunity to do something unreasonable. For example, the United States, at the beginning of the disaster, issued a message to the world that if an irreparable disaster occurred on its soil, it would launch nuclear strikes against all hostile nations, as they suspect the disaster was caused by other countries. Shin-hee frowned upon hearing this. He didn't expect such matters to be behind this disaster. No wonder the rescue was delayed. Not to mention that every city has a large number of mutated plants and animals. The threat from hegemonic countries must also be guarded against. Who knows if the United States would really go crazy and launch a nuclear strike against Xia country? After all, Xia country and the United States have been on opposing sides in recent years, and the US statement was clearly a threat to Xia country. This was not surprising. Because at the beginning, many people in Xia country, upon seeing the disaster, might also think it was the work of the United States. Conversely, the United States might also think that Xia country had developed some kind of heaven-defying weapon and deployed it on their soil. Currently, the strongest military powers in the world are the Western United States and the Eastern Xia country. Other countries are not quite qualified yet. Human hearts are really complicated. Even at the end of the world, they are still fighting among themselves. Shin-hee did not think this apocalyptic disaster would be easily overcome. If humanity cannot keep up with the mutation speed of the mutated plants and animals, they might really face extinction. However, while he was complaining, Shin-hee was even more concerned that other cities also had terrifying mutated monsters like the mutated giant trees. Where the hell am I supposed to run to in 6 months? If I choose the wrong city, it might be better to stay in the mountain city. Shin-hee frowned deeply. According to the current situation, he needed to speed up the unlocking of resources. It seems that the shelter needs to be built as soon as possible. With a shelter, he could unlock resources like a production line. Even if he unlocked 30 types of resources each month, as long as one of them was a supernatural fruit, Shin-hee's development speed could far surpass everyone else in this world. Moreover, the main point is that ordinary people can only accommodate up to 3 supernatural abilities. But Shin-hee has no limit. He can stack the number of supernatural abilities, and the levels of the abilities can also be stacked. It is known that most supernatural abilities are not particularly strong when used alone, but if a compatible supernatural ability can be found to use together, the strength can multiply several times instantly. Even if a supernatural ability is already very strong, if paired with an even stronger ability, the actual effect displayed will far exceed that of the ability itself. For example, teleportation is already a very strong and bug-like ability, and when paired with the invincible vision of telepathy, saying its strength doubles would not be an exaggeration. If a powerful attack ability is added for coordination, the strength can multiply several times on top of that. Shin-hee withdrew his thoughts, his stamina almost restored. He used telepathy to scan the surroundings and saw that the soldiers had already retreated, so he said, "Let's go too." Wait. Lin Jiwei suddenly called out to Shin-hee. In his puzzled gaze, she said seriously, "Can I try to tame Little Ha again? I feel like now is a very good opportunity." 73. Loot them all, trying to tame it. How confident are you? And even if you tame it now, can you guarantee it won't go berserk and attack us later? Shin-hee retorted. He had seen with his own eyes that the mutated giant dog wanted to eat Lin Jiwei, its owner. Even if Lin Jiwei could tame it for a short time now, it would still be a hidden danger in the future. Trust me one more time. I saw that Little Ha was seriously injured, and the bloodthirsty desire in its eyes has receded. It should have returned to normal thinking. I am very confident that I can tame it now and prevent it from attacking people at will, Lin Jiwei said seriously, pausing for a moment before adding earnestly, I can't guarantee it won't go mad, but I can live in the same building with it. That way, even if it goes berserk and wants to attack people, I can respond immediately and ensure it won't harm you. Moreover, I need to improve the gene evolution serum to increase the success rate of injections and eliminate side effects. I also need to use Little Ha's living genes for research. As long as you agree, I can guarantee that within 10 days, I will provide you with an upgraded gene serum. Hearing Lin Jiwei's solemn promise, Shin-hee raised an eyebrow slightly. If what she said was true, then it could be acceptable. Shin-hee himself was not afraid of the mutated giant dog. Although he couldn't kill it, he could easily run away. He was just worried about the safety of his other women. However, if what Lin Jiwei said was true, and she could tame this mutated giant dog, then there would be many benefits. Not to mention that it would speed up Lin Jiwei's research progress, but it would also provide an additional powerful bodyguard. With the mutated giant dog around, he wouldn't even need to intervene when encountering ordinary mutated animals. After pondering for a moment, Shin-hee looked at Lin Jiwei and asked, "If you can tame it, can you make it obedient? For example, if I wanted to kill someone, will it go and kill?" That's just the most basic command, so of course, no problem. The Evolved Airha will be much smarter than before and can understand most commands, Lin Jiwei immediately replied. Moreover, as long as you regularly feed it, there is a high probability it will listen to you. Since that was the case, Shin Yi agreed. He was quite willing to try such a low-risk experiment, especially since he had a small problem to solve. The mutated black spider. If the mutated giant dog could really be obedient and deal with the mutated black spider, Shin Yi would find it very worthwhile. If it couldn't do that, then it would be useless, and there would be no need to waste food on it. Subsequently, Shin Yi used his psychic ability to scan the surrounding 3 kilometers and found the mutated giant dog in a remote corner. It was lying in the corner, licking the wounds left by bullets on its body, looking quite pitiful. Can you find it? Lin Jiwei asked curiously. She knew that Shin Yi's psychic ability had a much longer range than her own X-ray vision. If Shin Yi couldn't find it, that would be a bit troublesome. I've found it, but there's no rush. Let's loot this mall first, Shin Yi said, looking at the large mall. Most of the items in this mall were brand name bags, clothes, and the like, with no food, so there were no survivors hiding here. Shin Yi immediately started his shopping spree from the first floor. Men's shoes, shirts, t-shirts, pants, various coats, etc. All were collected into the system space along with the hangers. He wouldn't have to worry about changing clothes in the future. There were also women's high heels, underwear, long skirts, long pants, shorts, stockings of various colors, etc., all collected along with the hangers. After clearing out 4 floors and emptying the entire luxury goods mall, Shin Yi was finally satisfied and left with Lin Jiwei to find the injured mutated giant dog. On the way, Lin Jiwei couldn't help but ask curiously, Shin Yi, how large is your psychic space exactly? I'm not sure either. It's impossible to see the end at a glance. It might be infinite, Shin Yi said. Infinite? How is that possible? Lin Jiwei fell into silence, shocked. Ever since this strange black mist appeared, most of the scientific theories she once knew had been destroyed. Some abilities could still be explained with scientific theories, but there were some that had completely transcended the realm of science, comparable to theology. Like Shin Yi's teleportation, it involved spatial travel, which current human technology absolutely could not achieve. Yet he only needed a thought to directly traverse. It was utterly unreasonable. And then there was this black mist. It was also extraordinarily strange. Lin Jiwei studied it for a long time and found that the black mist did not belong to any known substance on Earth. It was even a type of matter she could not comprehend. Either this was technology from a higher dimension, or it was theology. However, Lin Jiwei was very rational. When she realized that there was something she simply could not understand, she would not waste time thinking about it, nor would she be discouraged by it. She would just pretend she hadn't discovered this theory. When she had enough research data in the future and her own abilities were strong enough, she would come back to solve this puzzle. Otherwise, stubbornly digging into it would yield no results, only wasting time and energy. After more than 10 minutes, the two arrived near the mutated giant dog. Shin Yi retracted his telepathy in advance to avoid startling the mutated giant dog. He remembered that when he had previously spied with telepathy, he had been detected by the mutated giant dog. This proved that the mutated giant dog's perception should be quite strong. But most of the time, it was very stupid, showing no reaction at all. For example, all the way here, Shin Yi had been watching it, and it hadn't reacted in the slightest. He didn't know if it was because of its injuries that its perception had decreased. I'll go try. As long as Little Ha recognizes me, I can make it obey, Lin Jiwei said. Be careful, Shin Yi said, ready to use teleportation and binding at any moment to save the situation. Lin Jiwei's expression didn't change much, seemingly not surprised by Shin Yi's concern. Although they had spent a short time together, Lin Jiwei had already understood Shin Yi's character through her strong insight. He was a very meticulous and self-serving person, and very sensitive. For his own safety, he could kill without hesitation even women he had been involved with. As long as his safety was threatened, he would strike without mercy. But he wasn't so cold as to be devoid of feelings. He just buried his emotions very deep, not allowing them to sway him. In other words, as long as it didn't threaten Shin Yi's safety, he was actually a good person. Can you give me some food? I'll use it to tame Little Ha, Lin Jiwei said. Shin Yi took out 2 pieces of raw steak from the system space and gave them to her. Immediately, Lin Jiwei took the steak and walked into the alley. In the alley, the mutated giant dog, licking its wounds, heard the footsteps and suddenly raised its head, its pair of emerald green eyes looking at the newcomer. When it saw who it was, its gaze flickered slightly, as if there was an emotional fluctuation. 74, train a dog? I don't understand, I have experience training people. Little Ha, come here. Lin Jiwei stood in place, gently shaking. A piece of steak in front of the mutated giant dog. The giant dog sniffed, unsteadily getting to its feet, its massive body covered in numerous bleeding wounds. Many of its flesh and skin had been torn apart by bullets, exposing its stark white bones. If it were an ordinary mutated animal, such severe injuries would have killed it long ago. A flicker of unusual emotion passed through Lin Jiwei's eyes. She had her own little thoughts. This husky had been raised by her since childhood for over 6 years, and she had deep feelings for it. If little Ha could still retain normal thoughts and remember her, she didn't want to abandon it. The mutated giant dog limped toward Lin Jiwei, letting out a low whimper, as if squeezed from its throat. Hearing this sound, Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up. This was the sound Little Ha used to make when it was being affectionate. It really recognized me. Little Ha, do you want to eat? Lin Jiwei held the steak and slowly approached. Shini watched quietly, ready to use teleportation to intervene at any moment. This woman truly had guts. For the sake of experimentation, she wasn't afraid of death at all. Very smart, but also a very simple and pure person. Lin Jiwei's intelligence wasn't reflected in manipulating people's hearts or scheming against others. Instead, her mind was solely focused on research. Speaking of which, she posed very little threat to Shini because Lin Jiwei had no thoughts of vying for favor or power, nor did she have any ambition. Her thoughts were very simple, purely curious about Shini's body, wanting to dissect him and study him thoroughly. In comparison, Zhang Nanyan, although not as smart as Lin Jiwei, preferred to scheme against people. Of course, Zhang Nanyan was very loyal and understanding. Even with many thoughts of vying for favor, she would not let it interfere with the work Shini entrusted to her, nor would she make Shini unhappy. This was also why Shini allowed her to compete for favor. It seems it should be trainable. I just don't know if it will go berserk again in the future. Shini used telepathy, quietly observing the mutated giant dog that showed no hostility. At this moment, it was lying in front of Lin Jiwei, chewing on the steak, allowing her to pet its head. 2 pieces of steak were still not enough to fill the gaps in the massive mutated giant dog's teeth, especially since it was now heavily injured. The faster it recovered, the more energy it would consume. After watching for a while, Shini decided to reveal himself to test it. He wanted to see if the mutated giant dog would attack him. If, under Lin Jiwei's control, this beast still showed hostility towards him, it could not be kept. He was indeed double standard in this regard. Drink! As soon as Shini appeared, the mutated giant dog immediately turned its head to stare at him, letting out a low warning growl from its throat. Its aura darkened slightly. Clearly, it held hostility towards Shini. It should be said that it had hostility towards all unfamiliar beings. But when Lin Jiwei patted its head, it suppressed its desire to attack, merely keeping its green eyes warily fixed on Shini. That's right, it was wary. It seemed to remember that Shini had previously immobilized it at the research institute. At that time, the feeling of being unable to move despite using all its strength still haunted the mutated giant dog. Not bad, as long as it has reason. Shini looked at the mutated giant dog, which held a bit of hostility towards him but no intent to kill, and expressed his satisfaction. Although this was because Lin Jiwei was holding it back, the fact that it could refrain from attacking him was already quite good. After all, it was a beast and could not be treated like a human. However, the methods of taming beasts and training people were actually quite similar. Both required a big stick and sweet dates. It needed to both fear and rely on him. With this in mind, Shini took a step forward and instantly appeared beside the mutated giant dog, startling it. The mutated giant dog instinctively wanted to stand up, but a beam of flashlight shone on it, refracting a shadow, and its body, which was about to rise, was instantly immobilized. That familiar feeling again. The mutated giant dog struggled hard, its green eyes fixed on the close by Shini, clearly showing a hint of fear. Perhaps it was in a rational state now, coupled with its severe injuries, it sensed the threat of death. If Shini were to shoot at its vital points with a gun at this moment, he might really be able to kill this mutated giant dog. Because from the feedback of the stamina consumed by the shadow binding, this mutated giant dog was clearly much weaker than yesterday. The stamina consumed to immobilize it was 2/3 less than yesterday. It seems that while this gene has a strong recovery ability, it hasn't reached an insurmountable level. It can be assumed that those special forces simply didn't want to take the risk, otherwise, they could definitely kill the mutated giant dog. As for how to use shadow binding in the Black Mist, it's quite simple. Without a light source, he just carries one with him. There are plenty of flashlights in the supermarket. And with the system space, he can take them out at will, so it's not a hassle. With this thought, Shinee saw that the intimidation was about done, so he took out a roasted chicken from the system space and said to the mutated giant dog, "From now on, consider me your master. As long as you behave, I guarantee you'll have meat to eat every meal." As he spoke, he tossed the roasted chicken beside the mutated giant dog. Sensing the aroma of the chicken, the mutated giant dog clearly became excited, continuously making howling sounds, eager to eat the chicken. At the same time, its hostility towards Shinee diminished significantly, and its aura turned neutral gray, with a faint hint of benevolent white. "Not bad, very understanding." Shinee nodded in satisfaction and released the shadow binding. Although the mutated giant dog couldn't understand human speech, it knew it couldn't attack Shinee. Otherwise, it would either be immobilized or miss out on good food. It cautiously glanced at Shinee, then immediately lowered its head and devoured the roasted chicken on the ground. One roasted chicken was gone before it even tasted what it was. Then, it looked eagerly at Shinee. After hesitating for a moment, it limped over to Shinee. Shinee was ready to use shadow binding at any moment, and instead of avoiding it, he extended his hand. The mutated giant dog seemed to understand what to do, lying down in front of Shinee and lowering its head, making it easy for Shinee to pet it. The hostility from the mutated giant dog completely dissipated, and it gained a lot of benevolent white aura. Soon after, Shinee took out a dozen roasted chickens and 20 to 30 pieces of steak, tossing them one by one for the mutated giant dog to eat. If he threw them all at once, it wouldn't feel like taming. He wanted the pet to know that what he gives, it can eat. What he doesn't give, it cannot eat, and it cannot snatch. This was also Shinee testing the mutated giant dog. If it couldn't resist the temptation of food and attacked him, it would prove it had a rebellious nature and should be turned into dog meat soup. However, the mutated giant dog indeed showed rationality. It stared at the food beside Shinee, although anxious and wanting to eat heartily, it did not snatch but waited for Shinee to toss it to it. It clearly felt awe towards Shinee's ability to immobilize it. In the end, after a round of feeding, the mutated giant dog's goodwill towards Shinee deepened significantly. Although it couldn't compare to Su Wanting and Su Yun's loyalty, at least it wouldn't suddenly attack him anymore. Generally speaking, the transition from goodwill to hostility has a process. This process was enough for Shinee to react. "I didn't expect you to be quite good at dog training." Lin Jiwei sighed in relief, and a rare smile appeared on her face. Little Ha was not just her first successful experimental subject, but also a pet to which she had devoted a lot of emotion. Now that she could save it, she was very happy. "Dog training? I don't quite understand, but it feels similar to taming people, and I have a lot of experience in that." Shinee stroked the head of the mutated giant dog and looked at Lin Jiwei. 75. It's raining, and the uniform has mutated into a black spider. Taming people? Lin Jiwei always felt that this man seemed to be hinting at her. But she didn't take it to heart. After all, this was detrimental to her, and worrying about it would only affect her future performance. "Alright, let's go home," Shinee said, looking at the mutated giant dog, which had recovered significantly. It seemed that as long as there was enough food, its recovery speed could be accelerated. What a powerful and perverse ability. If this ability were given to Shinee, he would be invincible. What Shinee lacked the least right now was food. As long as he ate something when injured, he could recover. That was quite enjoyable for him. If he weren't worried about turning into a monster, he would really want to inject a tube of genetic evolution serum. Speaking of which, mutated animals don't seem to feel particularly thirsty after absorbing black mist for several hours like we humans do. On the way back to the community, Shinee was drinking mineral water and suddenly glanced at the mutated giant dog. Although the mutated giant dog also needed to drink water, it didn't have to replenish moisture like Shinee and Lin Jiwei did after a while. Lin Jiwei nodded and explained, "According to my previous research, most mutated animals do not feel thirsty continuously in the black mist. However, after they mutate, the amount of water they need will also increase accordingly. As for how mutated animals replenish their water sources, it seems they drink the blood of their prey." "Can they drink contaminated water?" Shinee asked further. "Most mutated animals cannot drink it, but some will. However, according to my research, if they drink contaminated water for a long time, even mutated animals will be affected to some extent. So, it seems that water sources are indeed the most important thing right now, crucial for all living beings." Shinee murmured softly. Fortunately, the first resource he unlocked was mineral water, otherwise, he wouldn't know if he could survive. Not inhaling black mist could buy him some more time. But if he had to live in the black mist, without 3 or 4 bottles of water a day, he probably wouldn't last long. Thinking this way, many more people might die in the future. The mountain city was slightly better off because of its terrain. With many tall buildings, people could temporarily avoid the black mist. In some plain cities, if there was no national rescue, more than 80% of the people would probably die. If possible, Shinny also didn't want so many people to die. The death of humanity brought him no benefits at all. Without a large population base, it would be difficult for him to find a woman who meets the system's standards in the future. However, as long as the survivors dared to go out in search of water, they would likely still be able to find some drinkable water, right? Shinny hadn't researched this area because he didn't lack water. But those who were short on water would definitely unite to look for unpolluted water sources like mineral water in supermarkets and underground water? Well, water? He just didn't know if the underground water had been contaminated. Logically speaking, the black mist emerged from cracks in the ground, meaning it came from below. So the underground water must have been contaminated long ago. But that was just a guess. Shinny couldn't be sure that what lay beneath the cracks was the underground. To put it in a mystical way, he even suspected whether the cracks led to other dimensions or realms. After all, this black mist was too strange and mysterious. It didn't seem like something that could be produced autonomously on Earth. Of course, all of this was just wild speculation without any actual basis. He could only wait until he had the strength to personally go down into the cracks and take a look. It seems to be raining. Just as Shin-Yi and Lin Ji-wei returned to the entrance of the community, small raindrops suddenly began to fall from the sky. This was the first rain in the mountain city in nearly half a month. Moreover, the rainwater seemed not to have been contaminated immediately and was drinkable. Of course, Shin-Yi wouldn't take the risk to try it. But if the rain got a little heavier, ordinary people would gain a bit more hope. Speaking of which, if the rainwater wouldn't be contaminated immediately, then the rescue methods in other cities wouldn't be artificial rain, would they? Shin-Yi pondered. It wasn't impossible. He even suspected that the sudden rain in the mountain city might be artificial rain. But that was just a guess. It was time to get down to business. Arriving at the entrance of Building 6, Shin-Yi hadn't even spoken when the mutated giant dog suddenly stopped, its green eyes fixed intently on the upper floors, emitting a cautious sound from its throat. Clearly, the injured but recovering silly husky could now sense the potential danger. There might be mutated animals upstairs. Lin Ji-wei looked at the building in front of her and immediately activated her perspective ability. Soon, she saw a large spider web in the middle of the floor, and on the web there was a rather large mutated black spider. Even though Lin Ji-wei had seen many mutated animals, she was still taken aback by the size of this black spider. How could an ordinary spider mutate to be this big? Could it have undergone a secondary mutation like Little Ha? Lin Ji-wei whispered in excitement. She was eager to study this mutated black spider. If it was also a secondary mutation, its research value would be extremely high. Little Ha, find a way to capture it alive. Lin Ji-wei earnestly instructed the mutated giant dog. The husky tilted its head, perhaps not understanding what was said at all. Although it had intelligence, it wasn't much. I'll lure it down, and you can command Little Ha to ambush it later, Shin-Yi said. Okay. The research enthusiast Lin Ji-wei immediately nodded. She wouldn't let such a good research subject slip away. Even if Shin-Yi didn't say anything, Lin Ji-wei would find a way to capture it or kill it. The corpse of a mutated animal also had significant research value. Then, Shin-Yi instantly appeared in front of the entrance, took out a Type 54 pistol from the system space, and through the perspective of mental induction, aimed at the resting mutated black spider and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. All the bullets hit the mutated black spider, most of which didn't cause much damage. But one bullet hit one of the black spider's eyes, instantly bursting out a mass of viscous liquid. The mutated black spider let out a strange cry, perhaps from pain and anger, as its several legs began to move simultaneously, quickly heading downstairs. Shin-Yi deliberately waited until the mutated black spider saw him, attracting all its hatred, and then used teleportation to pull back. The mutated black spider seemed not to notice the husky in the black mist, charging aggressively towards Shin-Yi as if it had to kill him. Little Ha. Now's the time, go. Lin Ji-wei seized the opportunity and immediately waved her hand to give the command. The already watchful mutated giant dog, upon receiving the order, pounced on the unprepared mutated black spider. With one paw, it heavily pinned it to the ground, and no matter how the mutated black spider struggled, it couldn't break free from the husky's large paw. The strength of the mutated husky completely overwhelmed the mutated black spider. If it weren't for the black spider's strong body, that one paw might have crushed it into a pulp. Seeing this, Lin Jiwei immediately moved forward to study the mutated black spider up close. It was her first encounter with an animal that had undergone a secondary mutation. Little Ha didn't count as it was a man-made product. Just then, as the mutated black spider struggled with its legs, it suddenly opened its mouth and violently spat out a white silk like an arrow, shooting towards the completely unprepared Lin Jiwei. 76. So damn overbearing. The mutated black spider suddenly sprayed white silk from its fangs, catching Lin Jiwei completely off guard. And she never even thought of it. Because normal spiders do not shoot silk from their mouths, the silk is primarily emitted from the spinnerets located on their abdomens. Spiders secrete liquid protein through these glands, and when this liquid protein comes into contact with air, it quickly solidifies into silk. Therefore, when the mutated black spider's abdomen was pinned to the ground by the husky, Lin Jiwei did not take any precautions. But she never expected that this mutated black spider completely defied logic. Its silk was sprayed from its fangs. Lin Jiwei wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The white silk was incredibly fast. And like a sharp arrow, if it struck flesh, it would definitely pierce through instantly. At this critical moment, Shen Yi teleported over, pulled Lin Jiwei into his arms. The white silk grazed Lin Jiwei's arm, leaving a deep bloody wound even with a bit of corrosiveness. But fortunately, it was just her arm that was injured, she was otherwise fine. Woof! The mutated giant dog saw its master injured and barked in anger, then raised a large paw and slammed it down, directly smashing the mutated black spider's head, causing various fluids to spill everywhere. With its head exploded, the mutated black spider's body struggled for a moment before slowly losing its movement. Only then did Shen Yi withdraw his gaze and look at the injured Lin Jiwei in his arms. Frowning as he scolded, "Why are you so reckless? Use your brain, even the weakest mutated monster could easily take our lives. You're also a researcher, you should understand mutated animals better than I do and be more vigilant." I understand. Lin Jiwei covered her injured arm with one hand, and for some reason, she felt a bit hesitant to retort. It wasn't that she was afraid of Shen Yi, but there was a strange feeling in her heart. Could this be the feeling of being in love? A phrase suddenly floated into Lin Jiwei's mind. Even after brushing past death, she still felt little fear, instead able to calmly reflect on her own experience. "Let's go inside and disinfect and bandage your arm." Shen Yi glanced at the bloody wound on Lin Jiwei's arm. That silk actually had corrosive properties, although not very strong. A lot of flesh on Lin Jiwei's arm had been corroded away, making a sizzling sound. Such a serious injury, and this woman didn't even make a sound, her tolerance was too strong. The two entered the building. But because the mutated giant dog was too large, it couldn't come in and had to lie at the door. It stared at the corpse of the mutated black spider, seemingly wanting to eat it. But Lin Jiwei warned it repeatedly before entering the building that it absolutely could not eat the black spider. It was unclear whether the husky understood, but it didn't eat at that time. Once inside, Shen Yi discovered that the first floor had actually been cleaned. The blood on the walls and the corpses on the ground had been cleared away. It seemed that Jiang Nanyan's shelter plan was going quite well. In just half a day, even the hygiene in this building had started to be taken care of. Not bad. Shen Yi preferred a clean environment. He led Lin Jiwei to the sofa, used medical scissors to cut open the fabric on her arm, and began to disinfect her with iodine. Fortunately, they had gone to the hospital earlier and had scavenged quite a bit of medical equipment and supplies. Otherwise, if Lin Jiwei's wound wasn't treated, she might lose her arm. Once infected, she could even lose her life. Next time be more careful, don't be so reckless. As long as you're alive, what research can't you do? It was pinned down by the husky, it couldn't escape, so what were you in such a hurry for? Shen Yi muttered as he used a cotton swab dipped in iodine to disinfect, imparting his survival wisdom to Lin Jiwei. He would never take such risks. No matter how weak the opponent is, as long as one strikes, they will surely be killed with the force of thunder. Lin Jiwei quietly watched the man who was treating her wounds and bandaging them, without saying a word. However, in her calm, unruffled gaze, there was a rare ripple of emotion. All done. After this, take care of yourself and see if it gets infected. If it does, you might need to find a doctor to help you with surgery, Shen Yi said after finishing the bandaging. He glanced at her calm expression. This woman really can endure. Throughout the entire process of bandaging, she didn't utter a word and seemed to be in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. Perhaps she was contemplating how to study that mutated black spider. What a research fanatic! A research fanatic who doesn't even care about her life. I understand, Lin Jiwei said, slightly turning her head without making eye contact with Shun-Yi. Alright, since the mutated black spider has been dealt with, you should rest today. Tomorrow we'll go choose a suitable building for you and install the generator and the experimental equipment you need, Shun-Yi planned. However, with the fuel generator, a large amount of oil would be needed, and they would have to make a trip to the gas station to get more gasoline. Husband. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. It was Jiang Nanyan and Su Yun, along with Su Wanting and about 8 or 9 survivors who looked like residents. Shun-Yi had already sensed them through telepathy and was not surprised. Similarly, upon reaching a distance of 20 meters, the 3 women confirmed Shun-Yi's identity through telepathy. Husband, all the residents in this building have been registered, and they are all willing to join our shelter. Not counting their family members, we have already accepted 12 survivors. Jiang Nanyan reported while glancing at the beautiful woman sitting next to Shun-Yi. Another new woman. For her husband? And she was injured? For some reason, looking at this newcomer made her feel uncomfortable. It wasn't jealousy or envy, just a very uncomfortable feeling. It was as if making eye contact with this woman instantly exposed all her little thoughts, leaving Jiang Nanyan feeling completely bare. This feeling was very unpleasant. The other survivors who came along were shocked to hear Jiang Nanyan refer to this man as her husband and with such a respectful attitude. So, this man was the one truly in charge. Thus, the survivors secretly scrutinized Shun-Yi, wondering why this pretty boy could make such a fierce female tyrant obey him. They had witnessed Jiang Nanyan shoot someone dead. Her cold expression, as if viewing human life as worthless, had frightened the other male survivors. Yet, this beautiful and cold woman actually called this young man husband and was quite respectful. It completely shattered the survivors' worldview. But what shocked them even more was that the other 2 beautiful women with guns also referred to the pretty boy as husband. Instantly, all the survivors were dumbfounded. These 3 beautiful women were actually all this pretty boy's women. How could this be? Isn't this illegal? Good, then continue. Quickly find the other residents in the other buildings of this community and see if they are willing to join our shelter. If they are not willing to join, then drive them out. This community will be the base of our shelter from now on, and no outsiders will be allowed. After giving the order, Shen-Yi paused, his gaze sweeping over several survivors as he said, if anyone dares to cause trouble, just shoot them dead. No need to save bullets, I have plenty of bullets here. Hearing this, the survivors' expressions changed, and they were immediately filled with fear. This man is too domineering. This is a house that the residents bought themselves, and they actually want to drive them out. The survivors who still retain some moral bottom line inevitably feel uncomfortable. But at the same time, they are a bit relieved. Fortunately, they agreed to join the shelter. Otherwise, facing the threat of a handgun, they would really be driven out of their own home. Sure enough, to make a group of cold-hearted women obedient, this pretty boy will only become more brutal. 77. Awe and a sense of security require flattery. Shin-Yi's display of authority was very effective. The survivors looked at him with a hint of fear in their eyes. Yes, he deliberately said this in front of these survivors. The purpose was to instill awe. Only with awe can they be made to fear and understand the dire consequences of betrayal. Of course, to rule the shelter, it cannot be based solely on fear. So, after a round of intimidation, Shin-Yi casually waved his hand, and dozens of bottles of mineral water and bags of instant noodles appeared on the ground. He looked at the survivors and said, "You are the first batch of survivors to join the shelter. These water and food items are rewards for your correct choice. At the same time, as long as you can bring more survivors to join the shelter, you will receive more rewards of food and water." As Shin-Yi spoke, his gaze swept over the awestruck, shocked, and fearful survivors. From the perception of telepathy, these people held no hostility towards him, at most they were neutral and did not want to provoke him. After all, Shin-Yi had a gun, only a fool would harbor hostility. There were hardly any residents in this building who dared to fight back. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chased and attacked by 6 or 7 thugs before. However, such fearful people were easier to control. They didn't need to have impressive combat abilities, it was enough if they could do ordinary work. When necessary, they could serve as cannon fodder. Alright, take these food and water and distribute them. As Shin-Yi spoke, a group of survivors hurriedly stepped forward to grab the water, and some even thanked Shin-yi, their eyes filled with gratitude. Very polite. Shin-yi gave one of them an extra bottle of water. This drew the attention of others who secretly regretted not thinking to thank him. Indeed, one must always know how to flatter. Mainly, they were just stunned by Shin-yi's ability to conjure food and water out of thin air. Their brains had momentarily crashed and they couldn't react. These survivors had never seen supernatural abilities and were unaware of the existence of ability fruits. They only felt shock and disbelief. With just a wave of his hand, he produced dozens of bottles of water. Is this a superpower? This man actually has superpowers. No wonder he can make those 3 cold-blooded female tyrants obedient. No wonder he can have a harem in the apocalypse, with several beautiful women. Due to the apocalypse, it seemed that the emergence of superpowers was not particularly hard to accept. Thus, while the survivors were shocked and in awe, they quickly accepted the existence of superpowers. Shin-yi's gaze swept over everyone, and through telepathy, he checked that none of these survivors harbored greedy thoughts about his abilities. He had wanted to set an example to deter others. But this group of people didn't give him the opportunity. That's fine. There would be chances sooner or later. With Shin-yi's promise, the survivors were also very excited. As long as they brought people to join the shelter, they could receive rewards of food and water. This was an opportunity. To this day, even households with stored food had already run out. If Jiang Nanyan hadn't knocked on their door today to tell them the thugs were dead, they might have stayed holed up at home until they were starving and had no choice but to risk going out. But now, they didn't need to take particularly great risks or fight desperately. As long as they brought people to join the shelter, they could get food and water. This was simply too easy. With more people in the shelter, everyone could huddle together for warmth, making it safer. Therefore, these few survivors, out of awe or their own cowardice, had no ulterior motives. No ambitions, no great desires. As long as they could survive, that was enough. Husband, then I'll go bring people to search for survivors in other buildings now. Jiang Nanyan immediately responded. She was also enjoying the feeling of being above everyone else. Although there aren't 10,000 people under my command yet, as long as the shelter continues to develop, the future is still very promising. This feeling of power is exhilarating. Jiang Nanyan is already a bit addicted. You all come with me, Shin-yi said, leading the way out of the unit door. He needed to remind the mutated dog to avoid it eating this group of people when they entered and exited the unit. At that moment, the mutated dog, lying at the door waiting, saw Shin-yi and immediately came over, wagging its tail desperately, as if seeking a reward. Ah! There's a monster! A female survivor screamed upon seeing the dog's massive size, instinctively backing away. Even some male survivors turned pale with fear, retreating repeatedly, almost ready to run away. This group of survivors could not be expected to fight at all. However, upon seeing the mutated giant dog, even Jiang Nanyan and the other girls instinctively tightened their grips on their guns, looking tense and scared. But when they saw Shin-yi not retreating, but instead walking up to the monster, they didn't hide in the building like the others. Instead, they curiously watched the scene unfold. Since her husband wasn't afraid, it proved he could definitely handle this mutated creature. So, they had no reason to be afraid. The 3 girls trusted Shin-yi's strength immensely, even to the point of superstition. The mutated giant dog might have been full, or perhaps it sensed that these survivors posed no threat to it, or maybe it was due to Lin Jiwei's teachings. In any case, it didn't regard these survivors as a threat and showed no hostility. Of course, if Shin-yi weren't in front of it would probably be a different bloody scene. Not bad. Remember, don't attack them in the future. Shin-yi patted the dog's head, pointing at Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun, and Su Wanting, giving it instructions. Although the dog might not fully understand human speech, it could grasp the general meaning. The mutated giant dog glanced at Su Wanting and the others, seemingly remembering them. Husband? What is it? Su Wanting swallowed hard and asked cautiously. It's my pet, named Xiaoha. Shin-yi said, casually tossing a few pieces of steak to the dog. As long as it obeyed, it would be rewarded. A pet. Su Wanting and the other girls, along with the other survivors, were dumbfounded. He actually kept a monster over 5 or 6 meters tall as a pet. Just lying there, this monster looked like a small hill, frightening to behold. Generally, it won't eat people, but you should try not to get too close to it, in case of any accidents. Shin-yi reminded them, just in case. The girls quickly agreed. Even without the reminder, they wouldn't dare approach this monster. If Shani hadn't been standing in front of them, petting the monster's head, they would have shot it long ago. Although a handgun probably wouldn't kill a creature as big as a small mountain. Husband, see, can we go out now? Jiang Nanyan cautiously glanced at the mutated monster. Even with her telepathic ability sensing that the mutated giant dog bore no hostility towards her, having such a massive creature lying at the door would scare any normal person. Go ahead. Shani nodded, casually collecting the headless corpse of the mutated black spider from the ground into the system space. Then, Jiang Nanyan led the group of survivors carefully past the mutated giant dog. Seeing that the dog showed no reaction, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The survivors began to discuss in hushed tones, still shaken. How was such a terrifying monster tamed? It could probably crush a van with a single paw, right? A creature like this could actually be kept as a pet. Damn! What a freak! The people, already in awe of Xingyi's abilities, now felt even less inclined to resist. Not to mention how strong Xingyi's superpowers were, just the pet he kept could easily squash them. But then I thought differently. With our shelter's boss being so impressive and having such an amazing pet, as long as we do our jobs well, won't we be safer in the future? At least we won't have to worry about encountering those kinds of thugs again. If any thugs dare to come to our community again, the boss's pet can take care of them. This is also the effect that Xingyi wants. He wants the people who join the shelter to feel both awe and a sense of security. Only then can the shelter develop positively and better serve itself. 78. Morong Shui shock. Let's take a day off today. Tomorrow, we'll see if the wound on your arm gets infected. If it doesn't, I'll help you set up the experimental equipment. Shani sent Lin Jiwei to Chu Xiaoxiao's house, gave her a few reminders, left some anti-inflammatory medicine and bandages, and then left. Although he wanted Lin Jiwei to work hard, he also wanted her to heal properly first. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the injured Lin Jiwei, a bit hesitant, but still asked with concern, "So, how did you get hurt? Does it hurt?" Although their relationship was somewhat awkward, in this apocalyptic world, such things weren't particularly hard to accept. As a second-dimensional streamer, Chu Xiaoxiao had seen quite a few post-apocalyptic harem anime and novels, so she could relatively quickly accept such matters. The main thing was that she didn't have the qualifications or power to refuse Shani. Spider silk, Lin Jiwei replied succinctly. Spider silk? Is it from a spider? Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Lin Jiwei hummed in response, seemingly lost in thought, showing no interest in chatting. Seeing the woman so cold, Chu Xiaoxiao let out an "oh" and stopped trying to engage, getting up to wash up instead. Shani had a bit of a cleanliness obsession and liked to keep things tidy, so he provided each of his women with bottled water for daily washing. After leaving Chu Xiaoxiao's house, Shani activated his telepathy and headed straight for the home of the apocalypse enthusiast Morong Shui. She was currently the highest-rated woman. In terms of figure, looks, and temperament, she was the most top-notch Shani had ever seen. He had been coveting Morong Shui's shelter for a long time. If it weren't for being busy these past few days unlocking supplies for Lin Jiwei and Chu Xiaoxiao, and emptying the virus research facility, Shani would have made a move on her long ago. Ha! This woman isn't home? Shani scanned the area with his telepathy and found that the 18th floor room with the lights on was actually empty. Where could she have gone? Even in the apocalypse, she dared to go out? He focused his mind, scanning the entire building for Morong Shui's whereabouts. This woman better not have gotten herself killed. Otherwise, Shani would be at a huge loss. After searching around, Shani suddenly showed an unexpected expression. He found Morong Shui's figure. However, this stranger was actually with his little sister. The two were chatting, and it seemed they had a good relationship. I haven't been back for just a day. How does it feel like so much has happened? Shani frowned. Did this woman have any ill intentions towards his sister and grandmother? He didn't believe that a woman who had set traps all over her home would be defenselessly befriending his sister. While pondering, Shani used teleportation to arrive outside the door, not entering directly but knocking instead. Big brother, you're finally back. The door opened, and Shinsu immediately joyfully rushed over, tightly hugging Shani's arm and pulling him inside. Once in the room, Shinsu quickly introduced Sister Morong. Let me introduce you. This is my big brother, Shani. Mr. Shin, hello. Morong Shui stood up and showed Shani a friendly smile. However, her heart suddenly tightened. The space-type ability user she had seen before was actually Shinsu's brother. She was stunned. The changes in this life were too great. Shinsu had appeared in Shancheng ahead of time and inexplicably. She had moved into Morong Shui's community. Clearly, in her past life, Shinsu wouldn't appear for another 2 months. Moreover, her brother should have been missing. Shinsu had come to Shancheng University to find her brother, and the reason she had stayed near Shancheng University was also to look for him. But in this life, her brother was actually still alive. Morongshue almost thought that Shinsu was also a reborn person. This was also the reason she approached Shinsu. However, through their conversation, she discovered that Shinsu had no memories of her past life, proving that she was not a time traveler. So, does that mean everything happening now is a butterfly effect? But how could the butterfly effect be so significant? Although she had done some things that influenced her own life trajectory, it shouldn't have affected Shinsu, right? And it had such a thorough impact. Not to mention Morengshue's momentary brainstorm, Shinsu was happily introducing Morongshue to Shinyi. Big brother, this sister is called Morongshue. When you weren't here before, the neighbor next door kept banging on our door. I listened to you and didn't open the door or pay him any attention. But that person would bang on the door every so often, and both grandma and I were very scared. Then, Sister Morongshue appeared and chased away that bad neighbor. Shinyi frowned slightly. He then released his psychic sense and glanced at the neighbor's house. As a result, that neighbor was already dead. In his home, a crossbow bolt was embedded in his head. That bolt was exactly the same as the ones in Morengshue's house. Shinyi retracted his psychic sense and looked at Morongshue with some surprise, saying calmly, "Thank you. It was just a small effort, nothing to worry about." Morongshue smiled, adopting a friendly demeanor. But inside, she was extremely nervous. Not just nervous, but shocked and incredulous. Because just during their conversation, she had clearly felt a strong wave emanating from Shinyi. It turned out that the one who had previously used psychic abilities to spy on her was not that woman, but Shinyi. This meant that this man actually had 2 abilities. Morongshue was stunned. To gain 2 abilities at the beginning of the apocalypse, what kind of luck was that for a strong person? With such strong luck, how did he die so quickly in his past life? Or did he not die in his past life, but just left the mountain city early? But that doesn't make sense. If he left the mountain city early, he should have gone back to find his family. He couldn't just disappear into thin air. Otherwise, Shinsu wouldn't have traveled so far to find him. It was unreasonable, very unreasonable. Morengshue's mind was racing, but she couldn't sort it out for a moment. "Miss Morong, I won't say any more polite words. If you need help in the future, you can come to me," Shinyi said with a smile. He was once again certain that this woman, Morongshue, was definitely not simple. Previously, Shinyi only thought she was a heavy apocalypse enthusiast. But he didn't expect her to dare to kill. A woman who built an apocalypse shelter, stocked up on food and water, prepared a bunch of weapons, and still dared to kill. Why did she feel so much like a character from certain novels? Shinyi pondered. Then, after chatting for a while, Morongshue excused herself, saying she was a bit tired, and took the initiative to leave. "Su, take these ability fruits to eat." Shinyi took a handful of ability fruits from the system space and gave them to Shinsu. They were all fruits of the psychic ability. This ability was very practical. Although his little sister wouldn't usually encounter any danger without going out, this ability could still be kept as a backup. As for why he hadn't given it to her before, it was because of the limit on abilities. Shinyi originally wanted to arrange 2 stronger abilities for his little sister. Although psychic ability was practical, it was still a bit weak, lacking combat power, and it wasn't necessary to occupy an ability space. But other ability fruits were hard to find, so he decided to go with the psychic ability for now. He would think of other ways later to see if he could break through the limit on abilities. "Wow! Big brother, where did you dig up a tree of ability fruits? There are so many ability fruits!" Shinsu exclaimed with delight. Shinyi smiled and then explained to his little sister how to use the telepathic ability, as well as the fact that eating more ability fruits could help her level up. After that, he left some food and water and made an excuse to leave. Once outside, he headed straight for Morengshue's home on the 18th floor. 79. Shinyi, are you a reborn person? Shinyi could almost be certain that this unfamiliar woman, Morongshue, was intentionally getting close to his little sister. As for her purpose, he had no clue. But since he had already discovered the hidden danger, he had to nip this in the bud. Either deal with Morongshue or subdue her and figure out why she was approaching his family. Through the perspective of telepathy, Shinyi saw Morongshue hurriedly return home, immediately picking up her crossbow and activating all the traps in the house, preparing for battle. This woman really has issues. She actually predicted that I would come looking for her. Shinyi didn't play games with Morongshue and directly teleported into her bedroom. There was only one trap in this room, which posed no threat to him. At that moment, Morong Shui was sitting in the spacious living room, holding a crossbow. With a white fox lying on the sofa, looking as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She could feel that probing power always present. She was being targeted. That man really did come. Come out, let's talk about what you want. Morong Shui scanned her surroundings and said coldly. Her attitude was completely different from when she was in front of Shinsu. She had been so kind then, but now she was icy. Shinny stared at Morong Shui, a thought rising in his mind. This woman definitely has special abilities. She can sense his probing. But it seemed she couldn't see where he was. However, this woman was very clever. The reason she was sitting in the spacious living room was clearly to guard against his sudden teleportation ambush. No matter from which angle Shinny launched a surprise attack, she could respond immediately. What sharp combat awareness, what was her identity before? Moreover, she even noticed the limit distance of my teleportation. Shinny frowned, deep in thought. Although he could tell from Morong Shui's aura that she didn't harbor any strong killing intent towards him, he couldn't let his guard down. So, Shinny called out to her from the bedroom, through a door, Morong Shui, who exactly are you? Exclamation point. Morong Shui was startled and quickly looked towards the bedroom. She instinctively tightened her grip on the crossbow. Space ability users were indeed difficult to deal with. Moreover, this space ability user even had a sensing ability. The combination of these two abilities was simply unreasonable. Originally, with so many traps in her room, even if a space ability user entered without sight, she could have ambushed him. But if the opponent had a sensing ability, then these traps would be useless. Morong Shui tightened her grip on the crossbow, staring at the bedroom, and coldly said, I don't understand what you mean by that. What exactly do you want to say? If possible, she really didn't want to fight with someone like this, especially since he was Shinsu's brother. Everything was completely beyond Morong Shui's plans. Then let me ask more directly, why did you modify this shelter in advance? Who told you there would be a disaster? Shinny asked. He even speculated whether some high-ranking officials knew about the impending apocalypse before it happened. But this guess was quickly overturned. Because even someone as well-connected as Lin Jiwei didn't know that the apocalypse was coming, how could an ordinary person like Morong Shui, who seemed to be all alone, know? So she definitely had issues. I'm just a fan of apocalypse shelters. I didn't know a disaster would happen, and no one told me. As for modifying this house, it was just because I had money, so I did it for fun, and I didn't expect it to come in handy. Morong Shui replied. This was also the only reasonable explanation she had long thought of. Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, it's better than exposing the secret of her rebirth. She couldn't casually tell strangers about her rebirth. Really? Shinny, however, didn't believe Morong Shui's reasoning at all. It was completely unfounded. Let me guess. You're not like those in the TV dramas, a reborn person coming back from the apocalypse, are you? As Shinny spoke, he carefully observed the changes in Morong Shui's expression. When he mentioned the word reborn, Morong Shui's eyes suddenly narrowed, but she tried hard to suppress any unusual expression. However, that small detail was enough to confirm it. So you really are a reborn person. Shinny was instantly shocked. Someone could actually be reborn. Is she the destined girl? Or some rare ability? Shinny's mind was racing, but more than anything, he felt excitement. If he could grasp the secret of this reborn person, he could avoid many dangers and gain many opportunities. But at the same time, facing a reborn person, Shinny dared not underestimate her. Who knows what powerful trump cards she might have. If she were to fight him to the death, that would be troublesome. So, Shinny directly used a mental connection, forcibly connecting with Morong Shui, and instantly teleported away from the 18th floor. Being cautious was never a bad idea. Through the mental connection, he could communicate remotely. This is a mental type ability. Morong Shui suddenly felt a strange mental force invade her mind, and her heart jolted. She quickly gathered her own mental strength and forcibly erased the incoming power. Damn it! She gritted her teeth, revealing an incredulous expression. He actually possesses 3 types of abilities. How is that possible? As a reborn person, Morong Shui had only obtained her second ability so far. Her expression changed unpredictably, and her gaze fell on the white fox lying on the sofa. Xiao Bai, it seems I can only rely on you. Meanwhile, Shinny noticed that his mental connection was instantly erased, and he frowned. This woman's mental strength is surprisingly powerful, he thought to himself. It seems her ability should enhance mental aspects. After pondering for a moment, Shinny initiated the mental connection with Morong Shui. Again, adding a brief message, don't be in a hurry to refuse, I just want to talk to you. Morong Shui heard Shenyi's voice in her mind, her brows furrowing as she hesitated for a moment but did not cut off the connection. Again. She could sense that this mental force was weak and harmless, clearly only meant for communication and not aggressive. It seems his mental ability is supportive and not very high level, only usable for communication. Morong Shui felt slightly relieved. If this guy, who had space and perception abilities, also possessed a powerful mental type ability, she would have no chance at all. How could someone who died in a past life be so strong? In this life? Who exactly is the reborn person here? Morong Shui's heart surged with shock and confusion. Suddenly, she remembered how easily Shenyi had guessed her identity as a reborn person, and her heart tightened. Wait. Could it be he is also a reborn person? Otherwise, how could he have guessed her identity? With this thought, Morong Shui directly asked Shenyi through the mental connection, Shenyi, are you a reborn person? 80. I want to sleep. Me? A reborn person? Shenyi was taken aback. How did this woman come to that conclusion? She actually thinks I'm a reborn person. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I'm not, but you are. Shenyi was completely certain of the other party's identity as a reborn person from Morong Shui's question. All doubts turned into certainty. Morong Shui also clearly realized that her identity had been exposed, so she immediately cut off the mental connection with Shenyi. No more chatting. The more she said, the more mistakes she made. Now she just needed to be fully prepared. If Shenyi really wanted to harm her, then even if he was Shinsu's brother, she would never show mercy. At worst, it would be a fight to the death. At this moment, Shenyi, hiding in the black mist, furrowed his brows, hesitating whether to take action. He always felt that Morong Shui had some strong trump cards. For example, her special ability. Or perhaps, that white fox? Shenyi's mental perception focused on the white fox, scrutinizing it carefully. This white fox was no different in size from a normal fox, and the only difference was that it had 3 tails. This was also a mutated white fox. Moreover, it might be a very powerful mutated white fox. Otherwise, Morong Shui, as a reborn person, wouldn't spend resources raising it. If he wasn't cautious, he might suffer losses from this fox. How can I capture her without harm? Shenyi pondered. A direct assault would definitely not work. He didn't want to take risks. There was another method. That was to teleport in, directly throw 2 grenades, blow up the white fox in Morong Shui, and be done with it. But that seemed a bit wasteful. Wasting grenades, wasting unclaimed resources, and wasting the value of a reborn person. Although I can't directly blow her up with grenades, I can threaten her with them? If she isn't afraid of my threat, it proves she has the ability to protect herself against grenades, then I won't act against her for now, and will wait until I develop for a while before finding trouble with her. If she's scared, then I need to take advantage of the situation. Shenyi quickly formulated a plan to test her with grenades. He forcibly re-established the mental connection with Morong Shui and added a warning, I have grenades. If you don't want to fight to the death, don't refuse to communicate. After being repeatedly cut off from the mental connection, Shenyi felt that his mental energy was greatly depleted. If he had cut off the connection himself, the consumption would be minimal, but if the other party forcibly erased it, the loss of mental energy would increase exponentially. That's right, the mental connection ability relies on mental energy. Although Shenyi hadn't obtained an ability to enhance his mental energy, the physical evolution ability allowed his mental energy to far exceed that of ordinary people, which enabled him to forcibly connect with Morong Shui multiple times. On the other side, Morong Shui was preparing to erase the connection again when she heard Shenyi's words. Grenades. She looked incredulous. How could Shenyi possibly have grenades? No. Impossible. He must be bluffing me. How could an ordinary college student have grenades? That's simply absurd. However, despite her doubts, Morong Shui did not decisively cut off the connection this time. Although she was confident she could survive the explosion of a grenade, the risk was still very high. Moreover, if the other party had more than 1 grenade, her situation would be even more dangerous. We have no grievances or grudges, and I even helped your sister, yet you threaten me like this? Morong Shui questioned coldly, her tone carrying a hint of anger and confusion. Shenyi, however, seemed not to hear her question and said to himself, I picked up my grenades from a dead Special Forces soldier, and they are specially made, with explosive power much greater than ordinary grenades. If one explodes in your house, it would be enough to level it to the ground. Morong Shui fell silent. This bastard. Listening to him, it didn't sound like he was bluffing. Does he really have a grenade? Morong Shui took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. I'm not afraid of your grenade. Don't think that just because you have spatial abilities, I can't do anything about you. Since you know I'm a reborn person, you should also be able to guess that I definitely have my own trump card for survival. She paused, her tone softening a bit. I don't want to fight you, we have no grievances, and there's no need for us to suffer. Mutual destruction. Morong Shui openly admitted her identity as a reborn person. Moreover, her words were clearly not just casual talk, but carried a determination for mutual destruction. Shinyi pondered for a moment. Indeed, there was no enmity between them. But in this era, can such reasoning be applied? Those previous thugs had no grievances with Shinyi either. Didn't Shinyi kill them? And the threat posed by Morong Shui was far greater than those thugs. She was a reborn person hiding enormous secrets and intentionally getting close to his family. Shinyi could not ignore her. What if Morong Shui quickly grew stronger using her memories from her past life? At that time, the situation would reverse, and he would be the one at a disadvantage. Although this was just Shinyi's speculation, he always assumed the worst about others. In this world, only power can determine everything. Whether being a good person or a bad person, power is always the most important. Therefore, this unstable factor of Morong Shui must be resolved or controlled. At the very least, he needed to ensure that she could never threaten him. Only then would Shinyi feel at ease. I don't want to be your enemy either, Shinyi replied. Hearing this response, Morong Shui's tense heart relaxed slightly. She really didn't want to fight to the death. Only someone who has died once knows how precious life is. Of course, mainly because her current strength was not enough. If she were strong enough, Shinyi wouldn't dare to threaten her like this. She would have directly killed Shinyi. Negotiation? What the hell? Morong Shui's anger surged within her, wishing she could tear Shinyi apart. But she still suppressed her impulse. In this rebirth, she had thought she could escape the frustrations of her past life and no longer be bullied by anyone. But unexpectedly, just half a month had passed and her identity as a reborn person was exposed, even being threatened. What terrible luck! If I get reborn again, I will definitely find this bastard first and kill him directly. Morong Shui thought through gritted teeth. In this life, she had already become decisive and ruthless. She would no longer be indecisive like in her past life but had learned to solve problems with the most direct means. However, faced with Shinyi's threat, she had to temporarily suppress her anger and respond calmly. Now is not the time to be impulsive. Once I have the strength, I will settle the score with you. She secretly reminded herself, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Once again suppressing her anger, Morong Shui asked through their mental connection, since you don't want to be my enemy, what exactly do you want by constantly monitoring me? To sleep with you. Shinyi replied without hesitation. 81. Upgrading the mental connection, is he really my brother? Morong Shui was dumbfounded. She was stunned. She didn't expect Shinyi to be so straightforward, so direct. I mean, it's the apocalypse now, how can anyone still be thinking about such things? In a situation where one can't even get enough to eat, still thinking about women? Morong Shui was bewildered. She had always thought that Shinyi was spying on her, monitoring her for her family's food, or perhaps for the secret of her rebirth. But in the end, he just wanted to sleep with her? How vulgar can you be? Morong Shui was completely dumbfounded. She rubbed her forehead and couldn't help but complain, your vision is too narrow. To the point that I never thought you were after such a sordid thing. Yes. It's the apocalypse, can't you think a little bigger? Even if you said it was to become stronger, that would be fine. But you made such a big fuss just to sleep with a woman. You even almost risked your life for it. Morong Shui was both amused and angry, and for a moment, she didn't know where to start her complaints. Of course, she also knew that her figure and looks were indeed good, and it was normal for men to be attracted to her. However, Morong Shui had always thought that Shinyi was very capable, very cautious, and could detect her identity as a reborn person with just a few words, which showed he was also very smart. Such a smart and cautious person is either a hero or a tyrant. Yet, he turned out to be a pervert. Shinyi also knew the reason for Morong Shui's speechlessness, but he still replied calmly, I never said I had a big vision, everything is just your imagination. I only have one request, I want to sleep with you. Morong Shui fell silent in disbelief. Naturally, she couldn't agree to such a thing. Although Shinyi's strength was decent and his looks were passable. But Morong Shui had no mood for romance. It's the apocalypse. What kind of feelings can you talk about in the apocalypse? Moreover, feelings are the most unreliable. In her previous life, even her biological mother and stepfather had betrayed her. So, in this life, she would absolutely not trust any feelings again. As long as she didn't touch feelings, she could live very comfortably. Once her strength was sufficient, she would leave the mountain city. Thus, Morong Shui coldly replied, "Change your conditions. I only have this one request. If you don't agree, you better sleep with one eye open from now on, or I can't guarantee that a grenade won't suddenly appear at your bedside." Shani shamelessly threatened. You're simply shameless. Morong Shui angrily cursed. How could there be such a man who controls the big head with the small head? The key is that he actually has 3 superpowers. If Shin Yi were a weakling, Morong Shui would definitely not say another word and would directly kill him. But this old pervert has strong abilities and incredible luck. Currently, she really couldn't afford to provoke him. She took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and said, "Change your conditions. Even if you want superpower fruits, I can find a way to help you get a few." "No need, my only request is to sleep with you." Shen Yi was completely unmoved. After all, as long as he secured her, wouldn't the superpower fruits all belong to him? Moreover, because of Morong Shui's words, Shen Yi's determination was even more solidified. She could actually find a few superpower fruits. It seems this woman has quite a few opportunities. Being able to casually promise him a few superpower fruits means she must be hiding even more. Morong Shui was so furious at Shen Yi's unyielding attitude that she trembled. How could there be such a shameless man? Haven't you ever seen a woman? Morong Shui didn't know that Shen Yi had a system that could unlock resources, so she just found Shen Yi's behavior incomprehensible and unreasonable. "I can give you a little time to think, but not too long," Shen Yi said generously. "Think," Morong Shui sneered coldly and then said, "Aren't you afraid that when we sleep on the same bed, I might stab you to death?" "Afraid, but I have a way to solve it. For example, you can take sleeping pills first and knock yourself out." Shen Yi naturally had prepared for this. Among the pile of medications he had scavenged from the hospital, there were hundreds of bottles of sleeping pills. Anyway, there were plenty of drugs. Morong Shui was dumbfounded. How could this shameless guy come up with such a shameless solution? How could he say these words without any shame? Asking me to take sleeping pills myself? Why not suggest I tie myself up too? Morong Shui felt that in her second life, she had seen all kinds of ugly human nature. But someone as obsessed with women and so shameless as Shen Yi, she had truly never encountered before. Her understanding had been refreshed, and her horizons had been broadened. She took several deep breaths to barely suppress her anger. She was on the verge of breaking down. The white fox tilted its little head, seemingly also seeing Morong Shui this angry for the first time. "So, have you thought it over?" After about 10 minutes, Shen Yi cracked some fruit and sent another double invitation. At the same time, his mental connection upgraded again. "Your mental connection has upgraded to LV6. Mental connection. LV6. You can establish a mental connection with others, convey messages through the connection, and share perspectives. The maximum number of connections is now 40, with a maximum distance of 1,500 meters. If you connect with a target that has a mental connection, the maximum distance doubles. And the number of connections does not count. From level 3 to level 6, the distance exceeded a kilometer. This distance was already comparable to a regular walkie-talkie. If it continued to upgrade, 100 kilometers should not be difficult. With 100 kilometers of connection distance, it would be very convenient to contact someone when going out in the future. "I've thought it over, and I refuse. I don't want to date in the apocalypse." Morong Shui also gave her answer at this point. She had indeed considered it for a few minutes. However, no matter how she thought about it, she felt it was not worth it. If she had to rely on selling her body to survive in her second life, then what was the point of being reborn? "I never said I wanted to date you. If you don't want to, we can just have a one-time thing," Shen Yi said. "First, let's unlock the rewards and see what this reborn person can unlock for him. Maybe the rewards are extraordinary." When Morong Shui heard Shen Yi's response, she was taken aback and said, "So, you found me just to do that?" She had thought Shen Yi wanted to date her and then rely on their romantic relationship to move into her shelter and share her food. But she realized she had overestimated Shen Yi's intelligence. It seemed that all he had in his mind were those filthy thoughts. How much trash could be in his head to come up with such a thing? No wonder he died so early in his last life. He must have also died because of this. Is this guy really Shen Su's brother? His thought process is completely different. 82. You are not a man at all. So childish. That guy Shen Yi is simply too immature. A normal person in a post-apocalyptic world wouldn't be thinking about women instead of finding ways to obtain food and water, or improving their strength. It's just too childish. Moreover, childishness isn't scary. What's Truly terrifying is that such a childish person happens to have the strength to flip the table. This left Morong Shui speechless. Does she really have to compromise with such a childish guy like Shini? Otherwise, she can't possibly sleep with one eye open every night, right? Morong Shui had considered threatening Shini with his family. But as soon as that thought arose, she dismissed it. Shini has spatial and perception abilities, so moving his family would be easy. Besides, Shinsu's abilities are not simple either. If the threat backfires and pushes Shinsu to a corner, that would be real trouble. So annoying. Morong Shui impatiently grabbed her hair. If Shini were to fight her to the death, she wouldn't be so conflicted. The key is that the conditions Shini proposed don't push her to that point, yet she can't easily accept them. Choosing to compromise means she doesn't have to fight to the death. But for someone like Morong Shui who has pride from her rebirth, it's hard to accept. But if she chooses to fight, Shini won't confront her head-on, instead, he'll sneak attack her from behind. That's even more frustrating. Just like now. Although the two have been on the call, Morong Shui still can't determine Shini's hiding place. This guy is infuriatingly cautious. If he dared to appear within her line of sight, Morong Shui would consider taking a gamble. Looking at the anxious Morong Shui, Shini, however, remained calm. The initiative is in his hands, and he is sure to seek the greatest benefit. Sleeping with Morong Shui is just the first step. Once she truly passes out from the drug, Shini can thoroughly plunder her stored supplies. This is a cognitive bias. In Morong Shui's eyes, Shini's behavior is like that of a starving ghost obsessed with lust. Can we discuss this properly? Can't we change the conditions? Morong Shui tentatively said, adding, and how do I know you're not lying to me? What if you kill me while I'm drugged? I really doubt your character, I can't trust you. Her suspicions are reasonable. From Xinyi's current behavior, he really isn't a good person. After all, Morong Shui has helped his family, yet he still wants to go after her. This is also one of the reasons Morong Shui is unwilling to compromise. I never thought of killing you, Xinyi replied calmly. After all, you are a reborn person, and the information you know is the most valuable resource to me. Killing you directly would also be a loss for me. At this moment, Xinyi truly had no intention of killing Morong Shui. Your loss? Morong Shui's cheeks twitched slightly, wanting to curse. Today is definitely the day she has been the most on edge. Encountering such a shameless person. Taking a deep breath, Morong Shui directly cut off the mental connection. Since they can't reach an agreement, then it's time to fight. She doesn't believe Xinyi would really go all out over this matter. If they both perish, it benefits no one. Hung up again? Xinyi raised an eyebrow. Since you're unwilling to compromise voluntarily, then I'll help you do it. Xinyi glanced down and saw a stone at his feet, picking it up casually. The next second, he teleported to Morong Shui's residence and hurled the stone at her with force. Behind you. Morong Shui keenly sensed the movement behind her, quickly turned around and shot her crossbow instantly. However, the arrow missed. She only saw a stone flying towards her, while Shen-Yi's figure had long since vanished. The instantaneous movement without a cooldown is simply beyond the naked eye to capture. The stone rushed towards Morong Shui, but just as it was about to hit her, it bizarrely hovered in midair. Morong Shui gripped her crossbow tightly, breaking into a cold sweat. She hadn't expected Shen-Yi's ambush to come so quickly. This guy, turning against her without hesitation. Clearly, this was a warning. This time he threw a stone. Next time? Perhaps it would be a grenade. Morong Shui clenched her teeth, her face darkening to the point where it seemed water could drip from it. What kind of ability is this? It's a bit like Lin Jiwei's gravity manipulation. Xinyi watched as the stone he threw hovered in midair, deep in thought. If it were just gravity manipulation, it definitely wouldn't be able to stop a grenade explosion. But since Morong Shui was confident enough to not fear grenades, it indicated that her ability was far beyond that. Xinyi took out a bottle of mineral water, drank it in one go, and then, holding the empty bottle, activated his teleportation again to launch another ambush. He wanted to see who could last longer. You bastard! Morong Shui once again blocked the suddenly appearing water bottle, unable to suppress her low curse. She had already understood Xinyi's intention. This guy wanted to exhaust her mental energy. Xinyi didn't give Morong Shui much chance to catch her breath. His stealthy ambushes came one after another. Empty bottles, stones, and even various debris flew at her from different angles. However, no matter from which direction he attacked, Morong Shui was always able to precisely block each strike, leaving no openings. Yet, as she continuously released her abilities for defense, fine beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead. Clearly, using her abilities repeatedly was taking a toll on her. On Xin Yi's side, he had probably exhausted about 1/7 of his stamina. This woman should be nearing her limit. He exhaled slightly, observing the sweating Morong Shui through mental perception, forming a judgment in his mind. It had to be said, this woman's abilities in combat awareness were very strong, leaving no openings at all. No matter from which angle he ambushed, he couldn't break through her defense. But in a war of attrition, Xin Yi didn't believe he would lose. He teleported back into the room, casually throwing out a piece of debris to continue draining Morong Shui's energy. After several consecutive ambushes, Morong Shui was already panting, her face slightly pale. Seeing this, Xin Yi forcibly established a mental connection again. This time, it connected effortlessly. It seems she's consuming her mental energy with her abilities. Her ability should be of the mental type. Through the mental connection, Xin Yi sensed that Morong Shui's mental energy had clearly weakened a lot, speculating inwardly. Then, through the mental link, he calmly said, "How much longer can your mental energy hold out? Just surrender obediently. Shut up. If you have the guts, come out and fight me face to face. What kind of skill is it to keep ambushing?" Morong Shui coldly retorted, her tone laced with uncontainable anger. Xin Yi's method of attack was truly disgusting. The combination of perception abilities and spatial abilities was simply cheating. What kind of skill? Soon you'll get to experience my skills firsthand. Xin Yi was unfazed. As he spoke, he suddenly launched another ambush. Completely disregarding martial ethics, Morong Shui was about to explode with anger. It wasn't that Xin Yi's ambushes were particularly strong. The items he used to ambush were just trash bags and the like, being hit by them didn't cause much harm. But Morong Shui didn't dare to let her guard down. What if this time it was a trash bag, and next time it was a stone or even a grenade? This disgusting tactic had even forced the usually calm Morong Shui to break her defenses. She directly cursed, "Bastard. You're not even a man. If you have the guts, come out. As long as you can beat me in a fair fight, I'll just lie here and let you do whatever you want." 83. It's time to end this farce. If you have the guts, don't use your powers to defend. Try taking my grenade with your body. If you can withstand it, I'll leave right now and never trouble you again. Xin Yi said. He was not the least bit angry at Morong Shui's insults. After all, he had no idea what Morong Shui's trump card was, so he wouldn't foolishly rush out to confront her head-on. Moreover, the white fox that had been lying motionless on the sofa kept Xin Yi on high alert. If he were to mess up because of arrogance, that would be truly brainless. Shameless. Morong Shui's face was pale, clearly having overused her powers. But she knew in her heart that Xin Yi was right. This wasn't child's play. If Xin Yi really came out to fight her directly, that would be foolish. Morong Shui had intended to provoke Xin Yi into revealing a flaw. Unfortunately, this guy was extremely vigilant, teleporting to a distance every time he threw something, making it impossible for her to catch his position. If she could just lock onto Xin Yi's location, she wouldn't be so passive. I'll give you one more chance to reconsider. If you're still unwilling to compromise, I might have to throw a grenade next time. Xin Yi issued another warning. As for why he didn't use a handgun for a sneak attack, the reason was simple: shooting requires aiming, which comes with a few seconds of delay. If Morong Shui caught him during those few seconds, it would be dangerous. There was no need to take such a risk. In contrast, the current method of sneak attack was much safer. He could disengage from the battlefield in an instant, without any worries. Even if he couldn't sneak attack her, it didn't matter. As long as he kept Morong Shui in a state of mental tension, constantly using her powers, that was enough. At this moment, hearing Xin Yi's warning, Morong Shui, already on edge, tightened her grip on the crossbow in her hands. She was drenched in sweat, her face as pale as paper, but her eyes remained sharp as a knife. Like a wolf poised to pounce, ready to bite Xin Yi at any moment. This woman's willpower was too strong. No wonder she was a reborn one. Even Xin Yi couldn't help but admire Morong Shui's resilience. Both physically and mentally, she was astonishingly powerful. If it were an ordinary person, they would have likely compromised long ago in such a dire situation. But Morong Shui was still holding on. Clearly, her spirit was on the brink of collapse, yet she remained unyielding. A heroine among women. Fortunately, I'm not a good person, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to go through with this. Xin Yi murmured softly. He had always been a decisive person. Once he made a decision, he would see it through to the end. Changing orders would only lead to mistakes. Since he had already offended Morong Shui, there was no possibility of seeking peace. Either she compromised today, or he would completely resolve the issue today. Otherwise, if Morong Shui left with hatred, it would lead to endless troubles in the future. Even his family could be in danger. Through telepathy, Xinyi could clearly see that the aura emanating from Morong Shui was pure black. This intense hostility and murderous intent, if given the slightest opportunity, she would definitely fight him to the death. For this reason, Xinyi could not let her go. During their conversation, Xinyi sneak attacked Morong Shui twice more. At this point, Morong Shui's face was as pale as paper, and she needed to lean against the sofa just to barely stand. Clearly, she had reached her limit. Damn it! If this continues, my mind is going to collapse. Morong Shui gasped for breath. Her face as pale as paper. Having pushed her mental strength to the limit, her powers had already broken through to level 2. This was an upgrade at the cost of her mental strength. The most foolish way to upgrade. But even so, her breakthrough was of no use. Because her mental strength was no longer sufficient to continue releasing her powers. Bang! Suddenly, a bottle of water hit Morong Shui. This time, she couldn't defend against the ambush. Shen Yi's gaze sharpened. The opportunity had come. He quickly pulled out a grenade, but before making a move, he asked again, "Have you thought it through? This is the last chance." Xinyi didn't want to take any more risks. If Morong Shui still refused to compromise, then he would have to completely eliminate this trouble. Although the loss would be significant, at least he could get rid of a major threat. Think? I'll think about even if you came now. Would you dare to sleep with me? Morong Shui leaned against the sofa, cursing coldly. Originally, she was just conflicted and hesitant. But being toyed with by Xinyi made her truly angry. It's not about the bun, it's about pride. If she didn't vent this anger today, her rebirth would have been in vain. It infuriated her. Xinyi, however, didn't waste any words. He instantly teleported over and threw a bottle of sleeping pills. Morong Shui instinctively defended herself, but when she realized it was sleeping pills, she immediately clenched her fists in anger. Bastard! Come out if you have the guts. Let me beat you up. As long as you stand there and let me hit you, I'll agree to your demands. And I don't take pills. Her words were a roundabout compromise. She just wanted to vent her anger. But Xinyi didn't care whether she was angry or not. He had no intention of putting himself in her shoes. As long as he was having fun, that was enough. In this apocalypse, thinking about whether others were happy or not was too exhausting. To live, one must have double standards to enjoy it. It's impossible for you to hit me, so don't even think about it. If you're willing to compromise, then show me your sincerity. Xinyi remained calm. Although using his powers frequently today had consumed a lot of energy, he found that he had become more skilled at teleportation. Indeed, the more one uses their abilities, the more they improve. He could now teleport dozens of meters high into the sky. As long as he used a second teleportation before falling, he could stack the distance. In other words, as long as he reacted quickly enough, he could really reach the sky. Although it wasn't particularly useful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At this moment, in the mental connection, Morong Shui was cursing very harshly. So harshly that Xinyi almost unilaterally cut off the connection. Goodness! He didn't expect such a beautiful and elegant woman could curse so foully. It seemed she was really angry. Thinking about it, if Xinyi were toyed with like this by a villain, he might even get a heart attack. Luckily, I'm the bad guy. What a relief! Morong Shui cursed for a long time, until her mouth was dry and her tongue was parched, before she finally stopped. It seemed she had vented quite a bit, and even the dark energy around her had slightly dissipated. She plopped down on the sofa, no longer on guard against ambushes, and said nothing, just sitting there. But Xinyi didn't dare to be careless. Who knew if this was Morong Shui using herself as bait to lure him in? He glanced out the window. The rain was getting heavier. It was time to end this farce. Xinyi gripped the grenade and used teleportation again. 84 Innate X Holy Body? If you have the ability, then kill me. If I could be reborn again, I would definitely come to settle the score with you at the first opportunity. Morong Shui noticed Xinyi's appearance but made no move to resist, lying defenselessly on the sofa. Just laying it all out. But Xinyi did not let his guard down, maintaining a considerable distance from Morong Shui and ready to use teleportation at any moment. The closer it got to the end, the more vigilance was required. Alright, if you can be reborn, then feel free to take revenge on me, even torture me, I don't care, I'll be waiting for you. Xinyi's tone was indifferent. He only focused on this life. Whether it was a rebirth or the next life, no one could scare him. Since he dared to kill you, he wasn't afraid of any damn retribution. Hearing Xinyi's words, Morong Shui's beautiful eyes moved, looking at him. Although she wished she could stab this bastard to death, she had to admit that this bastard's mindset was really good. To survive in this increasingly desperate world, one must at least have such a mindset. Although Morong Shui hated Shani, she had never spoken ill of him. Why? Because she herself was not a good person. She had killed before. In this new life, Morong Shui deeply understood that only those who were ruthless and wicked could live longer. This was the survival rule of the apocalypse. If they set aside the hatred between them, she actually admired Shen Yi's character. Rooting out the problem, unrestrained, doing as one pleases. The perfect version of herself in Morong Shui's imagination was just that kind of person. In this life, she acted accordingly. As long as she took action, she would definitely silence her enemies. She would do whatever she wanted. For example, before the apocalypse even began, she borrowed over 100 million through various channels to build an apocalypse villa, without ever thinking about paying it back. Those creditors had contacted her before, wanting to seek refuge, but Morong Shui couldn't be bothered to reply, directly blacklisting them all. After all, it was the apocalypse, a deadbeat was a deadbeat. Did they really dare to come and block her door? If they really dared to come, she would just kill them all to eliminate future troubles. After a few minutes of silence, Morong Shui suddenly asked, "Did you gain a physical enhancement ability? Want to know? Become my woman. And I'll tell you." Shani was still considering whether to throw a grenade. He noticed that the hostility emanating from Morong Shui had suddenly diminished significantly. The dark energy was slowly transforming into a gray aura, even mixed with a hint of white energy. What was going on? She inexplicably had no hostility towards him. Innate masochistic holy body? This emotional shift was more bizarre than Cthulhu. You've already used 3 abilities, which proves that you can't possibly have a physical enhancement ability. Could it be a drug that temporarily increases stamina? Morong Shui scrutinized Shani, thoughtfully analyzing. This scene showed no trace of the life and death struggle they had just moments ago. Are you saying that everyone only has 3 abilities? Shani frowned, catching the key information. He had already learned this from Lin Jiwei, but Shani always believed that as long as one obtained a physical evolution ability, they could accommodate more abilities. Anyone could. But from Morong Shui's words as a reborn person, it seemed that the limit of abilities for humans in the previous life was also 3? Could it be that no one in the last life had eaten the fruit of physical evolution? Since Morong Shui mentioned having a physical enhancement ability, logically, physical evolution should be included as well. If others had also consumed the fruit of physical evolution, they should be able to accommodate more than 3 abilities. Unless the fruit of physical evolution was extremely rare, to the point that even Morong Shui, this reborn person, had never heard of it. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that Morong Shui was too useless in her last life and might not have come into contact with any strong individuals, so the information she had was limited. This possibility was quite high. If she was really impressive in her previous life, it was highly likely she wouldn't have been reborn. Morong Shui did not know what Shani was thinking at that moment. She remembered very clearly that the strongest ability user in her past life could at most possess 3 abilities. There were those who had tried to obtain a 4th ability, but their bodies had exploded as a result. Therefore, Morong Shui was very certain that humans could have at most 3 abilities. At least, that was her understanding. And Shani had already displayed perception ability, mental ability, and spatial ability, which was already 3 abilities. If he had a 4th ability that enhanced his physique, it would mean he had 4 abilities. This was absolutely impossible. Then there was only one other possibility. Shani had leveled up his spatial ability, and at least to level 5 or 6, so his physical consumption had decreased, allowing him to use it without hesitation. But this was equally unfathomable. Just now, Morong Shui had been pushed to the brink and had exhausted her mental strength, barely managing to level her own ability to level 2. And to level up a spatial ability was several times more difficult than leveling her own ability. The stronger the ability, the rarer it was, and the harder it was to level up. Especially for spatial and temporal abilities, leveling up even 1 level was very difficult, let alone rising to level 5 or 6 in just half a month. It was impossible to level up that fast. If rare and powerful abilities were that easy to upgrade, humanity wouldn't have nearly gone extinct. Morong Shui remembered very clearly that those famous ability users in her past life all possessed very common elemental abilities. Because common abilities were easier to level up. With a high level, they could crush spatial and temporal abilities with sheer numbers. For example, ice ability users at high levels could freeze hundreds of meters of space with ease. Ordinary spatial ability users could only teleport a few dozen meters, and they were no match for ice ability users at all. Because of this, Morong Shui couldn't understand what was going on with Shinyi now. With 3 abilities, it was impossible for him to gain a 4th physique-enhancing ability. It was even more impossible for him to level up his spatial abilities so quickly. So now there were only 2 possibilities. First, there was a recovery or enhancement ability user restoring his stamina and enhancing his abilities. This possibility was very low because Morong Shui had not sensed any other ability users nearby. That left only the second possibility. Shinyi must have taken some medicine or fruit that could temporarily enhance his stamina. She had indeed heard of such items in her past life. They were also a relatively rare resource, and they had only gradually appeared after more than 2 months of the apocalypse. And as soon as they appeared, they were controlled by those powerful ability users and shelters. If Shinyi had such fruits or medicines now, then his luck was too strong, right? Who exactly was the reborn one? I lived another life, knowing so many opportunities, yet I am still not as strong as an ordinary person who was unknown in my past life. Could it be that this guy didn't actually die in his past life, but was just hiding his strength? Is he actually a very impressive powerhouse? As she thought about this, Morong Shui's gaze towards Shinyi became strange. 85. Being bound, her fondness instead increased. Morong Shui originally planned to engage Shinyi in a war of attrition. She intended to rely on her powerful mental strength to slowly wear down Shinyi's energy, exhausting him to death. After all, the stronger the ability, the greater the consumption. Shinyi had been using spatial abilities and perception abilities, so logically, his consumption should be much greater than her own. However, Morong Shui never expected Shinyi's stamina to be so astonishing. Not only did he not show signs of fatigue, but he also pushed himself into a desperate situation. It was this abnormal situation that made Morong Shui realize that things were not simple. Even though she had been reborn and brought some butterfly effects, it shouldn't have made Shinyi, an ordinary person who had been inconspicuous in her past life, so powerful in this life. Unless he had already possessed great strength in his previous life. It was just that he had never revealed his true power, instead hiding in the shadows, surviving quietly. From Shinyi's cautious and cunning behavior when he ambushed her, this possibility was very high. Only in this way could it explain why he was so strong in this life. That's right, a person can have at most 3 abilities. At least, I've never heard of anyone having a 4th ability. Amidst her swirling thoughts, Morong Shui answered Shinyi's question. This was the advantage of being reborn, she knew more. Even if Shinyi was strong, he still had to consult her. Thinking of this, a sense of pride surged in Morong Shui's heart. Shinyi, deep in thought, looked at Morong Shui. Since you know I already have 3 abilities, why did you give me the ability fruit before? Do you want me dead? Exactly. Morong Shui admitted without concealment. Since you threatened me, why can't I scheme against you? Shinyi couldn't help but laugh. This woman was indeed not to be underestimated. In that case, he felt no psychological burden for his next actions. Although he had never felt guilty in the first place. Immediately after, Shinyi suddenly teleported, closing the distance between him and Morong Shui. At the same time, he directly activated shadow binding, immobilizing Morong Shui and the white fox in place. Just right, Morong Shui's house had the lights on, meeting the conditions for shadow binding. The immobilized Morong Shui widened her eyes, looking at Shinyi in disbelief. What was going on? This is another ability. The 4th ability. He actually has 4 abilities. More than fear, Morong Shui felt shock and disbelief. Clearly, she had just confidently stated that everyone could have at most 3 abilities. Yet Shinyi had just used a 4th ability. What on earth is this guy? Although your scheme is good, it's useless in the face of absolute strength, Shinyi said. After completely binding 1 person and 1 fox, he felt much more at ease. However, what surprised Shinyi was that the stamina consumed to bind the white fox was actually twice that of binding Morong Shui. This indicated that the strength of this white fox was much greater than Morong Shui's. As expected, this woman's trump card was related to this fox. However, he didn't know what the white fox's ability was. Shin. He stared at the white fox for a while, then turned to Morong Shui. In this situation, can you still turn the tables? He spoke while remaining ready to teleport away at any moment. If Morong Shui could break free from the binding, even if she was powerful, he wouldn't provoke her today. Of course, the reason Shinyi dared to close the distance was also because he sensed that Morong Shui's hostility towards him was very low, even having a hint of fondness. Especially now that she was bound by him, her fondness had actually increased a bit. This masochist, the more she is tormented, the higher her fondness, right? At this moment, although Morong Shui couldn't move, her heart was stirred with tumultuous waves. Why could this man possess 4 abilities? How did he manage to do that? He's even stronger than me, a reborn person. I can't understand it. Completely can't understand it. No wonder I'm not his match. No wonder this guy's physical strength is so formidable. He might really have some kind of physical enhancement. Ability. Since he can break through the human limits and gain a fourth ability, he might even gain a fifth. Thinking of this, Morong Shui looked at Shinee with a more fervent gaze. If I could also break through the human limits and gain a fourth, fifth, or even sixth ability, then my strength would definitely multiply by dozens of times. The reason Morong Shui has only obtained 2 abilities so far is not that she could only find 2 ability fruits. It's because she doesn't want to awaken any trash abilities. That would hinder her limits. Morong Shui's goal is to raise her limits, to be stronger than her past self, so she selectively chooses to acquire powerful abilities. But if Shinee can help her break through her limits, then she wouldn't have to be constrained, she could directly stack various abilities. After all, having one more ability is definitely not a bad thing. With that in mind, having a relationship with Shinee doesn't seem like a big deal. Even living together all the time is fine. As long as it can make her stronger, Morong Shui can accept a man. Her sexual orientation is not an issue, and she doesn't dislike the opposite sex. The reason she hasn't dated is simply that her standards are too high, and she hasn't found a man she likes. Especially after being reborn, Morong Shui's standards have risen even higher. Ordinary men, even those from her past life who had powerful abilities and status, she looks down on. As long as she wants, she could easily scheme against those people. This is why Morong Shui is unwilling to find a burden. In her view, finding a man is just looking for a drag on herself, right? But Shinyee's displayed strength made her change her mind. Damn! Morong Shui, you little masochist. Shinee looked at Morong Shui and noticed that the hostility on her was almost completely gone, replaced by a neutral gray aura. And within the gray, there was quite a bit of white mixed in. In just a few seconds, her favorability towards him actually shot up. He hadn't done anything, not even prepared to use violence. Yet Morong Shui seemed to like him more and more. There's a problem. This woman has a big problem. The harsher he is, the higher her favorability, huh? Should he slap her a few times to test it? Shinee pondered for a moment, then instantly teleported backward while releasing the shadow binding. He wanted to see what Morong Shui was really thinking. With Morong Shui's current friendly attitude, she shouldn't suddenly attack. As for the white fox, he still kept it under control. To prevent this fox from having any means to ambush him. I agree to your request, you can sleep with me. But after sleeping, you also have to help me gain more abilities. As soon as the binding was released, Morong Shui immediately stood up, her gaze burning as she stared at Shinee. As long as it can enhance her strength, being slept with is nothing. The body is also a capital for becoming stronger. Morong Shui is no longer the naive girl she was at 16 or 17. The reason she hasn't had a boyfriend is simply that she feels they are not worthy of her and cannot bring her enough benefits. She has money. She has status. There's no need to rely on a man. In her past life, after the apocalypse broke out, although she lived a hard life, she survived on her own strength without needing to rely on a man. So she never looked for a man. In this life, she didn't want to either. But the secret Shinee holds made her change her mind. Being with Shinee can make her stronger. That's enough. Shinee was rendered silent by Morong Shui's words. As expected of a reborn person. As long as there are sufficient benefits, everything can be negotiated. Even if she wanted to kill me a second ago, in the next second she is willing to go to bed. Through telepathy, Shinee was certain that Morong Shui's words were not a scheme against him. She truly was willing to use her body as a trade. 86. Modify cognition, time ability. As long as you can help me gain more abilities, I will be your woman from now on, and I will use the secret information I know from my past life to help you grow stronger. Morong Shui said seriously. As long as we are strong enough, the mountain city will be under our control. No, not just the mountain city. The entire Xia country, even the whole world, we can dominate. Nobles and ministers have no special privilege. Morong Shui's eyes were filled with fervor and madness. Clearly, she was not a person who would settle down, nor was it merely for survival. Her ambition was even greater than Xin Yi's. She wanted to rule and dominate in the apocalypse, to become a powerful leader, even to control the entire world. Shen Yi finally understood why Morong Shui's attitude had suddenly changed. Because what she valued was not him, but the power to break through the limits of abilities. Morong Shui wanted power, not feelings. Dominate the world? You really are a bit delusional. Shen Yi thought to himself, but he held back from saying it out loud. In the apocalypse, such thoughts didn't seem strange. Especially since Morong Shui was a reborn person, having experienced the suffering of an apocalypse once, it was more normal for her to have ambition. He just didn't expect her ambition to be this grand. Are you unwilling? Morong Shui looked at Shinyi calmly. If Shinyi had no ambition and only wanted to survive like in his past life, she would indeed look down on him a bit. A man without ambition could be discarded after use. Or, once her strength surpassed his, she could keep him as a pet, providing him with food and drink daily, which would be enough to repay him. This method could work. After all, I am not a heartless woman, I can be a bit lenient towards my first man. In a short time, various ideas had already emerged in Morong Shui's mind. The aura around her was also constantly changing, ultimately dominated by white and gray. Shinyi saw this scene and confirmed that Morong Shui had no intention of attacking, so he slowly spoke. First, tell me what your abilities and trump cards are. Morong Shui hesitated for a moment, glanced at the white fox still immobilized on the sofa, and then said, my ability is mental telekinesis, and my mental power has also been enhanced. I can passively sense danger and detect the probing of perception type abilities. Moreover, I can release my telekinesis to protect my body, blocking all attacks. If I fully unleash my mental telekinesis, I can even block bullets, and grenades won't harm me either. So strong? Shinyi raised an eyebrow, secretly surprised. Morong Shui's ability could both attack and defend, very comprehensive. It was no less impressive than his teleportation. No wonder she had the confidence to say she wasn't afraid of grenades. But Shinyi did not believe this was Morong Shui's only trump card. As a reborn person, she couldn't possibly have just one ability. What else? Shinyi continued to ask. Morong Shui paused for a moment and said, my second ability, also mental, allows me to change a person's cognition and thinking through my eyes. Shinyi was immediately taken aback. What the hell? There's such a tricky ability? If one accidentally fell for it, they might unknowingly become Morong Shui's puppet or slave. And they wouldn't even be aware of it. After all, their cognition would be modified. This was far more terrifying than hypnosis in movies. Instantly, Shinyi's gaze towards Morong Shui became much more vigilant. As expected of someone who had lived through a lifetime. Morong Shui noticed Shinyi's attitude and explained, you don't need to worry. The level of my ability is very low, it's almost impossible to directly change a person's thinking unless the other party completely resists. For now, I only use it as a perception ability. For example, if I concentrate my powerful mental strength on my eyes, I can penetrate the black mist and obstacles to sense the existence of objects. Of course, the premise is that the object has mental fluctuations. As she spoke, Morong Shui's pupils slowly turned a seductive red, looking exceptionally eerie. Shinyi immediately averted his gaze, not daring to meet her eyes. He couldn't be sure whether Morong Shui's words were true or false. After all, there was no real trust between them. It could even be said that there was hatred. After all, Shinyi had almost forced Morong Shui to death before. She also knows that abilities can be upgraded. It seems that in the previous life, this was no longer a secret. Shinyi was curious about how other ability users improved their ability levels. However, he was more interested in knowing what Morong Shui's trump card was. These two abilities were powerful, but they certainly weren't her entire hand. Otherwise, how could she dare to think about ruling the world? So what is your trump card? Don't tell me you don't have one. Shinyi asked. The seductive red in Morong Shui's pupils faded as she looked at the white fox on the sofa and said, Xiaobai, it is my last life-saving means. Shinyi also looked at the white fox. He had suspected that this white fox was not simple, he just didn't know what kind of ability a fox could have to be considered a trump card by a reborn person. Xiaobai, its ability is time-based, just like your space ability, very rare, and in a certain sense, even stronger than space abilities. Facing Shinyi's gaze, Morong Shui explained in detail, Xiaobai can manipulate time to a certain extent. For example, it can make your body's time flow faster, thus consuming your lifespan. Shinyi was shocked, this ability was simply against the heavens. A fox actually had such a godly ability, is that reasonable? It feels even stronger than my own cheat. Moreover, Xiaobai's time ability is not just like that, it can also pause a person's time, similar to how you just froze me and Xiaobai's abilities. However, after Xiaobai pauses time, the person being frozen will not feel the passage of time. And when the time stop ends, they will still think they are in the same moment from a few minutes ago. Morong Shui paused and continued, of course, the time-based ability is not limited to this, once Xiaobai evolves stronger, it can even reverse a person's time flow. For example, if your body is heavily injured or even dead, as long as your body is reverted to the moment before you died, you will be revived. Damn! Shin-Yi frowned. This is truly a cheat. Too overpowered. It can attack, control, and assist, it's just too comprehensive. Fortunately, this ability definitely has significant limitations. Or perhaps, the White Fox currently cannot use this ability at all. Otherwise, Shin-Yi would have been caught long ago. Also, it's fortunate that Shun-Yi had always been very vigilant, not giving the White Fox a single chance. Understanding Shin-Yi's shock, Morong Shui explained, although the time ability is very strong, the limitations are also great. At least Xiaobai has to touch you to use its ability on you. Moreover, because the time ability is so powerful, even if it doesn't use it, it consumes a lot of physical strength and energy. Xiaobai is almost resting and recovering all the time, otherwise, it could directly exhaust itself to death. This is still the cost of Xiaobai's current ability not being strong. If it upgrades a few more times, Xiaobai's body simply won't be able to handle it. Indeed. I knew that the stronger the ability, the greater the limitations. Just like teleportation. It consumes a lot of physical strength. Even if an ordinary person gains teleportation, they cannot use it as frequently as Shin-Yi. Even a physically strong adult can only teleport 7 or 8 times a day at most. What use is that? It's hard to escape. However, if the level increases, time and space abilities will become very strong. Especially the time ability, it might not even require physical contact. One could directly freeze a person's time, or down a person's time. It's simply absurd. 87. Method of upgrading spatial abilities. Shin-Yi looked at the White Fox with only vigilance, not envy. Although its time ability was indeed powerful, the cost was too great. If he had obtained this ability from the start, he might not have even been able to leave the dormitory building. He would also have to worry about whether his body could withstand it, fearing it might crack open at any moment. Not worth it. An ability that cannot be used casually is no different from having no ability at all. Just like now, Shin-Yi could kill the White Fox at any time. It had no strength to resist. The development cycle was too long. It was not suitable for Shin-Yi. He would think about such a powerful ability only when his physique was strong enough in the future. Moreover, Shin-Yi was very skeptical about whether there were any time-related ability fruits. Even if there were, they might be like his teleportation, a fragmented time ability, and could not be as comprehensive as the White Fox's. One must know that the mutation directions of animals and humans are completely different. Morong Shui was very candid. At least the cards she revealed truly shocked Shin-Yi. Even though Shin-Yi was very cautious, he could still fall into a trap. If it were another ability user, they might unknowingly be deceived. What other cards do you have? Say them all at once. Shin-Yi looked at Morong Shui. He did not believe that she had no other cards left. None. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Morong Shui's expression was helpless, not like she was lying. Of course, I also know where some ability fruits will appear in the future. That counts as my card. Shin-Yi did not quite believe it. He did not believe that Morong Shui had told him all her cards. She definitely had secrets. However, the aura around Morong Shui was wider than before, clearly showing no hostility, no schemes. Even if she really had secrets, it should not be to plot against him. Since that was the case, Shin-Yi did not pursue the matter further. The information he had learned so far had already shocked him greatly. Without the system, he would definitely not be a match for Morong Shui, this reborn individual. Even with the system, if Morong Shui really had more cards and was determined to fight, Shin-Yi was not confident he could take her down without injury. Fortunately, there was no need for a desperate struggle now. As long as he developed well, Shin-Yi was still confident he could surpass Morong Shui. Because she had a limit to her abilities. And he did not. Although he did not know the specific reason, this was an opportunity. Amidst his myriad thoughts, Shin-Yi asked a question he had been curious about before. How do you upgrade abilities? You don't know? Morong Shui was taken aback, looking at Shin-Yi with confusion. Given the strength of Shin-Yi's displayed abilities, he definitely did not seem like a level 1. Just that mental ability he used to communicate with her was certainly not level 1, otherwise, the communication distance would be very short, and she could easily catch it. But Shin-Yi's communication distance exceeded 100 meters, even further. This was not something a level 1 ability could achieve. I only know one way: eat the same type of fruit to upgrade. Shin-Yi said, casually taking a fruit from the system space and eating it. He needed to calm down with a fruit. By the way, he wanted to let Morong Shui, this woman with high self-esteem, know that he had strength. Sure enough, Morong Shui showed a surprised expression. So many ability fruits? All of the same type? How did you get them? Even if there are plant-type ability users cultivating them, it shouldn't be possible. She was stunned. What kind of person was Shenyi? A freak. Seeing Morong Shui's astonished expression, Shenyi was very satisfied and continued, "First, answer my question." Morong Shui looked deeply at Shenyi before saying, "Eating the same type of ability fruit can indeed upgrade the ability level. But this is the most difficult and the best upgrading method. It's difficult to find similar types of ability fruits. After all, ability fruits are inherently rare resources. Even months later, they remain scarce. There are benefits too, like eating ability fruits to level up without having to consider any other issues." "Other issues?" Shenyi asked, puzzled. Mu Rongxue nodded slightly and said, "Just like earlier, the reason my mental power was able to level up was because I overdrawn my mental strength, even my life force, nearly losing half my life just to barely level up. The risk of leveling up this way is very high, and each time it becomes more dangerous than the last, making it easy to lose one's life during the process. Moreover, this risky method of leveling up can also leave behind aftereffects and side effects. Of course, it's also because my mental power ability is quite rare and powerful, which makes leveling up difficult. If it were another elemental ability, it would be slightly easier, but still definitely not simple. At least it's much harder than just directly eating the ability fruit. So, it means that by honing oneself to the extreme, the ability can level up?" Shenyi pondered. This method of leveling up was indeed very similar to what Lin Jiwei had speculated before. That crazy woman really had something. "Pretty much." Mu Rongxue nodded. "Besides that, are there other methods of leveling up?" "I'm not clear on all the methods of leveling up for abilities, as each ability has its own unique way to level up." Mu Rongxue shook her head slightly and explained, "For example, fire-type ability users, I've heard that to level up, they need to enhance their affinity with fire, like getting close to flames? Something like that. Anyway, in my previous life, I heard of a fire-type ability user who nearly burned themselves to death just to succeed in leveling up. The well-known methods of leveling up are just eating similar types of fruits and pushing one's abilities to the limit, breaking through between life and death. However, I also heard a piece of news in my previous life that the United States seemed to have gathered the world's top scientists to develop a genetic serum that could help ability users evolve, but it also has certain side effects. Not sure if it's true. After all, I never left the mountain city in my previous life." Shenyi understood. "So that's how it is. Other methods of leveling up carry much greater risks than directly eating the fruits. Fortunately, I have a resource system that allows me to safely consume fruits for leveling up. But the fact that the United States gathered the world's top scientists to develop a genetic serum? That woman Lin Jiwei seems to have done it all by herself. Is she that abnormal? What was her situation in the previous life? Why didn't she help Xia country develop a genetic serum? Have you heard of the name Lin Jiwei?" Shenyi tried to ask. "No, who is she?" Mu Rongxue asked, puzzled, as it sounded like a woman's name. "As expected. Since she isn't famous, either Lin Jiwei's identity is absolutely confidential, or something happened to her in her previous life, and she died in the research institute without making any contributions. Perhaps in this life, it was because Shen-Yi happened to appear that she survived. Thinking about it, with this woman's madness and obsession with genetic research, even if she was smart, it would be easy for her to get into trouble. Avoiding once doesn't mean avoiding a second time. She would eventually die. Even with Shenyi's protection, she almost caused her own death today." Putting those thoughts aside for now, Shen-Yi continued to ask, "Do you know how to level up space abilities? Other than eating similar types of fruits? If I can level up the teleportation ability, it would enhance both my survival and offensive capabilities. Otherwise, every time I teleport, I have to pause for a moment. If I encounter some powerful mutated monster, that pause of less than a second could lead to trouble." 88. Morong Shui was once again slightly shocked. "I don't know either." Morong Shui shook her head and explained, "Spatial abilities are very rare. Even in my past life, when I lived for more than half a year in the apocalypse, I only heard of 2 or 3, and they were all weak, far from being as disgusting as you. As for the method of upgrading, I've never heard of it. But the method of upgrading spatial abilities must be particularly difficult. After all, this intensity far exceeds other abilities. Only by experiencing it firsthand can one understand how unsolvable Shenyi's teleportation is. Although the destructive power is not strong, the intensity is definitely not low. Even if there is a brief pause every time he teleports, how many people can catch that gap of less than a second? Hearing Morong Shue's answer, Shinyi felt a sense of regret. Although his teleportation is currently very strong, if he remains stuck at level 1, the intensity will gradually fall behind the times. He could only hope for system rewards to see if he could unlock the fruit of teleportation. As for upgrading by pushing his own limits, Shinyi did not want to try. If it went wrong, it would be a loss. However, Shinyi did catch an important point. You lived for half a year in your past life? It was more than half a year. And even half a year is impressive. Morong Shui emphasized, then argued, the mountain city originally had more than 30 million people, but after half a year, there were less than 4 million left, which shows how brutal this apocalypse was. Do you think there will be military rescue in the future? No. Nothing at all. All the survivors in the mountain city can only rely on themselves to survive. At this point, her expression suddenly became serious, and she added, moreover, there is a particularly terrifying mutated tree in the mountain city. After more than half a year, it will devour the entire mountain city. I died because of that disaster. Otherwise, even under worse conditions, I could have lived for at least another 3 to 5 years. Listening to Morong Shue's words, Shin Yi raised an eyebrow. So it was that tree again. Indeed, it was a huge threat. So, you never left the mountain city in your past life, and the spatial ability users you heard about were also limited to the mountain city? Shin Yi asked. Yes, although there will be ways to communicate with other cities in the future, it's not convenient to communicate, so there is basically no interaction between big cities. I don't know much about other cities either. The underlying meaning of her words was that although it wasn't much, there was still some. Don't treat me as useless. Shin Yi nodded slightly, then asked in confusion. Since you know the mountain city will be devoured by the tree in the future, why not leave early? Did Morong Shui have some means to resist the mutated tree? Or could she avoid the crisis of destruction? I don't understand the situation in other cities. If I went there early and encountered stronger mutated monsters, it would be even more troublesome. Morong Shui had considered moving early. But she quickly dismissed the idea. After all, the mountain city was the place where she lived for more than half a year in her last life. She was very clear about where many mutated monsters appeared and could easily avoid them. She also had a rough impression of the locations of some ability fruits. As long as she had these ability fruits in her hands, it would be much easier to cultivate her subordinates in the future. If she went to other unfamiliar cities, it would be starting from scratch. She might not even fare better than in her last life. After all, even the city she remembered as relatively safe in the future was still in chaos now and not safe at all. Only when humanity united and dealt with most of the mutated monsters would peace come. In short, it's very dangerous outside now, no matter which city it is, and it's not just mutated animals and plants that are dangerous, humans are equally dangerous. Morong Shui said at the end, looking at Shin Yi. She herself had encountered this dangerous human, Shin Yi. If it weren't for Shin Yi coveting his own body and not going all out, it's likely that one of them would be dead and the other injured. Even mutual destruction wasn't impossible. Shin Yi wasn't a good person, and Morong Shui was even less so. Their personalities were quite similar in some ways. Whenever there was a chance, they would eradicate the roots and eliminate future troubles. Don't hint at me. Shin Yi didn't feel ashamed. He then glanced at the white fox on the sofa and asked, if I let it go, can you keep it under control? If not, I'll kill it. Sure. Little Bai is very smart and can understand words. Morong Shui immediately replied. Little Bai's abilities were one of her most important aids for the future, so she definitely couldn't give it up easily. Shin Yi looked at the white fox and noticed it didn't have strong hostility, so he released the shadow binding. The white fox stood up, its eyes warily watching Shin Yi but not approaching him. Clearly, it was also wary of Shin Yi. So smart, huh? Shin Yi was somewhat surprised. He actually saw a human-like expression in the fox's eyes. Yes, Little Bai is very smart. Morong Shui walked over, picked up the white fox, and gently stroked its head. The white fox relaxed in her arms, not struggling, and closed its eyes to rest again. This fox was like a sickly creature, lacking any vitality. This was the side effect brought by its powerful time-based ability. It seems that the way animals mutate isn't just physical. Shin Yi pondered. The mutation of this white fox resembled another form of evolution. It had gained abilities, could maintain its rationality, wouldn't attack people indiscriminately, and had a high IQ. Such mutations were still quite rare. So far, Shin Yi had only seen this kind of white fox. Well then, it's time for us to get down to business. Shinyi looked at Morong Shui and spoke. It wasn't merely a desire for beauty, although Morong Shui's looks and figure were indeed the most perfect he had ever seen. But Shinyi's main purpose was to unlock the system rewards while Morong Shui had no hostility towards him. This woman had quick emotional changes and was very ambitious. Ambitious people, regardless of gender, were very dangerous. Shinyi definitely wouldn't easily bring her back to his home in the future, nor would he trust her casually. Morong Shui had the ability to change people's thoughts and perceptions. If she plotted against his other women or family, it would be impossible to guard against. Can we come back a little later? Morong Shui paused and explained to Shen. Let's first go to Shancheng University. I know an ability fruit will mature in the next couple of days. If we do that kind of thing, I'm afraid I won't have the strength to deal with the dangers in the black mist. If it weren't for recovering some mental strength during their conversation, Morong Shui would have difficulty even standing up now. Even so, her current state wasn't very good. Although the battle with Shinyi had upgraded her abilities, it had also consumed a lot. Shen Yi's consumption was considerable as well, especially since he had been using shadow binding to hold the white fox, which drained his stamina continuously. That works too, let's eat something first. Okay, I'll go get some meat cans. Morong Shui said, getting up to fetch food. Shinyi raised his hand to stop her, then took out 3 roasted chickens and 2 large bottles of white silk cola from the system space. Canned meat couldn't compare to the aroma of fresh roasted chicken, especially paired with carbonated drinks. Shinyi had consumed quite a bit of energy today, so he was really hungry and had a strong appetite. A space ability for storing food? You actually have 2 space-type abilities. Morong Shui immediately showed a look of surprise. 89. Compromise once, and you will compromise countless times. Space-type abilities are already quite rare. In her previous life, Morong Shui lived for more than half a year and had only heard of them, never seen one. But in this life, just half a month into the apocalypse, Shinyi actually obtained 2. Morong Shui was completely numb. Numb from shock. How could someone be so lucky? With the abilities Shinyi had displayed so far, even 6 months later, they would still be rare and practical. With so many abilities and not having to worry about physical exhaustion, it's no wonder he would want women. In a life of comfort, without worries about food and drink, besides ability fruits, only women could make a normal man's heart flutter, right? Survival of the fittest, a preference for beauty, is just human nature. In her previous life, those ability users who lived well all had several women, right? Some particularly powerful female ability users even supported several men. In the apocalypse, the strong are respected. With strength, you can do whatever you want. Only those with too little strength can limit their desires. Shen Yi didn't explain anything to Morong Shui, just ate his roast chicken and drank his cola. Binge eating in a state of hunger is really satisfying. Plus, he was about to get another ability fruit, making Shen Yi even more content. This was one of the benefits Morong Shui brought. Future information, resource information. If he had killed her directly, he definitely wouldn't have these benefits. Morong Shui didn't hold back either, pouring herself a cup of cola and taking a chicken leg to eat. In her view, she and Shinyi were in a cooperative relationship. Moreover, she could provide a lot of food, so eating Shinyi's chicken didn't count as taking advantage. So fragrant. I feel like I haven't had such fresh and delicious chicken in a long time. Morong Shui bit into the chicken leg and couldn't help but exclaim. Almost everyone who has eaten fresh roast chicken says it tastes great. Shinyi thought so too. He felt that the resources unlocked by the system were completely different from those bought in restaurants. You can store all your resources with me, Shinyi said casually while eating the chicken. Morong Shui wouldn't be polite with him, and he wouldn't be polite with her either. As long as he had control over all her resources, even if this woman had ambitions, she would have to consider some things. All right. Morong Shui hesitated for a moment but agreed. She remembered that the space ability that could store items seemed to prevent food from rotting or being affected by the black mist. Although she lived on the 18th floor and the black mist wouldn't reach that high, it's better to be prepared. Being able to store food with a space ability was something many people would envy. Moreover, Shinyi's tone wasn't one of negotiation. It wouldn't matter if she disagreed. After that, the two of them ate and drank their fill. Shinyi stored all the food and equipment Morong Shui had, including drinks and various alcoholic beverages, into the system space. He also used mental sensing to scan the room again, confirming there was nothing overlooked. And only then was he satisfied. Morong Shui didn't speak throughout. However, Shinyi noticed that Morong Shui had many potted plants at home. There were some in the bedroom, some in the living room, some in the kitchen, and even Several on the balcony. Previously, Shin-Yi thought Morong Shui, as an apocalypse enthusiast, just liked to raise some flowers and plants. But now that he knew she was a reborn person, these flowers and plants must be special. Especially after Shin-Yi took a closer look and found that all the flowers and plants were normal, with not a single one mutated. This meant that these plants could all bear ability fruits. It was clear that Morong Shui had specifically collected these plants. Thinking of this, Shin-Yi looked at Morong Shui and asked, "How many ability fruits do you have now?" "Just 2. Not many. Most of these plants have not yet borne ability fruits, and you may not know that. Not all unmutated plants will bear ability fruits." Morong Shui naturally noticed Shin-Yi's gaze and explained. Then she urged, "It's getting dark, let's set off quickly." But before we go, you need to give me all the ability fruits you have stored." Shin-Yi directly reached out for them. Respect? Human rights? Equality? None of that exists. This household only needs one person in charge. Morong Shui immediately frowned. "We are just in a cooperative relationship. You haven't provided me with any help yet. You want all my things?" Having all her stored supplies taken away made her uncomfortable to begin with. Now he wanted her ability fruits too. This was a bit too much. "Give them to me." Shin-Yi didn't waste words, just stared at Morong Shui. Morong Shui said nothing, only stared back at him. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere gradually cooled. The white fox seemed to sense something was off. Its beautiful eyes opened, warily watching Shin-Yi. But Shin-Yi completely ignored it. Just a beast. If it can't tell the difference between a king and a pawn, just kill it. Although he was wary of the white fox's time ability, it didn't mean Shin-Yi was afraid of it. The time ability had huge limitations. In terms of practicality, it was even less useful than his shadow binding. Of course, Shin-Yi didn't fully trust the information Morong Shui revealed. Perhaps the white fox's ability could be released at a distance. But even if Morong Shui deceived him, Shin-Yi could dodge in time. Because he always maintained a certain safe distance from the white fox. From beginning to end, he had never fully trusted Morong Shui. Because Morong Shui was very much like him. Just as ruthless, just as unscrupulous, just as petty when successful. Shin-Yi often reflected on his own cunning, so he understood deeply that Morong Shui, who was so similar to him, was also very cunning and needed to be dealt with carefully. In the end, it was Morong Shui who made a concession in their standoff. Once there was a first compromise, there would be a second, a third. From the moment she decided to trade with Shin-Yi, it was the first compromise. "I can give you one ability fruit first, but you have to tell me how you broke through the human limits and obtained more than 3 abilities. This was also a condition of our previous trade," Morong Shui said, taking an ability fruit out from her sleeve. She must have hidden it well. Even with his mental perception, Shin-Yi couldn't find it. This woman definitely had many secrets. The more ambitious a person is, the more secrets they have. Shin-Yi first took the ability fruit, then said, "Give me the other one too, and I'll tell you." "You." Morong Shui was momentarily angered. This bastard. How could he be so shameless, so brazen, so unashamed? Even more shameless than the businessmen she had clashed with in the past. It was a pity this bastard wasn't a people's entrepreneur. Taking a deep breath, Morong Shui forcibly suppressed her anger and took out another ability fruit from her sleeve, saying, "Fine, I'll give you both. But you must eat both ability fruits in front of me right now. I want to see with my own eyes that you are not deceiving me." 90 Skin Hardening, Transformation Ability. Morong Shui wanted to see with her own eyes how Shin-Yi obtained more than 3 abilities. Otherwise, she was afraid that after putting in so much effort, she would be deceived. Shin-Yi naturally did not refuse, took the second ability fruit, and casually tossed it into his mouth. Before he could taste it, it had already been digested. Soon, his skin felt slightly warm. It seemed that this ability fruit was for enhancing physical abilities. Shin-Yi opened the panel to take a look. The system panel was not visible to others, so he was not worried that Morong Shui would notice. Skin hardening, LV1. Your skin can become as hard as stone, resisting a certain degree of attacks. Huh? Is that it? Shin-Yi felt speechless. He understood why Morong Shui hadn't eaten this ability fruit. It was indeed a useless ability. But better than nothing. Having obtained the 6th ability, Shin-Yi still did not feel any rejection from his body, proving that he could continue to gain abilities. Then, he ate another ability fruit. A cool sensation spread throughout his body, seemingly another new ability. Transformation ability, LV1. You can transform into any person or animal you have seen and remembered. During the transformation, your stamina will continuously deplete, and transforming into an animal will double the stamina cost. You currently cannot transform into large animals that are much bigger than you. This ability seems a bit interesting. Looking at the system description, Shin-Yi pondered. He felt that this transformation ability had considerable operational space. For example, if he transformed into a mosquito or a sparrow, could he fly? It would be equivalent to having an additional flying reconnaissance ability while also being able to disguise himself. However, this ability was actually more suitable for his woman, letting her be the scout. If he ate it, it would just mean more transformations, which wouldn't be very useful. After all, when it comes to reconnaissance abilities, telepathy is the most powerful. And it carries little risk. Of course, being able to transform into anyone he has seen, this disguise ability is also quite good. Immediately, Shin-Yi checked his current personal panel. Host, Shin-Yi, age 20, combat power 55, not including any external enhancements, unlocked supplies, master handsome mineral water, freshly roasted chicken, type 54 handgun, 5 a grade steak, ability fruit telepathy, luxury self-heating hot pot, ability fruit mental connection, ripe black skin watermelon, obtained abilities, physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy. LV10, shadow binding LV1, mental connection LV6, skin hardening LV1, transformation ability LV1, physical evolution, LV1 your body has completed an evolution for some reason, greatly enhancing your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. Teleportation, LV1 you can instantly move a distance of 20 meters. Since your teleportation is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain and any control and binding skills during the movement. As long as your stamina is sufficient, you can continuously activate teleportation without any restrictions. Telepathy, LV10 you can sense all hostility and goodwill within 8,000 meters around you through your mind, and you can see all scenes within 8,000 meters without using your eyes, unaffected by any obstacles. Shadow binding, LV1 within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. As long as the target's shadow is under your control, the target cannot take any action. The stronger the target, the more stamina you consume, the weaker the target, the less stamina you consume. Mental connection, LV6 you can establish a mental connection with others to convey messages and share visions. Currently, the maximum number of people connected is 40, with a maximum distance of 1,500 meters. If you connect with a target that has a mental connection, the maximum distance doubles, and it does not count towards the number of connections. Skin hardening, LV1, shapeshifting ability, LV1, increased physical strength by 10 points. Not bad. It proves that these two abilities, if used properly, can make one fight more fiercely. Unfortunately, there are no unlimited fruits to upgrade myself, otherwise if I could level up, these two abilities should also unleash unexpected power. Currently, Shin-Yi's highest level is telepathy. It has reached level 10, with a maximum viewing distance of 8,000 meters. A full 8 kilometers. And it can continue to upgrade. 100 kilometers doesn't seem like a dream. Anyway, the fruits are unlimited, just eat dozens when free, upgrading is not difficult at all. Just don't eat too recklessly and end up killing myself. The only downside to eating fruits for upgrades, don't eat too many at once, you need to take a break before eating again. You actually obtained 2 abilities so easily? Morong Shui stared at Shin-Yi, revealing an incredulous expression. There was not a hint of rejection. Even before she could react, Shin-Yi had already eaten the 2 ability fruits. She wanted to observe closely to see what changes would occur in Shin-Yi's body. Generally, when a normal person just acquires a new ability, there would be some subtle differences. But Shin-Yi showed no changes at all, not even a change in complexion. Morong Shui couldn't help but doubt whether this guy actually ate the fruits just now. Could it be that he was just pretending to trick her? 2 abilities, one is the skin hardening ability, and the other is the shapeshifting ability. Shin-Yi said. With a thought, his body began to change rapidly. In just a few seconds, his appearance transformed into that of Morong Shui. A 1-to-1 replica, even the height and voice were identical. The only difference was probably that the clothes and shoes on him couldn't change along with it. But that was already incredible. Morong Shui looked at Shin-Yi, her eyes wide with shock. It was real. He could actually stack abilities infinitely. Shape-shifting ability? So this is the ability, she murmured softly, seemingly surprised. You don't know what these 2 ability fruits are? Shin-Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Morong Shui nodded and said matter-of-factly, of course I don't know, I can't possibly remember every fruit clearly. At most, I can remember the general locations where a few powerful ability fruits might appear. If we can find a plant-type ability user, it will be easier to find ability fruits in the future, and we might even be able to identify the abilities of the fruits. Also, can you change back to your original appearance first? Otherwise, seeing another me feels a bit strange. Shin-Yi thought for a moment and transformed back. He realized that the shapeshifting ability consumed quite a bit of stamina. More than using telepathy. It might also be because the level of telepathy is high, which reduces physical consumption. However, the experience after transformation is quite nice. It feels as if I have completely become a woman, without any discomfort at all. My voice, as well as the structure of my body, has changed completely from the inside out. This is not just simple disguise, but a complete transformation. Looking at it this way, the transformation ability seems a bit impressive. Shinee suddenly pondered. If I were seriously injured, on the brink of death, and then immediately transformed into a resilient animal, would the injury change from serious to minor? For example, if I transformed into a mutated animal, could I gain the special abilities of that mutated animal? 91. Test results. New fruits. If one can transform into a mutated animal, can one also gain the special abilities of that mutated animal? Just thinking about it makes me want to try. Only by experiencing it firsthand can one be certain. Shinee looked at the white fox on the sofa, and then his body began to shrink rapidly, soon transforming from a human into a white fox. Then, Shinee felt his empty body and couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. He did not gain the time abilities of the white fox. It makes sense. If one could gain the abilities of a target just by transforming, then when he transformed into Morong Shui earlier, he should have also gained her abilities. But he didn't. Even though his appearance and body structure had completely changed into Morong Shui, he could not acquire her abilities. In this light, the transformation ability doesn't seem very practical. Better than nothing, I suppose. Alright, let's set off, Shinee said, stopping the experiment and changing back to his original form, getting dressed. The white fox on the sofa looked at Shinee changing back and forth, its big eyes filled with shock. For a moment, it almost mistook Shinee for itself. A copy of itself. You still haven't told me how to break through human limitations and gain more abilities. Morong Shui stared intently at Shinee. From what she just witnessed, she was certain that her deal with Shinee was not wrong. This man, he really can gain abilities without limits. The number of abilities can be infinitely stacked. In such a case, even a pig could become invincible. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but there is a researcher in my shelter who said my genes might have undergone some mutation due to the black mist, which is why I can break through human limitations and accommodate more abilities. Shinee paused deliberately at this point, his tone carrying a hint of temptation. That researcher is studying my genes, and if her research succeeds, perhaps others can also break through limitations like I did. Morong Shui listened, somewhat skeptical, not easily swayed. She suspected Shinee was not telling the whole truth. But this could be easily verified. Can I meet this researcher? Morong Shui asked. Not right now, let's talk about it later, Shinee said. He wouldn't easily let Morong Shui meet his other women, especially Lin Jiwei, the one who held the technology. If Morong Shui used her abilities to alter Lin Jiwei's cognition, that would be troublesome. Although Lin Jiwei's mental strength had been enhanced and should not be easily manipulated, it was better to be cautious. Also, he needed to keep Morong Shui away from his sister and grandmother. Shinee even suspected that his sister's thoughts might have been tampered with by Morong Shui. He planned to discuss with Lin Jiwei later to see if there was a way to test whether his sister's cognition or thoughts had been altered. However, Shinee guessed that Morong Shui probably hadn't tampered with his sister, otherwise she wouldn't have directly stated that she had the ability to modify cognition. That would be like self-destructing a truck. Morong Shui wasn't that foolish. After that, the two of them went out. They did not take the white fox, because it always looked lethargic and half asleep. Bringing it along would only waste time. The rain is heavier than before. Stepping out of the building, Shinee took out 2 umbrellas from the system space and handed one to Morong Shui. He had casually picked them up in the supermarket, not expecting them to actually come in handy. At this time, it was already evening. Although the boundaries between day and night had become blurred due to the black mist, the absence of the sun still had some effect on Shinee's mental sensing. While mental sensing could penetrate the black mist and see through it, in absolute darkness, it was still impossible to see clearly. In absolute darkness, Lin Jiwei's night vision ability was still more practical. However, the night was not completely dark. There was still moonlight and starlight, which had a slight effect, but it was not a big problem. What's wrong? Is there danger? Morong Shui noticed. Shinee frowning and guessed that he might have sensed some danger. The benefit of being a perceptive ability user is having ample information, allowing one to foresee and avoid danger. It's nothing, let's go. Shinee collected his thoughts. He had indeed seen a few strong mutated monsters earlier, but they were 7 or 8 kilometers away and in a different direction from the school, so they wouldn't encounter them on this trip. With a level 10 telepathy, and an 8-kilometer visual range, it was indeed quite enjoyable. However, Shinyi's brain was not a super brain. He couldn't instantly capture all the information within his field of vision and needed to look carefully. After all, within an 8,000-meter distance, the amount of information from various buildings, mutated plants and animals, survivors, and so on was too vast. If he didn't pay attention, he might miss something. Shinyi had also planned the route to the school in advance, finding the shortest path without mutated monsters. Soon, he and Morong Shui arrived at the school in less than 10 minutes. The ability fruit might be near the cafeteria in Area A, but I'm not sure if it's right now, Morong Shui said. Then let's go take a look. Shinyi once again used his telepathy to scan the cafeteria in Area A. Surprisingly, there were a few survivors inside. They weren't moving to higher ground but were hiding in the dark mist. He couldn't understand their thinking. Then, Shinyi and Morong Shui walked towards the cafeteria. Along the way, Shinyi was also using telepathy to check for survivors in the school, hoping to find girls that met the system standards. Compared to more than 10 days ago, the school was noticeably much quieter now. The number of survivors had decreased significantly. But there were many more corpses. Some had died of thirst, some of hunger, and some had been killed, but more students had likely fled the school. As for whether they encountered danger on their way out or if they could return home safely, that was unknown. What are those students in the cafeteria cooking? Is there still cooked food? Shinyi frowned. The cafeteria was dark, with no lights, and he couldn't see the food in the pot. However, it was normal for the living to cook. Although food exposed to the dark mist would spoil quickly. As long as they ate fast enough, they could finish it before it went bad. Shinyi was not interested in the food in the cafeteria. If it were a large mall or supermarket, he would have gone in to scavenge, as there were many things that would be useful. Clothes, shoes, and even various jewelry would become non-renewable resources in the future. Although his system might also unlock some items. But to unlock one type of resource, he had to take in a woman who knew when he would unlock what he needed. This was also why Shinyi occasionally raided supermarkets and malls. Even junk food might not be available in the future. So while it was still not expired, he would collect as much as he could. After all, the system space was infinite, and he didn't have to worry about taking up space. What ability does this ability fruit have? Arriving about 100 meters from the cafeteria, Shinyi turned to look at Morong Shui. 92. Discovering someone who meets the system's standards. I don't know. Morong Shui shook her head slightly and explained, I also joined a shelter in my previous life, and I heard from the survivors there that their third-in-command was a university student from Shanshine, and that he gained his abilities near the cafeteria. His abilities were quite strong, so I subconsciously remembered him. So, the person who gained this ability might be one of those students in the cafeteria? Shinyi raised an eyebrow. I don't know. I never saw him. I left that shelter less than 3 days after joining. Most of the information Morong Shui had was hearsay, and she wasn't even sure if it was true. If it weren't for Shinyi, she wouldn't have taken the risk to come to the school to check for possible ability fruits. But Shinyi was very strong, so coming to the school wasn't really a risk, and even if they couldn't find the ability fruit, it wouldn't be a loss. At most, it would just be a wasted trip. Then, Shinyi released his mental perception and began to carefully examine all the plants around the cafeteria. Although visibility was not very clear at night, it was still easy to identify non-mutated plants. After searching around, Shinyi saw a small patch of unmutated weeds behind the cafeteria. Among the weeds, there were a few blooming flowers. Raindrops the size of beans continuously fell on the flowers, making them sway precariously. In the center of a yellow flower, there was a colorful fruit growing. If one didn't look closely, they would never notice it. Found it. Shinyi instantly teleported over and picked the ability fruit. He casually placed it into the system space and teleported back to Morong Shui's side. The entire series of actions was completed in about 10 seconds. Morong Shui looked at Shinyi, who had suddenly disappeared and quickly reappeared, and couldn't help but exclaim, spatial abilities are really useful. Her original thought was to also gain a spatial ability. But she was worried that the consumption of spatial abilities was too great and that it would be difficult to level up, which would instead slow down her own strength improvement. Of course, there was an even more important reason. That was, Morong Shui didn't know where the fruits of spatial abilities would appear. Currently, all the information she had about ability fruits was hearsay. If it weren't for her strong mental power and enhanced memory, which allowed her to subconsciously remember some important information. Otherwise, even if she were reborn, she wouldn't be able to find many ability fruits, let alone the rare spatial ability fruits. Are we going home now? Morong Shui looked at Shini. She was already prepared to dedicate herself tonight. Perhaps only by becoming Shini's woman could she gain his true trust and receive his help. Not in a hurry, I just have some things to take care of. Through mental perception, Shini discovered that quite a few survivors were gathered in the school's supermarket. Among them were his classmates and roommates. I didn't expect you all to still be alive, what good luck. Shini murmured softly. Since they were all alive, then I will personally help you find relief. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to clear my mind. Besides that, Shini also discovered a girl who met the system's standards. Ding! Detected a goddess who meets the system's standards, beginning to scan detailed information. Name: Hanruwashi. Age: 21. Appearance: 91 points. Figure: 96 points. Inner self: 100 points. Untouched. Total score: 96 points. Evaluation: can unlock a random resource after being taken in. This was a girl with a very good figure. She was wearing a white, tight-fitting sports outfit, which looked like it hadn't been washed in a while, and her face was a bit dirty, making her 91 point. Beautiful face hard to discern. Through X-ray vision, Shini noticed that this girl had a bit of muscle definition on her thighs and abdomen. It seemed she was the type who exercised regularly. No wonder her figure score could reach 96 points. Sure enough, having a large population base is good. It's easy to find women that meet the system's standards. There were 70 or 80 survivors in the supermarket, half of whom were girls. Among them, only Hanruwashi, a sporty beauty, met the standards. Observing, Shin-Yi and Morong Shui avoided the mutated plants in the black mist and arrived at the supermarket entrance with an umbrella. The supermarket's main door was locked from the inside. Moreover, there were several boys with weapons guarding behind the door. It seemed that a small shelter had already formed inside the supermarket. However, building a shelter in the black mist wasted a lot of drinking water every day. Fortunately, the school supermarket had ample supplies, otherwise, this shelter would have collapsed long ago. Simple college students lacked survival experience. Let me break the door, Morong Shui said. Her mental strength had recovered somewhat, and she could now use her psychic power. In Morong Shui's view, Shin-Yi's purpose for coming to the supermarket was definitely to search for supplies. She had the same intention. Since Shin-Yi had a space ability, he must fill it up. No need, we can just go in directly. Shin-Yi glanced at Morong Shui. This woman knew there were survivors inside but still wanted to break the door violently. It was as if she didn't care about the other survivors at all and wasn't worried about causing harm. Immediately, Shin-Yi grabbed Morong Shui's arm with one hand, teleported several times in succession, directly avoiding the students at the entrance, and arrived inside the supermarket. There was only a faint light in the supermarket. It was from the flashlights and candles lit by the students. But due to the spreading black mist, visibility was only a few meters, and no one noticed Shin-Yi and Morong Shui entering. Thus, Shin-Yi began to sweep the supermarket shelves, collecting various snacks he liked and unpolluted carbonated drinks into his space. He didn't take everything, he looked down on instant noodles and self-heating hot pots, leaving some for the survivors as a chance to survive. There was no need to be ruthless in doing things. After all, only if humanity does not go extinct and the population base is large enough can he find more women that meet the system's standards. Leaving others a way to live was also a way to invest in himself. Is your space ability full? Morong Shui couldn't help but ask in confusion upon seeing this scene. No. Then why don't you take all these instant noodles and the snacks over here? Morong Shui didn't understand at all. She didn't want to leave anything for the other survivors. Food, who would complain about having too much? This was the apocalypse. Food and water were almost non-renewable resources. Giving others a way to live might mean starving herself later. Moreover, even if she didn't eat the junk food, it could be used as rewards for her subordinates. After all, Morong Shui had ambitions to establish a shelter and become the local emperor in the apocalypse. And to be the local emperor, resources were naturally very important. As for the lives of strangers, what did it have to do with her? Morong Shui didn't care whether these students would starve to death. Shin-Yi also knew this woman's character, so he was too lazy to explain to her. He selected some snacks he liked to store in his space. Then, through telepathy, he found Jean Rue and the counselor chatting. Former classmates and teachers. Now they were all in a sorry state. Even drinking a bottle of water required several people to share one. Although there were plenty of bottled water and drinks in the supermarket, they certainly didn't dare to squander them, otherwise, they wouldn't last long. Only when the black mist increased and they were particularly thirsty would they take a sip to keep themselves going. You guys are really pitiful. Shani stepped out from the black mist and said lightly. Hearing the sudden voice, the group sitting around was taken aback and instinctively turned to look at the newcomer. When they saw it was Shani, the burly Jinrua suddenly stood up, pointing at him with a fierce expression and scolding, Shani, you dare to show your face. I went to the dorm before and couldn't find you. Thought you had run away, but I didn't expect you to actually come to me. Today, I'll make you understand the cost of talking big. 93. Reflect on yourself, why did I only hit you? Shani, today I'll let you know the price of talking big online. Jinrua clenched his fists, the knuckles making a low creaking sound, his face shrouded in a heavy aura of menace as he advanced step by step towards Shani. His hatred for Shani was merely the fuse. The real reason was that he had been living a suffocating life for a long time, unable to contact his family, barely eating or drinking enough each day, and constantly living in fear of death, feeling extremely oppressed. The negative emotions that had built up in his chest needed a complete release. Coincidentally, Shin-Yi had walked right into his line of fire. The other students, including classmates and the counselor, showed no intention of stopping him. Shin-Yi's previous attitude of flaunting food in the group had also left some people harboring grudges. Moreover, with no law and no police around, even if Jinrua severely punished Shin-Yi or even killed him, it would be fine. Humanity was no longer bound by the law. People's moral standards had also dropped significantly. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise abruptly shattered the air. Everyone was stunned to witness a figure being violently thrown back, crashing heavily into the thick black mist, followed by a piercing scream, which was soon silenced. It was Jinrua. All the students and teachers widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. What was happening? How could Jinrua suddenly fly out? Clearly, no one had touched him. In everyone's sight, Jinrua had been menacingly approaching Shin-Yi, but after just a few steps he unexpectedly flew back without warning. Even more shocking was that he seemed to have fallen heavily, losing consciousness immediately, possibly even dead, without making another sound. It was like a supernatural event. And no way. This is a superpower. Just like Zhao Tao's superpower. Suddenly, a quick-thinking student exclaimed, his voice laced with undeniable shock. Upon hearing this, the other students were instantly terrified, standing up and retreating, their gazes towards Shin-Yi filled with fear and disbelief. Shin-Yi, he actually had superpowers too? How could this be possible? Some were shocked, some terrified, some fearful, and some unable to accept. Shin-Yi ignored the reactions of the crowd and coldly looked at Morong Shui. Who told you to make a move? What, do you still care about the bond of classmates and don't want to kill this person? Morong Shui frowned slightly. She had just directly destroyed the brain of the boy who provoked Shin-Yi with her mental power. He had already died the moment he flew out. But Shen-Yi's questioning made her somewhat displeased. I help you, and you turn on me? Moreover, it's the apocalypse, what feelings are you still considering? Shin-Yi said expressionlessly, I don't want him to die so easily. Morong Shui fell silent for a moment. So that's how he thinks. It seems I was being overly concerned. Although she sensed some conflict between Shin-Yi and that boy, she didn't expect the grudge to be so deep. After all, Shin-Yi was not a soft-hearted person. How could he let go of someone who insulted him just because of the bond of classmates? Next time, don't act rashly. Shin-Yi coldly warned, but did not blame her too much. Although Morong Shui's actions made him somewhat unhappy, her original intention was to help him, and there was no need to get overly angry about it. Then, Shin-Yi's gaze swept over the terrified students. Shen-Yi. This has nothing to do with us. It's Jinrua. It's all Jinrua who has a grudge against you. We have no enmity with you. You can't kill us. Counselor. Wang Jiaxing trembled as he spoke, his voice filled with panic. Seeing this, the other students also begged for mercy, their voices tinged with cries. It was only at this moment that these survivors suddenly realized a problem. When did this man and woman come in? And how did they get in? Why hasn't the doorman sent any news? Could it be? At this thought, a chill surged in everyone's hearts, and their bodies trembled involuntarily, the feeling of fear growing stronger. The survivors who had made it this far had mostly witnessed death, even seen those crazed students slaughtering the innocent. Therefore, they dared not gamble on whether Shin-Yi would turn on them. Just then, a large black star pistol suddenly appeared in Shin-Yi's hand, and he aimed it at the thigh of the counselor Wang Jiaxing. Firing 2 shots. Bang! Bang! The bullets instantly pierced Wang Jiaxing's thigh, blood gushing out. The intense pain made him let out a piercing scream, rolling on the ground while clutching his leg. a handgun, and superpowers. The timid students who saw this scene were immediately terrified, their legs going weak, crying out for mercy, fearing they would be next. Students in other corners of the supermarket heard the commotion and rushed over with knives and clubs. However, when they saw the gun in Shinyi's hand, their faces turned pale, and they nearly dropped their weapons. No one dared to stand up for Wang Jiaxing. Ah! Hurts. It hurts so much. Shinyi, why are you shooting me? Why? Wang Jiaxing wailed in pain, tears streaming down his face. He didn't understand. He couldn't comprehend why Shinyi had a gun. He couldn't understand why Shinyi would shoot him. Even less could he understand why he was the only one targeted. With so many people around, why was it me? Shinyi looked at Wang Jiaxing, who was writhing in pain, and a smile crept onto his lips. You should reflect on why I only shot you and not others. Reflect? Wang Jiaxing was stunned. This statement was so shameless. What do you mean I should reflect? I'm the victim here. Resentment, grievance, pain, all kinds of emotions flooded Wang Jiaxing's mind as he clutched his bleeding leg, his voice filled with despair. I don't know. I can't understand, please. Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Since you know you were wrong, then just be a person in your next life. Shinyi stopped talking, raised his hand, and shot, ending Wang Jiaxing's life. An eye for an eye. He felt relieved, his thoughts clear. It felt good. Where are you all going? Then, Shin Yi's gaze turned to a few students who were quietly retreating, trying to escape. One of them was his roommate Sun Bowen, and the others were classmates. The group trembled, and a girl was so scared that she fell to her knees, crying out for mercy. Shinyi, I never cursed you before, please don't kill me. I really never cursed you. Some begged for mercy, while others took the opportunity to rush into the black mist, trying to escape Shinyi's pursuit. Don't worry, I'm not a murderous maniac, why would I kill you? Shinyi glanced at the girl, not having a deep impression of her, only remembering she was a classmate. Thank you. Thank you. The girl cried tears of joy, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. The other students who didn't dare to run quickly knelt down, begging for mercy alongside her. Even those who didn't know Shinyi and had no grievances with him dared not make a move, obediently standing in place. Some boys even secretly hid their weapons behind them, fearing Shinyi would see and bring about their doom. No one was foolish enough to think a knife was faster than a gun. Faced with someone who had a gun and was truly willing to kill, the naive college students couldn't even entertain the thought of resistance. Shinyi scanned the crowd, then turned to Morong Shui and instructed, you go kill those who just ran away. Okay. Morong Shui didn't hesitate and walked straight into the black mist, killing at the slightest disagreement. The other students were instantly terrified and trembling at the sight. Even those who thought they had no grievances with Shinyi quickly dropped their weapons and, imitating the pleading female classmate, knelt down. For the sake of survival, what was dignity worth? Even kneeling was not shameful. 94, from now on, you will be my woman. Shinyi's gaze swept over the kneeling students, and he had no intention of continuing to act violently. As long as no clever fool was thinking of ambushing him, there was no need for a massacre. The reason he had Mu Rongxue kill those few fleeing students was purely because two of them had grievances with him. One was his roommate, Sun Bowen, who had previously sided with Jean Rue to annoy him. Every time he clashed with Jean Rue, this guy would take sides. Those who like to take sides must die. The other was Qin Haoren, who had previously denounced and insulted him in the group. More importantly, from the moment Shinyi appeared, the hostility emanating from Qin Haoren was exceptionally strong, even heavier than Jean Rue's. This meant that this little brat had been holding a grudge against him all along, just because he hadn't given him food and water. Such narrow-minded people, if not eliminated, would definitely cause trouble in the future if they gained any power. As for the other students, Shinyi had no intention of killing them. They held little hostility towards him, mostly just fear. Moreover, Shinyi felt that these college students were quite suitable for his shelter, because most of them would obediently listen after just a little intimidation. Such timid students who only wanted to survive, generally, wouldn't cause any trouble. Furthermore, college students' minds are relatively simple, making them easier to train and manage than adults. In society, in the apocalypse, adults need family constraints to work seriously, while college students only need a bite to eat in a relatively safe environment to behave themselves. Of course, they shouldn't be fed too much, or else many troubles and problems could arise. After pondering for a moment, Shinyi looked at everyone and said, I have established a shelter. Is there anyone willing to join? First of all, I want to emphasize that I am not forcing you to join. If you are unwilling, I will not compel you. But if you join my shelter and dare to betray me in the future, I will definitely not let you go." As he spoke, Shinny exhaled and wiped a large black star in his hand. The students exchanged glances, filled with fear. If they didn't agree, would he kill them? Looking at the corpse on the ground, still bleeding and unable to close its eyes, all the survivors shivered. He would. He definitely would. This guy kills without blinking. I am willing. I am willing to join your shelter. The first to speak was the classmate girl who had begged for mercy earlier. Shin. He glanced at her. This girl seemed to be named Mahong, and her academic performance was quite good. She was of average appearance. Not ugly, but not outstanding either. Although Mahong felt a bit scared after being looked at by Shin-Yi, she still firmly made her choice. Because she saw that both Shin-Yi and the woman beside him had superpowers, and Shin-Yi also had a gun. In the apocalyptic world, survival must be guaranteed by force. Otherwise, these 60 or 70 people wouldn't be subdued by just one of Shin-Yi's guns. Fortunately, they encountered Shin-Yi, at least he didn't kill innocents indiscriminately. If they had met the group of students who had gone on a killing spree at school before, begging for mercy might not even ensure survival. Those madmen might even humiliate girls. Just thinking about it made Mahong scared. The other students hesitated for a while, and most expressed their willingness to join Shin-Yi's shelter. Only a few remained silent, clearly showing a refusal attitude. Shin-Yi glanced around and saw that Hanruoshi, a girl who met the system's standards, was also willing to join, so he didn't bother with the others anymore. His main target was Hanruoshi. As for the others, they were just a convenient recruitment. Boss, before we leave, should we take all the supplies from the supermarket? Or should we establish our shelter directly in this supermarket? A thin boy approached and asked proactively. This boy is braver than others and also quite smart. At this moment, he clearly wants to make a good impression in front of Shin-Yi. Moreover, by taking the initiative to collect supplies, he also attracts the hatred of other students who are unwilling to join the shelter towards Shin-Yi. Sure enough, when the other survivors heard the words of the frail boy, they all turned to look at him. Especially those students and teachers who were unwilling to join Shin-Yi's shelter glared at the frail boy with malice, as if they wished they could stab him. This bastard. He actually wants to take our supplies. They dared not express their grievances towards Shin-Yi and could only vent their anger on the frail boy, believing it was all his fault for speaking up. Shin-Yi glanced at the boy and said lightly, "Take as much as you can carry. Whatever supplies you bring back today will belong to you, no need to hand them in." "Okay. Boss, I got it." The frail boy immediately responded excitedly and then called everyone to gather food. The college students felt happy about Shin-Yi's attitude. Whatever they took today would be theirs, and they didn't have to hand it in. It seemed that joining the shelter wasn't such a bad thing after all. But those students and teachers who originally did not want to join the shelter were now anxious. Although there were quite a few snacks and drinks in the supermarket that hadn't spoiled, if a large portion was taken away, they wouldn't survive for long. Some fence-sitters immediately changed their minds and wanted to join the shelter, but Shin-Yi directly refused. Did they really think they could join my shelter just because they wanted to? You had your chance, and you didn't seize it, so there won't be a second. The fence-sitters were immediately filled with regret but dared not hold a grudge against Shin-Yi. They could only redirect their hatred back onto the frail boy. It's all this bastard's fault. If he hadn't spoken up, Shin-Yi might not have even taken the supplies from the supermarket. Boss, not good. I found that many food and drink items have disappeared from the shelves. There might be a thief. The frail boy suddenly ran over in a panic to report. Don't worry about it, just keep taking your things, Shin-Yi said. The frail boy was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to guess something but wisely chose not to ask further and turned to leave. As he walked, he shouted to the others, "Everyone, be quick, grab more high-calorie food and bottled water, we need to leave soon." The frail boy's ability to read the room was indeed impressive. Shin-Yi didn't mind his little ambitions to rise in status. He was too lazy to get involved in the specific affairs of the shelter. He only valued loyalty and capability. Although the frail boy had his own thoughts, he bore no hostility. Moreover, he knew how to attract hatred for himself, which was quite considerate. Although Shin-Yi didn't care about the hatred of these people, having a sensible subordinate to use was something he naturally didn't mind. Soon, Shin-Yi used his mental sensing to scan the crowd gathering food and quickly found Hanruoshi, who was wearing a white tracksuit. He walked straight over. At that moment, Han Ruwashi was stuffing snacks and water into a backpack. There were also two boys nearby, looking like her admirers, more like sycophants eagerly helping Han Ruwashi take things from the shelves. As Han Ruwashi was busy, she looked up and, upon seeing Shani approaching, was so startled that the drink in her hand fell to the ground. Stammering, "B-boss." She didn't know how to address this demon Shani and could only follow the frail boy's example and call him boss. The two sycophants, hearing Han Ruwashi's voice, quickly turned around. Upon seeing Shani, they were also frightened and hurriedly shouted boss. Although they were all around the same age, Shani's aura was clearly much stronger than theirs. The aura is something that sounds abstract, but after Shani had just killed someone, his aura appeared particularly powerful in the eyes of others. Fear made them feel this way. Shani ignored the two boys and directly focused on Han Ruwashi, asking, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Han Ruwashi was taken aback for a moment and replied, somewhat fearfully, "Does an online relationship count? Have you met in person?" "No. Ever since the power outage and loss of internet, Han Ruwashi hadn't chatted with her online boyfriend at all. They had originally planned to meet next month. However, this apocalypse had disrupted all their arrangements. "Well, that's fine, then be my woman from now on," Shani said naturally. 95. So this is how one can pursue a goddess. Ha! Upon hearing Shani's unabashedly unreasonable request, Han Ruwashi was momentarily stunned, her previously tense emotions collapsing in an instant. Wow, so direct. He didn't even ask for her name before making such an outrageous demand. Is he trying to coerce me? Han Ruwashi swallowed hard, instinctively wanting to refuse. After all, she had just met this man, and they had barely exchanged a few words. She had no idea what kind of personality this fierce-looking man had, whether he was good or bad. Suddenly being asked to be together felt way too fast. The two boys who were pursuing Han Ruwashi nearby changed their expressions upon hearing Shinyi's words. But when they saw the gun in Shinyi's hand, they silently chose to remain quiet. Although they liked Han Ruwashi, they didn't want to risk their lives for it. Han Ruwashi secretly glanced at the two silent boys, feeling anxious. Inside, she wanted to refuse Shinyi, but was worried that if she did, this man would shoot her without hesitation. "Have you thought it over?" Shinyi asked. He didn't care at all about the reactions of others. As long as they didn't show hostility towards him, he didn't care what others thought. "See, can I refuse?" Han Ruwashi tentatively asked in a low voice. But as soon as she said that, she worried that Shinyi would get angry, so she quickly added, We just met and aren't familiar with each other. Maybe you won't like my personality, or my looks and figure. So, we can try to get to know each other first, and if we like each other later, we can be together, okay?" "No." Shinyi's answer was crisp and decisive. He didn't care about what Han Ruwashi's personality was like. If she was really full of thoughts, he could just let her go after unlocking the supplies. As for her looks, although her face and hair hadn't been washed in a long time, making it hard to tell if she was beautiful or not, the system's rating told Shinyi that she was definitely not ugly. And her figure was even clearer to him. Hearing this, Han Ruwashi's heart sank. She turned her head, looking at the two boys who had originally pursued her with a hint of desperation, hoping they would say something to help her. However, the two boys kept their heads down, silent, not even daring to look at Shinyi. Clearly, their own lives were more important than the woman they liked. Moreover, Han Ruwashi wasn't even their woman. She was just the object of their pursuit, not yet in their grasp. So even seeing Han Ruwashi being forced, they felt no guilt at all. Han Ruwashi felt despair. She looked at Shinyi, knowing full well that if she offended this man, even if he didn't kill her on the spot, entering his shelter in the future would surely lead to being mistreated, or worse. He might directly force her. But I have a boyfriend. You really don't mind?" Han Ruwashi tried to struggle a bit. She didn't understand why this man had taken a liking to her at first glance. Clearly, she looked terrible right now, and smelled bad. She hadn't washed or tidied up for over 10 days, and there was a faint sour smell on her. A normal person wouldn't associate her current self with being attractive. Just an online boyfriend. I think you'll forget about him soon. Shinyi naturally didn't mind. After all, Han Ruwashi had never even met her online partner, and the system rated her inner qualities as a perfect 100, proving her body was pure. That was enough. As long as she didn't think about other men in the future, it would be fine. Otherwise, Shinyi would care. He could accept that his woman didn't like him, but if she dared to be fickle and betray him, giving him a green hat, he would never let her off. I understand. Han Ruwashi lowered her head in humiliation. Compared to the possibility of dying after rejection, she was still willing to sell her body. At least this man had power. He should be able to protect her in the future. Unlike these two suitors who had once fawned over her, when real danger struck, they didn't even dare to say a word to help her. If she were to be with such useless men, she might be abandoned at any moment. Moreover, they had no ability to protect her. The devil, at least, had great power. The two boys were stunned by the scene. So this is how one could pursue a goddess? No. This isn't pursuit at all. This is a hidden rule from a movie. Watching the goddess they had pursued for so long, whom they hadn't even held hands with, be taken down so quickly by a stranger, they felt a bit uncomfortable. But strangely, it was also somewhat thrilling. Shin-yi, now that everything is taken care of, shouldn't we leave? At that moment, Morong Shue also stepped out from the black mist. Han Ruwashi and the others were immediately frightened, their hearts trembling. Everything is taken care of? Does that mean those students who just ran away were all killed? Several living people were just killed like that. This woman is so ruthless. Fear crept into their eyes as they looked at Morong Shue. Not only was she ruthless, but she was also very powerful. A woman could actually kill several boys. Well, then let's go. Shin-yi was quite satisfied with the gains from this trip. An ability fruit, some supplies from the supermarket, and a woman who could unlock resources along with many subordinates. A bountiful harvest. Afterward, dozens of people carrying large and small bags of supplies gathered at the supermarket entrance. However, looking at the black mist outside the supermarket, no one dared to step in easily. The black mist wasn't that scary. What was terrifying were the various monsters hidden within. Let's go. Shin-yi took out a black umbrella from the system space. Holding the umbrella, he stepped into the black mist first. The others quickly followed. Meanwhile, about 10 people remained in the supermarket. They were survivors unwilling to join Shin-yi's shelter, mostly teachers. The reason these teachers were reluctant to join the shelter was that they didn't want to be subordinate to others. In the school supermarket, they were teachers, they could command students, control resources, and enjoy power. But if they went to someone else's shelter, they would have to listen to others. Having enjoyed power, they were unwilling to live under someone else's roof. However, looking at the less than 1/5 of the edible supplies left, everyone's faces turned grim. These greedy bastards. It was as if they wanted to empty the supermarket. If they had known it would be like this, they would have joined the shelter earlier. At least they would have someone to protect them. Now, with people gone, supplies gone, and even most of the weapons taken away, if they encountered any mutated monsters, they wouldn't even have the ability to resist. No, we can't do this. We must find some more students, we need to establish a shelter. A middle-aged teacher spoke up. The others exchanged glances and agreed. Boss, is the shelter we're going to Deep A number 1? After exiting the school gate, the frail boy looked at the route and cautiously asked. Deep Bay number 1 was the most upscale community nearby, and if they wanted to establish dominance, occupying this community would be the most suitable. Boss, when we pass by a community later, could you wait for me a moment? I want to go home, my sister and my mom are still at home, and I want to bring them to the shelter. The frail boy hesitated for a long time before finally voicing his request. Shin-yi was about to refuse. But Morong Shue suddenly tugged at his arm. Shin-yi glanced at Morong Shue, then opened a mental connection and asked, is there something? You can agree to his request. Why? Morong Shue shouldn't be such a kind person unless there was something to gain. Did she know this frail boy? I saw him in my past life. Although he doesn't have any special abilities, his other skills are quite good, and he is very sentimental. In my past life, someone saved his family, and he has been devoted to that person ever since, even dying to save them in the end. So, as long as you provide him with a little help, you can earn his loyalty. Upon hearing Morong Shue's words, Shin-yi fell into thought. If that's the case, then it could work. After all, waiting for this boy was just a small effort for her. Moreover, if this frail boy's sister met the system's standards, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 96. Wu Qingqing, shining white. What's your name? Cutting off the mental connection, Shin-yi looked at the weak boy drenched in rain. Boss, my name is Wu Yu, the boy quickly replied. Then he looked at Shin-yi eagerly, hoping he would agree to wait for him. Otherwise, even if he could safely return home and bring his family out, it would be impossible to survive in the apocalypse. He was very clear about his own strength. Only by following a superpowered person like Shun could he have a chance of survival, which was also the reason he had taken the risk to show himself in front of Shin to gain favor. Only by relying on the strong could one live longer. When we get near your neighborhood, let me know. Shin agreed to him. Since Morong Shui said Wu Yu was sentimental, he would try to take him in. After all, he didn't need to take any risks or pay any price. It was just a casual act. Thank you, boss. Wu Yu expressed his gratitude excitedly. The other survivors looked on with envy. They also wanted to bring their families over. But their homes were far away, and they didn't know if their families were still alive, so they didn't dare to speak up. After that, everyone walked a distance with fear and trepidation, and Wu Yu vaguely recognized the location of his neighborhood, quickly saying, "Boss, it's that neighborhood on the left, only a few hundred meters away." "Which building and what floor?" Shin asked. "Building 12, 29th floor, room 2903. Wu Yu immediately answered, and then murmured to himself, "My mom and sister must still be alive because before the internet went down, we talked on the phone and there was still food and water at home. As long as we ration it, it should last for 10 days to half a month, it must be like that." He was very anxious and restless. Although his analysis made sense, the repeated words showed that he actually lacked confidence. After all, surviving in the apocalypse required more than just food and water. There were also various dangerous mutated monsters and psychopathic murderers and robbers. This was also why Wu Yu didn't dare to leave school and go home alone. Despite having left the school without encountering any danger along the way, it was entirely because Shin was leading the way, avoiding mutated animals and plants in advance. They also avoided some murderous thugs. Just now, everyone heard screams coming from the black mist, not only from humans but also from animals. The sounds were truly tragic and painful. If Shin hadn't been in front, this group would have scattered in fear long ago. The only reason they managed to suppress their fear and walk through was that they knew Shin had superpowers and a handgun, so even if they encountered danger, they could fight back. No one felt that the journey was easy. The oppressive atmosphere even made everyone afraid to breathe loudly. At the same time, Shin activated his telepathy and began searching for Building 12. The neighborhood where Wu Yu lived was a densely populated high-rise area, and there were still quite a few survivors. After spending some time, Shin found Building 12. Then, he locked onto room 2903 on the 29th floor. The telepathy pinpointed the location accurately. Then he looked through with his X-ray vision. Although it was dark and hard to see clearly, he could still see two people in the room. From their body shapes, they were both women. It was at this moment that the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected a goddess that meets the system standards. Starting to scan detailed information. Name Wu Qingqing, age 18 years, appearance 89 points, figure 89 points, inner self 100 points, no emotional experience, total score 90 points, evaluation after taking in one random resource can be unlocked. It really met the standards. Due to the limited view, Shin couldn't clearly see Wu Yu's sister's appearance, but her score was definitely the lowest among the women who met the system's standards. Of course, this didn't mean that Wu Qingqing was ugly. As long as she could trigger the system prompt, she must be a rare beauty. Perhaps she was just young and hadn't fully blossomed yet. Shin instinctively glanced at Wu Yu's appearance. Although he was a bit frail, he looked quite handsome. It was reasonable to assume that his sister couldn't be ugly either. Thinking this, Shin spoke up, "You're right, your sister and your mother are still alive." Ah? Wu Yu was momentarily stunned, not immediately understanding why the boss responded to his words. But after a moment's thought, he vaguely guessed something. Could it be that the boss had another superpower that allowed him to see his family from a distance? Otherwise, why would he know that his family was still alive less than 2 minutes after just asking for his home address? As a modern university student exposed to various novels and web dramas, Wu Yu's mind wasn't rigid. He could easily come up with a bunch of answers. Suddenly, he became excited. His sister and mother were still alive. This was the best news for him. While some other university students were confused, there were also smart ones who quickly speculated that Shin might be able to use his superpower to detect whether someone was still alive through their name or address, and they became excited as well. They all had family and wanted to know about their situations. If the boss really had such a superpower, then they too would have hope of learning about their families in the future. Shin scanned the crowd, each person displaying different emotions, deliberately not explaining, wanting them to fill in the gaps themselves. The sense of mystery was built on their imagination. "Boss, thank you. I will definitely repay you in the future." Wu Yu snapped back to reality from his excitement and immediately expressed his gratitude to Shen. Although he felt fear and dread when he first met Shen, seeing his cold demeanor, after spending some time together, he sensed that the boss wasn't as cold-blooded as he seemed. At least the boss didn't kill innocents, he only targeted students with whom he had grievances. Moreover, the boss generously allowed the classmates to share supplies, even though those supplies were from the supermarket. Previously, even when they lived in the supermarket, they had to follow the teacher's distribution and couldn't eat freely. Yet Shen, as their leader with absolute strength, didn't force them to hand over supplies, showing that he had a broad mind. Even this one instance of not collecting supplies was enough for them to remember his kindness. Furthermore, the boss was willing to accept his family and let them join the shelter. All these actions made Wu Yu immensely grateful. Seeing Wu Yu's aura turn completely bright, even whiter than Murong Shui, Shen confirmed that he was a person who valued emotions and knew how to repay kindness, and said, "You take 2 people to pick up your family. There's no danger in your building, but don't go to the wrong building, and don't enter other blocks." "Okay, boss." Wu Yu nodded vigorously. He didn't expect the boss to even help him check for dangers and even send people to assist him. Thus, Wu Yu's aura brightened even more. It shone brightly. It directly surpassed Jiang Nanyan, almost catching up to Su Yun and Su Wanting. I won't deny that there are certainly shortcomings in the writing, and there have been many errors pointed out by readers that have been revised, but the overall worldview is set according to the author's design. 97. The girl with a high ponytail, Wu Yu, led by 2 boys, quickly ran into the community following the route pointed out by Shen, heading straight for his own building. He had no doubts about whether the route Shen indicated would have any problems. Although he was relatively smart, he was indeed simple-minded and easily trusted Shen. However, even if Wu Yu didn't believe it, he had no other choice. He had no superpowers and no extraordinary skills. If he relied on himself to find a way, he might not even know how he died. Meanwhile, Shen observed this densely populated community from a god's perspective. Through telepathy. Currently, there were no large groups appearing in the community, nor was there anyone stepping up to consolidate resources. The surviving residents were scattered across various buildings, each governing themselves, forming many small groups. In the apocalypse, humans would instinctively huddle together for warmth. In addition, Shen also saw dozens of mutated animals through telepathy. They were scattered throughout the community, some gnawing on corpses, while others licked the rainwater in the puddles. These mutated animals varied in shape, some were massive, while others appeared unusually agile, clearly having adapted to the environment shrouded in black mist. Among these mutated animals, the most striking was a giant mutated snake that seemed to have come from nowhere. It coiled beneath a building, its body exceptionally thick, thicker than a barrel, and estimated to be 5 to 6 meters long. Its scales glimmered with a cold light under the faint moonlight, and its tongue flicked out from time to time, seemingly sensing the surrounding environment. This giant snake had clearly become one of the rulers of this area, as other mutated animals seemed to avoid it. It seems that the situation in this community is even more complicated than the one I live in, Shen calculated in his mind. He decided that after unifying the Deep Bay No. 1 community, he would have Jiang Nanyan quickly formulate a detailed expansion plan to extend towards Wu Yu's community. There were far more survivors in this community than in Deep Bay No. 1, and among them, there were definitely many women who met the system's standards. If it weren't for the late hour and the fact that Murong Shui and Han Ruoshi were waiting to be unlocked, he would have been ready to search each building for beautiful women. As for why Shen didn't personally help Wu Yu rescue his family, the reason was simple: he wasn't a fool. Even if he had nothing to do, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. He established shelters and recruited subordinates to make things convenient for himself and to serve himself. If it turned into him serving his subordinates, what would they need him for? Moreover, if he frequently stepped in to help, it would make his subordinates think he had a good temper and could be ordered around at will, gradually losing their sense of respect and not taking him seriously. Good people are easily held at gunpoint. People like Wu Yu, who remember their debts, are rare. Most people, once they seize an opportunity, will forget their roots. Therefore, Shen could appropriately release some goodwill, like giving Wu Yu a few pointers or rewarding his subordinates with some supplies. But he would never personally get involved. In fact, if it weren't for Wu Yu's sister meeting the system's standards and being able to unlock supplies, Shen wouldn't even bother waiting for him. Gaining Wu Yu's favor was just for his sister. Using telepathy to plan a route for him was more to ensure he could safely bring his sister back. Otherwise, an ordinary person wasn't worth Shen wasting these dozens of minutes. Even if Wu Qingqing just unlocks some kind of fruit or vegetable supplies, it wouldn't be a loss, Shani murmured softly. About half an hour later, Wu Yu arrived with his family. The distance was only a few hundred meters, very close, but they wasted most of their time climbing the stairs. Climbing nearly 30 floors left them panting, their calves trembling. Especially Wu Yu's sister and mother, who, although only going down the stairs, were so exhausted they could barely walk. However, it is this kind of fatigue and exhaustion that allows them to understand the principle that effort brings rewards. Boss, I followed the route you told me, and sure enough, I didn't encounter any dangers along the way, Wu Yu said, slightly out of breath, as he reported to Shin-Yi with gratitude. When he entered the community just now, he heard screams not far from him. Although he couldn't see what was happening, he could tell it was definitely very dangerous. If he hadn't strictly followed the boss's route, he and his companions might have been the ones in danger. Through this round trip, Wu Yu speculated that the boss must have some kind of superpower like farsight or radar. He could see through the black mist. This was simply amazing. Wu Yu increasingly felt that his earlier decision to take the risk and join the shelter was correct. With a boss like this, as long as he didn't act recklessly, surviving safely in the future would definitely not be a problem. So, all the way, he had been boasting about Shin-Yi to his mother and sister, saying it was precisely because of the boss that he could return home safely and pick them up. Of course, this wasn't entirely exaggerated. He just used some overly glorified words about Shin-Yi, which made the two boys who came to help feel awkward. Shin-Yi was decent, but he wasn't as holy and radiant as Wu Yu described, right? When he first came to the supermarket, he had shot someone without hesitation and even made the woman following him kill several students. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a murderer. Wu Yu's ability to say so many glowing words with a face full of admiration was truly baffling. It was so awkward that it gave them goosebumps. Only a fool like Wu Yu would think Shin-Yi was a purely good person, right? However, after hearing the praise, Wu Yu's mother and sister developed a heartfelt gratitude towards Shin-Yi. He saved their family member, and gratitude was only natural. Thank you for saving my brother. Wu Qingqing stepped forward to thank him, secretly sizing up Shin-Yi, her eyes showing a hint of curiosity and shyness. She was an 18-year-old girl in her prime, with a high ponytail, resembling many young girls that boys would pursue and have crushes on in high school. You're welcome, Shin-Yi casually replied, looking at the ponytailed girl, slightly surprised. Because this girl had an unexpectedly high regard for him. Even higher than Mu Rongxue. Not just the girl, even Wu Yu's mother had a very good impression of him. It seemed Wu Yu had said a lot of good things about himself to his family along the way. He was indeed someone who could see the situation clearly and valued relationships. It was worth the effort he spent helping him. After that, Wu Yu's mother expressed her gratitude a few more times, and everyone set off to leave. Strange sounds occasionally came from the black mist, and despite Shin-Yi leading the way, the crowd still felt uneasy. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any dangers along the way and returned safely to Deep A No. 1 community. Arriving at the foot of Building 13, Shin-Yi connected mentally with Jiang Nanyan, asking her to arrange accommodation and work for these newcomers. As for the management, it was all handed over to Jiang Nanyan. Okay, husband, I'll come over as soon as I finish handling things here, Jiang Nanyan responded. Shin-Yi replied briefly, cutting off the mental connection, then said to everyone, you all wait here, don't run around, someone will come over to arrange things soon. Okay, boss. You go rest, I'll take care of things here, Wu Yu immediately replied. After picking up his family, he was eager to repay Shin-Yi, to make some contributions and show the boss his abilities. Shin-Yi didn't say much, leaving with Mu Rongxue and Han Ruoshi. As for Wu Yu's sister, there was no rush. After unlocking the rewards for Han Ruoshi and Mu Rongxue, tonight, he would find her alone. With the girl's good impression of him, it would be easy to win her over. Brother, does our benefactor live in this high-end community too? Will we be able to see him again? Wu Qingqing looked at Shin-Yi's departing figure, and only after he had completely disappeared did she unable to help but ask her brother, Wu Yu. Wu Yu glanced at his sister, seemingly sensing her thoughts, and said, the boss definitely lives in this neighborhood, maybe the whole neighborhood is already his territory. Wow! Our benefactor is actually that impressive. I remember the houses in this neighborhood are quite expensive. In this world now, money has long lost its value. The boss must be controlling this neighborhood by strength, it's just that we don't know how many people and weapons he has under him. Wu Yu wanted to contribute to the shelter to repay the boss but didn't know where to start. I see, then he is really amazing. Very amazing. Hee hee. Wu Qingqing smiled, revealing a crescent moon of a smile as she looked in the direction Shenyi had left. Just thinking of Shenyi's face made her heart race. Perhaps it was because her brother had been praising Shenyi all the way, but the first time she saw Shenyi, she thought he was so handsome. Moreover, with so many people following his orders centered around him, that kind of aura made Wu Qingqing, a girl in the throes of youthful fantasies, instantly smitten. A girl without any romantic experience inevitably fell in love at first sight. Wu Yu looked at his sister, who was lost in her thoughts and smiling foolishly, and instinctively said, Qingqing, you wouldn't have fallen for the boss, would you? 98. Treat me as a disposable tool? Ah. How is that possible? Wu Qingqing suddenly woke up from her fantasy, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. She turned around and stubbornly said, Big brother, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Wu Yu. Alright, confirmed. The little sister really has a crush on the big brother. This should be a happy thing. If the little sister can be with such a powerful man, she will definitely be much safer in the future. But the problem is, the big brother already has a woman beside him who is even more beautiful than the little sister, and that woman seems to have superpowers. She might be the big brother's girlfriend. Thinking of this, Wu Yu could only sigh in disappointment and said to Wu Qingqing, Qingqing, the big brother might already have a girlfriend. If you like him, I'm afraid there's no hope. Hearing this, Wu Qingqing was stunned for a moment, her originally shy expression instantly disappearing. She instinctively turned to stare at her brother and asked, Girlfriend? Is it that beautiful woman who left with him just now? I guess so. That woman seems to have a close relationship with the big brother, so Qingqing, you might as well give up early, Wu Yu advised. He didn't want his sister to get deeper into this, as it would only hurt her more. It would be better to extinguish it while the spark was still small. Moreover, if his sister affected the relationship between the big brother and his girlfriend, that wouldn't be good either. The big brother has been kind to their family, he couldn't repay kindness with enmity. I understand. I didn't say I liked him, it's all your nonsense. Stinky big brother, I'm not talking to you anymore. Wu Qingqing retorted stubbornly, turning to run towards her mother, pretending to be wronged and sulking. Wu Yu shook his head slightly. He then began to seriously think about how to help Shenyi and repay the big brother's kindness. Go take a shower, make sure to clean up. In building 13 on the 18th floor at Morong Shue's home, Shenyi looked at the dirty Han Ruoshi and really didn't know how to approach her. Shower? The already shy Han Ruoshi was stunned upon hearing this. She only brought a few bottles of water. In her bag, it was nowhere near enough for a shower. She couldn't even bear to brush her teeth. Morong Shui, resting on the sofa, glanced at Han Ruoshi. Although she was somewhat displeased with the woman's presence, she still said, There's water in the bathroom, just use it sparingly. When she built this shelter, she naturally considered the issue of daily washing water, so she stored a large amount of water resources. Several sealed water tanks were installed on the rooftop, filled with pure water. Additionally, she had specially installed rainwater collectors. It happened to rain today, and a lot of water had been collected. More than enough for a shower. Ah, okay. Han Ruoshi glanced at Morong Shui, feeling a strange sense of shame. She didn't know what the relationship was between this beauty and Shenyi, but she felt she shouldn't be here. Was this considered being a mistress? Although her original intention was to refuse. But why is there electricity in this apartment? Is it a generator? And there's even hot water. Han Ruoshi walked into the bathroom, looking at the bright lights and hot water, momentarily feeling dazed, as if she had returned to before the apocalypse. There was water, there was electricity. Everything seemed normal. But she knew this was just an illusion in her daze. Because in this entire building, only this apartment had electricity. Other places were pitch black. Occasionally, she could see a little light, but she didn't know if it was a flashlight or a candle. That was the reality. This place felt more like a utopia. Did Shenyi build all of this? He actually has such strong abilities, how impressive. Thinking of Shenyi, Han Ruoshi's cheeks turned slightly red. After the shower, he won't want me tonight, will he? If he insists, should I refuse? But if I refuse at this moment, won't it seem too fake? Han Ruoshi thought to herself, her face growing even redder. I don't even know what that kind of thing feels like. Looking at her perfect figure in the mirror, which she usually took pride in, she couldn't imagine what kind of barrage she would have to endure that night. Meanwhile, in the living room, Morong Shui, holding a white fox, glanced unhappily at Shenyi, who was eating, and said, Don't you think you're being a bit excessive? You just went out today and brought back a wild woman. If you go out a few more times, are you going to find 6 or 7 wild women? Although she knew Shani was not a settled and devoted man, his infidelity still left Morong Shue in disbelief. Just 2 hours ago, he had said he wanted to sleep with her, and then he turned around and found another woman. And he even brought her to his home. This was simply outrageous. Too damn excessive. Shani, munching on snacks, glanced at Morong Shue and said indifferently, "You don't think we're in a relationship, do you? Even if it's not a relationship, you can't be this excessive." Morong Shue frowned. Although she knew it was normal for strong men to seek women even before the apocalypse, which wealthy and powerful businessman didn't have a few women? Truly wealthy and powerful men who were also devoted were few and far between, almost non-existent. But having this happen to her still made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Although her relationship with Shani was merely a transaction, Morong Shue hoped he could at least respect her. At the very least, he should feel guilty about her, offer her some comforting words, even if they were just pretended. If nothing else, he shouldn't bring wild women in front of her. But Shani had no intention of doing any of that. In fact, if she hadn't spoken up, he wouldn't have bothered to explain. What did he take Morong Shue for? A tool? A disposable item? If you can't accept it, you can wait outside and come in. After I'm done, Shani suggested. He didn't care about Morong Shue's feelings. He certainly wouldn't refrain from unlocking resources just to consider her emotions. The system was his greatest asset. If he gave up his advantage just to accommodate Morong Shue's feelings, that would be truly foolish. You really are a shameless bastard. Morong Shue was almost speechless. She was even a bit angry. This was clearly her home, yet he wanted her to wait outside. Why not have her kneel at the door and listen? Or should she push him from behind? Too much. Way too much. Yet, she had no way to deal with Shani. This man seemed to really just want to sleep with her without any feelings for her, and he didn't even consider whether she would feel jealous. Morong Shue was very angry, but at the same time, she admired this bastard a bit. A heartless guy like him was bound to go further than those survivors who indulged in romance during the apocalypse. She was sure that if faced with an irresistible danger, Shani would unhesitatingly abandon her. Of course, she would do the same. So while she was frustrated, she had nothing to say and could only curse to vent her feelings. Morong Shue, I hope you won't speak to me like that in the future, Shani said, pulling out 2 tissues to wipe his mouth, looking at Morong Shue with a calm tone but an undeniable coldness. I can understand you cursing me a few times to vent your emotions before. But in the future, I don't want to hear you curse me again, understand? Morong Shue instinctively wanted to say something, but seeing Shani's unflinching gaze, her words instantly got stuck in her throat, and she ultimately swallowed them down. She admitted that she was indeed a bit afraid of this heartless bastard. Because he really dared to lay hands on her. In the end, Morong Shue didn't speak, which was tantamount to acquiescence. Shani nodded in satisfaction, then took out the ability fruit he had picked near the school cafeteria from the system space and put it in his mouth. 99. Gaining a new ability, high temperature rays. You actually managed to gain an ability. Morong Shue looked at Shani, who was swallowing the ability fruit again, her eyes filled with shock. 3 abilities in one day? This speed is simply outrageous. How can others cope? If you give me a few more ability fruits, I might be able to try breaking through my limits. Shani turned his gaze to Morong Shue, guessing that she might still have ability fruits hidden away, just unwilling to part with them easily. I really don't have any left, stop staring at me like I'm the only one to rob. Morong Shue was speechless. In just half a day today, she had already given up quite a bit without receiving any return. This guy Shani just talks a big game, painting dreams for himself. She recalled carefully and realized her only gain was eating one of his drumsticks and drinking a cup of white silk cola. That's it. Nothing more. Besides that, she had gained nothing. The more Morong Shue thought about it, the more she felt something was off, suspecting she might have been tricked by Shani. He had been empty-handed, relying on a few promises to take advantage of her. He took her supplies, snatched her fruits, and even wanted to possess her body. Hold it together. Now is not the time to turn against him. Morong Shue suppressed her dissatisfaction, her gaze fixed tightly on Shani. She only wanted to know how Shun he managed to continuously gain abilities. Compared to personal feelings, power was what she truly cared about. As long as Shani could provide her with enough benefits, it didn't matter how many women he sought. After all, she didn't like Shani. She had only one request: don't bring wild women to her home, don't bring them in front of her. Otherwise, she would be unhappy. What is your new ability? Morong Shue sat up holding the white fox, her beautiful eyes scanning Shinee, trying to glean some clues from him. At that moment, after swallowing the ability fruit, Shinee felt a slight heat in his eyes, even a bit scorching. He guessed that this ability might be related to his eyes. Then, he opened the panel to check. High temperature rays LV1. Your eyes can emit extremely high temperature rays, with a current maximum range of 30 meters, easily melting steel. The stronger your physique, the higher the temperature of the emitted rays. As long as your stamina is sufficient, you can continuously release high temperature rays. Similar to laser eyes? Shinyee's heart stirred, recalling the superheroes from movies. However, his high temperature rays were more practical than laser eyes, allowing him to control when to fire and with a higher limit. The ability description stated that the stronger the physique, the higher the ray temperature. This meant that as long as he continuously enhanced his physique, this ability could keep getting stronger. Even without upgrading the ability level, it could still grow. Moreover, if the ability level increased, the power and range of the high temperature rays would definitely enhance based on his physique. This indicated that there were two ways to increase the strength of this ability. Shinee felt secretly pleased. This was undoubtedly his strongest attack method at the moment. High temperature rays could easily melt steel with power comparable to a handgun, and could be released continuously. As long as his stamina was sufficient, Shinyee's eyes could keep emitting high temperature rays. Sustained attacks were definitely more destructive than one-time attacks. More importantly, the rays didn't require deliberate aiming. As long as he looked at it, he could hit the target accurately. Although the current maximum range was only 30 meters, it should be noted that the effective killing distance of a handgun in his hands was only about 10 meters. Beyond 10 meters, Shinee could easily miss. But high temperature rays didn't have this drawback. Within 30 meters, he could shoot wherever he looked. Awesome! This ability, combined with telepathy and teleportation, made Shinee almost invincible within 30 meters. If combined with the defensive ability of skin hardening, it would be like having a cheat code. The only downside, perhaps, is that using so many abilities in battle at once would consume a lot of energy. After all, his physical evolution ability is only at level 1, even though his stamina far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Continuously using 4 or 5 abilities without a break is still quite taxing. Of course, there is pressure, but taking down dozens of fully armed people is no problem at all. If I encounter that special forces team again, I can completely wipe them out without taking any damage, Shinee thought to himself. He has always pursued defeating enemies without injury. If there is even a hint of risk, Shinee will give up immediately. After all, his golden finger is a developmental type. As long as he survives and develops, he will eventually become invincible, so there's no need to take risks. Winning yields only a small reward, but losing could mean injury or even death, which is not worth it. I wonder if that female police officer from before is still alive. If I can meet her again, I can definitely capture her this time. Shinee recalled the female officer Qin Xiang, whose combat power was off the charts, and felt a bit of anticipation. The reason he didn't act last time was that he wasn't sure he could take her down without injury. That female officer had extremely rich combat experience, far surpassing the rookie officer Su Yun. She managed to single-handedly take on an ability user and a dozen thugs with almost no injuries while her teammates were killed. She was simply a god of war. Such a woman, without sufficient assurance, Shinee would definitely not attempt to capture. Of course, if he had wanted to kill her, he could have done so with a 99% certainty. But what Shinee wanted was not to kill, but to capture. Just like with Morong Shui, he needed to capture her first to reliably unlock resources. If it were just for the sake of killing, even if 5 female officers like Qin Xiang were tied together, they wouldn't be a match for his previous self. Now, it goes without saying. With a powerful attack ability, achieving a kill is not difficult at all. The new ability is an attack-type ability, and its power should be greater than that of a grenade. Shinee looked at Morong Shui, his eyes slightly heating up, feeling an urge to test it out. He wondered if Morong Shui's level 2 mental power ability could withstand high-temperature rays? Attack ability? Morong Shui was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed in shock, "You now have space ability, perception ability, and also a powerful attack ability. Teleportation, information manipulation, attack, this configuration is simply outrageous. How can others survive with this?" The key is that Shinyee's potential doesn't stop there. He can continue to stack more abilities. Morong Shui felt a bit dazed for a moment. She felt that she might never be able to turn the tables and become the master. Creak! Just then, the bathroom door gently pushed open, and Han Ruwashi emerged wrapped in a bath towel. Her skin still glistened with moisture, damp strands of hair clung to her neck, and her long, athletic legs peeked out from beneath the towel, making her particularly eye-catching. I didn't bring any change of clothes, she said, slightly lowering her head, her cheeks flushed, her voice soft, carrying a hint of shyness and embarrassment. 100. Unlocking resources, 5 color chives. Shinyi's gaze fell on Hanruwashi, assessing her. Her clean face appeared particularly exquisite, with delicate and charming features, but what stood out even more was her figure. Beneath the bath towel, her long legs were partially visible. Perhaps due to years of exercise, the lines of her legs were smooth and toned, with clear yet not exaggerated muscle contours in her thighs and calves, neither bulky nor lacking in healthy beauty. Moreover, the skin on her legs looked tight and elastic, showing no signs of slackness. The proportions of her legs were also very harmonious, from thigh to calf to ankle, all beautifully natural. It's fine, anyway, I won't need to wear clothes next. Shinyi directly teleported in front of Hanruwashi, picked her up in one swift motion, and teleported into the bedroom amidst her startled exclamation. Pervert! Morong Shue pouted, silently criticizing him. She truly couldn't understand why Shinyi, with such immense power, was only interested in women. If she had such strength, she would definitely not be thinking about any nonsense with men, but would first unify the mountain city, then send troops to other cities, and control the entire country. After that, she would eliminate the island nation, flatten the West, and unify the world. That is the vision and ambition a strong person should have. Xiaobai, if only you could use your abilities freely, I wouldn't have to compromise. Morong Shue gently stroked the white fox in her arms, whispering softly. The white fox opened its beautiful eyes, glanced at Morong Shue, then closed its eyes again, continuing to rest. Ding! Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, beginning to randomly unlock a type of resource. Ding! Unlock successful, congratulations on unlocking the resource, a bundle of invigorating 5 color chives. 5 color chives plus 1 stored in system space, 5 color chives plus 1 stored in system space, 5 color. Invigorating chives? Shinyi raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat strange. He took a bundle of chives from the system space and weighed it slightly. This bundle of chives weighed about a pound, was brightly colored, substantial, and very fresh. 1 second adds a pound of chives, there's no way to finish it. However, how could such a thing be unlocked? Shinyi shook his head. Although he felt he didn't need it, he still tossed the chives back into the system space, picked up the beautiful legs again, and continued working. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, in the living room, Morong Shue groggily opened her eyes, realizing she had slept on the sofa all night, feeling uncomfortable all over. She frowned and looked towards the bedroom, somewhat displeased. He actually didn't come out all night? Did he really like wild women that much? She had been waiting for him all night, only to fall asleep without seeing Shin Yi's figure. You better not come looking for me. With a huff of displeasure, Morong Shue got up, stretched, and walked into the bathroom to wash up. Washing her face, brushing her teeth, and doing simple makeup were her daily routines. Despite being in the apocalypse, her stored water resources were sufficient, allowing her to maintain a relatively normal life. Just as Morong Shue was brushing her teeth, the bathroom door was pushed open. Shinyi walked in yawning, heading straight to the toilet, and turned on the water. You! Morong Shue was taken aback, her cheeks slightly flushed. This bastard's behavior was too natural. How could he be so shameless? It was as if they were an old married couple, catching her off guard, almost making her choke. Can you cook? Shinyi asked casually while letting the water flow. Morong Shue turned her head, facing the wall as she continued brushing her teeth, mumbling, a little, but I'm not great at it. As long as you can cook it well, make me a few plates of chives and steam some rice later. I haven't had rice in a long time, Shinyi said. He originally had no rice, flour, or oil, but Morong Shue had stored quite a bit. Just right to relieve the greasiness. Time for a staple meal. I used to avoid staple foods mainly because I didn't have any. Yesterday, I happened to unlock chives, so I can stir-fry a dish. By the way, let's see if the system's 5 color chives really have any effect on enhancing vitality. After that, Shinyi washed his face and brushed his teeth. After finishing his grooming, he went to the living room, took out a few pieces of steak and several bundles of chives from the system space, and asked Morong Shue to cook. Unfortunately, the variety of vegetables unlocked was too few, only chives, not enough for 3 dishes and a soup. Although there were some vegetables stored by Morong Shue in the system space, Shinyi felt they weren't particularly fresh, so he lost his appetite. He didn't want to eat self-heating hot pot either. He just wanted some home-cooked dishes. Where did you get such fresh chives? And they're so clean, they can go straight into the pot without washing. Morong Shui looked through the chives and found them unusually fresh, as if just picked. Moreover, they were quite a rare variety. Don't ask what you shouldn't, hurry up and stir fry, I'm a bit hungry. Shinee urged, too lazy to explain. Morong Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling somewhat displeased. How could this guy so brazenly order her around? Does he really think I'm his wife? But she still obediently went to stir fry and steamed rice. Life with electricity was indeed much more convenient. At the same time, Han Ruwashi also walked out of the bedroom. She was wearing Morong Shui's pajamas, looking a bit awkward, and her walking posture slightly unnatural. Upon entering the living room, Han Ruwashi's gaze immediately fell on Morong Shui, who was cooking, wanting to speak, but unsure of what to say. After all, her current identity was quite awkward. Am I considered a mistress? Morong Shui glanced at her, frowning slightly. Who told you to wear my pajamas? I'm sorry, my clothes were washed last night and haven't dried yet, so I borrowed your pajamas, I'm sorry. Han Ruwashi lowered her head, weakly explaining, not daring to retort. She knew her status in this house was lower than Morong Shui's. Especially since Morong Shui had superpowers, it would be easy for her to kill her, so she didn't dare to offend her in the slightest. This is the awareness of a mistress. After dinner, wash them clean and put them back, Morong Shui said coldly. She didn't like others using her things, especially personal clothing. If it weren't for the fact that Han Ruwashi was Shun Yi's woman, she would have directly dealt with this wild woman. Han Ruwashi quickly nodded, very obedient. Shinee did not intervene. He generally wouldn't stop such a scene. If every woman needed his guidance, he wouldn't have time for anything else. Managing women every day. Shinee chose to let them handle their relationships among themselves, as long as the scene didn't get out of hand and there were no casualties, he wouldn't interfere. But if a woman dared to go too far out of jealousy, that would be a troublemaker, and he would deal with her directly. A very simple and brutal management method. Shinee, can I give you a shoulder massage? I learned massage from my grandmother before. Han Ruwashi sat next to Shinee, taking the initiative to be friendly. She knew that apart from her figure and looks, she had no other advantages, so she had to do her best to please Shinee to establish her footing here. If she angered Shinee and got kicked out, it would be over. The most precious thing she had was already gone last night, and now she had no bargaining power. She didn't want to be kicked out. There was water, electricity, a sense of security, and plenty of food here. It was simply no different from paradise. Han Ruwashi wanted to stay, to live in paradise forever. And this required paying a price. Use a bit more strength. Shinee did not refuse, closing his eyes and feeling those tender little hands gliding over his shoulders and neck. Han Ruwashi's massage technique was much more professional than that of Su Wanting and Zhang Nanyan, making him feel a wave of relaxation. Shinee enjoyed the massage while continuing to munch on the ability fruit, and at the same time, he replied to Zhang Nanyan's message remotely through their mental connection. In his mind, Zhang Nanyan's voice came through clearly, carrying a hint of anticipation. 101. Unlock the second resource, honey. This is the current situation. The total number of people in our shelter has exceeded 100. Should we continue to expand and recruit more survivors? Zhang Nanyan contacted Shinee mainly to report on the progress of the shelter. So far, she had checked 4 buildings, and excluding the survivors Shinee brought back yesterday, they had already recruited 43 people. Since this community has 2 households per staircase, there were originally not many residents, and many were not home when the disaster struck, resulting in an even smaller actual population. According to Zhang Nanyan's estimate, even if they controlled all 15 buildings in the community, they could recruit at most 300 survivors. Moreover, this number would only decrease, not increase. In recent days, some people had gone downstairs to look for food, resulting in various accidents. The already scarce number of survivors was continuously decreasing. Therefore, Zhang Nanyan's inquiry was whether they should take in all the survivors in this community. After all, there were only at most 300 people. Even with the dozens Shinee brought back yesterday, it would definitely not exceed 400. To defend such a large community, 400 people was not a lot, it could even be considered few. After all, among these 400, there were also women, children, and the elderly, with less than a third being truly combat capable. According to the original plan, Zhang Nanyan did not intend to take in the weak, women, and children. But after some thought, she felt that for a shelter to develop well, women and children were also very important. If Shinee had enough supplies, they could consider keeping them. At worst, they could give them a little less food, just enough to keep them alive. Moreover, in the future, if there were any chores, like cleaning or mending clothes, these women and children could do them. Okay, let's do it your way. Shinee thought for a moment and agreed to Jiang Nanyan's proposal. Now that they had unlocked leaks, the supplies were more abundant, and they could definitely expand the shelter and build a larger refuge. Moreover, Shinee's goal was not just to control the Deep Bay Number 1 community. He also aimed to take over the neighboring communities. The more survivors there were, the easier it would be to find women that met the system's standards. Furthermore, as long as the shelter developed positively in the future, even if the women of this generation did not meet the standards, the next generation surely would, right? Or even the generation after that. After all, Shinee was still young and could afford to wait. It was always good to look further ahead. After all, they had more food than they could eat, so there was no need to worry about waste. The only problem was that mutated tree in the city center. But it didn't matter if after half a year his strength was insufficient to deal with the mutated tree, he could just abandon the entire shelter and take only his women away. Shinyee's purpose in building the shelter was merely for his own convenience, not to dedicate his life to others. Okay, honey, I'll try to finish counting the survivors in our community within 3 days. Jiang Nanyan replied immediately. I'll go home later and bring you some supplies, you can arrange them then. Shinee still had a lot of junk food in his system space, which could be used to develop the shelter for now. Once a dedicated resource search team was formed, Shinee might not even need to provide supplies anymore, and could even profit from it. After arranging the shelter matters, the meal was ready. Shinee ate 7 bowls of rice with stir-fried pork and leeks in one go. He still felt unsatisfied. So, he took out a roast chicken from the system space and continued to feast. Morong Shui and Han Ruwashi were both stunned. This is too much to eat. One person's appetite equals that of 6 or 7 of them. In the apocalypse, can someone really eat this much and not starve to death? This was Han Ruwashi's simple thought. Meanwhile, Morong Shui seemed to be deep in thought. She was almost certain that Shinee must have some kind of physical enhancement ability, because this type of ability user usually has a large appetite. In the previous life, not many shelters were willing to accept this type of ability user. This is because physical enhancement ability users generally don't have much strength, but the resources they consume are several times, even dozens of times, more than other ability users. Who can afford that? Even if they could afford it, they wouldn't want to. After all, the investment and return are not proportional. However, the space-type ability consumes a lot, and it might be precisely because Shinee has a physical enhancement ability that he can exert such strong effects. Morong Shui never underestimated any ability. Even the physical enhancement ability, which others see as useless, can exert great power if paired correctly. The main difficulty lies in the pairing. Ability fruits themselves are very rare. Moreover, many people cannot distinguish the abilities possessed by the ability fruits, making it easy to pair incorrectly, resulting in average strength. After finishing breakfast, Han Ruwashi proactively went to wash the dishes. Even though she felt a bit unwell, she didn't dare to show any laziness or complaints. She is quite sensible. Morong Shui glanced at Han Ruwashi, feeling a bit less disdain for this wild woman. At least she could have a servant to command. Not bad. Let's go, follow me into the bedroom. After finishing his drink, Shinee looked at Morong Shui. Ha! Morong Shui was taken aback. They had just finished eating. And it was still broad daylight, weren't they supposed to go out and search for supplies? Instead, he wanted to do this? Moreover, didn't they just, last night? Was he that insatiable? Morong Shui looked at Shinee with a strange expression. She felt that the term hungry ghost in lust was insufficient to describe Shinee. Who in the apocalypse finishes sleeping, wakes up to eat, and then wants to do it again, without needing to search for supplies or get stronger? Didn't he have any sense of crisis? Little did she know. Shen He was indeed feeling a sense of crisis, which was why he was anxious. However, this was something he definitely couldn't tell Morong Shui. Some things could be said, while others should not be easily disclosed. For example, the system. Especially to someone like Morong Shui, who was an ambitious and unstable element, he couldn't casually reveal the existence of the system. Otherwise, this woman might have some wicked ideas. Of course, she might also help him unlock more supplies. But Shinee didn't like to gamble on a possibility. Even if the success rate was 90%, he wouldn't want to take the risk. Unless absolutely necessary. Sigh. In the end, Morong Shui sighed and still got up to follow Shinee into the bedroom. Han Ruwashi washed the dishes while secretly peeking into the bedroom, her cheeks slightly flushed. To think they would, in broad daylight, what a luxurious life. Is this still the apocalypse? If it weren't for the black mist visible through the window downstairs, Hanruwashi would even think she was in some strange place. If it were the old her, she would definitely despise her current self. Because she was like a maid, utterly lacking dignity. Not only giving her body but also bowing and scraping to contribute labor. She was even worse than a mistress. Of course, she meant a mistress in peacetime. In the apocalypse, a mistress might be worse off than her current self. She had food and drink, and even got to take a shower. While most survivors outside couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone bathe in clean hot water. Reflecting on the hard days she spent at school a few days ago, Hanruwashi felt that she was too happy now. Washing a dish, what was that? Even if I had to clean every day, I would be willing. As long as I could live here, eat my fill, even being a mistress would be very happy. She didn't want to return to her previous hard life. More than 10 days without a shower, not even washing her face, always in a state of hunger and thirst, constantly worrying about whether there would be monsters or murderers. That was simply not a life for a human. Although I was coerced, it feels like an opportunity instead. As Hanruwashi washed the dishes, she thought seriously. Shuni was quite good to her. He didn't hit or insult her. He didn't use violent means. At most, he liked to pinch her legs. This was actually a good thing for Hanruwashi. If Shun he liked her legs, it meant he wouldn't easily abandon her. As long as she worked harder to perform, life would get better and better. I need to continue exercising in the future and maintain my figure, especially my legs. I must practice my legs more. This is my only advantage. Hanruwashi secretly planned. She believed that her appearance and figure were very good. Even among the tens of thousands of students at Mountain City University, she could proudly say she was outstanding. But compared to Morong Shui, she was almost on a different level. Morong Shui's looks were too perfect. Her temperament was also excellent, something she couldn't compare to at all. Fortunately, her legs had their own charm and looked great. Shuni liked them very much. This was her only advantage, and she had to seize it firmly. Seize the future. At the same time, Shuni also successfully unlocked new resources. 102. Unlocking the ability Fruit Frost Condensation. Ding. Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess. Starting to randomly unlock a type of resource. Ding. Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking resource ability Fruit Frost Condensation. Frost Condensation Fruit +1 stored in system space. Frost Condensation Fruit +1 stored in system space. Frost. Wow. Another ability fruit unlocked. Shuni sat up in surprise to know that there are millions of types of resources. And under the probability of millions, he actually unlocked an ability fruit. One must say, his luck is truly amazing. Shun-Yi couldn't help but look at Morong Shui and gave her a hard squeeze. No wonder she was the reincarnator he worked so hard to secure. She really can bring him surprises. Fortunately, he had spent a bit more effort earlier, otherwise if he had directly killed Morong Shui, that would have been a huge loss. In just 2 days, he had already harvested several abilities from Morong Shui. And they were all very practical. Even the skin hardening ability, which Shuni previously thought was the least useful, he found to be quite strong. Because skin hardening can be applied to any part of the body. And even after hardening, the senses still exist. How to describe this feeling? It can't be summed up in simple words. In short, it's incredibly satisfying. What are you doing? That hurts. Morong Shui turned over, swatting Shuni's hand away, mumbling uncomfortably. She was tired and wanted to sleep for a while, but Shuni was acting strangely. It's fine, you keep sleeping. Shuni, unusually, had a better attitude towards Morong Shui. He was willing to give respect to those who could help him. He had a hunch that he could extract a lot of good things from Morong Shui. Reincarnators are truly amazing. In every sense of the word. Then, excited, Shuni took out a few newly unlocked ability fruits from the system space to examine. What a cool feeling. Shuni picked up a fruit, and a cold sensation traveled through his fingers into his body. This cold feeling was even colder than when he first encountered the ability fruit. Could it be an ice type ability? If it is an ice type ability, that would be incredibly useful. Thinking of this, he casually popped a frost condensation fruit into his mouth. As the fruit entered, it seemed to turn into ice water, instantly flowing down his throat into his body. In the blink of an eye, it spread throughout his limbs and bones. An extremely cold icy energy surged wildly within his body. But Shuni did not feel cold. On the contrary, he felt very comfortable. How to describe it? He knew this energy was very cold, but it felt very familiar and pleasant. It was like energy that belonged to him, with no sense of rejection whatsoever. But Shinyi could clearly sense that if this icy energy were placed on someone else, it would definitely freeze them into a popsicle in an instant. This is the ice-type ability. Morongshue was stunned to see Shinyi just finished and was munching on ability fruits. This guy actually has ability fruits. And not just one. She found it hard to believe. Where did Shinyi find so many ability fruits? In just one day from yesterday to today, she had seen Shinyi eat no less than 50 ability fruits. Even if all these ability fruits were of the same type, that was still outrageous. So many ability fruits, even a major shelter half a year later would find it hard to easily obtain. Where did Shinyi pick them up? In the entire mountain city, Morongshue had never heard of a place that produces ability fruits. This guy, could he really have some kind of cheat? Morongshue didn't read novels, only occasionally watched movies and TV shows, so she knew very little about cheats. But she wasn't a foolish person either. Such behavior as Shinyi casually pulling out ability fruits definitely hides a big secret. It might even be bigger than the secret of my own rebirth. Morongshue sat up without any concealment, staring intently at Shinyi, and said, "I'm already your woman now, shouldn't you tell me some things?" Shinyi glanced at Morongshue, ignored her, and continued to look at the ability introduction. Frost condensation LV1. You can create ice out of thin air and control its hardness and shape. You can manipulate ice for long-range attacks or close-range defense, with a maximum distance of 20 meters. Additionally, you will have higher resistance to low temperatures. However, the more ice you create and the larger the area, the more stamina it consumes. Wow! This ability is pretty awesome. Although it's a more common elemental ability, its effects are very comprehensive. It can defend and attack, and even it can be eaten. That's right, it can be eaten. Because Shinyi can control the hardness of the ice. He can create high-hardness ice walls for defense. He can also create high-hardness ice spikes for attack. He can even make crunchy little ice cubes to cool off. Damn, it's simply too versatile. The main thing is, the frost ability can mindlessly consume fruits to level up. As long as the level is raised, it can overpower some outrageous abilities based on level alone. For example, the White Fox's time ability. A level 1 frost ability is not as good as the time ability, but what about level 10 or level 50? It can definitely crush it. Thinking of this, Shinyi began to consume the frost ability fruits, planning to level it up. First, this ability is very useful and practical. Moreover, it comes with a passive ability. It can increase resistance to low temperatures. This is a divine skill. In the future, if he encounters a low-temperature environment, or when winter comes, he might even walk naked in the snow without being affected. Although it might not be useful most of the time, having it is better than not having it. After all, abilities can stack infinitely. As long as there are enough stacked passive buffs, even if he just stands still, no one would be able to kill him. Shen-Yi, you haven't even pulled up your pants, and you're turning your back on me. Morongshue, seeing that Shinyi completely ignored her, suddenly felt a surge of anger. She had already been played with all over, yet this bastard's attitude was still so distant, as if he had no feelings for her at all. Was it really just for the sake of sleeping together? Even though Morongshue said she didn't want to be in a relationship, after becoming intimate, she still had some feelings for Shinyi in her heart. After all, no matter how one looked at it, he was the first man in her 2 lifetimes. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection. No matter how hostile they were before, there would still be some feelings now. Shinyi glanced at the angry Morongshue, casually tossed her a few ability fruits, and said, "These are elemental ability fruits, the effects are pretty good, see if you want to eat them." After saying that, he got out of bed completely naked, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. He didn't pay any more attention to Morongshue. When cohabiting with this woman, Shinyi needed to be constantly vigilant, not daring to relax his mind for a moment, fearing being ambushed. So, he never thought about having any pure love with Morongshue. Morongshue stared blankly at Shinyi's back, then looked down at the few ability fruits on the bedding, and suddenly felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. Bastard! What do you take me for? 103. The ignorant wild woman. Even after reaching the living room, the curses from Morongshue in the bedroom could still be heard. This time, Shinyi didn't mind her words. Let this woman vent her frustrations verbally. As long as she doesn't resort to violence, it's fine. As for the frost ability fruit given to Morong Shui, consider it payment for services. At the same time, it was also to appease this woman. After all, Morong Shui was a reborn individual with great strength, and she also knew a lot of future information, making her highly valuable for future use. It wasn't appropriate to make enemies now. Shani, are you okay? Do you want me to go in and comfort Sister Morong, or let her scold me to vent her anger? Han Ruwashi, having heard the curses from the bedroom, asked with some concern. She guessed that Morong Shui was angry because of her, which made her worry about being kicked out. If it were her and her boyfriend brought another woman home, doing that in front of her, she would also feel uncomfortable and even angry. So Han Ruwashi could understand Morong Shui's fury, but she didn't want to be driven away because of it. Understanding was one thing, feeling it was another, especially when it involved her own interests. It has nothing to do with you, Shini said, taking out a mental connection ability fruit from the system space and handing it to Han Ruwashi. Eat this, and then you can stay here for now. I'll provide for your daily needs. Okay. Thank you. Han Ruwashi, although unsure of the purpose of the colorful fruit, obediently ate it. She speculated that it might be some means of control over her. Just like the poison in novels, to prevent her from betraying, she would need to take the antidote regularly to be safe. However, Han Ruwashi had never thought of betrayal, so she ate it without hesitation. Shini was satisfied with her attitude. Han Ruwashi could be said to be the woman with the fastest change of heart among all the women currently. Moreover, she had no desire to compete for favor, she simply wanted to stay here and enjoy the safety and warmth of a shelter. Her desires were very low. What you just ate was an ability fruit. Shini then explained the function of the ability fruit to Han Ruwashi, telling her that she had eaten the mental connection ability, which could be used for long-distance communication. Of course, the main purpose was to communicate with him in case of emergencies, and to facilitate daily communication. After explaining the ability, Shini gave Han Ruwashi a large handful of mental connection fruits, allowing her to eat them slowly to level up for future contact. After arranging these trivial matters, Shini used teleportation to leave. He still needed to check on Lin Jiwei, that crazy woman's injuries. If the wound got infected, it would be troublesome. Lin Jiwei was very important now, nothing could happen to her. He was counting on that crazy woman to develop gene serums to cultivate the people in the shelter and enhance his own strength. Han Ruwashi was startled when Shini suddenly disappeared from her sight, but she quickly calmed down. She had known since yesterday that Shini had superpowers, but she didn't expect him to be able to vanish into thin air. How amazing! He was even more impressive than the superheroes in movies. Perhaps being under the influence of such a powerful man isn't so bad. Han Ruwashi, feeling the superpower she had just gained, couldn't help but smile happily. She could actually obtain superpowers. Although it wasn't a particularly strong one, being able to communicate without a phone and see others' perspectives was already very magical. How could she not be happy about gaining superpowers for free? Even though she was the mistress, Shini was still very good to her. Han Ruwashi happily explored her new ability, wondering if there were any other uses for it. At the same time, she didn't forget to continue eating the ability fruit to level up. Just then, Morong Shui, dressed in pajamas, walked out of the bedroom. Seeing dozens of ability fruits in front of Han Ruwashi, she was taken aback, and her expression immediately turned sour. Did that bastard give you these? Han Ruwashi quickly stood up and cautiously asked, Sister Morong, do you want to eat some? What kind of ability is this fruit? Morong Shui did not answer directly but asked in return. Shini said this is called mental connection, and it can be used for long-distance communication. It's amazing! Han Ruwashi said excitedly. Trash ability. Morong Shui snorted coldly, disdain flashing in her eyes. She looked down on such a trash ability. But for Han Ruwashi, an ordinary person who didn't even know what ability fruits were, her first encounter with superpowers, even if it wasn't very impressive, was still thrilling and exciting. She didn't think it was trash at all. It was Xinyi's care and love for her. Then, should I eat it alone? Han Ruwashi asked cautiously, afraid of angering Morong Shui. With Xinyi not around, if she provoked the superpowered Morong Shui, she might get eaten up or kicked out, and that would be the end. So Han Ruwashi didn't dare to speak loudly, fearing to offend Morong Shui. If you want to eat, then eat. Why are you asking me? I don't even care about such trash abilities. Morong Shui snorted again and then said, don't just stand there, go wash the sheets in the bedroom. Don't waste water and electricity, wash them by hand, and make sure they're clean. Han Ruwashi certainly didn't dare to refuse, quickly putting away the ability fruits on the table and then went to work. Morong Shui looked at Han Ruwashi's back with a hint of disdain, feeling pleased in her heart. What an ignorant wild woman. Just a trash ability and you're so moved? The ability fruit Shinny gave me is elemental, much stronger than this trash ability that can only be used for communication. A wild woman is just a wild woman, lacking vision, not fit for the stage. The wound has already become infected. If it's not treated quickly, this arm might be useless. Shinny frowned as he looked at Lin Jiwei's arm. He had just left Morong Shui's house, first visiting his grandmother and younger sister, leaving some supplies. Then he came to Chu Xiaoxiao's house and immediately checked Lin Jiwei's injury. He found that the wound she got from the spider silk yesterday had become infected, even starting to ooze pus and emit a faint foul smell. Losing an arm would make it inconvenient for many experiments in the future. Although gravity manipulation can compensate, it would still be a bit troublesome. Lin Jiwei looked at her left arm, rarely frowning. Chu Xiaoxiao was astonished. This woman's way of thinking was truly unique. Her tone and expression were as if discussing a tool, not her own arm. Moreover, her arm was rotting and oozing pus, yet she didn't even cry out in pain. Thinking back to a few days ago when she got cut on her leg, she had cried alone at home for a long time from the pain. Especially during the 2 days when Shinyi helped her disinfect it, the pain had kept her from sleeping well. It was only in the past couple of days, as the wound started to scab, that it had gotten a little better. 104. The person blocking the road, City Hospital. Now we have two choices. First, amputation to save your life, which has the lowest risk. Second, we go to the city hospital and see if we can find a doctor to deal with the infection. But given the current situation outside, it's hard to say if there are any doctors still alive. Shinyi frowned as he looked at Lin Jiwei's infected arm. He didn't expect the wound to become infected so quickly. The situation was a bit tricky. When do we leave? Lin Jiwei made her choice almost without hesitation. She didn't want to become disabled, even if there were no doctors or nurses in the hospital. As long as there were medical supplies, she could handle the wound herself. At worst, she could scrape off the rotten flesh with a knife, then bandage it up and wait for new flesh to grow. Simple and crude, but it should work. Lin Jiwei could feel that. Her arm still had sensation, which meant the infection wasn't particularly severe. There was still hope. Then let's leave now. Shinyi didn't procrastinate either. He didn't want Lin Jiwei's arm to be useless. It would not only affect her work but also delay her contributions to the shelter, which in turn would affect his own interests. So he had to get her treated. Moreover, going to the city hospital today would also allow them to scavenge for some medical supplies. Medicines were a scarce resource, and he never thought there could be too many. Given the current disaster situation, it was almost impossible to restore medicine production. Therefore, collecting more various medicines was very important. If they were lucky, they might find a few doctors and nurses to join the shelter, which would be even better. It would make dealing with illnesses or injuries much easier in the future. So, Shinyi set off with Lin Jiwei. Before leaving, he returned to the 20th floor to meet with Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting, leaving behind a batch of supplies for Jiang Nanyan to manage the shelter. This batch of supplies was considered the first investment. Most of it was instant noodles, snacks, and some canned food he didn't particularly like. Even if it went to waste, Shinyi wouldn't mind. Moreover, in his system space, various fresh supplies were continuously accumulating at a rate of +1 per second, and he could never run out. After dropping off the supplies, Shinyi didn't linger and set off with Lin Jiwei. As for how Jiang Nanyan would develop the shelter and mobilize the survivors, he didn't care. As long as he could see tangible feedback, he was willing to continue investing. If after a while the shelter still showed no progress, he would change people. If that didn't work, he would let Morong Shui take over. Although Morong Shui was very ambitious, her skills and strength were definitely stronger than Jiang Nanyan's. From their previous conversation in bed, Shinyi learned that Morong Shui had started from scratch before the apocalypse, founding a company on her own worth several hundred million. For an ordinary person, that was already quite impressive. Even if the apocalypse hadn't happened, her company would still be thriving. The rain outside had not stopped. But compared to yesterday, it had lessened significantly. This continuous downpour had given many survivors a chance to survive. As long as they collected enough rainwater, they wouldn't die of thirst in the short term. Moreover, not just the survivors, even mutated animals benefited greatly. When Shen Yi and Lin Jiwei went out, they saw Xiaohao looking up and drinking rainwater. Water sources were crucial for any living being, even mutated animals. After feeding Xiaoha, Shinyi and Lin Jiwei went to the underground garage and drove. Zhang Nanyan's friend's modified Mercedes G-Class. The community was about 20 to 30 kilometers from the city hospital. Walking would waste too much time, and driving was more convenient. Shinyi casually stored all the other cars in the underground garage into his system space. After all, it was the apocalypse, and these cars were considered abandoned. However, as Shen Yi drove out of the community, they hadn't gone a few kilometers before the road was completely blocked. The cracks on the road are numerous, and even the parts without cracks are filled with abandoned vehicles, making normal passage impossible. Moreover, the noise from the cars is too loud. Even with the rain masking it, it easily attracts a large number of mutated animals. Although ordinary mutated animals do not pose a threat to Shinyi, his main goal is to get to the hospital, not to hunt monsters. There's no need to engage in a fight with mutated animals. Thus, Shinyi stored the car in the system space, took out 2 umbrellas, one for himself and one for Lin Jiwei, and set off on foot towards the city hospital. With their telepathic connection, they could avoid various dangers along the way, as well as many groups of survivors out searching for supplies. They would basically encounter no danger. Through a god's eye view, Shinyi noticed that the survivors were clearly bolder than when the apocalypse first began. Most people dared to go outside. There were even survivor groups that dared to fight mutated animals. However, among this group of survivors, there were 2 with special abilities. It seems that the existence of ability fruits is gradually becoming known to ordinary people. That's normal, after all, they've been around for half a month. Huh, what's this? After watching for a while, Shinyi did not find any women that met the system's standards. So, he withdrew his gaze and suddenly noticed that a main road ahead, which was a necessary route, was blocked by various debris. Only a small passage was left open. This was clearly man-made. Shinyi immediately used his telepathy to scan the houses on both sides of the road. Sure enough, in several of the houses, there were no fewer than 10 people hiding. There were both men and women, but mostly men. Moreover, there were quite a few backpacks and bloodstained clothes in the houses, as if they had been stripped from corpses. This was most likely a robbery gang. Order had collapsed, and morality was non-existent. It really feels more and more like the apocalypse. Shinyi murmured silently but had no intention of taking a detour. Whoever dared to set up a roadblock and rob would see who was robbing whom. Shinyi. At that moment, Lin Jiwei suddenly grabbed Shinyi's arm tightly. Shinyi turned his head and saw that Lin Jiwei's face was slightly pale. It's nothing. Lin Jiwei bit her lip, exhaled, and slowly released her grip. Shinyi glanced at the wound on her arm, which was oozing yellow liquid, staining the white bandage. It looked like the infection was worsening. After a moment of thought, Shinyi reached out and placed his hand on Lin Jiwei's arm, and a deep blue ice quickly formed, rapidly freezing her wound. Although freezing the wound did not have a healing effect, it could temporarily alleviate the pain. What kind of ability is this? You can actually create low-temperature ice so quickly? You got a new ability. Lin Jiwei looked at her frozen arm with surprise. Then, her gaze turned intense as she stared at Shinyi, filled with curiosity and intrigue. She was very curious. She wanted to study it. Let's go, we need to get to the hospital first. Shinyi was too lazy to explain, casually picked up Lin Jiwei, and directly used teleportation to speed up their journey. Suddenly being picked up, Lin Jiwei was momentarily stunned. But she quickly settled down. It was her first time experiencing this. It felt quite nice. Lin Jiwei gently leaned her head against Shinyi's chest, obediently closing her eyes. Leaning in the man's broad embrace, she unknowingly smiled slightly. He originally intended to deal with a few roadblock robbers along the way. But seeing that Lin Jiwei was not in good condition, he ignored them and directly teleported through the obstacles. After spending more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the city hospital. Through telepathy, Shinyi saw that there were quite a few survivors in the hospital. Among them, there were doctors. 105, the 2 city hospitals that meet the system standards are the largest tertiary hospitals in the mountain city, much larger than the affiliated hospital that Shinyi had previously visited, covering an area of over 150,000 square meters. Usually, it is overcrowded here, and patients have to wait in line for at least a few hours. During a disaster, there should also be many people in the hospital. Even now, more than 10 days later, there are still hundreds of survivors scattered across various buildings. I can't believe there are so many people. He stood outside the city hospital, breathing slightly heavily. He had frequently used teleportation along the way, which consumed a lot of energy, but the results were good. Through telepathy, he quickly found the doctors and nurses. There were quite a few surviving doctors in the city hospital, with several in almost every building, especially on the top floor of the outpatient building, where 4 or 5 doctors in white coats and 7 or 8 young female nurses had gathered, along with many patients and their families. However, the situation for these survivors was not optimistic. A group of armed individuals was trying to rush up to the 6th floor, looking aggressive. Shinny did not hesitate and directly chose the outpatient building. Although there were doctors and nurses in other buildings, 2 women in the outpatient building had triggered a system prompt, which compelled him to investigate. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the outpatient building, doctors, nurses, and survivors were moving various tables, chairs, and cabinets to block the stairway, preventing those from downstairs from rushing up. Although everyone was a survivor from the hospital, the moral baseline varied from person to person. The survivors downstairs were originally the same as those on the 6th floor, consisting of hospital doctors and most of the patients and their families. However, after the disaster broke out, with rescue efforts delayed and food and water gradually running out, some people began to lose their moral compass and no longer adhered to legal rules. They started to seize supplies, threaten men, and assault women. Some men were driven out to search for food and ended up being eaten by monsters. Some female nurses were repeatedly violated by them. Thus, the survivors who still retained some moral standards and had been bullied banded together to rush to the 6th floor, taking refuge there. They had originally considered breaking out of the hospital, but outside were man-eating monsters, and even if they ran out, the chances of survival were almost non-existent. They could only hide on the 6th floor to survive. However, the group of thugs downstairs still refused to let them go. Damn it! We on the 6th floor clearly have nothing, the food has long been eaten, why are these bastards still looking for trouble with us? A man cursed angrily. Aren't we all human? Can't we help each other and survive together? The other survivors showed fear, especially the women, who trembled at the thought of the female nurses who had been taken away before. Falling into the hands of the thugs was worse than death. Everyone, hurry and move more tables and chairs to block this place. Quickly, someone shouted loudly. The men quickly moved furniture, and the women helped carry it. They all did not want to fall into the hands of the thugs. At this moment, seeing that most people's attention was drawn away, in a corner, 2 men exchanged glances and whispered conspiratorially, "Later, we'll do as we agreed last night, we'll simultaneously take control of Vice President Wang, then clear a passage for the people downstairs to come up." The younger man hesitated a bit and quietly asked, "Can you really guarantee they will let us go? Those guys are capable of murder." "Don't worry, I have relatives downstairs, and with my relationship with them, they definitely won't harm us. Besides, didn't someone sneak down before? They weren't killed either. If we don't take this opportunity to switch sides, it will really be dangerous when they come up. By then, it will be too late even if we want to switch sides." The older man whispered to reassure him while also warning him. The younger man gritted his teeth and ultimately made up his mind, "All right. In order to survive, there's no other way. To be a shameless traitor." He looked at the busy crowd, his eyes filled with deep guilt. But he had no choice, he didn't want to die. Continuing to be trapped on the 6th floor, even if he wasn't killed by the thugs downstairs, he would eventually starve or die of thirst. It was only because it had rained these past 2 days that they managed to collect some rainwater, otherwise, they would have collapsed long ago. He knew that holding on was useless. The majority of the thugs below were men, and once a fight broke out, the old, weak, women, and children on the 6th floor would stand no chance. So, to survive, he had to abandon morality and conscience. "I can't die, my wife and child are still waiting for me at home. I must live to go back. Even if it means becoming a beast." The young man murmured silently, his gaze gradually firming. "All right. Brother, get ready, we're about to act," the middle-aged man said, turning to look at a man in a white coat who was directing the crowd at the stairway. This older man was the vice president of the hospital and the backbone of the people on the 6th floor. As long as they controlled him, the others would surely fall apart. "Okay." The young man gritted his teeth, quietly taking a scalpel from his pocket, his expression turning fierce. The two approached the vice president slowly from behind. Just as they were about a meter away from Vice President Wang, ready to strike, suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of thin air in the corridor, instantly startling everyone. "Ghost! There's a ghost! Don't come over! Please, don't come over! Otherwise, I'll kneel down! Vice President Wang, help me!" The survivors were so frightened that they kept retreating, looking terrified at the suddenly appeared man and woman. Even the two men who were originally prepared to ambush Vice President Wang were now shocked, unable to move. Why you? Who are you? What do you want? The only one relatively calm in the crowd was Vice President Wang. Although his hands were trembling, he still stood in front of everyone, warily staring at Shin-Yi, asking. Indeed, the two who had appeared out of nowhere were Shin-Yi and Lin Jiwei. Shin-Yi's gaze swept over the crowd, casually pulling out a handgun from the system space, and asked, who can treat external injuries? Don't be afraid, we just want to see a patient, we won't hurt anyone. See a patient? You pull out a gun and say you want to see a patient. And you say you don't want to hurt anyone, do you think we dare to believe that? The crowd swallowed hard, and some cautious thoughts were instantly retracted. The deterrent power of a handgun is greater than that of supernatural abilities. Supernatural abilities only astonish people, while a handgun instills fear. Especially in a gun-restricted country like Summer Nation, even a low-powered handgun is almost mythologized. So, no one dared to step up and be the first to speak. Why is no one talking? Is there a living surgeon? Shin-Yi frowned at the crowd, asking for the second time. However, after more than 10 seconds, no one stepped forward, not even a single response. 106, are you all deaf? I'm asking if there's a surgeon. If no one speaks up, I'll kill you all. Shin-Yi raised his gun directly at the crowd, ready to fire indiscriminately. Instantly, the crowd erupted into chaos. Cries for mercy and screams filled the air. Many survivors began to flee into the ward, and a stampede ensued. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Get out of my way. Ah. Ouch. Who the hell stepped on my foot? Damn it. My shoes have been stepped on. Shin-Yi frowned in silence. How could they be such a cowardly bunch? Compared to the survivors he encountered on his way here, who dared to go out in search of food, these people were pathetic. They were even worse than the university students. Although the students were also timid and fearful, they weren't like this group, nearly trampling each other to death. Shin-Yi had no intention of letting them join his shelter. No. Little brother, please don't shoot. We have a surgeon here. Please. Don't act impulsively. Vice Dean Wang shouted urgently, his voice filled with tension and pleading. He quickly turned around and shouted anxiously towards the back of the crowd, Dr. Jiang. Please come out, a patient needs your help. Originally, Vice Dean Wang didn't want to sell out Dr. Jiang, but seeing that this man was really about to kill, he couldn't hesitate any longer. In an instant, all the survivors' gazes focused on a woman in a white coat at the back of the crowd. Without any hesitation, the survivors immediately pushed the female doctor forward. Some even whispered complaints and curses, blaming her for not stepping up on her own. Clearly, if this group had known that the female doctor was a surgeon, they would have likely resorted to violence to force her out. The weak often oppress the weaker. Can you treat external injuries? Shin-Yi asked the female doctor. She looked to be around 30, with a mature demeanor, delicate features, and skin that radiated a healthy glow, resembling a ripe peach, exuding a unique charm. She wore a soiled white coat tailored to fit, accentuating her slender figure. Her legs were clad in flesh-colored stockings, which not only didn't appear vulgar but also added a touch of elegance and intellect. This female doctor was one of the two women he had previously seen that met the system's standards. Ding! Detected. A goddess meeting the system's standards, beginning to scan detailed information. Name, John Huiman. Age, 28. Appearance, 92 points. Figure, 96 points. Inner qualities, 100 points. Untouched. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation, adopting her will unlock a random supply. This female doctor's figure was right. She wasn't the skinny type like Sue Wanting, but had a bit of meat on her. Especially her long legs in those stockings, with a slightly plump shape, neither too slender nor too bulky, perfectly showcasing a natural fullness. It must feel great to touch. I may be a surgeon, but I'm just an intern, lacking experience. I can't guarantee that I can treat your injuries. Jiang. Huiman trembled as she faced Shin-Yi's gun, her voice shaking. She hadn't wanted to step forward. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in her medical skills, but the current situation made her uneasy. Healing might not earn her credit, but failing would definitely bring trouble. Come over and take a look first before answering, Shin-Yi said, turning to look at Lin Jiwei's frozen arm, snapping his fingers, and the ice shattered instantly. This scene left the survivors present dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. What kind of ability is this? A snap of the fingers breaking ice. It was simply unbelievable. Was this man really normal? John Huiman swallowed hard, suppressing the shock in her heart, and quickly stepped forward. When she unwrapped the gauze and saw the rotting flesh and pus-filled wound on Lin Jiwei's arm, even she, with her wealth of experience, couldn't help but furrow her brows. "Aren't you in pain?" Jiang Huiman asked, looking at the beautiful woman's almost expressionless face. Such a serious wound, and she hadn't taken any anesthetic. She was completely silent. "It hurts," Lin Jiwei replied briefly. But her tone and expression showed no sign of pain, as if she were merely stating a fact. Is this woman really a normal human? Jiang Huiman thought to herself, but still mustered the courage to continue asking, "Can I ask you a few questions? For example, how did this injury happen?" "It was scratched by the silk shot from a spider," Lin Jiwei answered succinctly. "A spider?" Jiang Huiman was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized this was definitely not an ordinary spider. Just the size of the wound far exceeded what she understood about spider sizes. "How long have you been injured?" Jiang Huiman continued to inquire. 16 hours and 36 minutes. Lin Jiwei answered without hesitation, her memory remarkably good. "Only 16 hours? The infection has spread so quickly." Jiang Huiman was somewhat surprised, then carefully examined the muscles around Lin Jiwei's arm, gently pressing with her hands and asking for some details. Although Lin Jiwei spoke little, her answers were very accurate, saving a lot of trouble. After a thorough examination, Jiang Huiman turned to Shani and said, "The infection is indeed serious, but fortunately, it hasn't affected the entire arm. It can be treated without amputation. However, it will require anesthetics and some auxiliary medications, and a minor surgery will need to be performed." "What specific medications are needed?" Shani asked. Jiang Huiman immediately listed several names of medications. Shani searched in the system space and found that he had all of them, so he casually took them out and handed them to her. "You go and perform the surgery now. If you need an assistant, just pick from this group of people. I need to clean up first, and then I can start right away." Jiang Huiman was momentarily shocked by Shani's ability to conjure medications out of thin air, but she quickly nodded in agreement. The other survivors looked on in disbelief at this scene. Who on earth is this man? Not only did he appear out of nowhere, but he could also conjure up medications. This was beyond their comprehension. What on earth had happened in the outside world during this time? These survivors, who had hardly left the city hospital, were filled with astonishment and confusion. Others, those whose names are called, go cooperate with Dr. Jiang. After the surgery, I will give you corresponding rewards. But if anyone dares to play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Shani coldly scanned the crowd, his tone carrying an undeniable threat. No one dared to refute him. However, just then, a commotion came from the stairway. A large number of obstacles were being moved, and the people downstairs were becoming vaguely visible, with shouts and curses growing clearer. The survivors on the 6th floor suddenly changed their expressions, fear quickly spreading among them. Compared to Shani, they were far more terrified of the mob downstairs. After all, they had witnessed those people kill and torture others. Some panicked, while others sobbed quietly, and the scene fell into chaos. "Shut the hell up!" Shani coldly reprimanded, then looked at the equally panicked Jiang Huiman and said, "You take people to perform the surgery, don't worry about anything else." Jiang Huiman was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing the gun in Shani's hand, she quickly reacted and nodded. She realized this was her chance to survive. As long as this man was willing to act, the mob downstairs was nothing to fear. The premise was that she had to perform this surgery well. Otherwise, I'm afraid that before the mob downstairs rushes up, this man will kill himself. Immediately, Jiang Huiman began to select assistants from the crowd. "Dr. Jiang, pick me. Let me help you. Let me do it. Although I'm an internist, I also know some surgical knowledge. Let me do it. Although I'm a pediatrician, I also understand a lot about surgery. Me. Pick me. Although I'm not a doctor, I'm very good at reading people's expressions. Dr. Jiang, I'm 65 this year, you must respect the elderly and love the young." The survivors, shedding their previous fear, eagerly wanted to help. They realized this was a chance to survive. However, faced with a sea of eager eyes, Jiang Huiman hesitated for a few seconds, ultimately selecting only a few female nurses, then entered the ward with the medications and Lin Jiwei. She knew she couldn't help everyone. If she called a bunch of unrelated people in as assistants, it would probably anger this man and offend him instead. That would be disastrous. Right now, the only thing she could do was to do her utmost to complete this surgery. 107 Ordinary people dead without witnesses. Seeing that Jiang Huiman was selecting female nurses in nurse uniforms, Shen nodded in satisfaction. He had kept silent earlier just to observe this woman's character and thoughts. If she really dared to choose a bunch of old men and women as assistants, then she was treating herself like a fool. Shen would really lose his temper. As Jiang Huiman began the surgery, Shen casually pulled up a chair and sat quietly at the door, waiting. He didn't care about the group of thugs downstairs moving obstacles. The survivors exchanged glances filled with confusion and unease. Why didn't this man take action to intimidate those thugs in advance? Wasn't he afraid they would rush up? Even if he had a handgun, could one gun really handle 20 or 30 thugs? Some were worried, some anxious, and some had ulterior motives. In the corner, the two men who had originally planned to betray him huddled together again, whispering, "He has a gun and that kind of magical superpower. Do we still want to rely on the ones downstairs? Isn't that asking for death?" The young man lowered his voice, his tone filled with fear. The moment he saw the handgun, he had given up the idea of betrayal. But the middle-aged man insisted on going for it. "I admit, his superpower is terrifying. But that gun, can you be sure it's a real gun?" The middle-aged man sneered, glancing at Shen, and said quietly, "You should know, in our Xia country, guns are banned. How could an ordinary person get a gun? That gun of his is most likely a toy gun used to scare us. Otherwise, why wouldn't he take the opportunity to shoot and intimidate the people downstairs? Moreover, even if it is a real gun, so what? There are 20 or 30 people downstairs, a handgun has at most 10 bullets, right? Can he kill them all? I'm afraid before he can fire a few shots, we could all rush him and take him down." The young man, hearing this, was still very scared, but he has superpowers. That kind of suddenly disappearing superpower, is it something an ordinary person can fight against? The reason he wanted to betray was just to survive. Now encountering such a non-human freak, to continue betraying, isn't that asking for death? What's so great about superpowers? I don't believe his superpower is that impressive. Look, he can't even heal that woman's injury, which shows his ability must have limitations, and very significant ones. The middle-aged man continued to incite, as long as we seize the opportunity and launch a surprise attack on him, he definitely won't react in time. Brother, you need to think carefully. Even if you don't betray him now, he might not help us. Otherwise, why wouldn't he shoot in advance to intimidate the people downstairs? When the people downstairs rush up, at most he will protect himself, or only protect the doctors and nurses performing the surgery. He absolutely won't care about us innocent people. So, we actually only have one path to take." Hearing this, the young man was indeed shaken. Yes. That man, although he has superpowers and a handgun, never said he would protect us. If the thugs rush up and he ignores us, what should we do then? Hesitating, the young man looked at the chattering middle-aged man and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If I tell that mysterious man about this middle-aged man's betrayal, could it earn me a chance to live? It should be possible. After all, this also concerns his life and death. With this thought, the young man quietly stepped back, preparing to go find Shen to report. However, just as he took a step, the middle-aged man suddenly stepped forward, forcefully covering his mouth, and then plunged a scalpel directly into his throat. Blood instantly sprayed out, staining the walls and floor red. The young man's eyes widened, struggling in pain, filled with disbelief. Why does he want to kill me? Kid, don't think I can't see that you want to snitch. The middle-aged man said coldly, then pulled out a scalpel, released the man, and pretended to be terrified, covered in blood, shouting loudly, "This bastard wants to betray us. He wants to drag me down with him. Everyone be careful." With his shout, the survivors in the distance finally noticed the situation in the corner. Blood stained the ground. A man was clutching his bleeding neck, struggling in pain, but unable to make any sound. Suddenly, terrified screams erupted from the crowd, and everyone stepped back, their faces filled with fear. What's going on? Vice Dean Wang squeezed through the crowd and walked over quickly. When he saw the young man with a pierced neck, his face instantly turned pale. Then, he looked angrily and fearfully at the middle-aged man holding the bloody scalpel and scolded, "Zhou, you actually dare to kill someone? Are you crazy? Killing someone at a time like this is simply insane." Vice Dean Wang, I didn't want to. It was this bastard. He wanted to betray us, to side with the thugs downstairs, and wanted to drag me along. I said I didn't want to, and he threatened me. Said he would kill me, so I had no choice but to act. Otherwise, it would be me who dies. Zhou Guangyi looked aggrieved and panicked, hurriedly throwing the scalpel to the ground, appearing very frightened. Hearing Zhou Guangyi's words, the young man lying on the ground widened his eyes, staring at him fiercely. He whimpered, wanting to expose this beast's true nature, but because his throat was pierced, he couldn't make any sound. It was clearly him. He was the one who incited me to betray. The traitor is him. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Pain, fear, resentment, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions intertwined in the young man's mind. But in the end, all the complex emotions turned into an unshakable obsession. Wife, you error, I really want to go home. I want to see you both one more time. The faces of his wife and daughter flashed through his mind. Gradually, his eyes lost their luster, completely devoid of life. Yet, until his death, he stubbornly stared at Zhou Guanyi. He always thought Zhou Guanyi would help him survive. But unexpectedly, he would die at Zhou Guanyi's hands. Before the apocalypse, he was just an honest, unassuming, ordinary person. After studying hard for over a decade, he finally got into the city from the countryside, found a somewhat stable job, met a woman he somewhat liked, took out a loan to buy a house, hastily got married, had a lovely daughter, and life was about to get better, but unexpectedly, the apocalypse suddenly descended. All his efforts turned to dust. He never dared to dream of getting rich or becoming part of the privileged class. He just wanted to survive, to live a stable life with his family. In school, he never dared to offend the bad students in class. After starting work, he didn't dare to offend his boss, and when confronted by drunken passers-by, he didn't dare to retort, living half his life in a submissive manner. He lived for over 20 years, feeling inferior and cowardly. He clearly just wanted to live a simple and ordinary life. Yet he couldn't even fulfill such a small wish. Looking at the young man who had lost his breath, Vice Dean Wang furrowed his brows deeply, staring at Zhou Guanyi. Now that there are no witnesses, who knows if what he said is true? 108. If you have to eat the purple egg, Zhou Guanyi's character is not very good. He is slick-tongued and lazy. Since teaming up with others, he has done the least work and eaten the most, never going out to find food, and even shirking small tasks like collecting rainwater. Although they have only been together for about 10 days, Vice Dean Wang has a very poor impression of him. In contrast, the young man who was killed, named Ma Xiaoming, is a diligent and hard-working guy who never complains. He is courteous to women and takes care of the elderly, even sharing his rations with others who are hungry when he himself is not full. Therefore, when Zhou Guanyi accused Ma Xiaoming of wanting to betray them, Vice Dean Wang did not believe it at all. Many survivors also did not believe it. But disbelief aside, no one was willing to stand up for a dead person. Even the elderly whom Ma Xiaoming had cared for did not dare to look at his corpse. This is the end of the world. Most people only think about surviving. Zhou Guanyi, I don't care whether what you say is true or false, you are not allowed to touch any weapons again. Otherwise, we have the right to detain you, an unstable element, separately. Vice Dean Wang warned coldly. As the leader of these survivors, if he did not step up to take charge, these people would soon scatter. Yes. Vice Dean Wang is right, you are not allowed to take up weapons again. We support Vice Dean Wang, we don't want to be with a murderer. The old couple listened to Vice Dean Wang. The survivors chimed in. Although no one spoke up for Ma Xiaoming, they were also afraid of Zhou Guanyi, the man who had killed. I just said, I was forced. I didn't want to kill anyone. Everyone, please rest assured, I promise not to touch any weapons again. I have no weapons on me now. If you are not at ease, you can search me right now. Zhou Guanyi put on a wronged expression. Naturally, no one dared to step forward to search him. After all, Zhou Guanyi was covered in blood and looked terrifying. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Zhou Guanyi sighed, as if he had suffered a great injustice, and walked towards the stairs with a heavy heart. The crowd quickly made way, not daring to touch him. At this moment, leaving the crowd, Zhou Guanyi immediately changed his expression and walked up to Shenyi with a big smile. Throughout, Shenyi had been sitting in a chair, eating snacks to regain his strength, completely uninvolved in the infighting among the survivors. Although the survivors were drooling at the sight, no one dared to approach him for food. He was enjoying his leisure. Hey, little brother, just now there was a guy over there who said he wanted to ambush you, but I'm not that kind of person. So I helped you take care of him. I know you are a capable person, you must have seen it, right? Zhou Guanyi chuckled, his eyes fixed on the food in Shenyi's hands, swallowing several times in envy, and continued, little brother, look, I helped you solve a big problem, can you give me a bite to eat? Get lost. Don't come near me. Shenyi didn't even lift his eyelids, too lazy to pay attention to this weasel-eyed man. After being scolded, Zhou Guanyi was taken aback, then frowned, displeased, and said, little brother, that's a bit ungrateful. Even if you don't appreciate the favor I did for you, at least you should show some basic manners and quality, right? No matter what, I'm older than you, I'm your elder, you can't just insult an elder like that, can you? The most basic virtue of being a person should still be there, otherwise in the future. He didn't dare to retort Shani, but he was bold enough to use moral coercion. After all, he was in the right. You can't just shoot me because I say I'm your elder, right? What would others think? Aren't you afraid that others will hold a grudge against you for this? There are dozens of people here, I don't believe you dare to shoot. However, before he could finish speaking, Shani raised his hand and fired a shot, interrupting the spell. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. A blood hole appeared in Zhou Guangyi's forehead, his face still wearing that displeased expression as his body slowly fell. He never expected that just because he said a few extra words, this young man would shoot him without hesitation. Not even a single explanation was given. Dumbass, I told you not to mess with me, you had to seek death. Shani cursed as he put away his gun and continued to eat high-calorie food to replenish his strength. Still trying to morally bind me? If you want to eat the purple egg, just say it directly, why beat around the bush? Clearly, it was your own internal strife, yet you claim to have solved a big problem for me. Do you really think I'm still that naive college student from when I first entered school? Trying to deceive me, seeking death. Shani was not a bloodthirsty person. But if someone crossed the barrel of his gun, he wouldn't hold back. He killed someone. The survivors in the corridor were instantly filled with terror. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Guangyi was dead. Just for saying a couple of extra words, he was shot dead. This man is ruthless. Even if Zhou Guangyi was annoying with his slick tongue, he shouldn't have been shot dead for just 2 sentences. Right? This is too cruel. Everyone looked at Shani with eyes full of fear, afraid that this cunning man would turn the gun on them as well. With the sound of the gunshot, the thugs at the stairway who were moving obstacles and trying to rush up also paused their actions. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with uncertainty. Was that a gunshot just now? Someone's voice trembled slightly. Although they had all killed before, it was only with cold weapons. If the survivors upstairs had guns, then what was the point of rushing up? It would be a death sentence. Suddenly, most of them began to have second thoughts. Impossible. It can't be a gun. Everyone, don't be afraid. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, wearing a white coat, spoke up with certainty. But what else could that sound be besides a gunshot? It can't be someone setting off firecrackers. There are no firecrackers in the hospital, someone said fearfully. The male doctor sneered and said, you're right, there can't be firecrackers in the hospital. So, can there be guns? This is a hospital, not a police station. Use your brains and think carefully, how could there be guns in a hospital? If those guys really had guns, would they still need to hide on the 6th floor? Do you think that's possible? Besides, I am the director of this hospital, and I know the situation of our doctors and nurses very well. They absolutely cannot have guns. They probably haven't even seen a real gun. As for the others, they are all a bunch of cowards, so they definitely can't have guns, otherwise, they wouldn't have fled in panic before. Upon hearing this, everyone found his words quite reasonable. If the people on the 6th floor had guns, how could they still be afraid of us? The middle-aged male doctor scanned the crowd, and seeing their emotions stabilize, he continued to incite them. I believe they must have used something like bottles to create a sound similar to a gunshot, just to scare us off. Everyone, don't be afraid because of a mere sound, otherwise you've fallen into their trap. Keep pushing these obstacles aside, and once we rush up, we will control everyone. At that time, the men will be sent out to help us find food, and the women will all line up to enjoy together. Trust me, I will definitely help everyone survive in this apocalyptic world. Live longer and happier than anyone else. 109, Nurse Jian Yuton listened to the director. Do it. The director is right, they definitely can't have guns. If they did, when I was chasing them with a knife, they wouldn't have been scared out of their wits. Ha ha ha. The director is amazing. He saw through these guys' tricks in an instant. Everyone, come help, let's quickly move these obstacles. Damn, there's a female doctor on the 6th floor who's really hot, I've wanted to get with her for a long time. Let me be first in line. Screw you, I did the most work, I should be first. This group of thugs became more and more excited, even their speed in moving the obstacles increased. The middle-aged director watched the scene with a satisfied smile. This feeling of having power in doing as one pleases is even more exhilarating than before the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, he was the director of a top-tier hospital, wealthy and influential, but he still couldn't do as he wished. Things like imprisoning women, enslaving men, and killing at will were absolutely not allowed in Xia country. But now it's the apocalypse. I can do whatever I want. Who says the apocalypse is bad? This apocalypse is fantastic. As long as I gather more survivors, I might even establish my own power and become a local emperor or something. Nobles and princes have no special privilege. What's going on? Why are those thugs downstairs moving things again? Don't they fear guns? A survivor, hearing the noise from the stairwell again, shouted in panic. The others, upon hearing the sound, trembled in fear. They had originally thought the thugs downstairs were scared off by the gunfire and had given up their attack. Unexpectedly, the other side only paused briefly and became even more frenzied, as if they were eager to die. Are they crazy? They aren't even afraid of guns. Someone whispered, trembling. Only the more rational vice director. Wang quickly realized that the thugs downstairs might think the gunfire was fake, which is why they dared to continue their assault. However, although the gunfire was real, the guns were not in their hands. If this group of thugs charged up, who knows if this man would step in to help? Logically speaking, even if he didn't intervene, it would be understandable. But if he really didn't help, then these survivors, including himself, would be doomed. Vice Director Wang hesitated for a moment, mustered his courage, and walked up to Shani, cautiously and respectfully saying, could you please help us? We won't let you help for free. As long as you're willing to intervene, you can take anything we have right now. The other survivors watched this scene, both worried and hopeful. They feared that Vice Director Wang would be shot dead by Shani, but they hoped the director could persuade this man to help. Shani was eating, glanced at Vice Director Wang, then pointed at a beautiful nurse in the crowd. I can help you solve your troubles, but right now, I want her to sleep with me. If she agrees, I will intervene. This Vice Director Wang was instantly stunned. This request was too excessive. At this moment, the beautiful nurse pointed out by Shani turned pale with fear, quickly shook her head, wanting to escape, but the other survivors immediately blocked her way. Although Shen Yi's request was completely unreasonable, most survivors agreed without hesitation. After all, it wasn't them who had to pay the price. Just sacrificing one person could ensure everyone's safety, which seemed like a good deal. Nurse Jiang, I'm sorry. I hope you can sacrifice for everyone, someone whispered. Yeah, Nurse Jiang, you wouldn't want to see the thugs rush up, right? If they get their hands on you, it would be hard to even die, another person echoed. Nurse Jiang, this gentleman is handsome and strong, he's more than enough for you. Someone else tried to persuade her with this absurd reasoning. Everyone was urging the beautiful nurse to agree, almost coercively. Nurse Jiang's eyes were red, biting her lip, desperately shaking her head, wanting to refuse, but no one was willing to listen to her opinion. Even Vice President Wang, who had a gentle personality and still retained a moral bottom line, could only silently acquiesce to the actions of the crowd at this moment. Sacrificing one person to save dozens, he had no other choice. Moreover, even if he stood up to oppose now, others would not agree, and he might even be attacked. At the critical moment of life and death, human nature often becomes incredibly cruel. I really don't want to. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. Nurse Jiang cried, shaking her head, her voice trembling. However, the crowd completely disregarded her feelings and directly pushed her in front of Shani. Nurse Jiang looked at Shani with tearful eyes, her body slightly trembling, lowering her head and not daring to meet his gaze. She wanted to run away, but the crowd behind her blocked her escape. Moreover, she was afraid that if she made any move to escape, she would be shot dead. The body of the man who had been shot dead earlier was still lying on the ground. Can you let me go? Please? Nurse Jiang sobbed, her voice weakly pleading. The surrounding survivors held their breath, waiting for the final outcome of this transaction. Shani glanced at the crying nurse and said in a flat tone, okay, you can go. The nurse was momentarily stunned, thinking she had misheard. The others were even more incredulous. This is letting her go? Big brother. You are a cold-blooded killer. You could have just forced her. No one here would mind. Thank you. The nurse's eyes turned red, repeatedly expressing her gratitude, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She never expected that the person she thought she could trust and rely on would betray her, while the person she had once feared and dreaded did not force her. This contrast left her at a loss for how to express her complex feelings. Shani glanced at the staircase, his expression calm and unhurried. This beautiful nurse had previously triggered the system prompt, so it was definitely a must-have. But he didn't need to actively become the villain to force the nurse. Otherwise, what would be the point of his efforts to help these people? Ding! Detected a goddess that meets the system standards, starting to scan detailed information. Name: Zhang Yutong. Age: 22. Appearance: 90 points. Figure: 90 points. Inner self: 100 points. Untouched. Total score: 90 points. Evaluation: can unlock a random resource after being taken in. Shani scanned the system prompt and then turned his gaze to the leader of the survivors, Vice President Wang. Vice President Wang was momentarily stunned, then seemed to understand something and quietly spoke to the others. After Vice President Wang finished speaking, the survivors' gazes towards the little nurse Jiang Yutong gradually became unfriendly, and even a female survivor stepped forward to start blaming Jiang Yutong. Other survivors also began to close in on Jiang Yutong, especially two female colleagues who had previously had a good relationship with Jiang Yutong actually started to speak harshly to her, as if she had committed some unforgivable evil, as if she were the villain. Vice President Wang felt a bit guilty but remained silent and did not stop it. 110, unlock new supplies. Yutong, what's wrong with that man? Why do you have to reject him? He's handsome, has a great body, and even has superpowers. It's you who doesn't deserve him. Exactly, Yutong, you can't be so selfish. If you don't accompany that man, when the thugs come rushing in, we'll all be in trouble. Can't you make a small sacrifice for everyone? Jiang Yutong, you don't want to fall into the hands of the thugs, do you? I don't know what pretending to be noble is for. Do you really think you're made of diamonds? The two female nurses attacked Jiang Yutong, one after another. They used to have a good relationship with her, but now, in order to survive, they became the first to turn against her. They wanted to force Jiang Yutong to compromise. How can you say that about me? Jiang Yutong's face flushed with grievance, both angry and ashamed. If you have the ability, go accompany a strange man. Let's see if you're willing. Hee, it's just that he doesn't look at me, otherwise I definitely wouldn't refuse. Jiang Yutong, you just don't know how to appreciate your blessings, one nurse sneered. Exactly, even if it's just to protect these dozens of innocent people, we won't refuse, another nurse said with righteous indignation. Other survivors began to chime in. Nurse Jiang, look how caring your colleagues are. How can you be so selfish? Your colleagues are right. And you're a nurse, a white angel. How can you not care about us? Xiao Jiang, just make a contribution for the group this once, everyone will remember your kindness. Nurse Jiang, do you want to watch me, a 60-something old woman, die here? How can you be so cold-blooded? Some were coercing, some were morally blackmailing, and some were playing the emotional card. Almost half of the survivors were forcing Jiang Yutong to compromise. The weak female nurse was overwhelmed by the frenzied crowd, unsure how to respond. She looked to Vice Dean Wang for help, hoping the kind Vice Dean would say something for her. But Vice Dean Wang remained silent, not saying a word. At that moment, a middle-aged woman couldn't hold back her anger. Nurse Jiang, what time is it now? What good is your pretentiousness? In times of peace, you weren't that noble. Who knows, maybe for a couple of $1,000 you'd casually sleep with a man. Anyway, if you're unwilling to contribute to our group, then get lost. Get out of the 6th floor. We can't accommodate you. We won't protect you. The other survivors also looked fierce, agreeing with the woman's words. How can you say that about me? That's too much. Jiang Yutong was scolded, feeling both ashamed and angry, and she cried out of grievance. I clearly did nothing wrong. Why are you treating me like this? Why are you forcing me to do such a shameful thing? Jiang Yutong helplessly squatted down, hugging her head and sobbing. She thought of her family, she wanted to go home. Countless negative emotions completely overwhelmed this already fearful and terrified girl. Cry. What are you crying for? If crying were useful, we could just cry together when we encountered danger in the future. Exactly, selfish person, all you know is to cry. Just think about it, if you're unwilling to accompany a man, even if the thugs don't rush in today, we will still throw you, this selfish woman, out. The survivors looked at the crying Jiang Yutong, showing no signs of softening, and instead, they scolded her even more harshly. The more you show weakness, the more it proves you're easy to bully. Listening to the constant insults and curses around her, Jiang Yutong slowly clenched her fists, suddenly raised her head, and looked at everyone with a resentful gaze. These disgusting faces were no better than that group of thugs downstairs. The survivors were startled by Jiang Yutong's gaze, but quickly calmed down and continued to output. Compared to staying alive, what was there to fear from a little girl's eyes? We can't fight the thugs, can we fight you? Even if this little girl really wanted to take revenge later, no one would be afraid. Nurse Jiang, I know this isn't right, but Sai, I can only put you in a difficult position. Vice President Wang felt a bit reluctant. But he truly had no ability to change the situation. Even without considering the thoughts of these survivors, he had to take into account that man's thoughts. If he angered the other party, it might be worse than offending the thugs. Moreover, Vice President Wang wanted to live. He had a son, a family. Even While upholding moral standards, he had to prioritize his own safety. Good. I agree to your terms. Jiang Yutong smiled sadly, wiped her tears vigorously, her gaze firm, as if she had made a certain decision. Upon hearing Jiang Yutong's words, the survivors immediately became excited. Good. Nurse Jiang truly deserves to be called an angel in white. I admire you. Nurse Jiang. Don't worry, as long as we can survive today, my husband and I will definitely repay you in the future. Nurse Jiang, you are a good person. Yutong, wouldn't it be better if you figured it out earlier? Look how good everyone is to you. The survivors' attitudes made a complete 180-degree turn, each praising her and promising various benefits, as if they were very grateful. However, Jiang Yutong remained expressionless, ignoring these people. She turned and walked to Xinyi's side. Looking at this culprit, yet willing to let him go. She bit her lip, slowly lowered her head, and whispered, "Do we have to do it here?" Xinyi glanced at Jiang Yutong, seeing that she held no hatred towards him, he felt relieved. If this woman were to project her hatred for others onto him, wanting to scheme against him, then after taking the reward, he could just deal with her. Then, Xinyi did not answer but reached out to embrace Jiang Yutong, directly using teleportation to move to a cleaner hospital room. First, get the reward. As for whether the thugs would take the opportunity to rush in, Xinyi judged through telepathy that it would take at least another 30 to 40 minutes, which was enough time. Moreover, even if they rushed in, there were still dozens of survivors in the hallway to hold them back. Even if they were like dozens of pigs, they would take some time to kill, and it wouldn't affect Jiang Huiman performing the surgery in the short term, nor would it affect him. Of course, if it really did affect the surgery, Xinyi could teleport over immediately. He would keep a close watch on the hospital room through telepathy while unlocking the reward. As for the lives of the survivors in the hallway, he didn't care. Once he got the reward, the agreement he made would take effect. At that time, he would naturally take action. There was no question of going back on his word. Quite reasonable, right? Thus, new supplies were unlocked. During the process of unlocking the supplies, Jiang Yutong, the girl who had previously resisted him, was very cooperative. She even performed some actions that surprised Xinyi. But her goodwill did not increase as a result. It was like completing a job to please Xinyi. Xinyi seemed to, more or less, understand this nurse's thoughts. But he didn't care. After all, he was enjoying a double benefit, feeling quite pleased. 111. Jiang Yutong's malicious thoughts ding. Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, starting to randomly unlock a type of resource, ding. Unlock successful, congratulations on unlocking resource, a steamer of freshly made cabbage and meat. Bun steamer of cabbage and meat buns +1, stored in system space. Steamer of cabbage and meat buns +1, stored in system space. Cabbage and meat buns, the resource unlocked by Jiang Yutong, the nurse, turned out to be cabbage and meat buns. Although it wasn't an ability fruit, which made Xinyi feel a bit regretful, food was still quite good. Especially since it was a cooked dish like buns. With dough, vegetables, and meat, its nutritional value in the apocalypse was even higher than that of roasted chicken. Of course. For Xinyi now, he valued the taste of food more. There was no shortage of quantity. Soon, enjoying the service of the nurse, he took out a steamer of buns from the system space. A fragrant aroma wafted over, the thin-skinned buns still steaming, looking and smelling delicious. Xinyi counted, there were 9 buns in a steamer, each about the size of a B cup from Jiangnan, a bit small. He took out one bun, blew on it, and took a bite. The meat flavor mixed with the vegetable flavor spread in his mouth, with a hint of soup. The taste was more fragrant than any bun Xinyi had ever eaten. Not bad. Xinyi chewed on the bun, even more satisfied. The food produced by the system was undeniably tasty. Although he didn't know where it came from, it was really damn fragrant. Moreover, the filling was generous, with more than half of the bun filled with meat. Jiang Yutong caught the scent and couldn't help but lift her head. When she saw the bun in Xinyi's hand, she couldn't help but swallow, her eyes filled with clear desire. So fragrant. I want to eat. Jiang Yutong couldn't remember the last time she had eaten cooked food. Let alone cooked food. During this time hiding in the hospital, she had relied on the hospital's stored glucose water and very unappetizing food to fill her stomach. Moreover, even the unappetizing food, she could only get a little bit, barely hanging on to life. So, seeing the white buns, her eyes turned green. Want to eat? Xinyi, while eating the bun, glanced at the obedient nurse. What's wrong, haven't you eaten enough yet? Jiang Yutong understood the teasing in the man's words, her face flushed, but she still nodded, holding back her shyness. How could that kind of thing fill her up? Alright, take it and eat. Shani stopped teasing her, casually took out a steamer of buns and a bottle of mineral water from the system space. Thank you. John Yutong quickly stood up, not even bothering to put on her clothes, grabbing the bun and stuffing it into her mouth. Perhaps she was eating too quickly, she choked a bit and hurriedly opened the mineral water to wash it down. Shani shook his head helplessly, watching John Yutong devour the food said. The reason I gave you the mineral water is so you could wash your hands first, then rinse your mouth before eating, isn't it dirty? Woo, no. Need. John Yutong shook her head repeatedly while eating the bun, completely ignoring hygiene. She finished all 9 buns in one go and drank an entire bottle of mineral water, as if she had completely regained her vitality. Looking at Shani again, John Yutong's eyes were filled with more gratitude. This man, although he wanted to have her body, he treated her much better than others. At least he didn't force her, didn't threaten her. And those people? Remembering the survivors who had forced her, a trace of resentment flashed in John Yutong's beautiful eyes. Husband, I'll help you get dressed. Seeing Shani about to put on clothes, John Yutong hurriedly stepped forward to help. Shani glanced at the little nurse. Her favorability had actually more than doubled. A steamer of buns actually bought her off? If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have played any tricks. Just directly buy her off with buns. Shani found it amusing. But she didn't mind the little nurse's service. If she could enjoy it, she naturally would. Go ahead, tell me what you need help with, Shani said. Given the little nurse's earlier cooperation, he didn't mind giving a certain reward. John Yutong was taken aback, not expecting her little thoughts to be seen through so easily. But then, she knelt on the floor, placing Shani's foot on her lap, helping him put on his socks and shoes, and deliberately said in a spoiled tone, good husband, could you not save those people? The ones in the hallway outside. Anyway, if you save them, they won't remember your kindness, and if they encounter danger, they will definitely betray you, even stab you in the back. I know their character very well, there isn't a good person among them. That's right. This was John Yutong's malicious thought. You betray me, insult me, force me, want to sacrifice me to survive, then I won't let you live. I don't believe that whispering sweet nothings in a man's ear in bed isn't more effective than you. This was also the reason why she was willing to take the initiative and cooperate so much with Shani, even when she initially had no good feelings for him. She was trying to please Shani. She wanted to take revenge on those who betrayed her through this means. Your analysis is quite good, Shani said, looking at John Yutong, agreeing with her words. These survivors were like reeds in the wind, swaying wherever the wind blew. And they fell very quickly. They couldn't be considered bad people, but they certainly weren't good people either. Of course, he wasn't a good person himself, so he didn't care about such trivial matters. So, husband, do you agree? John Yutong looked at Shani with an expectant face. Shani, however, shook his head. Since I promised them first, I naturally have to deal with the thugs downstairs for them. As long as he received benefits, Shani's promises were still quite trustworthy. He wouldn't inexplicably break a contract. Unless the other party threatened him or tried to scheme against him. Then Shani wouldn't bother with any reasoning. Okay. Upon receiving the answer, John Yutong lowered her head in disappointment. Although she was very disappointed, she had anticipated this answer. Because she knew that she and Shani had no feelings for each other. Perhaps, after this transaction, he would leave with his girlfriend and wouldn't care about her at all. He was simply interested in her appearance, wanting to play with her. John Yutong was very clear that this was the cruel reality, but it still felt a bit uncomfortable. Since Shani was unwilling to help her, then she would take revenge herself. As long as she was still alive, she would definitely take revenge. Although I won't help you, I can give you something, and you can take revenge yourself. Just when John Yutong was feeling down, the man's voice suddenly came. She was stunned for a moment and immediately looked up at Shani. She saw Shani open his palm, and 2 black pistols appeared in his hand. Guns. These 2 guns have 16 bullets, it should be enough for you. Shani handed over the big black star. Since this girl wanted to turn dark, he didn't mind giving her a push. If she really dared to kill, that would be a good thing. In the apocalypse, being too naive and innocent wouldn't last long. Although Shani didn't mind his woman being a vase, if he encountered a capable woman whom he could still control, he wouldn't mind nurturing her a bit. A small investment could yield great returns, why not? John Yutong stared blankly at Shani. She never expected this man would give her a gun and help her take revenge. She thought she would be easily abandoned. Thank you. John Yuton felt inexplicably moved. Clearly, he was the culprit who had harmed her, but she just couldn't bring herself to hate him. In fact, she found that she was starting to like this mysterious and powerful man a bit. This feeling is really strange. Clearly, I was very afraid and fearful of him before. Amidst the complex emotions, John Yuton took hold of 2 large black star pistols. Her thoughts of revenge were exceptionally firm. She must take revenge on those heartless beasts. 112 Fallen to this extent. Alright, get dressed, it's time to go out. Shinny glanced at John Yutong and saw her favorability had increased significantly again. Feeling satisfied in his heart. This investment paid off. Not only could he gain a person, but he could also unlock resources, which could be said to be a huge profit. At this moment, through telepathy, he saw that the thugs had already rushed up to the 6th floor. It was time for him to take action. To avoid affecting Jiang Huiman, who was performing surgery. Jiang Yutong immediately nodded and picked up the white underwear to put on. She also heard the chaotic sounds coming from the corridor, knowing that the group of thugs was coming up. Jiang Yutong was also very nervous and scared. After all, that group of thugs was really cruel. However, thinking of her man who could easily conjure a gun and had various superpowers, her fear suddenly dissipated a lot. With her man's strength, dealing with those thugs would definitely be easy. Moreover, she also had a gun. Although she had never used a gun, nor had she ever seen one. But recalling the scene where Shani shot someone dead just now, intimidating dozens of people, she felt she could do it too. At least, self-defense would definitely not be a problem. Meanwhile, the thugs downstairs, after relentless efforts, finally cleared the obstacles at the stairway. If it weren't for the survivors on the 6th floor throwing some trash to block the way during this time, they could have been faster. Then, the thugs surged in, rushing into the 6th floor. A few survivors tried to resist, but were quickly beaten into a panic, crying and begging for mercy. The thugs downstairs had stronger combat power and were fearless, not afraid of getting hurt. Everyone shut the hell up. Whoever is crying, I'll chop him up right now. Women, stand up. Let me pick first. Damn. Why are there so few women? Tell me, where did you hide all the women? If you don't say, I'll start killing. Damn. The other women must be hiding on the 6th floor. Let's search together. I don't believe anyone can just disappear. The thugs spent more than 10 minutes controlling the survivors in the corridor, only to find that there were significantly fewer female survivors. This made them very unhappy, and they immediately began to search each hospital room. Some desperate thugs even dragged crying middle-aged women into the hospital rooms. In an instant, scenes of horror were everywhere. In a lawless apocalyptic world, the evil of human nature was completely unleashed. Where is that man? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Did he run away with John Yutong? Vice President Wang was forced to kneel in the corridor by the thugs. And the first thing that came to his mind was Shani, who had promised to help. However, he did not appear at the critical moment. It was hard not to suspect that he either escaped or was immersed in that kind of thing, not noticing the situation in the corridor. Vice President Wang couldn't help but feel a wave of regret. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have pressured Jiang Yutong. He abandoned his moral bottom line but did not receive the due reward. It was too painful. Just then, a man in a white coat, wearing glasses and somewhat balding, came before Vice President Wang, looking at him with a smile. Old Wan, long time no see. Do you have anything to say now? Xian Guangming. Do you have any humanity left? How can you condone them to do these inhumane things? Vice President Wang stared at the balding man, a surge of anger rising instantly. This former friend and superior had now fallen. To this extent. Shen Guangming still wore a smile, answering off-topic. Old Wang, I actually still have high hopes for your management ability. If you are willing to join my team, I can guarantee you won't starve to death at least. What about the others? The others? Of course, there are arrangements for them. I can't just kill everyone. Killing people brings me no benefits. None at all. Chen Guangming shook his head and continued, but to survive, there must be a price, right? Let these men form a team and go out together to search for supplies. As long as they can bring back supplies, they will be able to eat and drink their fill in the future. And enjoy women as well. As for the women, of course, they are responsible for taking care of the men, allowing them to vent. This is only natural. Otherwise, they can't just lie around and enjoy, can they? You are creating a privileged class. You are disregarding life. Vice Dean Wang criticized angrily. As if he were not the one who had forced John Utah to compromise for the sake of survival. Then just say whether you want to live or not. Qian Guangming threatened directly, not wanting to waste words. It was the apocalypse, there was no need for unnecessary chatter. Although he appreciated old Wang's abilities, if he didn't know his place, he would just have him killed to avoid affecting his rule. What Qian Guangming needed was just a dog, not someone who would point fingers at his policies. Vice Dean Wang fell silent. He hesitated. If he could survive, he didn't want to die. However, he instinctively glanced at the group of survivors kneeling behind him, trembling, and felt a bit guilty towards them. Taking a deep breath, Vice Dean Wang was about to speak up. Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps rang out abruptly. Qian Guangming, who was waiting for an answer, was taken aback and instinctively turned to look. Two people had appeared out of thin air behind him. When did this happen? He hadn't noticed at all. Even his subordinates seemed completely oblivious, all looking dumbfounded and incredulous. You finally came. Seeing the newcomers, Vice Dean Wang stood up excitedly. He no longer had to be forced to make a sordid decision. The other survivors, bruised and forced to kneel in place, also looked excited upon seeing Shani, as if they had seen a savior, and they were no longer afraid of the thugs, starting to cry out for help. Seeing this scene, Qian Guangming's expression also became serious. He immediately signaled his subordinates with his eyes to hurry and call back the brothers who were searching the hospital rooms and enjoying themselves. This suddenly appearing man was very strange. He definitely had issues. Could it be that he was very strong? Otherwise, why would old Wang and these timid survivors be seeking his help? And they seemed to have the attitude that he could save them as long as he acted. As for the female nurse beside the man, Qian Guangming completely ignored her. Just a woman, what waves could she make? To be safe, Qian Guangming did not immediately confront Shani but instead put on a trademark smile and gently asked, "This young brother, I wonder if you would be willing to join our shelter. As long as you have the ability, you can enjoy enough respect and status in our shelter. And women." His words were meant to test what abilities this suddenly appearing man had. At the same time, it was also to buy some time. The dozen or so brothers scattered on the 6th floor could arrive in a minute or two at most. Sure enough, as the little brother had just sneaked off to call for help, the other thugs were gathering. Some thugs were even so anxious that they didn't have time to pull up their pants, cursing as they rushed out. "No rush, just wait a bit," Shani answered without addressing the question, his expression calm, as if he were also waiting for someone. Qian Guangming furrowed his brows slightly, even more puzzled about what confidence this young man had. Why did he dare to wait for someone? Are you very strong? Even if you are strong, what good does it do? Can you take on more than 20 armed adult men? However, since you dare to wait, then wait. At this moment, seeing more and more thugs, Vice Dean Wang and the survivors also began to feel a bit nervous. Although they knew Shani had a gun and superpowers, would it be too risky to deal with so many thugs at once? Can't we just shoot a few first? This is too arrogant. Director Qian. Soon, all the thugs gathered around. They aggressively surrounded Shin Yi and Jiang Yutong. But more thugs were staring at the beautiful nurse, Jiang Yutong. Damn! Director Qian. This woman is really fucking beautiful. I want her. Yeah. Much better than that old leak I just had. That old leak probably hasn't bathed in ages, almost made me sick. Damn, how can you even say that? You even fought with the brothers over an old leak. Not willing to share with the brothers. What a loser. Ha ha ha. This girl is pretty and clean, I want to be first in line. Oh, look, this little girl even found 2 toy guns, thinking that can scare me. Later, I'll shove this toy gun up your ass. The thugs laughed and leered at Jiang Yutong, spewing filthy words. Qian Guangming also showed a relaxed smile. I now have over 20 people, what do you have to take me down? Ha! Let me see you take one down. At this moment, before Shani could act, Jiang Yutong could no longer endure the men's filthy words. She raised her gun, aimed at the young man who had been the most vulgar, and decisively pulled the trigger. Earlier, Shani had briefly taught her how to use a handgun. So, the gun went off. Bang! The crisp gunshot echoed loudly in the corridor. The man was shot in the left cheek instantly, creating a bloody hole, and the intense pain made him let out a piercing scream, but soon he lost all life. In an instant, all the thugs were frozen in place, their eyes wide with fear. A gun! It was actually a real gun. How could this woman have a real gun? 113. The power of level 7 frost condensation. The first time she pulled the trigger to kill, Zhang Yutong's arm trembled uncontrollably. But it wasn't out of fear or terror, it was simply because the recoil of the Type 54 pistol was too strong, numbing her arm. As for fear? It seemed she felt none of that emotion at all. Killing, it appeared, was not as terrifying as she had imagined. At most, seeing the blood splatter would cause a physiological discomfort, nausea, and queasiness. But fear? Not at all. In fact, killing was not frightening. The reason it instills fear in people is mainly due to the responsibility one must bear afterward. Especially in countries where the law is upheld, killing someone requires paying an equal price. But in the apocalypse, it was different. The rules had completely collapsed, and the law no longer existed. Killing someone did not require any punishment. Thus, there were so many murderers. Even Zhang Yutong, a nurse who was killing for the first time, felt no fear after taking a life. Instead, an inexplicable sense of excitement surged within her. So this is what it feels like to have power? Watching the man who had insulted her get shot dead with one bullet felt so good. Seeing these people fear her felt so good. Watching them cower in dread felt so good. Encountering injustice? One bullet solves it. No need to compromise, no need to be submissive. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Zhang Yutong felt that she had never been so clear-headed in her life. Previously, she had always lived cautiously. Timidly, afraid of offending colleagues, afraid of angering superiors, afraid of being gossiped about, but now, she didn't care about any of that. If anyone dared to gossip about her, she would shoot them dead. Dead people can't gossip. Why you have a gun? Xian Guangming's face was filled with terror as he instinctively stepped back, but he didn't dare to run, fearing he would become a live target. No one dared to be the first to flee in the face of the dark muzzle of the gun. The thugs had completely lost their earlier arrogance. One by one, they behaved like well-behaved puppies that hadn't mutated. Run away? Who could outrun a bullet? However, Shinhee ignored the thug's reactions and tilted his head to look at Zhang Yutong, asking, "Are you comfortable? Do you want to shoot a few more rounds to practice?" "And no, that's enough, I have no grudge against them." Zhang Yutong quickly shook her head. The targets of her revenge were not these thugs. There were only 15 bullets left in the gun, and she needed to save some for those in need. Listening to the conversation between this couple, the thugs' hearts raced like they were on a roller coaster, constantly rising and falling. This couple was simply outrageous. Especially that man. He actually encouraged a woman to practice shooting. What the hell do you think human lives are worth? We are living people. You bastard. Everyone was extremely angry, but more than that, they were terrified. Because no one knew if the next person to be shot would be themselves. However, more fearful than them was Vice President Wang. His heartbeat truly felt like a roller coaster ride. At first, he almost abandoned his moral principles and was ready to surrender when Shinhee appeared. He thought he would finally be saved, no longer having to associate with these inhumane thugs. And indeed, Zhang Yutong only fired one shot, and all 20-odd thugs surrendered obediently, not daring to fight back. Everyone was saved. But the words Zhang Yutong said afterward sent chills down his spine. No grudge against the thugs. Then who do you have a grudge against? It couldn't be me, could it? Zhang Yutong, are you planning to take revenge on us? But the survivors, just having been rescued and still in a state of excitement, clearly had not realized this. At this moment, they had turned the tables and began to insult the thugs, with some even physically attacking them to vent their anger over their wives being insulted. All the cowards were venting their emotions fiercely. The thugs, deterred by the gun in Zhang Yutong's hand, did not dare to resist and passively endured the beating. Then let's not waste time. Shinhee, uninterested in the survivors' emotions, glanced at the thugs in the hallway and casually snapped his fingers. Instantly, more than 20 thugs had no time to react as their bodies began to freeze rapidly. Some screamed in terror, some attempted to flee, and others were filled with fear, but in just a few seconds, their bodies were completely encased in ice, unable to make a sound. Silence. Stillness. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. All the survivors stared wide-eyed in horror, unable to believe what they were witnessing. In just a few breaths, the once unruly thugs had turned into ice sculptures, and the temperature in the building dropped significantly. What kind of power is this? A single snap of the fingers, and over 20 people were frozen. Is this something a human can do? Fear, shock, disbelief, various emotions intertwined on the faces of the survivors. Jiang Yutong also looked at Shin Yi in shock. She had guessed that her man was strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. This kind of power, even in a sci-fi movie, would surpass many superheroes. To freeze over 20 people in an instant, what a terrifying ability. In reality, this move consumed a lot of Shin Yi's energy. To deal with all the thugs at once, he had used his frost condensation ability to its fullest. With his current level 7 frost condensation, he could accurately freeze dozens of people if he exerted himself fully, but it would be very exhausting, and it would be easier to just use an area damage attack. However, using area damage would likely freeze everyone except himself into ice sculptures, including Jiang Yutong. So he held back. Nevertheless, looking at the 20 or so ice sculptures, Shin Yi was quite satisfied with his performance. This is the power of level 7 frost condensation. He didn't know if other ice-type abilities had such strength, but frost condensation did, and Shin Yi felt that the operational limit of this ability was not just this. Frost condensation LV7. You can create ice out of thin air and control its hardness and shape. You can also manipulate ice for long-range attacks or close-range defense, with a maximum range of 800 meters. Additionally, you will have a higher resistance to low temperatures. However, the more ice you create and the larger the area, the more energy it consumes. A maximum range of 800 meters. Moreover, as the level increases, Shin Yi's control over ice becomes stronger. For instance, the operation of instantly freezing over 20 targets. If it were level 1 frost condensation, even if Shin Yi had enough energy, he wouldn't be able to achieve such precision. There would definitely be some collateral damage or omissions. But as his ability level increased, his control over ice, as well as his grasp of damage and distance, improved significantly. This shows that the level of abilities is truly important. If an ability like teleportation is powerful, even at level 1, it still has considerable strength. But if frost condensation doesn't level up, its power drops significantly. Fortunately, Shin Yi can directly consume fruits to raise his level without any worries. Alright, I've fulfilled my promise, the next matters are up to you to handle. After throwing a line to Jiang Yutong, Shin Yi used teleportation to enter the operating room where Jiang Huiman was undergoing surgery. This room had not been searched by the thugs immediately. This was also the reason Shin Yi was not in a hurry to act. Husband. Seeing Shin Yi trust her so much, pamper her, and not mind her killing, Jiang Yutong was very touched, and her affection for him soared. She felt her heart racing. This man is so good to her. Perhaps today is not her day of disaster, but a lucky day. To meet such a wonderful man is truly great. Even if it means dying for him, it would be worth it. Slowly retracting her loving gaze, Jiang Yutong looked at the survivors led by Vice Dean Wang. They should be forgotten. This group of heartless individuals must pay for their previous actions. 114. Scavenging the hospital large generator. Among the dozens of people on the 6th floor, only Vice President Wang and a few survivors still had some moral standards and did not participate in forcing Jiang Yutong. The rest were not good people. They were at most a little better than the frozen sculptures of thugs. Therefore, Jiang Yutong felt no guilt in taking revenge on them. Thus, the corridor echoed with pleas for mercy, cries, and screams. In the ward. After Shin Yi teleported in, the surgery had just been completed, and 2 young nurses were bandaging Lin Jiwei's wounds. Next to them, a female nurse held a tray containing some rotten, stinking meat, all cut from Lin Jiwei's arm. Shin Yi instinctively frowned. How much flesh had been cut away? Just looking at it made him feel physically uncomfortable, as if his own arm had inexplicably hurt for a moment, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Fortunately, he hadn't risked fighting the black spider at the beginning. If he had accidentally been hit by the spider silk, it would have been too torturous. In about half an hour, when the anesthesia wears off, she will wake up. After that, as long as she takes good care of herself for a while, the wound will heal, and the flesh will slowly grow back, but it definitely won't return to how it was before. Jiang Huiman, seeing Shin Yi appear out of nowhere, immediately stood up to report on the progress of the surgery. She had just heard the sounds of fighting and screams from the corridor, which had frightened her quite a bit. But she didn't dare to run. She knew she had to do well in this surgery to have a chance to survive. It turned out her decision was correct. Even though screams were still coming from the corridor, not a single thug had barged into this ward. This meant that as long as she stayed with the woman on the hospital bed, she was absolutely safe. The young nurses were also very grateful to Jiang Huiman. If she hadn't brought them in, they would most likely have died outside. Not bad. Shin Yi checked Lin Jiwei's injuries through telepathy. The wounds were well treated and clean. It seemed that this self-proclaimed intern doctor indeed had some skills. So, Shinny casually took out a few bottles of mineral water and several trays of buns from the system space, saying, "You all eat something first. When things outside are over, come with me." Go with you? Jiang Huiman and the others were stunned. This man actually wanted to take them away. Where was he going to take them? Was it to take care of the woman on the hospital bed? It should be like that, otherwise, what else could he want with them? He couldn't possibly be like the thugs, just to torture them, right? Thinking this, the girls didn't dare to ask more questions. They looked at the warm buns, and seeing Shinyi's approval, they hurriedly rushed forward to grab and eat, like hungry wolves. They hadn't eaten enough in days. So fragrant. One of the young nurses couldn't help but whimper while eating. Shin-yi, however, paid no mind. Since he had confirmed that Jiang Huiman had the ability, he would definitely take her back to the shelter. Of course, even if her medical skills were lacking, Shin-yi wouldn't let her go. After all, she could unlock system supplies, so bringing her back would definitely not be a loss. As for these young nurses, they could probably assist Jiang Huiman, which would be useful in the future. According to Shin-yi's plan, his shelter would definitely need to establish a medical department, so that whether he fell ill or his women fell ill, they would have support. By the way, there should still be a lot of medicines in the hospital, right? Shin-yi asked, looking at Jiang Huiman, who was devouring the food. Yes. There are. There are many in the warehouse, but I don't know if they've been affected by the black mist. Jiang Huiman swallowed the food in her mouth and quickly replied. After answering, she took another sip of mineral water and then grabbed another bun to eat, not daring to waste any time. She was really scared of being hungry. These days, the hunger is more than in the first half of her life. Jiang Huiman sometimes feels so hungry that she wants to eat grass and gnaw on tree bark. However, she doesn't dare to leave the hospital, as there's nowhere to find tree bark to chew on. After a hearty meal, Jiang Huiman and a few female nurses are full, or rather, stuffed. They all show satisfied expressions, feeling that this is the meaning of being alive. The fear in the gazes of the few women looking at Shin-yi has diminished significantly. From this man's behavior, he seems quite decent. At least he keeps his word and doesn't kill indiscriminately. Moreover, he has strong combat skills and can conjure food out of thin air. Following him back doesn't seem so bad. As long as they take care of the injured woman in the hospital bed, perhaps they can have food and water every day in the future. Seeing that the nurse's favorability towards him has increased quite a bit, Shin-yi feels satisfied and says, Jiang Huiman, take me to the place where the medicines are stored. The rest of you stay in the ward to take care of the patients until we return. The nurses quickly nod. They also don't dare to go out. Occasionally, cries can be heard in the corridor and they don't know what kind of tragedy has occurred. Soon, Shin-yi uses teleportation to take Jiang Huiman away. Just now, while the women were eating, Shin-yi's stamina has recovered a bit, and using teleportation and telepathy is no problem. Thus, under Jiang Huiman's guidance, he arrives at the hospital's medicine storage warehouse and begins to scavenge for supplies. Most medicines are sealed, so they haven't spoiled. Therefore, Shin-yi collects them all in one go. He doesn't miss out on various medical equipment either. Regardless of whether they will be useful, he decides to take them first. The stock in a top-tier hospital is abundant, far richer than the previous affiliated hospital. Perhaps he didn't find the warehouse at the affiliated hospital before, which is why he collected so few medicines. By the way, is there a generator in the hospital? Can you take that too? Jiang Huiman suddenly says. She has been in a state of shock the whole time. Because this man just waved his hand, and countless medicines in the warehouse disappeared. This superpower is simply amazing. And it's so useful. Whatever is needed can be taken away with a wave of the hand, so convenient. So, she wonders if they can take a large device like a generator, as it might be useful later. Where is the generator? Shin-yi is not surprised, small hospitals usually have generators, let alone a large hospital like this. Jiang Huiman immediately points the way, and Shin-yi heads to the location to collect the generator. This generator is indeed large. It's about the same size as the one he collected from the Virus Research Institute. In addition, there are many small generators. Indeed, the supplies in a large hospital are plentiful. If there were currently large shelters established, they definitely wouldn't miss out on scavenging places like hospitals. After collecting the generator, while Shin-yi is using telepathy to check for any overlooked items and women who might meet the system's standards, he suddenly sees a familiar figure appear in his line of sight. Is it her? Why has she come to this hospital again? 115. A strange person. Shin-yi, through telepathy, saw a woman appear outside the city hospital. She was struggling with a mutated animal, seemingly trying to enter the hospital. This woman was the police officer Qin Xiang, whom Shinyi had encountered and interacted with at the affiliated hospital before. Because this police officer met the system's standards and had formidable combat skills, Shinyi had a deep impression of her. He never expected that she was not only alive but also dared to venture alone into the city hospital. The affiliated hospital is 40 to 50 kilometers away from the city hospital. This woman, if she lives near the affiliated hospital, has really got guts to come to the city hospital, not afraid of encountering danger. Shinyi pondered, considering whether to recruit this police officer or unlock her rewards. But after thinking it over, he decided to give up for now. With her personality, she would definitely not easily compromise. The only quick way to unlock her supplies would be through force. So, he thought to wait until next time. After all, Shinyi had just finished a battle and was currently in saint mode, not feeling such a strong desire. The main purpose today was to heal Lin Jiwei and scavenge supplies from the hospital. After some more scavenging, Shinyi returned with a full load. When he got back to the ward, Lin Jiwei had already woken up. Her complexion was very pale, and it was clear that being cut was not pleasant. First, eat something. After you regain some strength, we'll head home. Shinyi took out a luxury self-heating hot pot and some steamed buns from the system space, letting Lin Jiwei choose what she liked to eat. Patients still needed to be taken care of. Lin Jiwei took a bun and managed to eat a few bites. She really had little appetite. If it weren't for her body lacking energy, she wouldn't even want to eat. After eating a little, Shinyi led Lin Jiwei, along with Jiang Huiman and several nurses, out of the ward. Upon seeing the situation in the corridor, Jiang Huiman and the other female nurses instinctively covered their mouths, revealing shocked expressions. So many ice sculptures and corpses. Moreover, there were actually people frozen inside these ice sculptures. Jiang Huiman took a closer look and vaguely recognized that some of the people in the ice sculptures seemed to be the rioters from downstairs. How did they become ice sculptures? Jiang Huiman was shocked. But she quickly reacted, believing that this must have been done by Shinyi. Only this man with superpowers could have such a magical and terrifying method. No wonder he's not afraid of the rioters. I didn't expect his superpower to be so terrifying. Jiang Huiman was secretly astonished. At the same time, she felt an inexplicable curiosity and anticipation. Could it be that this strange black mist was the reason people gained superpowers? She wondered if ordinary people like them could also obtain superpowers? If they had superpowers, then even without relying on Shinyi for protection, they could survive on their own. It was normal for Jiang Huiman to have such thoughts because she was an independent woman, strong-willed, and disliked depending on others. Even before the apocalypse, she would not rely on men, nor would she rush to offer herself just because a man was wealthy or powerful. She graduated from medical school through her own efforts and later became a chief surgeon at a top-tier hospital due to her excellent resume and practical experience. At 28, being a chief surgeon was quite rare even in the country. Indeed, Jiang Huiman was not an intern, she was a chief surgeon. The reason she told Shinyi she was an intern was mainly because she was startled by him and had a little ulterior motive. If Shinyi was worried about her medical skills because she was an intern and decided not to use her, that would suit her just fine, as she wouldn't have to get involved in trouble. However, what happened later made her realize that only by demonstrating enough value would she be protected and able to survive. If I really am just an inexperienced intern doctor, then I'm probably doomed today. Just look at the bodies in the hallway. That's right, there are many bodies in the hallway. More than half of the survivors left in the hallway are dead. But actually, most of them weren't killed by the rioters. They were killed by Jiang Yutong. This woman took brutal revenge on the group of survivors who had forced her. Shinyi looked at the corpses but felt no disgust. To survive in the apocalypse, one must be ruthless. As long as her ruthlessness isn't directed at him, Shinyi would support it. Hubby! Jiang Yutong called out as she saw Shinyi come out, quickly stepping forward to greet him. She no longer tormented the survivors. Her resentment had been fully released. However, having experienced the thrill of killing, she had become addicted to that feeling. Shinyi glanced at the aura around Jiang Yutong. It was very pure, with a loyalty level as high as Su Wanning and Su Yun. They had only known each other for 2 or 3 hours, and for this woman to have such a high loyalty level was already quite impressive. Let's go, Shinyi said lightly, heading downstairs. There was no need for teleportation on the way home, using telepathy to scout would suffice. Safety was still not an issue. The women immediately followed. However, the female Dr. Jiang Huiman looked at Jiang Yutong with a very strange expression, filled with suspicion. Hubby? This nurse is Xingyi's woman? Jiang Huimin wasn't familiar with Jiang Yutong, not even knowing her name, but after spending more than 10 days together, she had some impression, which made her curious. The top-tier hospital was large, with many positions. Generally, main department doctors would only be familiar with the nurses in their own department, and as for nurses from other departments, they might not even meet once in a month. Big hospitals were usually very busy, leaving no time for socializing. Since starting work, Jiang Huimin hadn't had any personal time or space, not even time to date. Although the salary was considerable, as a lead surgeon in a top-tier hospital, especially a controversial female lead surgeon, she wanted to prove herself and improve, so she had several high-intensity surgeries almost every day, often needing to work overtime. After work, she was exhausted, lacking even the mood to go out for a movie, going straight home to lie down and sleep. Occasionally, on her days off, she just wanted to rest at home, having no energy to go out and play. To be honest, this period after the apocalypse was the most relaxed time for Jiang Huimin. Back to the point, precisely because Jiang Huimin wasn't familiar with Jiang Yutong, she found it strange that Jiang Yutong called Shen hubby. What exactly happened in the hallway while she was performing surgery? Moreover, it felt like the surviving Vice President Wang and the other survivors looked at Jiang Yutong with a great deal of fear, even more so than they looked at Shen. Yes, Jiang Yutong did not kill Vice President Wang. Although Vice President Wang wasn't a good person, comparatively speaking, he was acceptable, at least he hadn't insulted or cursed at her. Plus, since there were no bullets left in the gun, Jiang Yutong showed mercy and spared Vice President Wang and those survivors who hadn't forced her. What's the situation with these people? Shen walked out of the hospital using telepathy to probe the surroundings. Suddenly, he saw 4 or 5 strange individuals. Their hair and skin were tinged green, and their eyes were vacant, their postures stiff, wandering the streets like zombies, looking very eerie. The most bizarre thing was that these wandering people were not attacked when they encountered the mutated plants by the roadside. 116 Mutated humans. These people are not normal. Have they mutated? Shen Yi's expression gradually became serious. Mutated humans. This was the first time he had seen human mutation. He could almost be certain that these few guys with green skin and hair, and stiff movements, were indeed mutated. However, he didn't know what caused the mutation. Moreover, the mutated plants actually did not attack these mutated humans. That was the most bizarre part. If it weren't for their vacant eyes and lack of independent thought, Shen Yi would have wanted to go over and ask what was going on. Forget it, I've exhausted too much energy today and I'm also carrying a group of burdens, so I won't take any risks. Shen Yi temporarily suppressed his curiosity. He would wait until tomorrow to recover and then investigate what was going on in detail. If humans could mutate in ways other than gaining supernatural abilities, that might not be a good thing. On the way home, Shen Yi munched on supernatural fruit while using telepathy to keep an eye on the few wandering mutated humans. They seemed to have no purpose, just aimlessly wandering the streets. No purpose, no goals, no thoughts. Wait, if they have no thoughts and are just wandering around, then why haven't they fallen into the cracks? Moreover, it seems like they can see the cracks, as they always manage to avoid them in advance. After careful observation, Shen Yi discovered the first anomaly. Could it be that these mutated humans retained some level of thought? Perhaps this thought was limited to preventing them from seeking death? Lost in thought, Shen Yi saw 2 mutated humans about to encounter a group of survivors who had gone out to search for food. He immediately perked up, focusing intently on the scene, eager to see how the mutated humans would react upon meeting normal humans. Meanwhile, on the other side, policewoman Qin Xiang, after avoiding several mutated animals and plants, had a very close call arriving at the outpatient building. She held her gun, cautiously beginning to search the first floor. From the moment she entered the outpatient building, she smelled blood. This proved that someone had died in the building not long ago. Although she was unsure of the dangers inside, Qin Xiang had to take the risk to enter the building because she needed to find a doctor. Among the survivors she had rescued recently, there were quite a few injured who needed an experienced doctor to treat them. That was why Qin Xiang dared to risk going to the city hospital. She considered herself somewhat lucky. Yesterday, while rescuing survivors outside, she had accidentally obtained a supernatural fruit and gained a new ability. Her combat power had thus increased significantly. This was also one of the reasons she felt confident about going to the city hospital to find a doctor. Otherwise, no matter how righteous Qin Xiang was, she wouldn't knowingly run to her death. Simply inhumane. Qin Xiang carefully searched the first floor. She found no living people, but in one of the wards, she saw several naked corpses of female nurses. These bodies had been brutally violated to death, a truly tragic sight. Shin Xiang's face turned pale. She couldn't understand why, knowing that water was scarce in the black mist. There were still scoundrels who would torture women. Couldn't they think about how to survive first? Shin Xiang took a deep breath, closed the ward door, and continued searching upstairs. Along the way, she saw many corpses. Some had died of thirst, some had been killed, and some were mutilated. Shin Xiang's heart gradually sank. Was there no one alive in this building? She wondered if there were any survivors in the other buildings. If the entire hospital had no living people, that would be a problem. The city hospital was the largest hospital nearby. If there were no doctors here, she would have to go to other large hospitals. But the farther hospitals were too far to reach on foot, and the risks were too great. With a heavy heart, Shin Xiang continued to climb the stairs. Just as she reached the stairway to the 6th floor, she suddenly heard voices. Ha! There are living people. Shin Xiang did not let her guard down, gripping her gun tightly as she cautiously ascended to the 6th floor. As soon as she entered the 6th floor, a chill hit her face. So cold. And there was a strong smell of blood. What was going on the 6th floor? Alert! When Shin Xiang saw the situation on the 6th floor, her expression instantly turned grave. What is going on? Over 20 ice sculptures were haphazardly standing in the corridor. Those ice sculptures maintained various expressions and postures of fear, as if they had seen something particularly terrifying in life and wanted to escape. But from the scene, it was clear that they had been frozen almost instantly, with no time to flee. Could it be that there is a powerful ability user in this hospital? Shin Xiang became even more vigilant. An ability user capable of creating this scene was definitely extraordinarily powerful. Police? Police! At that moment, a survivor spotted Shin Xiang in her police uniform. Instantly, he burst into tears. Officer! Officer, help me! There's a murderer! Damn! These mutants can actually infect normal people. Shani, through telepathy, witnessed the entire process of interaction between the mutants and normal humans. When they were about 100 meters apart, the vacant-eyed mutant suddenly seemed to sense its prey and began to rush towards the survivors at high speed. The mutants could actually ignore the black mist. Meanwhile, the group of survivors had not reacted at all. They were still cautiously and warily feeling their way through the black mist. Ordinary people could only see about 5 or 6 meters in the black mist, so they were completely unaware of the danger lurking in the distance. Suddenly, 2 green figures charged towards them at incredible speed, directly tackling 2 people and biting down. The other teammates were startled by the sudden attack. The quick-reacting teammates hurriedly used machetes to attack the mutants. However, the machetes struck the mutants back and sank in, getting firmly stuck and unable to be pulled out. The mutant showed no reaction, not even lifting its head, but bit down hard on the man beneath it. In just a few seconds, the bitten man's skin began to turn green rapidly, as if he had been infected. Seeing this scene, Shen Yi's expression instantly darkened. Damn! How could this thing be like a zombie and also be infectious? If the infection spread as quickly as a zombie's, ordinary people would really have no chance of survival. Humans already found it difficult to live long-term in the black mist. Even going out to find supplies was extremely challenging, and now there was a virus that could infect. This was just too much. Moreover, let alone ordinary people, even regular ability users wouldn't stand a chance. Shen Yi's expression was grim. This news was also very bad for him. After all, if the survivors couldn't survive, the supplies he could unlock in the future would be too few. He couldn't really wait for the next generation and the generation after that in his shelter to grow up, could he? Wait, what is this? Shen Yi suddenly realized that the infection of these mutants seemed to be different from what he had thought. 117, the virus can evolve? Does this mean it dies after infecting a person? Through telepathy, Shen Yi saw a mutant tightly biting a normal person, and after completely assimilating them, it surprisingly showed no further reaction. Its body just fell down, motionless. Shen Yi then looked at another mutant. After infecting a person, it also collapsed, eyes wide open, completely still, with no signs of life. The 2 people whose skin and hair turned green after infection wobbled and stood up. However, they did not attack others but stood there in a daze for a long time before turning and walking into the black mist, beginning to wander aimlessly. The few survivors who had prepared to fight were dumbfounded. They did not understand what was happening. Shen Yi also showed a puzzled expression. What is going on? Why did the mutant die after infecting 2 people? And why didn't the infected people continue to attack others? This scene completely caught Shen Yi off guard. Could it be that this Virus is not an infection but something akin to possession from a fantasy novel? After taking over a new body, the old one dies? Shinee had no idea about this phenomenon. So, he could only roughly describe what he saw to Lin Jiwei beside him. What? You said there are mutated humans? Hurry! Let's go catch one! Lin Jiwei exclaimed excitedly. Hearing about mutated humans, her eyes sparkled. As expected. He knew this woman would go crazy. This was the reason Shinee didn't want to tell her. This crazy woman was already obsessed with studying genes, and she would definitely be even more curious about the reasons for such human mutations. You analyze what I saw first, and then I'll consider whether to catch one, Shinee said. This was, of course, a perfunctory response. In the absence of an effective way to prevent infection, he was not prepared to capture mutated humans for the time being. Unless, of course, these mutated humans could bring him significant benefits. Shinee was not afraid of infection, but he couldn't ignore the fact that there were mostly ordinary people in the shelter. If this virus accidentally spread, all his investments over the past 2 days would be wasted, which would be a huge loss. Moreover, Shinee was also a bit worried about whether this virus could infect animals. If it could, then capturing them would be even more out of the question. Tell me in detail about what you saw. Preferably word for word. Lin Jiwei stared intently at Shinee. So, Shinee detailed the entire process from when he saw the mutants appear to when they attacked the survivors. Zhang Huiman and Zhang Yutong were also frightened upon hearing about the mutants. Especially when they heard that the mutants had been stabbed several times and still didn't die. It scared them even more. Undead monsters, just thinking about it is terrifying. Are you saying that after they infect others, they become completely immobile, as if they are dead? Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses and asked thoughtfully. Shinee continued to use telepathy to look at the 2 motionless mutant corpses and said, it's not that they seem dead, they are definitely completely dead because all the life force has completely disappeared. The life force Shinee referred to was, of course, the hostile energy he could see from living beings. As long as it was a living being, even the flowers and plants by the roadside would have neutral or hostile energy fluctuations. But those 2 mutant corpses did not have any. So, this proved that after they infected people, they indeed died instantly. Moreover, they surprisingly did not infect everyone. This is really strange. Does this virus have a brain? According to what you said, the virus must have transferred to a new body, and this virus definitely has some level of consciousness. Lin Jiwei's eyes sparkled as she asserted. Why? Shinee was merely guessing that the virus might have a brain, but Lin Jiwei's tone was very certain. Because you just said that after the virus infects a new body, it doesn't immediately escape or attack people but stands there in a daze? Exactly. Then that's it. It's very likely that the virus is receiving control and memories of the new body, which is why it stands there in a daze. Moreover, I suspect that this virus might have a mother body, and it is the mother body that has obtained what it needs, which is why it commands them to leave without continuing to infect new people. Lin Jiwei speculated and analyzed. What can the virus obtain from the human body? Nutrients? Or memories? No, if the infection is to obtain nutrients, then it has no reason to spare other humans. Then it's highly likely that it is to obtain memories. Are you saying that this mother body is acquiring human memories through cross-infection? What does it want memories for? Could it be that it wants to evolve? Impossible. How could there be such a virus? No, it is possible. In this world, anything is possible. Lin Jiwei was like a madwoman talking to herself, self-denying and then quickly affirming again. But her face was filled with unprecedented excitement. As if an ordinary person had seen mountains of gold and silver. Shinee was also taken aback by her analysis. A virus with self-awareness? It can even acquire human memories to evolve? Is this going against the heavens? Although this was just Lin Jiwei's one-sided analysis, Shinee felt that there was indeed a bit of possibility in her reasoning. Mainly because the underlying logic matched up and it aligned with what he had seen, so he unconsciously believed it a little. Zhang Huiman and the other girls were even more confused. They couldn't understand the conversation between the two. It seemed like Shinee could see things far away. What was this breath? What was going on with the evolving virus? It felt like we were living in 2 different worlds. Who on earth is this woman? Zhang Huiman carefully scrutinized Lin Jiwei. She had a gut feeling that this woman was not simple. Shinee. This virus is definitely not simple. We must catch a mutant to study it properly. Only by researching it personally can we know whether this virus has consciousness. As long as you can help me catch a mutant in 5 days, At most 5 days. I can give you a modified gene serum. Or you tell me where it is, and I'll go catch it myself. Lin Jiwei's gaze was intense as she stared at Shen. If it weren't for not knowing the location of the mutants, she would have charged out right now. Lin Jiwei's X-ray ability only had a range of 100 meters, and she couldn't see what was happening kilometers away. Shen thought for a moment but still refused. There was no need to take the risk. However, he suddenly realized another thing. Wait, you said you could complete a modified gene serum in 5 days? Since you can finish it in 5 days, why did you tell me 10 days before? Were you deliberately saying a longer time to play tricks on me? Shen Yi's gaze towards Lin Jiwei changed. There is a component of delay, but it's not absolute. Lin Jiwei did not deny it but explained, the reason I said I could produce results in 5 days is that I researched Xiaohua's body again last night, combined with some of my previous research data, and made some new gains, so the research progress can be accelerated quite a bit. If it were before, it would be difficult to produce results in 5 days. In the past, she would not bother to explain reasons to others. Debating with people would only waste time. But for some reason, seeing Shen Yi's doubtful gaze made her want to argue a bit, not wanting him to misunderstand. So, you went downstairs in the middle of the night last night? Shen Yi frowned immediately. No wonder. This crazy woman's wound got more seriously infected. She ran around all night without resting, it's no wonder she got infected. I didn't even let you work overtime, and yet you still want to give yourself extra work. Truly a natural-born workhorse. 118 The Wild Sanctuary. Lin Jiwei's personality is just like that, she says whatever comes to her mind, not afraid of offending anyone. Even when Shen Yi asked her if she was deliberately stalling for time, she did not deny it. It's hard to tell if she simply can't lie or if she doesn't want to. In any case, as long as Shen Yi asks, she will definitely answer. This also made Shen Yi want to punish her, but he couldn't find any excuse. After all, this crazy woman was indeed working hard and not slacking off. Despite being seriously injured yesterday and living on the 15th floor, she even managed to run down the stairs in the middle of the night to work overtime for herself. Incredible. Shen Yi, tell me where the mutants are, and I'll go catch one myself. I don't need your help. Lin Jiwei stared at Shen Yi, her eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to catch a mutant. This woman goes crazy whenever she encounters something interesting. But Shen Yi wouldn't indulge her. I said, go home now. We'll catch mutants in a couple of days when your injury has healed. Be obedient, or I'll break your legs. Shen Yi reached out and pinched Lin Jiwei's cheek hard. He wasn't joking. If Lin Jiwei really dared to turn against him, he would indeed break her legs. After all, he wouldn't need legs to research gene serums. Shen Yi had a very dictatorial personality. His character was, I do what I want and you do as I say. If I don't let you do something, you better obey. The decision-making power can only be in my hands. Oh. Lin Jiwei instinctively touched her pinched cheek and, for a moment, didn't dare to argue back. It wasn't that she was afraid of Shen Yi's threat, but there was a strange feeling in her heart. Her clever brain couldn't analyze what this feeling was. It just felt so strange. Clearly scolded, but somehow feeling a bit happy. Then, inexplicably, she obediently followed Shen Yi. The other women, after hearing the conversation between Lin Jiwei and Shen Yi, were still in shock. This woman actually wanted to study a terrifying virus that could evolve. Moreover, it seemed she could also create some kind of gene serum? What is a gene serum? Could it be something like in sci-fi movies that gives people superpowers? Suddenly, the way the women looked at Lin Jiwei changed. It was as if they were looking at a treasure cave. Shen Yi and the others walked and stopped, encountering no danger along the way. With Shen Yi's current level of telepathy, as long as he wasn't in absolute darkness, he could completely avoid all troubles and dangers. Of course, he generally wouldn't take a detour just to avoid minor troubles. For example, when he saw someone blocking the road to rob him on his way home, Shen Yi didn't take a detour. These robbers were the same group that had set up obstacles on the road when he had come to the city hospital. Before, last time, Shen Yi had used teleportation to pass through the obstacles they had set up in a hurry, but now that he had plenty of time, he decided to deal with them. Honey, it looks like the road ahead is blocked. As they walked, Jian Yutong saw that the road ahead was blocked by many obstacles, leaving only a narrow gap to squeeze through. These obstacles seemed to have been deliberately moved. Looking very suspicious. Just then, 7 or 8 armed men and women suddenly rushed out from both sides of the road, quickly surrounding the group. Zhang Huiman and the other nurses were startled, showing expressions of fear. Stop! Don't move. Hand over all your weapons. And food immediately. Don't resist. Otherwise, if you anger our boss, the smiling tiger, you'll be dead. That's right, our boss is ruthless. If you don't want to be chopped to death, kneel on the ground and put your hands on your head. I want this handsome man, I'm going to have a good time with him tonight. These bandits are clearly not new to robbery, their actions are swift. Moreover, their targets are clear, they don't care about gender as long as it's a person they rob. Through telepathy, Shini also saw a fat man hiding in the black mist. The fat man was holding a crossbow, quietly lurking, preparing for a sneak attack. Shini turned his head and looked in the direction of the fat man, his eyes piercing through the black mist. Then, red light gathered in his eyes and shot out fiercely. Ah! A scream suddenly echoed from the black mist. The fat man hadn't reacted yet when his head was pierced by the high-temperature ray. His entire head was gone. Full map perspective plus high-temperature ray, wherever he pointed, he hit. Want to sneak attack me? Not happening. Wow! Superman. A few bandits saw the light shooting from Shinyi's eyes and were immediately terrified, turning to run. How could there be someone in reality whose eyes could shoot lasers? Is this even a human? However, Shinyi didn't rush to kill them, instead, he took this opportunity to practice his ability proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the more adept he would be at using it. So, he used telepathy to lock onto a fleeing bandit, teleported over, and shot a high-temperature ray, directly cutting the fleeing bandit in half. Then, he continued to do the same, using teleportation plus high-temperature ray, exterminating bandits one after another. No! Don't kill me! Whoa! Please let me go! I can do anything! A female bandit, seeing the strange man suddenly appear in front of her, was so scared that she knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy. Shini remained expressionless, his eyes gathering high-temperature rays, directly shooting through the female bandit's head, leaving her dead beyond recovery. After that, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. In the black mist, screams and pleas for mercy echoed. Zhang Huiman and several female nurses were filled with terror, trembling all over. They were not afraid of the bandits, but of Shini. Is this man really human? He is simply a devil. Another new ability? How many abilities does he have now? Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses, using her X-ray vision to look at Shini slaughtering the bandits. Her eyes filled with curiosity. It seemed that in just one night, Shini had gained several new abilities. How did he acquire new abilities? Could he conjure ability fruits out of thin air? Or did he hide some secrets that she couldn't guess? Lin Jiwei was very curious. Honey, you're amazing. Zhang Yuton listened to the screams coming from the black mist, her face showing shock, but more so joy and pride. Her husband was indeed the most powerful man in the world. So strong. Is your name Smiling Tiger? I heard that I shouldn't touch your reverse scale? Shini looked down from above, his eyes glowing red, at the last middle-aged male bandit kneeling in front of him. He seemed to be the leader of this group of bandits, called Smiling Tiger. Smiling Tiger trembled in fear, a stream of yellow liquid flowing between his legs, crying out, "Big brother! That's all nonsense," they said. I actually don't have any reverse scale. And, although my nickname is Smiling Tiger, I usually just smile and have no temper at all. Even if you pull out my reverse scale, I would just laugh it off. Shini was amused by this guy's response. What you just said is like a kitty cat, not a smiling tiger. Alright, go. Then, he shot a high-temperature ray, directly killing Smiling Tiger. When it comes to life-threatening situations, people can really say anything outrageous. After dealing with all the bandits, Shini used teleportation to return to the women. Alright, let's go home. In less than a minute, he killed 7 or 8 robbers, yet Shinyi's emotion showed little fluctuation. He had grown accustomed to killing. From the tension of his first kill to the increasing calmness now. He was even indifferent to it. The adaptability of humans is truly fast. In his contemplation, Shinyi also used telepathy to scan the building where the robbers lived, looking for anything valuable. But inside, there were only some junk food, and not much of it, so he was too lazy to waste time collecting it. Then, on his way home, Shini continued to use telepathy to check the surroundings, searching for ability fruits. Finding something would be great, but if not, it didn't matter. After all, using telepathy didn't consume much energy. He conducted a rough scan like this, and by the time he was almost home, he had found nothing. However, although he didn't find any ability fruits, he saw many survivors in a villa community about 6 or 7 kilometers away. The number was actually several hundred. Moreover, they appeared orderly, without any chaos. Is this a wild shelter? 119. A woman who was on par with Morong Shui. There's actually a wild shelter. Shani surveyed the small villa community that had gathered a few hundred people. In this community, some were patrolling, some were on guard, and many were busy tidying up, cooking, and so on, resembling a shelter on a large scale. It was very orderly, very regulated. The manager of this shelter has some skills. Shani looked around and couldn't help but admire it. This well-organized shelter was exactly what he hoped for. If Jiang Nanyan could develop her shelter to be this stable, he would be satisfied. Oh, the manager of this shelter is actually a woman? Through a god's eye view, Shani saw several survivors on the top floor of one of the buildings reporting to a beautiful woman. From the seating arrangement and the expressions of the crowd, it was clear that the woman held the highest status. This woman had her arms crossed, her expression indifferent, exuding the aura of a cold, high-ranking female CEO from a movie. Her figure, appearance, and temperament were all exceptionally good. Not inferior to Morong Shui at all. Sure enough, she triggered the system prompt. Ding! Detected a goddess that meets the system standards, beginning to scan detailed information. Name, Fu Yunxi, age 30, appearance 95 points, figure 95 points, inner qualities 100 points, has self-defense experience, no real combat experience, total score 98 points, evaluation, unlock a random resource after being taken in, 98 points? Just as expected, similar to Morong Shui. At first glance, Shani felt that this woman's features and figure were top-notch. Plus, she had that high and mighty CEO aura, which added to her appeal. Must have her. Shani noted down the community where this woman lived. Taking a day off today, he would go find her tomorrow. If he could win this woman over, he would also conveniently acquire a well-established shelter, which would be killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, this woman's management skills were definitely stronger than Jiang Nanyan's, just what he needed. It was settled. Since I've discovered her, I won't let her go. As his strength grew, Shen Yi's mindset gradually liberated. As long as it was something he set his sights on, whether it was a person or an object, he had to get it. He then shifted his gaze and continued searching for supernatural fruits. Knock, knock, knock. At the same time, on the top floor of the villa community, the black mist had not spread to this level. Therefore, the top floor was their living and office space for this shelter. At this moment, Fu Yunxi was in a meeting with the management of her shelter, discussing the upcoming resource distribution issues. Just then, a series of urgent knocks suddenly rang out, continuous and seemingly frantic. Interrupted in her speech, Fu Yunxi frowned slightly, a bit displeased, and said, "Come in." "Fu, Sister Fu. It's bad." A cute girl pushed the door open and rushed in. She was panting heavily, her face filled with urgency, looking like she was about to cry. "What's wrong?" "Don't panic, take your time." Upon seeing the girl, Fu Yunxi suddenly had a bad premonition. This cute girl was one of the few supernatural beings in their shelter. Although her ability was not for combat, it was for communication, which was very important in the apocalypse. "Sister Fu, the second supply team has lost contact. I've tried many times to reach them, but I can't get through. I suspect they might be in danger. Wo, my sister also went out with the second supply team today. Sister Fu, you must save my sister." Hearing the girl's words, the management's faces changed dramatically. A whole supply search team, nearly 20 people, had completely gone missing. What on earth was going on? Did they encounter some terrifying mutated monster? The crowd began to whisper quietly, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Silence. Fu Yunxi slammed her hand on the table with a serious expression, then turned to the girl with a tearful voice and asked calmly, "Lin Tu, where was the last location of the second supply team before they went missing?" "It was the department store. They said they were going to the department store to search for supplies today, and everything was safe along the way, with no dangers encountered. But just a few minutes ago, my sister said they were about to enter the department store, and then suddenly they all went missing. I can't find my sister. No matter how hard I try. Sister Fu, you have to save my sister." Lin Tu's eyes were red, and large tears rolled down her delicate face. Her twin sister was her only family in this apocalypse. If something happened to her sister, she didn't know if she would have the courage to continue living. "Well, don't be too anxious. Maybe they just walked out of your communication range, which is why you can't reach them. Didn't we have similar situations before?" Fu Yunxi said to comfort Lin Tu, but her heart sank. If they hadn't encountered any trouble, it was generally impossible for them to go missing. Even if they needed to leave the communication range to search for supplies, normally, 2 people would stay within range to ensure they could communicate in case of trouble. But now, the entire second supply team was unreachable, which likely meant they had encountered danger. Moreover, it might not be just any danger. But Fu Yunqi was the leader of the shelter. She couldn't panic in a crisis and had to reassure her subordinates. Especially Lin Tu, this innocent girl who had just turned 18. If she did something irrational out of worry for her sister, it would affect the entire shelter. After calming Lin Tu with a few words, Fu Yunqi immediately made arrangements for everyone, send out 2 rescue teams to the department. Store to check, bring along ability users, and make sure to clarify the situation of the second supply team. Report back at the first opportunity. Lin Tu, you must do a good job with communication. You cannot be careless. Whether we can save your sister depends on your ability. Lin Tu wiped her tears and nodded quickly. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting to Fu Yunqi's left stood up and said, Miss Fu, I'll personally lead the rescue team to the department store. If any problems arise, I can relay the information back in time. Be careful. On the way. Fu Yunqi looked at the man and earnestly reminded him. This middle-aged man also had abilities, and they were combat-related, so having him lead the rescue team was the most reliable choice. The man nodded, then walked over to Lin Tu, exchanged a glance with her, and then turned to leave. The earlier glance was Lin Tu leaving a mental imprint in the man's mind. With this imprint, they could communicate remotely. Thus, due to the disappearance of a supply team, the orderly shelter in the villa community became busy. After arranging all the work, Fu Yunqi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly gazing at the swirling black mist below, her expression blank, but her eyes held an unshakable sorrow and confusion. The second supply team must not encounter any problems. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss for the entire shelter. Although the shelter seemed to be developing well at the moment, orderly and without internal strife, resources were very scarce. Especially water resources. If it weren't for the heavy rain over the past 2 days, the shelter would have run out of water long ago. With hundreds of people. Even if water usage was very economical, the daily consumption would still be considerable. Sigh, if only there were an ability user who could create water. Fu Yunqi murmured softly. If water resources were not a concern, her shelter could develop even larger and more stable. The story splits into 2 threads. Shani brought the women back to the community, spending several hours specifically clearing out a building, installing a generator and various experimental equipment for Lin Jiwei, this crazy woman, so she could start working as soon as she recovered. Of course, this wasn't Shani trying to exploit Lin Jiwei, it was the stubborn woman who insisted on it. If it weren't for her arm being too painful, she would have wanted to start working today. So, Shani could only finish installing the generator for Lin Jiwei first before taking the time to call Jiang Huiman, the woman who hadn't unlocked the system supplies yet, to his room. 120, unlock new resources, you were looking for me? In the bedroom, Jiang Huiman looked at Shani with some nervousness. She probably guessed that this man had strange thoughts about her. After all, the first thing he did when he brought her home was to make her take a shower, and he specifically reminded her to wash thoroughly. Jiang Huiman was no longer the naive and innocent type. What would he want her to do after she was clean? It certainly wouldn't be anything good. While she was showering, Jiang Huiman was in a dilemma, hesitating. If this man really wanted to sleep with her, should she refuse? If she refused, would he kill her? He probably wouldn't, right? After all, she was a doctor, and if he got injured in the future, he would still need her, so he shouldn't just kill her. That was the logic. But Jiang Huiman recalled that Shen had just casually killed someone in the hospital and even encouraged Zhang Yutong to kill, and then brutally killed a robber. It was clear that this man's thought process was definitely not normal. He might be a bit of a superhuman. If she refused him, he might kill her out of anger, and that would be too unfortunate. So, it seemed she could only agree to a shameless request? Although in today's world, trading her body for protection wasn't considered anything unusual. But Jiang Huiman was a strong-willed person. And having been stuck in the hospital for so long, she hadn't experienced much of the brutality of the apocalypse and still retained many of her pre-apocalyptic values and thoughts. Suddenly changing her mindset was indeed difficult to accept in a short time. However, Shinny didn't consider these things. He didn't have the time to let Jiang Huiman adapt slowly. If every woman had to adapt like this, how long would it take to unlock resources? So, he looked at Jiang Huiman and said directly, "Be my woman, and you can live on the 20th floor, with water and electricity, and plenty of food. Moreover, as long as you perform well in the future, I can also grant you special abilities, the same kind of superpower I used today." Hearing such straightforward words, Jiang Huimin was taken aback and felt a bit embarrassed. It felt like some kind of transaction. Most people would find Shen Yi's direct approach awkward. Shen Yi felt awkward at first too. But once he adjusted his mindset, he no longer felt embarrassed. As long as I'm not embarrassed, then the one who is embarrassed is others. Yes. Just like that. Of course, the main reason for all this was that he had the power to control Jiang Huimin. When a person has enough strength and substantial capital, they naturally won't feel awkward in front of ordinary people. Just like before the apocalypse, those wealthy bosses and rich second-generation individuals only felt superior in front of ordinary people. Strong people rarely feel awkward in front of the weak. Ordinary people also have self-awareness. Even if they feel awkward, they won't say it out loud. So, what do you think? Have you thought it over? After waiting a few minutes, Shen Yi continued to ask. Jiang Huimin was still a bit hesitant. If it were before the apocalypse, with her independent and strong character, even if it meant gaining superpowers, she would refuse such a deal. But given the current situation, not to mention whether Shen Yi would kill her if she refused, even if he didn't kill her, as long as he didn't provide her with food and water, she would probably find it very hard to survive. Can I ask how many women you have right now? After hesitating for a while, Jiang Huimin suddenly asked this question. Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. Does this question relate to your choice? No, I'm just curious. Jiang Huimin just wanted to know where she would rank if she agreed to become his woman. Because, just among the women she had seen earlier, there were already 4 or 5. Not 2. Mentioned Jiang Yutong and Lin Jiwei. This man was too much of a flirt. Although his strength matched his flirtatious nature. Since it doesn't matter, then let's not waste time. Seeing that Jiang Huimin had little attitude of refusal, Shen Yi directly pulled her over and unlocked the supplies. Ding! Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, starting to randomly unlock a type of supply. Ding! Unlock successful, congratulations on unlocking the supply, a pack of fine table salt. Table salt +1 stored in system space. Table salt +1 stored in system space. Table salt. Jiang Huimin symbolically resisted a few times, and then there was no more resistance. In the end, she obediently followed like a cat. What Jiang Huimin unlocked, however, made Shen Yi's eyes light up. Table salt. This is a good thing. You can cook without other seasonings, but salt is a necessity. Moreover, salt is an essential mineral for the human body, playing an important role in maintaining normal physiological functions. Although roasted chicken and buns are cooked foods that contain salt, frying steak requires salt, and stir-frying leeks also need salt. In the future, if other vegetables and raw meat are unlocked, salt will also be needed. The most important thing is that other survivors will definitely need salt. Especially as the apocalypse drags on. Table salt will become increasingly important. By then, the value of salt will surely be no less than that of food. Controlling an unlimited amount of salt is equivalent to controlling a top-tier resource. This pack of salt must weigh at least a pound, right? Shen Yi took out a pack of salt from the system space, weighed it a few times, and made a rough judgment. This is great. The system is generous. No doubt, it deserves a 5-star review. If there were a tipping channel, Shen Yi would definitely give a tip to encourage it. In the future, you will live here. If you need anything, contact me, Shen Yi said, taking out a fruit of mental connection from the system space and giving it to Jiang Huimin. The mental connection belongs to communication ability, at least for now. It can only be used for communication, so Shen Yi casually gave it away. The higher the level, the more convenient it is to contact. Then, he explained to Jiang Huimin how to use the mental connection and left the bedroom. At this time, it was around 8 or 9 in the evening. Su Wanting and several other women, including Jiang Nanyan, had not yet rested and were busy discussing the management issues of the shelter in the living room. Honey! The women stood up to greet Shen Yi as soon as they saw him. Shen Yi walked over and sat on the sofa. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out several watermelons from the system space and said, Wanting, go cut the watermelon. Okay. Su Wanting nodded. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan immediately stepped forward to help. She was the only girl in the house who had not established a relationship with Shen Yi. Although she had not been kicked out yet, Lu Ruyan always had a premonition that she would soon be driven away. She didn't want to be kicked out. Especially after seeing the hard lives of other survivors these days, barely having enough to eat every day, she was truly scared. So, she worked hard every day to perform well, trying to please Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan and the other women. She was also constantly thinking about how to win Shen Yi's favor. 121. The change in Shen Yi's mindset. These ability fruits, Jiang Nanyan, Su Wanting, Su Yun, and by Sini, you 4 can divide them Shinny took out 40 frost-congealed ability fruits from the system space and said, "Consider this a reward for your hard work over the past 2 days." The girls had been helping to establish the shelter, managing personnel and such. Just climbing up and down the stairs every day was quite a workout, and they had indeed put in a lot of effort. Moreover, their loyalty to him was very high. Therefore, after some consideration, Shinny decided to grant them frost-congealed abilities. With this ability, their combat and defense capabilities would be enhanced, allowing them a certain level of self-protection even in dangerous situations. As his own strength continued to grow, Shinny's mindset gradually changed. He no longer worried about his women having martial power like before. At least ordinary martial power no longer posed a threat to him, not to mention the loyalty of Jiang Nanyan and the others was so high that they would never betray him. Thus, Shinyi's current thought was to let all his women gain abilities. Furthermore, he wanted their abilities to surpass those of other ability users, creating a crushing advantage. Only then would the women be qualified to manage shelters with hundreds or even thousands of people. Of course, this required a certain order of priority. For instance, Su Wanning, Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun, and Bai Sini, who worked the hardest and were the most loyal, naturally deserved to be rewarded first. As for Zhou Wanner, the little green tea, although she appeared very obedient on the surface, her favorability level had remained average. Therefore, Shinny only gave her the ability fruit for mental connection, withholding the others. He would wait until she adjusted her mindset. However, as long as the little green tea didn't cause trouble, it didn't matter if she lay at home every day like a little waste. After all, he wasn't lacking in food for her. Shinny had no intention of forcing the little green tea to like him. His attitude towards women had always been clear. As long as you don't cause trouble, it doesn't matter. If you don't like me, I will still ensure you have enough to eat and drink. But if you cause trouble, that would be the path to your demise. However, Shinny was a bit surprised by Zhou Wanner's roommate, Lu Ruyan. Her favorability towards him was actually increasing, almost catching up to Jiang Nanyan. Clearly, he and she had never had any emotional exchanges, and this favorability seemed quite inexplicable. Unfortunately, this girl couldn't unlock system rewards. However, Shinny also had no intention of driving her away for now. If one day he wanted to change his taste, he could give it a try. But not recently. He was too busy. "Thank you, husband," Jiang Nanyan exclaimed, taking the ability fruit with a face full of surprise. The feeling of receiving a reward for effort was truly wonderful. It motivated her to work even harder. Su Yun and Bai Sini, holding their ability fruits, were also very happy, feeling warm inside. The only one who was stunned was Zhou Wanner, who was munching on snacks. She felt a bit unhappy and unbalanced. Clearly, she was also Shinyi's woman, but he treated her so poorly. Bad man. Zhou Wanner pouted, mumbling to herself. Yet, looking at the ability fruit in Jiang Nanyan's hand, her envy was impossible to hide. With so many ability fruits, they must be able to upgrade their abilities, right? Stinky man, he doesn't even know to give me a few. Husband, the watermelon is here. Su Wanning and Lu Ruyan came out carrying cut watermelon. Although they were in the kitchen, they had also heard Shinyi's earlier words. Rewarding ability fruits. Su Wanting had to suppress her excited emotions with great effort. Otherwise, she feared she wouldn't be able to hold back and would rush out. This ability fruit will allow you to gain new abilities. Shinny picked up a piece of watermelon, eating while explaining the usage of the frost ability. This is the third ability of the girls, and also the last one they can acquire. After careful consideration, Shinny decided to grant them this versatile ability that can both attack and defend. Although Frost Congeal is not as powerful as space or time abilities, it can definitely be considered all-encompassing. Moreover, with the system providing unlimited supply, the future potential is certainly high. Honey! Look! I did it! Su Wanting shouted excitedly. A small piece of ice appeared in her palm. Su Wanting was the first to successfully use the Frost Congeal ability after acquiring it. It seemed that in just a few seconds, she had adapted to this ability. Not bad. Shinny nodded in approval. Although the abilities are the same, each person's physique is different. Some adapt quickly and can unleash the power of their abilities faster, while others need time to practice and become proficient. In any case, the same ability used by two different people can yield completely different results. After spending some time, Jiang Nanyan and Su Yun gradually adapted to their new abilities as well. Lu Ruyan and Zhou Wanner watched this scene with envy. This new ability looked so powerful. Especially after hearing Xingyi's explanation, this ice ability could also attack from a distance and construct ice shields for defense. It was simply amazing. All good, Xingyi said, embracing Su Wanting, satisfied as he watched the three girls condensing ice blocks. He then said, now that the shelter has been initially established, if we send people out to search for supplies, remember to collect ability fruits. These fruits generally grow on non-mutated plants. If any of you find them, bring them back to me, and you can exchange them for the same type of ability fruits from me at a ratio of 1 to 10. 1 to 10. The girls were overjoyed. Instantly filled with motivation. Even Lu Ruyan and Zhou Wan'er were tempted upon hearing Xingyi's words. One ability fruit could be exchanged for 10 of the same type. It was hard not to be excited about that. Seeing their reactions, Xingyi was also very satisfied. The reason he arranged it this way was something he had thought about long ago. Although his telepathic range is wide, it is inevitable that he would miss some ability fruits in the entire mountain city. Moreover, he couldn't always waste time looking for ability fruits. Unlocking system supplies was his main task. Finding ability fruits could only be a side quest. And ultimately, one person's strength is limited. Mobilizing the entire shelter's strength to collect ability fruits is the right approach. This is also one of the purposes of establishing the shelter. The more people there are, the faster the collection speed. As for whether survivors would try to hide or have ulterior motives upon learning that ability fruits could grant abilities, there was no need to worry about that at all. Because Xingyi had told Jiang Nanyan that they could use ability fruits to exchange for other ability fruits. Using the non-combatant telepathic ability to exchange for unknown ability fruits from other survivors. As long as they included a bit of food and water during the exchange, making the other survivors feel like they were gaining something, most people would definitely be willing to trade. Of course, if there were those who were insatiable and ambitious in the shelter, they could just be dealt with directly. The girl's current strength was not bad either, with 2 or 3 levels of telepathic ability. Combined with level 2 frost congeal ability, their combat power was definitely not weaker than that of several adult men. Not to mention, they also had handguns. Ordinary ability users would definitely not withstand the damage from handguns. You can take these telepathic ability fruits out to exchange, or you can eat them yourself, but remember, do not reveal that this is a telepathic ability during the exchange. Xingyi reminded them while taking out hundreds of ability fruits from the system and placing them on the table for the girls to eat freely. The girls were not foolish and quickly understood the stakes, responding earnestly. 122. It must be that old woman who took out hundreds of mental connection fruits at once, yet Xingyi showed no signs of fluctuation. It was just a matter of a few hundred seconds. Now that his strength had increased, he was also more generous. If it weren't for the fact that eating too many ability fruits could lead to problems, Xingyi wouldn't mind giving each of the women a few hundred, allowing them to quickly raise their levels. After all, mental connection has no harm. The higher the level, the more convenient it becomes. Of course, there was another reason. Xingyi wasn't sure if the ability fruits picked and left outside for too long would spoil. Time stands still in the system space, so there would definitely be no problem, but outside was another matter. If he gave too many and they all went bad, it would be a waste. So, it was better to give the women the fruits slowly. There was no need to rush. Thank you, husband. Jiang Nanyan and the others looked at the table full of ability fruits, all very happy. Each time their abilities leveled up, it gave them a feeling of transformation. It felt very comfortable. Even with a non-combat ability like mental connection, leveling up was exceptionally pleasant. Moreover, there was a sense of achievement. Just like when playing a game, leveling up a character felt great. Besides that, there was one more thing. Every time they ate the ability fruits, it felt amazing. That feeling was indescribable. Perhaps it was only second to being with Xingyi intimately. Alright, it's getting late. You all should rest early and not stay up late. After arranging everything, Xingyi took Su Wanting to another bedroom to rest. Su Wanting was very understanding, now becoming increasingly attentive, and Xingyi also enjoyed teasing her. Jiang Nanyan and the others looked at Su Wanting's back with a hint of envy. They hadn't spent time with Xingyi for a few days. With a soft sigh, the women could only eat the ability fruits fiercely to relieve their feelings. In fact, the one with the most emotional fluctuations was Lu Ruyan. Since Xingyi returned, she had been anxious and fearful, very afraid of being kicked out. But it seemed that Xingyi had no such intention. Moreover, Just a moment ago, when they were eating watermelon, Shani had glanced at her several times. Could it be that he wants me to take the initiative? Lu Yaya's face turned slightly red as she thought to herself. A night without conversation. The next day upon waking, Shani rubbed his waist and decided to have chives for breakfast today. The system unlocked invigorating. Chives indeed had an effect. But it wasn't that miraculous. It could only be said that it could be gradually replenished and improved. Sigh, I still need to find more physical enhancement type ability fruits, even if they aren't for physical evolution, as long as they can enhance my physique. Shin-Yi sighed. Otherwise, he felt that if this continued, his body would be somewhat affected. Level 1 physical evolution was still not strong enough. So, for breakfast, Shin-Yi had stir-fried chives, chive salad, and pan-fried steak. After finishing his meal, Shin-Yi first went to Building 1 to check on Lin Jiwei's wound recovery and reminded that crazy woman to rest for the next couple of days and not to infect the wound again. Building 1 was specifically cleared out by Shin-Yi for Lin Jiwei to use as a laboratory. Little Ha was lying at the entrance of Building 1 like a guard dog. When it saw Shin-Yi come out, its tail wagged like a propeller. After 2 days of constant feeding, this mutated husky had become increasingly attached to him. Afterward, Shin-Yi took out a pile of steak and roasted chicken, as usual, to feed Little Ha. After feeding Little Ha, Shin-Yi teleported to the 15th floor of Building 13. Upon arriving on the 15th floor, he picked up his grandmother and younger sister and headed to the 18th floor. Morong Shui had no hostility towards him, and her favorability was not low, so Shin-Yi decided to let his grandmother and younger sister stay at her house. Morong Shui's house had been renovated, and it had water and electricity, making it safer and more comfortable to live in. Moving? Brother, you and Sister Morong have only known each other for a day, and your relationship is already this good? Shinsu was immediately filled with doubt when she heard her older brother say he was going to take her and their grandmother to live at Morong Shui's house. Well, we fell in love at first sight, and now we're in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. So I'm at ease with you staying at her house. Xingyi's thick skin could withstand a bullet. He lied without even blushing. If only Morong Shui could hear this, she would definitely be rolling her eyes non-stop. Love at first sight, my foot. When there. Grandmother heard this, she suddenly looked puzzled. Xiaoyi, wasn't the girlfriend you brought back last time that girl named Jiang? Nanyan? She actually liked that girl from last time. Very sensible and good-looking. Yes, she's also my girlfriend. Grandma, you don't need to be surprised, I have more than one girlfriend. Shin-Yi never intended to keep the fact that he had many girlfriends a secret from his grandmother. Sooner or later, she would find out. Sure enough, the grandmother was very surprised after hearing this. However, being older and more experienced, she had heard that most landlords would marry several wives, so what her grandson said didn't particularly shatter her worldview. Especially given the current situation outside. Water and electricity were being cut off everywhere. Even neighbors would occasionally come to bang on the door to grab food. In such circumstances, a regression in times was quite normal. In the end, the grandmother sighed lightly and didn't say much more. Thus, Shin-Yi brought his family to Morong Shui's house. When Morong Shui learned that Shin-Yi wanted his family to stay at her home, she was momentarily taken aback but quickly agreed. After all, her original intention was to build a good relationship with Shinsu. Now, being able to approach her openly as Shen Yi's girlfriend made it even more convenient, right? Don't let me find out you use your ability to alter my family's perception. Otherwise, you know the consequences, Shin-Yi warned Morong Shui through their mental connection. As for how to discern whether there had been any alteration in perception, according to Lin Jiwei, one could detect it just by observing a person's aura. If there was a significant change in his family's aura, it was highly likely there was a problem. Shin-Yi checked his grandmother and younger sister. Their auras were fine, still full of goodwill. This proved that Morong Shui hadn't harbored any ill intentions. Since I told you I have this ability, I naturally wouldn't casually mess with your family. I'm not stupid, Morong Shui replied to Shin-Yi. She indeed hadn't considered such a thing for two main reasons. First, her current ability level was insufficient to alter a person's perception. Second, she was also worried that Shin-Yi might have some ability to detect if his family's perception had been altered. If she were to act and get caught by Shin-Yi, it would be a loss. Therefore, considering her interests and personal safety, Morong Shui preferred to play the role of a girlfriend well and build a good relationship with Shinsu as a sister-in-law. With Shinsu as a guarantee, many of her plans could be executed better. However, Morong Shui noticed that Shinsu seemed to be in a bad mood today. From the moment she entered, she had been pouting, her unhappiness written all over her face. Shinsu was indeed very unhappy. Especially after seeing how close Morong Shui was to her older brother, she almost jumped up to kick Morong Shui away. Humph. Stinky older brother. Stinky Morong Shui. You've only met once, and you're already boyfriend and girlfriend. Love at first sight? I don't believe in such nonsense. It must be lust at first sight. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have introduced you. Shinsu was even angrier at Morong Shui. It must have been that old woman who seduced her older brother first. No wonder she acted so strangely when she saw her older brother the day before and suddenly left her house. Turns out she had bad intentions. This woman is too wicked. 123 Level 8 Frost Ability. Susu, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Sister-in-law will make it for you right now. Morong Shui played the role of a gentle sister-in-law, smiling at Shinsu. Who admitted you are my sister-in-law? I don't want to talk to you. Shinsu puffed her cheeks, hands on her hips, angrily turning her head away. Morong Shui was taken aback, looking at Shin Su's pouting expression, then glancing at Shin-yi, who was busy settling their grandmother, as if she vaguely understood something. This little girl is really adorably silly. Morong Shui smiled. Su is actually a brother complex? Hee, sister-in-law can easily handle you. Grandma, from now on you and Su will live here. If you need anything, just tell her. Her name is Han Ruwashi, and she is also my girlfriend. Shin-yi introduced Han Ruwashi to their grandmother. Grandma, just let me know if you need anything. Han Ruwashi nodded with a smile. She was also secretly pleased. As long as she took good care of Shin-yi's family, even if Shin-yi had no feelings for her, he would still take special care of her because of his family. Moreover, Shin-yi arranged for his family to be taken care of by her. Isn't that a sign that he likes her? The more Han Ruwashi thought about it, the happier she became. As long as she pleased Grandma, she could live here with peace of mind in the future. Grandma responded in a daze, her whole being in a numb state. Her grandson was simply like a landlord. Shinsu saw Han Ruwashi and huffed heavily in anger, storming off to the bedroom to sulk. Shin-yi didn't bother with his little sister's tantrum, arranged for his family, left some food and water, as well as the ability fruit, and then left. As he was leaving, he remembered the matter of the mutants and used a mental connection to inquire about Morong Shui, the reincarnator. A mutant with a green body? Morong Shui pondered for a moment, then replied, I seem to have heard about it in my past life, but I haven't come into contact with it, so I don't know much. Shin-yi frowned. Could it be that mutants weren't famous enough in the past? Logically, a virus that evolved should be strong and widespread. After thinking for a moment, Shin-yi said, tell me everything you know. Specifically, it's like this. Morong Shui roughly recounted some of what she had heard, which was similar to what Shin-yi currently understood. These green mutants would attack normal humans, infect them, and would not be attacked by mutated plants. However, once a mutant infects a person, that person would die instantly. Moreover, the infected person would not exhibit aggression immediately. However, I heard that these mutants seem to be able to infect not only humans but also mutated animals, but they seem to prefer infecting humans. In my past life, there weren't many of these mutants, and they didn't cause significant casualties to humans, so they weren't that scary, even less harmful than mutated animals, Morong Shui explained. I see, so they can indeed infect mutated animals. Shin-yi had suspected this before. Since the virus could infect humans, it should also be able to infect animals. Even mutated animals. So this virus is indeed perverse. After some time, I must catch a mutant to bring back for Lin Jiwei to study. If we can find a way to counter this virus, that would be the best. Although the harmfulness of this virus is not strong at the moment, it's better to be prepared. Have you encountered a mutant? Morong Shui asked. With your strength, you should be fine. As long as you don't let the mutant get close, it won't be able to infect you. Morong Shui reminded him. Although she was angry at Shin-yi's various selfish behaviors, she still didn't want him to die. By the way, have the ability fruits in your room matured? No. Not a single one. What do you want to do? You are not allowed to have any more ideas about my ability fruit. Morong Shui immediately became alert. This bastard, it would be better if he just died. Shin-yi paid no attention to Morong Shui's attitude and said, as long as you have mature ability fruits, you can exchange them with me for ice-type ability fruits. The exchange ratio is 1:10. This woman, Morong Shui, wouldn't lift a finger without some benefit. If she didn't get a taste of the sweetness, she definitely wouldn't be willing to part with her ability. Fruits. This. I understand. Morong Shui was stunned, suddenly feeling a bit tempted. 110. That ratio was truly terrifying. But at the same time, she was even more surprised. Where did Shinny get so many ice-type ability fruits? He had given her several before, and he could still take out 10 for exchange. No, he definitely had more than 10. With his selfish nature, if he only had 10 fruits, he would at most take out 1 to exchange with her. In fact, he might not even be willing to take out 1, but instead try to swindle her. And the fact that he could boldly state a 1:10 ratio proved that this guy had definitely become wealthy like a tycoon, which is why he was so generous. Wait. No. Morong Shui suddenly realized and asked Shinny again, what you mean by 110? Should be me using 1 to exchange for 10 of yours, not you using 1 to exchange for 10 of mine, right? Of course, how could you think otherwise? Shinny looked puzzled. Do I really give this woman such a bad impression? Heh. Morong Shui sneered, not wanting to speak. Given Shinny's character, it wouldn't be surprising for him to make a deal of 1 ability fruit for 10 of others. Even if Shinny said the answer himself, she still remained skeptical. After ending the call, Morong Shui hesitated. Should I try exchanging 1 fruit with him? She was a bit worried that Shinny would trick her out of her ability fruit. However, risk and reward are proportional. If Shinny was really willing to exchange 10 of the same type of fruit, then her frost condensation ability could immediately be upgraded to level 2. Or even level 3, level 4. If she could quickly raise her ability level, her advantage would be immense. With that thought, Morong Shui decided to give it a try. By the way, she would also test whether Shin-yi could actually produce so many of the same type of ability fruits. If he could, it would prove that this guy had a huge secret. But before that, she needed to deal with her rebellious sister-in-law, Shinsu. If she could make her sister-in-law like her, then she could manipulate Shin-yi. Moreover, Shinsu's ability was no less than Xiaobice. With Shinsu's help, her plan for a refuge could also begin. First, I'll go to that wild refuge I saw yesterday and see if I can take down this woman, Fu Yunxi. Shin-yi had a clear goal, heading straight for the villa refuge. Currently, what his refuge lacked the most was management talent. Jiang Nanyan's ability was decent, but seeing her busy with Su Wanting and the others every day until night, staying up late to plan, it must be quite stressful. So, if he could bring Fu Yunxi back, his refuge could develop even better. Of course, Shin-yi's main purpose was still to unlock system resources. Managing the refuge was merely a secondary skill of Fu Yunxi. Ding! Your frost condensation ability has been upgraded. Frost condensation, LV8. You can create ice out of thin air and control the hardness and shape of the ice. You can also manipulate ice for long-range attacks or close defense, with a current maximum distance of 1,200 meters. Additionally, you will have higher resistance to low temperatures. However, the more ice you create and the larger the area, the more stamina it will consume. After continuously consuming ice-type fruits for the past 2 days, the frost condensation ability had upgraded again. 1,200 meters of extreme distance. That is to say, as long as Shin-yi exerts his full power to activate frost condensation, he can instantly freeze an area of over a kilometer around him. A terrifying area attack and crowd control ability. Comfortable. Shin-yi first stored the unfinished ability fruit in the system space, taking a moment to pause before continuing to eat. Then, he released his mental perception to scan the route ahead. Suddenly, his system alert sounded. What is this? 124, Trigger System Prompt. Naive Lin Lu Ding. Detected a goddess that meets system standards, starting to scan detailed information. Name, Lin Lu. Age, 18 years. Appearance, 92 points. Figure, 92 points. Inner self, 100 points. Untouched. Total score, 93 points. Evaluation, unlock a random resource after rescue. When Shin-yi scanned the department store ahead with his psychic ability, the system prompt suddenly rang. He looked too quickly and almost didn't catch a glimpse of the girl's appearance. But fortunately, the system captured it swiftly. Shin-yi immediately looked at the girl who triggered the prompt. In the women's restroom on the 6th floor of the department store, a cute-looking girl was hiding in one of the toilet stalls, sitting on the toilet, doing her business. There were also a few survivors in the men's restroom next door, but they weren't using the toilet. It seemed more like they were hiding in there. This puzzled Shin-yi. He scanned the entire department store and found more than a dozen survivors, but they were all hiding in the restrooms on each floor. Could it be that the toilets weren't attacked by mutated spiders? That's right, there were many mutated spiders in this department store. These mutated spiders were about a meter long, with several long, thin legs, looking like disposable chopsticks, and it was hard to tell how they managed to support their bodies, making them quite creepy. How could so many spiders gather here? Shinee raised an eyebrow. These long-legged spiders seemed to be social creatures. Roughly counting, there were at least 100 of them in the entire department store. This was no longer a department store, it was practically a spider nest filled with mutated spiders and webs. If he hadn't seen a girl that met the system's standards, he wouldn't have wanted to come in at all. Forget it, I'll take her out and scavenge some supplies. At the same time, Shinee thought, then used teleportation to enter the department store. As soon as he entered the first floor, he merely brushed against a web, and instantly 3 or 4 long-legged spiders rushed at him from different directions. No wonder these survivors were hiding in the toilets, not daring to move. Now, the entire department store was filled with webs. And a moment's carelessness would lead to being discovered by the spiders. Ordinary people would have no ability to fight against so many mutated spiders. But Shinee was no longer an ordinary person. His eyes gradually turned red, and he instantly shot out high-temperature rays, directly piercing through the 2 spiders charging at him. Under the high temperature, most of the mutated spider's body was melted away. The remaining mangled body slowly fell to the ground, struggling a few times before losing all movement. At the same time, the mutated spiders behind him lunged at Shinee's back. But just as it pounced, a thick ice shield suddenly formed behind Shinee. The spider crashed into the suddenly appearing ice shield, dazed and confused. Before the mutated spider could react, the ice shield transformed into a spear, thrusting forward and directly piercing through its body, spilling out a foul-smelling liquid. Although there were many of these long-legged spiders, their defense was not as strong as that of the mutated black spiders. Moreover, even if they had the defense of black spiders, with Shinee's current abilities, he could easily kill them. The high-temperature rays could definitely pierce through. Subsequently, Shinee directly used teleportation to disappear from his spot and headed to the 6th floor. Soon, he arrived outside the women's restroom on the 6th floor. A strange stench wafted over, making Shinee frown. However, looking around, he noticed that there were very few webs near the restroom in the entire building. No wonder the survivors were hiding in the toilets. Immediately, Shinee entered the women's restroom and accurately found the stall where the girl was. Then he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking was very clear in the silent restroom. At that moment, the girl, who had just pulled up her pants, was startled. She trembled with her legs, holding a fruit knife in her hand, staring fearfully at the bathroom door, not daring to make a sound. It's over, it's over. The spider can even knock on the door. Have they found out I'm here? Whoa, if I had known, I shouldn't have come to the women's bathroom alone. The girl was so anxious that she almost cried, but she covered her mouth and managed to make no sound. Is anyone there? Shinee deliberately spoke out. Sure enough, as soon as the girl heard a human voice, her eyes brightened a little, and her fear diminished significantly. But she still didn't respond immediately. Because she remembered what Sister Fu had said, that encountering humans outside the shelter could sometimes be more dangerous than encountering monsters. Especially for a cute girl like her. It was easy for bad men to capture and keep her. And she would be tortured severely. No one? Then I'm going to knock down the door. The man's voice came again. Don't knock. There is someone. There are people. The girl hurriedly responded, then slowly opened a crack in the door to look at the person outside. It was a human, no doubt. But not someone from her shelter, rather a strange man. This reminded her again of Sister Fu's words. Strange men are the most dangerous. How did you get to the 6th floor? Aren't you afraid of those long-legged spiders? The girl's voice was soft, cautiously asking through the door. At the same time, she was secretly observing, checking if this strange man had any weapons. It seemed he didn't. This made the girl breathe a slight sigh of relief. After all, she had a fruit knife. Even if this man outside was a bad guy, he would definitely be wary. For sure. Moreover, as long as she called out, the brothers and sisters in the next bathroom would definitely rush in to save her. Shinee noticed that the girl was quite alert, so he asked, Do you want me to take you out? And no, it's fine. I can come out by myself. The girl said, pushing open the bathroom door and cautiously stepping out with the fruit knife. Just going out of the bathroom, did she really need help? Even if she was weak, she wasn't that weak. What I mean is, to take you out of the department store, Shinee said, speechless. See, can we leave? The girl's eyes instantly lit up. But soon, as if she realized something, her expression became alert again, and she retreated, saying warily, "Why, you're not planning to do anything strange to me, right? No way. Absolutely not. Where did this naive girl come from? How could such a naive girl survive for half a month in the apocalypse? Unless someone had been protecting her all along." Shinee used telepathy to scan the men's bathroom across from him, where there were quite a few adults holding weapons. Besides that, there were many survivors in the department store, but they were very scattered. Could these people be with this naive girl? Then why were they separated? Thinking about this, Shinee said directly, "I saved you, so you should repay me with your body. Right? I believe you are a person who knows how to be grateful, aren't you?" I'm not. No. I am. I am a grateful person. But I absolutely won't repay you with my body. We don't even know each other. The naive girl blushed, finally managing to explain. A sentence clearly then said, "As long as you can take me back to the shelter, I will give you a lot of food. And snacks and water. That should be enough to repay your life-saving grace. After all, in the apocalypse, these supplies are very important." She is naive, but not completely foolish. Shinee looked at the girl's cute face, and she was quite clean, indicating that the environment of the shelter she was in should be good. Generally, survivors would have been stinking after half a month. Then, Shinee thought of the villa shelter he had seen earlier. Could it be that this silly sweet girl came out of the villa shelter? Are you playing abstract? Is your shelter a villa community? Shinee looked at the girl and asked. To be able to protect a silly sweet girl so well shows that this shelter still retains a certain moral baseline. Of course, it's also possible that the silly sweet girl is a relative of the shelter's manager and receives more protection. However, to establish a shelter with hundreds of people in stable order in just half a month is definitely the mark of a capable manager. You have to know that before the apocalypse, a high school class only had a few dozen students, and even several teachers found it hard to manage, with bullying incidents happening from time to time. And now it's the apocalypse, with no laws or moral constraints. To keep hundreds of people adhering to the baseline of humanity is no small feat. "Hey, you've heard about our shelter too?" The silly sweet girl's eyes lit up, and then, as if she thought of something, she excitedly asked, "Do you want to join our shelter?" "Of course. I'll tell you, our shelter is great. It doesn't matter if you have abilities or not, whether you're strong or not, whether you're a man or a woman, as long as you're not a bad person, our shelter will take you in. And we'll regularly distribute food and water to ensure you won't starve. As long as you can take me back to the shelter, I'll tell Sister Fu to let you join us and even make you the team leader. How about it? How about it?" Shinee couldn't help but smile. This silly sweet girl is quite clever, knowing how to entice me. He then focused on the key point and asked, "Does your shelter have ability users?" "Of course. My sister is an ability user," the girl said proudly. "Oh? What abilities does your sister have?" Shinee didn't mind prying a little. After all, it's only normal to understand the scale of his future shelter. "You'll know once you join our shelter. Anyway, my sister's abilities are very powerful. Very practical." The silly sweet girl was indeed not foolish, knowing what to say and what not to say. "So, are you really eager to join our shelter?" The girl blinked her cute big eyes, looking at Shinee with anticipation. If she could get this man to join the shelter, Sister Fu would definitely praise her. After all, this man appearing on the 6th floor of the department store proves he has some strength. Otherwise, how could he run around alone in a building full of mutated spiders? And most importantly, as long as he agrees to join the shelter, there's no reason not to save her. Killing two birds with one stone. Lin Lu is not stupid, but very clever. Shinee naturally saw through the silly sweet girl's little schemes, smiled faintly, and said, "There's no rush to join the shelter. Let's talk about the reward for saving you first." "Reward? I just said it, food and water." The girl hesitated. "No, I don't lack food and water." Shinee shook his head, casually took out a bottle of water from the system space, opened it, and drank half of it. You really have abilities." The girl showed a surprised expression, watching Shinee gulp down the water. She instinctively swallowed and then asked warily, "Then, what do you want?" "I want you." Shinee tossed the empty water bottle aside and stared at the girl's cute face. "Ah?" The silly sweet girl was taken aback, instinctively stepping back, gripping a fruit knife, and looking scared as she said, You want to eat me? Eating people can make you sick. Sister Fu said that no matter how hungry you are, you can't eat people. You don't come over to eat me. Otherwise, I'll scream." "No, are you sick?" Shani sighed helplessly and said, "What I mean is, if you become my girlfriend, I'll save you." Ah. Girlfriend? The girl's face turned red in an instant. It turned out she had misunderstood. However, this condition seemed much better than being eaten. She secretly glanced at Shinyi's appearance, and her face turned even redder as she quietly asked, "Is it the kind of girlfriend who does intimate things?" "Yes." Hearing Shinyi's unequivocal answer, the girl's cheeks flushed even more. How embarrassing. She felt like her head was about to explode. She didn't dare look at Shinyi and quietly made her request again. "Then, can we just date and not do intimate things? I just turned 18 yesterday, can we wait until I'm 24? My mom said that 24 is when you become an adult, and having children won't harm your body." Shun-yi hesitated. This silly girl really is not purely silly, nor is she purely smart. However, by saying this, she had indirectly agreed, so Shin-yi naturally did not refuse. "Alright, I temporarily agree with you." Shin-yi agreed to the girl. This didn't mean he really intended to wait until she turned 24, he just said that to trick her into being with him first. "Once you become my girlfriend, it won't be hard to take things further, right? For example, on a dark and windy night, Shin-yi could teleport into her bedroom. Then it would be, 'Don't be afraid, little sister, I'm just going to cuddle, not do anything crazy.' And then, the system resources would be unlocked directly. So now we are boyfriend and girlfriend?" The girl looked at Shin-yi shyly. She was quite satisfied with this boyfriend. He was handsome, not too old, had a good figure, and even had special abilities. Although they had just met. He shouldn't be a bad person, right? If he were a bad person, he wouldn't have talked to her so much, he would have just attacked. That's right. Shin-yi nodded with a smile. He wasn't worried about resources now, and his own strength was sufficient, so there was no need to use force. Generally, he wouldn't threaten people he could deal with through negotiation. If possible, he naturally hoped that women would have enough loyalty and affection for him. "Alright, we should get going." Shin-yi prepared to scavenge for some resources. The girl quickly nodded, grabbing her pink bag and following Shin-yi out of the restroom. Then, she hurriedly called out to the men's restroom next door, "Brother Lu, Sister Wang, I finished using the restroom. And I found a boyfriend. You guys come out quickly, we can go back now." Soon, several men and women armed with weapons walked out of the men's restroom, mostly men. However, everyone was confused by the girl's words. Found a boyfriend while using the restroom? What the hell? Why is this so niche? Is she playing abstract? But when they saw that there was indeed a strange man next to Lin Lu, they immediately became tense and alert. "Sister Wang, this is my new boyfriend. And he has special abilities just like my sister. He's amazing." The girl happily introduced him to them. Everyone was left speechless. What the hell, a new boyfriend? They must have been tricked. A short-haired woman gripped her machete tightly, warily sizing up Shin-yi, then called out to the girl. "Xiao Lu, come here quickly." "Sister Wang, don't worry, my boyfriend is not a bad person, he won't hurt us." The girl explained seriously. She thought so too. If her boyfriend with special abilities were really a bad person, he would have attacked long ago. How could he still be chatting with her? So, he must like her, which is why he hasn't made a move. "Xiao Lu, do you know who he is, and you just call him your boyfriend?" The short-haired woman couldn't help but feel anxious. "He is, well, my boyfriend. What's your name?" "Oh right, I'm Lin Lu." The forest deer seemed to suddenly realize, blinking its clear and foolish big eyes at Shin-yi. The survivors were instantly speechless upon hearing this. "After all this time, you don't even know their name. 126, you even tricked a fool." "My name is Shin-yi," Shin-yi said. He naturally didn't mind casually saving these few people. It wasn't to please Lin Lu, this naive girl, but because they would soon become the workers of his shelter. As the boss, it was normal to save a few little brothers, right? Although Shin-yi was an extreme egoist, as long as it didn't harm his own interests, he was willing to lend a hand. Moreover, saving these people could bring him benefits. Shin-yi. The crowd murmured this name, having no impression of it at all. Confirmed. Little Lu was tricked by this stranger named Shin-yi. Even a fool was deceived. This man was a bit bad. Shin-yi had such a nice name. "I'll remember it," Lin Lu said happily. Her mood now was a complete reversal from before. Because, at the moment she saw Shin-yi's abilities, her fear of the mutated spiders in the building dissipated significantly, and she inexplicably believed that Shin-yi could take her back to the shelter. Shin-yi could appear alone on the 6th floor of the department store and chat with her. Without any fear, he must be quite powerful. This was also one of the reasons she agreed to be Xinyi's girlfriend. Lin Lu wasn't really foolish. She just wasn't good at thinking and was a bit simple. Alright, come with me, Xinyi said, walking towards the store. Since he was here, he might as well loot the items in this department store. Even if he couldn't use them, he could throw them to Zhang Nanyan for building the shelter later. In any case, since he was here. Go! The crowd was taken aback, only to see Xinyi already walking out of the restroom area. Their expressions changed instantly. Was this person stupid? Didn't he know? There were many mutated giant spiders in the department store. To just walk out like this was looking for death. Yesterday, more than 20 of them entered the department store, and by today, less than 10 were still alive. Moreover, if they hadn't accidentally discovered that there were fewer mutated spiders near the restroom, they might not have survived. However, since this man could appear silently on the 6th floor and dared to be so confident, he should have some strength, right? Could it be that his abilities were very strong? The crowd's expressions changed, hesitating. Boyfriend! Wait for me! Just as they were still hesitating, Lin Lu hurriedly chased after him, afraid of being left behind. While running, she didn't forget to call back, Sister Wang, you all hurry up too. Otherwise, it will be too late. Seeing this, the others exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and mustered their courage to follow. They could ignore the life and death of this stranger who tricked little Lu, but they couldn't ignore little Lu. Moreover, continuing to hide in the restroom, waiting for the food to run out, was bound to lead to death sooner or later. If this stranger really had powerful abilities, they might have a glimmer of hope. However, due to their first impression, they always felt that Xinyi might not be a good person, which made them hesitant. After all, he even tricked such a simple girl like little Lu. Stepping out of the restroom area, the spider webs on the ground and walls gradually increased. When Xinyi stepped on a spider web, the mutated spiders on the 6th floor seemed to be startled and began to gather quickly. A few dozens, 20 or more, 30 or more and more. Listening to the dense and strange sounds around, Lin Lu's face changed, and she hugged Xinyi's arm tightly in fear. The other survivors also gripped their weapons tightly, forming a circle, trembling all over, ready to act at any moment. Xinyi had no reaction. Instead, as if in a casual conversation, he asked Lin Lu beside him, "Why were you alone in the women's restroom just now?" Shivering, Lin Lu was momentarily stunned and instinctively replied, "Because I was in the bathroom." "What I mean is, you can't use the men's bathroom?" "You can, but since we have to stay in the men's bathroom, for cleanliness and hygiene, all of us use the women's bathroom. Otherwise, the men's bathroom is really smelly and hard to bear." After hearing Lin Lu's explanation, Xinyi finally understood the reason. No wonder the smell near the women's bathroom was so strong. The survivors nearby, listening to their conversation, almost couldn't help but curse. What time is it, and they still have the leisure to talk about using the bathroom? God! How reliable is this man's strength? Please don't let us get killed. Almost done. At this moment, Xinyi, through telepathy, saw that the surrounding mutated spiders had basically gathered. He then waved his hand, and layers of blue frost quickly formed around him, spreading out like a vast blanket. This frost expanded at an astonishing speed in all directions, freezing everything in its path. What is this? The survivors widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock. This is a power that can create ice. But this power is ridiculously strong. Even more outrageous is that this frost can be controlled with precision. Just as the survivors were preparing to dodge, the frost actually bypassed them and quickly spread to other areas. As soon as a mutated spider showed its head, it was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Further away, the gathering swarm of mutated spiders was also rapidly frozen. They even maintained their charging posture. Just like that, they were frozen. 1, 2, dozens. The entire 6th floor instantly turned into a world of ice. Everyone stared at this scene, dumbfounded. This is a superpower. Superpowers can be this strong. They also had superpowers in their shelter, and while the abilities were amazing, their strength was just so, even less useful than a gun. But the superpower this man used was simply more terrifying than biochemical weapons. Everyone looked at Xinyi in shock, their eyes filled with awe and deep fear. A superpower user this strong has set their sights on little deer. It's over. This time, there's really no saving her. Just then, all the mutated spiders were frozen into ice sculptures. Immediately, Xinyi snapped his fingers. Crack! A crisp explosion sound rang out. The frozen mutated spiders instantly exploded, shattering into countless ice shards. This is level 8 frost condensation, a deeper level of control over ice that Xinyi had comprehended. Precise ice shattering. What was shattered was not just ice, but also the enemies that had been frozen. This ability is undoubtedly practical. As his level increased, his superpower became stronger and he wielded it more skillfully. Wow! Boyfriend! You're amazing! So handsome! The dazed Lin Lu finally came to her senses, almost jumping up in excitement. This is so cool! Without even moving, he could annihilate so many terrifying mutated spiders. What kind of divine boyfriend is this? 127. The mutated Spider King looked at Shani, and Lin Lu's eyes were filled with admiration like little stars. Her earlier choice was simply too clever. Although she initially agreed to date Shani to survive, seeing how powerful he was made it hard for her not to be moved. The other survivors were also stunned. This man, if he wanted to kill us just now, could he have wiped us out in an instant? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but shiver. It was terrifying. But soon, they came to their senses and hurriedly approached Shani to thank him, fearing he might hold a grudge. Thank you, Mr. Shin, for your help. We will definitely remember your life-saving grace. Mr. Shin, if you need anything, just command us. They all expressed their gratitude, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Shani. All those chaotic thoughts from before had vanished. Faced with a man of absolute power, they dared not entertain any other ideas. They could only be grateful. They hoped this powerful man would not hold their previous attitude against them and would be willing to help them again. In fact, the group's earlier attitude wasn't particularly bad. They were mostly just worried that Lin Lu might be deceived and had maintained a certain level of vigilance towards Shani. Compared to the thugs in this apocalypse who kill and rob at the slightest provocation, they really had their limits, and if one didn't look at the weapons in their hands, their living conditions weren't much different from before the apocalypse. This was also why Shani didn't hold it against them. After all, he had sensed from the beginning that these people were more neutral and cautious towards him, with only a small amount of hostility and no deep malice. Let's go. Shani said nothing more and walked straight towards the store, beginning to collect the intact items into the system space. Now that he had powerful strength, he no longer needed to hide his abilities. Even if someone saw, it didn't matter. After all, what they saw was only a part of it. If someone used this part of his abilities to target him, that would be a path to death. He actually has more than one ability. The crowd was once again shocked. Teleporting items. This was another powerful ability. They had seen several ability users, among whom only Miss Fu was suspected of possibly having two abilities. But even Miss Fu's strength was far inferior to this man. Shani, what kind of ability is this? How can you take so many things away? Lin Lu clung to Shani's arm, her face full of admiration, asking questions like a curious child. Her fondness for him had skyrocketed from a little at the beginning to rivaling Morong Shui. The trope of a hero saving a beauty may be cliché, but it really works. As long as it's used properly, its impact on a teenage girl is simply invincible. This time, seeing the affectionate interaction between the two, the other survivors dared not interrupt, nor did they have any objections. In their hearts, they even hoped that little dear could become Shinyi's real girlfriend. Having such a powerful boyfriend would surely protect little dear from being bullied. They might even benefit from it themselves. For instance, if it weren't for Lin Lu, this man definitely wouldn't have saved them. They had already gained a tremendous advantage. After spending more than 10 minutes, Shinyi had thoroughly looted the supplies in the department store, yielding a bountiful harvest. The supplies he collected today were enough for hundreds of people to consume for a while. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, through telepathy, Shinyi saw a mutated long-legged spider about 4 to 5 meters in size approaching the department store. Behind it trailed a string of long objects wrapped in spider silk, the nature of which was unknown. This mutated spider is actually about the same size as Little Ha. Shinyi was surprised. Could it be another second mutation like the mutated black spider and Little Ha? In short, this thing looks quite difficult to deal with. If it comes back and sees that the little spiders in the department store have all been killed, it's very likely to fight to the death. So, Shinyi took Lin Lu and the other survivors and left the department store first. As for the other scattered people still hiding in the department store, Shinyi couldn't care less. They missed their chance to escape while he was clearing the spiders, and now they could only fend for themselves. We finally escaped. Home. I want to go home. After leaving the department store, Lin Lu and the other survivors, filled with excitement, quickly invited Shinyi to join them at their shelter. Shinyi's original destination was indeed the villa shelter, so he naturally did not refuse. As for the existence of the larger mutated spider, he didn't tell the others and had no intention of addressing it. Anyway, all the supplies in the department store had been collected, and no matter how crazy or angry that mutated spider got, it had nothing to do with him. At the same time, inside the villa shelter, the atmosphere was heavy. This was because the 2 rescue teams sent out yesterday had sacrificed several members before even entering the department store. Even the ability users were seriously injured. For a moment, everyone was on edge. All the survivors were speculating that there might be terrifying mutated monsters near the shelter. And indeed, that was the case. The management, who knew the details, were even more anxious than the ordinary survivors who were unaware of the truth. Because there were many mutated spiders in the department store. Moreover, there was an exceptionally large mutated spider king among them. The rescue teams had suffered heavy casualties precisely because they encountered the mutated spider king. As for the supply team that disappeared in the department store, they were most likely eaten by the mutated spiders, with no chance of survival. If even the ability users couldn't deal with the mutated spiders, how could ordinary people survive? The supply team was wiped out, and the rescue team suffered heavy losses. This was a huge blow to the shelter. Furthermore, there was an even more severe problem. The department store was very close to the villa community. If the mutated spider king wasn't dealt with, the community could be attacked at any time. Miss Fu, my suggestion is that we move away from the current community as soon as possible and find a safer base, otherwise the risk is too great. I also agree with this proposal. The department store is only about 3 kilometers from our shelter. If that mutated spider king comes here to hunt, we won't be able to resist at all. According to Oldley, even without the mutated spider king, there are countless mutated spiders in the department store, and the danger level is extremely high. This poses a huge threat to our shelter. During the meeting, most of the management of the shelter proposed the idea of relocating. There was no choice, the department store was too close to their shelter. Living next to such a terrifying group of mutated spiders, plus the mutated spider king, no one could sleep. Well, Fu Yunxi listened to everyone's opinions, her brow slightly furrowed. Relocation? The risk of relocating now was too great. In the unknown black mist, there was no telling how many monsters were lurking. If they moved recklessly, they might not even find a safe place before most of them were dead. Miss Fu, I think we can consider the invitation from the Sunshine Community Shelter a while back. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses spoke up with a suggestion. 128. Fu Yunxi's ambition. The Sunshine Community Shelter already has over 800 people, and there are also dozens of ability users. Their overall strength is not weaker than ours. If our 2 shelters unite, our self-defense capability will greatly improve. The bespectacled middle-aged man paused and continued. Moreover, there are no particularly strong mutated monsters near the Sunshine Community, making it safer to live there. Listening to the bespectacled man's words, the crowd seemed to ponder. Some were tempted. However, some were skeptical. If our 2 shelters unite, who will be in charge later? We can't have our shelters people working for others, right? That's true. Then if you say that, we can't just wait here for those mutated spiders to attack us, can we? Some were dissatisfied, some hesitated, and some wanted to unite. The originally stable shelter began to stir due to an external crisis. Everyone, quiet. Fu Yunxi's voice was cold as she spoke. The meeting room instantly fell silent, all eyes focused on the woman in the main seat. Although Fu Yunxi was a woman, her methods were brilliant, and her abilities were powerful. She was the true leader of this shelter. Everyone trusted her and listened to her. Fu Yunxi scanned the crowd and then spoke. We can't just think about escaping when we encounter monsters. This is not the end of the world, and blindly avoiding the problem won't solve it. This time, we moved to the Sunshine Community because we were afraid of the mutated spiders, but next time, if we encounter mutated tigers, where will we move to? Moreover, the mutated monsters hidden in the black mist may be stronger than the mutated spider king. If we start relocating, who among you has the confidence to ensure the safety of the elderly and children? Hearing Fu Yunxi's words, everyone fell silent. They had considered this point, but compared to the obvious crisis, most people preferred to avoid it. Then, Miss Fu, what should we do? With our shelter's current strength, it will be difficult to deal with this mutated spider king. Someone hesitantly asked. This was also the question most people wanted to ask. Fu Yunxi's beautiful eyes swept over everyone, her expression unchanged, and she said, since our shelter cannot deal with the mutated spider king alone, we should unite with other nearby shelters and survivors. Now that such a powerful mutated monster has appeared, the threat is not just to our shelter, but to other survivors as well. If we can eliminate this mutated spider king, the supplies in the department store will be enough for us to live for a long time. A whole department store's worth of supplies. Even if most of it is contaminated, there is still a lot left. Now, more than half a month has passed, and the general small supermarkets and convenience stores have long been looted by survivors. Only large supermarkets still have supplies. Especially in places where strong monsters have made their nests, the supplies must not have been scavenged by other survivors. This is an important supply point. How can we just give it up? Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat tempted. If they could really take down the Spider King, the rewards would indeed be great. Immediately, Fu Yunqi's beautiful eyes focused on everyone as she issued orders. Now, you must immediately send someone to contact the nearby shelters and inform them about the situation with the mutated Spider King. Now, we survivors must unite to eliminate this mutated monster. Otherwise, when this monster grows stronger, no one will be able to escape. Remember, you must notify all shelters, especially the Sunshine community, and make sure they send people to help. Otherwise, if they don't help us, don't blame us for leading the mutated Spider King to their shelter. Although this is cruel, for the children and elderly in our community, I don't mind being the villain for once. Everyone was shocked by Fu Yunqi's cold attitude, secretly thinking that Miss Fu was indeed ruthless at critical moments. What a clever move to divert the disaster. But no one found it malicious. To survive, they were all willing to carry out Fu Yunqi's orders. Yes. The management immediately accepted the command and stood up to leave the conference room. Listening to the sound of the conference room door closing, Fu Yunqi took a sip of the mineral water on the table and looked out at the scenery. Her expression slightly heavy. In fact, the more rational approach should have been to leave the current shelter. But she felt a bit unwilling. After sacrificing so many people, they had finally cleared the threats in this community and established a relatively safe living environment. If they moved to a new place, everything would have to start over. Not to mention the dangers they might encounter on the road. Just the water resources needed for the migration would be considerable. Although they had collected a lot of rainwater in the past 2 days, it wouldn't withstand such a large consumption. Therefore, considering everything, if they could eliminate the threat of the mutated Spider King, it would actually be the best solution. The biggest problem right now was whether the other shelters were willing to help. If they were unwilling to contribute manpower, relying solely on their own strength would definitely not be enough to face the mutated Spider King. At that point, they would have no choice but to relocate. The Sunshine community already has 800 people. Fu Yunqi's beautiful eyes flickered as she murmured softly. She had previously thought about finding an opportunity to annex the Sunshine community. Now, it seemed more difficult. It seemed that a powerful ability user or a clever person had emerged in the Sunshine community, allowing them to integrate the survivors so quickly. If she could eliminate this leader, her plan for annexation could still be executed. This time, the nearby shelters united to confront the mutated Spider King was an opportunity. After dealing with the mutated Spider King, she could take care of the leaders of these shelters, then she could take the chance to integrate all the shelters within dozens of kilometers. By then, her power would be immense. Since chaos had arrived, Fu Yunqi naturally did not want to be idle. Just holding on to this small territory was not enough. Since she was going to do it, she had to do it big and strong. Fu Yunqi gazed at the clear sky outside, her eyes flashing with madness. She had already begun to plan how to discreetly eliminate the leaders of the other shelters. Although her abilities could accomplish this if she acted personally, there would inevitably be a risk of exposure. Did she have to resort to that trump card? Fu Yunqi pondered, her fingers lightly tapping the table, her ambition laid bare. The others in the shelter had no idea how great Fu Yunqi's ambitions were. Because, from beginning to end, this woman had always presented a very gentle demeanor in front of everyone. Only on rare occasions did she show indifference. But even so, no one had ever doubted Fu Yunqi's ambitions. Everyone thought that forming the shelter and gathering survivors was just to huddle together for warmth, to survive longer in the apocalypse. The idea of killing and seizing territory had hardly crossed anyone's mind. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden urgent knocking at the door interrupted Fu Yunqi's thoughts. 129, come in. Fu Yunqi said. The door was pushed open, and the cute-looking girl Lin Tu walked in, her face beaming with a smile, showing no trace of the sadness from just losing her sister. Sister. Fu. I just contacted my sister. She said they are on their way back. They will be home soon. Lin Tu said excitedly. Just a moment ago, just a few minutes ago, she suddenly contacted her sister. Lin Lu. Her sister was actually still alive. And she was coming back soon. What? Fu Yunqi was taken aback. Lin Lu was still alive? And not just her? How could this be possible? The rescue team that went yesterday had sacrificed several members, and even the ability users were severely injured and couldn't enter the department store. It was evident how fierce the mutated spiders inside were. With Lin Lu and their strength, how could they have survived? Could it be that they never went to the department store at all? Otherwise, how could they suddenly return safely after being missing for a day? And a night? Seeing Sister Fu's doubtful expression, Lin Tu hurriedly explained, "My sister and the others are really alive. My sister said that her husband single-handedly charged into the department store, killed hundreds of mutated spiders inside, and rescued my sister and the others in a particularly cool way." Your husband? Fu Yunxi raised an eyebrow. Lin Lu has a boyfriend? In her impression, these two innocent girls had never been in a relationship. How could such a powerful boyfriend suddenly appear? It sounded like a made-up story. But Fu Yunxi understood Lin Tu's character. She wasn't someone who would talk nonsense. Yes. My sister said they just got together not long ago, but I can feel that my sister really likes that man. Lin Tu said with a smile. As twin sisters, they could sometimes vaguely sense each other's thoughts and even occasionally share various physical sensations like pain, pleasure, and so on. Of course, this was only occasional. Most of the time, there were no feelings, otherwise it would be a special ability. Little Tu, tell me everything you and your sister talked about word for word. Fu Yunxi said. Lin Tu then recounted everything she had just chatted about with her sister. There was very little useful information. Most of it was Lin Lu praising how handsome, strong, and amazing her boyfriend was. After listening, Fu Yunxi became even more puzzled about this mysterious man's strength. How could he sound like a god descending to earth? Was he really that strong? Could it be the little girl's fantasy? She sighed helplessly and then said to Lin Tu, "Since this man saved your sister and the people in our shelter, we should prepare to welcome him. So, little Tu, go to the kitchen now and have them prepare the freshest food. Just say, we are welcoming a distinguished guest." Okay. Lin Tu immediately nodded and happily bounced out. The little girl was pure-hearted, simply happy that her sister could return safely, and was also full of curiosity about this suddenly appearing brother-in-law. Was he really that handsome? Was he really that amazing? Curious. Watching Lin Tu leave, Fu Yunxi's expression darkened. She sensed a crisis. One person killing hundreds of mutated spiders. How strong must that be? At least heavy weapons would be needed, right? If there were no heavy weapons, it would mean that this man's abilities were extremely strong, far surpassing her own. A man so powerful was about to arrive at the shelter, and Fu Yunxi suddenly felt an increased pressure. In this apocalypse, there were no laws to constrain, no rules to bind. If this powerful person had ulterior motives, they would have no power to resist. Thinking of this, Fu Yunxi immediately got up and walked into the bedroom, and after some operations, took out her trump card from the safe, a silver handgun. That's right, her trump card was a gun. Although the supernatural ability is powerful, when it comes to its deterrent and lethal force against people, a handgun is definitely stronger. At least for now. Although Fu Yunxi vaguely feels that her supernatural ability can still be enhanced, she doesn't know how to improve it, so the handgun is her greatest trump card. Of course, besides that, she has a few trusted subordinates. The strength of these subordinates is not weak, and they can play an unexpected role at critical moments. However, this man shouldn't be a wanton villain, otherwise, he wouldn't have saved Lin Lu and the others. Fu Yunxi thought while checking the gun and bullets. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, it's best to avoid enmity. If possible, bringing this powerful man into our shelter would be the safest option. If this man really likes Lin Lu, perhaps she can use Lin Lu to keep him in check. As long as a person has a weakness, they can be controlled. Although Fu Yunxi prefers to control her subordinates with absolute power. But clearly, this man, who can single-handedly kill hundreds of mutated spiders, is far stronger than herself. Fu Yunxi believes that she could never kill hundreds of mutated spiders on her own. Of course, she still maintains a certain level of skepticism regarding the information conveyed by Lin Tuesday. Is there really such a man? Is his strength really that formidable? Without seeing it with her own eyes and without multiple verifications, the suspicious Fu Yunxi would not easily believe it. Taking out the handgun is just a precaution. If such a man exists, powerful and with ulterior motives, then conflict is inevitable. But if this man does not exist, that would naturally be the best outcome. If there really is such a person, and he has entered the department store alone, did he also kill that mutated spider king? If that's the case, then his strength is too formidable, definitely stronger than what Lin Tu described. To kill him with a gun, I'm afraid it can only be done by surprise. Fu Yunxi analyzed, making the worst-case scenario. Not knowing Whether he is friend or foe, she must not let her guard down. She immediately conveyed the message to her trusted subordinates, instructing them to prepare for battle. If she takes action, they must also launch a surprise attack at the first opportunity. And so it was. In the tense atmosphere, about 10 minutes passed. Lin Tu ran over to tell Fu Yunxi that her sister and the others had returned. 1:30, the end of the world, where strength is paramount, has truly arrived. When Fu Yunxi heard Lin Tu's words, she immediately stood up and, along with the management team of the shelter, personally went out to welcome them. At the same time, the news of Lin Lu and the safe return of the supply team spread quickly throughout the shelter. The survivors were all shocked. After all, the rescue team sent out yesterday had said that the supply team was beyond saving, yet they returned safely today. The happiest were undoubtedly the families of the survivors from the supply team. They had originally cried their eyes out in sorrow, not expecting to see their loved ones again. This was nothing short of a miracle. The returning survivors reunited with their families. Although most people still hadn't come back, the fact that some had survived was already excellent news for many. Lin Lu brought Shin Yi to the top floor, where they met the management team of the shelter. Fu Yunxi also saw the man who had given her a strong sense of crisis. This man truly existed. Sister. The moment Lin Tu saw Lin Lu, she immediately rushed over, her eyes turning red. It's okay, sister is back, Lin Lu comforted her sister softly while holding her. Her voice was also suppressing emotions. If it weren't for Shin Yi, she might never have seen her sister again. Thinking of this, Lin Lu secretly glanced at Shin Yi, her eyes sparkling. Mr. Shen. Please come in. Fu Yunxi was very friendly towards Shin Yi. She was quite surprised because this man looked very young, at most in his early 20s. But one should not judge by appearances. From Lin Lu's earlier reaction, this man should be her mysterious boyfriend, the one who single-handedly killed over 100 mutated spiders. The other management members were also curiously sizing up Shin Yi. Was this young man really the one who ventured alone into the department store to rescue Lin Lu and the others? Was he really as strong as Lin Tu said? Could it be a lie? But no matter how much they doubted in their hearts, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect. Shin Yi calmly walked into the room. Not at all intimidated by the scene before him. Just a few management members of a small shelter couldn't put any pressure on him. To put it bluntly, with his current strength, even if he met the former mayor, the governor, or high-ranking military officials, Shin Yi wouldn't take them seriously. In the apocalypse, strength is paramount. This shelter, although somewhat powerful, was not much. As for Fu Yunxi's various little actions, Shin Yi had already seen through them from a god's perspective. A mere handgun was nothing to him. If this woman really dared to ambush him, he could counterattack the moment she drew her gun. With Shin Yi's current strength, unless an ordinary ability user stood still and offered no resistance, it was nearly impossible for them to kill him. After entering the room and a brief self-introduction, the meal was quickly served. The table was filled with various foods and alcohol. However, most of it was vacuum-packed and canned, with hardly any fresh ingredients. This was normal. Fresh food had long been contaminated by the black mist, leaving only these vacuum-sealed foods edible. Shin Yi, eat some meat. Lin Lu happily served Shin Yi several pieces of meat. Today there were so many delicious things. Sister Fu was really generous for once. Since the apocalypse, she hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Brother-in-law is really handsome. Lin Tu was also secretly sizing up this brother-in-law she had just met. Just as her sister said, he was very handsome. No wonder her sister liked this brother-in-law. Mr. Shin, please don't be polite, eat as you like. Fu Yunxi noticed that Shin Yi hadn't moved his chopsticks much and thought he was being shy. To be honest, taking out so much precious food to entertain someone made her feel a bit pained. They usually wouldn't dare to eat such food casually. No, I'm not hungry, Shin Yi replied. Fu Yunxi was slightly taken aback, feeling that this little man was quite reserved. With so much delicious food, how could he say he wasn't hungry? Even she couldn't help but want to indulge. But out of consideration for appearances, she didn't move her chopsticks much and instead turned to Lin Lu to ask what had happened with the supply team. Well, it's like this. Lin Lu swallowed the meat in her mouth and began to explain while picking up more food. The general situation was that, due to some nearby supermarkets and convenience stores being completely looted, they were unable to find any supplies. Therefore, Captain Wang of the supply team suggested going to a slightly farther department store to search for supplies. Before they went, they had reported to the shelter, and although it was a bit far and there would be certain dangers, everyone was prepared to face them. Afterward, when they got close to the department store, they specifically left 2 people outside to be responsible for support and to keep in contact with the shelter. As a result, when the rest of them entered the department store, they found many cobwebs inside. At that moment, someone sensed something was off and wanted to leave. However, the others thought since they had come all this way, they should at least grab some supplies before leaving, otherwise, the several kilometers would have been for nothing. So, they continued to explore inside. Not long after they started exploring, someone was attacked by a mutated spider. Everyone fought back while trying to escape the department store, but there were even more mutated spiders at the entrance, and outside there was a particularly large mutated spider, which scared them into running further inside. While fighting and running, many people sacrificed themselves during this time. It was at this critical moment that Lin Lu discovered there were no mutated spiders near the restroom, so everyone ran in there, and indeed, they were not attacked by the mutated spiders. They speculated that perhaps the smell in the restroom was too strong, which kept the mutated spiders away, or maybe it was for some other reason. In any case, as long as they stayed quiet in the restroom, they felt safe. So they hid there, waiting for the people outside the building to notice something was wrong and contact the shelter for help. However, after waiting for a day and a night, they still did not receive any rescue. Some speculated that the people outside might have encountered problems, or perhaps there were too many mutated spiders to carry out a rescue. In short, everyone was at a point of despair and wanted to give up. Until Shin-Yi appeared and saved them. If it weren't for my boyfriend, we would definitely have starved to death in the restroom, Lin Lu said, clearing her throat and proudly recounting Shin-Yi's bravery and invincibility. One person single-handedly killed hundreds of mutated spiders. As she spoke, she even began to embellish the story. Originally, Shin-Yi might have killed 200 or 300 mutated spiders, but after Lin Lu's second retelling, it had already turned into 500 or 600. If she were to tell it a few more times, it might become even more. This wasn't because Lin Lu liked to lie. She had no idea how many mutated spiders were in the building. She only saw Shin-Yi unleash frost and instantly kill all the spiders that attacked them, so she thought Shin-Yi was incredibly powerful. The more she imagined, the more she felt Shin-Yi was unfathomable. And Lin Lu's detailed description left Fu Yunqi and the others utterly shocked. Brother-in-law, why are you staring at me? Indeed, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Mr. Shin is so young yet possesses such formidable strength. Impressive, impressive. Mr. Shin is amazing. I raise a glass to you. Mr. Shin is your ability to create ice? After hearing Lin Lu's description, the management team began to shower Shin-Yi with enthusiastic praise and compliments. Although a few still harbored doubts, the majority were already convinced. After all, it was an undeniable fact that Lin Lu and dozens of supply team members had returned safely. If Shin-Yi's strength were not great, how could he have rescued so many people? Brother-in-law, so impressive. Lin Tu's eyes sparkled with admiration after listening to her sister's recounting again. Although her sister's second telling differed slightly from the first, no matter how she heard it, her brother-in-law was just so impressive. Calm in the face of monsters, with extraordinary strength. Is this really her brother-in-law? Shin-Yi paid no attention to the flattery from the crowd but instead looked at his lovely sister-in-law with great interest. She and Lin Lu had identical features and height, making it almost impossible to tell them apart. If it weren't for their different clothing, he might not even be able to distinguish who was his girlfriend and who was his sister-in-law. They were actually twin sisters. Shin-Yi was both surprised and delighted. He had not noticed them when he discovered the villa shelter. He almost missed this pair of sisters. As expected, the moment his sister-in-law appeared, the system prompt was triggered. Ding! Detected a goddess meeting system standards, beginning detailed information. Scan, name, Lin Tu, age, 18, appearance, 92 points, figure, 92 points, inner self, 100 points, untouched, total score, 93 points, evaluation, a random supply can be unlocked after taking in, the attributes of his sister-in-law and girlfriend were exactly the same. No wonder they were twin sisters. However, through Lin Lu's recounting, Shin-Yi learned that his sister-in-law's ability seemed similar to his mental connection. It was also a type of ability that allowed for remote communication. What a coincidence. Sister, why does brother-in-law keep staring at me? Lin Tu noticed Shin-Yi's gaze, her face flushed with embarrassment and shyness. Originally planning to enjoy a feast, she had to restrain her actions. Could it be because I look too much like my sister, that's why brother-in-law is staring at me? It must be. After all, every stranger feels curious when they first see twins, that's normal. So, it's fine, I just need to act natural. Lin Tu tried hard not to feel shy, not to show any strange expressions. However, faced with her brother-in-law's meaningful gaze, she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Speaking of which, would brother-in-law mistake me for my sister? What if What if when I take a shower in the future, he mistakes me for her? Should I change my hairstyle to something different from my sister's? Or should I never wear the same clothes as my sister again? Otherwise, if brother-in-law mistakes me for her, how awkward would that be? Speaking of which, if brother-in-law mistakes me for her, should I refuse? If I refuse, would brother-in-law feel awkward? What if my actions cause problems between brother-in-law and my sister? That wouldn't be good. The more Lin Tu thought about it, the more her face turned red, as if she had exposed some strange thoughts. At the entire dining table, only she had not realized this. No, there was one more person her silly, sweet sister Lin Lu also hadn't noticed. Because Lin Lu was busy enjoying the food, she had no time to pay attention to anyone else. Does this man have thoughts about my sister-in-law Lin too? Fu Yunqi sensed Shen Yi's gaze and began to have a vague suspicion in her heart. If that's the case, perhaps the chances of keeping him would be greater. The other management members naturally noticed Shen Yi's gaze. But they dared not think about such chaotic matters. Regardless of whether Lin Lu's previous words were true or not, this man, since he dared to come to the shelter alone and remained calm and composed in front of so many people, was definitely not simple. Such a strong individual is best not to provoke easily. Lin Lu, are you full? At that moment, Shen Yi suddenly asked. Lin Lu, patting her little belly, nodded in satisfaction. I'm full. She took the opportunity while everyone was chatting and lost in thought to show off her meal. She made up for the hunger of the past 2 days. Then, you and your sister should go rest. I need to talk to the managers of your shelter, Shen Yi said with a smile. Okay, then Shen Yi, you have to come find me later. My room is at the end of this corridor on this floor. Lin Lu thought nothing of it. She guessed that Shen Yi must want to discuss the treatment for joining the shelter with Sister Fu. Although she wanted to stay and help plead, she thought about it and realized her eloquence wasn't great. It would be better to take her sister back first, whisper in her ear, and let her sister ask Sister Fu to help improve Shen Yi's treatment. Her sister is an ability user and holds a high status in the shelter, so her plea would definitely be more useful than her own. Lin Lu, though simple, was not foolish. So, she pulled her blushing sister Lin Tu, casually packed the unfinished food, and left the conference room. Mr. Shen, I wonder if you would be willing to join our shelter. Seeing Lin Lu and Lin Tu leave, Fu Yunqi also extended an invitation. Since this man had shown no hostility from the beginning, it indicated he should not be a bad person. Although, he might be a bit lecherous. Yes, because Shen Yi had just glanced a few more times at the twin sisters. Fu Yunqi labeled him as lecherous. And this label made her feel she could handle Shen Yi. A pair of twin sisters was enough to bind a lecherous man. Especially a young man in his 20s who seemed to lack social experience. What kind of mature man could be in a relationship with a silly girl like Lin Lu? Yes, Brother Shen, since your girlfriend is one of us in the shelter, why not just join us? We can negotiate the treatment and I guarantee you won't suffer any losses. Mr. Shen, feel free to make any requests, as long as they are reasonable, we can meet them. You've seen the scale of our shelter, it's definitely not weak. As long as Mr. Shen is willing to join, we guarantee you won't suffer any losses. The other management members also excitedly extended their invitations. Having such a powerful ability user join the shelter would make dealing with the mutated Spider King much more assured. In the future, if they encountered other powerful mutated monsters, they wouldn't have to worry. In today's world, strength is the most important thing. Shen Yi calmly scanned the crowd, finally resting his gaze on Fu Yunqi's delicate face, smiling as he said, since you all wish for me to join the shelter so much, I won't refuse. From today on, this shelter will be under my command. And by the way, to explain some previous reader questions, first, why doesn't the protagonist directly defeat monsters instantly? That's because abilities also need to be developed. Even if the level increases, they need to be used to become more proficient. Although they can crush with numbers to maintain some visual appeal, the author naturally wants to write more variety, otherwise it would be easier for the author to write. Second, regarding why certain matters are not described in detail, it's because the censorship is strict. Any slight crossing of the line will lead to review, and there's nothing to be done about it, it's too strict now. 132, who is in favor, who is against? What? Mr. Shen, what are you saying? Mr. Shen, are you too nervous and misspoke? Upon hearing Shen Yi's words, the crowd's first reaction was to think that this man was too nervous and had said the wrong thing. But soon, they saw that Shen Yi still wore a calm expression, and they immediately realized something was off. This guy, could he really be serious? Damn. So arrogant. This is our first meeting, and in less than 2 hours, you dare to say such arrogant words in front of so many of us? You think you can decide everything in this shelter? Bastard. How dare you be so arrogant? What right do you have to take over our shelter? Immediately, a man stood up, changing his previously friendly demeanor, and coldly questioned. As he spoke, flames began to erupt from his fists. This is a superpower. This man is a superpowered individual. From the very beginning, he had been skeptical of Shin Yi's strength. As a fellow superpowered individual, he didn't believe that anyone's abilities could be as strong as Lin Lu claimed. He was more inclined to think that Lin Lu was exaggerating. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to completely underestimate Shin Yi. Since this man dared to be so arrogant, he must have some confidence. But this is our territory. Our people are everywhere. You, just one person, think you can control us? So, he was the first to stand up and confront Shin Yi. The other management members also watched Shin Yi with hawk-like eyes. This man was simply too arrogant. Their initial goodwill toward Shin Yi vanished in an instant. Young people, they are just too impulsive. They really should learn how to respect others. Shin Yi looked at the man who stood up to question him. Soon, his eyes gradually brightened. Superpower. The man's expression changed, and just as he was about to raise his hand to resist, he saw a laser pierce through his flaming arms and head. Not even a scream escaped his lips. The man was killed in an instant. Now, do I have the qualifications? Shin Yi's eyes, not yet fully back to normal, casually swept over the crowd, finally landing on the shocked Fu Yunxi. I advise you, it's best not to think about sneak attacks. A handgun? Ha! Shin Yi said lightly, casually raising his hand, and a handgun appeared in his palm. The gun was aimed at Fu Yunxi. Fu Yunxi's pupils constricted sharply. This man actually has a gun. Moreover, his ability to summon objects from thin air must be another superpower. This man has more than one superpower. If you add the ice-making ability that Lin Lu mentioned, then he has at least 3 superpowers. What kind of monster is this? To possess 3 superpowers. And each one more terrifying than the last. The other management members were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe, sitting obediently in their places. Shin Yi glanced around, not seeing anyone attempting to sneak attack him, and casually put the handgun back into the system space. If he really wanted to kill, his superpower would be more effective than a handgun at this distance. What exactly do you want to do? Fu Yunxi took a deep breath and asked Shin Yi, staring at him. This woman's mentality is indeed strong. Even when facing someone who might have 3 superpowers and could kill at will, she didn't tremble like the other management members afraid to speak. To be able to lead his shelter is indeed impressive, Shin Yi said with satisfaction. From the beginning, he viewed this shelter as his own property and didn't want to cause too much destruction. The reason for killing was also to intimidate everyone. Otherwise, no matter how much Shin Yi talked, it wouldn't be as effective as directly killing a superpowered individual. To showcase his absolute strength. As for wasting a superpowered individual, it doesn't matter. A mere superpowered individual, Shin Yi can cultivate as many as he wants now. Moreover, the ability user just now had a great deal of hostility towards him and could attack at any moment, which was one of the reasons he acted without hesitation. Alright, my demands are quite simple. Shin Yi leaned back in his chair and looked at everyone, saying, from now on, I have the final say in this shelter. Who is in favor, who is against? Damn, do you think we haven't seen movies? At this moment, anyone who stands up to oppose would be asking for death. Even though Fu Yunxi was fuming with anger, she merely kept a cold face and said nothing. She weighed the pros and cons, feeling that even if she suddenly attacked, she might not necessarily be able to kill this bastard. This bastard had too many abilities. Who knows if he has other stronger abilities? If the ambush fails, it would cost her life. The smarter a person is, the more they consider the gains and losses. Since everyone agrees, you can continue with your business. I hope you all are smart enough not to think about calling people to surround and kill me. I really don't want a river of blood today. Also, Fu Yunxi stays. I want you to serve me now, Shin Yi said. He was deliberately saying this for others to hear. First, it was to humiliate Fu Yunxi, shattering this proud woman's self-esteem in front of her subordinates. Secondly, it was to tell others that this was his woman, so don't have any ideas. Of course. There was one last point, as long as others knew that Fu Yunxi had become his woman, no one would foolishly think of rebelling against her. After all, Fu Yunxi was Shin Yi's woman, anyone thinking of rebelling against her would have to consider the risk of being backstabbed. Fu Yunxi's face darkened. Her mind was quick, and she realized Shin Yi's intentions. Although this tactic was not clever, it was indeed effective, which was quite disgusting. The Management hesitated for a few seconds, but in the end, no one spoke and they all got up to leave. Their mood was exceptionally uneasy and tense. Who would have thought that a welcome banquet would turn into a feast of the hongmen? The key was that they had set up the banquet, while the hongmen was orchestrated by this man who had just arrived at the shelter. To say there was no resentment in their hearts would be a lie. Especially when thinking about how Miss Fu was going to be forcibly occupied by this bastard, everyone felt furious. A few of Fu Yunqi's admirers were itching to rush in and kill Shinyi. However, fear kept them from acting, they could only think about it. Meanwhile, on Fu Yunqi's side, things were difficult. Her hard-built shelter was just taken away like that? Just a few hours ago, she was still thinking about killing the leaders of other shelters and swallowing their territories. As a result, her own shelter was suddenly annexed. Even she had become a prisoner. She stared at Shinyi and asked, "Why did you set your sights on my shelter? Is it because of Lin Lu? Or have you had your eye on us for a long time?" She just wanted to know the reason. Why did this powerful ability user suddenly target her shelter? Clearly, they didn't even know each other before this. They hadn't even met once. Why did it develop into enmity? Do you want to know the reason? Shinyi took a sip of wine and looked at Fu Yunqi. Yes. Fu Yunqi stared at Shinyi. What was the reason? Why did he set his sights on her shelter? Because of you. 133 Unlock resources. Can they be unlocked from another dimension? What? Fu Yunqi was taken aback. Because of me? What does that mean? Because when I passed by yesterday, I happened to see you. And you are very beautiful. I really like you, so I specially came to find you today. Speaking of which, Lin Lu is just an added bonus. Shinyi smiled. This is a smile of harvest. Meeting Lin Lu was indeed a pleasant surprise. No, it's not just Lin Lu. There's also Lin Tuesday. These twin sisters are two types of resources. Plus Fu Yunqi in this shelter of hundreds of people. Damn, this is a huge profit. Indeed, one cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. If I were to develop a shelter from scratch, it would take a long time for hundreds of people. But by directly taking over an established shelter, I only need to invest a little time. It's so refreshing. As for loyalty, as long as I don't engage in bloody rule in the future and occasionally distribute some resource rewards, the ordinary survivors will soon regard me as their leader. As long as I don't act foolishly, seizing power in the apocalypse is too easy. After all, for survivors, resources are the most important. And Shinyi just happens to have plenty of resources. Following someone who provides food is something anyone can understand, right? If they can't understand, then they can be eliminated. After all, the subsequent power grab is very easy. Especially since the management of this shelter will cooperate with me, it will be even easier. Yes, Shinyi has been monitoring those departing managers through telepathy. If they dare to have ulterior motives, then they will be dealt with directly. But clearly, these people are quite smart and have not engaged in any self-destructive behavior. Compared to Shinyi's satisfaction, Fu Yunqi felt utterly incredulous. Just because she was beautiful, she encountered such misfortune. Damn it! I want to kill. Fu Yunqi coldly stared at Shinyi, one hand slowly reaching for the gun at her waist. I advise you not to draw your gun. As long as you obediently listen, this shelter will still be under your management, and I will provide you with some resources. But if you dare to pull out your gun, I will kill you. Shinyi looked at Fu Yunqi, his tone indifferent. If Fu Yunqi truly harbored murderous intent, then she could not be spared. Of course, Shinyi was not solely relying on force to threaten, he also showed his sincerity. As long as Fu Yunqi obeyed, he would not strip her of her power and status, and would even provide her with certain support. After all, this woman's personal abilities were indeed outstanding. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, she likely had special abilities, otherwise, it would be impossible for so many people to obediently listen to her. A woman with special abilities, outstanding personal skills, and beauty is hard to come by in the apocalypse. It would be a pity to kill her. Seeing Shinyi's indifferent gaze, Fu Yunqi hesitated, her hand on the gun at her waist. This man's tone seemed to indicate he already knew she had a gun and was not worried about her ambushing him. Could he have a mind-reading ability? If such an ability exists, then all her arrangements would be meaningless. Resisting would be seeking death. She slowly released her grip on the gun, her body gradually losing strength, slumping into the chair. How many special abilities does this man have? How strong is he? Fu Yunqi felt that all her actions seemed to escape this man's eyes. Even fighting back was impossible. Helpless, despairing. Good, as long as you listen well, you will still be the boss of this shelter. Besides me, no one can ride on your head. Shinee gently stroked Fu Yunqi's head. She helplessly closed her eyes, offered no resistance, and allowed her head to be pressed down. Ding! Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, beginning to randomly unlock a type of resource. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking supplies. Deluxe Ichiraku Ramen. Ichiraku Ramen +1. Stored in system space. Ichiraku Ramen +1 stored in system space. Ichiraku Ramen. Ichiraku Ramen? Shinee raised an eyebrow. Is it the Ichiraku Ramen I understand? He pushed aside Fu Yunqi, sat up, and took a bowl of ramen. From the system space. Indeed, it's a bowl. This time, the unlocked supplies even included an extra bowl and a pair of chopsticks. How thoughtful. Looking at the ramen wafting a strong aroma, Shinyee's eyes lit up. It really is. The ramen from the anime, it looks almost identical. Damn, can even food from anime be unlocked? This system can cross dimensions? Does that mean it can also unlock supplies from sci-fi movies or novels? If that's the case, it would be invincible. Shinee had always thought that this system could only unlock supplies that exist in reality, but he never expected it could unlock supplies from other dimensions. So, the roast chicken and buns he unlocked before might not necessarily be from Earth. After all, their deliciousness far exceeded anything Shinee had eaten before. Maybe they were the finest from some parallel world? Otherwise, how could they be so fragrant? Shin Yi's heart raced, suddenly filled with anticipation for the subsequent system supplies. Unlock supplies. He must unlock supplies fiercely. If he could unlock some awesome interdimensional weapon, he could directly crush the mutated trees. Right now, he had just fought hard and was a bit hungry, so he decided to taste the ramen first. When Shinee watched anime as a child, he would always swallow hard whenever he saw Naruto eating ramen. He didn't know if the ramen unlocked by the system was authentic. He picked up the chopsticks and began to feast. Not bad. Fragrant. The broth was thick, the noodles were chewy and elastic, with large pieces of char siu, a perfect balance of fat and lean, very delicious. There was also a perfectly cooked soft-boiled egg, the yolk half solidified, with a delicate texture. The crunchy bamboo shoots added a refreshing touch to the ramen, and large sheets of seaweed laid on top, enhancing the ocean's flavor. This ramen was simply amazing. Fu Yunqi watched from the side, swallowing hard. What a rich aroma. Wait, where did he get the ramen from? Could it be like the ability to conjure a gun before? Telekinesis? Or is it some kind of spatial ability? As Fu Yunqi pondered, her nose couldn't help but twitch. How could it smell so good? Moreover, this ramen looked like it had just been cooked, still steaming. The meat and egg inside looked extremely fresh and appetizing. Are you eating? Shinee glanced at the disheveled Fu Yunqi and asked. Dealing with such a clever woman requires a mix of kindness and authority. Simply suppressing her would only provoke her rebellious spirit. After all, Fu Yunqi wasn't like SEWAGE, a spoiled girl who liked to throw tantrums, arrogant and possessive. Of course, after this period of training, SEWAGE had become much more sensible. I will. Fu Yunqi licked the corner of her mouth and nodded gently. She knew that since she had compromised for the first time just now, there was no turning back. She could only follow this man all the way. 134. It would be embarrassing if someone heard. Although Fu Yunqi compromised, she hoped that Shinee was telling the truth. He wouldn't take away her power. In fact, he could help her gain even greater power. If Shinee wasn't lying to her, then even if she had to endure some humiliation, she would bear it. In this apocalypse, being a strong woman and serving the strong was not shameful. After all, she was just serving this man in private. Once she left this room, she would still be the head of the shelter, high and mighty. She still had status, still held absolute power. Shinee glanced at Fu Yunqi and noticed that her aura had faded significantly, revealing a satisfied expression. Then, he took out several bowls of ramen from the system space and placed them on the table. After all, adding a bowl every second was no big deal. What kind of ability is this? Fu Yunqi looked at Shinee as he conjured up several identical bowls of ramen, unable to contain her surprise. How was this even possible? What kind of ability could do this? Shinee took a sip of the steaming ramen broth and said, I told you, as long as you obediently serve me, you won't starve in the future. Fu Yunqi hesitated. So what exactly was his ability? Creating food? Or copying food? Could there really be such a magical ability in the world? After thinking it over and not understanding, Fu Yunqi suppressed her curiosity and picked up the fragrant ramen to eat. She had forgotten how long it had been since she had fresh cooked food. Especially noodles, she hadn't even seen them since the apocalypse began. This ramen is really delicious. And it tastes very fresh, just like it was just cooked. No wonder this man hadn't touched his chopsticks at the dining table earlier. It turned out he had such delicious ramen. She had thought Shani was too shy to eat. Turns out he just looked down on it. After finishing the ramen, Shani wiped his mouth, very satisfied with the taste. Looking at the constantly increasing ramen in the system space, he felt quite good. Then, Shani sat down next to Fu Yunxi regardless of her eating and reached into her clothes to explore, saying, I won't manage the small matters of the shelter from now on, but if you collect ability fruits, you must hand them over to me, understand? Ability fruits? Are you talking about those colorful fruits? Fu Yunxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she swallowed the noodles and asked. That's right. Okay. Fu Yunxi did not refuse. She knew this was the price of compromise. If this man took away her shelter, it would be strange if he didn't want anything. Don't worry, as long as you can find ability fruits, I can exchange them with you, and I won't let you suffer, Shani said, squeezing her hand hard. How could he not see the unwilling expression on this woman's face? It was normal. After all, no one wanted to give away the resources they had worked hard to find, so an equivalent exchange was appropriate. Exchanging ability fruits. For ability fruits? Fu Yunxi showed a puzzled expression, not understanding what this meant. You already have ability fruits, and you still want to exchange with me? Would the taste be better if we exchanged? Or could it allow someone to gain another ability? Clearly, Fu Yunxi was not clear about how abilities could be upgraded and the methods of upgrading, etc. Most wild ability users were like this, with different perspectives. Subsequently, Shani explained various methods of ability upgrades to Fu Yunxi. So, abilities can be upgraded? Fu Yunxi immediately showed a surprised expression. No wonder she always felt that her ability could become stronger, it really could. This made sense as to why Xingyi's ability was so strong. His ability level must be very high. Fortunately, she had set aside her pride and didn't think about fighting desperately, otherwise, she probably wouldn't even know how she would die. Are you full? If you're full, shall we have 2 more? Xingyi held onto Fu Yunxi. Fu Yunxi slowly closed her eyes and murmured. A few hours later, when Fu Yunxi and Shani came out of the conference room, her aura had already lightened significantly. After an in-depth exchange, Fu Yunxi deeply understood the strength of Shani. Having such a powerful man protecting her shelter was a good thing. At least, she no longer had to fear the mutated Spider King. Fu Yunxi also mentioned the mutated Spider King to Shani and said she was preparing to unite nearby shelters and survivors to encircle and kill this mutated Spider King. Of course, her other goal was to take the opportunity to eliminate or subdue the leaders of other shelters and absorb them. This woman's ambition was quite large. Shani was surprised to hear Fu Yunxi's plan, but he expressed his support. He encouraged Fu Yunxi to go ahead and do it, and if it couldn't be resolved, he would step in. By the way, how many abilities do you have? Shani suddenly remembered to ask. 2. Fu Yunxi did not hide it and explained, the first ability is to summon and control the wind. As long as the wind is strong enough, I should be able to manipulate it to form storms, tornadoes, etc. I can even use the wind to fly. However, this ability, while powerful, is very exhausting. I feel very tired after each use. Wind attribute. Ability? Xingyi pondered. From Fu Yunxi's description, this ability was certainly formidable. Especially since she could actually fly using the wind. That was pretty cool. Although Xingyi's teleportation could also take him to the sky, it still fell short compared to flying. As for transforming into other animals to fly, that was even less interesting. As for my second ability, I can absorb some external energy and store it in my body for use. For example, if I want to use my wind ability, I can consume the stored energy, which reduces my own consumption and increases the power of the wind I control. Fu Yunxi clearly didn't fully understand this ability, so she explained it simply. Absorb external energy? What kind of energy can you absorb? Shini raised an eyebrow. This ability sounded more like a defensive ability? Not just defense, but it could also convert the absorbed energy for use, extending its duration. Which sounded very practical. So far, I have tested that I can absorb energy from lightning, but the premise is that the power of the lightning can't be too great, otherwise I feel my body won't be able to handle it. I can also absorb the impact forces from various shocks my body receives, but the conversion rate is very low. Fu Yunxi said. So that's how it is. No wonder no matter how hard I exerted earlier, you could withstand it. Sheni suddenly realized. It should be noted that other women couldn't withstand his evolved physical strength. Almost every woman was exhausted after unlocking supplies. But Fu Yunxi seemed unaffected and even more spirited. It turned out she could absorb the power of a pile driver. In that case, her ability was quite strong. She could even absorb attacks to her body, which was incredibly powerful. Pretty much. Fu Yunqi blushed a little. This man was something else. He could casually say such things in public. How embarrassing it would be if someone heard. But Xin Yi was intrigued. Looking at Fu Yunqi, he asked, if I were to shoot you right now, could you absorb the impact and damage of the bullet? 135. If you pretend to be a pig for too long, you'll really become a pig. The damage from a bullet? It should be fine, but I haven't tried it. Wait, you wouldn't want to shoot me, would you? Fu Yunqi noticed something off in Xin Yi's gaze and immediately became alert. How dare this man think like that? Isn't he afraid of shooting me dead? Oh, no. Xin Yi temporarily suppressed his curiosity. You mustn't casually use me for experiments. What? If I can't absorb the bullet's damage? I might die. Fu Yunqi's face was full of vigilance. She always felt that Xin Yi's gaze towards her was very strange. Who did this guy learn from? He actually wants to experiment on a living person. Is there no humanity at all? So, if you can absorb all the energy attacking you, then you won't be harmed at all, is that what you mean? Xin Yi caught the key point. Pretty much, but I can't absorb much damage. Right now. I can feel it, I definitely can't withstand the damage from a bullet. She emphasized again. She really couldn't take a bullet. She wasn't done living yet, she didn't want to die. Is that so? Maybe you can. Shen Yi's eyes flickered. Fu Yunqi's ability was definitely very strong. The potential was extremely high. It's just that she didn't dare to develop it casually. Being able to absorb various external damages, even the damage caused by bullets, this ability was simply against the heavens. If this ability were fully developed and leveled up, wouldn't it mean that even being sprayed by a machine gun or a nuclear bomb would be bearable? Moreover, she could even absorb the power of a nuclear bomb and retaliate with an even stronger attack. It was simply an invincible ability. It could defend, sustain, and explode. What a pity that such a strong ability didn't fall into her hands. Otherwise, paired with her high-temperature rays and frost abilities, it would be incredibly powerful. The stronger the enemy's attack, the stronger her own attack would be. Such an ability was truly against the heavens. No wonder. This woman had been thinking about competing with him since they first met. You need to develop this ability well, it has great potential, Xin Yi said, sharing his thoughts. Fu Yunqi was naturally not foolish, she had been developing this ability all along. However, like Xin Yi said, she had never thought of experimenting with a gun. It wasn't like she was in a desperate situation, risking her life. Even if a handgun hit her leg or arm, it could easily cripple her. Especially now, in the apocalypse, even a minor injury could be very dangerous. There were no skilled doctors in her shelter. I understand, Fu Yunqi replied perfunctorily. Development was necessary, but she would never take risks. Alright, then as we agreed before, you send someone to contact the nearby shelters and have them send people as soon as possible. We'll join forces to deal with the mutated Spider King. Xin Yi changed the subject. Since Fu Yunqi had ambition, he didn't mind giving her a push. After all, this was beneficial to him. If they could integrate all the shelters and survivors within a radius of several kilometers, there should be at least a few thousand people, right? Among those thousands, at least 1/10 would be young women, right? As long as 1/10 of that 1/10 met the system's standards, he could unlock quite a bit of supplies. Moreover, with more people in the shelter, the probability of finding ability fruits would greatly increase. In short, he didn't lack supplies. Developing the shelter vigorously was the way to go. Yes, I already sent someone to contact them earlier. I believe we will definitely get a reply by tomorrow at the latest, Fu Yunqi said. Even without Xin Yi, she would execute the annexation plan. But now, with the support of this powerful man, her chances of annexing other shelters were even greater. With Xin Yi's strength, it should be easy to unexpectedly take out a few shelter leaders. Okay, but I have one thing to make clear to you, whether now or in the future, all the survivors you manage must know who the true power holder is. Do you understand what I mean? Xin Yi said, staring at Fu Yunqi. He didn't like playing the fool. He had strength, so why should he act weak? If he pretended to be a pig for too long, he might really become one. If I were weak, I would hide and develop, not pursue fame and fortune. The lower profile, the better. But with Xin Yi's current strength, there was no need to be too low-key. At the very least, the survivors in his shelter should know who the real boss is. They should know whom to respect. He didn't want to quietly contribute in the background, paying for a pile of supplies, only for others to forget his kindness. That would make his good deeds meaningless. Fu Yunqi nodded and said, I understand. Don't worry, we will have teachers in the shelter regularly teach the children. I have even set up ideological education courses. We just need to add some content in the textbooks about your contributions and your powerful strength, so the children know who provided them with food and water, whom they should be grateful to, and whom they should admire. Over time, this influence will take root deeply in the minds of the next generation. Eventually, all the survivors in the shelter will respect you, admire you, and willingly serve you. Even without Shini, Fu Yunqi would do this. Only by mastering the thoughts of the next generation can the rule last longer. A child who has been educated to worship from a young age will definitely be loyal when they grow up. At least more loyal than someone taken in halfway. Moreover, adults also need to receive education regularly to subtly change their thoughts. It's similar to cultivating death warriors in ancient times. It can be done this way? Shani was momentarily stunned, feeling that this woman really had something. She could actually think of such a method to manipulate people's hearts. According to this method, in a few years, the thoughts within the shelter would be completely unified. Everyone would see Shani as the savior. This was much more impressive than simply ruling through violence. Ideological worship could even make some people give their lives for it. Xinyi's gaze towards Fu Yunqi changed. Indeed, this woman was a true managerial talent. Much more capable than Jiang Nanyan. Jiang Nanyan was suitable for small skirmishes, while Fu Yunqi was more suited for managing a large shelter. The more people there were, the more her abilities could be showcased. Today, winning over this woman was truly a gain. From now on, we'll do it your way. If you do well, I'll reward you, Shini said, pulling Fu Yunqi over and giving her a fierce bite. This beautiful and capable woman was truly irresistible. So damn satisfying. Fu Yunqi instinctively struggled. Don't move. Shini slapped Fu Yunqi. This woman was not behaving. Didn't she know that cooperating at this moment would be more comfortable? Why you wait, someone is watching. Fu Yunqi said, glancing strangely at Xinyi's back. Who is it? Xinyi turned in confusion, only to see Lin Lu and Lin Tu, the sisters, standing there in a daze. Brother-in-law, bad. Xinyi, Sister Fu, how could you do this? Lin Lu's voice trembled, her eyes instantly reddening. She had just been excitedly showing off her boyfriend to her sister. But as soon as she stepped out, she witnessed Xinyi and Fu Yunqi tightly embracing, even kissing. At that moment, Lin Lu felt a wave of green wash over her. Countless grievances surged in her heart. Xiao Lu, things aren't what you think. Fu Yunqi said awkwardly, a rare blush appearing on her face. If one didn't know better, they might think she was the one seducing Xinyi. In reality, she was also a victim. Not what I think. Then, what is it? You two are kissing. I haven't even kissed Xinyi. The more Lin Lu spoke, the more aggrieved she became, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Fu Yunqi fell silent. What had happened had already occurred. No matter how much she explained, it would seem pale and powerless. She couldn't just lie and say she and Xinyi were innocent, could she? Even if she had a thick skin, she couldn't say such things. Alright, stop crying. Xinyi walked in front of Lin Lu and reached out to wipe away her tears. Lin Lu lowered her head, feeling extremely wronged. She had been cheated on, could she not cry a little? Why did you kiss Sister Fu? Is it because I didn't want to do those things with you, so you went to find Sister Fu? I didn't say I would never want to. If you want, I would agree. Lin Lu's voice was soft, her tone carrying a hint of timidity. Completely lacking the momentum of catching someone cheating, instead making it seem like she had done something wrong. If one didn't know better, they might think she was the mistress. Even her sister Lin too couldn't bear to watch. Although she had never been in a relationship, her moral compass told her that the wrongdoers were the brother-in-law and Sister Fu. It should be the brother-in-law apologizing to Sister Fu. However, Lin too could only harshly condemn them in her heart, too timid to speak up. This was her first time experiencing such a thing, and she was very nervous. Sigh. Fu Yunqi listened to Lin Lu's words and saw her aggrieved expression. Helplessly sighing. She didn't want to stay any longer and quietly left. In any case, she should go handle her own business first. She didn't want to get involved in such a melodramatic event. Although she was one of the parties involved, Fu Yunqi really didn't want to waste time on this matter. If it weren't for treating Lin Lu like a sister and having a certain emotional foundation, she wouldn't even care about cheating Lin Lu. If it were some unknown wild woman, Fu Yunqi would have kicked her away without mercy, claiming her position as Xinyi's legitimate girlfriend. All she could say was that she had feelings for Lin Lu, so she couldn't be too heartless. Moreover, Fu Yunqi had promised Lin Lu's deceased parents to take good care of Lin Lu and Lin Tuesday. Now that this had happened, it made her conscience feel quite guilty. Alright, stop crying. Shin Yi frowned and said directly, Lin Lu, I can't have only you as my girlfriend in the future. So I hope you can be more understanding. Shin Yi had never been in a relationship before, so he naturally didn't know how to say sweet nothings. Plus, he didn't want to waste time comforting Lin Lu, so he spoke plainly. You actually want a harem? Lin Lu's eyes widened, tears swirling in her eyes. Although she had watched palace drama series, she had never thought such a thing would happen to her. Just like she never thought the apocalypse would come to reality. Pretty much. Shin Yi didn't deny it, his tone calm as if discussing the weather. Brother-in-law, bad. Lin too, hearing this, continued to harshly condemn Shin Yi in her heart. She even imagined a little figure of her brother-in-law in her mind, then beat him up fiercely to vent her sister's anger. On the surface, Lin too looked like a punching bag, lowering her head and saying nothing. The two sisters had simple, introverted, and timid personalities. Stop standing here, let's go inside and talk, Shin Yi said, pulling the aggrieved Lin Lu into the conference room. However, as soon as they entered, Lin Lu screamed, Ah! Dead, there's a dead person. She looked in horror at the headless corpse by the dining table, her face instantly turning pale. Lin too, who came in behind, was also startled by the scene and tightly grabbed her sister's arm. I actually forgot about this. Shin Yi suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to clear the body earlier. He was already used to dead bodies, so he didn't think much of it. Fu Yunxi was the same, unafraid of dead people. Therefore, when they unlocked supplies earlier, a bloody headless corpse was casually left aside, and no one cared where took it. Seriously. But the two sisters, Lin Lu and Lin Tu, clearly couldn't handle such a bloody scene. Shin Yi immediately used his mental connection to contact Fu Yunxi, asking her to send someone upstairs to clean up the body and tidy up. Shin Yi? The sudden voice in her mind made Fu Yunxi, who was talking to her subordinates, pause for a moment. Another ability? Realizing this, she replied to Shin Yi's message and quickly sent someone upstairs. He actually has a mental ability like Lin Tu. How many abilities does this man have? She originally thought she understood Shin Yi's strength well, but found it was just the tip of the iceberg. His mental ability is much stronger than Little Tu's. Fu Yunxi murmured softly. Lin Tu's mental ability required eye contact to plant a mark before remote communication could occur. Without the mark, communication was impossible. Moreover, the mark had distance and quantity limitations. In comparison, Shin Yi's ability to forcibly connect his consciousness and communicate was simply domineering. Although it seemed to have no lethality. But who knows? If it was because Shin Yi didn't use any lethal force? Who exactly is this man, and why does he have so many abilities and understand abilities so well? Fu Yunxi began to speculate about Shin Yi's true identity. From the moment he mentioned that abilities could be upgraded and mastered various upgrading methods, Fu Yunxi felt something was off. Coupled with Shin Yi's displayed powerful strength, Fu Yunxi was even more convinced that this man was definitely not an ordinary person. His strength was on a completely different dimension from hers and others. Could it be that he is an alien? With the apocalypse happening, the possibility of aliens wasn't out of the question. Perhaps this apocalyptic disaster was related to aliens. Of course, all of this was just Fu Yunxi's absurd speculation, with no evidence to support it. After calming her mind, Fu Yunxi issued orders to her subordinates, everyone get ready, tomorrow's battle with the mutated Spider King is our best opportunity to annex other shelters. If anyone dares to leak this information, don't blame me for being merciless. 137. The main focus is to do as one pleases, taking advantage of the battle against the mutated Spider King to annex other shelters. The management team felt a chill at Fu Yunxi's orders. No one expected that Miss Fu would have such grand ambitions. No. Perhaps this isn't Miss Fu's ambition, but that man's ambition. That bastard who seized their shelter and occupied Miss Fu. It must be him who forced Miss Fu to do this. Thinking about how Miss Fu not only has to serve that man but also risks going to war with other shelters, everyone felt indignant and furious. In this apocalypse, humanity is still facing internal strife, it's truly disgraceful. But most people didn't dare to go against Shin Yi's decision. After all, they had witnessed Shin Yi's terrifying abilities. Summoning guns out of thin air, shooting lasers from his eyes, and creating ice, this was beyond what ordinary people could contend with. Although everyone had morals, they didn't want to risk their lives for it. However, there were cowards and there were warriors. At this moment, a young man stepped forward, clenching his fists and said, Miss Fu, is that bastard Shin Yi forcing you to do this? That bastard is truly despicable. And you all, have you never thought about resisting? With so many of us, why should we fear just one person? As long as we unite, no matter how strong that bastard is, he will still fear us. The young man spoke passionately, his eyes filled with rage, clearly harboring a deep hatred for Shini. But his hatred for Shini wasn't because Shini was going to attack other shelters, but because he had forced and possessed his goddess, Fuyunshi. Just thinking about his goddess being left alone in a room for hours, possibly defiled all over, his anger was hard to suppress. The goddess he couldn't bear to touch was being humiliated by another man. He wished he could slice Shini into 1,000 pieces. So, taking advantage of Shini's absence, he tried to incite Fuyunshi's anger as well as the anger of the other management members. As long as everyone united for a sneak attack, he believed Shini couldn't withstand it. But the others weren't foolish. Since obeying could ensure their survival, why should they risk their lives? After all, no matter how much they struggled, it was just to survive. But now they were all living well, not being exploited, so there was no reason to rebel against him. Li Yang, what do you want to say? Fuyunshi stared at the young man, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with coldness. Seeing Fuyunshi looking at him, the man straightened his back and said with righteous indignation, Miss Fu, I despise men like that bastard who threaten women the most. As long as you give the order, I would dare to fight him right now. For Miss Fu, for the shelter, I would not hesitate to die. Li Yang spoke with conviction, his momentum fierce, like a fearless warrior. Since you want to die so much, then go die. Fuyunshi said coldly, suddenly drawing the gun from her waist and shooting without mercy. Bang! A bullet pierced through Li Yang's chest, who was still immersed in excitement. Li Yang looked down at the large stain of blood seeping from his chest, his face filled with shock. He never expected his goddess would shoot him. He wanted to know the reason, wanted to know why, but his consciousness began to fade, and his body collapsed, completely lifeless. The others were even more shocked by Fuyunshi's ruthlessness. How could Miss Fu suddenly kill someone? And it was a man who had spoken to her. What on earth is happening? Fuyunshi put down the gun, her cold gaze sweeping over the terrified Fu, and said, I will say this one last time, from now on, everyone in our shelter must respect Shini and regard him as the sole master of our shelter. If anyone dares to speak recklessly again, Li Yang will be his fate. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shini bullied you, insulted you, and yet you are still here pledging loyalty. Could it be that you were just made a fool of in the room? Thoughts were swirling wildly, but the remaining few in management no longer dared to entertain any small thoughts and immediately nodded frantically in agreement. It was the first time they had seen Fuyunshi's fierce side, and they were frightened. They didn't know what kind of curse Shini had cast on Miss Fu, but in just a few hours, she seemed to have become a different person. Cold-blooded and ruthless, she could kill without hesitation. Too heartless. In fact, this had little to do with Shini, because Fuyunshi was originally a very ambitious woman with ruthless methods. The reason she had previously appeared gentle was simply because her strength was not strong enough. She couldn't be too cold-blooded, or it would be hard to win people's hearts. But now, with Shinyi's absolute power backing her, Fuyunshi had no need to slowly cultivate feelings. She could execute her plans in the fastest and most effective way without considering her subordinates' thoughts. After all, even if something went wrong, Shinyi would be there to hold the fort. Who dared to rebel would be killed on the spot. This is the benefit of having absolute power, there's no need to worry too much about morality. It was the end of days, whatever one did, efficiency had to come first. Of course, aside from that, Fuyunshi's reason for killing Li Yang was also a guess that Shini might see what had just happened. If Shini heard someone wanted to rebel and she made no response, that would be the end. After working hard for several hours to gain Shini's support, if it were ruined because of a hot-blooded youth with a few screws loose, she would really explode with anger. Moreover, even without discussing the interests, she was already Shinyi's woman. How could she not be angry upon hearing someone insult Shini? No matter how bad Shini was, he was still my man. Who was Li Yang? Just a wild dog. A cold-blooded woman like Fuyunshi, who was ambitious, would not fall for someone just because he said a few good words about her. The reason she stood on Shinyi's side and spoke for him was mainly because he had strength. Alright, clean up the body and prepare quickly, don't waste time. Fuyunshi coldly issued orders to everyone. Tomorrow's plan must not fail. Not bad, decisive in killing. Shini, through telepathy, saw the entire process of Fuyunshi managing her subordinates. Although he couldn't hear what the young man who was killed said, it was likely related to him. After all, aside from his own arrogance, there was nothing important in the shelter that warranted a meeting. Shini deliberately did not make an appearance because he wanted to see how Fuyunshi would handle it. No matter what that young man said, if he dared to slam the table in the meeting and shout with a flushed face, he deserved this outcome. Moreover, after Fuyunshi killed the man, her aura became even more loyal, proving her loyalty to him. This loyalty might not necessarily be love. It could also be due to interests. As long as the interests were deeply tied, the loyalty would be very high, even higher than romantic love. Clearly, after killing Fu Yunqi made the right choice. Then, Shen Yi withdrew his telepathy and looked at the aggrieved and withdrawn Lin Lu. Still not understanding? Let me tell you, even if you don't understand today, you can only be my woman in the future. If you dare to betray me, don't blame me for being merciless. Shen Yi's voice turned slightly cold. That's how domineering it is. Once I've set my sights on you, don't think you can shake me off. Especially someone as cute and sweet as you. How could I let you go to someone else? The main point is to do as I please. I will do whatever I want. I understand. I will be obedient. Lin Lu saw Shen Yi's expression and suddenly felt a bit scared. Since they met, this was the first time Shen Yi had lost his temper at her. She felt frightened and a bit wronged. Clearly, I am the one who has been wronged. 138, jealous. Really jealous. Just know that. Shen Yi was satisfied as he stroked Lin Lu's face. Silly and sweet girls are really easy to handle. He liked this kind of pure silly girl without too many complicated thoughts. It was reassuring to keep her at home. Lin Lu clutched the hem of her clothes with both hands, allowing Shen Yi's hand to caress her face, too shy to speak. Alright, don't be so afraid of me. As long as you sisters listen in the future, I definitely won't let you go hungry or suffer. Even if you don't want to work, you can just lie around every day, and I'll take care of you, provide for your food and drink. As Shen Yi spoke, his hand slowly slipped into the girl's collar. Lin Lu's face instantly turned red, and she instinctively tried to stop him. Don't, little rabbit is still here. Shen Yi paused, looking over at the sofa where Lin Tu was covering her eyes with her hands, peeking shyly. Come here. Shen Yi reached out and pulled his sister-in-law into his embrace. Lin Tu was startled, instinctively letting out a surprised cry, her face turning red as she struggled. Be good, don't move. Shen Yi pinched her lightly, and the innocent little girl immediately became too nervous to move. Sister. Lin Tu blushed, looking at her sister Lin Lu for help. Little rabbit, your brother-in-law is just caring for you, it's normal. Lin Lu said seriously. She really thought so. As a brother-in-law, hugging his sister isn't a big deal, right? The silly sweet girl still thought that Shen Yi's earlier words about taking care of them were just simple concern. So cute in her naivety. Lin Tu's cheeks were flushed, her head lowered, feeling that something was off. Is my brother-in-law really just caring for me? Then why is he hugging me? And his hand is inside my clothes. Is this also normal? As night fell, Shen Yi left some food for the two sisters and returned to Debay No. 1 community. Although he had thought about unlocking Lin Lu and Lin Tu's supplies, he had just unlocked supplies with Fu Yunqi not long ago. Because this woman's ability was too outrageous, it almost drained Shen Yi, leaving him with little motivation now. Fu Yunqi's absorbed energy can actually be converted into stamina. No wonder this woman can work for hours without getting tired. Shen Yi sighed. From unlocking supplies until now, Fu Yunqi had been working for 5 or 6 hours without showing any signs of fatigue, indicating how practical her energy absorption ability was. It's a pity he couldn't claim it for himself. However, Fu Yunqi's ability was still his own. As long as she didn't betray him, there was no need to worry about anything. Just like Morong Shui, he could call her out directly when needed. Back at a community, Shen Yi used telepathy to check on Morong Shui's household. Grandma had already gone to rest. Han Ruwashi was doing laundry. His little sister and Morong Shui were sitting together, seemingly chatting about something, with his sister blushing from time to time. Shen Yi, you're back? Morong Shui, who was chatting with Shen Su, sensed the intrusion and immediately realized it might be Shen Yi returning. Yeah. Shen Yi replied and directly went to Morong Shui's house. He would sleep here tonight, getting some rest. There was another battle tomorrow, so he needed to wake up early. Brother! You're back! Shen Su, seeing Shen Yi suddenly appear, immediately rushed over in delight, hugging his arm tightly. Yeah, it's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet? Shen Yi noticed the little girl seemed to be in a good mood. Before he left, she had been pouting, looking unhappy. He didn't know what had happened during his time away from home, but his little sister seemed like a different person. Moreover, it looked like her relationship with Morong Shui had unexpectedly grown much closer. Like real sisters-in-law. Could it be that Morong Shui had changed her perception? Otherwise, with this little vinegar jar's personality, how could she possibly reconcile with Morong Shui so quickly? Thinking of this, Shen Yi felt a bit displeased. Even if changing her perception might only increase his sister's fondness for Morong Shui, he couldn't tolerate it. If she dared to lay a hand on his family, even if Morong Shui, this reincarnator, had great value, Shen Yi would ruthlessly erase her. Xin Yi's gaze turned to Morong Shui, and he questioned her through their mental connection. Did you use your abilities on my sister? No. Absolutely not. Morong Shui immediately denied it. I know you suspect me, but to deal with such a naive and innocent girl, even without using my abilities, I can easily make her trust me and like me. Xin Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, oh? How do you do that? Well, I promised Su I wouldn't tell you, so if you want to know, just ask your sister, Morong Shui replied, unafraid of Xin Yi's anger. After all, with Xin Su here, he couldn't possibly act against her, right? More importantly, she felt no guilt, having never used her abilities on Xin Su. Xin Yi glanced at Morong Shui but didn't pursue the matter. With this woman's cleverness, she shouldn't do anything foolish. It was precisely because he understood Morong Shui's character that he sent his grandmother and little sister over. Although this woman was ruthless, she was very rational and wouldn't engage in petty tricks. Moreover, with the mind-reading ability, as long as there was even a slight change in his sister and grandmother's aura, Xin Yi would notice it in time. Big brother? Stop staring at Sister Morong. I have something to say to you. Xin Su pouted and forcibly pulled Xin Yi into her bedroom. Alright, this girl was still as jealous as ever. The feelings she just displayed were all an act. Xin Yi, come to my bedroom later, Morong Shui said to Xin Yi through their mental connection. Not tonight, Xin Yi directly refused. Who said anything about that? Morong Shui was speechless. Did this lecherous man have no normal thoughts at all? I have an ability fruit, do you want it? Morong Shui made her intentions clear. She had thought for a long time before deciding to take out an ability fruit to exchange with Xin Yi. If Xin Yi kept his word and was willing to trade 10 ice-type ability fruits for it, she would directly obtain the ice-type ability. Although the upper limit of the ice-type ability was relatively low, as long as the level could be quickly raised, its strength would be equally impressive. Oh, I'll come find you later. Hearing that Morong Shui had an ability fruit, Xin Yi was not surprised. He knew this woman must have secretly hoarded quite a few ability fruits. If he didn't use some means, she definitely wouldn't be willing to take them out. The foundation of a reincarnator is strong, they can't be emptied out. Currently, the one benefiting the most from Xin Yi was Morong Shui. Moreover, there were still many valuable things to extract from her. Big brother, how many girlfriends do you have now? In the bedroom, Xin Su rested her head on Xin Yi's lap, playing with his big hand, and asked unhappily. About a dozen. Xin Yi casually fabricated a number, there was no need to go into detail about such matters. How could there be so many? Xin Su pouted again, her lips so protruded they could hang a bottle of soy sauce. Jealous. Very jealous. 139, gaining a new ability. Su, look at how your little mouth is pouting, stop pouting. If you keep it up, your lips will curl, and that won't look good. Xin Yi smiled helplessly and pinched his sister's cute face. I don't want to look bad. As soon as Xin Su heard this, she immediately stopped pouting and rubbed her lips vigorously, as if afraid they would curl up. She really is a silly girl. No wonder Morong Shui can make her trust her with just a few words. Thinking of this, Xin Yi tentatively asked, what did Morong Shui say to you when I wasn't around? Ha? Sister Morong? She didn't say anything. Xin Su suddenly turned her head, facing away from Xin Yi, her ears slightly flushed, her tone clearly a bit flustered. Xin Yi frowned. What could Morong Shui have said to make his usually carefree little sister blush? However, seeing that his sister didn't seem to be acting unusually, Xin Yi decided not to press further. As long as his sister's perception hadn't been altered, it was fine. After chatting with his sister for a while and telling her to sleep early, Xin Yi headed to Morong Shui's bedroom. He didn't know how many ability fruits this woman was hiding. He hoped for more, and preferably not ones he had already obtained, otherwise it would be a bit of a waste. Morong Shui seemed to say that plant-type ability users can distinguish the abilities of the ability fruits, but so far, I haven't encountered any plant-type ability users. Xin Yi pondered. It seemed that plant-type ability users were quite rare. Perhaps there were many types of abilities, leading to their scarcity. Excluding the system-rewarded ability fruits, the only similar fruit Xin Yi had encountered so far was the body evolution. He wondered if it was just luck or if there were more body evolution fruits available. What about your ability fruit? While lost in thought, Xin Yi arrived at Morong Shui's bedroom. Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere filled the refuge in the villa. Tomorrow, they would face a powerful mutated monster, and a slight misstep could cost them their lives. Many people were tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Some were too anxious to rest, while others were quietly preparing for battle. However, some of the management who knew the inside story were even more nervous. They understood that tomorrow, they would not only have to fight the mutated Spider King but also take the opportunity to ambush other refuges. If anything went wrong, they could be attacked by all the survivors. The risk was too great. At the same time, in a bedroom, sisters Lin Lu and Lin Tu lay in bed, unable to sleep, whispering to each other. Sister, I think brother-in-law is not a good person, he must be a scumbag, a bad man. In front of her older sister, Lin Tu was not shy at all and directly criticized Shani. Why do you say that? I think Shani is quite good, he even promised to take care of us sisters. Although Lin Lu also felt that Shani was a bit flirtatious, she didn't think he was a bad person. If Shani were a bad man, he would have used violence against her long ago. But so far, he had never hit her or scolded her. He shouldn't be considered a bad man, right? As for his harem behavior, after all, this is the apocalypse, and it's somewhat understandable for a capable man to have multiple women. Moreover, it might not even be Shani's initiative, perhaps other women were the ones pursuing and seducing him? After an afternoon of contemplation, Lin Lu had brainwashed herself and even started making excuses for Shani's scumbag behavior. Shani has only known Sister Fu for a short time, and he's already getting close to her, he must be a bad man. Lin Tu said seriously. Maybe Sister Fu was the one who took the initiative? Lin Lu calmly analyzed, it's highly likely that Sister Fu saw my boyfriend is handsome and strong, so she developed feelings. Little rabbit, think about it. Sister Fu is already in her 30s and has never had a boyfriend, it must be because she looks down on ordinary men. And my boyfriend is so outstanding, it's only natural for Sister Fu to fall in love at first sight, so she must have seduced Shani first. Although Shani wants to have a harem, we can't blame him entirely. Although he is at fault too, but the ones more at fault are those women who seduce Shani. Lin Tu listened to her sister's words in shock and couldn't help but angrily say, Sister, you're being delusional. Even if you say that brother-in-law's harem is because he was seduced, when he was holding me before, he also touched me, although it felt really good, but that's not right. It definitely isn't right. As Lin Tu spoke, she seemed to think of something, and her cute face turned a little red. Lin Lu shook her head, little rabbit, you might be too sensitive. But it's normal, after all, you've never been in a relationship, so you don't understand what a boyfriend is. Little rabbit, don't worry, your brother-in-law is just showing normal concern for you, don't think too much. But Lin Tu hesitated, and for a moment, she even started to doubt herself. Could it be that I really thought too much? No, it can't be. I clearly felt brother-in-law's wandering hands this afternoon. It must be because sister hasn't seen Shinyi's true colors, that's why she doesn't believe it. Lin Tu thought back and forth, and this was the only possibility. It seems that as a younger sister, I need to let sister know the true nature of brother-in-law. Alright, little rabbit, go to bed early. There are very important things tomorrow, you need to be well rested. Lin Lu patted her sister's head. Ah. Lin Tu responded and obediently closed her eyes. But in her heart, she kept thinking about how to make sister see that brother-in-law is a big bad guy? Just this one? Shani took the ability fruit handed to him by Morong Shui and examined it. For now, there's only this one, but the other plants in my room will bear fruit soon, and there will be more. Then, Morong Shui explained, her tone carrying a hint of caution. She said this on purpose, hoping Shani would think long-term and not try to take advantage of her ability fruit. This woman has a lot of little schemes. Shen Yi was a bit speechless. Although his initial methods weren't very honorable, he hadn't really taken advantage of Morong Shui, right? What does this woman think, that I would definitely take advantage of her? Take it. Shani directly took out 10 frost condensation ability fruits from the system space and tossed them to Morong Shui. You actually gave me so many ability fruits. Morong Shui was taken aback, then quickly collected all the fruits, as if afraid Shani would change his mind. Shani couldn't be bothered with her little thoughts and directly tossed the ability fruit into his mouth and swallowed it. As the fruit digested, he felt as if his whole body was filled with explosive power. This should be a physical enhancement type ability. His experience of frequently eating ability fruits made Shani realize this immediately. Then, he opened the system panel to check. 140 Telepathy Breakthrough Level 11 Gaining new abilities Host Shani Age 20 Combat Power 99 Not including any external enhancements Unlocked resources Master Shuai's Mineral Water Freshly Baked Roast Chicken Type 54 Pistol 5 Egg Grade Steak Supernatural Fruit Telepathy Luxury Self-Heating Hot Pot Supernatural Fruit Mental Connection Ripe Black-Skinned Watermelon 5 Color Leaks for Vitality Supernatural Fruit Frost Condensation A Steamer of Meat Buns Top-Grade Edible Salt Deluxe Version of Ichiraku Ramen Acquired Supernatural Abilities Body Evolution LV1 Teleportation LV1 Telepathy LV11 Shadow Binding LV1 Mental Connection LV8 Hardened Skin LV1 Transformation Ability LV1 High Temperature Ray LV1 Frost Condensation LV10 Muscle Explosion LV1 Body Evolution LV1 Your body has undergone an evolution for some reason, significantly enhancing your strength, speed, endurance, health, and more. Teleportation LV1 You can teleport instantly. Telepathy LV11 You can sense all hostility and goodwill within a 10,000-meter radius through your mind, and you can see all scenes within that range without using your eyes, unaffected by any obstacles, and gain night vision capability. Shadow Binding LV1 Within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. Mental Connection LV8 You can establish a mental connection with others, conveying messages and sharing visions through this connection. The maximum number of mental connections is currently 100, with a maximum distance of 3,000 meters. If you connect with a target that has a mental connection, the maximum distance doubles, and the number of connections does not count. Hardened Skin LV1 Your skin can become as hard as stone, resisting a certain degree of attacks. Transformation Ability LV1 You can transform into any person or animal you have seen and remembered. The transformation will continuously consume your stamina, and transforming into an animal will consume more stamina. You currently cannot transform into large animals. High Temperature Ray LV1 Your eyes can emit extremely high temperature rays, with a maximum range of 30 meters, easily melting steel. The stronger your physique, the higher the temperature of the emitted rays. As long as your stamina is sufficient, you can continuously release high temperature rays. Frost Condensation LV10 You can create ice out of thin air and control its hardness and shape. You can also manipulate ice for long-range attacks or close defense, with a maximum range of 2,000 meters. Additionally, you will have higher resistance to low temperatures. However, the more ice you create and the larger the area, the more stamina it consumes. Muscle Explosion LV1 You can unleash tremendous power for a short time, up to 500%. The combat power is finally nearing 100. The system's combat power rating is extremely difficult to improve. Recently, Shin-Yi has been frantically consuming Frost Condensation Fruit, raising his Frost supernatural ability to level 10, and with the newly acquired explosive ability, he finally reached 99. In fact, the Muscle Explosion ability itself is not particularly outstanding, but Shin-Yi's body, after evolution, possesses strength far beyond that of ordinary people. In this case, when he uses Muscle Explosion to boost his power to 500%, the resulting force is terrifying. If paired with the Hardened Skin ability, he would undoubtedly be a human bomb. With a full-powered punch, he could probably shatter someone. However, Shin-Yi is not someone who enjoys close combat. He is relatively cautious. As long as he can kill the enemy with long-range attacks, he generally won't engage in close combat. Therefore, the Muscle Explosion ability can only be kept as a backup. At a critical moment, he can use it to catch others off guard. Imagine this: the enemy goes to great lengths to dodge his long-range attacks, thinking they can win by getting close, only to have Shin-Yi counter with a punch. That creates a sound of breaking air. The enemy would probably be dumbfounded on the spot. Aren't you a mage? How can your physical body be so strong? That feeling of a sudden turnaround is exhilarating. As long as I have enough trump cards, the enemy will never be able to defeat me. Moreover, he has recently developed a new way to use his transformation ability. Although transforming into other people or animals doesn't grant him their abilities, he can still use his own abilities. For example, transforming into a bird to attack the enemy from the air with high temperature rays, or turning into a stronger animal and combining it with Muscle Explosion, which would exponentially increase the power unleashed. In short, the strength of abilities lies not only in their quantity but also in how they are combined and utilized. Although the system only gave him a 2-digit combat power rating, Shin-Yi felt he was much more formidable than an average missile. Especially with the level 10 Frost Condensation, which has an attack range of 2 kilometers. Even if the enemy gets a 3-minute head start, they can't escape his attack range. If it were another ice-type ability user, even giving them a 2-kilometer attack distance would be useless, because without visibility, as long as the enemy hides, they would be helpless. Unless they directly freeze 2 kilometers, but that would consume too much energy and isn't cost-effective. But Shin-Yi is different. His telepathy can open a god's eye view, accurately locking onto the enemy for precise strikes. Moreover, what surprised Shin-Yi even more was that after his telepathy broke through level 10, it unexpectedly gained night vision ability. Even in absolute darkness, he can clearly see everything around him. This is really great. I wonder if Frost Condensation will have a new ability when it reaches level 11. Shin-Yi was filled with anticipation. He wasn't Sure, if every ability that breaks through level 10 would have a small enhancement, or if only the telepathy ability would have this kind of upgrade. But even without additional enhancements, just the increase in range was enough to satisfy Shini. I can't believe I can also gain abilities. Mu Ronshue looked at Shini swallowing the ability fruit, her eyes full of envy. She couldn't help but fantasize about how strong she would be if she could also infinitely stack abilities. I hope this guy is lying to me and can really help me break the limits of the human body to gain more abilities, Mu Ronshue thought to herself. At this moment, Shini satisfactorily closed the system panel and looked at Mu Ronshue, asking, "Let me ask you personally, do you have any impression of your past life?" Who? Mu Ronshue came back to her senses. Fu Yunxi. 141. You can't be out of luck, can you? Fu Yunxi? Mu Ronshue was slightly taken aback upon hearing the name, then asked in return, "You actually know her?" "It seems you know her too, tell me about her situation," Shini said with great interest. He had only asked casually, not expecting Mu Ronshue to really know Fu Yunxi. It made sense, with Fu Yunxi's methods and ambition, as long as she didn't meet an untimely end, she would definitely be a formidable character in her past life. Fu Yunxi, she is one of the few powerful female ability users in Shancheng. Mu Ronshue said while eating a frost-congealed ability fruit, feeling the refreshing chill, and continued, "I heard she has two abilities, one is elemental, allowing her to control the wind. The other is defensive, said to absorb most attacks, with extremely strong defense. As for the third ability, she definitely has one, but I haven't heard what it is." Shini frowned slightly. Fu Yunxi has 3 abilities? But she only told me about 2 today. Could it be that this woman is hiding something from me? Keeping a trump card, huh? She really has a lot of little schemes. Of course, it's also possible she hasn't obtained the third ability yet. In any case, I need to keep an eye on Fu Yunxi in the future. After all, her loyalty to me isn't particularly high, and she's not someone to be trusted easily. A woman with ambition can be useful, but must be handled with care. Mu Rong Shui ate another ability fruit and continued, Fu Yunxi not only has strong personal strength but also established a large shelter with thousands of people. I heard her shelter is very friendly to ordinary people, has a high moral baseline, and doesn't exploit them, which has attracted many soldiers to join. Soldiers? Shini raised an eyebrow. Where did the soldiers come from? Moreover, soldiers actually joined the shelter? Shouldn't it be the shelter that was incorporated by soldiers? After all, soldiers must have quite a few firearms, and ordinary ability users definitely can't compete with firearms. It said that it was a military unit that came to rescue Shancheng in the early days of the apocalypse, but they encountered powerful mutated monsters along the way and got scattered. Only a portion of the soldiers made it to Shancheng alive. Mu Ronshue paused here, then spoke with a very certain tone. However, I guess Fu Yunxi must have used some unknown means, otherwise, how could most soldiers choose to join her shelter? Wait, most soldiers? Are there other soldiers joining other shelters? Shini caught the key point. Of course there are, Mu Ronshue shrugged lightly. In the apocalypse, human hearts are hard to predict. Some soldiers choose benefits, while others uphold moral standards. Fu Yunxi's shelter is one of the few places willing to rescue ordinary people and the elderly, so it has attracted many conscientious soldiers. As for those without conscience, I heard some have declared themselves kings, while others have occupied other shelters. In the last life, there was a shelter in Shancheng established by the military, but it didn't have a good reputation. I heard they even slaughtered ordinary civilians. After the apocalypse, human hearts had already changed. Not all soldiers are good people. Without rules to bind them and with weapons in hand, many might not stick to their beliefs. At this point, Mu Ronshue paused and added, however, I always feel that Fu Yunxi is not a good person. This statement carried a bit of personal emotion and baseless speculation. After all, in her past life, Fu Yunxi was a powerful figure she could not aspire to, and she must have felt some jealousy. But in this life, Mu Ronshue felt she could easily handle her. Whether in personal strength or the scale of the shelter, Mu Ronshue was confident she could surpass Fu Yunxi. After all, the various future information and trump cards she possessed were not something Fu Yunxi could compare to. If it weren't for encountering Shini, this cheat, Mu Ronshue couldn't imagine how much better her life would be now. Endless food, plenty of weapons, and many ability fruits. She could have started building her own sanctuary long ago. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Ronshue also prepared to discuss with Shini whether she could manage his sanctuary. There was no other way. Her original plan was to wait until her telekinetic ability upgraded, then occupy Deep Bay No. 1 and develop the sanctuary from that community. However, she discovered just 2 days ago that Xinyi's woman had already unified Deep Bay No. 1. Mu Ronshue couldn't even develop her sanctuary. She couldn't just eliminate Shinyi's woman, right? That was definitely not an option, otherwise Shinyi would eliminate her too. Moreover, most of her supplies had been taken by Shinyi. And without resources, how could she develop a sanctuary? Thus, she could only negotiate with Shinyi. As long as you hand over the management of the sanctuary to me, I am confident I can create a sanctuary for over 10,000 people even. Surpassing Fu Yunxi from my previous life. Morong Shui said seriously. As for the threat of the mutated tree, I remember when it spread to our area, we can evacuate in advance, so there's no need to worry. Shinyi looked at Morong Shui with great interest. From her words, it was clear that Fu Yunxi was indeed a formidable character in her past life, so much so that it made Morong Shui envious. So, should he let the capable Fu Yunxi manage the sanctuary, or let Morong Shui the reincarnator manage it? After some thought, Shinyi felt it might be reasonable to let them both manage it, each overseeing a sanctuary. That made sense. After all, Deep Bay No. 1 was more than 10 kilometers away from the villa community. Even if both sanctuaries developed simultaneously, there would be plenty of space, and they wouldn't interfere with each other. It was just right to see which of the two women was more capable. Moreover, developing both sanctuaries at the same time would allow for a faster absorption of survivors, which would be more beneficial for him. I don't oppose your proposal, but I won't help you directly, Shinyi said. If you can obtain the management rights of Deep Bay No. 1 without using force, I will provide you with resource support. After all, Jiang Nanyan had put a lot of effort into establishing this sanctuary, and Shinyi wouldn't easily hand over her achievements to Morong Shui. Although Morong Shui's loyalty had increased significantly compared to before, it still wasn't enough for Shinyi to trust her completely. No force? Morong Shui frowned slightly. This was quite troublesome. Without using force, would Shinyi's woman be willing to hand over the sanctuary to her? She had seen that woman before. Her name seemed to be Jiang Nanyan, and she looked like a decisive woman with a bit of cleverness. Trying to deceive her like she did with Shinsu would definitely not work. And you can't alter her perception. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you, Shinyi added. He was very averse to that disgusting ability to alter perceptions. Of course, if that ability were his own, he wouldn't mind it at all. It's all about double standards. I understand, Morong Shui sighed helplessly. It was a bit troublesome. However, it wasn't without a solution. Then, as she untied her nightgown, she looked at Shinyi and said, let's not think about so much, let's relax a bit first. Ever. Since she became Shinyi's woman, she no longer shied away from such matters and even began to enjoy them. Shinyi was about to refuse when he heard Morong Shui say, you wouldn't be unable to, would you? Shinyi was instantly furious. 142, Shinyi exploded in anger. To say a man is useless is undoubtedly the greatest insult to him. Shinyi lost his temper on the spot. He severely taught a lesson to Morong Shui, the woman who dared to provoke his dignity. During this time, he even unleashed a muscle explosion, directly causing Morong Shui to drop her guard. Even Shinyi himself didn't expect that muscle explosion could be used this way. It was simply incredible. The final result was that Morong Shui lay completely still like a fish out of water. Shinyi also didn't regain his strength until after 9 o'clock the next morning. What a self-destructive woman. Shinyi slapped Morong Shui, who was still sleeping, and then got up to take a shower. The water felt uncomfortable all over his body. After washing up, Shinyi went downstairs, hopped on Little Ha, and set off directly to the villa community. The journey of more than 10 kilometers wasn't too far. Little Ha ran fast. Indeed, after a few days of feeding, Little Ha had completely recognized its owner and was very obedient to Shinyi. Even when asked to be a mount, it was very happy, wagging its tail non-stop. Riding Little Ha, Shinyi arrived at the villa shelter in less than 15 minutes. He had Little Ha first and walked into the community alone. At this time, most of the combat-capable survivors in the shelter had gathered on the top floor of a building, whispering among themselves. Who is the mysterious adult that Miss Fu asked us to wait for? I don't know, and don't ask too much. Didn't Miss Fu say? This adult is a powerful ability user who can provide food and water for our shelter. As long as this adult is here, no one in our shelter will starve to death. It is said that this adult's strength is also very strong. Although he doesn't act easily, once he does, even the most formidable mutated monsters can be easily dealt with. In short, as long as this adult is here, we will definitely survive in this apocalyptic world. Everyone's conversation revolved around a mysterious adult. Although they had never heard of this adult before, since Miss Fu said he existed, he must exist. Moreover, he would surely lead everyone to survive in the apocalypse. This is Fu Yunxi's credibility in the shelter. As long as she guarantees it, everyone will believe it. Just as the survivors were whispering among themselves, a figure suddenly appeared before them out of thin air. Who is it? A survivor was startled and immediately grabbed a weapon. The others quickly reacted, tensing up and taking combat stances. Put down your weapons. Fu Yunqi stepped forward, walked to Shinyi's side, faced the crowd, and raised her voice to introduce, "This adult is the one I told you about, the one who will lead us to eliminate the mutated Spider King and take down the department store, Lord Shin." Upon hearing this, everyone began to murmur, looking at Shinyi with uncertainty. Is he the adult who can lead us to survive? So young. Yeah, he seems even younger than my son. But this sudden appearance of abilities is too amazing, it startled me. Shoo. Don't talk recklessly. Be careful not to anger the adult. That's right, don't underestimate him just because he looks young. Miss Fu said that Lord Shin's strength is terrifying. Yesterday, he single-handedly killed hundreds of mutated spiders and rescued the survivors of Supply Team 2. That's right, brother. Miss Fu didn't lie, I am a survivor from Supply Team 2. If it weren't for Mr. Shin. No, if it weren't for Lord Shin's intervention, I definitely wouldn't have made it back. I was also saved by Lord Shin yesterday. I didn't expect that the adult Miss Fu said would lead us to eliminate the mutated Spider King was actually Mr. Shin. With Mr. Shin here, no matter how strong the mutated Spider King is, it will surely die. Shinny glanced at the crowd, feeling quite satisfied with their reactions. This group of people had a good fighting spirit, they were not the kind to beg for mercy when faced with enemies. Moreover, Fu Yunqi's publicity work was excellent, quickly instilling a sense of awe in these survivors towards her. It should be noted that, prior to this, most of these people did not know him, and it was merely because of Fu Yunqi's words that they developed this respect. This woman truly had a knack for management. Thus, Shinny gently raised his hand, and hundreds of bottles of mineral water and over 100 luxurious self-heating hot pots appeared out of thin air before him. He spoke as a welcome gift, each person gets 3 bottles of water and 1 self-heating hot pot. In the future, anyone who works hard for our shelter will be rewarded. It was more effective to directly distribute rewards than to talk too much. So, Shinny was quite generous this time. After all, a few hundred bottles of water were just a matter of a few hundred seconds for him, and he didn't mind at all. Moreover, he had scavenged quite a bit of mineral water from supermarkets and department stores, so he wouldn't run out. What the hell? What kind of ability is this? Upon seeing Shinny conjure a large pile of food and water out of thin air, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Everyone looked in shock at the towering supplies. It turned out that what Miss Fu said was true. This lord really had a large amount of supplies, allowing the people in the shelter to no longer worry about starving or dying of thirst. Previously, the crowd had only felt a slight awe toward Shinny because of Fu Yunqi's words, but it was not much, they were merely giving Shinny face out of respect for Fu Yunqi. However, when Shinny appeared out of nowhere and casually produced a large pile of food and water, all the survivors were completely convinced. The aura around them had brightened significantly compared to before. This was genuine respect. Even a few of the management team who had originally felt some fear towards Shinny now had a bit of goodwill towards him. After all, who wouldn't be happy with free food and water? Shinny casually glanced around, feeling satisfied with the loyalty of the crowd, and then let them distribute the supplies themselves. He walked over to Fu Yunqi and asked, "How is the plan coming along?" "It's all ready. I've already informed the core members. In advance, they will launch a surprise attack while the people from other shelters are fighting against the mutated Spider King," Fu Yunqi immediately replied. She was also shocked by Shinyi's ability to produce a large amount of supplies. She hadn't expected that her casual boasting to the survivors would actually come true. Could it be that Shinyi really had an endless supply of resources? But how could that be? This was the apocalypse, where did he get so many fresh supplies? Could it be that he was really some kind of alien? Fu Yunqi's doubts stemmed mainly from the fact that all the food and water Shinyi produced were identical, as if they had been copied. This could not possibly have come from a supermarket, because even if the supplies were from the same brand, there would always be some subtle differences. Either Shinyi had the ability to duplicate items, or his background was not simple. The people from other shelters are also arriving soon, let's get ready to depart. Through telepathy, Shinyi saw several teams rushing in from different directions, and there were quite a few of them, roughly estimated to be 400 to 500 people. Suddenly, a system prompt was triggered within one of the teams. 143, the woman with the sword, beep. Detected a goddess that meets system standards, beginning detailed scan, name, Song Qingwan, age 22, appearance 92 points, figure 94 points, inner self 100 points, untouched, total score 95 Points evaluation. Unlock a random resource after taking her in. Unexpectedly, there's a pleasant surprise. Shinyi's gaze fell on the woman who triggered the system prompt. Her looks were indeed outstanding, dressed in tight jeans, and her figure was impeccable. But what caught Shinyi's attention even more was that this woman was exceptionally clean all over. Even her clothes seemed to be frequently washed, shining white. In today's world, where water resources are extremely scarce, Shinyi had hardly seen any women maintain such cleanliness. Even Fu Yunxi, the head of the shelter, could only manage the most basic hygiene and couldn't keep her clothes so clean. This was after a heavy rain 2 days ago, allowing survivors to wash up a bit, otherwise, the situation would have been worse. Yet this woman named Song Qingwan managed to stay so clean, clearly not lacking in water. The only person Shinyi had encountered who wasn't short on water was Morong Shui. But she was a reborn individual, having prepared a large amount of supplies in advance and set up rainwater collection devices, so her lack of water was understandable. So how did this woman manage it? There was no doubt she must be hiding some secret. Perhaps some kind of special ability? In any case, she couldn't possibly be another reborn person, right? There couldn't be that many of them on the streets. Moreover, if she were a reborn person, she wouldn't be struggling like a little brother. Shinyi observed for a while before retracting his gaze. After all, this woman would eventually become his possession. He could take his time to explore her secrets later. Alright, let's set off. At this point, everyone had divided the supplies, and most survivors had returned the supplies to their homes or entrusted them to family members for safekeeping. Fu Yunxi began organizing the team, preparing to head downstairs. Once they entered the black mist area, they had to complete their tasks as quickly as possible. Although the black mist posed no direct harm to the human body, staying inside for too long would consume a lot of water resources. It was safer to avoid inhaling the black mist unless absolutely necessary. Shinyi did not go downstairs with the others. He was too lazy to greet anyone. Rather than waste time, he preferred to eat some food to replenish his strength and chat with Lin Lu and her little sister Lin Tuesday unless he occasionally felt like practicing his special abilities or wanted to communicate with others. Shinyi preferred to sit back and enjoy the benefits. Therefore, the preliminary work was left to Fu Yunxi. When the critical moment came, he would naturally step in. Fu Yunxi didn't say much about it either. After all, even without Shinyi, she was confident in completing her plan. With Shinyi, it was just an extra layer of insurance, perhaps saving a few more lives. Soon, Fu Yunxi led the survivors to meet with people from other shelters. Among them were 2 leaders from shelters she recognized, as they lived in the neighboring community. They had interacted several times while scavenging nearby supermarkets and were not strangers to each other. After a brief conversation, everyone set off together towards the department store. Along the way, they also discussed the distribution of supplies in the department store. Fu Yunxi agreed to the requests from the other shelters one by one. After all, these shelters would belong to her in the end, so there was no need to argue now. Shinyi, this ramen is really delicious. Lin Lu exclaimed, her eyes full of satisfaction as she ate the ramen. This silly sweet girl was quite the foodie. After tasting something good, she completely forgot about Shinyi's scumbag behavior. Lin Rabbit was also eating ramen beside them, but her eyes kept darting around, occasionally stealing glances at Shin not knowing what she was calculating in her mind. If you want to eat in the future, just tell me, Shinyi smiled, wrapping an arm around Lin Lu's small waist and gently stroking it. He never hesitated to share food with obedient women. Lin Lu seemed to have figured something out last night. Today her aura had lightened significantly, almost catching up to Su Wanning and Su Yun, far surpassing Morong Shui. It must be said that this simple, sweet girl was indeed good, making things easier. MHM. Lin Lu's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a happy smile. If Shinyi was willing to give her delicious food, it proved that he truly liked her. So happy. I have something to take care of outside, Lin Rabbit suddenly spoke, her tone a bit hesitant. Go ahead. Shinyi glanced at Lin Rabbit and nodded. His sister-in-law's fondness for him was average, even a bit lower than yesterday, which could only be described as a state of not disliking him. It was normal, after all. Seeing the scene between him and Fu Yunxi yesterday must have had quite an impact on her young heart, needing time to recover. Sister, you all eat first. As Lin Rabbit stood up to leave, she didn't forget to take the unfinished ramen with her. It seemed she was a little greedy rabbit too. The room was left with only Shinyi and Lin Lu. While stroking Lin Lu, Shinyi focused most of his attention on observing the actions of Fu Yunxi and the others. A distance of 3 kilometers was already very far for ordinary survivors. Under the cover of black mist, it was hard to discern directions, and there were cracks on the ground, making it quite inconvenient to walk. This was also why some survivors in certain neighborhoods were unwilling to help. After all, the monsters 3 kilometers away wouldn't threaten them in the short term, so there was no need to venture out and take risks. Therefore, this joint effort against the mutated Spider King only involved a few shelters that had already formed scale and order. Only these larger shelters understood the terrifying nature of mutated monsters. 3 kilometers was indeed far for ordinary people, but for most mutated monsters, it was merely a few minutes' journey. In fact, some powerful mutated monsters had a hunting range that far exceeded 3 kilometers. Moreover, mutated monsters could evolve and grow stronger. For example, the mutated Spider King in the department store was also evolving. If it wasn't dealt with quickly, once it evolved to be even stronger, everyone nearby would face disaster. Thus, any shelter with a sense of crisis that wanted to survive long-term was willing to contribute. This was not only to help others but also for their own survival. Of course, there was an even more important reason: the vast amount of supplies in the department store. As long as the mutated Spider King was dealt with, they could divide the entire store's supplies. This was a massive amount of resources. It was precisely such enormous benefits that allowed several shelters to temporarily unite. However, on the way to the department store, each shelter operated independently, wary of other shelters and survivors. Although they were all human, after more than half a month of apocalyptic life, no one would think their kind was trustworthy. Sometimes, fellow humans were more terrifying than mutated monsters. Through telepathy, Shinyi was checking the survivors of several shelters. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a woman in the department store wielding a long sword. She was swiftly slashing at the mutated spiders, her movements clean and efficient. 144. Xiao Shuefe. This woman's strength is quite impressive. Shinyi's gaze turned to the woman wielding a sword. Although most of the mutated spiders in the department store had been cleared out yesterday, there were still a few stragglers. Moreover, the mutated Spider King seemed capable of continuously producing new mutated spiders. Shinyi noticed that just after one night, there were already 7 or 8 more mutated spiders in the department store. However, these newly appeared mutated spiders were quickly dismembered and killed by the sword-wielding woman. This woman clearly had special abilities, otherwise it would be impossible for her to leap several meters high, and her speed was astonishing, making it impossible for the mutated spiders to harm her. Interesting, she's actually a wild female ability user. Shinyi immediately became interested. Because when he saw this woman, the system prompt was triggered again. He had unexpectedly encountered 2 women that met the system's criteria in one day. What great luck! Ding! Detected a goddess that meets the system's criteria. Beginning detailed information scan. Name: Xiao Shuefe. Age: 24. Appearance: 94 points. Figure: 97 points. Inner self: 100 points. Untouched. Total score: 97 points. Evaluation: can unlock a random resource after being taken in. The figure score was surprisingly high. Shinyi took a closer look and realized that this sword-wielding woman had an exceptionally outstanding figure. Her legs had perfect proportions, her muscle lines were distinct, and her waist had a clear outline, clearly the result of long-term training, even better than the athletic beauty. Han Ruashi. This woman was probably not an ordinary person even before the apocalypse. At the very least, she was a fitness enthusiast. Looks like I have to make my move early. Shinyi released the rosy-cheeked, already limp sweet girl in his arms. He had originally planned to start unlocking resources. But seeing that this sword-wielding woman was about to encounter the mutated Spider King, he decided to act first to take her in, to prevent her from being killed by the mutated Spider King. You stay here, I'll handle something. Shinyi left a sentence and directly used teleportation to leave. Lin Lu was disheveled, slightly panting, her eyes hazy, and her ears and neck were flushed. Whatever Shinyi wanted, she simply couldn't refuse. This was the technique Shinyi had developed after more than 10 days of training. Lin Lu took a while to regain her senses, looking down at her messy clothes, her cheeks reddening even more. But this feeling was so comfortable. So being touched could feel this good? She quietly glanced at the closed door, then reached her hand into her clothes, slowly closed her eyes, her cheeks reddening further, softly making sounds. Shinyi. Everyone, get ready. When we enter the building, those who can attack from a distance will launch the first wave of attacks. After causing damage to the mutated Spider King, everyone else will immediately follow up with damage. Don't give the mutated Spider King a chance to breathe. I hope everyone can unite. Whether you have abilities or weapons, when you see the mutated Spider King, attack with all your strength immediately, don't hold back. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. To everyone from Bayun community, you have the fewest people, so please clear out any mutated spiders that may appear. Don't let them interfere with our battle against the mutated Spider King. At the entrance of the department store, a middle-aged man with a square face was formulating a battle plan for hundreds of survivors. Since everyone was not united, they couldn't confidently entrust their backs to others for defense, so the battle plan was quite simple. Each person fights for themselves, ranged attacks first, followed by melee damage. If the ranged attack could kill the mutated Spider King in one wave, the melee fighters wouldn't even need to take risks. Fu Yunqi glanced at the square-faced man. He was the leader of the Sunshine Community Shelter. From the current performance, he seems to be quite a capable man. No wonder he was able to integrate the Sunshine community so quickly. I just don't know what his abilities are and how easy they are to deal with. Miss Fu. The man with the square face seemed to think of something and looked at Fu Yunqi, saying seriously, this time, the two of us have the most people from our shelters. I hope we won't have internal strife. Even if there are problems, we should at least resolve the mutated Spider King first. This sounded as if Fu Yunqi would resort to underhanded tactics. This was clearly leading the conversation. Sure enough, the other survivors from the shelters immediately looked at Fu Yunqi and the people behind her with caution upon hearing this. Their gazes clearly marked Fu Yunqi and her group as key targets of suspicion. Our shelter has the worst weapons and the fewest ability users. What good would it do us to stir up internal strife? Fu Yunqi certainly wouldn't admit to her calculations. Before they even entered the department store, the morale had already scattered. Several survivors from different shelters were eyeing each other warily, not even daring to come within 3 meters of one another. The middle-aged man looked deeply at Fu Yunqi and then said, "Then let's go into the department store now. Everyone go in together to prevent any danger." Naturally, no one opposed this. After all, everyone feared being stabbed in the back. The group held their breath and cautiously stepped into the department store. However, the mutated spiders they had anticipated did not appear. The building was eerily silent. It was so quiet that it felt as if the air had solidified. The man with the square face exchanged a glance with Fu Yunqi, and they tacitly directed their subordinates to explore separately. However, after a round of searching, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Because, everywhere they looked, there were the shattered bodies of mutated spiders. Who on earth, or what kind of monster, could kill so many mutated spiders? The man with the square face murmured, his tone filled with disbelief. The other survivors looked at the spider corpses scattered on the ground, unable to help but swallow nervously. Ordinary mutated spiders were already so large, how enormous must the mutated Spider King be? Fortunately, they were all killed. Let's just hope that the mutated Spider King was also dealt with by that mysterious presence, so we won't have to take any more risks. Since the mutated spiders have been cleared out, why don't we take the opportunity to find the mutated Spider King and completely eliminate this hidden danger? At this moment, Fu Yunqi also spoke up, her face showing just the right amount of shock. This was, of course, an act. She had long known that the mutated spiders in the department store were all the work of Shani. However, witnessing this scene still left her shaken. A single mutated spider was over a meter long, and with its mutated characteristics. Its aggression was no less than that of a trained hunting dog. Shani was actually able to instantly kill over 100 such mutated spiders. Just how high was his ability level? Moreover, didn't using his abilities consume physical strength? Just controlling the wind simply consumed a lot of energy for her. Just as Fu Yunqi was lost in thought, Shani's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. The mutated Spider King is on the 5th floor. Let everyone up there. 145, you call this lump a pet? 5th floor? Fu Yunqi's heart jolted. Sure enough, Shani truly possessed the ability to see through the black mist, as if he had a 1,000-mile eye, able to perceive realms beyond the reach of ordinary people. Fortunately, she hadn't acted rashly before, otherwise, if Shani had seen her. Just thinking about the possible consequences sent chills down Fu Yunqi's spine. It was terrifying. Shani's abilities were truly bizarre. An ice-type ability that could instantly annihilate a group of mutated spiders. A teleportation skill that was ghostly and elusive. An ability to spy without others noticing. And the power to communicate mentally with others at will. Was this really a power that humans could possess? It was like something out of a movie about gods. If it weren't for Xinyi's weakness for women, Fu Yunqi would almost have to conclude that he was not human. She deeply suppressed her fear and immediately responded, "Okay. I'll take them up right now." In any case, no matter what mysterious background Xinyi had, there was no way for her to escape now. She could only walk this dark path with him. Although Fu Yunqi did not have the ability to read minds, her observational skills were strong, and from her few conversations with Xinyi, she had already seen through his character. He was more ruthless and merciless than she was. If she dared to harbor thoughts of killing him, he would undoubtedly kill her without hesitation. Even though they had been intimate, this man would never show mercy. This woman's strength is surprisingly formidable. Shinny rode Xiao Ha to the bottom of the department store and, through mental perception, saw Xiao Shuefei battling fiercely with the mutated Spider King. Although it was the mutated Spider King chasing Xiao Shuefei, the fact that she could dodge its lethal attacks each time was enough to prove that her strength should not be underestimated. At least among the people Shinny currently knew, there were probably very few who could match this woman in a direct confrontation. It seemed that only Morong Shui, who had a pile of hidden cards, could completely defeat her. Has her ability level upgraded? Or does she have extremely high potential for her abilities? Shinny watched Xiao Shuefei still grappling with the mutated Spider King, not in a hurry to intervene. He wanted to see just how high this woman's limits were. At the same time, he wanted the survivors who had rushed over to contribute as well. Soon, under Fu Yunqi's lead, everyone reached the 5th floor and saw a beautiful woman with a sword fighting the mutated Spider King. The woman was agile, narrowly avoiding the mutated Spider King's attacks time and again, occasionally counterattacking with a sword strike. Although her sword barely inflicted any substantial damage on the mutated Spider King, everyone was still shocked. If they faced this massive mutated Spider King alone, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to resist. Not even the courage to imagine it. But this woman was fighting the mutated Spider King alone. What deep-seated hatred did she have to fight so desperately? Quick! Everyone, act immediately. Follow the previous battle plan. The man with the square face, shocked, immediately gave a loud order. The agitated crowd quickly reacted, and various ranged weapons aimed at the gigantic mutated Spider King, beginning their assault. Compound bows, crossbows, homemade bows and arrows, even some ability users unleashed flames and frost for ranged attacks. In an instant, dozens of attacks rained down on the mutated Spider King. Due to its massive size, even attacks with slightly less accuracy could easily hit. Xiao Shuefei glanced at the sudden appearance of over 100 people, furrowing her brows. Just as she was about to say something, she saw countless attacks flying toward her. Some of the attacks, she didn't know if they had gone awry or what, were actually coming straight for her. She quickly dodged to the side. But the speed of the mutated Spider King slowed down significantly, directly hit by dozens of attacks, letting out a strange cry. It was the first time everyone heard the sound of a spider, and it was terrifying. However, in the next second, the stimulated mutated Spider King suddenly turned its target and charged towards the crowd attacking it. Everyone be careful. Get out of the way. The man with the square face changed color and shouted urgently. But some people still couldn't dodge in time and were directly bitten by the mutated Spider King, their flesh torn apart, unable to even scream before dying. The mutated Spider King continued its movements, biting people to death while repeatedly stabbing individuals with its long legs. In just a few dozen seconds, several people were killed. Damn it! The man with the square face clenched his fists, his expression grim. Most of the dead were from his shelter. He turned around and saw that Fu Yunqi, who had been at the front, was now nowhere to be seen. Not only Fu Yunqi, but even the survivors under her command had disappeared at some point. No, wait, it was a trap. The thought flashed through the man's mind. And he immediately shouted, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" While shouting, he turned and ran. Damn it! That damn Fu Yunqi. What the hell is that stupid woman thinking? Running away at a time like this. Does she think she can escape? She's going to get us all killed. Does she think she can handle this mutated Spider King by herself? Damn woman. No brains at all. A narrow-minded woman shouldn't be in power. The man with the square face cursed fiercely in his heart, but his feet moved quickly. Behind him, screams continued. Those who ran slowly or couldn't escape in time were all bitten to death by the mutated Spider King. And behind the mutated Spider King, there was a woman with a long sword chasing it, occasionally stabbing at it. Unfortunately, this level of attack was nothing to the mutated Spider King. It didn't even pay her any attention and continued to hunt down the crowd in front, occasionally devouring one or two people. Shen. This monster is. Outside the department store, Fu Yunqi looked at Shen Yi sitting on the back of the massive mutated creature, unable to contain her shock. The other survivors were even more terrified, hiding at a distance, not daring to approach. Why is there such a huge mutated monster? Its size is even bigger than the mutated Spider King. It's my pet, it's not aggressive, don't worry, Shen Yi said, patting the little Ha beneath him. Little Ha seemed to understand Shen Yi's words and wagged its tail in a flattering manner. Pet? Pet? Fu Yunqi was taken aback. You call this big lump a pet? However, although this monster looked terrifying, it indeed seemed to have no aggression, and it even wagged its tail like a dog. After a moment of shock, Fu Yunqi glanced at the mutated creature with slight vigilance and then asked, "Shinyi, why didn't you let me take the opportunity to ambush the others just now?" The reason she suddenly led people away was because of Shinyi's order. Otherwise, according to her original plan, she intended to have a few of her trusted subordinates take the chance to ambush the leaders of other shelters. Especially that man with the square face. As long as she killed him in the chaos, she could unite with other survivors to deal with the mutated Spider King and then smoothly take over his shelter. In fact, she could even effortlessly swallow other shelters. 146. The soaring loyalty, it's time to end it. There's no need. Shinyi's expression was calm, pausing for a moment before suddenly raising his voice. I think that mutated Spider King is very strong. There's no need for our people in the shelter to die for nothing. Next, let me deal with it personally. The survivors in the distance, who were vigilantly watching Xiao Ha, were momentarily stunned upon hearing Shinyi's words. So, Lord Shin had us retreat early to prevent us from dying? Instantly, the way everyone looked at Shinyi changed. With a leader who values the lives of ordinary people like this, everyone felt a warmth in their hearts. Distributing food and water upon meeting and caring so much about their lives. Such a leader is worth risking their lives for. As they thought about this, their spirits lifted a little. Fu Yunqi glanced at the survivors and understood the intent behind Shinyi's words. However, she didn't dare to contradict him and instead echoed a few words in agreement. Shinyi's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. After all, he would ultimately need to deal with the mutated Spider King himself, so he naturally wanted others to remember his kindness. Well-timed words could better win people's hearts. However, the reason Shinyi had them retreat was indeed to reduce unnecessary losses. With the strength of this group of survivors, trying to kill the mutated Spider King would only cost them their lives, which was too wasteful. It was better to stay alive and help him find the ability fruit. As for how many casualties there would be in other shelters, that had nothing to do with Shinyi. Moreover, even if he wanted to recruit people from other shelters, he needed to let them experience despair first. When they were at their most desperate, he would then step in to save them, making it easier to win them over. Just then, some fast runners burst out of the department store. The screams were clearly audible. The mutated Spider King was about to come out. Fu Yunqi looked at the exit of the department store, her gaze steady. Since Shinyi had allowed her to backstab and scheme against the people from other shelters at a critical moment, it proved that he didn't need to rely on the strength of other shelters to deal with the mutated Spider King. In fact, he might not even need to act himself. His pet should be able to kill the mutated Spider King, right? Fu Yunqi. You treacherous bitch. What the hell? How is there another mutated monster? A man with a square face ran out of the department store, and not far from there, he saw Fu Yunqi. He was furious and prepared to curse, but suddenly noticed a gigantic mutated monster standing beside Fu Yunqi, instantly turning pale and retreating repeatedly. Xiao Ha, take him out. Shinyi gently patted Xiao Ha. Xiao Ha tilted its head as if understanding something, then swiped down with a paw, and the square-faced man was instantly flattened into a meat patty. He didn't even have time to use his abilities. The gap in strength was too great. The other survivors from the shelters, witnessing this scene, were immediately terrified, their legs going weak, completely losing the courage to resist. With the mutated Spider King chasing from behind and an even more terrifying mutated monster in front, it was over, they were doomed. Some begged for mercy in despair, while others tried to find a chance to escape. At that moment, Shinyi forcibly connected to everyone's minds and said, if you don't want to die, stand still and don't move. The sudden voice ringing in their minds made all the survivors shudder. Who is speaking? They looked around in panic. The voice seemed to be echoing in our heads. Is this an ability? What a strange ability. Then, they saw the giant green mutated monster take a few steps forward, suddenly lowering its body, and on its back sat a human. A man. Could it be that the strange ability just now was used by this man? Hiss. What kind of ability is it that can instantly convey the same message to nearly 100 people at once? Moreover, the strangest thing is why this man can sit on the mutated monster without being attacked. All the survivors stared intently at Shinyi on Xiaoha's back, their expressions shifting unpredictably, but they all obediently stood still, not daring to move. Faced with a monster as large as a small hill, no one dared to run, and even fewer had the heart to resist. With such a large monster, even if they ran a dozen meters, they would probably be swatted dead by it, right? At this moment, Shinyi scanned the front through telepathy. Excluding the people from his shelter, there were probably just over 100 survivors who had managed to escape alive. The number of those who died in the department store was at least more than half of those who had come. However, as long as the woman he was focused on was not dead, there was no loss for Shani. Just then, the mutated Spider King let out a strange cry and charged out from the already destroyed door. Blood was still flowing from its mouth, clearly having just devoured quite a few people. When it charged out, its gaze immediately locked onto Xiaoha, which was even larger than it. Clearly, this mutated Spider King had developed some basic intelligence and could discern who posed the greatest threat to it among those present. Xiaoha's pair of green eyes also stared fiercely at the mutated Spider King, emitting a low warning growl from its throat. The survivors caught between the two mutated monsters were on the verge of tears. With no way to escape left or right, and mutated monsters in front and behind, how on earth are we supposed to survive? If we just stand still, will we really not be eaten? A few people could no longer bear the fear, crying out for mercy while attempting to flee. However, as soon as they moved, the mutated Spider King also moved, its several long legs thrusting forward, directly impaling all of them. Various colored liquids spilled everywhere. The remaining survivors instantly widened their eyes, their bodies trembling, fear escalating even further. But this time, no one dared to run. They were horrified to discover that as long as they stood still, even if they were very close to the mutated Spider King, they surprisingly would not be attacked. What kind of logic is this? In contrast, the survivors from Shinyi's shelter were much happier. They were hiding behind Xiaoha, completely avoiding a direct confrontation with the mutated Spider King, feeling very safe. And all of this was accomplished by the man who had just become their shelter leader today. Lord Shin is amazing. He can actually tame such a powerful mutated monster as a pet. With Lord Shin's pet, that mere mutated spider is doomed. Go for it, Lord Shin. Take down that spider. Lord Shin is awesome. From now on, you are my idol. If anyone dares to speak ill of Lord Shin in front of me in the future, I'll fight them to the death. Lord Shin, I want to have your babies. The survivors were ecstatic. At this moment, Shinyi's image in their hearts soared infinitely, completely surpassing Fu Yunxi. At first, everyone felt some awe towards this mysterious powerhouse Shinyi because of Fu Yunxi's words. But now, having witnessed Shinyi's strength with their own eyes and being protected by him, they had completely worshipped him. In the apocalypse, strength is paramount. Moreover, this powerful man was also protecting them. Respect and admiration were only natural and very much deserved. The aura of everyone was rapidly turning white. Shinyi was very satisfied with this scene, and then, he calmly looked at the mutated Spider King. Your usefulness has come to an end. It's time to die. 147. The mutated Spider King. The reason Shinyi did not act immediately was to let his subordinates deeply understand the gap between them and other survivors. It is because of my protection that you can be safe. Without my protection, even those in the cracks would find it hard to survive, facing death at any moment. This is the gap. This is the cruel reality. Only through this bloody contrast can their loyalty quickly increase, making them loyal to me and serve me wholeheartedly. The emergence of the mutated Spider King was to achieve this effect. Now that the goal has been accomplished, it is time to deal with this beast. After dealing with it, I can take the body back for Lin Jiwei to study. Perhaps she can come up with something new for me. After all, such a large mutated spider is rare. Poof! Just as Shinyi was about to make his move, a crisp sound rang out. A beautiful woman wielding a sword took advantage of the moment when the mutated Spider King was confronting Xiaoha and plunged her sword heavily into the Spider King's body from behind. Instantly, yellowish-white liquid gushed out, and the mutated Spider King let out a painful roar, beginning to struggle violently. Its several long legs swept towards the surrounding survivors. This was a complete disaster for the survivors. Some screamed in fear, some despairingly covered their heads and closed their eyes, while others tried to escape. At that moment, a loud snap of fingers echoed. Suddenly, everyone was horrified to find that the several legs of the mutated Spider King, which were about to fall on them, had inexplicably frozen in mid-air and were quickly encased in deep blue ice. In just a few seconds, the massive mutated Spider King was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. This is ice-type ability. Someone immediately recognized this ability and looked towards the source of the snapping sound sitting on the back of the green mutated monster was Shinyi. It was this man. He actually possesses such a powerful ability? As everyone was in shock, Fu Yunxi stepped forward at the right moment and said to the crowd, anyone willing to join our shelter can come over. Don't worry, this mutated creature is the pet of our shelter's leader and won't attack our own people. But if anyone harbors ill intentions, it's best not to come over, otherwise, I can't guarantee you will survive. Without needing Shin Yi to speak, she knew how to respond and how to perfectly manage the situation. This woman is indeed clever. At this moment, the survivors, already in fear, naturally chose to join the shelter without hesitation. However, they still looked at the massive mutated creature with some trepidation, worried that approaching it would lead to an attack. Is this thing really a pet? How could there be such a terrifying pet? After hesitating for a moment, a few people cautiously walked over and found that the green mutated creature indeed did not attack them. Thus, the other survivors quickly ran over. After all, the mutated Spider King was only temporarily frozen and not dead yet. It was struggling violently, and the layer of ice encasing it was about to shatter. In the face of life and death, dignity is hardly worth mentioning. Even if joining someone else's shelter means being treated like a dog, it is better than dying. At this moment, they also noticed that there was a person standing in front of the mutated Spider King, none other than the beautiful woman with the sword from before. She actually did not run away but was holding her long sword, staring at the mutated Spider King, seemingly waiting to continue fighting it once it broke free from the ice. What kind of grudge is this? Why fight so desperately? Shinee also looked at this woman with interest. She had been fighting for so long and still had such stamina. She indeed had something. The woman glanced at Shinee, but only briefly, before fixating her gaze back on the mutated Spider King, as if determined to kill it. Do you have a grudge against it? Shinee forcibly connected with Xiao Shuefei's mind through telepathy to communicate with her. Xiao Shuefei was taken aback and looked at Shinee with some surprise, then succinctly replied, "Yes. Tell me about it, I might be able to help you." Xiao Shuefei fell silent for a few seconds, her voice somewhat cold as she said, "It ate my pet dog." Pet dog? Shinee was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "So, you are fighting it for your pet dog?" "Yes." Xiao Shuefei spoke little, but her attitude was resolute. Even if it meant risking her life, she would kill this mutated spider to avenge her pet dog. Shinee was speechless. He had thought there was a deep-seated blood feud between them, but it turned out to be just for a dog. He didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. Bang! At that moment, the mutated Spider King broke free from the ice layer, let out a strange cry, and then turned to run. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Shuefei's eyes narrowed, and she immediately drew her sword to chase after. It actually knows how to run away? Its IQ isn't low after all. Shinee murmured, but he didn't give it a chance to escape. He raised his hand and pointed casually, and dozens of ice pillars, each several centimeters thick, formed out of thin air, the front ends sharp and conical, then quickly stabbed towards the fleeing mutated Spider King. The mutated Spider King, having run a dozen meters, seemed to sense danger and turned to block, but the sharp ice pillars pierced through its massive body, impaling it. Foul-smelling liquid flowed out continuously, and the mutated Spider King let out a wail, its legs struggling incessantly. Snap! Shinee snapped his fingers, and all the ice pillars that had pierced the mutated Spider King exploded within its body, instantly blowing it to pieces. Xiao Shuefei, who had just drawn her sword, was frozen in place at the sight. Dead? It died just like that? After fighting for so long, hacking away for so long? And yet it was still not as powerful as this man's casual gesture? She suddenly began to doubt her own strength. Am I really this weak? Wow! Boss Shin is amazing. Lord Shin, you will be my god from now on. So strong. So this is the true power of ice-type abilities? It seems my ice-type abilities still have a lot of room for development. I am also an ice-type ability user, but why can't the ice spikes I conjure pierce the mutated Spider King's body? And I can't conjure so many ice pillars. Is there really a gap between abilities? Of course. There is definitely a gap. Isn't that obvious? With just one hand, he can instantly kill the mutated Spider King. Is this the strength of Lord Shen? It's simply monstrous. The survivors were utterly shocked. The scene of Shinee killing the mutated Spider King in an instant had a tremendous visual impact on them. With just a casual gesture, he could summon several ice pillars, and with a snap of his fingers, he could use the explosion of the ice pillars to deal with the mutated Spider King. What kind of heaven-defying strength is this? The monster that hundreds of them found difficult to contend with was so easily resolved by him. In fact, if it weren't for the visual effect, Shinee wouldn't even need to snap his fingers. A single thought could condense the ice pillars. Level 10 frost condensation no longer required flashy movements to be released. Then, Shinee's gaze turned to Xiao Shuefei, and his body instantly disappeared from the back of the little dog. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the woman. What are you going to do? Xiao Shuefei instinctively tightened her grip on the long sword. 148. If you don't compromise, I'll strip you bare and throw you out. I avenged you, which is equivalent to saving your life. Joining my shelter is quite reasonable, right? Shinee said, his gaze calm as he looked at Xiao Shuefei. pure as if devoid of any distractions. Xiao Shuefei fell silent for a moment. She sheathed her sword and turned to leave without a word. This was a sign of refusal. But after taking just a couple of steps, Xinyi's figure appeared in front of her again, blocking her path. I don't want to join your shelter, please move aside, Xiao Shuefei said, watching Xinyi warily. She knew very well that she was no match for this man. However, with such strength, he shouldn't force her to join his shelter, right? After all, apart from this sword, she had nothing of value. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? I'm just informing you. Xinyi smiled faintly and said, since I helped you, you must repay me, otherwise, don't even think about leaving. You didn't help me for my sake, even without me, you would have killed that spider. You did it for your shelter, for your people. Xiao Shuefei said coldly. She had initially had some good feelings towards Xinyi, but his attitude of leveraging gratitude made her instantly feel disgusted. If Xinyi had truly saved her life, she certainly wouldn't be ungrateful. But the problem was, even if Xinyi hadn't intervened, she could have escaped from the mutated spider on her own. There was no real life-threatening danger. Therefore, Xiao Shuefei didn't believe she owed Xinyi a life. You're right, but no matter what my purpose is, I avenged you. If you don't want to acknowledge that, it's fine. Anyway, today, I'm determined to have you. Xinyi didn't care about any reasoning, he was clearly threatening her. How could a woman capable of unlocking resources be easily let go? Not far away, Fu Yunqi heard the conversation between Xinyi and Xiao Shuefei and felt speechless. Just a second ago, she was shocked by Xinyi's strength. Then, in the next moment, she saw his lecherous side. Sigh, with such strength, why does he like women so much? With such power, can't he do something meaningful? Fortunately, the other survivors were far away and didn't witness this scene or hear Xinyi's words, otherwise, the grand image he had just established would probably collapse in an instant. Fu Yunqi was also perceptive and timely stopped the survivors, maintaining Xinyi's image. To rule the shelter for a long time, the leader's image is crucial. How things are done behind the scenes is another matter, but at least in front of everyone, one must not be too indulgent and decadent. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuefei glared coldly at Xinyi, a flicker of anger in her eyes, instinctively wanting to draw her sword. However, she found that her sword had somehow been frozen and couldn't be drawn out. Xiao Shuefei's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, she lifted her leg to kick Xinyi. Her speed was extremely fast, and an ordinary person wouldn't have time to react. Bang! Xiao Shuefei's leg struck Xinyi's leg hard, but Xinyi showed no reaction at all, not even changing his expression. Instead, her own leg throbbed with pain. And she couldn't help but frown. So hard. How could this man's body be so tough? That kick felt like it hit a rock. But Xiao Shuefei didn't hesitate, she swung the sword sheath again, aiming to stab Xinyi. Even knowing she wasn't his match, she never thought of compromising. Bang! A crisp sound of impact, the sword sheath was firmly caught by Xinyi with one hand. Go on, let me see your full strength, Xinyi said. His hardened skin ability might not withstand bullets, but it was more than enough to deal with such ordinary attacks. Xiao Shuefei tried to pull back the sword sheath with all her might, but found it completely immovable. She couldn't draw it out at all. This man's strength was far greater than hers. Then, she decisively released the sword sheath and swung her fist directly at Xinyi's face. The force of her punch was fierce, even carrying a hint of white energy. Xinyi's figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot. Xiao Shuefei's punch hit nothing, and she immediately looked around warily. In the next moment, she seemed to sense something and hurriedly turned to block. However, her reaction was still a beat too slow. Xinyi kicked her directly in the abdomen, sending her staggering back several steps before she barely steadied herself. Xiao Shuefei covered her pained abdomen with one hand, coldly staring at Xinyi, her fighting spirit growing stronger. Taking advantage of Xinyi's unpreparedness, she quickly drew an iron dart from her waist and hurled it fiercely. The dart was wrapped in a wisp of white energy, looking quite powerful. However, Xinyi's figure vanished again in an instant, and the dart shot into empty air. Is that white energy your special ability? Xinyi's voice came faintly from behind her. Xiao Shuefei threw another dart with her other hand aimed straight at Xinyi's head. She was fighting for her life. Attacks of this level are still not enough. Xinyi's voice came from another direction. Xiao Shuefei held the dart in her hand, breathing slightly heavier, and coldly stared at the surrounding black mist, questioning, why don't you kill me? She knew very well that with this man's strength, it would be easy for him to kill her. But he was just toying with her. That was more disgusting than killing her. Xinyi smiled faintly and answered without addressing her question, how about this, as long as you spend one night with me, I'll let you go. After that, it doesn't matter whether you join my shelter or not. Don't be too quick to refuse, think. It over carefully. What's more important, living or dignity? Xiao Shuafei's face was cold as she directly threw the dart towards the direction of the voice. Her rejection was decisive and sharp. This woman had a very strong character, unwilling to compromise, and even less willing to communicate. A disagreement meant a fight. With such a stubborn personality, it's no wonder she would risk everything for a pet dog against a mutated spider. If you only have this level of strength, then the game should end. Xin Yi's voice came again from behind her. Xiao Shuafei's pupils constricted, and just as she was about to turn and counterattack, she found her body had already been frozen by a thick layer of ice, unable to move. Only her head could barely turn, but it was extremely difficult. The bone-chilling cold made her feel icy all over. Now, can you calm down? Xin Yi walked behind her, gently stroking the ice sculpture, and asked lightly. As the level of frost solidification continued to rise, his control over ice became increasingly refined, greatly enhancing the hardness and temperature difference of the ice. The ice created by other ice-type ability users might not even penetrate the fur of a mutated Spider King. But Xin Yi's ice could easily pierce through the body of the mutated Spider King. This was the gap in levels. Xiao Shuafei remained silent, only coldly staring at Xin Yi. This made Xin Yi very displeased. I've already taken a step back, and you still won't compromise? I advise you to think carefully. If you dare to refuse again, I'll strip you naked and throw you out right now. 149. What the hell is going on? Beast! Xiao Shuafei, hearing Xin Yi's threat, finally couldn't hold back her anger. She wasn't afraid of death. But if she were really stripped and thrown out, exposed to those strangers, that would be more humiliating than death. I never said I was a good person, don't get me wrong. Xin Yi chuckled. Indeed, everyone has their weaknesses. Although this woman, Xiao Shuafei, was very stubborn and would rather die than submit, she still had her soft spots. Of course, Xin Yi's words about stripping her and throwing her out were just verbal threats. If Xiao Shuafei wasn't afraid of such threats, he decided to let her go for now. Then, he would quietly follow her, find out where she lived, and then threaten her with her family or friends. As long as she was alive, there would definitely be a weakness. Xin Yi had plenty of time to find her soft spot. Of course, Xin Yi's goal wasn't to kill or humiliate, but to earn system rewards. If he really stripped Xiao Shuafei and threw her out, how would he use her in the future? So, what do you think? Have you made up your mind? Xin Yi's voice struck Xiao Shuafei's heart like a heavy hammer, intensifying her anger. But it seemed she hadn't learned any curse words, as she could only repeatedly shout beast. After cursing for several minutes, it seemed her mouth had run dry before she finally stopped. Alright. You must feel better after cursing. Xin Yi patiently listened to Xiao Shuafei's tirade without interruption. A few curses directed at him were nothing, he wouldn't get angry. After all, he could take revenge later on the sofa. Xiao Shuafei was slightly out of breath, staring coldly at Xin Yi. There's no way I'm spending the night with you. Xin Yi frowned, about to explode, but then heard Xiao Shuafei continue. Unless you marry me. Otherwise, I will never sleep with you. Ha! Xin Yi was taken aback. Such a good deal? But in this apocalypse, you're pulling this on me? And it has to be marriage to sleep? Is it that Xiao Shuafei is unwilling to compromise because she's conservative? This was something Xin Yi would never have guessed. Who could have thought? If you don't want to, then kill me. Otherwise, I will never agree to you. Xiao Shuafei's tone remained icy. However, when she said this, a hint of redness could be seen on her cheeks. It was unclear whether it was from shyness or if she was just too cold from being frozen for too long. Of course, marrying you is no problem. Xin Yi paused, but given the current situation, we definitely can't hold a wedding. However, I can promise you that when the opportunity arises in the future, I will hold a wedding for you. Xin Yi wasn't lying to Xiao Shuafei or brushing her off. Although he had many women, he had never truly been married. Damn it, when he had the ability in the future, he would definitely throw a grand and luxurious wedding, as that would suit his style. Xiao Shuafei stared at Xin Yi for a few seconds, then gently turned her head away. Okay, I agree. But if you deceive me, I will definitely kill you. No problem, my little wife. If I deceive you, you can kill me anytime. Xin Yi teased with a smile. Don't call me that. It's not yet. Xiao Shuafei's face visibly turned red. It's bound to happen sooner or later, calling it a couple of times in advance is nothing. Xin Yi found this woman quite interesting. Although she spoke little and was stubborn, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement, he didn't expect that after agreeing to marry her, the deep black aura around her would almost instantly turn white, skipping gray altogether. Wait, why is it still turning white? The speed at which this aura turned white was even faster than Morong Shui. What kind of situation is this woman in? She can reverse like this? Shinyi was stunned. If he didn't have telepathy, even seeing Xiao Shuefei blush, he would only think she was trying to deceive him. After all, normal people's emotions couldn't change this quickly. In the previous second, he wanted to kill Shinyi, and in the next second, he was more than willing to be Shinyi's wife. This is just too absurd. Shinyi even suspected that there was something wrong with his telepathy. But no matter how he looked at it, even from a god's perspective, the aura around Xiao Shuefei was still shining bright white. In just a matter of seconds, she had caught up with Su Yun and Su Wanting, and was even growing stronger. This is just too outrageous. What on earth had she imagined in that brief moment? It couldn't be just because I want to marry you that you would be so loyal, right? Is this some kind of fairy tale world? Shin-Yi was dumbfounded. He confirmed the aura several times and couldn't help but ask, "You don't hate me anymore? Why would I hate you?" Xiao Shuefei's delicate face showed a look of confusion. Then she added seriously, "Since you promised to marry me, then I am your wife, and I have no reason to hate my own man." "No, I just hit you like that and threatened you, and you have no resentment at all?" Shin-Yi was completely stunned. "Do you even hear what you're saying? No hate." Xiao Shuefei shook her head and said, "I have thought before that the man I want must be stronger than me. And you effortlessly defeated me, proving that your strength is much greater than mine, and you will marry me openly, so naturally, I have no resentment." It seemed she had opened her heart to Shin-Yi, and her attitude had undergone a significant change. Previously, her tone was cold and as brief as possible. Just listening to her tone made one feel she had an unapproachable personality. But now, it was clear that she seemed a bit more obedient. It was just so strange. Shin-Yi fell silent. The current scene was truly beyond his expectations. In his imagination, Xiao Shuefei would definitely be unyielding to death, or she would pretend to compromise and wait for an opportunity to attack him. Even if this woman wanted to fight him to the death, he would find it normal. But this kind of outrageous reversal made Shin-Yi hesitant to believe it. If it weren't for the shining white aura of loyalty around her, he wouldn't believe it no matter what. In the end, he melted the ice around Xiao Shuefei and took out a clean woman's outfit from the system space for her to change into. Xiao Shuefei did not refuse, finding a corner where no one was around to change before coming back. "Let's go, we'll talk when we get back." Shin-Yi looked deeply at Xiao Shuefei. He had been using telepathy the whole time, watching Xiao Shuefei change clothes, deliberately on guard, wanting to see if this woman would take the opportunity to run away or stab him in the back. After all, there are all kinds of supernatural abilities in the world. What if Xiao Shuefei's ability could evade his telepathy? However, after staring at her for a long time, Xiao Shuefei showed no intention of running away. After changing her clothes, she obediently came back. Could it be that she really compromised so easily? Shin-Yi still had doubts in his heart. He felt that something was off. Either Xiao Shuefei herself had a problem, or her supernatural ability had a problem. In any case, he should take the opportunity to unlock her rewards first. After all, the ultimate goal was also for the rewards. As long as he got the rewards, it wouldn't matter if he didn't see this woman again afterward. 150. The magical white chi. Shin-Yi, is this pet of yours a mutated husky? Xiao Shuefei and Shin-Yi approached the little husky, and after staring at it for a while, she accurately identified its breed. The little husky, raised by Lin Jiwei, had long ceased to resemble a dog, let alone a husky, yet Xiao Shuefei still recognized it at a glance. "How did you figure that out?" Shin-Yi asked, somewhat surprised. "I used to raise a husky, so I remember some of its habits, but it was eaten by a mutated spider." Xiao Shuefei's tone grew somber at this point. It was clear that she had deep feelings for her pet dog. After all, she was even willing to risk her life for that dog. Shin-Yi asked a few more questions and learned that although Xiao Shuefei's husky had also mutated, it had not lost its sanity like other animals. So, she continued to keep it. However, a couple of days ago, while she and the husky were out searching for food, they encountered a mutated spider that was hunting. A fierce battle broke out, and the husky was ultimately killed by the spider while trying to protect Xiao Shuefei, with even its body devoured by the mutated spider. After recovering from her injuries, Xiao Shuefei came alone to seek revenge on the mutated spider. Recovering from injuries? Are you saying you were seriously injured a couple of days ago? On the way back to the shelter, Shin-Yi asked in confusion. Through telepathy, he had not detected any scars on Xiao Shuefei, and she showed no signs of having been seriously hurt. "I ate a colorful fruit before, and since then my body's recovery ability has become very strong, so I heal quickly after getting injured." As Xiao Shuefei explained, she drew her sword and cut her finger. Just a few seconds after the blood flowed, the wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. "I see." A hint of surprise flashed in Shin-Yi's eyes. This ability was quite impressive, excellent for survival. Unfortunately, it wasn't his own. Although Shinny rarely got injured, if he could have such a strong recovery ability, he could act even more recklessly in the future. Was the white chi you used when throwing the darts also an ability? Shinny asked again. He was impressed by the white chi. No matter if Xiao Shuefei used her fists, sword, or darts, she always employed the white chi. It should be. I was able to use this white chi after eating another colorful fruit. As Xiao Shuefei spoke, she raised her arm, and a layer of white chi gradually covered her palm. Shinny looked at the white chi a few times and asked, "Can you elaborate on the effects of this white chi?" It was certainly beneficial to understand more about unknown abilities. In case he encountered similar ability users in the future, he could easily defeat them. Although, with Shinyi's current strength, he could easily crush other ability users, but his nature was always cautious. Xiao Shuefei, however, did not think too much and directly explained, this white chi can attach to various weapons, increasing their power and speed. It can also attach to my own body, allowing me to jump higher, move faster, and have greater strength, and it consumes less stamina. As for whether there are other uses, I'm not too sure. For now, I only know this much. Xiao Shuefei unhesitatingly revealed all her cards. Shin Yi nodded slightly. This woman trusted him a lot, not like it was an act. Although there were no overly affectionate displays, she answered every question Shin Yi asked without hesitation, completely different from her previous cold and reticent demeanor. Could this be the legendary cold on the outside but warm on the inside? After pondering for a moment, Shin Yi looked at the white chi in Xiao Shuefei's palm, deep in thought. What kind of ability was this? It could even reduce stamina consumption. Could it be similar to an enchantment skill in a game? Can this white chi attach to people or animals? For example, attaching it to me, Shin Yi asked. It should be possible, Xiao Shuefei nodded and then asked, shall we give it a try? Shin Yi secretly activated his skin hardening ability and said, come on, try attaching the white energy to me. Xiao Shuefei extended her hand and placed it on Shin Yi's arm, and then a stream of white energy quickly spread over Shin Yi's body. Shin Yi remained vigilant, ready to use various abilities at any moment. If this white energy harmed him, he could retaliate immediately. However, it was clear that Xiao Shuefei had no ill intentions. After the white energy entered Shin Yi's body, he immediately felt as if his body had become much lighter. No, it wasn't just lighter, even the stamina he had just expended was rapidly recovering. In the earlier battle at the department store, Shin Yi had consumed at least 2/3 of his stamina. But after the white energy entered his body, in just over a minute, he had recovered at least 1/3 of the stamina he had just lost. This recovery speed was much faster than eating. Amazing. So incredibly amazing. The white energy could actually help me recover stamina. I didn't expect this to be a supportive ability. However, Xiao Shuefei's condition was not good. Her face was somewhat pale, seemingly exhausted. But Shin Yi didn't let her stop, she kept going. After feeling it for a while longer, Shin Yi thought that in another 2.5 minutes, Xiao Shuefei would be able to help him fully recover his stamina. Moreover, this recovery could also eliminate his body's fatigue, as if he had just had a good sleep, and all his fatigue had vanished. This white energy ability is quite miraculous. After feeling it for a while, Shin Yi spoke, alright, I think I understand. You can stop now. Only then did the pale-faced Xiao Shuefei stop, breathing slightly heavily. Your physique is actually stronger than mine, even after practicing martial arts for over 10 years. Xiao Shuefei stared at Shin Yi, saying in surprise. Clearly, she could also sense Shin Yi's physical strength through the white energy. First, drink some water. Shin Yi took out a bottle of water from the system space and handed it to Xiao Shuefei, then asked, what do you mean by practicing martial arts? Is it like the martial arts in wuxia novels? No, it's just some lethal martial arts for strengthening the body. Xiao Shuefei replied, twisting off the cap and finishing a bottle of mineral water in one go. Strengthening the body? Lethal martial arts? Do you even hear what you're saying? However, Shin Yi was not surprised by the concepts of body strengthening and martial arts. The history of the Xia country is long, and there were indeed many martial arts traditions in the past. Of course, not the ridiculous martial arts seen in movies, but simply martial arts. Shin Yi remembered that when the Xia country was just founded, there had been martial arts competitions, and at that time, regulations were not strict, so those who participated had real skills, each one delivering lethal moves. It was said that many people died in that competition. After that competition, a restriction order was issued. Afterward, the so-called martial arts were basically just flashy moves like the lightning 5-linked whip. 151. Having a child is all that matters. Through their conversations along the way, Shin Yi thoroughly understood Xiao Shuefei's family background. She came from a martial arts family, and her ancestors had a certain reputation during the Republic of China era. Tracing back further, it seemed they were already famous during the Qing and Ming dynasties. Xiao Shuefei's parents passed away when she was very young, and she was raised by her grandparents. Her grandfather had two family martial arts, one was a deadly sword technique, and the other was a boxing style for strengthening the body. Because Xiao Shuefei loved martial arts, she practiced with her grandfather from a young age. Even after her grandparents passed away, she never gave up. According to Xiao Shuefei, if others used cold weapons to fight her instead of firearms, even if 10 people attacked her at once, she wouldn't lose. Of course, the premise was that there were no supernatural abilities involved. Against someone as powerful as Shani, even after practicing martial arts for over a decade, she simply couldn't compete. After all, martial arts are just martial arts, not the skills found in martial arts novels. Meanwhile, everyone returned to the villa community. After greeting Shani, Fu Yunxi took her people to recruit survivors from other shelters. With Shenyi's earlier display of power and the presence of a large mutated creature like Xiaoha, the survivors from other shelters dared not resist and were easily recruited. In short, this trip was quite fruitful. For Fu Yunxi, and for Shenyi as well. What is your relationship with her? Xiao Shuefei suddenly asked, staring at the departing Fu Yunxi. She is my woman, Shenyi did not hide it. After all, it would be exposed sooner or later, and hiding it would be meaningless, making it easier to dig a pit for himself. It was better to put it out in the open and resolve any conflicts directly. Xiao Shuefei stared at Shenyi, silent. Although her aura did not change, her gaze was strange. Don't worry, I haven't married her yet, Shenyi added. As they spoke, they arrived at the conference room on the top floor. Shenyi, you're back. As soon as they entered, a petite figure rushed over and hugged Shenyi's arm. Xiao Shuefei's already cold expression turned even colder, her eyes fixed on Lin Lu. The cheerful Lin Lu inexplicably felt a chill and instinctively looked at the beautiful woman behind Shenyi, unable to help but ask, Shenyi, who is she? Why does it feel like this woman is looking at me as if she wants to kill me? It must be a misunderstanding. Her name is Xiao Shuefei, and she is also my woman, Shenyi briefly introduced, then said, Xiao Lu, you should go rest for now. I need to talk to her about something. Okay, but you have to come find me later, Lin Lu said understandingly, not pressing further, and left the room. Then, Shenyi embraced Xiao Shuefei and began the foreplay, preparing to unlock resources. Wait a moment. Xiao Shuefei said, her face slightly flushed as she refused. What's wrong? Shenyi raised an eyebrow, but his hands did not stop. Xiao Shuefei breathed slightly heavier, pressing down on Shenyi's hand and asking, you already have a girlfriend, so why did you agree to marry me? Are you lying? To me? Shenyi frowned and said, who said having a girlfriend means I can't marry you? Xiao Shuefei was stunned. What does that mean? Why can't I understand? Since I promised you, I will definitely do it, so you have to be obedient, Shenyi said, not caring about Xiao Shuefei's bewildered expression, and immediately began to unlock resources. At the same time, in a room at the end of the corridor, Lin Tu was listening in shock to her sister Lin Lu's words. Sister, are you saying that brother-in-law actually brought back another beautiful woman? And they are in Sister Fu's room right now? Yes. Lin Lu nodded, that woman gives me a strange feeling. I feel like she hates me very much and wants to kill me. What? Lin Tu was shocked for a moment, then reacted, immediately getting angry and saying, how dare she, a later mistress, threaten my sister? That's outrageous. We should go find her and settle the score. Make her apologize to my sister. Lin Tu looked very angry and stood up, ready to take action. Sister, aren't you coming with me? Lin Tu noticed that her sister had no intention of moving. Shenyi told me to wait in the room, saying he would come to find me, Lin Lu said. But brother-in-law is alone in the room with that mistress. Aren't you afraid she will take brother-in-law away? Lin Tu seemed a bit anxious. Shenyi is not that kind of person. Lin Lu immediately denied it. However, she then noticed that her sister's expression was off and couldn't help but wonder. Little Tu, why do I feel like you're even more anxious than I am? Upon hearing this, Lin Tu awkwardly turned her head away and said in a soft voice, I just worry that brother-in-law will abandon you. Abandon me? Why do you say that? Lin Lu showed a puzzled expression. She sensed that Little Tu seemed to be hiding something from her. Little Tu, honestly tell me, what's going on? Lin Lu asked seriously. It's just, Sister, you were sleeping in the conference room just now, so you didn't hear brother-in-law's amazing performance at the department store. It is said that brother-in-law just casually snapped his fingers and killed that particularly terrifying mutated Spider King. That's a mutated spider king that hundreds of people couldn't kill. Brother-in-law took it down with just a snap of his fingers. It's simply incredible. Like a god. As Lin Tu spoke, her eyes began to sparkle with excitement. Humph. Of course. My boyfriend is amazing. Lin Lu felt very happy and proud after hearing this. However, she suddenly realized something. Wait, little Tu, why did you say I would be abandoned by Shani? Lin Tu immediately analyzed seriously. Sister, think about it. Brother-in-law is so strong and handsome, he will definitely attract many women. If other women speak ill of you to brother-in-law, and he listens, then he will definitely abandon you. Lin Lu was stunned after hearing this. Little Tu made a valid point. Although she and Shani had confirmed their relationship, they hadn't had any intimate actions, at most just a hug and a touch, not even a kiss. Sister Fu, as a mistress, had already kissed Shani. If other mistresses also kissed Shani, or even had children with him, then her position in Shinyi's heart would definitely diminish. Over time, she might be abandoned. Thinking of this, Lin Lu became anxious and quickly sought help from Lin Tu. Little Tu, what do you think I should do now? I don't want to break up with Shani. Lin Tu was silent for several seconds, then showed a very serious expression and said word by word, if sister can get pregnant with brother-in-law's child, then you definitely won't be abandoned. 152. Unlocking new supernatural fruit. Pregnant. Upon hearing her sister's words, Lin Lu's cheeks instantly turned bright red. This is too bold. Moreover, mom said that girls should have babies at 24 years old for it to be most suitable. Lin Tu looked at her shy and conflicted sister and immediately denied. Mom was talking about normal times, not now. This is the apocalypse. If you keep hesitating, brother-in-law might get snatched away by other wild women. I heard even Sister Wang and Sister Ma have feelings for brother-in-law. Sister, are you really not afraid at all? Lin Lu blushed, her inner hesitation growing stronger. In the end, she mustered her courage and nodded, saying, I understand. But, little Tu, didn't you say yesterday that your brother-in-law is a bad person and that I should be careful? Why has your attitude suddenly changed? Today? Lin Lu couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Even last night, while she was asleep, her sister kept talking in her sleep about how bad Shani was. Yet now she was eagerly wanting her to have Shani's child. The change was too drastic. Although brother-in-law is a bad man, I never said you should break up with him. Lin Tu explained seriously, Sister, you've already been taken advantage of by brother-in-law, of course you have to marry him. That's for sure. I definitely want to marry Shani. As soon as Lin Lu heard the word marry, she instantly became happy again. So, sister, you have to work hard. You must win over brother-in-law. If it really doesn't work, I will help you. Lin Tu encouraged, blushing. I can definitely do it. Lin Lu nodded earnestly, not noticing her sister's little thoughts. She didn't know that her sister Lin Tu originally didn't like the fickle brother-in-law. However, after hearing others talk about Shani's actions and how he saved hundreds of people today, she had been imagining, and as she imagined, she began to admire this super handsome and strong brother-in-law. With just a snap of his fingers, he could kill such strong monsters. How strong must brother-in-law really be? Is he even more powerful than the superheroes in movies? Moreover, brother-in-law could even tame a mutated monster as a pet and mount, which was simply amazing. Just seeing that huge mutated monster from a distance made Lin Tu feel fear. Brother-in-law could tame it and make it not attack people. It was simply miraculous. The youthful girl, feeling a bit infatuated, didn't want such a good brother-in-law to be taken away by other women. In fact, this was mainly due to Fu Yunxi's efforts. The survivors who returned today, guided by Fu Yunxi, were indeed grateful that Shani saved them, so they began to promote him in various ways, even using quite a few embellishments. As a result, Shani's reputation in the shelter was unprecedentedly high. Especially after learning that Shani personally fought the mutated Spider King to prevent his subordinates from getting hurt and sacrificed, most people felt grateful. Now, if you randomly pulled out 10 people, at least 6 or 7 admired Shani. Even those who didn't admire him had no hostile feelings. This was very normal because every survivor had family waiting for them to return. And Shani safely brought everyone back, allowing them to reunite with their families. How could they not be grateful? The wave of admiration and respect for Shani had swept through the entire shelter like a virus. The few friends Lin Tu interacted with were also little fans of Shani, so as she listened to her friends' descriptions, she naturally developed a good impression of him. Meanwhile, Shani, the person involved, was unaware that due to Fu Yunxi's actions, his reputation in the shelter had skyrocketed. If he knew, he would be even happier. It's simply a double joy. The second joy, of course, is the resources just unlocked, and finally, there are ability fruits again. Ding! Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, starting to randomly unlock a type of resource. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking resource, ability fruit, mental evolution, ability, mental evolution +1, stored in system space, ability, mental evolution +1, stored in system space, ability. It's actually a mental type ability fruit. Shin-Yi exclaimed with delight. His biggest shortcoming at the moment was his insufficient mental strength. Although physical evolution had given his mental strength a certain boost, there was still a gap compared to mental type ability users like Morong Shui and Lin Jiwei. So, this ability is just what he needed. Immediately, Shin-Yi took out a mental evolution fruit from the system space and popped it into his mouth. It melted instantly, and a wave of heat surged through his brain. This heat did not bring pain, but an extreme sense of pleasure, a euphoric feeling like a dream. Shin-Yi felt his entire brain was immensely pleasurable, light and airy, as if he were in a fairyland. Is this mental evolution? It's so amazing. Shin-Yi couldn't help but consume a few more mental evolution fruits. This feeling is simply indescribable. It's definitely more pleasurable than the physical evolution he experienced before. Each time he ate a fruit, it felt as if his brain underwent some kind of sublimation, as if he had been completely reborn. It was so incredibly pleasurable. Soon, while eating the mental evolution fruits, he opened the system panel to check his abilities. Mental evolution, LV1. Your brain has completed an evolution for some reason, greatly enhancing your mental strength, thinking ability, comprehension ability, perception ability, etc. You can simply influence the minds of surrounding creatures. Currently with a range of 3 meters, and you can control your subconscious, becoming immune to a certain degree of mental attacks. Wow! This mental evolution is quite powerful. It can actually influence the minds of surrounding creatures. Does that mean he has a similar ability to mental control? Moreover, he can even be immune to some mental attacks. Lin Jiwei said before that she has an ability that enhances mental strength. Could it be mental evolution? Shin-Yi pondered while continuing to eat the mental evolution fruits. Forget about everything else, he needed to level up this ability first. At least to level 11. Who knows what new abilities he might unlock? Even if he couldn't unlock new abilities, as long as he could greatly enhance his mental strength, he wouldn't have to fear mental attacks anymore. Shin-Yi's physical body was already strong, and now with his mental aspect enhanced, he would truly be invincible in all aspects. Moreover, with the mental evolution ability, he would be able to better handle Morong Shui in the future. No matter how strong her mental power and cognitive modification were, they could no longer affect him. Just then, Shin-Yi suddenly shivered all over, and his mental abilities successfully leveled up. Awesome! Suddenly, Xiao Xuefei's moving head was firmly pressed down. 153, energetic, that feels good. Shin-Yi exhaled deeply. The resources unlocked this time were simply delightful. They compensated for his weaknesses in spirit. Moreover, with the foundation of mental evolution, both the abilities of mental connection and telepathy had been enhanced, making them even stronger to use. Mental connection consumed mental power. The stronger the mental power, the longer the connection lasted, and no one could unilaterally erase his mental mark. This meant that as long as Shin-Yi's mental power was strong enough, he could connect with anyone he wanted in the future, and the other party wouldn't even have the right to refuse. If an ordinary person wanted to establish a mental connection, they had to get the other person's consent, much like making a phone call where the other party could refuse. But Shin-Yi didn't have this drawback. His mental connection could be upgraded, and his mental evolution could provide the basic mental power. The combination of the two was incredibly domineering. As for telepathy, although it consumed physical strength, it also consumed a portion of mental power, so an increase in mental power also enhanced telepathy. Furthermore, mental evolution improved his thinking ability and reaction speed, so when Shin-Yi used a god's perspective in the future, his brain would keep up. It was like upgrading a CPU. If I could unlock a physical evolution fruit in the future, then even if I don't eat other ability fruits, as long as I raise both my mental and physical levels simultaneously, I'd be invincible just standing there. Shin-Yi fantasized, feeling incredibly exhilarated. This was no joke. Just from the potential displayed by the two abilities of physical and mental evolution, it was definitely strong. Moreover, it seemed that there was no upper limit to the level of abilities. This meant that Shin-Yi could keep eating fruits to level up. This was truly against the heavens. As long as he was given time, he could raise his ability level to 100, 1,000. By then, he might really evolve into a superhuman. And a superhuman without weaknesses. Just thinking about it was thrilling. At this moment, after continuously consuming fruits, Xinyi's mental evolution had upgraded again. Mental evolution. LV3 Your brain has completed an evolution for some reason, significantly enhancing your mental power, thinking ability, comprehension ability, perception ability, etc. You can simply influence the spirits of surrounding creatures with a current influence range of 15 meters, and you can control your subconscious, becoming immune to a certain degree of mental attacks with the level up. Xinyi felt his thoughts clearer, his spirit brighter, as if even without sleep for a day and night, his brain wouldn't tire. This feeling was so exhilarating. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Xiao Shuefei lifted her head and said hoarsely, Xinyi, someone is here. Their current state wasn't suitable for meeting people. Xinyi had already seen through telepathy that the ones knocking were the Lin sisters, Lin Lu and Lin Tuesday. The two hesitated, pushing and shoving, unsure of what they wanted to do. Is there something? Xinyi, wearing only shorts and bare-chested, walked over and opened the door. Lin Lu saw the muscles on Xinyi's body and couldn't help but blush, lowering her head and softly saying, are you hungry? I wanted to ask if you wanted something to eat. Lin too, who was shyly covering her face, immediately felt speechless upon hearing her sister's words. They had come to confront the mistress. But now they were hesitating at the door? Brother-in-law wasn't even wearing a shirt, it was obvious that the mistress was trying to seduce him. Sister, hurry up and take action. Lin too urged her sister in her heart. But on the surface she blushed, covering her eyes with her hands, secretly peeking at Xinyi through her fingers. Brother-in-law's physique is so good, he even has abs. I really want to touch it. I'm not hungry, is there anything else? Xinyi glanced at his sister-in-law Lin too while speaking. He noticed that his sister-in-law's favorability suddenly increased significantly, already faintly surpassing Morong Shui. What's going on? When they first met in the morning, his sister-in-law had a very low opinion of him. How could it have risen so much in just a few hours? What a strange sister-in-law. Is there something else? Little too? Lin Lu suddenly looked at her sister Lin Tu for help. I don't know. Lin Tu, blushing, quickly shook her head. She was already socially anxious, and now facing her handsome and undressed brother-in-law made her even shyer. Then that means there's nothing. We'll head back first. After Lin Lu finished speaking, she blushed and quickly pulled her sister away. The absurd actions of the two sisters left Xinyi a bit baffled. Women's thoughts are truly hard to guess. Shaking his head, he turned back to the room to calm Xiao Shuefei down. Although this woman was very obedient to him, she seemed unable to accept that he had other women. If it weren't for her ability being useful to him, and her being very obedient on the sofa, Xinyi wouldn't want to waste time. In any case, he needed to calm this woman down first, then go find Lin Lu to unlock supplies. Now that he had Xiao Shuefei's ability, Xinyi could quickly recover his energy, even if he had just unlocked supplies. As long as he used the white energy to recover, he could soon be in high spirits to unlock supplies again. To be honest, Xiao Shuefei's white energy was a very powerful auxiliary ability, and it was currently very helpful to him. In the future, if there were any battles, he must take her along. If he exhausted too much stamina, he could directly have Xiao Shuefei replenish him on the spot. This way, he wouldn't have to constantly worry about conserving energy. In previous battles, Xinyi always had to reserve at least 1/3 of his stamina to prevent unexpected events. Even though he had telepathy to sense enemies, what if there were ability users who could evade telepathy and sneak up behind him for a surprise attack? Leaving some stamina at least gave him a chance to counterattack. After all, having done many bad things, Xinyi was a bit scared deep down. Help me recover some stamina. Xinyi returned to the room and said to the weary Xiao Shuefei. Okay. Xiao Shuefei walked over and began to channel white energy to Xinyi. Xinyi's consumed energy started to recover quickly. However, Xiao Shuefei's complexion gradually turned pale. After all, her earlier consumption was not small. In about a minute, Xinyi felt his energy fully restored. This ability is really good, I won't have to worry about being weak anymore. So comfortable. Xinyi showed an extremely satisfied expression. Then, he took out a steamer of buns, a roasted chicken, and a bowl of noodles from the system space, and said to the pale-faced Xiao Shuefei, You should eat something and rest a bit, I'll go handle some matters. Xiao Shuefei watched Xinyi leave the room, looking at the abundant food on the table, and the pale corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. 154. I am my sister. Xinyi walked out of the conference room and directly used telepathy to find Lin Tu, who was in the bedroom, and Lin Lu, who was chatting with someone in the adjacent building. Although the two sisters looked very similar in appearance and figure, their auras were different, so Xinyi would not mistake them. This is the benefit of telepathy. Why did Lin Lu run to the next building? Shin Yi murmured. He had originally planned to unlock Lin Lu's rewards first. However, given the current situation, he could only act on Lin Tu first. Although he didn't know the reason, Lin Tu's favorability had skyrocketed, which actually gave Shin Yi an opportunity. With such a high favorability, it would be easy to unlock resources. Immediately, he used teleportation to arrive at Lin Tu's bedroom. At that moment, Lin Tu was lying on the bed, her beautiful legs swinging up and down, lost in thought, her face growing redder, completely unaware of Shin Yi's entrance. Shin Yi's eyes twinkled as a mischievous idea struck him. Little Lu, your husband is here to see you. As he spoke, he reached out and held Lin Tu's little white leg. Ah! Lin Tu was startled and instinctively kicked her legs in a struggle. Little Lu, what's wrong? Can't even recognize your boyfriend? Shin Yi feigned a puzzled expression and casually sat on the bed. I. Lin Tu was taken aback, her cute face instantly flushed, wanting to explain. But as the words reached her lips, looking at her brother-in-law's affectionate demeanor, she felt shy and flustered, and a hint of excitement unexpectedly arose. Did her brother-in-law, perhaps, mistake her for someone else? Should I? As she pondered, Lin Tu lowered her head and softly admitted. I am my sister. No, I am Lin Lu. Lin Tu quickly corrected herself, her face even redder, her expression more flustered, fearing that Shin Yi would catch on. However, even without telepathy, Shin Yi could easily see through her guilty expression. Another silly sweet girl. But since Lin Tu was willing to cooperate, Shin Yi naturally wouldn't expose her. He patted his thigh and called out, Little Lu, come sit here. Oh. Lin Tu was extremely shy, but soon realized that she was not Lin Tu right now. I am my sister, so this is very normal. She cautiously moved closer and gently sat on Shin Yi's lap, her head lowered in embarrassment, her heart racing. The sense of guilt was so strong. If I do this, will my sister be angry when she finds out? She shouldn't, right? After all, my sister has always been willing to share all the good things with me since we were little, whether it was delicious food, drinks, new clothes, or new toys, my sister would share them with me. My sister is very good to me, she definitely won't be angry, definitely not. Very obedient. Shin Yi patted Lin Tu's head and asked, did you come to find me because you wanted to say something? There are no outsiders here now, you can tell me. I. Lin Tu's face was flushed, nervously stammering, unable to say a complete sentence for a moment. After all, this was too stimulating. She was afraid that if she said something wrong, Shin Yi would recognize her identity, and that would be too embarrassing. She would die, completely socially dead. People are destined to die, but it can't be socially dead. Sigh, I know what you want to say. Shin Yi suddenly sighed and said, is it because I brought another woman back, so you're jealous and angry? No. Lin Tu lowered her head, not daring to admit it. However, she felt quite uncomfortable inside. Although she wasn't Shin Yi's girlfriend and shouldn't be jealous, she just felt very uneasy. This was also the reason she had previously encouraged her sister to deal with that third party. Unfortunately, the trouble didn't materialize. And it seems that my sister is also angry. However, this is actually a good thing. If my sister hadn't left in anger, how would I have had the chance to play the role of my sister? Thinking of this, Lin Tu's face turned even redder, and she sat motionless in Shin Yi's arms, her body as stiff as a little zombie. Little dear, don't worry, even though I have other women, my feelings for you are sincere, and I will never let you suffer even a little bit in the future. Shin Yi paused and said seriously, once our lives are stable, I will marry you. Lin Tu was instantly stunned, her heart racing, and the blush quickly spread to her ears. Marry me. He actually wants to marry me. So happy. But just as Lin Tu was happy for a few seconds, she suddenly realized. It seems that Shin Yi wants to marry not me, but my sister. Instantly, she felt a bit unhappy again. Lin Tu lowered her head and quietly mumbled, then, will you take care of little Tu in the future? Ah! How did I say what was in my heart? What if my brother-in-law hears it? After saying this somewhat petulant remark, Lin Tu suddenly reacted and hurriedly added in a flustered manner, I mean little Tu is my sister, of course, I have to take care of her. After all, you said last time that you would take care of her. I will definitely take good care of little Tu, after all, she is my cutest little sister-in-law, Shin Yi said with a smile, his words having a double meaning. Lin Tu lowered her head, her face redder than ever, feeling as if her whole body was on fire, as if a wave of heat was about to burst from her head. So embarrassing. But I feel inexplicably happy inside. After that, Shin Yi naturally and effortlessly began to unlock supplies. At this time, Lin Lu, who had learned about Shinyi's situation was on her way home. After hearing her sister Lin Tu talk about Shinyi's impressive feats at the department store, she became very curious and specifically went to ask friends who had been to the department store today about what happened. Of course, she mainly inquired about the little third party that Shinyi brought back. She wanted to know the background of the little third party. Thus, after various indirect inquiries, she finally learned that this little third party had only met Shinyi halfway. In other words, she had known Shinyi for a shorter time than herself. Sure enough, the little third party came later. Humph. The little third party who just arrived today actually wants to steal my boyfriend. Let me discuss with my sister how we sisters will deal with you. Soon. She arrived in front of her own door. Passing by the conference room, Lin Lu secretly glanced several times, but because the door was closed, she couldn't see the situation inside, so she could only walk back to her room in frustration. Humph, little third party. As she walked, Lin Lu mumbled. Unhappily, occasionally kicking at non-existent things, as if venting her frustration. Then, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. Little two. I'm back. Open the door quickly. Why did you lock the door? 155, unlocking new supplies. Okay, it seems like my sister is back. Lin Tu said, blushing as she tightly grasped the blanket. Don't mind. Horror. Shinyi was busy unlocking supplies and didn't want to be distracted. Lin Tu had even less strength to speak, so she closed her eyes, biting her lip to try not to make a sound. Little rabbit, hurry and open the door. Little rabbit. Are you asleep? Lin Lu knocked on the door for over a minute, realizing there was no sound from inside the room. Could little rabbit be asleep? Or did she go out to eat? Lin Lu turned around, looking towards the conference room, hesitating whether to wait for her sister there. Standing in the hallway didn't seem right. Either. Right. That's it, I came to the conference room because I couldn't go back to my room. If Shinyi asks, I'll just answer him. Like that. With a perfect excuse in mind, Lin Lu smiled and quickly walked towards the conference room. However, just as she took a few steps, her brow suddenly furrowed, and she stumbled, almost falling. What's going on? My stomach feels so strange. Lin Lu's face turned an unnatural shade of red, her legs trembling uncontrollably, and she barely managed to steady herself against the wall. What is this feeling? Oh no. Am I getting sick? Lin Lu panicked instantly. This illness might be serious. Just a moment ago, she almost lost feeling in her legs. But at that moment, a familiar sensation hit her, shattering her tense emotions and almost making her fall. Lin Lu's cheeks flushed, and after taking several deep breaths, she barely calmed down. No, this feeling, it seems a bit familiar. This doesn't seem like being sick. She suddenly recalled what she had secretly done earlier in the conference room, which was actually Sister Fu's room. It felt just like this. But not as comfortable. But how could I be feeling this out of nowhere? Wait. It's Little Rabbit. Lin Lu suddenly realized. Because they were twins. This meant that her sudden strange feeling was definitely because Little Rabbit was doing something naughty, affecting her. No wonder she locked the door during the day and didn't make a sound, that naughty Little Rabbit. Bad Little Rabbit. Lin Lu scolded, her face flushed. However, she also knew that this kind of thing was normal for an adult little rabbit. After all, she couldn't hold back before. She didn't know if Little Rabbit felt anything while she was gaming. What on earth is that bad Little Rabbit using? It's so strange. Lin Lu bit her lip hard, trying her best not to make any strange sounds. She didn't dare to go to the conference room anymore. If Shinyi and that little third party saw her expression and actions, it would be too embarrassing. Lin Lu looked around and quietly found a corner. Squatting down while hugging her stomach, biting her lip tightly, secretly praying for Little Rabbit to finish quickly. She still needed to find Shinyi. It was hard to come up with a suitable excuse. Ding. Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess. Starting to randomly unlock a type of supply. Ding. Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking the supply. 1 bag of high-quality white flour. White flour +1, stored in system space. White flour +1, stored in system space. White flour. Shinyi looked at the supplies Lin Tu had unlocked, a bit surprised. This is a good thing. In the apocalypse, food is of utmost importance. Although he had buns and noodles, if he occasionally wanted to eat some other type of pasta, then white flour would be very useful. With white flour, it's convenient to make any kind of food. Moreover, since a shelter had been established, consumption would be relatively high, so supplies were still very important. Shinyi took out a bag of white flour from the system space and found that it was about the size of a urea bag. Wow! This bag must weigh 30 to 40 kilograms. Adding such a large bag of white flour in 1 second means 30 to 40 kilograms of white flour per second. Damn, this is simply outrageous. From now on, I won't have to worry about food at all. In just a few minutes, the system space had already piled up a huge amount of white flour. The quantity of this resource is really substantial. Shinny even suspected that the system had unlocked this reward for him specifically because it heard he was building a shelter. So satisfying. Shinny, you can't lie to me. Lin Tu said softly, lowering her head. She felt very insecure right now. Afraid that Shinny wouldn't recognize her and might even scold her. After all, she had just done something wrong. Don't worry. Shinny patted the little rabbit's head. She provided him with such an important food resource, so of course he had to pamper her. Moreover, this girl was just as sweet and naive as Lin Lu, and he quite liked her. Alright, let's tidy up a bit, don't keep your sister waiting too long. Through telepathy, Shinny saw that Lin Lu had been squatting in the corner for almost 2 hours. This sweet girl really didn't know to find a room to rest. Lin Tu suddenly remembered her sister outside, not caring about her fatigue, and hurriedly began to clean the room. After all, this bed was where she and her sister slept together, and if it wasn't clean, it would definitely be noticed. After a thorough cleaning, Lin Tu finally dared to open the door and go out to find her sister. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Lin Lu squatting in the corner. Sister, why are you squatting here? Lin Tu asked with a puzzled expression, walking over awkwardly. Why am I here? You should be the one to ask that. Lin Lu raised her head and stared at Lin Tu with a blank expression. She really wanted to give her sister a good scolding. That damn bad rabbit. How could she have been doing bad things for so long all by herself? But then she thought that since twins have a connection, she couldn't blame her sister entirely, so she could only sigh helplessly. Forget it, it's nothing. Lin Lu was too lazy to say anything, wanting to stand up, but after squatting for too long, her legs went numb and she almost stumbled and fell. Fortunately, Lin Tu caught her just in time. Sister, if you have something to say, just tell me, don't lie to me. Lin Tu supported her sister, who was in a very strange state, with a serious look in her eyes. However, beneath that serious expression lay even more guilt. Lin Lu hesitated, ultimately holding back her words. After all, even between close sisters, such matters could feel awkward to discuss. Little rabbit, I'm just a bit tired. Just help me back to lie down for a while. Lin Lu said. Okay. Lin Tu was also very tired and wanted to rest well. So, the two sisters supported each other back to the room. As soon as they entered, Lin Lu froze for a moment. Because she saw Shinny sitting on the sofa, eating ramen. 156, angry Lin Lu. Shinny? How come you're here? Lin Lu's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Shinny. She didn't even need her sister's support and ran over in a few quick steps, immediately clinging to Shinny. A young girl in the throes of love didn't want to be apart from her boyfriend for even a moment. As for her legs feeling numb, that was nothing at all. I told you I would come find you, did you forget? Shinny casually replied, continuing to eat his noodles. So that's how it is. Shinny, you're so nice, hee hee. Lin Lu leaned against Shinny's shoulder, her smile never fading. She knew that Shinny had abandoned the other woman to be with her, which made her very happy and satisfied. In fact, the happy Lin Lu didn't even notice her sister's awkward expression. Shinny, I want to eat ramen too. Lin Lu pouted while hugging Shinny's arm. Shinny casually took out 2 bowls of ramen from the system space and said, one for you and one for your sister. If it's not enough, just let me know. That's enough, that's enough. Lin Lu giggled, then pushed 1 bowl of ramen in front of her sister, saying, Little rabbit, you're hungry too, hurry and eat. Oh. Thank you, sister. The already guilty Lin Tu was startled but quickly reacted, managing to hide any signs of her discomfort. She looked at the ramen in front of her, thinking about her sister's kindness, and her sense of guilt grew heavier. They had agreed to help their sister. But how did it end up like this? She felt so sorry for her sister. However, could it be that her actions were also a way of helping her sister? After all, with her around, her brother-in-law would definitely not easily abandon her sister. Because she and her sister were 2 people. The other woman was just one. They were definitely better than the 2 of them. Would her brother-in-law really abandon both sisters for one woman? At that moment, Lin Lu was immersed in joy, asking Shinny all sorts of questions, completely oblivious to her sister's constantly changing expressions. After finishing the meal, it was getting late. Shinny decided to unlock Lin Lu's reward tomorrow. So, he used a mental connection to contact Fu Yunxi. Where are you? I just finished taking over a few nearby communities and am arranging accommodation and work issues. What's up? Is there something you need? Fu Yunxi asked. Help me find a woman named Song Qingwan and tell her to come see me in the conference room, Shini said. Song Qingwan? Okay, I'll check it out now. Although Fu Yunxi was puzzled, she didn't ask further. She's very beautiful and might be an ability user, Shini added. Just to avoid Fu Yunxi finding another woman with the same name, although the likelihood was low, and with Fu Yunxi's intelligence she shouldn't make such a foolish mistake, but it didn't hurt to clarify. Got it, Fu Yunxi replied. She indeed understood. It turned out that Shini was looking for this beautiful woman. This guy Shini was really infatuated with beauty. In just one day he had already set his sights on another woman. But how did he find beautiful women? When he went to the department store before, it seemed like he had been sitting on that mutated animal's back the whole time, right? Yet even so, he managed to precisely find two beautiful women among the hundreds of people shrouded in black mist. With such observational skills, if only he applied them to finding supplies, he probably wouldn't have to worry about food and drink anymore, right? Well, this guy seemed to never worry about food and drink anyway, no wonder he only knows how to indulge. After hanging up, Fu Yunxi helplessly rubbed her temples. This feeling was so strange. As Xin Yi's woman, she had to help him contact other women. It felt so wrong. Perhaps she wasn't really his woman at all, but just a plaything. However, as long as enough benefits can be obtained, it doesn't matter even if it's just a plaything. Looking at the list of thousands of people compiled in her hands, Fu Yunxi revealed a satisfied smile. Originally a shelter for a few hundred people, it had expanded dozens of times after the battle at the department store. Almost all the nearby communities had been taken over. Of course, there were still a few communities unwilling to cooperate. Therefore, there would be a few more battles to come. If she could borrow Xin Yi's pet for a while, it should be easy to subdue the survivors from the other communities. Fu Yunxi pondered as she began to search for Song Qingwan's information. After spending some time, she found the detailed information on Song Qingwan. An ability user from Baiyun community? She really is a beautiful woman. So it's this ability. Fu Yunxi's eyes suddenly lit up. After Shini left, Lin Lu pulled her younger sister Lin Tu into the bedroom and began the interrogation. She was relatively innocent, but not foolish. Just now, little Tu had locked the door and was doing something bad in the room, and Shini was actually there too. A lonely man and a woman, sharing the same room, even a fool could guess what had happened. Sister! What's wrong? In the bedroom, Lin Tu looked at her sister's expressionless face and suddenly felt a bit anxious. Could it be that sister found out? What to do? How to explain to sister? Lin Tu, stop pretending. What happened between you and Shini? Speak! Don't lie to me. Lin Lu stared at Lin Tu, and from her sister's panicked expression, she became even more certain that her guess was right. Something must have happened between her sister and Shen. Lin Tu lowered her head in guilt, her small hands clasped together, and said softly, "It's not my brother-in-law's fault." So it's your fault? Lin Lu felt a surge of anger rising inexplicably. She was not angry about what happened between her sister and Shini, but that her sister actually wanted to hide it from her, to deceive her. No, it's not my fault either. Lin Tu hurriedly shook her head in panic. Oh? It's not your fault, and it's not Shin Yi's fault, then is it my fault? Is it my fault for coming back too early? Lin Lu clenched her small fists in anger. I. Speak the truth, don't lie to me, or I will never talk to you again. Lin Lu said coldly. No. Don't. Sister, please don't be angry. It's my fault. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Tu was almost in tears, quickly grabbing Lin Lu's hand and apologizing repeatedly, her voice choked. Just from her sister's tone, she knew that this time her sister was really angry. She couldn't hide it from her sister anymore, or her sister might really never talk to her again. Then tell me what happened, stop crying. Lin Lu felt furious seeing Lin Tu's aggrieved expression. Clearly, she was the one who was wronged, she was the one being deceived, and yet Lin Tu was the one crying. Oh. Lin Tu responded aggrievedly, wiped her tears vigorously, and then explained in a soft voice. Well, I was lying on the bed resting, and then my brother-in-law suddenly came in. And then my brother-in-law mistook me for you. Of course, this isn't my brother-in-law's fault. After all, my pajamas are the same as yours. So that's why my brother-in-law made the mistake. You're still defending him. Lin Lu slowly tightened her small fists, suppressing her anger, and asked in a tone devoid of emotional fluctuation, and then what? Then. 157, continuing to talk would be against the rules. Then I and my brother-in-law. Lin Tu lowered her head and spoke softly about what had happened. Although most of it was the truth, she still quietly concealed part of it. For example, she had originally had the chance to interrupt Xinyi's actions, but she didn't. And there were several such opportunities. Wait. Xinyi said he wants to marry me. Lin Lu, listening to her sister's account, immediately brightened up at the mention of Xinyi wanting to marry her, almost jumping up in excitement. Yes. This is what my brother-in-law said himself. He also said he would never let you suffer, sister. Lin Tu quickly emphasized seriously. Of course. Xinyi will definitely marry me. Lin Lu wanted to be angry, but upon hearing this, she couldn't muster any anger. Instead, she felt inexplicably happy. It turned out that the misunderstanding arose because she had taken her sister as herself. However, she wasn't particularly opposed to her sister and Xinyi being together. After all, her sister would eventually get married, and marrying the same man would be even better. After all, Xinyi was handsome and capable, completely deserving of her sister. Moreover, if her sister married Xinyi, they wouldn't have to be apart. They could be together for a lifetime. Lin Lu only had her sister as family in this world, and she didn't want to be separated from her. More importantly, they could deal with those mistresses together in the future. Lin Lu had always had this bold idea, so she wasn't particularly angry about this matter. The main reason for her anger was that her sister wanted to hide it from her, to deceive her. And that Xinyi actually got together with her sister first, instead of her. This made Lin Lu feel very uncomfortable. Sister, do you still want to continue? Lin Tu cautiously asked, seeing that her sister didn't seem angry anymore. After all, continuing to talk would be a bit against the rules. Speak. Tell me everything that happened afterward. Although Lin Lu wasn't angry anymore, she still wanted to know the whole story. Oh. Lin Tu blushed and began to speak softly. As she listened, Lin Lu's face also turned red. However, her shy expression was mixed with curiosity, surprise, and various other emotions. Is it really that comfortable? Lin Lu asked, unable to help herself, her face flushed. Yes. Sister, let me tell you, my brother-in-law is really bad, he even deliberately. Lin Tu, as she spoke, became less shy and even began to seriously recount some details. So, what kind of actions does Xinyi like? Lin Lu couldn't help but ask. After all, she would also reach that step in the future. It would be better to understand in advance so she could perform better. Well, Lin Tu's face turned a little red as she began to speak softly. Song Qingwan is from Baiyun community, which is more than a kilometer away from our community. It's a bit late today, so I asked her to come over tomorrow. Is that okay? Fu Yunxi looked at Xinyi and asked. She was worried that Xinyi would be angry, so she specifically put down her important work to come and discuss this matter in person. That's fine. Xinyi, eating the ability fruit, didn't pay much attention. It was just one night, he could wait. Just right, he could first consume the ability fruit tonight to enhance his mental evolution level. Then I'll go back to work now, you all can rest. As Fu Yunxi spoke, she subconsciously glanced at the beautiful woman behind Xinyi, who was holding a sword and staring at her. Why? Does it feel like this woman has a strong hostility towards me? Did I offend her in some way? Could it be that she holds a grudge against me for secretly taking someone away at the department store before? But at that time, we didn't know each other. It was quite normal for me to sell you out, right? Fu Yunxi did not take Xiao Shuefei to heart. After all, with Xinyi in charge, this woman would definitely not cause any trouble. Shen. He also did not keep Fu Yunxi, letting her go to be busy. Organizing the nearby communities as quickly as possible was her most important task at the moment. Even if half of the survivors in several communities had died, there should still be a few thousand people left, right? Thinking about it this way, she had unknowingly gained thousands of subordinates. To be honest, this feeling of power was quite exhilarating. Moreover, the complex work was all being handled by her women, she only needed to enjoy it. As for management, Xinyi didn't understand and was too lazy to care. He couldn't just stand there with his hands behind his back, pointing out that the second floor should be built on top of the first floor. Just as Fu Yunxi stepped out, she suddenly remembered something very important and turned back, asking, Xinyi, can your pet be sent out tomorrow? I wanted to accompany me to recruit survivors from other communities. I'm worried there might be dangerous mutated monsters in those areas. With your pet around, we can also reduce some unnecessary losses. Sure, come find me before you leave tomorrow morning and I'll arrange it. Xinyi naturally had no objections. Spending a lot of food and water to raise Xiaohao was precisely for the purpose of using it, otherwise, why keep it? If Fu Yunxi wanted Xinyi to take action, he would definitely refuse and might even lecture her a bit. But this woman was very clever, she knew whom to command and whom not to. Moreover, from his previous conversations with Lin Tu and Lin Lu, Shani learned that Fu Yunqi had been tirelessly promoting her heroic deeds at the shelter today, shaping her glorious image, which made him very satisfied. Fu Yunqi was definitely the woman Shani was most satisfied with at the moment. Much more than Morong Shui and Jiang Nanyan, including Lin Jiwei. This woman was smart and understood Shani well, she knew what to say and what not to say. Since they met, she had never made Shani feel even a hint of displeasure, and serving Shani made him very comfortable, leading him to unconsciously enjoy being with her. Even though he knew this was Fu Yunqi deliberately catering to him, Shani felt comfortable and didn't mind at all. Moreover, besides being able to serve people, she indeed had capabilities. No wonder she could be a local tyrant in the mountain city in her previous life, she's truly outstanding. Shani sighed as he watched Fu Yunqi's departing figure. Surviving in the apocalypse required a certain level of strength and luck. To become a local tyrant in the apocalypse, one needed skills that ordinary people did not possess. In comparison, Shani felt that even if Morong Shui was a reborn person, she could not match Fu Yunqi. After all, being reborn did not change one's IQ. Not to mention, Morong Shui had only been reborn back to half a year ago. Half a year was too short. Temporarily setting aside these complex thoughts, Shani looked back at Xiao Shuefei, who was standing like a statue, with a sword in hand, and couldn't help but frown, asking, "What are you doing?" "Protecting you," Xiao Shuefei answered seriously and meticulously. 158. The woman with a few screws loose in her head. "Protect me?" Shani was taken aback for a moment and said somewhat speechlessly, "There's no danger in our own home, you don't need to protect me closely." "Then, what should I do?" Xiao Shuefei asked, dazed. Shani was even more speechless. This woman looked quite clever, so why was her thought process so off? However, despite his speechlessness, he had to admit that Xiao Shuefei's loyalty was truly high. So far, among all the women, her loyalty was the highest. Shani even suspected that if he ordered Xiao Shuefei to commit suicide, she would be willing to do so. This was too outrageous. He hadn't done anything heroic to deserve such loyalty from her. Perhaps it was because of her lack of common sense and stubborn personality? Thinking of this, Shani looked at Xiao Shuefei and said, "You are my woman, so you don't have to do anything, nor do you need to arrange work for yourself. You can rest if you want, eat if you want, and do whatever you want. In this shelter, besides me, you don't have to listen to anyone else's orders or care about anyone else's expressions. I can do whatever I want?" Xiao Shuefei looked at Shani in a daze, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "Yes, you can," Shani nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Shuefei grabbed a sword and stormed out. Shani immediately frowned and asked, "Where are you going?" "To kill." Xiao Shuefei turned back and said seriously. "Kill? Who are you going to kill?" Shani was stunned. Was there something wrong with what he just said? It didn't seem so. Why was this woman suddenly going to kill someone? Kill that woman from earlier, and the two others who look very similar. Xiao Shuefei replied flatly. Shen Yi's expression changed immediately, and he asked coldly, "Why do you want to kill them? Do they have a grudge against you?" "No grudge, but I dislike them. I don't want to share you with them," Xiao Shuefei actually answered. Seriously? Shen Yi was left dumbfounded. Luckily, he reacted quickly. He almost let this fool kill Lin Lu and Lin Tu. As for Fu Yunqi, although Xiao Shuefei might not be Fu Yunqi's match, it was hard to say if this woman with a few screws loose launched a surprise attack, she might actually succeed. However, the key point was that she actually said she wanted to kill his other women right in front of him. This was too bold. Shen Yi wanted to get angry, but seeing the bright affection level on Xiao Shuefei, he fell silent. This woman had never held any resentment against him, she just wanted to kill other women out of jealousy. This was simply outrageous. Shen Yi frowned and emphasized, "What I said about doing whatever you want does not include killing my other women. Remember, without my orders, you absolutely cannot kill my women. Absolutely not." He specifically reminded her twice. If one day he wasn't careful and this woman wiped out his harem, that would be too outrageous. "Oh, I understand," Xiao Shuefei replied, and although her expression didn't change much, one could hear the disappointment in her tone. Disappointment? Damn. This woman must be sick. He had no idea what kind of environment she grew up in, it was too off. Either her life experiences were problematic or she was just born with a few screws loose. "Come here." Shen Yi looked at the dejected Xiao Shuefei and inexplicably felt the need to give her a good lesson. She must be taught a lesson. She needed to understand the basic principles. And absolutely could not harm his big family. Xiao Shuefei was very obedient and walked over. Then, at Xin Yi's gesture, she knelt down. A night without conversation. The next day, Xin Yi rarely woke up early. With Xiao Shuefei's recovery ability, no matter how hard or tiring it gets, he can quickly regain his energy. So, when he got up today, he was still full of spirit. Of course, this was also due to the ability of mental evolution. Enhanced mental strength allows Xin Yi to sleep whenever he wants, and even if he doesn't sleep, he still feels energetic. After last night's education, Xiao Shuefei obediently promised that no matter how much she hated other women, she would never kill them. Unless Xin Yi told her to. Although Xiao Shuefei is a bit slow-witted and stubborn, she is very obedient. As long as it's Xin Yi's words, she will listen. So Xin Yi no longer worried that she would kill all his women. Glancing at Xiao Shuefei, who was still resting, Xin Yi got up, washed up, and then called for Fu Yunxi, taking her to let Xiaoha get familiar with her, to avoid any accidental harm. However, after this period of feeding and observation, Xin Yi found that Xiaoha's emotions were very stable and had not actively harmed anyone. He didn't know if it was because Lin Jiwei had trained it. Privately, it had not entered a bloodthirsty state again. This was also why Xin Yi felt at ease letting it help Fu Yunxi. Otherwise, sending Xiaoha out would not be helping, but rather cleaning up survivors. Alright. You two go. After feeding Xiaoha and warning it several times in a serious tone, Xin Yi finally let it leave with Fu Yunxi. In fact, this was also a test for Xin Yi. He wanted to see if Xiaoha would be obedient and whether it would harm the people in his shelter when he wasn't around. If it dared to hurt someone, it would prove that the training was not sufficient. Woof woof. Xiaoha was wagging its tail wildly at Xin Yi, seemingly saying it would be very obedient. Well, then let's set off now. Fu Yunxi still looked at Xiaoha with some trepidation. Although this mutated creature was wagging its tail and looking very obedient in front of Xin Yi, she didn't know if it would behave once they left the community. However, she thought since Xin Yi had sent it to leave with her, he must have some means of counteraction, right? He wouldn't treat her as a test subject, would he? How could that be possible? Meanwhile, Xin Yi also used teleportation to return to his room. Of course, during this time, he kept his mental connection open, dividing part of his mind to observe Xiao Ha, watching if it would exhibit any unusual behavior after leaving him. Now, Xin Yi's mental evolution had reached level 6, so he could multitask, even to the extent of 3, 4, or 5 tasks at once. His powerful processing ability allowed him to easily do things that ordinary people could not. Mental evolution, LV6. Your brain has completed an evolution for some reason, significantly enhancing your mental strength, thinking ability, comprehension ability, perception ability, etc. You can simply influence the minds of surrounding creatures, with a current influence range of 150 meters, and you can control your subconscious, becoming immune to a certain degree of mental attacks. Glancing at the range of his mental abilities, Xin Yi was quite satisfied. Then, he directly used teleportation to arrive at Lin Lu's bedroom. It was time to unlock new supplies. 159 handed in the ability fruit. Brother-in-law, you're here. Lin Tu saw Xin Yi appear and immediately rushed over happily, hugging Xin Yi's arm and starting to act cute, just like a girl in love. Lin Lu smiled but didn't mind. Instead, she pulled out a chair for Xin Yi to sit down. It was unclear how the two sisters had chatted last night, but today they seemed to have reconciled, and their relationship appeared even closer. Last night, Xin Yi had been using telepathy to keep an eye on them, worried that the sisters might fight after he left. If it was just a quarrel, exchanging a few insults wouldn't matter. But if they started fighting and got heated, that would be bad. So, Xin Yi, the culprit, had been observing in secret, ready to step in and mediate. In the end, he only saw Lin Tu crying. After that, the two sisters hid under the covers, whispering for several hours, their faces always flushed. However, judging by their behavior today, the outcome of their communication was good, at least for him. A blessing for all. How delightful. After having breakfast with the two sisters, Xin Yi pinched Lin Tu's cheek and said, "Little Tu, you go to the living room first. I need to talk to your sister." "Oh, I got it." The not-so-innocent little rabbit immediately understood the meaning behind her brother-in-law's words, clenched her little fist to cheer on her sister, and then got up to leave. Lin Lu sat nervously on the edge of the bed, her eyes darting around, looking quite busy. "What's wrong? Feeling shy?" Xin Yi sat down next to her and pinched Lin Lu's cute face. "And no, I am just a bit hot." Lin Lu lied, her face turning even redder. "Really?" Lin Lu nodded vigorously, tightening her little fist as if mustering courage, raised her head to look at Xin Yi, her face flushed as she asked, You and Little Tu yesterday?" "Actually, nothing happened between me and Little Tuesday," Xin Yi interrupted. Lin Lu was taken aback immediately. Pouting and huffing, humph. Don't treat me like a 16-year-old. I'm already 18. I understand everything. Then why are you asking? Shani found Lin Lu's little expression very cute, so he smiled and pinched her pouting lips. Lin Lu rubbed her little mouth and cuddled Shani's arm, acting cute. I just wanted to hear you say it. Alright, then I'll tell you what happened yesterday. And so, Shani began to unlock the supplies. Meanwhile, Fu Yunxi, accompanied by over 100 combat-capable survivors, and the enormous Little Ha, began the operation to conquer the nearby community. At first, the survivors were a bit scared of Little Ha. Although they knew it was Lord Shani's pet, such a massive creature could probably kill an ordinary person with just a fart. So, aside from Fu Yunxi, no one dared to come within 3 meters of Little Ha. However, as they walked along and encountered a few mutated animals, Little Ha swiftly killed them with a single paw, and the way the survivors looked at Little Ha changed instantly. It seemed that having such a powerful mutated monster leading the way provided a great sense of security. Thus, with Little Ha's help, the operation to conquer the community proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Although they encountered a powerful mutated plant during the process, Little Ha dealt with it, and the survivors only sustained minor injuries, with no fatalities. The battle losses were far better than before. In the past, even when they went out to scavenge a small supermarket, there was a possibility of death. Fu Yunxi looked at Little Ha, unable to help but marvel. How did Shani manage to tame this mutated monster? This monster's strength is much greater than that of the mutated Spider King. She also witnessed Little Ha's incredible recovery ability. Even though its calf had been pierced by the mutated plant just moments ago, it had fully recovered in just a few minutes. This was truly extraordinary. Such a massive size, combined with a terrifying recovery ability, makes its combat power unimaginable. It's likely that even an armored vehicle wouldn't be able to kill it, right? Where on earth did Shani find such a freakish monster, and how can he make it obey him? Fu Yunxi couldn't help but feel the same suspicion she had before. Could it be that Shani really isn't from Earth? He possesses various powerful and abnormal abilities, along with countless ability fruits, which definitely isn't something an ordinary person could have. Yes, Shani has been continuously consuming ability fruits, something Fu Yunxi had noticed long ago. She had also eaten ability fruits and understood how rare they are. Even after searching for so long, she had only found 2. And one of those fruits was from a potted plant at her own home. Fu Yunxi learned about the existence of ability fruits thanks to Lin Tuesday. Lin Tu accidentally ate a colorful fruit and gained an ability, then shared the news with her closest friends, including Fu Yunxi. Ability fruits are extremely rare. How did Shani obtain them? What secrets is he hiding? Fu Yunxi was very eager to uncover the secrets surrounding Shani. However, she understood the importance of being cautious and assessing the situation, so she didn't ask Shani directly like the headstrong Lin Jiwei would. Based on her understanding of Xingyi's personality, he definitely wouldn't share and would likely get angry. Therefore, she couldn't take the initiative to ask. She would have to wait until Xingyi wanted to tell her himself. Or perhaps, she would need to have enough benefits to exchange for that secret. Sister Fu, I found a colorful fruit. At that moment, a 15 or 16-year-old boy ran over excitedly. What? Fu Yunxi immediately snapped back to attention and looked at the boy. The boy handed the fruit in his hand to Fu Yunxi, proudly saying, Sister Fu, I just found this in the garden over there. I found it all by myself. Several survivors nearby looked at the fruit with envy in their eyes. Colorful fruits can grant abilities, and this isn't a secret in the shelter. As long as you find a colorful fruit and hand it in, you can receive a month's worth of food and water. Plus, there's a chance for promotion. Most importantly, if you're willing to hand in the ability fruit, you'll have the opportunity to gain abilities in the future. Although you can directly eat the fruit to gain an ability, under Fu Yunxi's guidance, most survivors in the shelter believe in contributing to the collective and not hoarding for themselves. Additionally, due to the shelter's care for ordinary people, they are also willing to hand in ability fruits in return for the shelter's support. Just like this boy, who chose to hand in the colorful fruit the moment he found it, rather than hiding it away. Of course, there are rewards and punishments. Anyone who hides an ability fruit and gets caught will be directly expelled from the shelter. Thus, most survivors without much ambition choose to hand in colorful fruits when they find them. However, colorful fruits are extremely rare and not so easy to find. 160. Unlocking new resources. In fact, the reason ordinary people are willing to hand over their ability fruits is that they understand That without the shelter of a refuge, even if they gain abilities, it would be useless. Most abilities are not strong and may even be weaker than a bow and crossbow, let alone be a match for mutated plants and animals. Rather than gamble on a possibility, it is better to be prudent, hand over the ability fruits, and obtain enough food and promotion opportunities. As long as one has a high enough status in the refuge, there will be opportunities to eat ability fruits in the future, which is definitely not a loss. Alright. I will remember your contribution. After you go back, you can go to the supply department to collect a month's worth of supplies, according to the number of people in your family. As Fu Yunxi put away the ability fruit, she did not forget to promise a reward. As for the other rewards, I will give them to you later. Thank you, Sister Fu. The boy immediately nodded excitedly. A month's worth of supplies. Enough for his family to eat for a month. He was very satisfied. Moreover, he felt proud that his actions contributed to the refuge. A pride that came from within. This was also due to Fu Yunxi's guidance, which instilled a sense of honor in everyone in the refuge, making them more willing to contribute to the collective. Especially the young people. Then, the boy hesitated for a moment and asked, Sister Fu, I heard that Lord Shen wants ability fruits, so, will Lord Shen know after I hand over this ability fruit? Can I meet Lord Shen? You want to meet Lord Shen? The boy immediately said with admiration, yes. Lord Shen is my father's savior. If it weren't for Lord Shen, my father wouldn't have made it back from the department store, so I want to thank Lord Shen in person. So that's how it is. Fu Yunxi understood in her heart. She then revealed a gentle smile and said, Alright, I will tell Lord Shen about you. Thank you, Sister Fu. Then I will go look for more colorful fruits. I will hand those over to Lord Shen too. The innocent boy looked very happy, feeling satisfied just to meet his idol. As for the ability fruits, he didn't care about them at all. If he secretly hid the fruits, he would be kicked out of the refuge. Even if he had abilities, then he definitely wouldn't survive. Moreover, the refuge treated his family so well, and Lord Shen saved his father, he had no reason to betray the refuge. Out of gratitude and admiration, he willingly handed over the ability fruits. Watching the boy leave, Fu Yunxi looked at the ability fruit in her hand, then glanced around, her eyes flickering slightly, as if hesitating. Ding! Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, beginning to randomly unlock a type of resource. Ding! Unlock successful, congratulations on unlocking resource, a bag of high-quality rice. High-quality rice +1 stored in system space, high-quality rice +1 stored in system space, high-quality rice. At this moment, Shani, who had just unlocked the resources, was also very happy. But he was not happy because he unlocked rice, rather, through telepathy, he saw the ability fruit in Fu Yunxi's hand. That's right, Shani had seen it long ago. Someone actually handed over an ability fruit. While Shani worked hard, he did not forget to spare some energy to keep an eye on Fu Yunxi. He wanted to see what this woman would choose. Would she hand the ability fruit over to me, or would she eat it herself? The temptation of ability fruits is great for ordinary people, but even greater for ability users. In fact, seeing that boy hand over the ability fruit without hesitation surprised Shani a bit. If it were his own character, knowing that the ability fruit could grant abilities, he would have definitely eaten it himself at the first opportunity. Yet this innocent boy obediently handed it over. It seems that Fu Yunxi's management is quite good. Being able to have subordinates voluntarily hand over ability fruits indeed shows some skill. The shelter managed by Jiang Nanyan requires ability fruits to exchange for ability fruits. Even so, up until now, they haven't received any ability fruits. It's unclear whether it's because no one has found any ability fruits, or if someone has found them but is secretly hiding them. If they are secretly hiding them, Shani actually wouldn't know. After all, he can't possibly use mental sensing to keep an eye on everyone in the shelter 24 hours a day, that would be too exhausting. Well, I suppose you've made the right choice. Shani saw Fu Yunxi staring at the ability fruits for a few minutes, and instead of keeping them for herself, she put them away, which made him show a satisfied expression. If this woman dared to play tricks on him, Shani would indeed have a headache. After all, he wasn't ready to kill Fu Yunxi, a woman who was quite useful to him. But if she obediently listened and was willing to hand over the ability fruits, Shani wouldn't mind rewarding her with more ability fruits. Then, in a good mood, Shani hugged Lin Lu tightly. QVQ. Lin Lu was speechless for a long time, and finally her expression became dazed, lying there motionless. At this moment, Lin Lu's expression? Releasing Lin Lu, Shani sat up and took out a bag of Rice from the system space to check. These two foodie sisters actually unlocked food supplies? Unsurprisingly, the bag of rice was about the same size as a urea bag, and this bag weighed at least 30 to 40 kilograms. Adding 30 to 40 kilograms of rice in 1 second, what a delight! Now that we have both rice and flour, and in ample quantities, even if we raise an army of 10,000, we won't have to worry about food at all. Shinee was very satisfied. He really had the idea of building an army. After all, the shelter had been built, it couldn't be without military defense, right? Moreover, the stronger the military force of the shelter, the more reliable it would be in helping him, and ultimately, he would be the one to benefit. As for the weapons needed to build an army, Shinee was not lacking at all. There were already over 1 million handguns in the system space, more than he could ever use. As long as he waited for his ability level to rise for a while, and once he was completely immune to the lethality of handguns, he would take them out to train the army. Of course, Shinee only had a rough idea how to specifically establish the army and allocate weapons would need Fu Yunxi and Zhang Nanyan to arrange in detail. There were many details involved, and it would definitely be very troublesome. In short, it was impossible to distribute guns for free. Even if his guns were unlimited, he couldn't just give them away for free. At the very least, there should be a reward and punishment mechanism, such as rewarding hot weapons or even ability fruits to those who contribute greatly to the shelter and are sufficiently loyal. After all, eating 1 or 2 ability fruits wouldn't do much. The ability level couldn't be raised all at once. Moreover, as long as he controlled the types of abilities rewarded, even if subordinates raised their ability levels, they wouldn't pose a threat to him or his women, while also motivating them to work harder. It's all benefits and no harm. In short, as long as he didn't shake his rule, Shinee was still quite generous. After lying comfortably for a while, Shinee finally got up and went out. As for Lin Lu, she was still sound asleep. The little girl really didn't have a good constitution. She needed to exercise more in the future, or find a way to get her a fruit that enhances her constitution. Otherwise, with her frail little body, Shinee was really afraid that his own strong constitution would be too much for her, and this sweet girl would collapse and die. This was very possible. Shinee's constitution was already quite robust. Every time he unlocked supplies, it started from 1 or 2 hours. Ordinary people simply couldn't handle it. Brother-in-law. Sister, is she okay? As soon as Shinee walked into the living room, the blushing Lin Tu rushed over, hugged his arm, glanced towards the bedroom, and shyly asked. The socially anxious girl was becoming bolder in front of Shinee, gradually losing the initial awkwardness. 161. The little rabbit's abilities. Song Qingwan's sister, is she okay? Lin Tu's eyes were filled with shyness, but more so with worry. Because for the past few hours, she had heard her sister's voice sounding very miserable, feeling as if her sister was seriously injured. Even her voice had gone hoarse. Lin Tu was truly afraid something had happened to her sister. She's fine, just let her sleep a bit longer, Shinee said, taking out a large handful of mental evolution fruits from the system space, and added, you and your sister should eat these, but remember not to tell anyone else. Wow! This is an ability fruit. The little rabbit's face instantly lit up with surprise. Her brother-in-law actually had so many ability fruits. So amazing. Yes, this is a fruit of mental evolution, which can enhance your mental abilities. Shinee briefly explained the effects of the mental evolution ability. So that's how it is. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Tu happily took the ability fruits, then bit her lip and leaned in to give Shinee a kiss. Right after the kiss, the little girl blushed, hiding her head like an ostrich, not daring to look at Shinee again. However, the place she hid her head was on Shinee's chest, and the hot temperature on her face made Shinee feel it too. What a silly and cute girl. Shinee shook his head with a smile and asked, by the way, I heard your sister say you also have an ability? What is it? My ability is to plant a mark in other people's minds through eye contact, and then I can communicate with them, just like using a walkie-talkie or a phone. Lin Tu's voice was very soft, as she was still in a shy state. Is that all you can do? Shinee raised an eyebrow. It seemed not very practical. Shinyee's mental connection was also a communication type, but he didn't need eye contact. He could forcibly connect to other people's brains directly. Although there were limitations due to mental strength, it was clear that the mental connection itself was not weak. Moreover, Shinee could also forcibly gain the vision of the connected person through the mental connection, which was a very useful auxiliary skill. I think I can also influence the thoughts of the person I marked. Hearing Shinyi's inquiry about serious matters, Lin Tu gradually restrained her shyness, thought seriously for a moment, and continued to answer, but I feel it's very difficult to influence others' thoughts. Although I've never tried, but I can feel it's hard. Influencing thoughts? Tell me more about your feelings. Shinyi suddenly frowned. No, Lin Tu's mental abilities seem to be quite extraordinary. The little rabbit, hearing Shinyi's words, began to recall seriously, saying, probably, I can inject my thoughts into the mind of the person I marked, and then they won't notice, they will think it's their own thought. That should be the kind of influence, but I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure. The little rabbit's tone lacked confidence, but her feelings should not be wrong. Generally, one can feel the functions of their abilities and how to use them after obtaining them. However, it also requires one to explore and practice, otherwise, in a battle between two ability users of the same level, the one more skilled in their ability can easily defeat the less skilled one. This is why Shinyi occasionally uses different combinations of abilities to kill. Familiarizing oneself with their abilities and improving practical experience is also very necessary. Back to the point, the little rabbit's ability is definitely not weak. Moreover, in a certain sense, it is stronger than mental connection. Being able to implant thoughts without the other party noticing is a very formidable method. Although it can't compare to Morome Shue's ability to directly modify cognition, it's still quite good. However, the prerequisite of needing to plant a mark is a bit troublesome. I wonder if there will be any changes after leveling up. You should eat a few more of the mental evolution fruits to enhance your mental strength, and then try implanting ideas in others. It shouldn't be too difficult that way, Shinyi said while stroking the little rabbit. The little rabbit likely found it hard to implant ideas in others because her mental strength was too weak. As long as she improved her mental strength, this problem could be avoided. It must be said that the mental evolution ability paired very well with Lin Tu's ability. What a coincidence. Well, I'll give it a try, Lin Tu said, not wanting to disappoint Shinyi, and began to eat the ability fruits, preparing to develop her own powers. Shinyi didn't disturb the little rabbit, letting her train, and told her to let him know once she succeeded. Before leaving, he also left a large handful of mental evolution fruits and some delicious food. The two little foodies loved to eat, so Shinyi took good care of them. Mainly because the two sisters were simple-minded and very obedient. Moreover, after last night and today's events, the sisters' fondness and loyalty had caught up with Su Yun and Su Wanting and were even slowly rising. The higher the fondness, the more satisfied Shinyi was, and he was happy to give rewards. After leaving the sisters' room, Shinyi headed to the conference room. Song Qingwan had arrived over an hour ago and had been waiting for him in the conference room. Shinyi was a bit curious about Song Qingwan's ability and could also unlock supplies in the process. Killing two birds with one stone, double happiness. Wow! I feel like my little head is so much clearer now. Is this mental evolution? So amazing! After eating more than a dozen ability fruits, Lin Tu felt incredibly powerful. She could clearly sense that her communication time had increased, and she was able to implant ideas into others' minds. Of course, it had to be someone she had marked to implant. Lin Tu felt a bit eager to try out the effects. So, she searched for someone nearby whom she had marked. She found that the closest one was her sister in the bedroom. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Tu cautiously murmured, "I'm sorry, sister." Of course, she wouldn't randomly implant bad ideas into her sister. It was just a small experiment with her ability. What idea should I implant in my sister? The little rabbit's eyes darted around as she thought seriously. After several minutes, her eyes suddenly lit up. This idea will do. Even if my sister finds out in the end, she definitely won't blame me. The little rabbit didn't even know what she had thought of, but she smiled and began to use her ability to inject an idea into her sleeping sister's mind. Because she had gained the mental evolution ability, Lin Tu's mental strength had increased significantly, so her idea implantation went very smoothly, without encountering any resistance. Mental evolution is so amazing. My brother-in-law is really good to me. Lin Tu thought of Shinyi and instinctively revealed a sweet smile, feeling genuinely happy. At the same time, Shinyi arrived at the conference room and met the beautiful Song Qingwan. 162. Such a straightforward confession. Hello, Lord Shen. Upon seeing Shinyi enter, Song Qingwan immediately stood up, feeling very nervous. This man possesses the powerful ability to single-handedly kill a mutated Spider King. Moreover, he is the leader of the shelter, absolutely the top authority. Faced with such a powerful man of high status, even though Song Qingwan, as an ability user, holds a certain position in Baiyun community, she did not dare to act recklessly. However, she wondered why this lord had called her over. Was it because he knew about her ability? Sigh, it seems so. Since Baiyun community merged into the shelter, Song Qingwan had been mentally prepared. After all, her ability is extremely important to any shelter. It's fine, sit down. Shani said lightly, teleporting to the sofa and sitting down. Song Qingwan's eyes widened. This ability is so cool. Clearly, she hadn't seen Shani use teleportation before in the department store. With a nervous heart, Song Qingwan sat down. Shani took out a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses from the system space, opened the bottle, and said, "First, introduce your ability." Song Qingwan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly concealed her surprise and introduced herself. I am Song Qingwan. My ability is to create water and control it? So it's a water ability. That makes sense. Shani had suspected it before, and now hearing it from Song Qingwan's own mouth confirmed it. Give it a try. Shani poured himself a glass of red wine and casually poured one for Song Qingwan, pushing it over to her. Song Qingwan wanted to refuse, but hesitated for a few seconds and didn't dare to speak. Because Shin Yi's tone didn't sound like he was asking her. Holding the wine glass, her heart grew even more anxious. What does Shin Yi really mean? If he called her over because of her ability, why drink wine? Wouldn't that be too ambiguous? Anxiously, Song Qingwan saw Shin Yi raise his glass, so she quickly took a sip. Watching the nervous Song Qingwan, Shin Yi smiled faintly and then savored the fine wine. It was sweet and not bad. He had eaten quite a bit of meat earlier, and now a little wine would help with digestion. Lord Shin Yi, may I ask why you called me? Song Qingwan carefully asked as she set down her glass. She was too nervous to sit still. Come work by my side from now on, be my woman. Shin Yi set down his glass and looked calmly at Song Qingwan. Ha? Song Qingwan was taken aback, her face quickly turning red. This was too sudden. And too straightforward. Even if he wanted to make a pass at her or confess, it didn't have to be so blunt. No wonder he wanted her to drink wine, and red wine at that. Lord Shin must not have much experience in romance, which is why he was so direct. Song Qingwan felt shy and conflicted. In truth, it was impossible for her to say she liked Shin Yi. After all, before today, she had only seen him once, and feelings couldn't develop that quickly. However, she didn't dislike him either. Given Shin Yi's status and strength, being confessed to by him was already her good fortune. So she was a bit conflicted about whether to agree or not. She didn't know when Shin Yi had started to like her, or how much he liked her. Was it just a fleeting interest? If it ended after a while, she would be the one at a loss. Song Qingwan was in a dilemma. Little did she know, Shin Yi had no real feelings for her. It was purely because she could unlock resources and her ability was very practical. Of course, if you asked if he liked her, he definitely did. He liked all beautiful women. Have you made up your mind? Shin Yi finished 2 glasses of wine and looked at Song Qingwan. The woman seemed to be lost in her thoughts, her expression constantly changing, and her aura occasionally rising, becoming a bit paler. Song Qingwan, with a flushed face, shyly spoke up, I'm willing. She had been tangled in her thoughts for a long time, quietly assessing Shin Yi. From his looks to his figure, she had secretly evaluated him and found that he met all her criteria for a partner. Moreover, Shin Yi was very strong and the head of the shelter, definitely worthy of her. She should say she was reaching for something beyond her grasp. Therefore, she didn't mind having such a boyfriend. Alright, then go back and bring your things over. You'll live here from now on, Shin Yi said. He decided to designate this building as their residence, arranging for all outsiders to be placed in other buildings. Of course, he would leave these matters to Fu Yunxi, trusting her to handle it well. Okay. Song Qingwan replied, her face very red. Her heart raced, she hadn't expected that just after becoming a couple, they would be living together. This was happening way too fast. What if Shin Yi wanted to be with her tonight? Although Song Qingwan agreed to date Shin Yi, she didn't want to take that step so soon. Otherwise, if Shin Yi got tired of her and wanted to break up, she would be at a huge loss. She had to find a way to refuse. With a conflicted and anxious heart, Song Qingwan left. Just then, Xiao Shuefei walked out of the bedroom. Having exhausted herself yesterday and being thoroughly worn out by Shin Yi, she had slept until 11 or 12 today to recover. It was only because Xiao Shuefei's physical condition was better than average that she could recover from just one night of sleep. You're up? Have something to eat first. Shin Yi casually took out various cooked foods from the system space, letting Xiao Shuefei choose what to eat. Xiao Shuefei sat beside Shin Yi and started eating the pulled noodles. Shin Yi leaned back on the sofa, eating the fruit of mental evolution, using telepathy to check if there were any ability fruits around the shelter. He didn't know if it was because there were too few ability fruits or if his luck was bad, but after more than 2 hours of searching, he still hadn't found any. Rubbing his forehead, he didn't take it to heart. After all, 1 or 2 fruits wouldn't significantly enhance him. As long as he kept improving the abilities he already had, he could stay far ahead of the other survivors without putting pressure on himself. After all, his strength was already enough for self-protection. As long as he didn't confront the mysterious mutated tree head-on, he wouldn't be in any danger. Moreover, through telepathy, Shen-Yi had confirmed that there were no mutated plants or animals within a dozen kilometers that could threaten him. That felt great. In his sight, he was invincible. As long as he continued to develop, Shen-Yi felt he might not be unqualified to confront the mutated tree. At worst, escaping safely wouldn't be a problem. Time passed. More than an hour later, Fu Yunxi returned. She headed straight to the conference room to find Shen-Yi. 163, not even the corpses are spared. All the neighborhoods within a 3-kilometer radius have been incorporated into our shelter. Currently, the total number of people in our shelter has exceeded 4,000, and the exact number is still being counted. I estimate it should eventually surpass 4,005. The moment Fu Yunxi returned, she reported in detail on the progress of the work over the past 2 days. 4,000 people. Not bad. Very good. Even if only 1/5 of them are combat capable, that's still quite impressive. I have 2 points to discuss with you, so take note. Shen-Yi paused, seeing that Fu Yunxi was listening attentively, and continued, First, clear out this building where I live. From now on, only I and my women can reside here. No one else is allowed in without my permission, or they will die. Okay. Fu Yunxi nodded, having no objections. She felt this was not an outrageous request, but rather quite reasonable. After all, given Shen-Yi's lecherous nature, it was normal for him to have many women in the future, and living in a separate building was to be expected. Moreover, as the head of the shelter, enjoying some privileges was not a problem, it could even enhance Shen-Yi's mystique in the eyes of his subordinates. Shen-Yi, of course, did not think so much, he simply wanted to enjoy himself and disliked being affected. With his strength so formidable and resources abundant, what was wrong with enjoying life? He then continued, Second, once the number of survivors in the shelter is finalized, bring all the beautiful female survivors to me. I want to take a look. Okay. Fu Yunxi hesitated, ultimately not daring to say more. But she really wanted to complain. Calling all the beautiful female survivors to take a look? You want to possess them, don't you? Too much. This guy is really too much. Is he selecting concubines? Doing this, can his body really handle it? Isn't he afraid of ruining himself? Moreover, openly asking me to do such a thing, doesn't he think it's unfair to me? After all, I am also your plaything. Even if Fu Yunxi didn't consider herself Shen-Yi's girlfriend, she shouldn't be bullied as a plaything. But then again, aside from being lecherous, Shen-Yi didn't seem to have any other bad habits, so fulfilling this small request of his wasn't too much. After all, Shen-Yi was the highest combat power in the entire shelter. If they encountered mutated monsters and troubles that couldn't be resolved, it would definitely require Shen-Yi to take action. Therefore, meeting his demands was quite reasonable. Most importantly, Fu Yunxi knew she had no right to refuse. If she dared to refuse Shen-Yi, she might lose her position as the shelter's manager and all her power. After working hard to develop the shelter to 4,000 people, Fu Yunxi wanted to start making grand plans and didn't want to lose everything for other women. Moreover, most women would probably be eager to become Shen-Yi's women, actively climbing into his bed. In the apocalypse, women's lives are much harder than men's and they need to rely on others more. Especially beautiful women who lack self-defense capabilities. The shelter established by Fu Yunxi has a strong moral code and bottom line, other shelters are simply a mess. For example, a neighborhood Fu Yunxi just took over today, most of the women there had died, and those who were still alive were kept by men as tools for release, lacking even the most basic dignity. Those women were all starving and emaciated, some even dying of hunger and thirst. Yet even so, their corpses were not spared. Such things are very common in the apocalypse. And to change all of this, absolute force is the only way. That's about it for these 2 points. If there's anything else needed in the future, I will continue to add. Seeing that Fu Yunxi did not oppose him, Shen-Yi nodded in satisfaction and said, Later, I will give you a batch of supplies for you to operate the shelter. A stick must be followed by a sweet date. Since he had gained benefits from the shelter, Shen-Yi naturally had to contribute as well, so that the flow could be steady. The supplies needed for 4,000 people were considerable, and if Shen-Yi did not provide a portion, Fu Yunxi would have a headache. Sure enough, upon hearing about the supplies, Fu Yunqi's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded, saying, "Great. With these supplies, the development of the shelter can stabilize quickly. Moreover, I will tell the survivors that these supplies were provided by you. Promotion is very necessary. Such a large batch of supplies could be well utilized to enhance Xinyi's standing in the survivors' hearts, especially for those survivors who had just been gathered. Today, it was important to help them integrate into this big family as soon as possible." Xinyi nodded in satisfaction. Fu Yunqi was very reliable in her work, and there was nothing to nitpick about that. By the way, I obtained a supernatural fruit today. After discussing the main matter, Fu Yunqi took out the supernatural fruit and handed it over. Although she had thought about eating it herself, she only considered it for a moment and did not dare to actually eat it. Who knows if Xinyi had already seen the whole process of her obtaining the supernatural fruit? If she ate it, she might be unlucky. Not bad. Xinyi took the supernatural fruit, tossed it into his mouth, and asked, "What reward do you want?" "Reward?" Fu Yunqi was taken aback. "Can I still ask for a reward?" Oh right, Xinyi seemed to have told her before that if she found a supernatural fruit, he would give her a reward. She initially thought Xinyi was just making empty promises, so she didn't take it to heart. After all, the promises she made to others were far more than Xinyi's. "I can give you the telepathy ability, the mental evolution ability, and the frost condensation ability. You can choose which supernatural fruit you want," Xinyi said. Fu Yunqi was very sensible, and he naturally would not be stingy with rewards. So many abilities. Fu Yunqi was shocked. She could actually choose an ability. What kind of person is Xinyi? This is too strong. While shocked, Fu Yunqi immediately suppressed her excitement and asked, "Can I first understand these abilities before making a choice?" "Sure." Xinyi nodded. Then, he briefly introduced the three abilities. As for the mental connection ability, Xinyi thought it was average, so he did not mention it. "I choose the telepathy ability." After listening to the introduction, Fu Yunqi thought for a few seconds and made her choice. This choice surprised Xinyi a bit. He had originally thought that with Fu Yunqi's ambition, she would choose the mental evolution or frost condensation abilities, which would increase combat power. He did not expect her to choose telepathy. Fu Yunqi explained, "The telepathy ability is more comprehensive in its effects. As for combat, I think the ability to control wind and my other ability are enough for now." "All right." Xinyi did not hesitate and directly took out 10 telepathy supernatural fruits and gave them to Fu Yunqi. 164, gained a new ability, shadow summoning. So many. Seeing that Xinyi had given her an ability fruit, Fu Yunqi was directly shocked. "Wait, wasn't the condition you promised me just a pie in the sky? You actually gave it?" Fu Yunqi thought Xinyi was just lying when he said he would exchange one ability fruit for 10, but she didn't expect him to be serious. This left Fu Yunqi both shocked and pleasantly surprised. In that moment, her favorability towards Xinyi increased significantly, instantly surpassing Morong Shui. "As long as you obediently listen, I will do what I say." Xinyi smiled, feeling even more satisfied inside. It's hard to increase favorability with a smart and opinionated woman like her. Even if she wouldn't easily betray Xinyi and was willing to serve him in various ways, her favorability just wouldn't rise. Because smart people have pride and ambition. Unlike Lin Lu and Lin Tu, two naive sweethearts, who would see their favorability soar with just a few sweet words. Naive sweethearts are just pure. Fu Yunqi, Morong Shui, and Lin Jiwei, on the other hand, had their favorability stuck at a deadlock. It had hardly increased at all. However, Fu Yunqi had already surpassed Morong Shui and was quickly catching up to Lin Jiwei. She could be considered trustworthy now. I understand. Taking the ability fruit, Fu Yunqi nodded. Her speculation about Xinyi's identity and background became even more certain. Xinyi was definitely not simple. He must have a big secret. Fortunately, she hadn't acted on her previous little thoughts, otherwise, how could she have obtained so many ability fruits now? By the way, there's one more thing, about the boy who submitted the ability fruit. Fu Yunqi specifically mentioned the boy. Because the boy was willing to submit the ability fruit, part of the reason was that Xinyi saved his father, and he admired Xinyi. So, if possible, Fu Yunqi hoped Xinyi could meet the boy. Even encourage him a bit. At that time, they could use the boy's case of submitting ability fruits and meeting the leader as a typical example to promote in the shelter. If the promotion went well, it could raise Xinyi's reputation even higher and attract more fans. So that's how it is. Xinyi was a bit surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect his unintentional act would actually earn him a little fanboy. No wonder the other party was willing to submit the ability fruit. It turns out I had a hand in it. It seems that doing a good deed occasionally does have its benefits. The feeling of doing a good deed and receiving feedback is very pleasant. Thus, Shinee did not refuse to meet the boy and let Fu Yunchi arrange it. Then I'll go busy myself, there are still many things to handle. Fu Yunchi stood up and prepared to leave. With more people in the shelter, there were naturally more matters to attend to. If not handled well, it could easily become a hidden danger. However, now that she had the ability of telepathy, many things were easier to manage. Although Fu Yunchi felt her ability to read people's hearts was not bad, having the telepathy fruit would be more convenient and save mental effort. Go ahead. Shinee did not keep Fu Yunchi. After sending her off, Shinee glanced at Xiao Shuefei, who was still eating. This scatterbrained woman had been staring at Fu Yunchi just now but didn't make a move. It seems yesterday's lesson was still effective. Very obedient. A woman this loyal should, in theory, be rewarded with an ability fruit. But Shinee thought that once he unlocked the physical enhancement type fruit, he would give her one, as it would help him recover his stamina better. Of course, for Xiao Shuefei, a physical enhancement fruit would also be the most practical. She had recovery abilities and combat abilities, just lacking endurance. So, for now, he wouldn't give her a useless ability fruit. Retracting his gaze, Shinee opened the system panel to check. The ability fruit just consumed has unlocked a new power. Host, Shinee, age, 20, combat power, 159. Not including any external enhancements, unlocked resources, Master Shuai's mineral water, freshly baked roast chicken, Type 54 pistol, grade A5 steak, ability fruit, telepathy, luxury self-heating hot pot, ability fruit. Mental connection, ripe black-skinned watermelon, 5-color leeks for vitality, ability fruit, frost condensation, a steamer of meat buns, top-grade edible salt, luxury version of Yao ramen, ability fruit, mental evolution. A bag of high-quality white flour, a bag of high-quality rice, acquired abilities, physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV11, shadow binding LV1, mental connection LV8, skin hardening LV1, shapeshifting. Ability LV1, high temperature ray LV1, frost condensation LV10, muscle explosion LV1, mental evolution LV8, shadow summoning LV1, mental evolution, LV8. Your brain has undergone an evolution for some reason, significantly enhancing your mental strength, cognitive ability, comprehension, perception, and more. You can simply influence the minds of nearby creatures, currently within a range of 500 meters, and you can control your subconscious, becoming immune to a certain degree of mental attacks. Shadow summoning, LV1. You can summon 3 shadow puppets, which can stealthily move in the shadows, possess top-notch martial skills, simple thinking, and are absolutely loyal to you. When a shadow puppet dies, it returns to the shadow realm, and you can spend stamina to summon it again. Hey, this ability seems a bit interesting, Shinee said, revealing an intrigued expression. After reading the introduction to shadow summoning, 3 absolutely loyal puppets? Without hesitation, he directly used his ability to summon the shadow puppets. With a thought, 3 dark forms emerged from the shadows. On the wall, slowly crawling out. Xiao Shuefei, who was eating, noticed this scene and immediately turned her head. Without hesitation, she stood up to block Shinee, taking a combat stance. At that moment, the 3 dark forms coalesced into humanoid shapes. They were identical, as if cloned, tall and slender, seemingly formed from shadows, cloaked in black garments, exuding an invisible sense of oppression. Moreover, the 3 shadow puppets wore black masks, completely obscuring their faces, revealing only a deep darkness. Their eyes flickered with a faint ghostly blue light, emanating a cold aura. After the 3 shadow puppets appeared, there was no sound, no movement. Just standing respectfully, their ghostly blue gazes fixed on Shinee, waiting for orders like loyal soldiers. Shinee let out a slight breath. Summoning these 3 shadow puppets had consumed nearly 1/5 of his stamina. However, the good thing is that once the puppets are summoned, no further stamina is required. This means the shadow puppets can exist indefinitely, unless Shinee revokes the ability, or they are killed. From this perspective, the shadow summoning ability is quite practical. Even if the shadow puppets are not strong in combat, they can be used as shields. After all, they can be summoned infinitely if they die, so there's no need to feel sorry. 165, with confidence, Song Qingwan said, Shinee, what are they? Xiao Shuefei stared warily at the shadow puppets. These 3 suddenly appearing strange figures gave her a very dangerous feeling. These are puppets I summoned. Just right, I want to see their strength. Can you help me test if they can be defeated without abilities? Shinee said. According to the introduction of the abilities, the shadow puppets possess top-notch martial arts and should be quite strong. It's just that she didn't know how they compared to Xiao Shuefei. Xiao Shuefei had been practicing martial arts for over a decade, and her physical fitness was comparable to Shani, who had consumed the body evolution fruit. Without abilities, Shani was definitely not Xiao Shuefei's match. After all, she was skilled in killing techniques and had extensive combat experience. Yes. Xiao Shuefei nodded. In agreement, turned and walked into the bedroom to retrieve her sword, preparing for battle. Immediately, Shani focused his thoughts and directly commanded the shadow puppets to attack Xiao Shuefei. Controlling the puppets was extremely easy for him, he just needed to issue commands in his mind. The shadow puppet, receiving the order, slowly turned its head, locking its gaze on Xiao Shuefei. Then, it reached into its chest and pulled out a pitch-black sword-shaped weapon, its movements smooth and eerie. Without any hesitation or words, the shadow puppet suddenly charged at Xiao Shuefei, the sword's edge sharp. Xiao Shuefei was already on guard and quickly drew her sword to meet the attack. The two sword edges clashed violently in the air, yet surprisingly made no sound. However, the force of the impact was very real. Xiao Shuefei felt the immense power coming from the sword. A hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She wondered what material the opponent's weapon was made of, as it could silently block her sword. Shani also raised an eyebrow. The shadow puppet actually came equipped with a weapon? And it seemed to be quite a good one. I wonder if I can use it. Thinking of this, Shani immediately issued a command to another shadow puppet to also draw a sword. The puppet obediently pulled out a pitch-black sword from its chest and respectfully offered it with both hands. However, just as the black sword left the puppet's grasp, it transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished into thin air. It seems this special weapon can only be used by the shadow puppets. Shani felt a bit disappointed. But it was also understandable. After all, this thing was taken from the shadow puppet. If it could be mass-produced, that would be absurd. On the other side, a shadow puppet was still fiercely battling Xiao Shuefei. I didn't expect this woman with a few screws loose to have such exquisite swordsmanship. Shin-Yi thought to himself. In terms of swordsmanship, Xiao Shuefei was actually able to suppress the shadow puppet. If she used her abilities, she could definitely kill the shadow puppet. Of course, the shadow puppet was not weak either. Shin-Yi had ordered it not to kill. Moreover, the shadow puppets were not good at direct combat. They could move stealthily in the shadows and made no sound, clearly suited for assassination. Alright, stop. After watching for a while, Shin-Yi called for the battle to cease. If it continued, the shadow puppet would definitely lose. Unless all three shadow puppets attacked together. But with Xiao Shuefei's swordsmanship, combined with her two abilities, she would surely be able to counter-kill. However, the shadow puppets were assassins, and they could be summoned in bulk. Having such strength was already quite impressive. If in the future he could upgrade the shadow summoning level to directly summon thousands or tens of thousands of shadow puppets, that would be incredible. A fearless shadow army, just thinking about it was exhilarating. From now on, I'll use shadow puppets for assassinations. Shin-Yi thought to himself. Appearing without a trace silently. Eliminating targets. This was the true use of shadow puppets. Shin-Yi, I'm sorry. Xiao Shuefei walked over, lowering her head. In self-reproach. Sorry? What does it mean? Shin-Yi asked, puzzled, not quite understanding Xiao Shuefei's words. I couldn't solve it quickly, it's because I'm so useless. Xiao Shuefei's voice dropped even lower. She felt she had let Shin-Yi down, unable to defeat this black monster swiftly. In terms of swordsmanship, the opponent wasn't much worse than herself. Moreover, the monster's swordplay was so strange that she had nearly been injured several times. If Shin-Yi could summon such a strong monster, would he still need her in the future? Thinking of this, Xiao Shuefei felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. Feeling utterly useless. Hearing Xiao Shuefei's words, Shin-Yi was momentarily taken aback, then found it somewhat amusing. This woman's way of thinking was truly unique. No, you are very useful. Shin-Yi said, gesturing for Xiao Shuefei to sit beside him while commanding the shadow puppet to lurk in the shadows outside the door. Xiao Shuefei's cheeks flushed slightly. She understood Shin-Yi's meaning, gently tucked her hair behind her ear and lowered her head. Meanwhile, Song Qingwan arrived at the top floor of the shelter. Alright, you can go now, she said to the few people who had helped her carry her luggage, her expression surprisingly a bit arrogant. These people were members of the shelter's guard team. Since the nearby community had already been incorporated, and with the guard team escorting her, Song Qingwan had not encountered any danger along the way. Moreover, due to Fu Yunqi's orders, they were very diligent, even helping Song Qingwan carry her luggage upstairs. Standing at the door of the conference room, Song Qingwan's mind was filled with thoughts, unable to hide her excitement. From today on, she would be the mistress of this shelter. Just thinking about it made her a little thrilled. Shun-yi will definitely not casually abandon me. After all, I am very useful to him and indispensable to the shelter. Song Ching-won thought, and her anxiety completely dissipated. Previously, she had been troubled, wondering what would happen if Shun-yi got tired of her and kicked her aside? But on the way home to get her luggage, she thought carefully and felt it was impossible. Why? Because she was an ability user who could create water. In this apocalypse, water was one of the most important resources. Even if Shun-yi got tired of her body, for the sake of her water ability, he would definitely not casually abandon her, he would even pamper her. In the previous Bayun community, others respected her because of her abilities and did not dare to offend her easily. It would surely be the same here. After all, the larger the shelter, the more water it needed, and her status would be higher. Thinking of this, a sense of pride surged in Song Ching-won's heart. This was also the reason she looked down on the guard team members. Just a bunch of ordinary people. They would all be her subordinates in the future, and they would have to obey her orders. Even Fu Yunxi, a woman of high status, she felt was beneath her. After all, her man was the head of the shelter, and she was the mistress of the shelter, with a status only second to Shun-yi. Even Shun-yi would not dare to offend her easily, let alone the mere Fu Yunxi. Thus, the more she thought about it, the more confident Song Ching-won became, and she no longer felt the nervousness and restraint she had when she saw Shun-yi in the morning. She confidently adjusted her clothes and raised her hand to knock on the door. Creak. The door was surprisingly unlocked. Song Ching-won was momentarily stunned but didn't think much of it. She pushed the door open while carrying her luggage, as if returning to her own home. However, as soon as she entered, the sight before her instantly left her standing in place. The luggage in her hands also fell heavily to the floor. 166. Shameless dog. Man and woman. Song Ching-won looked at the scene before her in disbelief, her face gradually turning red. Was I in the wrong room? Or am I hallucinating? Yes. It must be a hallucination. It's definitely a hallucination. Come in. And close the door behind you, Shun-yi said, nearly glancing at the shocked Song Ching-won. He had already sensed her arrival through telepathy but hadn't thought much of it. Otherwise, if it weren't for his command, the shadow puppets lurking in the shadows would have attacked long ago. The shadow puppets only obey Shun-yi's orders and are fiercely hostile to everyone else. You too. Song Ching-won exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. This man had just confessed to her in the morning, and now, just 2 or 3 hours later, he was with another woman. And after being caught in the act, he showed no remorse and even told her, his legitimate girlfriend, to close the door. This was simply too shameless. Scumbag. He was nothing but a shameless scumbag. Dog. Man and woman. You are simply too shameless. The more Song Ching-won thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but shout. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuefei immediately looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Even with Shun-yi's command not to kill, she almost couldn't hold back. She wanted to kill this bitch. Song Ching-won was startled by Xiao Shuefei's gaze but quickly realized, why should I be afraid of her? It's clearly this bitch who seduced my boyfriend. And Shun-yi, that scumbag. They're both no good. Two shameless dog men and women. Furious, Song Ching-won cursed and turned to leave. But the next moment, the door suddenly slammed shut. Outside, it seemed a shadow flashed by. Song Ching-won froze, her pupils constricting sharply, instinctively swallowing hard, a hint of terror appearing on her face. When she came in just now, the hallway was clearly empty. What was that shadow? Could it be a ghost? Did I let you leave? At that moment, Shun-yi's calm voice came, laced with a hint of coldness. Song Ching-won turned her head and saw the beautiful woman helping Shun-yi fasten his belt, igniting her anger instantly. What do you mean? On what grounds do you stop me from leaving? Shun-yi didn't answer, merely casting a faint glance at Xiao Shuefei. Then, Xiao Shuefei could no longer hold back, walking straight up to Song Ching-won, and with her still fuming, she raised her hand and delivered several loud slaps. Shut up, bitch! Xiao Shuefei cursed as she hit, attacking from both sides. She had never wanted to share Shun-yi with another woman, and now there was actually a woman who didn't know her place. Not knowing her place was one thing, but daring to insult Shun-yi. Truly seeking death. The sound of slaps echoed loudly in the silent room. Song Ching-won had never expected to be hit, so she was completely unprepared. By the time she reacted, she had already been slapped more than 10 times, her cheeks swollen and painful, her head spinning, and her mouth filled with a metallic taste of blood. Ah! Bitch! Stop it! Song Ching-won was furious and tried to use her powers to attack Xiao Shuefei. However, before her water ball could fully form, it was directly shattered by Xiao Shuefei's slap. Of course, that slap landed on her face. Moreover, due to the force, it knocked Song Qingwan to the ground, leaving her dizzy and unable to stand for a long time. Xiao Shufa wanted to continue, but Shinyi stopped her. If this continued, she might ruin the woman's face. Shinyi wasn't sure if a ruined face would still meet the system standards, which was why he intervened. Otherwise, breaking a leg would have been no problem. Woo, why are you doing this to me? Song Qingwan could no longer hold back and covered her face, crying out in pain. Clearly, she had caught the cheating couple, yet she was the one being beaten. Is there any justice in this world? Shouldn't Shinyi be apologizing to me, begging for my forgiveness? Why does this mistress dare to hit me? Why doesn't Shinyi stop this shameless woman? She felt resentment, she felt wronged, she was defiant. Shinyi merely looked at the crying Song Qingwan with indifference, too lazy to explain. Why? Because this woman had gone home for a while, and her loyalty had suddenly dropped significantly, almost becoming neutral. In other words, she had somehow concocted a story in her mind, and instead of increasing her affection, it had instead given rise to ulterior motives. No, this was not just a small thought. The significant drop in loyalty proved that her thoughts were very wrong, even showing that she didn't regard herself highly. Originally, Shinyi hadn't found an excuse to trouble her, but this woman had the audacity to turn against him openly, pointing at his nose and cursing him. Shinyi was shocked. Did you really think I have a good temper? The reason I was nice to you in the morning was that I was discussing things with you. Yet, Song Qingwan probably thought she could manipulate me easily, and now she even dared to point at my nose and curse me. What is Shinyi's identity? The head of the shelter, a leader of 4,000 to 5,000 people. Not to mention his extraordinary abilities. With such status and power, you, a mere ability user, dare to insult me? You really want to die. If it were a woman who couldn't unlock supplies, she'd be eating a purple egg right now. Clearly. When we first met, she seemed quite reserved and introverted. How did she change so much in just a few hours? Shinyi pondered for a moment and probably understood. This woman must think I have my eyes on her and that I wouldn't dare to scold her because of her abilities. In other shelters, Song Qingwan's water ability would indeed be treated like a treasure. But here with Shinyi, what is it worth? Creating water out of thin air? How much water can you create in an hour? I can produce a bottle of several hundred milliliters in a second. Song Qingwan's value is merely in unlocking supplies. Shut up, stop crying. Shinyi said coldly. But Song Qingwan didn't stop, continuing to hold her face and cry incessantly. She seemed very wronged. Xiao Shufa frowned and raised her hand to step forward. No! Don't come over. Don't come near me. Song Qingwan immediately covered her mouth, her eyes filled with fear, not daring to make another sound. Xiao Shufa halted, coldly staring at her. As if to say that if she dared to cry out again, a slap would follow. Song Qingwan covered her mouth in grievance. You hit me like this, and you won't let me cry? How wicked! Song Qingwan had never been slapped in the face her entire life. Even when her parents disciplined her, it was just a few swats on the bottom at most. Yet today, she was actually slapped in the face by a mistress. Song Qingwan looked at Xiao Shufa, her eyes filled with grievance and fear, but also hiding a trace of resentment. This shameless woman actually dared to hit me. I must take revenge. I will definitely take revenge. Song Qingwan thought resentfully in her heart, but when she saw Xiao Shufa move slightly, she immediately got scared and covered her head, hastily begging for mercy. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. 167 Lin 2 played too much. Oh? You're wrong? Where did you go wrong? Shinyi looked at the pleading Song Qingwan with great interest. I shouldn't have disturbed you. Song Qingwan replied, trembling. Then if I give you another chance, what would you do? Shinyi asked. Song Qingwan cautiously glanced at the cold-faced Xiao Shufa staring at her, immediately shivering and quickly lowering her head, whispering, I definitely wouldn't push the door open. I would obediently wait outside. No, I would help you close the door properly. I absolutely wouldn't dare to scold you. Song Qingwan spoke in a fluster, afraid that one wrong word would get her beaten. Shinyi looked at Song Qingwan with a half-smile. This woman looked terrified, her body trembling, but her breath was growing darker, proving that her resentment towards Shinyi was increasing. Is this normal? In peacetime, it would be normal. But now, it's been more than half a month since the apocalypse, almost a month. If you still use the worldview and thoughts from before the apocalypse, that's just asking for trouble. Immediately, Shinyi was too lazy to waste time, turning to Xiao Shufa and saying, I'll leave her to you, do as you see fit. Just don't beat her to death or cripple her, you can educate her however you want. Educate? Xiao Shuafei showed a puzzled expression, seemingly not understanding Shenyi's words. Her brain structure is too simple. Shenyi sighed helplessly and said, it means you can hit her if you want, as long as it makes her obedient. Okay. Xiao Shuafei immediately agreed. This is no problem. Shenyi smiled. This woman really lacks common sense. No wonder she was so aggressive when she first interacted with him. After he agreed to marry her, her loyalty skyrocketed. What a ridiculous brain structure. No. No. I don't want to be with her. No. Upon hearing Shenyi's words, Song Qingwan's expression changed instantly, scared and begging for mercy. This woman is a madman. Being with her, even if she doesn't get beaten to death, it won't be good for her. But Shenyi ignored her and directly teleported away. As for unlocking supplies, there's no rush. After playing with Xiao Shuafei just now, he wasn't in the mood. Moreover, he was even less interested in a swollen face. He would wait until Song Qingwan's face recovered to deal with it. For now, he needed to return to Deep Bay No. 1 community. Just now, Su Wanning sent a message through mental connection, saying Jiang Nanyan had gotten into a fight with a woman named Morong Shui. Shenyi frowned upon hearing this. He had specifically instructed Morong Shui not to use force even if she wanted to seize power, yet she still didn't listen. This woman has a vicious personality. Once she strikes, it's either death or serious injury, which is why Shenyi didn't want her to use violence. Although through telepathy, he saw that Jiang Nanyan wasn't seriously injured. But the fact that Morong Shui dared to openly defy his orders made Shenyi a bit angry. Don't hit me. I'll be good. I'm very obedient. Seeing Shenyi leave, Song Qingwan secretly glanced at Xiao Shuafei, immediately shivering all over and hurriedly begging for mercy. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that this mistress really wanted to kill her. This made Song Qingwan even more terrified. The original resentment was completely drowned by the fear of death. At this moment, Song Qingwan had completely lost her previous arrogance. She originally thought that since Shenyi had no romantic experience after becoming his girlfriend, she could become the mistress of the shelter and do whatever she wanted. Even Shenyi wouldn't dare to offend her. After all, her special ability was very important. But she never expected that. Shenyi didn't take her seriously at all, saying he would hit her. He was even worse than a scumbag. Although Song Qingwan knew that in the apocalypse, strong women were nothing special. But she believed she had special abilities, and they were very important water-based powers, so she should be treated as a treasure. At the very least, she shouldn't have fallen to such a lowly position, right? Song Qingwan also had her pride. However, Xiao Shuafei shattered her heroic dreams with just a few slaps. What are you thinking? Xiao Shuafei suddenly spoke coldly. And no. Nothing at all. Song Qingwan came to her senses and quickly shook her head in fear, not daring to hesitate for a moment. But Xiao Shuafei didn't care about that, she just started hitting. After all, Shenyi only said not to kill or maim her, but he didn't say she couldn't hit. As for education? What education? I don't understand, and I don't need to understand. Anyway, I'll deal with it after the beating. Before long, cries echoed again in the conference room. Meanwhile, in the room at the end of the corridor, Lin Lu slowly woke up. She rubbed her belly and stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. While daydreaming, she even started to smile foolishly. Just then, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Tu walked in, munching on a chicken leg. Oh, sister, you're awake. Lin Tu happily walked over. Lin Lu felt a bit shy and didn't dare to look at her sister. After all, she had just been with her brother-in-law. And she was even pregnant with her brother-in-law's child. Just thinking about it made her blush and her heart race. However, for some reason, whenever she thought of her brother-in-law's face, she felt something was off. Why does the experience of how my sister and brother-in-law met always give me a sense of familiarity? Sister, what's wrong? Still thinking about my boyfriend? Lin Tu asked casually, her eyes darting around. And no. How could that be? Lin Lu's face turned even redder as she immediately shook her head, not daring to look into Lin Tu's eyes. Because she was pregnant. She hadn't dared to tell her sister about this. Go ahead and think. I'm very generous. Sister, think as much as you want. No need to be polite with me. Even if you're pregnant with my boyfriend's baby, it's fine. Lin Tu said generously. However, she couldn't help but want to laugh while speaking. She didn't expect such a complex thought could be successfully implanted. The idea she implanted in her sister was, Shenyi is her boyfriend, and she generously gave him to her sister. And then, her sister was pregnant with Shun Yi's child. This series of complex thoughts consumed a lot of Lin Tu's mental energy, and it took her a while to recover. But seeing the current results made her very happy. She didn't expect her abilities could be used this way. So amazing. Little Rabbit felt a thrill of success from her prank. Little Rabbit, you're so nice. Lin Lu was moved to tears by Lin Tu's words, her eyes turning red. Her sister was just too generous. Thinking of this, she gently stroked her belly with one hand, hesitating whether to confess about her pregnancy. Actually, sister, you. Seeing her sister's almost crying expression, Lin Tu realized that things might be getting a bit out of control. It seemed she had gone too far. Lin Tu swallowed nervously, wanting to confess to lessen the consequences. But the words stuck in her throat, and she didn't dare to say them. This time, it seemed she had really gotten into big trouble. What's wrong? Lin Lu showed a puzzled expression. She knew Little Rabbit well. Whenever she had such a guilty look, it meant she had done something wrong. But this time, wasn't it me who had done something wrong to her? 168. The bruised Jiang Nanyan said, Actually, sister, you and Shini are the real couple, it's all my fault. Lin Tu lowered her head, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible, carefully laying bare how she had implanted the idea. She didn't dare to hide it from her sister. After all, as soon as Shini was seen, this matter would surely be exposed. Moreover, Lin Tu had never intended to keep it from her sister. She just wanted to play a little joke. What did you say? Lin Lu was stunned, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Sister, I'm sorry. I will erase all the implanted thoughts right now. Lin Tu said in a panic immediately, preparing to take action. Wait. Lin Lu's voice trembled. Are you saying all of this is fake? I'm not pregnant at all? Lin Tu replied softly. Lin Lu stood frozen as if she had lost her soul, her gaze hollow and unmoving. Sister, are you okay? Lin Tu was frightened by her sister's reaction and hurriedly stepped forward, reaching out to support her. Lin Lu slowly turned her head, her eyes cold and empty, staring straight at Lin Tu, her voice low. Get out. Sister, I just wanted you to experience what it's like to have a baby. I really didn't mean to steal your husband. Lin Tu explained in a fluster, her voice tinged with tears. However, Lin Lu remained expressionless, coldly repeating, I told you to get out. Lin Tu dared not speak again, lowering her head, her face sorrowful as she walked out of the room. She knew she had really caused a big mess this time. Sister is angry. Sister is really angry. What to do? Lin Tu paced back and forth in the living room, nearly in tears. Right. Brother-in-law. I need to ask brother-in-law for help. She suddenly thought of Shani. Now, only brother-in-law could help her. With that thought, Lin Tu immediately ran out the door, heading straight for Shani's conference room. However, just as she reached the door and was about to knock, she suddenly heard faint sobs coming from inside, along with the crisp sound of slapping. Lin Tu's hand hung in the air, stunned. What was going on? Why were there cries coming from brother-in-law's room? She held her breath, her heart racing, momentarily at a loss. So, what happened? Shani looked at the bruised Jiang Nanyan, who wore a smug expression, and the furious Morong Shui, who still looked ready to strike, his brow furrowed. Strange. So damn strange. Clearly, Jiang Nanyan had been beaten, yet their emotions were completely opposite. Morong Shui was furious, while Jiang Nanyan looked smug. This brainless woman deserves a beating. Morong Shui glared coldly at Jiang Nanyan, her tone filled with anger. If Shani hadn't returned, if others hadn't intervened, she would have definitely continued to strike. You're the one without a brain. Jiang Nanyan rubbed her swollen cheek, unwilling to back down, and then looked pitifully at Shani, saying aggrievedly, Huddy, I just said I also ate the frost ability fruit, and after getting the frost ability, she went crazy and hit me. I didn't even fight back. Fight back? You think you deserve that? If it weren't for Shani's face, I would have killed you long ago. Morong Shui snorted coldly, her eyes full of disdain. Hubby, look. She's still threatening me. I just have the frost ability, I didn't offend her. Jiang Nanyan continued to complain. You shameless woman. How dare you say that? Didn't I just say, if you say that again, I'll tear your mouth apart? Morong Shui was instantly enraged, making a move to charge forward. Shani let out a cold snort, and the impulsive Morong Shui had no choice but to calm down. Although her face still bore a murderous intent, she stopped her actions. Su Wanning and Su Yun, who were nearby, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This woman, Morong Shui, was truly too domineering. Of course, Jiang Nanyan was also at fault. Wanting, tell me the details, Shani said, looking At Su Wanting, his tone calm. Su Wanting immediately stepped forward, glanced at Morong Shui and Jiang Nanyan, then said, "It's like this. We were originally busy with the shelter matters when Morong Shui suddenly barged into the office, claiming that she would have the final say here, and anyone who disagreed could fight her." Fight? Shini looked at Morong Shui, frowning. "Didn't I say you're not allowed to use force?" "I didn't use force. I was just making a verbal threat." Morong Shui defended herself with conviction. "Isn't a verbal threat allowed? I didn't actually make a move." Shini ignored her argument and turned to Su Wanting, saying, "Continue." At first, there really wasn't a fight. Su Wanting explained. Seeing Morong Shui's proud expression, she added, "But we found an ability fruit, and we originally planned to give it to you today, but Morong Shui insisted that we give her the ability fruit first. Of course, we were unwilling, and then we started arguing." Ability fruit? Shini caught the key point. "Yes. Hubby, this is what the members of our shelter submitted this morning." Jiang Nanyan, with a bruised face, quickly handed over an ability fruit, her face still showing a hint of pride. "Not bad." Shini took the fruit and nodded in satisfaction. After so many days, they finally had a harvest. "So, why did you end up fighting?" Shini casually tossed the ability fruit into his mouth and then asked. Well, Jiang Nanyan stammered, seeming hesitant to speak. Clearly, she had her own issues in this matter. Seeing this, Suyan spoke up to explain. It turned out that after Jiang Nanyan discovered that Morong Shui also had frost abilities, she began to incessantly show off her own frost abilities, claiming it was a reward from her husband. For some reason, Morong Shui became unhappy at that moment and told her to shut up. But Jiang Nanyan not only didn't stop, she became even more boastful. The darker Morong Shui's expression became, the more excited she got. Even when Morong Shui called her a parasite, she proudly replied, "A parasite is still a parasite, as long as my husband likes me. After all, my husband has given me many ability fruit rewards. Old woman, you can't compare." Finally, Morong Shui couldn't take it anymore and started a full-on brawl. If it weren't for Su Wanting and Su Yun being in the room to intervene, it might have ended badly. "It's impossible for anyone to get hurt, I'm very measured in my actions," Morong Shui interjected. Shini glanced at her, and Morong Shui pouted. Though she was unconvinced, she still wisely closed her mouth. After hearing the whole story, Shini understood the reason for their fight. Jiang Nanyan had deliberately provoked, and Morong Shui had a fiery temper easily ignited. To be honest, Shini felt a bit disappointed in Morong Shui. She got into a fight so easily. With such a hot temper, how could she manage the shelter well? Immediately, Shini said, "Morong Shui, you're not allowed to interfere in the shelter's matters from now on." What? Morong Shui was instantly stunned, her face filled with disbelief. 169 wronged, Morong Shui asked, "Why?" Her eyes were filled with defiance. "This matter is clearly not my fault. It's all because of that shameless woman deliberately trying to disgust me, which is why I resorted to violence." The reason Morong Shui was angry was that after hearing that Jiang Nanyan also had frost abilities, she felt inexplicably upset. She had put in so much effort to obtain the frost ability fruit, yet that shameless woman got it so easily. Not only did she get it, but she also deliberately flaunted it in front of me, trying to irritate me. The fact that she didn't kill Jiang Nanyan on the spot was already out of consideration for Shini. Otherwise, how could Jiang Nanyan have only sustained minor injuries? Moreover, this matter ultimately stemmed from Xinyi's fault. If he hadn't unfairly rewarded the ability fruit, how could things have escalated to this point? What, do you dare to question your husband's decision? Do you want to rebel? Jiang Nanyan seized the opportunity and immediately questioned. Although her face was bruised, it didn't affect her ability to speak. Now that she had Xinyi's support, Morong Shui didn't dare to act against her, let alone take away her power. That's right, she had deliberately provoked Morong Shui before. At first, Jiang Nanyan didn't know how to compete with Morong Shui. After all, in terms of strength and experience, she was no match for that old woman. But when it came to acting cute, she didn't think she would lose. So, when she noticed that Morong Shui was particularly concerned about the frost ability, she came up with a plan. She intentionally brought up the frost fruit in front of Morong Shui, constantly provoking her until she was furious. As long as Morong Shui made the first move against her, Jiang Nanyan was confident she would gain Xinyi's support because Xinyi hated internal strife among women the most. Of course, to prevent being beaten to death by Morong Shui, she had Su Wanting contact Xinyi in advance, fearing that things would go awry. "You shameless woman, dare to slander me!" Morong Shui clenched her fists in anger, glaring at Jiang Nanyan. She wasn't stupid. The moment she hit Jiang Nanyan, she realized she had been tricked. Not to mention that Shani had already warned her not to use violence to seize power. Even without the warning, Shani's character would never tolerate internal strife among women. Moreover, that shameless Jiang Nanyan started acting cute the moment she saw Shani. When women face men, acting cute is far more effective than reasoning. But even knowing this, Morong Shui never thought of acting cute because she wasn't that kind of weak character. She felt she was being treated unfairly, so she would fight back. Acting cute was something only incompetent, foolish women would do. Furthermore, Morong Shui believed that her relationship with Shani was a fair trade, and their statuses were equal. If she acted cute, wouldn't that mean admitting she was beneath Shani? This made the proud Morong Shui very unwilling. Husband, look. Look at her. She's cursing at me, and I didn't say anything wrong. Jiang Nanyan clung to Shani's arm, her voice soft and sweet, starting to act cute again. Morong Shui's anger instantly intensified. Damn it, I want to kill this shameless woman. I have been reborn, why should I endure this humiliation? Su Wanning and Su Yun exchanged glances, both revealing helpless smiles. Usually, Jiang Nanyan wouldn't act this way. What was going on today? How was she finding new ways to irritate Morong Shui? Although they didn't have much fondness for Morong Shui, they thought since they were all Shani's women, there was no need to make the relationship too tense. But who knew that the usually most rational Jiang Nanyan was deliberately stirring up trouble today? Was she determined to force Morong Shui to be punished? In fact, it was normal for the women not to understand. They didn't value the power of the shelter and had no ambitions. On the contrary, they felt managing the shelter was exhausting. If someone else was willing to take charge, then let them do it, they would rather lie flat. After all, their husband didn't mind them lying flat, so there was no need to work hard. But Jiang Nanyan's personality and thoughts were different from theirs. She was determined to seize power and unwilling to relinquish it. Therefore, she held deep hostility towards Morong Shui. Alright, stop arguing. Shani interrupted the two women's quarrel with a hint of impatience, saying coldly, this matter ends here today. Morong Shui, you are not to interfere with the affairs of the shelter from now on. That's settled. And I don't want to hear about you two fighting over this again. Don't worry, husband, I always listen to you. I absolutely won't fight with that old woman again. Even if she hits me, I won't retaliate. Jiang Nanyan nodded repeatedly like a good child. However, Morong Shui glared at Shani, clenching her fists, her knuckles cracking. But in the end, she didn't say a word of explanation, she just turned and left in a huff. On her way home, the more Morong Shui thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling increasingly wronged, her eyes turning red. Damn. Shen-yi. Stinky Shani. Biased jerk. I gave you so many ability fruits and even offered my body to you, yet you only gave me a few frost fruits while giving so many to other women. You're simply a biased bastard. You won't let me manage the shelter? I don't even want to help you manage it. Stinky bastard. Go die. Jerk. Since her rebirth, it was the first time Morong Shui felt wronged. For some reason, the person she was most angry with wasn't the disgusting Jiang Nanyan, but Xinyi's unfair judgment. Yes, I did indeed strike. But wasn't it because that cheap woman Jiang Nanyan provoked me? I was so furious, couldn't I at least retaliate a little? I didn't cripple or kill her, so that was already good enough. Damn it. Biased stinky bastard, only knows how to blame me. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Husband, let me massage your shoulders. Seeing Morong Shui leave in anger, Jiang Nanyan immediately put away her little woman demeanor and eagerly helped Shani with a shoulder massage and leg rub, looking obedient, afraid that Shani would blame her. She didn't think her little schemes for power could fool Shani. Shani responded lightly. He didn't think Jiang Nanyan's provocative behavior was out of line. If mere verbal provocations were considered out of line, then wouldn't he have to act as a referee every time his women argued? That was impossible. So, as long as it wasn't out of line, even if it was a power struggle, it didn't matter. Moreover, Jiang Nanyan had even collected an ability fruit for him, so it was even less likely he would punish her. Did Jiang Nanyan do anything wrong today? No, not at all. Thus, Shani enjoyed the massage and opened the panel to check the new abilities he had just obtained. 170, gained a new ability, Virus Resistance. Virus Resistance, LV1. You have a high resistance to many toxins and are completely immune to some. You have a high resistance to most ailments and will not easily fall ill. This ability is simple, crude, but also incredibly powerful. It's like giving yourself a permanent positive buff, simply exhilarating. Unfortunately, there are no extra fruits to upgrade, otherwise if I could raise the level, wouldn't I be able to directly immunize against all viruses? That would be too outrageous. I will never have to fear being poisoned or schemed against again. Shinyi's only shortcoming is probably in terms of poison resistance. Given the numerous types of abilities, there must be poison-related abilities in this world. And those green mutants from before, they definitely have toxins on them. So, the virus resistance ability comes at just the right time, directly compensating for my shortcoming. Awesome. Really freaking awesome. Shinyi, who was initially a bit upset due to the argument between Jiang Nanyan and Morong Shui, suddenly felt much better. Immediately, he took out a large handful of frost condensation fruits from the system space and handed them to Jiang Nanyan, saying, "This is your reward." "Thank you, hubby." Jiang Nanyan's eyes lit up, and she happily accepted them. This handful definitely exceeded 10. She didn't expect her husband not only to be unbothered but also to reward her additionally. Indeed, as long as she worked hard to find ability fruits and did her job well, even if she occasionally acted a bit spoiled, her husband wouldn't mind. Her husband is so nice. The other girls, Suwanting, Suyun, and Baisini, also showed envious expressions upon seeing this scene. "Here, you all have worked hard recently, take a few each." In a great mood, Shin-yi immediately gave each of them a few frost condensation fruits. He didn't give too many, not because he was stingy, but because he couldn't just hand them out carelessly. Otherwise, it would easily demotivate the girls and dampen Jiang Nanyan's enthusiasm. The more you give, the more you should receive. Although Shinyi didn't understand management, he still knew some basic ways to handle subordinates. Just like Zhou Wanner, who was lying flat in the bedroom, Shinyi couldn't specifically give her ability fruits. This little green tea was unwilling to work, spending her days eating and sleeping, occasionally exercising, living quite comfortably. "Thank you, hubby." Su Wanting and the others immediately cheered up, happily stepping forward to take the fruits, each giving Shinyi a kiss. Jiang Nanyan watched from the side, feeling indifferent. After all, Su Wanting and the others had indeed helped her a lot. Especially today, when facing Morong Shui, they had firmly stood behind her. Jiang Nanyan was originally considering whether to share some frost fruits with Su Wanting and the others. After all, they were now considered family. And they would definitely be the closest sisters in the future. Even if Shinyi brought other women later, the relationship wouldn't be as close as with them. After distributing the rewards, Shinyi left some food for the girls and went to find Lin Jiwei. He wanted to see how her research was progressing. As for her injury, he shouldn't have to worry about it. After all, with Jiang Huiman and Jiang Yutong and a whole medical team dedicated to taking care of her, if something still happened, that medical team should be disbanded. Not bad. Shinyi teleported to Building 1, seeing the guards patrolling and standing guard downstairs, he nodded in satisfaction. Building 1 is Lin Jiwei's laboratory and also Shinyi's largest investment, so it naturally needs to be well protected. Although Jiang Nanyan likes to vie for power and profit, she has done very well with the tasks assigned to her. Then, Shin-yi teleported to the 16th floor. At this moment, Lin Jiwei was seriously tinkering with some unknown liquid, and several experimental devices nearby were in operation. The female doctors and nurses led by Jiang Huiman seemed to be helping, and no one even noticed when Shinyi walked in. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Lin Jiwei looked up and noticed Shinyi standing behind her. "Shinyi, you're back." There seemed to be a hint of happiness in Lin Jiwei's usually calm tone. Jiang Huiman and the others also looked over and greeted Shinyi. "How's the progress?" Shinyi asked. "We should have results by the night after tomorrow at the latest," Lin Jiwei replied. Shinyi nodded. Surprised that it was faster than expected, it seemed this crazy woman had been working overtime lately. Jiang Huiman and the others must have also been putting in a lot of hours, as they had developed dark circles under their eyes. Subsequently, Shinyi brought some buns, roast chicken, and noodles for the women, letting them have a lunch break. "Thank you." Jiang Huiman glanced at Shinyi with a complex expression. Although she was also one of Shinyi's women, there seemed to be no feelings between them. Since that night, they hadn't even seen each other. Shinyi seemed to be very busy every day, hardly ever coming home. Of course, he had never skimped on her meals, she always had the freshest food, which tasted great, and there was plenty of water to drink, plus she could take a shower every other day. Besides that, because she lived in the same building as Lin Jiwei, she had access to electricity, which meant she was living a very happy life. This left Jiang Huiman feeling somewhat conflicted. Logically, in the apocalypse, she should be quite satisfied with such a life. However, she occasionally thought of Shinyi. After all, he was her first man, and it would have been better if there were feelings involved. During the meal, Jiang Yutong took the initiative to talk to Shinyi. She hoped to not be a nurse but to work with Jiang Nanyan instead. Or at least lead a team to search for supplies. Although it was very safe with Lin Jiwei, she didn't quite like the atmosphere. Ever since the last time she killed someone, she had felt restless, unwilling to be ordinary. Shun-yi didn't refuse and even gave Jiang Yutong a few frost fruit and telepathy fruit, allowing her to gain abilities and then go find Jiang Nanyan. The management of the shelter was indeed short-staffed, so since Jiang Yutong wanted to do it, she should go ahead. After all, he would back her up, so there was no need to worry about any trouble. Thank you, husband. Jiang Yutong happily kissed Shun-yi and hurried out to find Jiang Nanyan for getting her meal. The other nurses watched this scene with some envy. Being Shun-yi's woman was great. However, compared to other survivors, these nurses had it relatively well. Although they couldn't compare to Shun-yi's women due to the nature of their work, they enjoyed decent benefits and were not in life-threatening situations. Naturally, they also wanted to be Shun-yi's women, but unfortunately, they rarely even saw Shun-yi, let alone get into his bed. Seeing Jiang Yutong leave happily, Jiang Huiman hesitated for a moment, just about to speak. At that moment, Lin Jiwei, who had put down her bowl of noodles, spoke first. Shun-yi, do you have time now? I need you for something. 171, I'm so cold. What's the matter? Shun-yi took a sip of water and looked at Lin Jiwei. This crazy woman needs my help? Is she going to drag me into catching green mutants again? Or is she going to catch some mutated plants or animals for research? Or does she want to study her own body? In any case, it definitely isn't anything serious. I want it, can you do it with me a few times? Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses and said earnestly. Huh? Shun-yi was instantly stunned. The several female nurses who were eating ramen almost spat out their noodles, immediately looking at the beautiful female doctor with shock and embarrassment. What is she saying? How can she say such things in front of so many people? Jiang Huiman was also dumbfounded. Although she had come to know that Lin Jiwei was very straightforward and said whatever was on her mind during this time, she didn't expect her to be this direct, to say something like this so openly. Doesn't she feel ashamed? Shun-yi also took several seconds to recover. This crazy woman is really blunt. Almost burned out his CPU. Looking at the serious Lin Jiwei, Shun-yi couldn't help but laugh and teased. You said once a month, but it seems like it hasn't even been half a month since the last time, right? And last time, you used up several months' worth in one go. Remembering their first meeting, when this woman had such a businesslike attitude, Shun-yi wanted to laugh. Letting you act all high and mighty back then. Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses, feeling no shame at all, and explained, I didn't have experience back then, so I made the wrong request. We can communicate the frequency again. For example, every 3 days, or every 2 days is also fine. As long as you agree, I can compensate you in other ways, feel free to make a request. Shun-yi couldn't help but chuckle. Every 3 days is impossible. However, considering your sincere attitude, I'll agree to this time. As for my conditions, I'll let you know when I've thought it through. Alright, I finished eating, should we go to the bedroom now? Or do it here? Lin Jiwei continued to ask Jiang Huiman and the other nurses. No, Dr. Lin, do you really not consider us outsiders? There are still people here. Not to mention the female nurses, even Shun-yi, who usually has thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed because of Lin Jiwei. This woman really doesn't know what shame is. Let's go to the bedroom. Shun-yi glanced at Jiang Huiman and the female nurses and made the right choice. Then let's go to Chu Xiaoxiao's bedroom. Her bed is more comfortable. Lin Jiwei suggested. She even remembers whose bed is soft. That's top-notch. Shun-yi was speechless but didn't refuse, standing up and using teleportation to take Lin Jiwei away. If he stayed any longer, he would blush. Watching the two disappear, the female nurses turned red-faced, full of shyness and shock. This is too open. But soon, their gossiping fire ignited, gathering together, blushing as they discussed, occasionally bursting into shy laughter. Only Jiang Huiman sat aside, looking at the food left by Shun-yi, her eyes a bit lost. She also wanted to be alone with Shun-yi. But she didn't have Lin Jiwei's thick skin, hesitating for a long time and finally mustering the courage to speak, only to be preempted by Lin Jiwei. When she saw Shun-yi agree, Jiang Huiman felt even worse. Lin Jiwei tiredly leaned on Shun-yi's shoulder, drawing circles with her fingers, and lazily said, If you encounter green mutants again recently, remember to catch a couple back for me. This virus, although dangerous, has high development potential and is very helpful for my genetic research. Shun-yi yawned, lazily glancing at Lin Jiwei. This crazy woman, really, is it so hard to just take a good rest after being so tired? Why is she still worrying about research? How about it, is it okay? Lin Jiwei asked as she held his hand and stared at him. Alright, stop messing around. When I have time, I'll catch a couple and bring them back. Just go to sleep for now, Shun-yi replied lazily. He really didn't have the energy to fool around anymore. However, now that he had virus resistance, he should also have some resistance to the viruses on the green monsters, so catching a couple of mutants shouldn't be a big deal. Of course, he still needed to take proper precautions to prevent the virus from leaking and infecting the ordinary people in the shelter. Don't worry, I will definitely take proper precautions and won't let the virus leak. Upon hearing Shenyi's agreement, Lin Jiwei immediately assured him. Seeing this, Shenyi didn't say much more. Yawned and closed his eyes to rest. This crazy woman had clung to him for 4 or 5 times, and even though Shenyi had a super strong physique, he was a bit tired. After all, he had been busy for a while in the morning. If he had known, he would have refused this crazy woman or brought Xiao Shuefei along to help replenish his energy. Shenyi had originally planned to unlock Wu Qingqing's supplies on this trip back, but now he was too exhausted and could only rest for a few hours first. Did you fall asleep so quickly? Lin Jiwei looked at Shenyi's profile, and as she watched, a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Then, she leaned against Shenyi's chest and fell into a deep sleep. With a satisfied expression. Time passed. When Shenyi woke up, it was already dark outside. He glanced at the empty bed beside him and found that Lin Jiwei had left at some point. Using his mental sensing, he checked, and indeed, this crazy woman had run back to work overtime again. Having such a workaholic woman, he really didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Since she liked working so much, he might as well take some time in the next couple of days to catch a green mutant for her to study. After that, Shenyi, feeling refreshed, got out of bed and walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, Chu Xiaoxiao was lying on the sofa, playing a single-player game on her phone. Lin Jiwei's workplace had a generator, so she could charge her phone every day, playing games and watching movies when she was bored. Shenyi, you're awake. Chu Xiaoxiao sat up happily as soon as she saw Shenyi. Why aren't you sleeping so late? Shenyi walked over, sat on the sofa, and casually took out a roast chicken and 2 bowls of ramen from the system space. Well, because it was too boring during the day, I slept all the time, so I can't sleep at night, Chu Xiaoxiao pouted. Then, she hesitated for a moment, looking at Shenyi who was eating, and asked, Shenyi, how do you get superpowers? I really want to have one too, can you give me one? Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Shenyi eagerly. She really wanted a magical superpower. She knew her Prince Charming must have a way. Shenyi didn't refuse. He casually took out a superpower fruit from the system space, gave it to Chu Xiaoxiao, and explained the effects of the superpower. Yay! Shenyi, you're so nice. Chu Xiaoxiao excitedly took the superpower fruit and unhesitatingly swallowed 3 in one go. One at a time is enough, don't be greedy, Shenyi frowned slightly. Fortunately, this silly girl didn't stuff the whole bunch of superpower fruits into her mouth, otherwise Shenyi wasn't sure what would happen. Shenyi, I'm so cold. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoxiao's body began to tremble violently, and her face quickly turned pale.